In a fantastical world, the protagonist, Xiao Tian, awakens an invincible summoning system, enabling him to traverse and conquer myriad realms. Here, one encounters illustrious figures such as Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu; Bai Qi, the unparalleled god of war; Li Xiao, the born warrior; Huo Qubing, the wolf of the Wolf Ridge; Li Yuanba, the Zhao King of the Western Court; Guguzi, the enigmatic sage of antiquity; Bu, the war demon; Ran Min, the heavenly king; the esteemed philosophers, Laozi, Zhuangzi, Xuanzi, Mencius, and Han Fizi. Witness the grand tapestry of ancient Chinese heroes as they battle across realms, engaging in a cacophony of philosophies. Chapter 1. A Journey into Leadership. Have I truly traversed into another realm? Xiao Tian's eyes betrayed a sense of disbelief. Who would have thought that an all-night gaming session could lead to such an extraordinary fate? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to assimilate the memories of his previous self while calming the tempest of emotions within. In the realm of Xian Tian, located in the eastern wilderness, numerous sects and noble families flourished amidst the myriad nations. He was the young master of the Xiaos, specifically the newly appointed patriarch of the Xiaos in Luhe City, one of the three prominent families. 6 years prior, when he was merely 10 years old, tragedy struck as his father, the patriarch Xiaozhan, succumbed to an attack from a demonic beast during an expedition. Due to Xiao Tian's tender age, he was deemed unfit to assume leadership, and the family affairs were thus managed by the clan's elder for the intervening years. Yesterday marked Xiao Tian's 16th birthday, a significant rite of passage that officially conferred upon him the title of patriarch. Within the family, there was unanimous support for his leadership. The Xiaos were united, devoid of the treachery that plagued larger clans vying for succession. After all, as a modest family, unity was indispensable for survival in Luhe City. Moreover, Xiao Tian had demonstrated remarkable talent, having achieved the rank of warrior at the age of 16. In a small city like Luhe, this was no trivial accomplishment, considering that even the leaders of the three major families and the city lord had only attained the rank of master. The number of masters in Luhe City was scarce, not exceeding 10, as Xiao Tian understood it. The cultivation ranks consisted of warrior, martial artist, master, grandmaster, martial spirit, general, sovereign, king, emperor, sect master, venerable, saint, and emperor, each with 9 stars of distinction. Beyond that, the extent of advancement was unknown to Xiao Tian, for Luhe City was merely a peripheral locale of the Star River Kingdom, rumored to have the royal family as the lineage of the martial emperor, wielding absolute authority throughout the realm. Since the passing of Xiao Tian's father, the only master in the Xiaos was the elder, leading to the family's gradual decline in Luhe City as they faced constant opposition from the Li and Wang families. Reflecting on the Xiao's plight, Xiao Tian felt a profound sense of despair in a world where strength was paramount. How could a family of their caliber hope to endure? Isn't it customary for traversers to possess a golden finger? Surely I must have one too. System, are you present? Xiao Tian, an avid reader of novels and a gamer before his journey, believed that he should be granted some extraordinary advantage in this new existence. Identifying host requirements, Invincible Summoning System activating. Activation successful. In an instant, a shimmering white interface materialized before Xiao Tian's eyes, revealing a plethora of features and descriptions. Could it truly be that there exists a system? My dreams have become reality. Xiao Tian was both astonished and elated. He had long fantasized about possessing a system while traversing into a fantastical realm, and now that dream had come to fruition. System, please elucidate your functionalities, he inquired, his voice brimming with excitement. Who wouldn't be thrilled by the prospect of traversing a magical world with a system? This system focuses on aiding the host in cultivating a formidable faction, guiding it to its zenith. Current functionalities include sign-in, fortune, summoning, tasks, marketplace, and restoration of cultivation. The sign-in function allows for 1 opportunity daily, which can accumulate. Rewards obtained through sign-ins are random, encompassing any grade of reward, with higher-tier rewards being less frequent. The longer the sign-in duration, the better the rewards. Rewards are classified from lowest to highest as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king level, emperor level, and divine level. Fortune value represents the strength of the host's bound faction. The stronger the faction, the higher the fortune. Fortune value can be utilized to exchange for items in the system's marketplace, summon powerful beings from myriad realms, enhance the abilities of all faction members, and more exploration of its applications is left to the host. The summoning function allows the host to expend fortune value to summon various powerful beings from the Huaxia universe. Completing system tasks grants additional summoning opportunities, with 1 free summon per month and 3 per year. Increasing with time, summoned individuals will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host. The task function involves the system issuing main and side quests intermittently. Completion of tasks yields diverse rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. The exchange function enables the expenditure of fortune value for a variety of items, including, but not limited to, restoration of cultivation. All cultivation and training of individuals within the host-bound faction will be returned to the host. The stronger the faction, the stronger the host, ensuring that the host remains the most formidable entity within the faction. Note that a faction can only be bound once and cannot be altered thereafter. Subsequent functionalities will be unlocked for the host to explore. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by the system's extraordinary capabilities. The features already revealed were formidable, leaving one to wonder what else lay in store. Remarkable indeed, he was thoroughly impressed. Please select a faction for binding once bound. It cannot be altered. Exercise caution in your choice. Currently, the only faction available for binding was the Xiaos, with no alternative in sight. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian declared, "I bind myself to the Xiaos." In that moment, he felt an intangible connection to the Xiaos, as if a thread had woven their fates together. Binding successful. With the system's announcement, Xiao Tian's strength began to surge, instantly elevating him from a 3-star martial artist to a 4-star master. The strongest member of the Xiaos, the elder Xiaofeng, was a 2-star master, while the second elder Xiao Qi and the third elder Xiaoping were at the pinnacle of the martial artist rank. All 3 elders were brothers to Xiao Tian's father, Xiao Zhan, who was the second-born. The system interface promptly transformed, displaying all pertinent information regarding the Xiaos before Xiao Tian's eyes. Faction, Xiaos. Patriarch, Xiao Tian, rank, 4-star master. Elder, Xiaofeng, rank, 2-star master. Second elder, Xiao Qi, rank, 9-star martial artist. Third elder, Xiaoping, rank, 9-star martial artist. 5 family stewards, rank, 7 and 8-star martial artists. 10 third-generation disciples, rank, varying from warriors to martial artists. 105 ordinary clan members, rank, commoners and warriors. Total population, 124. Fortune value, 249. Xiao Tian glanced at his fortune value, and it was indeed pitifully low. However, given the current dire circumstances of the Xiao family, one could say they teetered on the brink of extinction. Yet with Xiao Tian's arrival and the presence of the system, he felt confident that he could transform the Xiao family into the most formidable clan in the Xintian continent. The faction binding has been successfully completed, rewarding the host with a novice gift package and a daily sign-in opportunity. Would you like to open the novice gift package? It has been detected that the host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Tian's heart leapt with joy, and he promptly responded, "Sign in. The host merely needs to communicate with me in thought. There is no need for spoken words. As long as the host wishes for me to know something, I will receive it. Sign in successful. Rewards: 100 premium washing marrow pills of the yellow grade, 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and 1 bronze summoning card." When Xiao Tian beheld the rewards from his sign-in, he was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the exceptional quality of his first reward. It is worth noting that a single low-grade washing marrow pill could fetch several hundred spirit stones in Luo City. The washing marrow pill possesses the ability to purge impurities from an ordinary person's body, significantly enhancing their chances of becoming a martial artist. Moreover, it is also beneficial for martial artists aiming to break through to the warrior rank. The premium washing marrow pill guarantees a 100% success rate for martial artists attempting to ascend to that level. In Luo City, premium washing marrow pills are virtually non-existent for sale, and even in other regions, such top-tier elixirs are exceedingly rare, often existing only in name and not in market. To receive 100 premium washing marrow pills from a single sign-in is nothing short of extravagant. Not to mention the staggering sum of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Currently, the entire Xiao family's annual income amounts to only 1 or 2,000 spirit stones, and after accounting for family expenditures, scarcely anything remains. Spirit stones are precious, especially considering that the general currency used in Luo City is gold coins, AS for the bronze summoning card. Xiao Tian hurriedly opened the system's informational panel to examine it. Item: Summoning card. Level: Bronze. Function: Can summon characters from the Huaxia universe whose strength ranges from Great Martial Master to Martial Spirit Realm. 1 word: Powerful. 2 words: Exceedingly powerful. 3 words: Extraordinarily powerful. After reviewing the system's description, Xiao Tian could only think that using this summoning card would surely resolve all of the Xiao family's current predicaments. Even summoning a character of the lowest Great Martial Master rank would render them invincible in Luo City. With this system, Xiao Tian felt no lingering fears or concerns, only boundless anticipation for the future. Almost forgot about the novice gift package. I wonder what treasures it will bestow upon me. It surely cannot be inferior to the sign-in rewards. With this thought in mind, he quickly addressed the system again. System, open the novice gift package. The novice gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the family's unique supreme technique. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar 100 premium breaking mirror pills of the profound grade, 3 bronze. Summoning cards and 1 silver summoning card. Chapter 2. The Invincible Summoning System. The novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the family's unparalleled supreme technique, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. 100 top-tier, Xian-grade breaking mirror pills, 3 bronze summoning cards, and 1 silver summoning card. Would you like to claim these rewards? Upon witnessing the bounties of the novice gift pack, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. The rewards were incomparably superior to those obtained through mere daily sign-ins. Xiao Tian hastily perused the system's descriptions. Technique: 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. Grade: Supreme. Function: This technique can only be cultivated by members of the Xiaojia clan, divided into 9 levels. The successful cultivation of the first level grants the realm of Martial Spirit. The second level reaches Martial Emperor, and the completion of all 9 levels renders one invincible across the myriad realms. Remarkable. After reading the system's introduction, Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words, the only fitting description being invincible. The first level allows one to attain the Martial Spirit Realm, the second to the Martial Emperor. And what heights could be achieved upon perfect cultivation of all 9 levels? Elixir, Breaking Mirror Pill. Grade: Top-tier Xian grade. Function: Guarantees a 100 breakthrough for those below the Martial King stage at the peak of 9 stars, with no side effects, ineffective for those above the Martial King. This elixir is also formidable. He had never heard of any pill that could guarantee a breakthrough without side effects. Having already reviewed the bronze summoning card's function, he was now eager to examine the silver level card. Item: Summoning card. Grade: Silver. Function: Can summon generals from the Huaxia universe to the level of Martial Lord. After reviewing the description of the silver summoning card, Xiao Tian gained a clearer understanding of the summoning mechanism. Each card could summon a figure randomly within 2 realms. It seemed that a gold summoning card would indeed summon figures ranging from Martial King to Martial Emperor. Truly invincible. Xiao Tian felt a sense of exhilaration. With the summoning card in hand, the city of Luha would practically be rendered invincible, becoming an extension of the Xiaojia clan's dominion. Yet, he reminded himself to remain grounded. Although the Xiaojia clan could be deemed invincible within Luha City and its surrounding areas, the vast expanse of the Tianxian continent held countless formidable adversaries, including powerful martial emperors in the remote kingdom of Xingha. Thus, he resolved to develop cautiously and not act recklessly. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Tian promptly addressed the system. Claim: Rewards have been dispensed and automatically stored in the system space, available for claim at any time. System: How do I claim them? Xiao Tian inquired. The host need only will it, and the reward shall be claimed, the system clarified. Understanding this, Xiao Tian then commanded, System: Use 4 bronze summoning cards. Usage successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning the renowned figures from the 3 Kingdoms era, Gao Shun, Hua Xiong, Zhou Tai, and Gan Ning. Would you like to view their information? In an instant, the space rippled, and 4 figures materialized before Xiao Tian, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Gao Shun, Hua Xiong, Zhou Tai, and Gan Ning pay their respects to the clan leader. Xiao Yan's face brightened with joy. Please rise, esteemed generals. From henceforth, I shall rely on your service for the Xiaojia clan. To his astonishment, the summoned figures were characters from the illustrious era of the Three Kingdoms, making them essentially his compatriots. Rest assured, it is our duty, the four replied in unison. Please wait by the side for a moment, he instructed. Then turn to the system once more. System, review their information. Name, Gao Shan. Age, 20. Talent, heavenly level. Realm, martial spirit 6 stars. Potential, martial venerable. Name, Hua Xiao. Age, 20. Talent, heavenly level. Realm, martial spirit 3 stars. Potential, martial venerable. Name, Zhou Tai. Age, 20. Talent, heavenly level. Realm, martial spirit 1 star. Potential, martial venerable. Name, Gan Ning. Age, 20. Talent, heavenly level. Realm, martial spirit peak. Potential, martial venerable. As Xiao Tian reviewed the information of the four, he felt his own realm surge, instantaneously elevating to martial spirit peak. Overwhelmed by this newfound strength, he was astounded. In mere moments, his realm had skyrocketed from martial warrior to martial spirit peak. Anyone would be left astonished by such a rapid ascent. Though he had known the system was formidable, experiencing it firsthand was exhilarating. Who could claim to have broken through so many significant realms without any side effects on the Tianxian continent? Not only had he never heard of it, but he had never even imagined it was possible. With 1 silver summoning card remaining, he wondered if he might summon a figure of martial lord caliber. Even if not, the worst outcome would yield a martial general, allowing him to instantly ascend to that level. With these thoughts, he promptly commanded the system, use the silver summoning card. Usage successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Ma Chao from the Three Kingdoms world. Would you like to view his information? To his delight, it was Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals of the Three Kingdoms. Eagerly, Xiao Tian responded, show me his information. Name, Ma Chao. Age, 18. Talent, king level. Realm, martial lord peak. Potential, martial saint. Incredible. The system, I adore you. Xiao Tian exclaimed with joy, having summoned a martial lord at the peak level, the highest achievable with a silver summoning card. It seemed fortune was indeed smiling upon him. In an instant, Xiao Tian's realm surged from martial spirit peak to martial lord, and soon thereafter, he reached martial lord peak. His aura radiating power that swept through the entire Xiaojia clan, extending outward to envelop all of Luhe City. The entire Xiaojia clan was taken aback by this overwhelming presence. For Xiao Tian was within their midst, and thus they felt the impact most acutely. What realm of power is this? Such an imposing aura is terrifying, was the collective thought among the Xiaojia members. Soon, the entirety of Luhe City was astir, each person speculating about the identity of such a formidable presence arriving in their humble town. Xiao Tian remained at martial lord peak for only a brief moment before continuing to ascend, not ceasing until he broke through to martial king. After suppressing his aura, he took a moment to assess his current strength, finally grasping what true power entailed. It was leagues beyond his previous martial spirit peak. A transformation so profound that it was like stepping into an entirely new realm. One could never truly comprehend the magnitude of strength until they reached that level. Ma Chao, pay your respects to the clan leader. The newly summoned warrior knelt before Xiao Tian in deference. Rise. From now on, I shall depend on you for the matters of the Xiaojia clan. Ma Chao, Xiao Tian said with a smile. It is my duty without question, Ma Chao replied. Just then, a voice from the entrance interrupted their exchange. Ninth brother, father has sent me to summon you to the council hall. There are pressing matters to discuss. Hearing the voice, Xiao Tian snapped back to reality, turning to the door where a young man stood. This individual was named Xiao Yan, the son of Xiao Yan's paternal uncle, the elder Xiaofeng. At 24 years of age, he was Xiao Yan's cousin and the eldest of the 3rd generation of the Xiaojia clan, having recently broken through to martial warrior 7 stars, making him the strongest among their generation before Xiao Tian acquired the system. Now, however, it was evident who held the greatest strength. Xiaofeng also had a daughter, Xiaoqin, age 22, who was Xiao Yan's 3rd sister, at martial warrior 4 stars. The 3rd generation of the Xiaojia clan consisted of 10 members, 2 from the elder Xiaofeng's family, namely the eldest Xiaoyan and the 3rd Xiaoqin, 3 from the 3rd uncle Xiaoqi's family, including the 2nd Xiaoxian, aged 23, the 4th Xiaoi, aged 21, and the 6th, a girl named Xiaoting, aged 20, and 3 from the 4th uncle Xiaopeng's family, including the 5th Xiaogu, aged 20, the 7th Xiaoding, aged 18, and the 8th Xiaoyan, aged 17. Lastly, there was Xiao Yan's father. Although he was the 2nd son in the 2nd generation of the Xiaojia clan, he had married later in life, making Xiao Tian the 9th child. The 10th was his younger sister, Xiaoxia, who was just 12 years old, having grown up without parental care. Xiao Tian was particularly fond of his younger sister. Chapter 3, System Task Released. Brother, has uncle said anything? Xiao Tian inquired as he looked at Xiao Yan. Not yet. I am also unaware of the matter. Father summoned us to come together, Xiaoyan replied. Very well, let us proceed now. I also have something to discuss with everyone. After speaking to Xiaoyan, he turned to the 5 individuals in the room and said, you all should come along as well. Upon finishing, he followed Xiaoyan towards the council hall, with Ma Chao and the others hastily trailing behind. Upon arriving at the hall, Xiao Tian observed that 3 elders and 5 stewards were present. The 3 elders were seated on the right side, while the 5 stewards occupied the left. The position of the clan leader was directly ahead. A group of people was engaged in a serious discussion, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Elder, may I inquire what urgent matter has prompted you to summon me here? As soon as Xiao Tian settled down, he addressed Elder Xiaofeng. In the council hall, Xiao Tian typically referred to him as Elder, reserving the term uncle for private conversations, as he was now the leader of the clan and in the Tianxian continent. Such formalities were held in high regard as a sign of respect. Ma Chao and the others stood on either side of Xiao Tian. Clan leader, the Li family has caused a disturbance in our shop today, injuring several staff members. We are currently deliberating on how to address this situation. Hence the summons for your judgment, Elder Xiaofeng explained. Who are these individuals? Upon noticing the people beside Xiao Tian, Elder Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback and subsequently inquired. They are all my associates and members of the Xiaojia. There is no need for concern. As for the Li family's actions, let them hand over the perpetrator. Otherwise, well, they shall bear the consequences. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, everyone was taken aback. Elder Tu chuckled wryly, saying, Clan leader, you are aware of our current strength, with our present capabilities. How can we compel them to face the consequences? If we approach the Li family in such a manner, I fear they would consider exterminating our Xiaojia. In response to Elder Tu's comment, Xiao Tian merely smiled slightly and replied, Elder Tu, and esteemed colleagues, rest assured, since I have stated this, it is certain that we no longer fear the Li family. Not only the Li family, but we shall also not be intimidated by the Wang family or the city lord's mansion. From this day forth, the entirety of Luha City shall be dictated by our Xiaojia. At Xiaoyan's declaration, everyone was once again taken aback. Elder 3, Xiaoping, cautiously asked, Clan leader, are you feeling unwell? Why are you speaking such nonsense? Do you not believe me? At once, everyone nodded and shook their heads, expressing their disbelief. They were well aware of their own clan's capabilities. It was already a fortunate circumstance that they had not been eradicated by other families, yet here they were, contemplating control over Luha City. Was that truly feasible? Noticing the expressions of disbelief, Xiao Tian understood their skepticism and refrained from further argument, directly addressing Ganning. Ganning, please inform them of your strength. Upon hearing his name called by the clan leader, Ganning straightened up and responded, Yes, clan leader. Esteemed guests, I am at the peak of the martial spirit realm. I wonder if this is sufficient for our Xiaojia to control Luha City? He then unleashed his aura towards the crowd. Upon hearing Ganning's declaration and sensing his presence, Elder Xiaofeng and the others were instantly astonished, hastily inquiring, Clan leader, who is this esteemed individual? And what about the others? Have they all joined our Xiaojia? Indeed, these individuals are all members of my Xiaojia. From now on, Gao Shan, Zhou Tai, Hua Xiong, and Ganning, you 4 shall officially become the protectors of our Xiaojia. Ma Chao, you will serve as the captain of the guard, responsible for overseeing them. Anyone who poses a threat to our Xiaojia shall be suppressed without hesitation. Understood. Ma Chao and the others replied promptly. Elder, these 5 individuals are all above the martial spirit realm, which means our Xiaojia need no longer cower in fear. It is time for our clan to rise. Starting from Luha City, all present were flushed with excitement, responding eagerly, yes. At that moment, a notification resonated within Xiaoyan's mind, detecting the host's ambition for dominance. The primary mission is now issued. Control Luha City. The mission duration is 1 month, with rewards yet to be determined. The quicker the mission is completed, the greater the rewards. Failure to complete the mission incurs no penalties. Side Mission 1. Destroy the Li family. Completion rewards. 100 Xian grade top-tier essence condensing pills. 1,000. 000 low-grade spirit stones. No penalties for failure. Side Mission 2. Destroy the Wang family. Completion rewards. 1 bronze summoning card. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. No penalties for failure. Side Mission 3. Destroy or subjugate the city lord's mansion. Completion rewards. 100 earth grade weapons. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing the system tasks, Xiao Tian felt a surge of joy. These tasks posed no challenge for the current Xiaojia and could be accomplished with ease. Recalling the essence cleansing pills and mirror breaking pills obtained from previous sign-ins and beginner gift packs, Xiao Tian took them out and presented them to Elder Xiaofeng, saying, Here. There are a total of 100 essence cleansing pills and 100 mirror breaking pills, all of exceptional quality. Elder, please distribute them to the clan members. You are well aware of the effects of the essence cleansing pill. Each ordinary clan member should receive one. As for the mirror-breaking pill, it is guaranteed to assist peak martial artists in breaking through with no side effects. For those at the peak level, such as Elder 2 and Elder 3, consuming it will ensure a 100 breakthrough to the martial master realm. In the future, whenever a clan member reaches the peak, you shall provide them with a mirror-breaking pill for their breakthrough. Seeing Xiao Tian produce such an abundance of high-quality pills, Elder Xiaofeng was once again left astounded. The surprises Xiao Tian brought today were truly relentless. He couldn't help but wonder where the clan leader had acquired such treasures, though he had no intention of probing further. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was likely the clan leader had encountered some fortuitous event. Could it be connected to that formidable individual from earlier? Perhaps they recognized the clan leader's talent and chose to accept him as a disciple? Were these gifts bestowed upon him by that person? And as for Ma Chao and the others, they were certainly sent by that powerful individual to protect the clan leader. After all, the clan leader was still at the martial artist realm and needed protection. This had to be the case. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of such strong allies in these pills? It seemed that fortune truly favored the Xiaojia. With a true dragon like the clan leader emerging from our clan, it would be difficult not to rise to prominence. Haha. If Xiao Tian were privy to Elder Xiaofeng's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be amused and bewildered, thinking to himself that he had not yet formulated an explanation. Yet, this was for the best. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to clarify the existence of the system, which was certainly not something he could divulge. Thus, maintaining an air of mystery was indeed preferable. Clan leader, rest assured, with these pills, our Xiaojia shall undoubtedly rise, and every descendant will be as formidable as a dragon. All right, Elder 2, Elder 3, esteemed stewards, I now assign you a task. Within 3 days, seek an opportunity to annihilate the Li family. They have persistently troubled our Xiaojia. This time, we shall resolve the issue once and for all. Ganning, you will assist them in dealing with the martial masters from the Li family. Understood. Everyone responded with confidence, for no one doubted the plan to eliminate the Li family. Very well, you may all leave. Elder, distribute the pills to the clan members. As for you, elevate your own strengths before we confront the Li family. Especially you, Elder 2 and Elder 3. With the mirror-breaking pills, breaking through to the martial master realm will be effortless. By then, Ganning will only need to handle the strongest member of the Li family, their clan leader, Li Ming, who is at the 6th level of the martial master realm. The rest will be up to you. Elder 2, please arrange accommodations for Ma Chao and the others. Yes, clan leader, rest assured, I will make arrangements immediately. Clan leader, we take our leave. With that, Elder Xiaofeng and the others departed, leaving Xiao Tian alone in the hall, contemplating the future development of the Xiaojia. Chapter 4. The Role of Fortune Value. The second elder led Ma Chao and his companions to the Xiao's villa, a sprawling estate reminiscent of an ancient Sihuan, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters. The elders and stewards resided here. Esteemed seniors, this is the Xiao's villa, where we elders and stewards dwell. The second elder remarked as he guided Ma Chao and the others to a particular room. Please, just call us by our names. There is no need for such formalities. We are all guardians of the Xiaos, and you are the second elder. The clan leader might take issue with this, Ma Chao replied. Very well. If that is the case, I shall address you by your names. May I inquire about your acquaintance with the clan leader? The second elder asked. Given your prowess, you could surely occupy esteemed positions in the imperial city, yet here you are, serving as guardians in the remote town of Law. Huh, do you presume we harbor ambitions toward the Xiaos? Ma Chao chuckled. Not at all. I merely expressed curiosity. If this is a matter you prefer not to discuss, I shall remain silent. Upon hearing Ma Chao's words, the second elder, fearing that his inquiry might offend, hastily clarified, anxious that they might depart from the Xiaos, leaving him to bear the blame. There is nothing to conceal. We are but the guardians of the clan leader. When he is present at the Xiaos, we serve as his protectors, and when he is absent, we are no longer so. Do you understand? Understood. Please, do rest. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Ma Chao said. Indeed, take care. Should you decide to take action against the Li family, simply send word to Gan Ning, the second elder replied before departing. Meanwhile, the grand elder was gathering all the clan members, with only a few unable to return from their duties. In the Xiao's training grounds, the grand elder stood upon a high platform, surveying the assembly of over 100 clan members, comprising elders, middle-aged individuals, youths, and women. Most were collateral descendants of the Xiaos, with commoners predominating, while only a handful had reached the martial artist level, and even fewer had attained the warrior rank. These individuals were the clan's hope. Observing the future of the Xiaos, the grand elder cleared his throat and declared, Today, the clan leader convened us for a meeting to discuss strategies for our family's future development. He has entrusted me with some elixirs to distribute among you. Every member of the Xiao's clan shall receive a cleansing elixir. I trust you are all familiar with its benefits, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Please, come forth to receive your share. I hope each of you strives diligently to become a martial artist, thus embodying the hope of the Xiaos. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement, chanting the clan leader's praises. Once all had received their elixirs, the Grand Elder encouraged them to train earnestly, not to disappoint the clan leader's expectations. Before taking his leave, the disciples, clutching their elixirs, were filled with fervor, vowing, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, we shall not let the clan leader down, nor the family. We will train diligently and contribute to the clan." In the conference hall, after everyone had departed, Xiao Tian returned to his quarters, realizing, unbeknownst to him, that night had fallen. The day had passed in a haze, leaving him with a sense of unreality. Upon reaching his residence, Xiao Tian spoke to the system, opened the family panel. Force Xiaos. Clan leader, Xiao Tian. Realm, Martial King 1 star. Grand Elder, Xiao Feng. Realm, Martial Master 2 star. Second Elder, Xiao Qi. Realm, Warrior 9 star. Third Elder, Xiao Peng. Realm, Warrior 9 star. 5 Family Stewards. Realm, Warrior 7 star, 8 star. Family Guard Captain, Ma Chao. Realm, Peak Martial Lord. For Family Guards, Realm, Peak Martial Master 6 star. 10 third-generation disciples, Realm, various martial artists and warriors. 105 ordinary clan members, Realm, commoners and warriors. Total population, 129. Fortune value, 14,958. To his surprise, the fortune value had reached 15,000 points. It seemed that summoning Ma Chao and the others, combined with his own martial king strength, had significantly enhanced the family's fortune. System, how can I utilize the fortune value? The fortune value can be exchanged for any items. Please refer to the system mall for specifics. It is advised to refrain from using fortune value unless necessary, as a higher fortune value correlates with smoother family development, potentially leading to unexpected fortunes for clan members. Conversely, a lower fortune value may bring about misfortune. The fortune value is ethereal yet omnipresent. Its application is at the discretion of the host. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback by the system's explanation of the fortune value, realizing its substantial implications. Initially, he perceived it merely as a number. Although he understood the prudence of conserving fortune value for unforeseen circumstances, he nonetheless opened the mall for future reference. Upon viewing the items within the mall, Xiao Tian was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of their power and the exorbitant prices that accompanied them. He doubted he would ever be able to afford such treasures in his lifetime. Chapter 5. Journey to the Leaf Family. Penga's true form exchange required fortune value, 999, 999, 999. Temporal and Spatial Divine Hall exchange required fortune value, 999, 999, 999. Pengu Axe exchange required fortune value, 999, 999, 999. Hongming Undying Body exchange required fortune value, 999, 999, 999. Master of the Universe exchange required fortune value, 199, 999, 999. Essence of the Universe exchange required fortune value, 199, 999, 999. Chaotic Creation Technique exchange required fortune value, 199, 999, 999. Upon seeing these items, their names alone evoked an extraordinary allure. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted, yet Xiao Tian understood these treasures were beyond his current reach, with their prices leaving him dizzy. System, please refrain from showing me items I cannot afford. List some that I can. Please select a suitable price range. Host. Let me see what is available under 100,000. Breaking the Sovereign Pill enables a peak martial zone to break through to martial zone. Required exchange price, 99, 999. Breaking Sect Pill enables a martial emperor to break through to martial zone. Required exchange price, 50,000. Royal Pill enables a martial king to break through to martial emperor. Required exchange price, 10,000. Transformation Pill allows a demon beast to transform, enhancing its cultivation talent. Required exchange price, 10,000. Golden Summoning Card. Required exchange price, 100,000. Silver Summoning Card. Required exchange price, 50,000. Bronze Summoning Card. Required exchange price, 10,000. Royal Grade Weapon Armor. Required exchange price, 80,000. King Grade Weapon Armor. Required exchange price, 20,000. Heaven Grade Weapon Armor. Required exchange price, 5,000. 9 turns golden body technique, royal grade skill, required exchange price, 99, 999. 9 turns profound skill. Royal grade skill, required exchange price, 99, 999. Tai Ching pill scripture, royal grade skill, required exchange price, 99, 999. Is that all? These are merely a selection for your perusal, host. You may also search independently. The mall contains an abundance of items. As long as your fortune value is sufficient, you can exchange for whatever you desire. What a pity that fortune value cannot be used frivolously, and currently, it is far too scant. Otherwise, I could exchange for a golden summoning card right now, and the Xiaos would immediately gain another powerhouse above Martial King. Indeed, esteemed system, to what extent can a Martial King enhance the family's fortune? A Martial King can augment the fortune by 10,000 to 20,000, while a Martial Emperor can elevate it by 50,000 to 70,000. The higher the realm, the more substantial the increase in fortune. Host, do not entertain thoughts of trickery. Even if you summon the pinnacle of realms through the exchange cards in the marketplace, the fortune will still be consumed, merely varying in quantity. Well then, it seems that seeking to exploit the system is futile. With that, Xiao Tian exited the system interface. After all, there was nothing of immediate necessity to exchange, and with him as the Martial King alongside Ma Chao and others, the Xia family would face little danger in the near term. I almost forgot to hand over the family techniques to the Grand Elder. Never mind. I'll address it tomorrow. The following morning, the Grand Elder convened several elders and stewards of the Xia family in the hall to deliberate on countering the Li family. The Grand Elder addressed them, saying, "Esteemed colleagues, since the demise of my second brother at the hands of the demon beasts, the Li family has been relentlessly targeting us. Just yesterday, they caused a ruckus at our Xia family shop, injuring our kin. Previously, we endured because our strength was inferior, but now we stand on equal footing. If not stronger, do we still need to tolerate them? No need. This time, let us annihilate the Li family and show them that the Xia family is not to be trifled with," declared the second elder. The others echoed, "Indeed. We need not fear them any longer. Let them witness the might of the Xia family today." As they spoke, a powerful aura emanated from them. The Grand Elder, sensing their strength, exclaimed in excitement, "Third and fourth brothers, have you both broken through to Martial Master?" "Yes, elder brother, thanks to the breakthrough pills provided by the Patriarch. We attained our Martial Master status last night," replied the second and third elders in unison. "Elder, we too have reached the pinnacle of martial warrior. The pills given by the Patriarch are extraordinarily potent." The stewards expressed their joy to the Grand Elder. "Haha, splendid. From this day forth, the Xia family shall rise in prominence. Li family, prepare for annihilation. Third brother, summon Gan Ning. We shall proceed to the Li family." Understood. As the Grand Elder and others strategized against the Li family, Xiao Tian had also risen. "System, it is the second day, may I check in?" Detected that the host has one check-in opportunity available. Would you like to proceed? A gentle reminder, check-in opportunities can accumulate. The longer the accumulation, the better the rewards. Is that so? Regardless, let me check in for today and see what rewards await. System check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received rewards of 1 million low-grade spirit stones and a low-grade Xin level weapon, the Flying Cloud Sword. It seems the daily rewards are mostly mundane items. Perhaps accumulating check-in opportunities is more beneficial. With this thought, Xiao Tian exited his room and headed towards the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, he observed a group of Xia family disciples practicing various techniques, instructed by steward Xia Leihu, who had also reached the pinnacle of martial warrior with the aid of cleansing pills. Upon spotting Xiao Tian, Xia Leihu hurried to greet him. "Patriarch, what brings you here?" The disciples halted their training, exclaiming, "The Patriarch has arrived." "Thank you, Patriarch, for the pills. We have all broken through." Xiao Tian smiled at the disciples, saying, "No need for gratitude. You are all members of the Xia family. Just train diligently and repay the family." Turning to Xia Leihu, he inquired, "I'm merely here to observe. By the way, where are the Grand Elder and the others?" Xia Leihu responded, "Patriarch. The Grand Elder left early this morning with several elders and stewards to the Li family. They are likely already there." "I see. Continue your training. I shall return." With that, Xiao Tian turned and departed. The Li family, established over a century ago by their ancestor in Luo City, developed concurrently with the Wang family, both having thrived for over 100 years. In contrast, the Xia family was founded just 50 years ago by Xiao Tian's grandfather, causing a stir amongst the three major powers of the city, two prominent families, and the city lord's manor, when the Xia family emerged, encroaching upon their territory. It is easy to imagine the animosity they harbored towards the Xia family. Thus, after the passing of Xiao Tian's grandfather and father, the Xia family faced relentless hostility. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's support, the family would have likely perished long ago. Although the Xia family had not been extinguished, It seemed their endurance was waning. However, with Xiao Tian's arrival, it was now the Li and Wang families that would face the prospect of annihilation. The entire Luo city, the Xinghe kingdom, the eastern wasteland, and even the Tianxian continent would undergo unforeseeable changes due to Xiao Tian's emergence. Chapter 6. Annihilation of the Li family, Nine Heavens Pavilion. As the Grand Elder and his companions arrived at the Li family gate, a guard, startled by their sudden appearance, shouted, "What do you want? Leave at once." The Grand Elder and his companions ignored him and strode directly towards the Li family. The guard, seeing their silence and determined approach, bellowed, "What are you doing? This is the Li family. Get out now, or don't blame us for being rude." Just as the Grand Elder was about to respond, the second elder surged forward, drawing his iron sword and lunging at the throats of two guards. In an instant, the guards, faces etched with terror, clutched their throats and collapsed, unable to believe that their lives were extinguished at the entrance of the Li family. "Third brother, you?" The Grand Elder was taken aback by the second elder's decisive action. "Hee, brother, since we are here to eradicate the Li family, why bother with pleasantries? Let us eliminate them outright. Indeed, let us proceed directly to the Li family hall." As the second elder dispatched the guards, the Li family's servants noticed the Xia family members' menacing demeanor and hurried to the hall, shouting, "Intruders! Intruders! Patriarch! Enemies have breached our gates." In the hall, the Li family patriarch, Li Ming, was engaged in discussion when he heard the commotion. Angered, he turned to the frantic servant and demanded, "What is the meaning of this chaos? Who dares to invade?" "Patriarch, it's terrible. The guards at the entrance have been slain. We don't know who they are, but they are headed towards the hall." Upon hearing the servant's words, Li Ming quickly rose, intent on discovering who so boldly dared to disrupt his Li family. Just as the Li family members prepared to move, the Xia family entered the hall. Li Ming was visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the intruders would be from the Xia family. "Xia family, how dare you?" Upon recognizing the Grand Elder Xiaofeng, Li Ming shouted, "Xiaofeng, have you come seeking death? Do you dare to cause trouble in my Li family? It seems you wish to cease existing in Luo City." "Humph, patriarchally, whether the Xia family continues to exist in Luo City is of no concern to you. You should instead worry about whether the Li family will endure," replied Xiaofeng with a smirk. "Xiaofeng, who gives you the audacity to think you can annihilate my Li family? Do you believe you are worthy? Brother, why waste words on him? Let us strike." The impatient second elder was eager to act. "Very well, Gan Ning, the Li family patriarch is a martial master of 6 stars. You shall handle him. The rest of us will take care of matters here. Attack." With that, the Xia family surged towards the Li family, ready for battle. Li Ming, upon witnessing the Xiao family's sudden aggression, was instantly consumed by fury. Sensing the formidable prowess of the 3 elders from the Xiao family, he sneered. "I wondered why the Xiao family is so brazen today. It appears that you two have ascended to the rank of martial masters. However, do not presume that your newfound status can annihilate the Li family. You are merely fledgling martial masters of the 1st star." With that, Li Ming prepared to charge at Xiaofeng, as he considered Xiaofeng, a martial master of the 3rd star, the only true threat. The others were hardly worthy of concern. Yet, before he could make a move, a young man appeared before him, obstructing his path. Just as Li Ming was about to speak, he saw the youth vanish in an instant. Subsequently, he felt an overwhelming weakness envelop him, collapsing into a pool of blood, oblivious to the identity of his assailant or the source of his demise. After eliminating Li Ming, Gan Ning turned his attention to the others and, after assisting the Grand Elder in dispatching the Li family's martial master of the 3rd star, addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, I leave the matter here in your capable hands. I shall report to the clan leader." "Very well, go ahead. We can manage things here," the Grand Elder replied. Deep within the inner sanctum of the Xiao family, Ma Chao and 3 others stood behind Xiao Tian, who sipped tea with an air of strategic dominance. "This is the advantage of being extraordinary. There is no need for me to lift a finger. My kin and summoned subordinates can handle everything. Hua Xiong, Gao Shan, you two shall annihilate the Wang family and the city lord's mansion. With our current strength, there is no need for subterfuge." "Understood, clan leader." After issuing the orders, Hua Xiong and Gao Shan departed. "Ma Chao, Zhou Tai, I have a task for you. Luohe City is merely a remote little town. I need you to head to the county city, Xingyun City, and establish a power there, preparing for the Xiao family's expansion beyond Luohe City. We obey your command." "Clan leader, what kind of power do you envision establishing, and what shall it be called?" Ma Chao inquired. "Let it be named Jiao Shao Pavilion. Its primary task will be to gather prodigies, cultivate loyal warriors, and handle matters that are inconvenient for the Xiao family." "Yes, we shall obey. Here are 2 million low-grade spirit stones. This should serve as sufficient startup capital. Once the Grand Elder returns, procure 50 mirror-breaking pills from him for the development of Jiao Shao Pavilion." "Yes, clan leader." Shall we set off now? Wait until Gao Shun and the others return. Then you may depart together. Clan leader, we are leaving. What of the Xiao family? Do not worry. I shall ensure everything goes smoothly. The Xiao family faces no formidable enemies in Luohi City. It is time to stabilize and develop. Clan leader, Gan Ning seeks an audience. At that moment, Gan Ning's voice echoed from outside the room. Come in. Gan Ning, has the matter with the Li family been resolved? Upon seeing Gan Ning, Xiao Tian casually inquired. For a martial spirit could easily dismantle the Li family's defenses. To report to the clan leader, the Li family has been eradicated. The Grand Elder and the others are currently managing the Li family's assets and resources and should return shortly, Gan Ning respectfully stated. Good, in that case. You shall accompany Ma Chao to the county city. Ma Chao discussed the specifics with Gan Ning. For this expedition to the county city, all matters will be under your purview. Yes, we shall obey. Clan leader, how will positions be allocated within the Jiushao Pavilion? How should we distribute roles and benefits for the talents and strong individuals we recruit? In such a minor locale, there will be few formidable warriors. Focus on identifying prodigious talents. As long as they are sincere, I will invest all my efforts in their cultivation. Only those with heavenly level aptitude will be considered. Those below that threshold need not apply. Should you encounter anyone with imperial level talent, contact me immediately. The rest you may handle as you see fit. As for positions, the roles of Pavilion Master and Deputy Pavilion Master are currently vacant. Below the Deputy Pavilion Master, elder positions will be filled by those at the Martial Sovereign level. And beneath them, we will establish protectors at the Martial Emperor level. Ma Chao, you shall serve as a steward. Yes, clan leader. As for the stewards beneath you, let Zhou Tai, Gan Ning, Gao Shun, and Hua Xiong serve as protectors. That will suffice for now. You may all take your leave. Once Gao Shun and the others return, you shall set forth. Yes, we take our leave. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and others of the Li family had concluded their affairs and were returning to the Xiao family. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted in the streets. Look! What has happened to the Li family? Instantly, onlookers turned their gazes towards the Li family. Accompanied by gasps of disbelief, more and more people became aware of the situation. Witnessing the members of the Xiao family emerging from the Li household. What is this? The Xiao family has annihilated the Li family? How could this be? When did the Xiao family become so powerful, capable of extinguishing the Li family? Ever since the death of the previous clan leader, hasn't the Xiao family been left with only one Grand Elder as a martial master? How could they possibly contend with the Li family? What is impossible? The evidence is right before our eyes. The Xiao family has indeed destroyed the Li family, transforming the impossible into reality. More and more individuals became aware that the Xiao family had vanquished the Li family. Initially, disbelief prevailed, but the undeniable truth compelled acceptance. Chapter 7. Mastery of Luohi City. Just as the Li family faced destruction and the populace was astonished by the Xiao family's might, the Wang family and the city lord's mansion received the news, leaving both parties in a state of shock. The patriarch of the Wang family hastily summoned the clan members to discuss the matter in the main hall. The patriarch surveyed the assembly and inquired, what is the situation with the Xiao family? How have they acquired the strength to annihilate the Li family? We barely had time to react before the Li family was no more. The members of the Wang family exchanged glances, each uncertain, unable to comprehend how the Xiao family had suddenly gained such power. Observing their expressions, the patriarch's anger flared. What use are you? Has the family raised you merely to consume resources? In times of crisis, not one of you is useful. Faced with the patriarch's fury, the assembled members bowed their heads. At a loss for words, there's no need to question them. It would yield nothing. Allow me to enlighten you. At that moment, a voice resonated in the hall, and the assembly turned to see a brawny youth standing before them. Hua Xiong. Who are you? The patriarch of the Wang family gasped in surprise. How had this figure managed to infiltrate their domain unnoticed? Was he the one who assisted the Xiao family in annihilating the Li family? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hua Xiong, a protector of the Xiao family. Observing the astonished expressions of the Wang family, Hua Xiong smiled nonchalantly. Hua Xiong, a protector of the Xiao family? How can this be? Is a mere protector of the Xiao family so formidable? The patriarch of the Wang family expressed disbelief and pressed further. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential, for your Wang family will meet the same fate as the Li family, annihilated by the Xiao family. Luohi City has no need for you. With that, Hua Xiong wasted no more words and struck decisively. With the Wang family's strongest warrior barely a martial master of the 6th star, how could they withstand the onslaught of Hua Xiong, a martial spirit? In less than half an hour, all the martial artists above the rank of warrior within the Wang family were slain by Hua Xiong. As for the commoners, many were merely hired help, and Hua Xiong refrained from harming them, for he was no cold-blooded murderer. A similar fate befell the city lord's mansion, where all direct descendants were eradicated by Gao Shun, leaving only a few ordinary individuals who fled the city under the cover of night, too terrified to linger. After eliminating the Wang family and the city lord's mansion, Gao Shun and Hua Xiong promptly returned to report to Xiao Tian. Before long, the entire populace of Luohe City learned that the Wang family and the city lord's mansion had been destroyed. As for the identity of the assailants, no one could ascertain, yet all speculated it was the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family had just obliterated the Li family, and now the city lord's mansion and the Wang family had met the same fate. It was impossible to dismiss the Xiao family's involvement. However, this has little to do with them. They are merely ordinary folk, preoccupied with their own affairs. Yet, they are acutely aware that the future of Luohe City will likely be dominated by the Xiao family. In the patriarch's residence of the Xiao family, Xiao Tian listened intently to the system's voice in his mind, his face aglow with joy. He had finally completed the task. Congratulations, host. For accomplishing side mission 1, the annihilation of the Li family. You have been rewarded with 100 Xian level supreme condensing pills and 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host. For accomplishing side mission 2, the destruction of the Wang family. You have received a bronze summoning card and 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host. For accomplishing side mission 3, the obliteration of the city lord's mansion. You have earned 100 earth-grade weapons and 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The system has detected that you have eradicated the 3 major forces in Luohe City. Please take swift control of Luohe City to complete the main mission. The quicker you act, the better the rewards. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Xiao Tian hastily reviewed them. The condensing pills, categorized as Xian level supreme, could enable martial artists below the martial monarch realm to break through by 1 to 3 small realms, though they would have no effect on higher realms. Each individual may only consume 1 pill per realm, with no side effects, and they are ineffective beyond the martial monarch. This pill is undoubtedly tailored for the Xiao family, as the current cultivations of its members are rather low, making it perfect for enhancing their strength. The bronze summoning card, when utilized, allows for the summoning of characters from the martial spirit realm. This need not be scrutinized, as he had already acquired 4 of them. And Xiao Tian no longer held any interest in the bronze level. Even silver seemed mediocre. He was eager to obtain a gold summoning card and wondered if it would be granted after completing the main mission. As for the 100 earth-grade weapons, 20 of each type including swords, guns, shields, and armors, these were also commendable. The Xiao family currently lacked weapons. Even the 3 elders wielded only yellow-grade ones, while the disciples possessed merely ordinary quality. He decided to reserve 50 for the family and instruct Ma Chao to take the remaining 50 to the Jiuxiao Pavilion. System, activate the bronze summoning card. Activation successful. Congratulations, host, for summoning Su Sheng. Name, Su Sheng. Age, 20. Talent, heavenly grade. Realm, martial spirit 6 stars. Potential, martial sovereign. Upon reviewing Su Sheng's information, Xiao Tian felt no surprise. He was comparable to Gao Shun and the others. Fortunately, he was a martial spirit, or else it would have been uninteresting. Subordinate Su Sheng pays respects to the patriarch. No need for such formality. Come forth. Hearing the patriarch's voice, the family members at the entrance promptly entered, inquiring, Patriarch, what is the matter? Summon the 3 elders and Ma Chao. Tell them I have an announcement. Understood, Patriarch. Afterward, they hurried off to fetch Ma Chao and the elders. A moment later, Ma Chao and the elders arrived. Patriarch, you summoned us? Ma Chao asked, gazing at Xiao Tian. Indeed, I have a matter to announce. Ma Chao, this is Su Sheng, who will accompany you to Xingyan City. Here are 50 earth-grade weapons and 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Take them with you. Saying this, he tossed Ma Chao a storage ring containing all the items. Yes, Patriarch. Very well, you have no further business here. You may depart. Subordinates take their leave. With that, Ma Chao and the others exited, setting off towards the county city of Xingyun. Elder, now that Luohe City belongs to my Xiao family, you must swiftly gain control over the entire city, understood? After Ma Chao and the others departed, Xiao Tian turned to the elder once more. Rest assured, Patriarch. By tomorrow at the latest, we will have complete control over Luohe City. The elder was confident, knowing that Xiao Tian had dispatched Gao Shun and others to eradicate the Wang family and the city lord's mansion. Here are 50 earth-grade weapons, 100 condensing pills, and 2,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. The pills can elevate your strength by 1 to 3 stars. Distribute them among the family disciples. Each realm can only use them once. Excess is ineffective. As for the weapons, each of you should select 1 offensive and 1 defensive type, while the remainder can be given to the most talented disciples. Yes, Patriarch. Fear not. With these pills, spirit stones, and weapons, our Xiao family will undoubtedly rise swiftly. The elder's face flushed with excitement upon receiving such generous rewards from Xiao Tian. Moreover, as he spoke, Xiao Tian presented a jade slip to the elder. This is the exclusive martial art of the Xiao family, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar technique, which can only be cultivated by Xiao family members. Outsiders are forbidden from using it. From now on, all disciples of the Xiao family, including you, will practice this technique. Patriarch, what grade is this martial art? Must all family members cultivate it? The elder inquired, eyeing the technique with curiosity. Consider it an imperial grade technique. It is mandatory for everyone to cultivate. An imperial grade technique? Everyone trembled in awe, eager to begin their training immediately. All right, you may all return to your tasks. I shall take my leave. With the arrangements made, Xiao Tian allowed the elder and the others to proceed with their duties. Chapter 8. Generous rewards. Since the annihilation of the Wang and Li families and the city lord's mansion, 3 days had passed. During this time, the Xiao family had completely seized control of Lo City, and all were aware that the Xiao family now held the reins. No one dared to provoke the Xiao family after their obliteration of the 3 major forces. After all, with those powers extinguished, what could mere ordinary folk and scattered cultivators pose as threats? Xiao Tian appointed the eldest son of the elder, Xiao Yun, to take on the role of city lord. Just as the Xiao family consolidated their dominance over Lo City, Xiao Tian's main mission was also prematurely completed. Upon viewing the task rewards, he was left astonished for quite some time, for the rewards were nothing short of extravagant. Congratulations, host, for gaining control of Lo City in 4 days. Evaluation S. Rewards: 1 medium-grade spirit stone vein, 3 low-grade spirit stone veins, 1 gold summoning card, 3 silver summoning cards, 10 bronze summoning cards, 1,000 earth-grade weapons, 100 heaven-grade weapons, 10,000 Xian-level supreme breaking pill, 100 heaven-grade supreme emperor pill, 10 king-grade supreme breaking clan pill. System: how do I utilize the spirit stone veins? Medium-grade spirit stone vein, when placed within the family's domain, can enhance the cultivation speed of all members by 10-fold. It produces 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and 10,000,000 low-grade spirit stones annually. Low-grade spirit stone vein, when situated within the family's domain, can increase the cultivation speed of all members by 3-fold. It produces 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones annually. Effects are cumulative. Is it truly that remarkable? System: place them. Host: please select a placement location. Let the medium-grade vein be positioned at the center of the Xiao family. Place 2 low-grade veins at the back mountain of the Xiao family and 1 at the city lord's mansion. Placement successful. The host may dispatch personnel to mine the spirit stones at any time. They are located 10 meters beneath the surface. System: utilize 10 bronze summoning cards. Activation successful. Congratulations, host, for summoning 10 peak Grand Martial Masters. Really? System: not a single martial spirit among them with 10 bronze cards? Are you jesting with me? All summoned characters possess random strengths. The explanation rights belong to this system. Very well, you have my respect. Greetings, Patriarch. The 10 individuals who appeared before him, though lacking martial spirits, were nonetheless considered experts within the Xiao family. You 10, proceed to the city lord's mansion to report to city lord Xiao Yun and serve as guards. Just inform them that I sent you. Yes, we take our leave. After watching the 10 depart, Xiao Tian continued with his summoning. The system activated, utilizing 3 silver summoning cards. The summoning was successful, and congratulations were in order for the host, who had summoned the illustrious figures of the 3 kingdoms, Huangzhong, Zhangfei, and Su Chu. Upon witnessing these 3 esteemed warriors, Xiao Tian finally exhibited a smile and addressed the system, saying, System, display their information. Name: Huangzhong. Age: 20. Talent qualification: King level. Realm: Martial Lord 6 stars. Potential: Martial Saint. Name: Zhangfei. Age: 20. Talent qualification: King level. Realm: Martial Lord 7 stars. Potential: Martial Saint. Name: Su Chu. Age: 20. Talent qualification: King level. Realm: Peak Martial Lord. System: I must commend you for your discernment. Xiao Tian remarked with a hint of jest upon realizing that all 3 possessed the formidable prowess of martial lords. The trio then stepped forth from the ethereal void. Bowing respectfully before Xiao Tian, we pay our respects to the clan leader. In that very moment, Xiao Tian's strength surged, breaking through to Martial King 3 stars, bolstered by the presence of 3 martial lords in their latter stages. No need for excessive formalities. Your arrival is fortuitous as my clan is in dire need of capable individuals. Please, wait to the side for a moment, Xiao Tian said with a cheerful demeanor. The clan leader is too kind. Being summoned from the river of time to live again is our fortune, and we shall serve the clan leader unreservedly, they responded, retreating to await further instruction. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback and then inquired of the system, do all those I summon come from the realm of the deceased? Indeed, those who have been summoned are either departed souls or entities fabricated from the virtual realm, non-existent in reality. Their unwavering loyalty to the host is a consequence of their summoning, the system clarified. How remarkable, system, Xiao Tian exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. Now, let us proceed with excitement. Utilize a golden summoning card to procure a martial emperor. The system complied, successfully summoning Xiao Yun from the world of the Three Kingdoms. Zhao Zilong of Changshan. The system is truly impressive. In an instant, a youth wielding a spear materialized before Xiao Tian, bowing respectfully. Yun pays his respects to the clan leader. Excellent, Zilong. There is no need for excessive formality. With your presence, our Xia clan is akin to a tiger with wings. Xiao Tian beamed with joy, for with Zhao Yun's addition, who could possibly rival the Xia family? Fourth brother. At that moment, Zhang Fei, witnessing Zhao Yun, was filled with excitement and called out. Zhao Yun turned at the sound. Third brother, you too have been summoned by the clan leader. His face lit up upon seeing Zhang Fei. System, display Zhao Yun's information. Name, Zhao Yun. Courtesy name, Zilong. Age, 18. Talent qualification, Emperor level. Realm, Peak Martial King. Potential, Martial Emperor. Upon reviewing Zhao Yun's credentials, Xiao Tian could only express his admiration. With Zhao Yun, it was as though the entire Xia family within the Galaxy Kingdom became invincible. Not to mention, Xiao Tian himself had also advanced to Martial Emperor 1 star upon Zhao Yun's emergence. The only regret was Zhao Yun's failure to ascend to Martial Emperor. Yet this was a minor concern as he had a bounty of 100 Royal Supreme Pills from completing his tasks, which had yet to find a suitable recipient. Now, Zhao Yun was the perfect candidate. With this in mind, Xiao Tian promptly addressed Zhao Yun. Zilong, this is a Supreme Royal Supreme Pill. How long until you can break through to Martial Emperor after consuming it? Zhao Yun received the pill, affirming, rest assured, clan leader, with this Royal Supreme Pill, I will surely break through to Martial Emperor within 3 days. Very well, then you may begin your cultivation. Yes, Yin takes his leave. Su Chu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong. You two should retreat to cultivate. Here are 3 mirror-breaking pills. I hope you all achieve breakthroughs soon, Xiao Tian instructed as Zhao Yun departed. Yes, clan leader. You need not worry. We shall not disappoint you. With that, the 3 retreated as well. System, access the family panel. Once everyone had left, Xiao Tian wished to assess the current state of the Xia clan, particularly after the addition of Zhao Yun and others, and his own elevation to Martial Emperor. Chapter 9. The Xia clan's power source. Main power, Xia clan. Subordinate powers, Luoha City, Jiuxiao Pavilion. Clan leader, Xiao Tian. Realm, Martial Emperor 1 star. Elder 1, Xiaofeng. Realm, Martial Master 6 stars. Elder 2, Xiaoqi. Realm, Martial Master 3 stars. Elder 3, Xiaoping. Realm, Martial Master 3 stars. 5 family stewards. Realm, Martial Master 1 star. 10 third-generation disciples. Realm, Martial Warrior 1 star, Peak Martial Warrior. Ordinary clan members, servants. Realm, Martial Artist, Martial Warrior. Summoned individuals. Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Huang Zhong, Zhang Fei. Su Chu, Hua Xiong, Gao Shun, Zhou Tai, Gan Ning, Su Sheng. Total number, 355. Fortune value, 94, 949. Upon reviewing the information about the Xia clan, Xiao Tian gained a general understanding. Although the current strength of the clan members was modest, he firmly believed that in years to come, they would become the backbone of the Xia family. The host may utilize fortune value to enhance the strength of the clan members. Startled by this revelation, Xiao Tian inquired, System, how can fortune value be employed to elevate the strength of the clan members? 100 fortune value can elevate a martial warrior's realm by 1 tier. 500 fortune value can elevate a martial master by 1 tier. 1,000 fortune value can elevate a grand martial master by 1 tier. 5,000 fortune value can elevate a martial spirit by 1 tier, and 10,000 fortune value can elevate a martial king by 1 tier. Summoned individuals are exempt from this enhancement. Upon grasping this, Xiao Tian understood. It appeared fortune value could be wielded in such a manner. System, a slight expenditure of fortune value should not have a significant effect on the clan, correct? Rest assured, host, fortune value is categorized into various tiers. Previously, due to your low fortune value, it prompted caution. Values ranging from 100 to 10,000 belong to 1 tier, exerting the same effect on the clan. From 10,000 to 100,000 is another tier, and so forth, increasing tenfold. So, with my current fortune value exceeding 90,000, as long as I do not dip below 10,000, there will be no adverse impact on the clan. Moreover, if the fortune value surpasses 100,000, it will elevate the clan by one level, correct? Precisely. Host comprehension is commendable. System, could you elaborate on the specific areas of enhancement? Xiao Tian asked, noting the lack of apparent changes over the past few days. That is due to the brevity of time, which is yet to reveal the effects. Take cultivation speed as an example. With fortune value below 10,000, the clan member's cultivation speed is at a rate of one-fold. With fortune value exceeding 10,000, the cultivation speed ranges from 5 to 10-fold, varying by individual. For fortune value above 100,000, the cultivation speed is between 10 to 20-fold. There are other aspects related to fate, but they require time to manifest. Do you understand? Understood. In that case, let's elevate the 3 elders to the peak of martial master. Enhancement successful. Consumed 7,500 fortune value. Remaining fortune value, 87,449. As the system finished speaking, the 3 elders simultaneously broke through to the peak of martial master, leaving them momentarily bewildered, utterly unaware of how they had attained such a remarkable advancement. Xiao Tian paid no heed to their confusion and continued. Now elevate all third-generation disciples to the peak of martial warrior and enhance the 5 stewards to the peak of martial master. Enhancement successful. Consumed 15,000 fortune value. Remaining fortune value, 72,449. The ordinary clansmen have ascended 3 realms within the warrior domain. The enhancement was successful, consuming 2,400 fortune points, with a remaining balance of 70,049 fortune points. Today, the entire Xiao family simultaneously broke through several realms, all wearing bewildered expressions, utterly clueless about the situation. They hurried to inform several elders of the remarkable occurrences. Upon learning of this development, the 3 elders were equally perplexed. However, they recognized that an increase in strength was ultimately a positive outcome, so they did not fret excessively. They merely deliberated briefly before deciding to inform Xiao Tian of the situation. Patriarch, there has been a situation. Everyone in the family has suddenly and inexplicably broken through several realms. Before the elders could arrive, their voices reached Xiao Tian's ears. Shortly thereafter, the 3 elders stood before him. Xiao Tian regarded the trio with a faint smile and said, "Rest assured, this is a benefit I have bestowed upon you all. There is no need for alarm. Such occurrences will happen again in the future, so do not be overly concerned." What? This is a benefit you granted us, Patriarch? What kind of method is this? Is it even possible to do so for so many individuals? The elders were taken aback by Xiao Tian's words. They had never heard of such a phenomenon, let alone witnessed it. Very well, let us refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Just know that this will only bring you benefits and no drawbacks. Now that you have all reached the pinnacle of martial practitioners, with the mirror-breaking elixir in hand, hasten to cultivate and advance to the great martial master level. Your current strength cannot keep pace with the family's growth. Yes, Patriarch, we shall take our leave now. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this time, the Xiao family's strength surged at an astonishing rate. The 3 elders and 5 stewards had all broken through to become great martial masters, while the 3rd generation of disciples also ascended to the ranks of martial practitioners. Even the ordinary clansmen had all surpassed the warrior threshold, rendering the Xiao family a collective of martial prowess. On this particular day, Xiao Tian was in the courtyard playing with his younger sister, Xiao Shui, with Zhao Yun standing guard nearby. One must commend Zhao Yun. After consuming the supreme royal elixir, he broke through to the martial emperor level in just 3 days. Su Chu and others also made significant advancements, with Zhang Fei and Huang Zhong reaching the pinnacle of martial lords, while Su Chu ascended to the martial king rank. Notably, Ma Chao, dispatched to Starfall City, also attained the martial king level, and Xiao Tian, benefiting from the feedback, broke through to martial emperor 4 stars. Brother, look, I've broken through to martial practitioner. Isn't that impressive? Xiao Shui exclaimed with a beaming smile, radiating cuteness. Impressive indeed. How could my sister not be remarkable? Xiao Tian praised her with a smile. Brother, you've seemed quite busy these past few days. You haven't spent much time with me. Xiao Shui remarked, looking at him. Xiao Tian chuckled, do not worry. Xiao Shui, I won't be so busy in the future. Even if I am, I will make time to accompany you, alright? Xiao Shui looked up at him, really? Xiao Tian nodded, really? Xiao Shui grinned widely, okay. Now, Xiao Shui, go play with your sister Tingting. I have some matters to attend to. Humph. You just said you wouldn't be so busy. With a helpless smile, Xiao Tian replied, Xiao Shui, as the patriarch of the Xiao family, you must understand that many family affairs require my attention. Xiao Shui beamed. I understand. You go ahead and handle your business. I'll find Tingting. Go on. After Xiao Shui departed, Xiao Tian turned to Zhao Yun and inquired, Zilong, have Zhang Fei and the others returned? Just a few days prior, he had sent Zhang Fei and Huang Zhong to scout the nearby cities and their forces. Patriarch, they have not yet returned, but they should be back soon, likely today. Zhao Yun responded. In that case, Zilong, go inform the Grand Elder to summon all martial practitioners and above of the Xiao family to the Assembly Hall. I have an announcement to make. Yes. Chapter 10, The Task Descends. In the Xiao family Assembly Hall, the Grand Elder, along with the 5 stewards and Xiao Yun, had all gathered. Xiao Tian observed the radiant expressions of the assembly and smiled gently, saying, Everyone, our Xiao family has now firmly established control over Luohe City. What do you think should be our next steps for development? Patriarch, while we have secured Luohe City and face no immediate issues, I fear that once news reaches the county city, the Grand Elder expressed his concerns. Are you worried about potential repercussions from the county city? Xiao Tian queried. Indeed. Although our Xiao family has grown significantly stronger, it is said that the county city is guarded by a martial king. If the county magistrate learns of our takeover of the city lord's residence, I fear they may take action against us. The assembly bore expressions of concern. Although the Xiao family appeared prosperous, latent dangers still loomed. The Xinghe kingdom comprises 10 county cities, each governing 10 to 20 towns, with Luohe City falling under the jurisdiction of Starfall City. Rest assured, everyone, it is merely a county city. The Xiao family is not without our own martial king. Focus on developing the family, and I shall handle the rest. Noting their apprehension, Xiao Tian offered them reassurance with a smile. Grand Elder, have arrangements been made for the collection of the spirit stone veins? Patriarch, the clansmen have already been dispatched to collect them. Good. For any resources the family requires, feel free to purchase them directly. The Xiao family will not lack spirit stones. If they are unavailable in Luohe City, procure them from other cities. Yes. At that moment, a guard reported that Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, Su Chu, and the others had returned and were waiting outside. Let them in. Xiao Tian instructed the guard. Greetings, Patriarch. As soon as they entered, Zhang Fei and the others bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian. There is no need for excessive formalities. Have you gathered intelligence on the surrounding cities? Xiao Tian inquired. With the Patriarch's question, the trio wasted no time. Zhang Fei stepped forward and said, Patriarch, to the northwest of Luohe City, there are 3 towns, Wutan City, Jinnah City, and Tianhuang City. Tianhuang City possesses the strongest power, guarded by a martial spirit realm expert. Yet it will be effortless for our Xiao family to conquer it. Patriarch, to the southeast, there are only 2 towns, Tianxing City and Wanling City. Beyond them lies the county city. These 2 towns are slightly stronger due to their proximity to the county city, each harboring martial lord experts. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's report, Su Chu immediately added his input. Lastly, Huang Zhong spoke. Patriarch, there are no forces behind our Xiao family, as we are close to the Beast Mountain Range. However, upon venturing deep into the Beast Mountain Range, I observed the presence of martial king-level beasts. Understood. Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, Su Chu. I grant you 3 days to conquer these 5 towns. The forces within must either submit or be obliterated. Yes, we obey your command. The 3 responded in unison. Grand Elder, once Zhang Fei and the others have subdued these forces, you will be responsible for leading the clansmen to take control. If we lack manpower, Xiao Yun can also send people from the city lord's residence. Yes, Patriarch. Congratulations, host, for triggering the main quest. Main quest 1. Within 3 months. Gain control of Starfall City. Rewards. 1 gold summoning card, 3 silver summoning cards, 100 heavenly grade weapons, 1,000 supreme royal elixirs, and 100 mirror-breaking elixirs, along with 5 low-grade spirit stone veins. Main quest 2. Within 1 year, gain control of the Xinghe Kingdom. Rewards. 1 platinum summoning card, 3 gold summoning cards, 1,000 heavenly grade weapons, 100 royal grade weapons, 1,000 mirror-breaking elixirs, and 100 broken sect elixirs, along with 1 high-grade spirit stone vein and 3 mid-grade spirit stone veins. Main quest 3. Establish a kingdom within 1 year. Completion rewards are unknown. The shorter the time taken, the better the rewards. The unknown rewards will be evaluated based on completion level. Ratings include D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Side quest 1. Gain control of all forces surrounding Luohe City. A reward of 1 silver summoning card, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, 1,000 essence condensing pills, 1,000 boundary breaking pills, and 10,000 marrow cleansing pills. For the side quest to control all county cities of the Star River Kingdom. The reward is 1 gold summoning card and 3 silver summoning cards, along with 1,000 emperor pills and 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing the system tasks appear, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. For the current Xiao family, completing these tasks was merely a matter of time. All right, that's enough for today. Zhang Fei, you are to set off immediately. All surrounding cities must be swiftly subdued. Yes, clan leader. In the back courtyard of the Xiao family, at the disciples' quarters, Xiaohua, a talented member of the collateral branch of the Xiao family, was currently engrossed in his cultivation. At this moment, Xiaohua had already broken through to warrior rank 3, a fact that would undoubtedly astonish the members of the Xiao family, as the strongest among the younger generation, Xiao Yun, had only just reached warrior rank 1. Master, how do you think the clan leader managed to enable the entire clan to break through several realms instantaneously? Xiaohua inquired. Just a few days prior, when Xiao Tian elevated everyone's ranks, Xiaohua also broke through directly to the pinnacle of warrior, and through the aid of pills over the past few days, he had ascended to warrior rank 3. I cannot say. Such a method is unprecedented in my experience. It seems your clan leader is not to be underestimated, responded Xiao Tian after a moment of contemplation. Master, I wish to venture out and experience the world beyond, Xiaohua declared. My disciple, I believe you should meet your clan leader. You may find unexpected rewards, his master advised. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the clan leader tomorrow. With that, Xiaohua resumed his cultivation. The following day, the Xiao family was bustling with activity, as the elder and others led their clansmen to Tianwang City and Tianqing City. With Zhang Fei and the others taking the lead, these factions posed little resistance, and by the time they arrived, it was likely that Zhang Fei and his team had already resolved all conflicts. System detected that the host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Xiao Tian inquired. Host, today marks the 10th consecutive day without a sign-in, the system replied. What level of items can be signed in for this 10-day accumulation? He asked. Items ranging from silver to gold are possible. The exact level depends on the host's luck. Is that so? Then I shall continue to accumulate. The Xiao family is not in immediate danger, and it would be prudent to save it for a critical moment when it could prove remarkably effective. With the system's words in mind, Xiao Tian decided against signing in, opting to wait until a month had passed. Clan leader, collateral branch disciple, Xiaohua seeks an audience. Came the voice of Xiaohua from outside. Xiaohua, why does he wish to see me all of a sudden? Xiao Tian pondered, slightly taken aback. He had some recollection of Xiaohua, a prodigy from the collateral branch whose parents had perished in an accident, leaving him alone. He wondered what Xiaohua needed. Come in. Disciple Xiaohua pays his respects to the clan leader, Xiaohua announced as he entered and bowed. Xiaohua, what brings you here? Xiao Tian asked curiously. Just then, he heard the system's voice, causing him to pause. Host, there exists a soul entity within the other party. What kind of soul entity? It is the remnant soul of a powerful individual whose spirit did not dissipate upon death. Where is it located? It resides within the ring on the left hand of the other party. Can I view the information of the other party? Yes. Name, Xiao Tian. Age, 224. Talent, king level. Realm, pinnacle of martial respect. Potential, martial sage. Affiliation, elder of the ancient 8 clans, Yao clan, now expelled. Upon seeing this information, Xiao Tian was taken aback, followed by curiosity regarding how such a formidable being had met their demise and ended up as a soul entity within a disciple of the Xiao family. System. What level of power can he currently exert? Not exceeding Martial Emperor. Not exceeding Martial Emperor? Well, that's a relief. Clan leader. I heard that the elder and others have taken the clan members to Tianwang City. Thus, I also wish to go to Tianwang City for some training and wanted to inform you, hoping for your approval, Xiaohua replied when asked by the clan leader. I see. Since you wish to venture out, I shall not stop you. However, there's no need to go to Tianwang City. You should head to the county city instead. I have contacts there as well, and it would be a good place for you to train. Understanding the reason for Xiaohua's visit, Xiao Tian agreed without hesitation. Thank you, clan leader. Xiaohua responded. Zilong, Xiao Tian called out. Upon hearing the clan leader's call, Zhao Yun promptly appeared before him. Clan leader, you summoned me? As Zhao Yun appeared, the soul of Yao Tian within the ring sensed Zhao Yun's strength and was astonished, thinking, a martial emperor? How is it possible that such a minor place harbors a martial emperor-level expert? And considering his age, he appears to be under 20. He even serves the clan leader of the Xiao family. Could it be that the Xiao family has some ancient power backing them? Yao Tian gazed at Xiao Tian, the 167-year-old youth before him, seemingly veiled in a shroud of mystery. Zilong, you will accompany Xiaohua to Xingyun City. Once you arrive, seek out Ma Chao. With you there, securing Xingyun City will be nearly guaranteed, Xiao Tian instructed Zhao Yun. Understood. Old man, come out. There's no need to hide. After giving Zhao Yun his instructions, Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Xiaohua and said. Xiaohua and Yao Tian both trembled. They hadn't expected the clan leader to detect his master. Yao Tian, realizing he had been discovered, made no attempt to conceal himself. and a soul entity suddenly manifested in the air. Young man, I didn't expect you could find me. It seems I underestimated your Xiao family. Xiao Tian remarked to Xiao Tian in a solemn tone. Haha, you flatter me, senior. I am curious about your intentions in being beside Xiaohua. As a peak martial respect, even in your current form as a soul entity, what could Xiaohua possibly provide you? Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Clan leader. My master means no harm to me. Xiaohua interjected quickly, fearing that Xiao Tian might misunderstand. Xiao Tian affirmed, indeed, young man. I have taken Xiaohua as my disciple and harbor no ill intentions toward him. You need not worry. As for my intentions, I simply hope that once Xiaohua grows stronger, he might assist me in reconstructing my physical form. I see. In that case, Xiaohua, you must diligently follow your senior's training. If you require any resources, feel free to request them from the family. Currently, the family is lacking in many things, but not resources. Hearing their exchange, Xiao Tian decided not to press further, turning to Yao Tian and stating, Senior, I will entrust Xiaohua to your guidance. As for your desire to reconstruct your physical form, I can assist you. What? You can help me? Do you know what is required for me to reconstruct my physical form? Yao Tian responded with skepticism, astonished by Xiao Tian's claim. I do not know, but you can enlighten me on what is needed, and I believe I can procure it for you, Xiao Tian stated. Are you certain? Absolutely. The only thing that can allow me to reconstruct my physical form is the sacred grade pill, Bloodbone Rebirth Pill. Just one pill is enough to restore me to my peak. Do you have it? Yao Tian asked, looking intently at Xiao Tian. System, can the Bloodbone Rebirth Pill be exchanged? Yes. Bloodbone Rebirth Pill. Grade, Sacred Grade Premium. Function, can reconstruct the physical body, reviving the dead. Upon consumption, it allows the user to break through their original realm. Exchange price, 50,000 luck points. Seeing the system's description, although somewhat expensive, it was acceptable. However, Xiao Tian could not simply provide Yao Tian with it for free. Indeed, but as you are aware, this is a sacred elixir, and mine is of the highest grade within the saintly tier. Once you partake of it, you shall immediately ascend to sainthood. Therefore, I trust you comprehend the gravity of this matter, esteemed elder. Xiao Tian inquired, really? Pray tell, what is it that you require in exchange for this elixir? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's affirmation of its quality, Yao Tian hastily pressed for answers. Observing Yao Tian's anxious demeanor, Xiao Tian replied slowly, join my Xiao family, and you shall never betray us. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's request, Yao Tian did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he pondered momentarily before responding, are you aware of my identity? Should I align myself with your Xiao family, it would position your clan as adversaries to the pinnacle forces of the continent. Xiao Tian refrained from responding directly and instead queried, are you aware of my family's ultimate ambition? I do not, replied Yao Tian. Xiao Tian gazed intently at Yao Tian, articulating each word with clarity. The goal of the Xiao family is to become the sovereign of the Xiantian continent. What? Yao Tian was utterly taken aback by Xiao Tian's proclamation. He had not anticipated such grand aspirations from the Xiao family. To claim dominion over the Xiantian continent? Was such a feat even conceivable? The continent had existed for countless years, and he had never heard of anyone unifying it. Do you doubt it? Seeing Yao Tian's astonishment, Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Indeed, your family's ambition is hard to fathom, Yao Tian admitted, inhaling deeply. Whether you believe it or not matters little. What is of consequence is whether you are willing to join the Xiao family. As for your foes, the Xiao family shall assist you in overcoming them. Very well. Since your Xiao family harbors no fear, what have I to fear? I consent to join your clan. Haha, splendid. We welcome you, esteemed elder, to the Xiao family. From this moment forth, you shall be our esteemed elder. Upon Yao Tian's agreement to join the Xiao family, Xiao Tian erupted in joyous laughter, promptly appointing Yao Tian as the clan's esteemed elder. As for concerns regarding Yao Tian's potential betrayal, Xiao Tian had never harbored such worries, for the system had assured him that all who joined the Xiao family would, through subtle influence, pledge unwavering loyalty to the clan. System, exchange for the bone-mending blood-mixing elixir. Exchange successful, 50,000 fortune points expended, leaving 325 fortune points remaining. System, is not Yao Tian at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm? Why has there been no increase in fortune points? Noticing the lack of change in fortune points, Xiao Tian hurriedly inquired. He had assumed that Yao Tian's joining would yield a significant fortune boost due to his martial sovereign peak prowess. Yao Tian currently exists as a soul entity, akin to a lifeless being. The host must consider whether a being devoid of life can assist the family. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Tian understood. It appeared they would have to await Yao Tian's physical resurrection before he could contribute fortune points. Esteemed elder, this is the bone-mending blood-mixing elixir. I extend my congratulations in advance for your forthcoming success in physical resurrection. Xiao Tian presented the elixir to Xiao Tian with a smile. Haha, there is no need for you to refer to me as elder. Simply call me Yao Lao. With this bone-mending, blood-mixing elixir in hand, I am confident I shall successfully resurrect and ascend to sainthood within a month, Yao Tian exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the elixir. Then I shall address you as Yao Lao. Since there are no pressing matters, Zilong, you shall accompany Xiao Hua to Xingyan City. Yao Lao, you should accompany Xiao Hua as well. Xiao Tian directed the group as there seemed to be no further matters at hand. Understood, clan leader. Chapter 12. Xingyan City. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed, and it was now the season of March, where spring blossoms flourished. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air, refreshing and invigorating. Within this fortnight, nearly all cities surrounding Luozi City had submitted to the Xiao family, and Xiao Tian had completed the system's side mission 1. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of side mission 1. Rewards include 1 silver summoning card, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, 1,000 condensation pills, 1,000 breaking boundaries pills, and 10,000 cleansing marrow pills. Xiao Tian sat in the courtyard, quietly examining the intelligence report in his hands, while Su Chu, Zhang Fei, and Huang Zhong stood nearby, their presence exuding formidable strength. It was evident that all three had successfully broken through to the Martial King realm. Clan leader, has Ma Chao secured Xingyan City? Upon seeing Xiao Tian finish reading the report, Zhang Fei promptly inquired. Ma Chao and his group have established a foothold in Xingyan City. After Zhao Yun's arrival and intimidation of the county governor's office, Jiuxiao Pavilion has emerged as the predominant force in Xingyan City, Xiao Tian explained. Clan leader, with Zhao Yun there, surely we can secure Xingyan City? Su Chu asked. Not yet. If we were to seize Xingyan City at this juncture, the Xinghe royal family would undoubtedly retaliate against us. We are not yet their match, but the time will come soon. We shall head to Xingyan City shortly. There are no pressing matters for the Xiao family here, Xiao Tian replied. Zhang Fei, summon the Grand Elder. Yes. Before long, the Grand Elder arrived before Xiao Tian, accompanied by Zhang Fei. Clan leader, you summon me? The Grand Elder inquired, gazing at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian produced a storage ring and handed it to the Grand Elder, saying, Uncle, this ring contains various elixirs and cultivation resources. Please distribute them among the family. I will be heading to Xingyan City shortly and will not return for a while, so I entrust the family's affairs to you. Clan leader, you are departing? The Grand Elder exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Indeed, the Xiantian continent is vast, and our Xiao family cannot remain in Luozi City indefinitely. We must eventually expand outward. Thus, I will venture forth to scout the way. Rest assured, clan leader, I will take good care of the Xiao family. The outside world is fraught with powerful adversaries, so you must exercise caution. Fear not. There are few in this world capable of threatening me. Uncle, I entrust that girl, Xiaoxia, to your care. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiao Tian soared toward Xingyan City, followed closely by Zhang Fei and the others. Several hours later, they arrived at the gates of Xingyan City. Gazing at the city, which was several times larger than Luozi City, they marveled, truly deserving of being a county city. Luozi City pales in comparison. With this scale, it must accommodate at least several million souls. Upon entering the city, they proceeded directly to the Jiuxiao Pavilion's base, where they found Zhao Yun and others awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, they hurriedly approached and bowed, exclaiming, Clan leader, you have arrived. They then led Xiao Tian and his entourage to a grand hall. Zilong, please elaborate on the current situation in Xingyan City. Clan leader, there are 4 major factions within the city: the county governor's Gongsun family, the Huang family, the Zhao family, and the Qian family. The Gongsun family is the strongest, boasting 10 martial kings, with Gongsun Su, the county governor, being at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. The other 3 families possess around 6 or 7 martial kings each, but none have reached the pinnacle. What are the relations among these families? The Zhao family maintains a close alliance with the county governor, while the Huang and Qian families are closely tied through intermarriage. What is their perspective on our Jiuxiao Pavilion? Xiao Tian inquired. The Huang and Qian families have persistently sought to trouble us, likely unwilling to witness our rise. However, after I intervened once, they have become considerably more restrained. As for the Zhao family, they exhibit a neutral stance, and the county governor's office is similarly indifferent. Zilong, what do you propose we do to seize control of Xingyan City? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yun replied, given our current strength, we could indeed take Xingyan City directly. However, such an action would undoubtedly provoke the royal family, and presently, we are not their match. Therefore, we must proceed cautiously. Initially, we should seek opportunities to resolve the Huang and Qian families, while gauging the county governor's position. Zilong, have you had any interactions with Gongsun So? What are your thoughts? Is he someone we could sway? My interactions have been limited, but I believe it would not be difficult to win him over. We could either subdue him forcefully or entice him with offerings. In that case, let us first bring the Gongsun family under our banner, and subsequently deal with the other families. The royal family will not learn of our actions in the short term. Zilong, this evening, please visit the Gongsun family and invite Gongsun Su to join us, Xiao Tian instructed. Understood, clan leader. From this moment forth, do not refer to me as clan leader. Call me Pavilion Master instead. Yes, Pavilion Master, came the unified response from all present. How many people are currently in the pavilion, and what are their respective strengths? Xiao Tian inquired of Zhao Yun. Master of the pavilion, there are presently around 1,000 individuals in the Juxiao pavilion. I am the only one at the martial emperor level. Previously, there was only Ma Chao at the martial king level, but now with my brother, Huang Zhong, and Su Chu, there are 4 of us. As for the martial Jun level, including Gao Shun and the others, there are approximately 100. The rest are below the martial Jun level, among which there are 10 with heavenly level talent, but none with royal level talent, Zhao Yun replied. How many have reached the peak of the martial Jun level? And how many are below that peak? There are about 10 at the peak of the martial Jun level, and roughly 100 below that. Give each of them a breakthrough pill, and instruct them to expedite their advancement. Chaos will soon ensue, Xiao Tian said, producing 1,000 breakthrough pills and handing them to Zhao Yun. Understood. You may all disperse now. As night fell, in the governor's residence, Gongsun Su was resting in his chamber when suddenly the door was pushed open and Zhao Yun stepped out. Who is it? Gongsun Su exclaimed, sitting up in bed, only to see Zhao Yun standing before him. Zhao Yun, to intrude upon my governor's residence at such an hour, you possess quite the audacity. Forgive my sudden visit. I come at the behest of the pavilion master, Zhao Yun replied, cupping his hands in greeting. May I inquire what brings you to my residence at this late hour? Young Master Zhao? Gongsun Su asked. I have been sent by the pavilion master to extend an invitation for you to join us at the Jiuxiao pavilion for a discussion. Zhao Yun explained. The pavilion master? Hasn't the Jiuxiao pavilion been without a master for some time? Gongsun Su questioned incredulously. It is not that we have no master, rather. The previous master has yet to arrive, hence the vacancy, Zhao Yun clarified. Humph, if your pavilion master wishes to see me, he should come himself tomorrow. I am currently too occupied to visit your Jiuxiao pavilion. Governor, the pavilion master has already dispatched me. Surely you cannot allow me to return empty-handed? Oh, so, just because your pavilion master wishes to see me, I am obliged to comply? Gongsun Su retorted with a cold laugh. It appears, esteemed governor, that you are reluctant to cooperate. Must I resort to force? Zhao Yun said, his aura radiating as he directed it toward Gongsun Su. Wu Huang? You are actually a martial emperor. Gongsun Su exclaimed, astonished by Zhao Yun's overwhelming presence. Can we now proceed to meet the pavilion master? Why does your pavilion master wish to see me? What are your intentions? You shall find out upon arrival. Let us go. Zhao Yun turned and departed, unperturbed by whether Gongsun Su would follow. Gongsun Su, standing in place, experienced a myriad of emotions before ultimately deciding to follow Zhao Yun toward the Jiuxiao pavilion. He had no choice. A martial emperor had been sent to request his presence. He was left pondering who this mysterious pavilion master truly was and what his motives in Xingyun City might be. Chapter 13. Gongsun Su joins the Jiuxiao pavilion master of the pavilion. The governor has arrived, Zhao Yun announced as he brought Gongsun Su to Xiao Yun's quarters. Come in, governor. Please enter, Zhao Yun gestured, stepping aside to await the outcome. Upon entering, Gongsun Su beheld a youth seated within, who looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, You are the pavilion master of Jiuxiao? What's wrong? Do I not fit the mold? Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Indeed, you are quite youthful. I had not expected the pavilion master of Jiuxiao to be so young, Gongsun Su remarked. May I inquire why you summoned me? Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Jiuxiao pavilion, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Impossible. I am the governor of Xingyun City. How could I possibly join your Jiuxiao pavilion? You jest, pavilion master. Gongsun Su responded, taken aback. Xiao Tian chuckled lightly and continued, Governor, do not be so hasty in your rejection. Joining the Jiuxiao pavilion might just prove to be the most prudent decision of your life. Really? I would be most curious to know how that could be the case. Gongsun Su challenged. What if it could facilitate your breakthrough to martial emperor status? How would you find that? Xiao Tian smiled. What? You can help me break through to martial emperor? Gongsun Su asked, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed. Pray tell, pavilion master. How would you accomplish this? It is not so simple as merely speaking. I have been stuck at the peak of martial king for a decade without a breakthrough. Gongsun Su questioned. Without further ado, Xiao Tian produced a royal extreme pill, presenting it before Gongsun Su. What do you think of this? This is the royal extreme pill. Gongsun Su gasped, astonished by the sight of the pill. Precisely. It seems the governor has a discerning eye, Xiao Tian grinned. While the royal extreme pill indeed holds promise for my breakthrough, it comes with a risk of failure. Thus, this alone is insufficient for me to join your Jiuxiao Pavilion. Gong Sun Su asserted. Ordinary royal extreme pills carry a risk of failure, but this is no ordinary pill. It is a supreme royal extreme pill, guaranteed to facilitate your breakthrough to martial emperor, Xiao Tian declared. Hearing this, Gong Sun Su hesitated, for the temptation of breaking through to martial emperor was undeniably alluring, enough to stir his interest. Why does the pavilion master wish for me to join the Jiuxiao Pavilion? What are your intentions? May I inquire how you perceive the imperial family? Xiao Tian posed a question instead of providing a direct answer. Gong Sun Su's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. You wish to overthrow the imperial family? Perhaps you might think so. What is your view on the imperial family? Xiao Tian pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Sun Su replied, the current king is incompetent and indulgent, oppressing loyal subjects. The entire royal family is selfish, steeped in internal strife. Such corruption within the imperial family. Do you believe it should be overthrown? Xiao Tian inquired, surprised at the level of decay he had not anticipated. This knowledge would ease future endeavors. The royal ancestors are martial zone-level experts. Are you certain your Jiuxiao Pavilion can contend with them? Gong Sun Su questioned Xiao Tian gravely. Merely martial zone? My Jiuxiao Pavilion is not without means, Xiao Tian replied with a casual smile. Very well, under these circumstances, I shall join your Jiuxiao Pavilion. Gong Sun Su affirmed without further hesitation upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Excellent. Welcome, esteemed governor, to the Jiuxiao Pavilion. This royal extreme pill is a gift for you. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the protector of the Jiuxiao Pavilion, Xiao Tian said, a smile gracing his face at Gong Sun Su's acceptance. Since I have joined the Jiuxiao Pavilion, there is no need for you to address me as governor. What tasks do you require of me? I will be taking action against the other 3 major families to seize complete control of Xingyan City. Protector Gong Sun. All I ask is that you keep this information under wraps, ensuring it does not reach the ears of the imperial family. Can you manage that? Xiao Tian inquired, looking intently at Gong Sun Su. Rest assured, Pavilion Master, this is a trivial matter that I can handle. However, I can only keep it contained for a month at most. Beyond that, it may prove challenging, Gong Sun Su replied. A month? That will suffice. I have heard that Protector Gong Sun has a good rapport with the Zhao family. How do you propose we handle them? As for the Zhao family, please grant me a day's time. I will persuade them to join the Jiuxiao Pavilion. If they refuse, the decision shall rest in your hands, Pavilion Master. Gong Sun Su stated. Very well, then the Zhao family will be entrusted to you, Protector Gong Sun. I hope to hear good news from you, Xiao Tian agreed, reassured by Gong Sun Su's confidence. One family is trivial. If they are willing to submit, that is best. If not, it will merely require some effort. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Now that all matters have been addressed, Protector Gong Sun may take his leave. I wish you a swift breakthrough to Martial Emperor, Xiao Tian concluded, allowing Gong Sun Su to depart. Your subordinate takes his leave. With that, Gong Sun Su turned and exited alongside Zhao Yun. Congratulations on joining the Jiuxiao Pavilion, Protector Gong Sun, Zhao Yun said with a smile as they made their way. Elder Zhao chuckled. Now, we can consider ourselves as fellow disciples. Gong Sun Su responded. Elder Gong Sun, please refrain from such remarks. I am merely a protector, just like you, and not an elder. Upon hearing Gong Sun Su refer to him as elder, Zhao Yun could only smile wryly and explain. What? With your prowess at the martial emperor level, you cannot hold the title of elder, only that of a protector? Gong Sun Su exclaimed in astonishment. Within the 9 Heavens Pavilion, only those of the martial sovereign rank may serve as elders. Martial emperors can only assume the role of protectors. Zhao Yun clarified with a smile. Is that so? It seems that the 9 Heavens Pavilion is even more formidable than I had imagined. I wonder what realm the Pavilion Master resides in. Protector Gong Sun, the strength of the Pavilion Master is beyond our conjecture. All you need to know is that the Master can lead us to greater heights. Well, I shan't keep you any longer. Travel safely, Protector Gong Sun. Zhao Yun bid farewell. Once Gong Sun Su departed, Xiao Tian recalled that he still had a silver summoning card left unused. Although the strongest being that could be summoned with such a card was merely a martial lord, even a small mosquito is still flesh, is it not? Furthermore, those summoned are considered geniuses, starting with heavenly grade potential, and their strength can be rapidly enhanced. System, activate the silver summoning card. The summoning was successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Han Qin Tiger from the Sui dynasty. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback before remembering who Han Qin Tiger was, a renowned general of the Sui dynasty, a figure of great historical significance. Name, Han Qin Tiger. Age, 20. Talent, heavenly grade. Realm, peak martial lord. Potential, martial sovereign. At the sight of Han Qin Tiger's peak martial lord status, a smile graced Xiao Tian's face, reminiscent of when Ma Chao was first summoned. However, now, the peak martial lord status held less significance for Xiao Tian, as he had already reached Martial Emperor's 6 stars. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. Nearly a month had passed since he arrived in this world, and since awakening the system, he had summoned over 10 remarkable individuals. This was his foundation, the cornerstone for dominating the Xiantian continent. Subordinate Han Qin Tiger pays respects to the pavilion master. Emerging from the void, Han Qin Tiger promptly knelt before Xiao Tian. No need for such formalities. Han Qin Tiger, please go and report to Xiao Yun. Follow his instructions for all matters. Xiao Tian instructed. Yes, subordinate takes leave. Chapter 14. The Destruction of the Huang Family. Early the next morning, Gong Sun sent someone to the Zhao family to summon their patriarch, Zhao Chongqing, to the county governor's residence. Within the inner courtyard of the county governor's residence, the guards brought Zhao Chongqing before Gong Sun, stating, County Governor, the Zhao family patriarch has arrived. Greetings, County Governor. May I inquire why you summoned me so early? Zhao Chongqing asked, looking at Gong Sun. You may step down, Gong Sun said to the guards before addressing Zhao Chongqing. Patriarch Zhao, please take a seat. Once Zhao Chongqing was seated, Gong Sun continued. What are your thoughts on the future development of the Zhao family? County Governor, what do you mean by that? Zhao Chongqing was taken aback and questioned. You are likely aware of the current state of the royal family. The king is unkind, and the princes are embroiled in constant conflict. How long do you think the Xinghe kingdom can endure in this land of 100 nations? Gong Sun looked at Zhao Chongqing intently. Such matters of state are beyond the purview of a small family like the Zhao family. If that is the reason for my summons today, I fear I shall disappoint you. The Zhao family only wishes to safeguard our own territory, Zhao Chongqing replied. In times of chaos, do you truly believe the Zhao family can remain unscathed? When turmoil arises, do you think there will be any sanctuary left in the entire Xinghe kingdom? Gong Sun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing fell silent. Although the Zhao family sought only to develop peacefully, the situation within the royal family was indeed as Gong Sun described, internal strife, coupled with hostile nations eyeing them greedily. When chaos erupted, it was likely that the entire Xinghe kingdom would descend into warfare. Then what solution does the county governor propose? Can you prevent such a situation from occurring? Zhao Chongqing asked Gong Sun. Seeing Zhao Chongqing's inquiry, Gong Sun smiled slightly and replied, Patriarch Zhao, you overestimate my abilities. I do not possess such power. The onset of chaos is inevitable. Then what was the purpose of summoning me today? Zhao Chongqing asked, slightly irritated. As Gong Sun had yet to address the main topic. Patriarch Zhao, do you know of the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Of course. It is the force that suddenly appeared in Xingyun City half a month ago. What does this have to do with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Zhao Chongqing inquired, puzzled. Of course it is relevant, as the Nine Heavens Pavilion will be the initiator of this chaos. They will emerge as the future rulers of the Xinghe kingdom. What? Are you suggesting that the Nine Heavens Pavilion intends to overthrow the royal family and take control of the Xinghe kingdom? Do they possess such strength? Zhao Chongqing exclaimed in shock. Indeed, they undoubtedly possess that strength. Otherwise, why would they contemplate opposing the royal family? Are you suggesting that you wish for the Zhao family to join you in confronting the Nine Heavens Pavilion? No. We could never hope to challenge the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The reason I summoned you today is merely to gauge your stance. To be candid, I have already allied myself with the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and I am curious about your intentions, Patriarch Zhao, Gong Sun explained. What? You have joined the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Why? Are you so certain they can confront the royal family? Zhao Chongqing questioned, incredulity evident on his face. Of course. Otherwise, I would not have joined, would I? In truth, Gong Sun was uncertain whether the Nine Heavens Pavilion could confront the royal family. But the enigmatic aura of Xiao Tian left him intrigued, leading him to believe they might succeed. Moreover, the allure of the royal extreme pill was simply too enticing to resist. Are you suggesting that you want the Zhao family to join the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Precisely. Patriarch Zhao, I approached you because I believe our families have a good relationship. Otherwise, the Nine Heavens Pavilion's intentions would have placed your Zhao family, along with the Huang and Qian families, on the list for annihilation. May I take some time to consider? Zhao Chongqing asked Gong Sun. Patriarch Zhao, the Pavilion Master has given me only one day. If the Zhao family has not allied with the Nine Heavens Pavilion by then, you can expect to face the same fate as the Huang and Qian families. By now, the Pavilion Master and the others are likely deliberating on how to deal with them. By the way, Xiao Yun is a martial emperor. Let me assure you that neither you nor I stand a chance against him. So, Patriarch Zhao, ponder this carefully, Gong Sun advised. Then what arrangements will be made for my Zhao family if we join the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Zhao Chongqing asked, resigned. How you will be arranged is beyond my knowledge. It ultimately depends on the Pavilion Master. However, I believe you will not be treated unfairly. Very well, if that is the case, I have no choice but to agree. May I meet the Pavilion Master? I can inform you, But as for whether the pavilion master will see you, that remains uncertain. Understood. In that case, Patriarch Xiao, you may return to make arrangements with your clan. We wouldn't want any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Agreed. I shall return to arrange this now. County Governor. I take my leave. Go find Xiao Yun. Xiao Tian instructed his attendant in a calm tone. Yes, Pavilion Master. The attendant bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. Before long, Xiao Yun arrived and bowed to Xiao Tian. Zilong, take Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, and 100 martial lords, and immediately head to the Huang and Qin families. Ensure they are subdued today, Xiao Tian commanded Xiao Yun directly. Subordinate obeys. Excitement flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes. After spending over half a month in this foreign realm, he finally had the opportunity to take action. As a martial general, conquering cities and lands was where his heart truly lay. The spear's aim designates the territory of the Lord. Observing Xiao Yun's departure, Xiao Tian pondered, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to fully seize control of Starfall City by tomorrow. At that point, the primary mission would be accomplished. As Xiao Yun emerged from the Nine Heavens Pavilion accompanied by Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, and 100 formidable martial artists, all passers-by near the pavilion were struck with fear. The mobilization of such a considerable force from Nine Heavens Pavilion, was it an indication of an impending assault on the three prominent families? Given the circumstances, it seemed likely. Look, they are heading towards the Huang family. It appears they intend to strike first at them. The whispers of the onlookers reached Xiao Yun and the others. Yet as the saying goes, speed is of the essence in warfare. Thus, they chose to disregard the chatter and swiftly annihilate the Huang family before the others could react. Following the large-scale mobilization from Nine Heavens Pavilion, news spread rapidly throughout the city. Soon, Xiao Yun and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Huang family. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yun thrust his spear, shattering the gates, and declared, "All present, heed my command. Leave no one of the Huang family alive." With that, Xiao Yun, leading Ma Chao and the others, charged into the Huang residence. The commotion at the Huang family gate immediately captured the attention of its members. However, before they could respond, they were besieged and slaughtered by the guards of Nine Heavens Pavilion. In an instant, the Huang family was engulfed in a maelstrom of blades and blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. The patriarch and several martial king elders of the Huang family were swiftly dispatched by Xiao Yun, who faced no resistance against his martial emperor prowess. Before long, a guard approached Xiao Yun and reported, "Protector Xiao, all martial spirits and above from the Huang family have been eradicated." At this, Xiao Yun nodded slightly and instructed, "Gao Shun, you shall lead 10 guards to secure the Huang residence. The rest will accompany me to the Qian family." Understood, came the unified response from the others. Chapter 15, All is prepared. When Xiao Yun and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Qian family, they discovered that the gates were already ajar and no guards stood outside. The entire Qian family, both inside and out, was eerily silent. Xiao Yun's voice turned frigid, laced with murderous intent as he commanded, "Just like the Huang family, spare no one." Yes, over 100 voices thundered in unison. Their fervent cries infused with an overwhelming bloodlust that reverberated in all directions. In the next moment, they surged forward. As they stormed into the Qian residence, a multitude of guards emerged, each wielding long swords and clad in inner armor. "Nine Heavens Pavilion, your concealment runs deep. I had long suspected your ambitions were grand, but I didn't anticipate your minions would reveal themselves so swiftly." The Qian family patriarch, Qian Lei, stepped forward from the throng, his expression dark as storm clouds. Gazing at the patriarch, Xiao Yun replied with a cold smile, "Had it not been for your persistent targeting of Nine Heavens Pavilion, we would not have been compelled to eradicate both your families. Blame yourselves for courting trouble." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Qian Lei's countenance darkened, but recalling his strategy, he sneered, "Xiao Yun, I have already dispatched word to the county lord. His people will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid death, I advise you to leave at once." At this proclamation, the others fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Xiao Yun retorted, "Whether the county lord will arrive is uncertain. As for now, it is the Qian family that should take their leave first. Not a soul must remain." With that, Xiao Yun charged towards Qian Lei. Seeing Xiao Yun rush towards him, Qian Lei wasted no time. Leaping into the air and striking down at Xiao Yun with a palm, Xiao Yun merely smiled coldly and, taking a single step, appeared behind Qian Lei, his silver spear piercing through the patriarch's neck in an instant. Qian Lei's eyes widened in shock, muttering, Martial Emperor?" Before he could finish, his head slumped, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching the Qian family patriarch, Xiao Yun refrained from further action. The strongest of the Qian family had already been slain, and the rest could be handled by Ma Chao and the others. Despite Ma Chao and the others being a few minor levels below, who were they? They were legendary figures from ancient China, and facing a few lower realms posed no challenge at all. Within half an hour, every member of the Qian family was eradicated, with not a single survivor. Zhou Tai, Hua Xiong, you remain to manage the aftermath. The rest shall return with me. With all matters resolved, Xiao Yun announced. He then led the group back to Nine Heavens Pavilion. Lord, both the Huang and Qin families have been vanquished. Upon returning to Nine Heavens Pavilion, Xiao Yun reported directly to Xiao Tian. Good, the situation is now stabilized. I wonder how things are progressing with the Zhao family and Gongsun So? Xiao Yun, you are to visit the County Lord's Manor and inquire about the situation. Yes, at the County Lord's Manor. Gongsun Su was currently receiving a report from his steward regarding the day's events. County Lord, the Qian and Huang families have been exterminated by Nine Heavens Pavilion. The steward declared. I did not expect the Pavilion Lord to act so swiftly. I wonder if my choice was right or wrong. The steward fell silent at this, recognizing that as a mere servant, he had no say in his master's decisions. County Lord, there is a man named Zhao Yun requesting an audience, a guard reported. Zhao Yun, allow him to enter, Gongsun Su instructed eagerly. Before long, Zhao Yun, guided by the guard, stood before Gongsun Su. Brother Zhao Yun, what brings you here unexpectedly? Has the Pavilion Lord sent you with instructions? Gongsun Su inquired. Indeed, Brother Gongsun. The Pavilion Lord wishes to know how matters are being handled with the Zhao family. If you are unable to resolve it, he intends to take matters into his own hands, Zhao Yun replied. Ah, so that is the matter. Rest assured, Brother Zhao Yun. I have already resolved the Zhao family issue. Zhao Chongqing is willing to lead his entire family to join Nine Heavens Pavilion. That is excellent news. Brother Gongsun, the Pavilion Lord plans to officially take over Starfall City tomorrow, so please make the necessary preparations for his arrival. Do not worry, Brother Zhao Yun. I will arrange everything to ensure the Pavilion Lord's smooth takeover of Starfall City. Very well, then I shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, Zhao Yun turned to leave. Brother Zhao Yun, travel safely. After seeing Zhao Yun off, Gongsun Su instructed his steward, go notify the County Lord's Manor and all martial kings and above from the Gongsun family that I have an announcement to make. And all must be present. Understood, the steward responded. An hour later, all martial kings and above from the County Lord's Manor and the Gongsun family assembled, totaling 10 individuals, 6 from the Gongsun family and 4 from the County Lord's office. Once everyone was gathered, Gongsun Su addressed the assembly, esteemed colleagues. You should be aware of the purpose of my summons, correct? The crowd exchanged glances, and one person spoke up. County Lord, is this about Nine Heavens Pavilion? Their audacity is appalling. They dare to commit such atrocities in broad daylight. Gongsun Su turned to the speaker, who was named Zhang Tong, the commander of the city guard. An 8-star martial king and the strongest under Gongsun Su. He was dispatched by the royal family to assist in managing Starfall City, though in reality, he was merely the royal family's eyes, monitoring Gongsun Su's actions. Indeed, it pertains to Nine Heavens Pavilion. I am curious to hear your insights on the matter. The members of the Gongsun family remained silent, as they were already aware of their patriarch's allegiance to Nine Heavens Pavilion. Next to Zhang Tong, a 5-star martial king remarked, County Lord, I believe that Nine Heavens Pavilion should not exist. Ever since their arrival in Starfall City, there has been no peace. This individual was one of the royal entourage accompanying Zhang Tong. The other 2 governors were trusted confidants of Gongsun Su, both possessing the rank of 3-star martial kings. They were already aware that their governor had joined the Jiuxiao Pavilion, hence they remained silent. Captain Zhang, what are your thoughts? Gongsun Su inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Tongdao. Upon being questioned, Zhang, without much contemplation, replied, Governor, we cannot allow the Jiuxiao Pavilion to act with such impunity. I believe it should be eradicated. Are you aware of their strength? Gongsun Su pressed. Well, I'm not certain, Zhang admitted. Then how can you call for their destruction? Allow me to enlighten you about the Jiuxiao Pavilion's capabilities. I cannot speak for their leader's strength, but you must be familiar with Zhao Yun, their publicly acknowledged head, a powerful martial emperor. Gongsun Su observed Zhang Tongdao's reaction. What? A martial emperor? How is that possible? Zhang was taken aback upon hearing Gongsun Su's assertion regarding Zhao Yun. There is nothing impossible. I have personally experienced it. This matter exceeds our capacity to resolve, Governor. We must inform the king and request royal assistance. Captain Zhang, the royal court is no longer able to intervene here, Gongsun Su replied, looking at Zhang Tongdao. What do you mean? Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. Because apart from the 2 of you, we have all joined the Jiuxiao Pavilion. The purpose of gathering you here is to inform you that the pavilion's leader will officially take control of Xingyun City tomorrow, Gongsun Su declared. What? Governor Yu? You intend to betray the nation? Zhang was utterly stunned by Gongsun Su's words. Captain Zhang, this cannot be deemed as treachery. You should be aware of the state of the royal family. It is merely a desire for a change in leadership for this nation. Gongsun Su responded. Aren't you afraid the king will annihilate the Gongsun family? Zhang demanded. Annihilate my family? That would depend on whether he possesses the capability, Gongsun Su retorted. Captain Zhang, you now face only two choices. Either submit to the Jiuxiao Pavilion or face death. The decision lies with you, Gongsun Su declared resolutely. Zhang's expression shifted through various emotions, ultimately leading him to concede. Very well, I am willing to submit. Chapter 16, System Update. The following morning, Xiao Tian prepared everything and set off with Xiao Yun and others towards the governor's mansion. At the governor's mansion, Gongsun Su, Zhao Changqing, Zhang Tong, and all members of the Gongsun and Zhao families, above the rank of Martial King, awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Tian and his entourage approach, Gongsun Su promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. I pay my respects to the pavilion master. Upon witnessing Gongsun Su's display of reverence, the others quickly followed suit, greeting him with due respect. I pay my respects to the pavilion master. Subsequently, Gongsun Su led everyone into the conference hall. Xiao Tian, seated at the head of the table, glanced at the assembly with a slight smile and asked Gongsun Su, has everyone arrived? Reporting to the pavilion master. All martial kings and above within the city are present, 4 from the governor's mansion, 6 from the Gongsun family, and 5 from the Zhao family. Good. From this moment forth, Xingyun City will be officially under the control of my Jiuxiao Pavilion. Does anyone have any objections? The assembly exchanged glances, then stood to bow, saying, we pay our respects to the governor. There is no need for excessive formalities, but I prefer not to be addressed as governor. You may call me city lord instead. Yes. We pay our respects to the city lord. Gongsun Su, please provide an overview of the city lord's office's strength, Xiao Tian instructed. Certainly. Our city lord's office comprises a total of 5 martial kings, with the other 4 commanding 200,000 city guards, while my subordinate oversees 100,000 elite guards. Among them, there are approximately 200 martial lords. The Gongsun family has 5 martial kings, with around 50 martial lords. And the Zhao family has 5 martial kings and about 40 martial lords, Gongsun Su reported. Zilong, all members of the Jiuxiao Pavilion will be integrated into the city guards. And I appoint you as the general of the city guards, overseeing all city guards. Su Chu, Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, and Han Qingtian will serve as your deputies. Yes, I shall obey, Xiao Yun responded, visibly excited. Zhang Fei and the others echoed their agreement. As for the 4 of you, you will all serve under Zilong as deputy generals, Xiao Tian instructed the 4 individuals. Understood. Gongsun Su, you will continue to be responsible for the elite guards. As for the martial lords and above from both the Gongsun and Zhao families, at least 1/3 must join the military. Is that acceptable? After addressing Gongsun Su, he turned to the members of both families. The assembly exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately agreed. No problem. That's good to hear. Rest assured, following me will not lead to any disadvantages. Each individual entering the military will receive a boundary-breaking pill, and those above Martial King will receive an imperial pill. Their annual salary will triple. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's generous offer, everyone erupted in excitement, having not anticipated such benevolence. The boundary-breaking pill was relatively common, but the imperial pill was an entirely different matter. One could hardly find even a single imperial pill throughout the entire Xinga kingdom. City Lord, is what you say truly accurate? Each martial king and above will receive an imperial pill? The head of the Zhao family quickly stepped forward to inquire. Of course. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask Gongsun Su. Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Rest assured, Zhao family head, everything the city lord says is true. I have already received one. Gongsun Su chimed in with a grin as Zhao Changqing turned his gaze toward him. Very well. All martial kings and above from the Zhao family will join the military. Thank you for your support, city lord. With confirmation in hand, Zhao Changqing assured him. All right, everyone. If there are no further matters, you may leave to attend to your responsibilities. All affairs should be coordinated with Zilong. Heed his commands. Yes, city lord. We take our leave. System, the task of taking control of Xingyun City should be considered complete, correct? Once everyone had departed, Xiao Tian promptly inquired of the system. Congratulations, host. For completing the main quest, you have received rewards. 1 golden summon card, 3 silver summon cards, 100 heavenly grade weapons, 1,000 imperial pills, and 100 boundary breaking pills, as well as 5 low-grade spirit stone veins. Upon seeing the system's rewards in hand, Xiao Tian finally revealed a hint of a smile. The second golden summon card. He wondered whom it might summon. Regardless of who it was, it would be of considerable assistance to Xiao Tian. Congratulations, host, for being the first to control a county-level power. To better assist the host, the system will undergo an update. This update will take 24 hours. Please be patient. Xiao Tian was taken aback, not anticipating that taking control of Xingyun City would yield such unexpected benefits. He was eager to discover what changes the update would bring. Suddenly, Xiao Tian felt a sense of idleness creeping in. With the system in the midst of an update and all rewards temporarily inaccessible, everyone else was busy, leaving him at a loss for what to do. City Lord, a young man is outside claiming to be a relative of the city lord seeking an audience. A guard rushed in to report. A relative? Could it be Xiaohua? Did he mention his name? Xiao Tian asked. He said his name is Xiaohua. Indeed, it is he. Bring him in. Yes. Moments later, the guard escorted Xiaohua into the hall. Disciple Xiaohua pays respects to the clan leader. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Xiaohua immediately stepped forward to bow. Xiaohua, where have you been these past few days? I've been here for several days, and I haven't seen you. I thought you had left. Xiao Tian remarked. Clan leader, I have been honing my skills in the Monster Beast Mountains for the past few days and just returned. I heard you were at the governor's mansion, so I came to pay my respects, Xiaohua explained. By the way, where is Master Yao? A few days ago, Master found a cave in the Monster Beast Mountains and is currently in seclusion, reconstructing his physical form. I see. When Master returns, make sure to let him know I wish to see him. I have matters to discuss. Understood. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. I see you have reached the pinnacle of Martial Master. Here are 5 boundary-breaking pills to aid your breakthrough to Martial King. Xiao Tian handed Xiaohua the 5 pills. Yes. Thank you, clan leader. Accepting the pills, Xiaohua withdrew. After taking command of the city guards, Zhao Yun immediately began expanding the army, knowing that many battles lay ahead, and the current force of 200,000 would be utterly insufficient. Previously, when Gongsun served as the governor, he was bound by the royal decree, which stipulated that the number of local troops in the prefectural city could not exceed 300,000. However, such constraints are now obsolete, and by the time the royal family becomes aware, it will be too late. The Gongsun and Zhao families, along with nearly all the martial kings and martial lords, have chosen to enlist in the military, enticed by the extraordinarily tempting rewards offered by Xiao Tian. The allure of the Imperial Essence Pill is simply irresistible. Zhao Yun has assigned the ranks as follows. Martial Lords of levels 1 to 3 will serve as squad leaders, levels 4 to 6 as captains, and levels 7 to 9 as 1,000 commanders. Martial Kings of levels 1 to 3 will take the role of 10,000 commanders, while those of levels 4 to 6 will serve as leaders overseeing 5,000 commanders. As for the Martial Kings of levels 7 to 9, only Gongsun Su and Zhang Tong hold such ranks. Gongsun Su commands his own 100,000 elite guards, while Zhang Tong, fortunate enough to retain his position as Grand Commander, oversees 5 leaders and reports directly to Zhao Yun. In the military camp, Zhao Yun summoned all individuals ranked leader and above, addressing Zhang Tong, Commander Zhang. What is the composition of the city guard's 200,000 troops? Zhang Tong responded. General, approximately 150,000 are at the Great Martial Master level, around 30,000 at the Martial Spirit level, and 20,000 at the Martial General level. Zhao Yun instructed, commence a full-scale expansion of the army starting tomorrow, recruiting only those at the Martial Spirit level and above. Annual salaries will be set at 10 to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for martial spirits, 5 to 10,000 for martial generals, and 500,000 to 1 million for martial lords. As for those above Martial King, we shall discuss further. General, might that be excessive? Previously, we offered martial spirits only 1 to 3,000 spirit stones annually, and we do not possess such a stockpile of spirit stones. Zhang Tong remarked with a wry smile upon hearing Zhao Yun's elevated salary proposal. Rest assured, we are not lacking in spirit stones. Proceed with the arrangements. Can we expand by 1 million in half a month? No problem. Very well, you are dismissed. Chapter 17. Update complete. A revolutionary change. Congratulations, host. The system update is complete. The contents of this update are as follows. Unbeknownst to him, another day had passed. While cultivating, Xiao Tian paused upon hearing the system's voice and began to review the update. 1. Changes to the summoning card mechanism. The Black Iron summoning card has been eliminated. The Bronze summoning card can summon heroes whose realms are 1 major level lower than the host. The Silver summoning card can summon heroes whose realms are 5 minor levels lower than the host. The Gold summoning card can summon heroes whose realms are 2 minor levels lower than the host. The Platinum summoning card can summon heroes of equal realm to the host. The Diamond summoning card can summon heroes whose realms are 5 minor levels higher than the host. The King, Emperor, and Sovereign summoning cards can summon heroes whose realms exceed the host by 2, 3, and 4 major levels, respectively. A new Ancestor level summoning card has been added, capable of summoning heroes whose realms surpass the host by 5 major levels. All summoned heroes will be upgraded according to the host's current realm. 2. Changes to the sign-in mechanism. The daily sign-in can now accumulate to once every year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. Rewards will be fixed as 1 summoning card of Diamond, King, Emperor, Sovereign, or Ancestor level. due to the host having used accumulated sign-in opportunities prior to the system update. A diamond summoning card is awarded as a bonus. 3. Changes to the realm feedback. The host will only receive realm feedback from the highest level individual within their faction. 4. Changes to the exchange mall. The prices of all items in the mall will fluctuate based on the host's real-time conditions and will not be fixed. 5. Changes to luck value. When the host faction's luck value reaches 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million, it will never decrease. If the luck value is to be used, it can be overdrawn without impacting the faction's overall luck. 6. Newly added summoning of heroes that carry their own troops and weapons upon arrival. 7. All summoned and unsummoned heroes will have their talents increased by 1 level, with their potential ceiling raised by 3 major levels. 8. Luck value can be used to summon heroes and their troops, with varying costs depending on their strength. This concludes the contents of the update. May I inquire if the host is satisfied? Upon reading the update details, Xiao Tian was left in a state of astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh, how remarkable this system is!" All 5 functions of the system have been updated. Aside from the realm feedback function, which appears unchanged, the combined power of the other functionalities renders them utterly formidable. Before the update, Xiao Tian deemed the bronze and silver summoning cards largely ineffective, and even the gold summoning card seemed of little consequence. However, with the update, even the bronze summoning card now surpasses the previously valuable gold and platinum cards. Excitedly, Xiao Tian commanded, "System, display all summoned hero profiles." Name, Xiao Yun. Age, 18. Troop type, Tiger Might Army. Talent, Emperor level. Realm, 4-star Martial Emperor. Potential, unknown. Zhang Fei, 1-star Martial Emperor. Troop type, Spear Army. Ma Chao, 1-star Martial Emperor. Troop type, Light Cavalry. Huang Zhong, 1-star Martial Emperor. Troop type, Divine Archer Battalion. Su Chu, 1-star Martial Emperor. Troop type, Imperial Guards. Han Qingtian, 1-star Martial Emperor. Troop type, Great Sui Elite Cavalry. Gao Shun, Zhou Tai, Hua Xiong. Gan Ning, 6-star Martial Kings. Seeing everyone's current realms, Xiao Tian could only marvel at the system's greatness. Due to the updates, all summoned heroes had effectively ascended by 1 major level, with Xiao Yun rising to 4-star Martial Emperor because his original realm was only 6-star Martial Emperor. System. Can heroes only be summoned using luck value? After reviewing the troop types associated with Xiao Yun and the others, Xiao Tian was eager to summon them all. Completing tasks offers opportunities to obtain troop summons, with strength being random. Luck value summons vary in cost based on the strength required, with all troop realms being a maximum of 5 minor levels lower than the hero. What is the cost and luck value for summoning specific troop realms? 100 luck value can summon a 1-star Martial Spirit, 1,000 can summon a 1-star Martial General, and 10,000 can summon a 1-star Martial Lord, with each subsequent minor level doubling the luck value requirement. System, check my profile. Name, Xiao Tian. Age, 16. Talent, none. Realm, 6-star Martial Emperor. Potential, infinite. Faction, Xia family. Starfall City. Luck value, 594, 367. Summoned heroes, Xiao Yun, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, Huang Zhong, Su Chu. Has the luck value reached 600,000? I wonder when it will reach 1 million. Reflecting on the updated luck value rules, Xiao Tian decided against using it just yet, preferring to wait until it reaches 1 million. With 1 diamond, 1 gold, and 3 silver summoning cards at his disposal, should he use them now? Considering the new summoning rules, Xiao Tian hesitated. The stronger he becomes, the more formidable the summoned heroes will be. Yet, not summoning means his own strength cannot grow. Ultimately, he resolved to hold off for now, as there were currently no pressing enemies, and Xiao Yun and the others could manage the situation adequately. Time flew swiftly. It had been half a month since Xiao Tian took control of Starfall City. During this period, everyone has diligently trained under the influence of the elixirs provided by Xiao Tian, significantly enhancing their powers, with nearly everyone breaking through 1 or 2 minor realms. Gongsun Su, after consuming the Imperial Essence Pill, successfully advanced to Martial Emperor, and the city guard has expanded to 1 million. In the Grand Hall of the Lord's residence, Xiao Tian, seated at the head, inquired, "Zilong, what is the status of the city guard's expansion?" Xiao Yun, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, and others sat on either side. Xiao Yun now commands all the city guards within the city, recruiting soldiers and training troops. As for Gongsun Su, aside from leading the elite guard, he has also been dispatched by Xiao Tian to oversee the political affairs of Xingyun City. The city lord has expanded the city guard to 1 million, ready for battle at any moment. Xiao Yun respectfully replied, "Excellent." Additionally, continue to recruit weaponsmiths and alchemists from outside. Those willing to join us can negotiate their terms. Xiao Tian nodded gently, and continued speaking to Xiao Yun. City Lord, with the guard expanded to 1 million, our supply of spirit stones has dwindled. Is that so? I shall arrange for 5 low-grade spirit stone mines to be established within the city shortly. You will oversee the extraction efforts. After instructing Xiao Yun, Xiao Tian commanded the system to place the 5 low-grade spirit stone mines beneath the city lord's mansion. Understood, I shall obey. Xiao Yun said with a solemn expression as he took his seat. Gongsun Su, have there been any reports from the imperial city? Xiao Tian then inquired of Gongsun Su. Reporting to the city lord, we need not worry about the imperial city for now. According to our scouts, a force known as the Soul Hall has emerged near the imperial city, causing trouble for the royal family, while the neighboring Lin Kingdom, the Great Wu Kingdom, has also been harassing the borders. The royal family is currently overwhelmed, Gongsun Su respectfully responded. Gongsun Su, are there any powerful merchant guilds within the Xinghe Kingdom? Xiao Tian asked. Indeed, there is one, the treasure pavilion of the imperial city. Its true strength is unknown to many, but it is said that even the royal family does not dare to offend it lightly. Chapter 18. Journey to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion, you say? Zilong. Gongsun Su, heed my command. Xiao Tian declared. Your subordinate is here. At your service. I shall be heading to the imperial city shortly. All matters of Xingyun City will be under your purview. Xiao Tian instructed the two. Understood. City Lord, would you like me to accompany you? No, just manage Xingyun City well. Now, be off and attend to your duties. Yes, your subordinate takes his leave. On the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, after arranging all matters within the city, Xiao Tian ventured here alone, intending to check on how much longer Yao Chen would require to successfully reconstruct his physical body. After inquiring about Yao Chen's location, he soon found the entrance to the cave where Yao Chen was in seclusion. As Xiao Tian entered the cave, he was enveloped in darkness. The emptiness so profound that he could hear the echoes of his own footsteps, which felt quite eerie. After walking over 400 meters, he finally found Yao Chen. The soul form of Yao Chen sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a faint glow. System, how much longer does Yao Chen require to succeed? Xiao Tian asked the system. Replying to the host, approximately 3 more days are needed. 3 days, is it? Excellent. Once Yao Chen completes his breakthrough, the Xinghe Kingdom, and indeed the entire eastern wilderness, shall become the domain of the Xiaos, Xiao Tian thought, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of Yao Chen breaking through to martial saint and restoring his cultivation. Thankfully, he had refrained from impulsively using the summoning card. It would be more advantageous to use it after Yao Chen's breakthrough. Who in the eastern wilderness could possibly stand in my way then? Haha. Having learned of Yao Chen's situation, Xiao Tian did not linger and made his way directly to the imperial city of Xinghe. The journey from Xingyun City to Xinghe City was interrupted by the presence of a county city, Xining City, with a total distance of approximately 100,000 kilometers. For an ordinary person or a low-level cultivator, the journey from Xingyun City to Xinghe City could take years. Even Xiao Tian, a 6-star martial emperor, took over a day to reach Xinghe City. Upon arriving at the city gates of Xinghe City, Xiao Tian gazed at the throngs of people coming and going, marveling, truly. It is the imperial city. Its prosperity is remarkable. He then strode directly into the city. At that moment, a youth resembling a beggar approached Xiao Tian and said, Esteemed sir, it seems this is your first visit to the imperial city. Indeed, it is my first time here. What business do you have? Xiao Tian replied, puzzled. Would you require a guide? I am well acquainted with the entire imperial city, and I can lead you for just 1,000 spirit stones a day. Ensuring you gain full insight into the city, the youth offered softly. Very well, then lead me to the treasure pavilion first. Xiao Tian commanded. Absolutely. It appears you are here for the treasure pavilion, which is the largest merchant guild in our imperial city. It is said that if you have the money, there is nothing you cannot purchase. The youth exclaimed happily upon receiving Xiao Yun's consent. Indeed, I have come to the imperial city specifically for the treasure pavilion. By the way, what is your name? Xiao Tian inquired with a smile. Esteemed sir, my name is Lin Tian. The youth replied. How fortuitous. I am Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian responded with a grin upon hearing the youth's name. Haha, indeed, quite a coincidence. Here we are at the treasure pavilion. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Esteemed sir, the treasure pavilion has 7 floors. The first to third floors sell ordinary items, primarily ranging from yellow to mysterious tier goods. The 4th floor features low to mid-grade earth tier treasures. The 5th floor showcases high-grade and top-grade earth tier items. And it is said that the 6th floor contains heavenly tier treasures, though no one has been seen to ascend there, as heavenly tier items are exorbitantly priced. Affordable only to the royal family and the 4 great families. As Xiao Tian entered the main hall of the treasure pavilion with Lin Tian, he observed numerous martial artists engaged in buying or selling, with at least a few hundred present. Lin Tian, please fetch the manager for me. Tell him I have a significant business proposition for the treasure pavilion, Xiao Tian instructed. Certainly, esteemed sir, please wait a moment. I shall go find him now, Lin Tian replied. Before long, Lin Tian returned with a middle-aged manager before Xiao Tian. Greetings, are you the one claiming to have significant business to discuss with our treasure pavilion? The middle-aged man inquired, scrutinizing Xiao Tian. Indeed, I wonder if you have the authority to make decisions? Xiao Tian responded. That depends on the nature of the business. I can generally make decisions for ordinary transactions, the manager replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian produced a top-grade Breaking Realm elixir and presented it to the manager, saying, What do you think of this? The Breaking Realm elixir? The manager examined the elixir Xiao Tian offered, stating, While the Breaking Realm elixir is commendable, it is merely a mysterious tier elixir. I can still make decisions regarding it. Is this what you consider significant business? The manager's expression revealed his displeasure, having expected something grander, only to find it was just a Breaking Realm elixir. Certainly not. That was merely a token of goodwill. Moreover, this is no ordinary Breaking Realm elixir. It is a top-grade one. Consider it a gift, and please summon your true superior to discuss matters with me. You will not be disappointed. Given Xiao Yan's insistence, the manager had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, In that case, please follow me. I will take you to meet the chief manager. Very well. The manager led Xiao Tian up the stairs until they reached the 4th floor. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the chief manager, the manager said. Enter, came an elderly voice from within the room as the manager stood before the door. What is it? The chief manager inquired, glancing at the middle-aged man who had entered. Reporting to the chief manager, a guest has arrived, claiming to have significant business to discuss with our treasure pavilion. I am unable to make the decision, hence I have come to inform you, the middle-aged man respectfully replied. Oh, significant business? Did the guest mention the nature of the business? The chief manager asked, intrigued. Not specifically, but the guest presented a Breaking Realm elixir, claiming it is a top-grade one. A top-grade Breaking Realm elixir? Bring it to me. The chief manager's interest was piqued upon hearing the words top-grade Breaking Realm elixir. Indeed. Esteemed steward, behold. This is truly an exceptional Breaking Realm pill. It appears our visitor possesses considerable stature. Where might they be? Just outside. Allow them entry. I am quite curious to see what business they wish to conduct with us. Shortly after, the middle-aged man escorted Xiao Tian and another individual to the steward. Young master, this is our esteemed steward. Please discuss your matters with him. I shall take my leave. With that, the middle-aged man turned and exited the room. The steward, observing the youthful visage of Xiao Tian, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all, Xiao Tian was but a mere 16 years of age. Even if he hailed from a formidable faction, how much profit could he possibly bring to the treasure pavilion? As Xiao Tian regarded the elder before him, he noted that the steward was a one-star martial emperor. No wonder, in the imperial city, even a steward of a merchant association was a formidable martial emperor. Chapter 19. The astonishment of the treasure pavilion's inhabitants. I am in dire need of spirit stones. Might I inquire how many the treasure pavilion could provide? Xiao Tian asked with a smile. We do possess spirit stones. However, the matter hinges upon what treasures you can offer us in exchange, the steward replied. What do you think of this proposition? Xiao Tian produced a superior grade heavenly sword and presented it to the steward. This is a superior grade heavenly sword. The steward gasped. Is this truly a superior grade heavenly sword? Indeed it is. I wonder what price you would offer. Xiao Tian inquired with a playful smile. Typically, we sell superior grade heavenly weapons for between 30 million to 35 million lower grade spirit stones. We could offer you 25 million. How does that sound? Alternatively, we could auction it, where the final price is likely to range between 28 million and 30 million. However, if we choose to auction, it will take a few days as we have an auction event coming up. There's no need for an auction. I will sell it directly to you. In total, I have 20 inferior grade heavenly weapons, 10 medium grade, 10 superior grade, and 10 supreme grade weapons, evenly split between offensive and defensive types. I wonder if you can accommodate such a quantity? How many? The steward exclaimed, utterly astonished. Are you certain you did not misspeak? Xiao Tian merely smiled faintly, remaining silent as he waved his hand, causing a multitude of weapons to materialize within the room. The steward beheld the vast array of heavenly weapons, his excitement palpable. He vowed he had never seen such an abundance of heavenly weapons in his lifetime. That is enough. Please, young master, put them away. I must inform our pavilion master. Such a substantial transaction is beyond my authority to decide. Only the pavilion master can negotiate with you. Very well, I shall wait here, Xiao Tian replied. The steward departed, making his way to the 6th floor. The 6th floor housed but a single room, the dwelling of the pavilion master. Within, there were 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, an elderly man and a middle-aged man. The 2 women appeared youthful, in their early 20s. One wore a flowing red gown and a white veil that obscured her features, yet her figure suggested she was a beauty. The other was her attendant. The middle-aged man addressed the veiled woman. Miss, why have you come to the Star River Kingdom? It is quite perilous outside. Does the clan leader know of your presence here? Uncle Lon, father has heard rumors of remnants of the Soul Hall appearing in the Star River Kingdom. Thus he sent me to investigate and undergo some training. An elder accompanies me for protection. There is no cause for concern, the veiled woman replied. Indeed, remnants of the Soul Hall have recently surfaced, engaging with the royal family of the Star River Kingdom. They seem intent on seizing this place as a base for the Soul Hall. However, thus far, only minor figures have emerged. We have yet to encounter any martial sovereigns. The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Lon, stated, Uncle Lon, does the clan leader suggest we assist the royal family of the Star River Kingdom? Father believes that the Soul Hall is the enemy of all in the Eastern Wilderness. We must not allow them to wreak havoc upon the human race again. The Eastern Wilderness cannot relive the tragedies of a millennium ago, the young woman declared, gazing at Uncle Lon. Understood, Mississippi. I will intervene to assist the royal family when the time is right. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Pavilion Master, I have matters to discuss. What is it? Do you not see I am attending to a distinguished guest? Uncle Lon retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. A young man has come seeking to sell us 50 heavenly weapons. I did not dare take it upon myself to make a decision. So I have returned to consult you, the steward replied. Are you certain it is 50 heavenly weapons? You did not mishear? Uncle Lon asked, astonished. I have seen it with my own eyes. There is no mistake. Very well, escort him to the VIP room. I shall arrive shortly, Uncle Lon instructed. Yes, at once. Miss, please wait here, I will go see. Uncle Lon, I wish to accompany you. I am curious to see who is so audacious as to sell 50 heavenly weapons in one go. The young woman smiled gently. Very well, Uncle Lon acquiesced. He led the three individuals to the 5th floor VIP room, where they found Xiao Tian and a ragged-looking youth leisurely sipping tea. My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. I understand you wish to sell 50 heavenly weapons? Uncle Lon inquired upon entering. Indeed, that is correct. You must be the pavilion master. May I inquire if you are interested in our offer? Xiao Tian addressed Uncle Lon. Of course, we are interested. A business opportunity presented to us cannot be ignored. Might I request to inspect the items? Certainly. With a wave of his hand, 50 heavenly weapons filled the room. The four individuals gazed in awe at the impressive display of heavenly weapons. These were not merely yellow or black grade, but heavenly grade. It was unlikely even their entire clan could present such a quantity at once. Observing their astonishment, Xiao Tian smirked. What do you think? It is no issue. Our treasure pavilion will accept them all. As for the pricing, we will offer you the highest rates. 1 million for inferior grade offensive weapons. 1.5 million for defensive types. 2 million for medium grade. 2.5 million. 3 million for superior grade. And up to 50 million for supreme grade. How does that sound? Uncle Lon proposed to Xiao Tian. That sounds perfectly agreeable. Let us proceed with your offered prices. Xiao Tian responded without hesitation. Excellent. That totals 1.3 billion. You may verify the amount, Uncle Lon said, producing a storage ring and presenting it to Xiao Tian. There is no need for verification. I trust your treasure pavilion. Accepting the storage ring, Xiao Tian continued. Might I inquire about the purchase price for the Emperor's Pill? What? You possess an Emperor's Pill for sale? The faces of the four shifted dramatically at the mention of the Emperor's Pill. As for Lin Tian, being merely a martial spirit realm practitioner, he had never heard of such a pill, yet witnessing Xiao Tian's sale of 50 heavenly weapons for 1.3 billion spirit stones left him utterly astounded. Uncle Lon, filled with urgency, pressed, indeed, and it is a supreme quality Emperor's Pill, not the ordinary kind found outside. It guarantees a 100% success rate for a peak martial king to break through to martial emperor. A supreme quality Emperor's Pill? A guaranteed breakthrough to martial emperor? In that moment, the four individuals were utterly astounded. Could such an extraordinary elixir, the supreme sovereign pill, truly exist in this world? It is well known that even a low-grade sovereign pill, should it appear in the outside world, would plunge various factions into endless competition. A low-grade sovereign pill has merely a 20% chance of enabling a breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. One can only imagine the implications of a supreme sovereign pill. Chapter 20. Xianxia and the powers of the imperial city. Indeed, the supreme sovereign pill. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xiao Tian remarked nonchalantly, Esteemed young master, I am Xianxia. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? At that moment, the veiled woman, Xianxia, interjected. I am Xiao Tian. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Xue. Despite not knowing her identity, Xiao Tian could not disregard her greeting, as it was not his style to do so. Moreover, this young woman, in her 20s, possessed the formidable strength of a peak martial king, which was quite remarkable. Ah, it is young Master Xiao. Are you truly willing to sell the sovereign pill? Xianxia inquired. Indeed, I am willing to sell it, provided the price is right. May I know your name, miss? Xiao Tian responded. Young Master Xiao, this is my lady. She shall negotiate with you from here on, Uncle Lon clarified at that moment. Ah, so it is Miss Shui. It appears that the treasure pavilion is established by her family, Xiao Tian realized upon hearing the pavilion master's words. Indeed, the treasure pavilion is a family business. Might I ask why young Master Xiao wishes to sell the sovereign pill? Surely, you are aware of its immense value, Xuelingxi queried. I have no choice. My family has many mouths to feed, and I urgently require a batch of spirit stones. Thus, I must reluctantly sell some surplus items, Xiao Tian explained. Xuelingxi felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Was this truly human discourse? To refer to the sovereign pill as a surplus item? Moreover, would a faction possessing such a pill genuinely lack spirit stones? Yet, this was ultimately someone else's affair, and she deemed it inappropriate to probe further. After all, if the other party was willing to sell the sovereign pill to their treasure pavilion, they should be grateful, rather than risk annoying him with excessive inquiries. In that case, would young Master Xiao allow us to see the elixir? Our treasure pavilion is prepared to offer 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. What say you? Xuelingxi proposed. The usual price for a low-grade sovereign pill hovered around 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. 10 billion, you say? If young Master Xiao finds this unsatisfactory, we can raise it to 11 billion, though that is our limit. Beyond this, we may disappoint you, Xuelingxi hurriedly added, thinking Xiao Tian might be dissatisfied with the offer. Very well, then it shall be 11 billion. I shall part with 10 pills, Xiao Tian replied. Taken aback by the immense worth of the supreme sovereign pill, he hesitated for only a moment, which led the other party to believe he was displeased. But Xiao Tian was too fatigued to explain himself. 10 pills? Xuelingxi and the others were left dumbfounded. Indeed, 10 pills. Is there a problem? Xiao Tian asked, producing a vial containing the 10 sovereign pills and handing it to Xuelingxi. And no problem. I am merely surprised that young Master Xiao possesses 10 of them, Xuelingxi quickly responded, regaining her composure and scrutinizing the elixirs handed to her. Xiao Tian sighed. If 10 pills could elicit such astonishment, what would happen if they learned he possessed several thousand, or even 100 Breaking Realm pills? He had initially considered selling a few Breaking Realm pills, but witnessing their naive reaction, he decided against it, lest he frighten them. It was not their fault. Xiao Tian had only been in this realm for a month, and was unaware of the immense value of the sovereign pill, which could significantly enhance one's power, far beyond that of ordinary pills. Besides, who could blame him for having such an extraordinary system? As long as he completed tasks, such pills were granted in abundance, rendering them virtually useless to him. Young Master Xiao, due to the substantial transaction amount, our entire treasure pavilion currently lacks sufficient spirit stones. We must consult with our headquarters. What do you think? Xuelingxi inquired. Typically, transactions within such factions would not exceed a few billion spirit stones annually, and thus the treasure pavilion's branch within the kingdom would not have more than 50 billion spirit stones in reserve. Xuelingxi could hardly believe that someone like Xiao Tian had graced them with his presence. That is acceptable. How long do you anticipate this will take? Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, as he had no pressing matters to attend to in the meantime. It should not exceed 3 days. If young Master Xiao has no pressing concerns, you may rest in our treasure pavilion, and we will ensure you are treated exceptionally well. Xuelingxi assured him. Very well, I shall stay for a few days. Thank you for your hospitality, Xiao Tian smiled. Not at all, it is our pleasure. Uncle Lon, please arrange accommodations for young Master Xiao. Xuelingxi said with a slight smile. Young Master Xiao, this is our treasure pavilion's purple gold card, the most precious of our offerings. Presenting this card grants you a 30% discount on all purchases at any treasure pavilion. I kindly ask that you accept it. Very well, I shall accept it. Xiao Tian responded. Young Master Xiao, allow me to escort you to the VIP room, Uncle Lon said to Xiao Tian. Thank you, Miss Shui. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, young Master Xiao. With that, Xiao Tian followed Uncle Lon away. Old Lu, what do you think of young Master Xiao? Xuelingxi asked the elder behind her after Xiao Tian departed. Old Lu, a seemingly ordinary elder hunched over, concealed a formidable power within his unassuming exterior. As he was a peak martial sovereign. Miss, I cannot discern his true nature. It is like navigating through a fog. Old Lu replied respectfully. One wonders what force he is affiliated with, and how he came to be in this stellar river kingdom, Xuelingxi sighed. Old Lu, how do you perceive this elixir? Miss, I have only seen high-grade sovereign pills. I have never encountered a supreme one. However, this pill undoubtedly surpasses the high-grade sovereign pill, Old Lu affirmed. In that case, Old Lu, please dispatch someone to headquarters for spirit stones at once. We must not keep young Master Xiao waiting, Xuelingxi instructed. Understood, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Hee, miss, what do you think of young Master Xiao? After Old Lu departed, a maid behind Xuelingxi suddenly giggled softly. What do you mean? How does young Master Xiao compare to the young master of the Wang family? What does it matter to me how young Master Xiao is? Why compare him to Wang Lei? I find young Master Xiao far more pleasant to behold than that Wang Lei. If you must marry, you would be better off choosing young Master Xiao. From the looks of it, young Master Xiao's backing is formidable enough not to fear the Wang family. Impudent girl, what are you babbling about? Careful now. On the 5th floor of the Treasure Pavilion, in a VIP room, Xiao Tian was settled in by Uncle Lan, accompanied only by Lin Tian. Lin Tian, since you are well acquainted with the Imperial City, could you enlighten me about the various factions and their strengths? Xiao Tian inquired. Young master, you have asked the right person. Allow me to explain. The Imperial City is home to 5 major factions. The most powerful, without a doubt, is the royal house of the Xing family, followed by the 4 great clans, the Shiman clan, the Dongfang clan, the Shangwan clan, and the Ouyang clan. The heads of these 4 families serve as generals in the court, each commanding a region of the kingdom. Beneath these 4 families are 10 notable families, constituting the first-tier powers of the Imperial City, each possessing martial emperor-level experts. And what of their strengths? Their public strengths are well known. The king and the heads of the 4 families are all peak martial emperors. However, I cannot confirm if any possess martial sovereign capabilities. And the Treasure Pavilion? The Treasure Pavilion is an external force, also regarded as a major power within the Imperial City. However, they operate as a commercial entity, primarily focused on business, which deters others from causing them trouble. Understood. Here is a breaking realm pill. Consider it your reward, Xiao Tian said, producing a breaking realm pill and handing it to Lin Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian's generosity, Lin Tian was filled with excitement. He had not anticipated that a mere introduction to the royal city would reward him with a broken mirror pill. With this pill in hand, he would soon be able to break through to the rank of Marshal General. Thank you, my lord. You may return now. I have no further matters to attend to at the moment. Yes, I shall take my leave, the man replied. Chapter 21. The Starry River Assembly and the exposure of Starfall City. The next day marked 3 days since Xiao Tian's departure from Starfall City, and according to the system, Xiao Tian should have successfully completed his seclusion by today. The thought filled Xiao Tian with an irrepressible excitement. System, what is the current status of Xiao Tian? Has he succeeded? Xiao Tian asked anxiously. Host, there are still 5 hours until Xiao Tian's success, the system replied. In the royal palace, it was the time for the morning court of the Starry River Kingdom. A throng of civil and military officials awaited the arrival of the reigning monarch. The king has arrived, a sharp voice echoed, and soon the king of the Starry River, accompanied by eunuchs, ascended to the throne. The king, Xing Tianhe, had achieved the pinnacle of martial emperor at the tender age of 40, earning the title of the royal family's foremost prodigy. Many believed that his ascent to martial sovereign was but a matter of time. However, 60 years had passed since his ascension to the throne, and he had yet to achieve any further breakthroughs. His indulgence in wine and pleasure had led to widespread disappointment among his subjects, who felt that he had lost himself to the allure of power. The kingdom was now rife with discontent, facing internal turmoil while contending with the impending invasion from the great martial kingdom. Once the king was seated, all officials bowed deeply, chanting, "Long live the king." "You may rise," the king commanded. "Thank you, my king." The king surveyed the 2 rows of officials standing rigidly before him, their expressions solemn. "Esteemed ministers, our kingdom faces threats from the Soul Palace and the movements of the great martial kingdom. Do you have any wise counsel for me?" One elderly minister stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I propose that we issue a royal decree to command General Shangwan to mobilize troops to the northern borders to resist the great martial kingdom." Despite his advanced age, he exuded vitality, indicating his formidable cultivation. Another elder minister interjected, respectfully voicing a differing opinion. "Your Majesty, I believe that since the great martial kingdom has yet to breach our borders, it would be unwise to order General Shangwan to deploy his forces, as it may lead to counterproductive outcomes." Several ministers took turns expressing their views. Some supported military action, while others advised caution. "Enough. Chancellor, what is your opinion? Should we deploy our forces or observe the situation?" The king, growing impatient with the cacophony, turned to the chancellor. Ning Hao Yuan, the chancellor of the Starry River, was also a peak martial emperor. With his eyes partially closed, he stood as if detached from the proceedings, appearing indifferent to the discussions surrounding the kingdom's fate. Upon hearing the king's inquiry, he opened his eyes slightly, his demeanor unremarkable. "Your Majesty, I believe we should dispatch the Guardian Army to the northern borders to deter any potential invasion from the great martial kingdom. General Shangwan should be stationed there, while General Shiman, Ouyang, and Dongfang should return to the royal city to eliminate the remnants of the Soul Palace." The king nodded thoughtfully, seemingly unsurprised by the chancellor's words. "Very well, let it be as the chancellor advises." Issue orders for the commander of the Guardian Army to lead 300,000 troops to the northern borders under General Shang Wan's command. Summon General Shiman, Dongfang, and Ouyang back to the city to eradicate the remnants of the Soul Palace. Understood, Your Majesty. Just then, a guard rushed into the court, breathless. Urgent news from Starfall City. How dare you create such a disturbance in the court? Seize him and execute him. A minister commanded coldly. Please spare me, my lord. I have vital information to report. I had no choice but to rush here. I beg for your forgiveness. The guard pleaded desperately. Wait, let him speak. What is the matter? It might be of great importance. The king interjected. Speak, and if it is truly urgent, I shall pardon your transgression. Thank you, Your Majesty. Starfall City has suddenly expanded its military forces by 100,000, and all our spies within the city have perished. This information comes from one of the spies just before his death. What did you say? Is Starfall City attempting to rebel? What is Gongsun Su plotting? The king seethed in anger. Zhang Aiqing explained this situation. Zhang Run, a prominent figure from the Zhang family in the royal city, was also the elder of Zhang Tong, who had been sent to assist Gongsun Su in Starfall City. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Zhang Ren broke into a cold sweat, uncertain of the circumstances at hand. Your Majesty, I too am unclear about this matter. The relatives I sent to Starfall City have not communicated with me. I fear they may have met with misfortune. A significant upheaval may have occurred in Starfall City. Zhang Ren approached, his voice trembling. Zhang Aiqing, I grant you one day to uncover the truth behind the situation in Starfall City. Should I discover any connection to your Zhang family, you know the consequences that await. Your servant obeys. Your Majesty, rest assured that this matter has no relation to my Zhang family. I pledge to inform you of the situation in Starfall City within a day. That is for the best. Do any other ministers have matters to report? The officials exchanged glances, then replied, Your Majesty, we have no further matters to present. Very well, court dismissed. As the eunuch announced the end of the court session, the officials chanted, Long live the king. Upon returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Ren immediately summoned his brother, Zhang Qing. Brother, have you been in contact with Zhang Tong recently? I have not. What troubles you, elder brother? Zhang Qing inquired, shaking his head. Sigh. There has been turmoil in Starfall City. Gongsun Su has rebelled, expanding the military by 100,000. We only received news of this today. Zhang Ren lamented. What? How could this happen? What of Zhang Tong? He must be safe. Zhang Qing exclaimed in alarm. I do not know, but given the gravity of the situation, we have received no news. Either something has gone terribly wrong, or Zhang Tong has joined Gongsun Su in rebellion. This is inconceivable. Zhang Tong would never involve himself in such treachery. Zhang Ren asserted with conviction. Brother, the king has granted me one day to ascertain the situation in Starfall City. You must go there personally and gather information. We must have news before tomorrow's court session, otherwise, our family may be doomed. Do not worry, elder brother. I shall depart at once. Zhang Qing responded, turning swiftly towards Starfall City. Chapter 22. Yao Yan's breakthrough to Martial Saint Host. The transformation of Yao Yan's physical form has been successfully completed, and he has transcended to the Martial Saint realm. Would you like to accept the cultivation feedback? System. Isn't this direct feedback already in progress? Xiao Tian inquired with confusion. Replying to the host, this is a modification following the system update, designed to assist the host more conveniently. Is that so? I accept. The breakthrough to Martial Saint will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Imperial City. Does the host require the system to conceal the commotion? Conceal it. In an instant, Xiao Tian's realm began to surge rapidly. Peak Martial Emperor, Peak Martial Sovereign, Martial Venerable, 5-star Martial Venerable, 7-star Martial Venerable, 9-star Martial Venerable. Boom. 1-star Martial Saint. Ultimately, Xiao Tian's realm stabilized firmly at 1-star Martial Saint. Is this the essence of a Martial Saint? What an overwhelming sensation. Xiao Tian felt as though he could shatter the very fabric of space with a single punch. The entire Star River Kingdom lay within the reach of his consciousness, even extending beyond its borders. He sensed that at will, he could traverse to any corner of the Star River Kingdom, with nothing able to escape his awareness. The divine ability of a Martial Saint, instant teleportation, is a function possessed by all who break through to this realm. Xiao Tian closed his eyes, expanding his consciousness throughout the Star River Kingdom, finally settling near the Beast Mountain close to Starfall City, where Yao Chun was in seclusion. Congratulations, Elder Yao, on reforming your body and breaking through to Martial Saint. Suddenly, while experiencing the Martial Saint realm, Yao Tian heard a voice, startling him. Clan leader? It is I, greetings. Clan leader. I had no idea you were a Martial Saint powerhouse. No wonder you were able to discover me back then. Yao Tian chuckled bitterly, genuinely surprised that the clan leader was a Martial Saint. How old could the clan leader be? He had spent some time in the Xiao's residence. How could he not know the clan leader's age? A 16-year-old Martial Saint is simply terrifying. No, it should be described as abnormal, or perhaps a prodigy. No, it is beyond description. He had never encountered anyone, nor had he even heard of such a prodigy. Little did Xiao Tian know that Xiao Tian's ascension to martial saint was largely due to his efforts. I am at the treasure pavilion of the Star River Kingdom. Come to see me quickly, there is a matter to discuss. With that, Xiao Tian retracted his consciousness. Understood, I shall come at once. Not receiving a response, Xiao Tian realized Xiao Tian had withdrawn his consciousness and pondered, could the clan leader be a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? Otherwise, is it truly possible for a 16-year-old martial saint to exist? Shaking his head, Xiao Tian dismissed the thought and used his consciousness to locate the treasure pavilion of the Star River Kingdom, teleporting there in an instant. As for why he didn't seek Xiao Tian directly, it was because he could not find him. Due to the system's concealment, not even a martial saint like Xiao Tian, let alone a martial emperor, could locate him. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Xiao Tian immediately heard Xiao Tian's voice. 5th floor, VIP room number 1. Knowing Xiao Tian's location, Xiao Tian proceeded directly to the 5th floor. Just as he reached the 4th floor, preparing to ascend to the 5th, he was intercepted by a guard. This esteemed elder. The 5th floor is a restricted area of our treasure pavilion. Entry is forbidden without an invitation. I was invited. May I enter? Xiao Tian retorted, eyeing the guard disdainfully. May I ask who invited you? The guard, upon hearing that Xiao Tian was invited, became cautious. This is my friend. Allow him to enter. The voice of Xiao Tian came from above. Oh, it is the friend of young Master Xiao Tian. My apologies, esteemed elder. Young Master Xiao Tian is in room number 1 on the left side of the floor. Please, proceed. Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, the guard hastily granted passage. Elder Yao, it has been quite some time. Congratulations on becoming a martial saint. Xiao Tian greeted Xiao Tian with a faint smile. Haha, clan leader, do not mock me. Back then, I was acting all high and mighty before you, and now I discover you are a martial saint powerhouse. How can I face you now? Xiao Tian said awkwardly. Haha, ignorance is no fault. There is no need for such formality. Elder Yao, may I inquire why you summoned me here, clan leader? Elder Yao, are you aware of the strength of the eastern wilderness? Quite frankly, I do not know. I fell in the central continent, and by chance, found myself in the Star River Kingdom until I encountered that Xiao lad. Clan leader, do you not know? Well, I truly do not. Apart from the Star River Kingdom, I have never ventured beyond. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Clan leader, you are a martial saint. Have you truly remained only in the Star River Kingdom? Isn't that a bit absurd? Since you are also unaware of the eastern wilderness's strength, I must trouble you to undertake a journey. That is no issue, clan leader. I shall depart at once. Not so fast. Xiaohua is still in Starfall City. Bring him along. Let him experience some trials in the eastern wilderness. Very well, clan leader. Do you have any other matters? None. You may go. Then I shall take my leave. With a swift arrival and departure. System. What is the current amount of fortune value? Replying to the host, it is 1,234,300. Finally, it has surpassed 1,000,000. Seeing the fortune value exceed 1,000,000, Xiao Tian felt immense satisfaction. It is time to summon extraordinary individuals. Now that I have become a martial saint, even a silver summoning card will yield beings at least 5 minor realms below me, which means 5-star martial venerables. With this thought, Xiao Tian wanted to shout, who else? I am invincible. In Starfall City, 3 days had passed since Xiao Tian's departure. The strength of Starfall City had increased significantly compared to when Xiao Tian first arrived. Xiao Yun, 5-star martial emperor. Indeed, within these 3 days, Xiao Yun had broken through yet another minor realm. After all, he possessed royal-level talent. And there were no subpar individuals among the heroes of Huaxia. Zhang Fei, 2-star martial emperor. Ma Chao, 2-star martial emperor. Huang Zhong, 2-star martial emperor. Su Chu, 2-star martial emperor. Han Qingtian, 2-star martial emperor. Gao Shun, Zhou Tai, Hua Xiong, Gan Ning, all at 8-star martial king. Moreover, 10 guards from the Lord's Mansion of Luo's City, all 7-star martial kings, which is precisely why Xiao Tian felt assured allowing the Xiaos to develop in Luoha City. With these 10 7-star martial kings present, what forces could pose a threat to the Xiaos in the vicinity of Luoha City? Gongsun Su, 1-star martial emperor. Zhang Tong, Zhao Changqing, and others were all at the peak of martial king, with only a few early-stage martial kings now lingering in the mid to late stages. Today, Starfall City welcomed visitors from the court, Zhang Tong's father, Zhang Qing. Upon arriving at the Lord's Mansion, Zhang Qing addressed the guard. Go inform Gongsun Su that the deputy commander of the Jinhu army, Zhang Qing, has arrived. Let him come out promptly. Several guards exchanged glances upon hearing Zhang Qing's words, and one of them said, please wait a moment, my lord. He then turned and dashed toward the Lord's Mansion. General, bad news. The court has sent someone. In the hall of the Lord's Mansion, Zhao Yun and others were in a meeting when they suddenly froze at the guard's words. Gong Sun Su inquired, "Did they mention who it was?" "They said it is the deputy commander of the Jinhu army, Zhang Qing," the guard replied. "Father." Upon hearing the guard's words, Zhang Tong was immediately startled. Zhao Yun and the others turned their gazes toward Zhang Tong, who, noticing their attention, said, "Zhang Qing is my father, General. Allow me to speak with him. I assure you, I will not let my father relay any news back to the court." "Very well, since it is your father, it is best for you to handle it," Zhao Yun agreed. Zhang Tong then followed the guard outside the Lord's mansion. Chapter 23, Talented Individuals, Chen Gong. "Father, what brings you here?" Upon seeing his father standing outside the mansion, Zhang Tong rushed forward to inquire. "Xiao Dong, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing his son emerge, Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback, fearing that something had happened to Zhang Tong. "I am fine. Father, what brings you here so unexpectedly? You didn't even give me a heads up." Upon seeing that his son was unharmed, Zhang Qing felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. However, as if recalling something urgent, he quickly added, "Xiao Tong, what is the situation in Xingyun City? Why have you expanded the military by 100,000? And the spies from the imperial city have all been slain by you. This news has already reached the king's ears." Zhang Qing was terrified that his son might truly be led astray by Gong Sun Su into rebellion. If that were the case, the Zhang family would be doomed, for the king would undoubtedly order the extermination of their entire clan. Zhang Tong glanced around before replying, "Father, let us speak in the hall." He then led Zhang Qing to the main hall of the city lord's residence. "Father, what is the royal family up to now?" Zhang Tong inquired as they entered the hall. "The king suspects that your Xingyun city is planning a rebellion, which is why he sent me to investigate," Zhang Tong explained. Observing that aside from a few unfamiliar faces, everything else appeared unchanged. "Gong Sun Su, what kind of prefect are you to dare expand the military by 100,000? Do you truly intend to rebel?" Upon sensing Gong Sun Su's formidable strength, he sneered, "I never imagined you would break through to martial emperor. Is that your source of confidence?" "Commander Zhang, we do not perceive ourselves as rebels, though it may appear so from your perspective. Perhaps it is better for your son to clarify things," Gong Sun Su said, glancing at Zhang Qing with a hint of resignation. "Father, you must be aware of the current state of the royal family. They are no longer worthy of ruling this nation," Zhang Tong asserted. "How dare you speak such treasonous words, Xiao Tong? If this reaches the king's ears, what will become of the Zhang family?" Zhang Qing erupted in anger at his son's audacity. "Rest assured, Father, it will not reach the king. This royal family has long ceased to be fit to govern this nation. The future lord of the Xinghe kingdom will be the city lord." "The city lord? Gong Sun Su? Is he truly worthy?" Zhang Qing was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Zhang Tong was referring to Gong Sun Su as the city lord. No, Commander Zhang. The city lord is not me," Gong Sun Su replied with a smile. "Then who is it?" Zhang Qing surveyed the room, eventually fixing his gaze on Zhao Yun. "Could it be you, a 5-star martial emperor? It seems that the affairs of Xingyun City are being orchestrated by you from behind the scenes. No wonder there are so many unfamiliar martial emperors present." "My lord, I am merely a general of Xingyun City," Zhao Yun said with a faint smile upon meeting Zhang Qing's gaze. "Then who is the city lord? I wish to see what capabilities he possesses to incite rebellion." Zhang Qing scoffed, realizing that none of them were the city lord. "System, activate the silver summoning card. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Chen Gong." "Chen Gong?" Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Finally, a strategist had arrived just when Xingyun City was in dire need of counsel. Chen Gong was a name renowned throughout history. Undoubtedly one of the foremost strategists of the Three Kingdoms period. Without Chen Gong's assistance, how could El Bu have become a dominant force? View Chen Gong's profile. Xiao Tian focused his attention and examined the details. Name, Chen Gong. Courtesy name, Gong Tai. Dynasty, Late Han, Three Kingdoms. Age, 20. Physique, Immortal Divine Body. Cultivation Method, Immortal Divine Technique. Talent, King Level. Realm, 5-star Martial Venerable. Potential, Unknown. Unit Type, None. Upon reviewing Chen Gong's profile, Xiao Tian was deeply shaken. He had not anticipated such extensive changes following the update. System, what is this physique and cultivation method? Why do Zhao Yun and the others not possess them? All heroes possess innate physiques and cultivation methods upon their emergence. They simply were not displayed before the update. The system has become more refined since then. As for Chen Gong, his physique and cultivation method are divine level. So, what does it mean to have no unit type? Chen Gong is a civil official, thus he has no unit type. Very well. In the void, Chen Gong emerged. Gong Tai greets the Lord, he said with a slight bow. Haha, Gong Tai need not be so formal. With you here, what is there to fear about great undertakings? Your arrival fills me with confidence. Xiao Tian laughed heartily at Chen Gong. The Lord is too kind. It is my duty to assist you to the best of my ability. Qin Gong replied respectfully, dressed in black scholar's robes and wearing a scholar's cap, his dignified demeanor exuding authority. Excellent. You are surely aware of the current situation. I still have matters to attend to in the royal city, so you should return to Xingyun City for now. We cannot afford any mishaps there. By the way, here are 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Please take them with you. The system engraves the realities of the world into the minds of all emerging heroes, making it unnecessary for Xiao Tian to explain everything in detail. Yes, I take my leave, my lord. With a slight gesture, Qin Gong tore through the void, creating a rift from which he leaped and vanished. The martial venerable's divine ability, tearing the void. All who break through the martial venerable realm can achieve this, though the distance varies according to strength. However, it is certainly inferior to the martial saint's divine ability, teleportation. In the main hall of Xingyun City, Zhang Qing regarded the assembly with a cold smile. Father, the city lord is currently absent from the city, Zhang Tong remarked helplessly. Humph, Zhang Tong. How could you be so foolish? They intend to rebel, and you would follow suit? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Zhang family? Zhang Qing looked at his son with disappointment. Father, the city lord is not afraid of the royal family. We have no reason to fear them. Not afraid of the royal family? Do you understand their power? The king is incompetent, and the royal family has survived this long not because of him, but due to the ancient ancestors of the royal family. As long as the royal family's ancestors exist, they will never fall. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Tong was at a loss for how to respond, as he had no knowledge of the royal family's ancestors and their strength. Nor did he understand the capabilities of the city lord. The only visible power was Xiao Yun, the 5-star martial emperor. Could it be that the city lord truly could not contend with the royal family? Zhang Tong felt lost in thought. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the void, and a rift appeared before the crowd. Before the figure even arrived, its voice echoed, "What if the royal family's ancestors no longer exist?" Everyone gasped in shock, staring at the rift. Soon, a figure emerged from within. Qin Gong had arrived in Xingyun City. Zhang Qing, trembling at the sight of Qin Gong, stammered, "Why, you have torn the void? You are a martial venerable? And if the royal family's ancestors do not exist, do you think the royal family will continue to exist?" Qin Gong inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhang Qing without providing a direct answer. "Why, yes, venerable one, they would not exist." Zhang Qing stuttered in response. Qin Gong. Suddenly, the crowd heard Xiao Yan calling out to the newly arrived figure. Qin Gong smiled lightly. "Brother Zilong, it's good to see you well." "Haha, Gongtai. It is indeed good to see you. I did not expect the city lord to summon you. With you here, the royal family is of no concern." Xiao Yan laughed heartily at Qin Gong. "Brother Zilong, you flatter me. The lord has sent me to serve as a strategist. I trust there are no objections among you all." Qin Gong addressed the assembly with a gentle smile. "Not at all. It is our honor to have a venerable one among us." Gong Sun Su and the others quickly responded, their heads buzzing with confusion. Who exactly was the city lord? To command the allegiance of a martial venerable? With such a formidable presence on their side, could they still fear the royal family? Chapter 24, Conquering 3 Cities. It goes without saying that after Qin Gong's appearance, Zhang Qing naturally became one of the people of Xingyun City. With Qin Gong's presence, how could the royal family maintain their grip on power? The fall of the nation was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Zhang Qing returned to the imperial city, intent on informing the clan leader of the events that had transpired, so as to expedite the discussion of countermeasures. After Zhang Qing's departure, Qin Gong and the others continued to deliberate on their subsequent actions. "Esteemed colleagues, we need no longer fear the imperial family. Within 3 days, we shall seize all the surrounding prefectural cities. Is there any dissent?" Qin Gong inquired, surveying the assembly. "There are 3 prefectural cities contiguous to Xingyun City, Baitian City to the north, Dongxing City to the east, and Xining City to the northwest, beyond which lies the imperial city, the stronghold of the royal family." No dissent. The assembly responded in unison, bowing in acknowledgement. "Zilong, heed my command. Your humble servant is here. I order you to lead 300,000 troops to assault Baitian City, with Zhang Fei, Gao Shun, and Zhou Tai as your deputy commanders. Your humble servant obeys. Ma Chao, heed my command. Your humble servant is here. I command you to lead 300,000 troops to attack Dongxing City, with Huang Zhong, Hua Xiong, and Gan Ning as your deputy commanders. Your humble servant obeys. Gong Sun Su, heed my command. Your humble servant is here. I order you to lead 400,000 troops to assault Xining City, with Zhang Tong, Su Chu, and Han Tian as your deputy commanders. Your humble servant obeys. Commence the march." "Yes, General, we are merely 20 miles from Baitian City." Within a mountainous grove, Xiao Yan stood resolutely, his gaze indifferent, his spear pointed skyward. A scout rushed from afar, kneeling with one knee upon the ground and proclaiming loudly. Xiao Yan's eyes fixated ahead, and all he beheld was a verdant expanse. lush and flourishing with vegetation. This time, he chose not to traverse the official roads, opting instead for the secluded woodland paths. Although they were bound to encounter beastly attacks, their 30,000 strong were all formidable warriors, undaunted in the face of danger. The entire army continued the advance. Half an hour later, they were but a few miles from Dantian City, and Xiao Yun stood atop a hill, his eyes narrowed, focusing directly on the city gates of Dantian City. Although they were several miles apart, Xiao Yun's sharp vision captured every detail of the scene at the city gates. The gates were half open, flanked by soldiers clad in black armor, while a multitude of citizens and martial artists flowed into the city like a serpentine dragon. Prepare for the assault. Remember, do not harm the civilians. All who resist shall be executed. Xiao Yun bellowed at the assembly. Yes. With that, Xiao Yun led the charge towards Dantian City, with Zhang Fei, Gao Shun, and the others closely in tow. Soon, they arrived beneath the city gates. Zhang Fei and Gao Shun soared towards the ramparts, their blades gleaming with a brilliant radiance, exuding an aura of inexorable lethality, sending countless bodies flying, their expressions frozen in shock. Enemy attack. A few dozen meters away. The black-armored soldiers were initially stunned and bewildered, but as their realization dawned, they shouted in alarm, only to have their lives extinguished in an instant. Quickly, the entire garrison at the city gates was neutralized. All martial kings, accompany me to the prefectural governor's residence. The rest shall secure the city. Xiao Yun commanded. Yes. At the governor's residence, the assembly was alerted by the guards of an enemy incursion. Shock and disbelief coursed through them, as they were left pondering the origin of the attackers who dared assail Dantian City. One among them spoke. Everyone, follow me to the city gates and ascertain who has the audacity to attack us. This individual appeared to be the prefectural governor of Dantian City. Yet before they could make their move, Xiao Yun and his companions had already arrived at the governor's residence. The governor of Dantian City gazed upon the sudden appearance of Xiao Yun and his entourage, his expression grave. He realized that this contingent of a dozen or so individuals were all martial kings, and he could not discern the true power of the foremost among them. He himself was at the pinnacle of martial kingship. Who could possibly elude his perception of strength? Unless they were mere mortals. But could that be the case? Who are you, and why do you attack Dantian City? The governor inquired in a low voice, eyeing the assembly. I am but a humble servant of Xingyun City. Xiao Yun replied. Xingyun City? What are your intentions? Are you rebelling? The governor of Dantian City gasped upon realizing they were from Xingyun City. Gentlemen, will you surrender or resist? Xiao Yun countered, refusing to answer directly. Humph, surrender? You think you are worthy? The denizens of Dantian City mocked at the suggestion of capitulation. The might of Xingyun City was well known to them, roughly on par with Dantian City, and they could not fathom why they should surrender. They remained oblivious to the fact that Xingyun City had long since transformed from what it once was. Xiao Yun remained silent as Zhang Fei, brimming with an overwhelming aura, suddenly charged at the speaker, seizing him by the throat. With a swift crack, the man fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Fei carelessly discarded the body, declaring, Now? Who still believes we are unworthy? The people of Dantian City realized their doom the moment Zhang Fei struck. He was indeed a martial emperor. And the other seemingly inscrutable figures were undoubtedly of the same caliber. How could Xingyun City have so many martial emperors? The governor pondered, hastily addressing Xiao Yun. Gentlemen, please, quell your wrath. We surrender. We are willing to submit. My lords, please calm your anger. We are willing to swear fealty. The rest chimed in eagerly. There was no alternative. Martial emperors were beyond their capacity to contend with. Rather than face certain death, it was preferable to capitulate. Better to live in servitude than to perish. Though they were uncertain of Xiao Yun's true intentions, survival was their immediate priority. Very well, if that is the case. You shall cooperate with Zhang Fei and the others in taking control of this area. Is there any objection? Xiao Yun gazed at the assembly. They exchanged glances and replied. No objection. We shall certainly cooperate with you, my lords. A similar occurrence transpired in Beijing City and Xining City, under the intimidation of the martial emperors. These cities fell with scarcely a struggle. Notably, a martial emperor appeared in Xining City, a member of the royal family. As this city was in close proximity to the imperial city, and, thus, held in high regard by the royal family. Consequently, the prefectural governor of Xining City was appointed from the royal lineage, and a martial emperor was dispatched to oversee it. Yet, this individual had only just broken through to the martial emperor realm and stood no chance against Su Chu, who swiftly ended his life with a single strike. Chen Gong had assigned the task of seizing these prefectural cities within 3 days, yet they accomplished it in less than a day. Henceforth, the 3 major prefectural cities were firmly under the control of Xiao Tian, and including Xingyun City, they had seized 4 cities, leaving 6 more to complete the system's side mission. However, Xiao Tian did not intend to directly capture these 6 prefectural cities, as they were not situated in proximity to Xingyan City. The time required to conquer these 6 cities would be better spent on directly taking the imperial city. Once the imperial city was under their control, the remaining prefectural cities would naturally fall into Xiao Tian's dominion. In the imperial city, upon returning to his clan, Zhang Qing immediately sought an audience with the clan leader. "Second brother, have you gathered the intelligence?" Zhang Ren inquired as soon as he saw him return. "Eldest brother, I have indeed gathered the information, but..." Zhang Qing glanced at his elder brother, hesitating to continue. Observing Zhang Qing's demeanor, Zhang Ren grew increasingly anxious, asking, "But what?" "Eldest brother, Xingyan City has indeed revolted." "And what of Zhang Tong?" "Xiao Tong has also revolted." "What? Zhang Tong too has joined the rebellion? Does he seek to bring ruin upon our Zhang family?" "Zhang Qing, this is the offspring you have raised," Zhang Ren exclaimed in exasperation, directing his fury at Zhang Qing. He could hardly fathom that Zhang Tong possessed such audacity. He would have preferred Zhang Tong's demise rather than hear this news. After all, if Zhang Tong were to be killed, it would at least demonstrate his loyalty to the kingdom and the king, thus sparing the family from disgrace. But now, if the king were to learn of Zhang Tong's rebellion, would the Zhang family even survive? "Eldest brother, please do not be alarmed." Seeing his elder brother's agitation, Zhang Qing spoke with resignation. "Do not be alarmed? How can I remain calm? How do you expect me to explain this to the king?" Zhang Ren retorted furiously. "My dear brother, the strength of Starfall City has become overwhelmingly formidable. Even the royal family cannot withstand it." "What are you saying? How is that possible? How strong can Starfall City truly be?" Indeed, Starfall City was not particularly strong before, but now the power wielded by its master far surpasses that of the royal family. "Brother, do you know what I encountered during my visit to Starfall City?" "What did you see?" "A martial venerable." "What? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Zhang Ren was taken aback. "A martial venerable? Is it truly possible for such a powerful being to appear in a place like that?" "I assure you, brother. And what is more, this martial venerable is not even the mastermind. He is merely stationed there by the true power behind Starfall City," Zhang Qing exclaimed. Even now, the thought left him in disbelief. To have a martial venerable as a subordinate, what level of strength must the mastermind possess? He could hardly fathom it. "Then how is it that you returned unscathed?" Zhang Ren asked, compelled to believe his brother's words. After all, how could a mere martial emperor like him come back untouched from the presence of a martial venerable? "Because Xiao Tong is now one of them. Thus I have joined their ranks as well. Moreover, their strength is so immense that not joining them would only invite annihilation. Brother, I have returned to inform you of this. With Xiao Tong there, our Zhang family can join them in its entirety. As for the royal family, they will inevitably be eradicated." Zhang Ren's expression shifted dramatically. "But we are currently in the royal city. It is utterly impossible for our entire family to relocate to Starfall City. Brother, we need not go to Starfall City. We can simply wait for them to take over the royal city. As for the king, you should report the truth. Tell him that Xiao Tong was killed for resisting. This way, the king will not trouble us in the short term, and by the time he learns the truth, it will be too late." Zhang Qing explained. "Alas, it seems we have no other choice. I shall go to see the king now." With that, Zhang Ren made his way toward the royal palace. In the treasure pavilion, after sending Chen Gong to Starfall City, Xiao Tian continued to summon. At present, he possessed 2 silver summoning cards, 1 gold summoning card, and 1 diamond summoning card. Xiao Tian resolved to use the silver and gold summoning cards, reserving the diamond summoning card as a trump card. After all, the higher his cultivation, the stronger the individuals he could summon. Thus, there was no urgency in utilizing the diamond summoning card. System, proceed with the use of the silver summoning card. Usage successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Qi Jiguang. Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned before a smile broke upon his face. The renowned anti-Japanese general, Qi Jiguang. He crafted the Mandarin Duck Formation, established the Qi family army, vanquished pirates in the south, and defended against the Tartars in the north. Not only was he an accomplished poet, but he was also exceptionally skilled in calligraphy. He is a hero of the nation, revered by countless generations. Qi Jiguang. Born into a military family, he took great pleasure in reading military texts from a young age, diligently training in martial arts, and aspired to serve his country. The army he led was known as the Qi family army. Unfortunately, after the death of Zhang Jujing, he faced exclusion and was reassigned to Guangdong as the commander, subsequently falling victim to slander and being dismissed to Dengzhou. He passed away in 1588 at the age of 61, a matter of great injustice to posterity. Checking Qi Jiguang's profile. Name, Qi Jiguang. Courtesy name, Yuanjing. Dynasty, Ming Dynasty. Age, 20. Physique, Tiger Demon Body. Cultivation method, Divine Martial Sutra. Talent, King level. Realm, 5-star Martial Venerable. Potential, unknown. Unit type, Qi family army. This was undoubtedly a prodigious figure of unparalleled talent, Xiao Tian marveled. In the void, akin to the emergence of Chen Gong, Qi Jiguang stepped forth. Approaching Xiao Tian, he bowed respectfully. Qi Jiguang, at your service, my lord. There is no need for such formalities, Qi Jiguang. Young Master Xiao, may I enter? A voice came from outside. Miss Xue, please do come in. Xiao Tian responded. Young Master Xiao, how have you found your stay at the treasure pavilion these past few days? Xuelingxi asked with a smile. I am quite satisfied. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. Miss Xue, I am glad to hear that, young Master Xiao. She then turned to Qi Jiguang. Young Master Xiao, is this your companion? Upon seeing Qi Jiguang, Xuelingxi felt a jolt within her, as if faced with the vastness of the starry sea, profound and inscrutable. The aura he exuded was reminiscent of her own father. Is it possible? My father is a martial venerable. Could this man be one as well? Miss, you jest. Qi Jiguang is merely my bodyguard. Xiao Tian chuckled. A martial venerable as a bodyguard? What kind of family possesses such terrifying strength? Young Master Xiao, what faction do you hail from? Why have I never heard of you before? I am simply from the Star River Kingdom, Miss Xue. You are currently within the Star River Kingdom, are you not? Xiao Tian smiled, aware that Xuelingxi was undoubtedly intrigued by Qi Jiguang's exceptional prowess. Young Master Xiao, you jest. By the way, the headquarters has already procured the spirit stones. In total, there are 11 billion. Please count them, young Master Xiao. Noting Xiao Tian's reluctance to divulge more, Xuelingxi tactfully shifted the topic, recalling that she had come to deliver the spirit stones. She quickly presented him with a storage ring containing them. Haha, thank you. Miss Xue, I trust in the integrity of your treasure pavilion. Accepting the spirit stones, Xiao Tian smiled casually. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, young Master Xiao. Farewell. With that, Xuelingxi turned to leave. Miss Xue, take care. Watching her depart, Xiao Tian fell into deep contemplation. How could a martial king discern Qi Jiguang's strength? Unless she frequently encountered such individuals. This suggested that the forces behind Xuelingxi must possess martial venerables, and likely in considerable numbers. He even realized that the elder who had previously accompanied Xuelingxi was, in fact, a peak martial zone. During their first meeting, he had been unaware due to his own strength not having yet broken through to martial saint, but after the breakthrough, he recognized the elder's true level. A faction capable of dispatching a peak martial zone as a mere envoy must possess at least several martial venerables. Chapter 26. Xuelingxi's plea for help. Subsequently, Xiao Tian ceased his musings. Regardless of the opposing faction's identity, it was of no concern to him as long as they did not provoke him. If they did, he would annihilate them. He had little faith that they could match a martial saint. Qi Jiguang, what course of action do you propose we take next? My lord, I believe we need not proceed with caution any longer. With our strength, we could easily suppress the royal family, as the Star River Kingdom is far too small. Indeed, the Star River Kingdom is quite diminutive. Our previous hesitance stemmed from insufficient power, but that is no longer the case. Qi Jiguang remained silent. As a subordinate, he could only offer suggestions. The ultimate decision lay with Xiao Tian. Qi Jiguang, you shall go to the royal family. Those who refuse to submit shall be executed. Those who do submit, anyone above the rank of Martial King will receive a royal extreme pill, and those above Martial Emperor will receive a breakthrough pill. I assure you, those who submit will not be treated poorly. Understood, my lord. With that, Qi Jiguang took his leave. On the 7th floor of the treasure pavilion, Xuelingxi, Elder Lu, the pavilion master Uncle Lan, and the maid Xiao Qing were present. Miss, the clan leader has sent word for you to return to the clan at once. Elder Lu said softly, looking at Xuelingxi. Is it because of the Wang family? Xuelingxi inquired. Elder Lu fell silent before reluctantly admitting, yes. The Wang family has stated that if you do not return and marry their young master soon, they will. Upon hearing this, Xuelingxi instantly appeared dazed. Her expression delicate and fragile, and she forced a bitter smile. Are they truly intent on annihilating my Xue family? The 4 individuals fell into a profound silence, their expressions revealing an unmistakable sense of resentment. The Xue family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Eastern Wilderness, stands as one of the most formidable powers in the region. However, there exists a force even more potent than theirs, the Wang family. Ranking at the pinnacle among the 4 great families, the Wang family eclipses the Xue family, which occupies the last position. Miss, the clan leader has mentioned that if you truly oppose marrying into the Wang family, you should flee. Flee from the Eastern Wilderness, Elder Lu remarked, gazing at Xuelingxi. Xuelingxi shook her head vehemently. How could I escape? What would become of my family? I cannot allow my selfishness to jeopardize the survival of my clan. Then, miss, does that mean you are indeed resolved to marry that Bai Qi from the Wang family? The servant looked at her mistress, filled with despair. No, perhaps there exists another way. What way? The crowd was perplexed. Aside from marrying into the Wang family, what alternative could there possibly be? Prince Xiao? Prince Xiao? Can he truly assist the miss? He should be able to. Do you know what I just witnessed in Prince Xiao's chambers? The crowd shook their heads, their curiosity piqued. A martial sovereign. Not yet 20 years of age. He exuded a presence akin to my father, so I am certain he is a formidable martial sovereign. What? How is that possible? A martial sovereign under 20? Elder Lu's face was a mask of shock. Prince Xiao stated that this individual was his family general. For a martial sovereign to serve as a family general, I cannot fathom the might of such a clan. But it must surely surpass our 4 families of the Eastern Wilderness. If what the miss claims is true, then Prince Xiao may indeed be able to assist us. The pressing question is not whether Prince Xiao can help, but whether he is willing to do so. Miss, since there is a possibility, we must strive for it. Regardless of Prince Xiao's willingness, we should at least make an attempt. Indeed, that is my sentiment as well. Whether or not Prince Xiao consents, we must try. If he refuses, then I shall simply marry into the Wang family. As Xiao Tian prepared to utilize a silver summoning card after Qi Jiguang's departure, Xue Lingxi unexpectedly arrived again. Prince Xiao, Lingxi seeks your assistance with a matter. I wonder if it would be convenient for you. Xue Lingxi approached Xiao Tian, accompanied by Elder Lu, and spoke softly. Xiao Tian regarded the returning Xue Lingxi and inquired, what assistance does Miss Xue require? To be candid, my family has recently encountered a conflict with another clan that is superior to us, and they intend to annihilate the Xue family, Xue Lingxi explained. Oh, the Xue family should not be weak, yet they wish to extinguish your clan? In Xiao Tian's eyes, the Xue family must possess several martial sovereigns, yet, judging from Xue Lingxi's words, it seems their adversaries are exceptionally formidable. Indeed, while we Xue family are weaker, the disparity is not vast. However, our ancestor has recently suffered severe injuries due to an accident, and the opposing clan is aware of this, thus they are intent on our destruction. Xue Lingxi hesitated before elaborating. Is that so? However, Miss Xue may be overestimating my capabilities. If your family, with such strength, cannot contend, how could a mere member of a small clan like myself possibly assist you? After understanding the situation, Xiao Tian firmly declined. Although he possessed the strength to aid the Xue family, he had no ties to them. Why should he assist them? Merely because he was acquainted with Xue Lingxi? They had completed a transaction? Ridiculous. Prince Xiao, just not. Your family general consists of martial sovereign warriors. How could you be considered a small clan? If you are willing to help us, please state your requirements. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell into silence. The Xue family is indeed a significant force in the Eastern Wilderness and should be well acquainted with the region. Should Xiao Tian advance into the Eastern Wilderness, assistance from the Xue family could undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. With this in mind, Xiao Tian addressed Xue Lingxi. Any request can be accommodated, as long as it is achievable. I shall never decline, Xue Lingxi assured. I fear my demands may be beyond your family's acceptance, Xiao Tian chuckled. Please, do express them. You must have your entire clan submit to me. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's demand, both Xue Lingxi and Elder Lu's expressions shifted dramatically. Observing their reactions, Xiao Tian was not surprised. You see, I told you that you would find it unacceptable. After a moment of silence, Xue Lingxi replied, Prince Xiao, I cannot make such decisions alone. I require my father's consent. However, if you can assist us in dealing with the Wang family, I believe my father would agree. The Wang family is our enemy. In that case, let your father come to discuss matters with me. By the way, what is the strength of the Wang family? If they are exceedingly powerful, I may not be able to assist you. The ancestral head of the Wang family is a 1-star martial saint, and my own ancestor is of the same realm. However, due to my ancestor's current state of injury, he cannot exert even a fraction of his strength. Moreover, the Wang family possesses an additional peak martial sovereign compared to us, leaving my family utterly defenseless against them, Xue Lingxi elaborated. Indeed, there exists a martial saint. It seems I have underestimated the strength present in the Eastern Wilderness. Surprised by the existence of a martial saint, Xiao Tian felt a tinge of astonishment. Yet he did not dwell on it. Prince Xiao, can you resolve this? Noticing Xiao Tian's astonishment at the martial saint, Xue Lingxi hastily inquired, concerned about his capability to assist. Fear not, a 1-star martial saint is merely a nuisance. I can resolve it. But I require your clan leader to discuss matters with me. Very well, I shall request my father to contact you and relay the situation. With that, Xue Lingxi hurriedly departed with Elder Lu to inform her father and seek his decisive judgment. Chapter 27. The Royal Shock in the Royal Palace, within the King's Chambers. The night had grown deep. Having concluded his official duties, Xing Tianhe returned to his chamber, preparing to rest. What a tumultuous time. An array of strange entities has emerged lately. Contemplating the recent events, Xing Tianhe felt a wave of frustration. The Soul Hall eyed his kingdom with sinister intent, aiming to seize the Xinghe kingdom as their stronghold. Meanwhile, the Great Martial Kingdom was restlessly plotting an invasion. Even a mere county governor from Xingyun City dared to rebel. Should I be pushed to my limits, I shall suppress all of you, regardless of your ghastly forms. Xiang Tian resolved. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber. The world deems the current king to be inept and indulgent, lost in pleasures. Yet he has unexpectedly broken through to the peak of martial sect. Who? Startled, Xiang Tian turned to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a youth, scarcely 20 years old. Who are you? Xiang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. He had not sensed anyone infiltrating his sanctum. He was a peak martial sect master, yet this individual had eluded his awareness. Could it be a martial sovereign? Who is this person, and what is their purpose? Qi Jiguang regarded Xiang Tian with a smile. I am Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang, pray tell, what brings you here at such a late hour? Xiang Tian inquired. I have been sent to resolve matters concerning your royal family. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian's composure shattered in an instant. A martial sovereign has come to deal with him? What could he possibly use to defend himself? He was merely a martial sect master. Despite being at the pinnacle of his realm, he stood no chance against a martial sovereign. Senior, may I inquire how we have offended you to warrant such a response? Please enlighten me. Stealing himself, Xiang Tian posed the question. Even in death, he sought clarity, for he had no recollection of inciting such a powerful adversary. It is not that you have offended us. Rather, we require a nation to establish ourselves. And the Xinghe kingdom has been chosen as our stronghold, Qi Jiguang replied. Upon hearing Qi Jiguang's explanation, Xiang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Was this truly calamity descending from the heavens? Senior, is there truly no alternative? The Lord has decreed, those who surrender shall not be slain. For every loyal subject, a royal extreme pill shall be granted to those of martial king rank and above, a breaking clan pill for those of martial emperor rank and above. And as for martial sect, while the Lord did not specify, I can assure you that a breaking sovereign pill shall be awarded to those above martial sect. Stunned by Qi Jiguang's words, Xiang Tian gasped, Heavens, is it truly so lavish? Since when did the royal extreme pill, breaking clan pill, and breaking sovereign pill lose their value? Senior, are you speaking the truth? Of course. Do you think I would find it necessary to deceive you? Senior, we are willing to submit, and I assure you that everyone will do so with genuine intent. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Xiang Tian spoke hastily. After all, the rewards for submission were exceedingly generous, whereas refusal would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the entire royal family. Can you represent all members of your royal family? In response, I shall persuade everyone and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands. I initially thought we would have to resort to violence, but it appears this will be much simpler. I expect to see results by tomorrow. Xiang Tian, exasperated by Qi Jiguang's statement, replied, Senior, you have dispatched a martial sovereign. Do you think we would dare to confront you? Do you wish for a death sentence? Rest assured, tomorrow you shall witness a satisfactory outcome. Good. I wish to ascertain the strength of your royal family, so I can determine the number of pills you require. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian became invigorated and quickly replied, Senior, we have 10 martial sect members and 45 martial emperor members. Might I inquire if the members of those noble families count? As long as they belong to the kingdom of Xinghe, they shall be included. Then, Senior, I shall provide you with a list once I have handled this matter by tomorrow, if that is agreeable. Agreed. I shall return tomorrow. With that, Qi Jiguang turned and departed. I bid you farewell, Senior. Xiang Tian offered a slight bow. He then called out, Come forth. A eunuch hastily approached, kneeling and proclaiming, Your Majesty, summon all civil and military officials of the third rank and above, Shangwan, Shimin, Dongfang, and General Ouyang, as well as the Chancellor, to convene in the court. All must be present. Failure to attend will be deemed treason. Understood. The eunuch was taken aback, unaware of what had transpired to prompt the king to summon all officials. Having given his orders, Xiang Tian did not pause, but hastened towards the ancestral home of the royal family, the imperial mausoleum. Upon arriving, he called out, Elders, come forth. I have matters to discuss. Tianhe, how dare you shout in the sacred grounds of the mausoleum? Before him appeared 8 elders, 7 men and 1 woman, all formidable martial sect experts of the royal lineage. Speak, what brings you here at this late hour? Inquired the second ancestor. Where is the eldest ancestor? Seeing only 8 had emerged, Xiang Tian frowned. The eldest ancestor is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to 7-star martial sect. It is inadvisable to disturb him. Whatever the matter, please convey it to us, the second ancestor replied. This is of great importance. It would be preferable for the eldest ancestor to be present. Young man, simply tell us what it is. Must the eldest ancestor be involved? Another elder remarked with displeasure. Each of the royal ancestors was well over several centuries old, nearing the end of their lives. If they could not advance further, their time was nearly spent. I intend to surrender the entire kingdom. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly of royal ancestors. Tianhe, what did you say? I am surrendering the kingdom of Xinghe. Tianhe reiterated. Have you lost your mind? You are committing a grave transgression. The second ancestor exclaimed in a fit of rage. If I do not surrender, our Xing family will vanish from this world. Tianhe replied calmly. What do you mean? An envoy of martial sovereign rank has been dispatched to annihilate us. Had I not submitted swiftly, the Xing family would have already perished. What? A martial sovereign? How could such a being deign to notice us, a mere speck? The elders exclaimed in disbelief. I know not, and moreover, this martial sovereign is merely a subordinate sent by the other party. The elders fell into silence, grappling with the harsh reality. Surrender? Reluctant. Refusal meant annihilation for the entire clan, while the adversary would still seize the entire kingdom of Xinghe. Esteemed elders, the terms offered by the other party are exceedingly favorable. I believe submitting to them could be beneficial. What terms? All who submit will receive a royal extreme pill for those of martial king rank and above, a breaking clan pill for those of martial emperor rank and above, and for martial sect, a breaking sovereign pill. This, Tianhe, are you certain you did not misspeak? Is it not one for each person rather than collectively? The second ancestor inquired, astonished. I am certain. The elders exchanged glances, bewildered by such generous terms for submission. The adversary clearly possessed the strength to obliterate them, yet chose to offer such substantial incentives to win them over. Why? If they were to discover that Xiao Tian simply lacked personnel and thus extended these benefits, one could only imagine their feelings. In truth, for Xiao Tian, it mattered not whom he bestowed gifts upon. It sufficed that they submitted to him. Chapter 28. The submission of Xinghe, the conference of the Shui family. Tianhe. If that is the case, then let us submit to the other party. It is far preferable to being obliterated by them, and besides, we could receive such rewards. At this moment, the voice of the eldest ancestor echoed from within the mausoleum. Yes, eldest ancestor. Tianhe responded promptly. Tianhe, it has been some time since you reached the pinnacle of martial sect. If they truly can reward us with breaking sovereign pills, you shall become the first martial sovereign of our Xing family, and even we old fellows might have the chance to advance. Upon hearing the eldest ancestor's words, the other elders were filled with excitement. Perhaps submission was not a path of despair, but rather a road to the resurgence of the Xing family. Moreover, with such formidable strength backing them, surely everyone would be willing to submit. Indeed, eldest ancestor, as long as there are breaking sovereign pills, Tianhe is confident he can reach martial sovereign. That would be ideal. Eldest ancestor, esteemed elders, since everyone has no objections to submission, I shall take my leave to inform the court officials. Go forth. With that, Tianhe departed the mausoleum and made his way to the court, needing to inform all officials to avert any unforeseen complications when the other party arrives to take control. Is the matter resolved? Xiao Tian inquired of Qi Jiguang. My lord, Tianhe has expressed willingness to submit. He will manage the entirety of the royal family. Qi Jiguang replied respectfully. Excellent. In that case, the forthcoming matters shall be considerably simpler. The following day, Tianhe announced the official dissolution of the kingdom during the morning court, awaiting the arrival of the new masters. Most civil and military officials were already aware of the situation from the previous night, leaving only those of the third rank and below in a state of shock. Your Majesty, who exactly are they? At this moment, Chancellor Ning Haoyuan asked once more. Although he had learned of the matter the night prior, it still felt almost unbelievable. After all, the king was a peak martial sect expert, and the royal family boasted 10 martial sect members. Yet the adversary had effortlessly seized the entire kingdom. How formidable must they be to accomplish such a feat? While all believed Tianhe to be merely at the pinnacle of martial emperor rank, as chancellor and a confidant of the king, he was privy to the true extent of Tianhe's power. Haoyuan, from this moment forth, I am no longer the king of the kingdom of Xinghe. I am merely the head of the Xing family. Henceforth, refer to me as the family patriarch. As for who the other party is, I do not know. They have only dispatched a martial sovereign expert, but their strength is undoubtedly terrifying, Tianhe stated gravely. Understood, patriarch. Let us await their arrival. Half an hour later. Tianhe, have all matters been resolved? As this voice fell, Qi Jiguang emerged from the void. I report to you, esteemed elder, that all members of the Xing family, as well as all civil and military officials within the realm, are willing to submit to your esteemed power, hoping you will take us under your wing. Upon seeing Qi Jiguang, Tianhe hastily descended from the throne and respectfully bowed. The assembly, witnessing Tianhe's actions, promptly followed suit, paying their respects to Qi Jiguang, exclaiming, We hope for your patronage. Very well, you shall all continue as you were. In 3 days, our lord shall arrive to formally assume command and establish a completely new dynasty. Yes, we shall obey. By the way, You need not concern yourselves with the matters of Xingyan City. Those are our people. As for the Soul Temple and the Great Martial Kingdom, we shall leave those matters for our Lord to address upon arrival. Xing Tianhe was taken aback, realizing that the recently rebellious Xingyan City belonged to the same faction as the elder before him. Thankfully, he had refrained from taking immediate action against Xingyan City. Otherwise, what might have transpired? Among the crowd, another individual appeared equally astonished, Zhang Run, the patriarch of the Zhang family. Previously, he had harbored concerns about how his family would fare should the king's faction clash with Xingyan City. Now, however, he found solace in the revelation that both factions were one and the same. After delivering his directives, Qi Jiguang departed. Very well, everyone, return to your duties. Continue as you must, and await the arrival of the elders in 3 days. At the Dongwang region, within the Snow family's residence, the Snow family patriarch and several elders convened to discuss matters concerning the Wang family. In the discussion hall, there were 10 elders present, 6 at the peak of martial sovereignty and 4 at the martial venerable level, with only the elderly Lu besides Snow Lingxi being absent. Patriarch, the Wang family is utterly outrageous. Were it not for our ancestor being gravely injured, would they dare to exert such pressure on our Snow family? They even expect us to submit to them. The elder of the Snow family exclaimed angrily, Patriarch, we must urgently summon the young lady back. For the sake of the family, we must endure this humiliation for her sake. Otherwise, alas. The second elder sighed, Patriarch, we must resist the Wang family. How could we have endured such humiliation? It is better to die fighting. The third elder exclaimed in fury. The patriarch of the Snow family, Snow Qianxuan, listened to the heated exchanges among the elders, feeling utterly helpless. He too wished to confront the Wang family, yet he could not bear the consequences. The Snow family's millennia-long legacy could not be allowed to perish under his watch. How could he face the ancestors of the Snow family otherwise? Moreover, he could not bear to see his daughter wed into the Wang family. Lingxi was merely 20 years old. With a brilliant future ahead, how could he allow it to be extinguished in the hands of the Wang family? Snow Qianxuan, a formidable martial venerable, found himself powerless due to the Wang family's oppression, forced to rely on his daughter to protect the family. How could he accept such a fate? Very well, esteemed elders. While the Wang family's demands are difficult for us to accept, do you truly wish to see the family perish in this manner? We can only blame our lack of strength and bear the burden of Lingxi's sacrifice. Snow Qianxuan spoke with resignation. Patriarch, are we truly to allow our young lady to marry into the Wang family, to submit to them? The elder inquired, observing the patriarch's troubled expression. What else can we do? Shall we wage war against the Wang family? Have you all considered the consequences? Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the elders fell silent. Fully aware of the potential aftermath, should they engage in conflict, the Snow family would surely cease to exist. Their reluctance stemmed from a sense of unwillingness. Very well, let this matter stand as it is. Allow me to bear the burden of this family's sins. As long as the Snow family endures, all will have been worth it. Patriarch, a letter from the young lady has arrived. At that moment, a guard entered the hall, bowing to Snow Qianxuan. Bring it to me. The guard promptly presented the envelope before retreating. Snow Qianxuan gazed at the envelope, initially filled with joy and astonishment, before sinking into silence. Observing the patriarch's demeanor, the elder swiftly inquired, Patriarch, what did the young lady say? Lingxi claims she has found a solution to our issues with the Wang family. Snow Qianxuan replied after a moment of contemplation. Really? Does the young lady truly have a way to resolve this? The elders expressed surprise at the patriarch's words. Lingxi states she has befriended a young master from a prominent family, whose entire family consists of martial venerables, and he is willing to assist us in addressing the Wang family. Snow Qianxuan informed the assembly. Wonderful. The young lady is indeed our Snow family's lucky star. The elders exclaimed with smiles. However, there is one condition. What condition? If it means assisting us against the Wang family, we would agree to even 10 conditions. Their demand is for our Snow family to submit to them. Snow Qianxuan stated gravely, gazing at the elders. What? How does this differ from the Wang family's demands? Are we merely trading one predator for another? The assembly's countenance turned grim upon hearing this condition. Esteemed ones, while both the Wang family and this faction demand our submission, the latter does not require Lingxi to marry into their family, and their power far surpasses that of the Wang family. Rather than submit to the Wang family and sacrifice Lingxi, it would be wiser to align ourselves with this other faction, Snow Qianxuan asserted. The elders remained silent, contemplating. After a moment, the eldest elder spoke. Patriarch, you are correct. It is better to submit to the faction the young lady mentioned than to the Wang family, who are merely opportunists taking advantage of our plight. Nonetheless, I believe this matter should be discussed with the ancestor and the senior elders. Rest assured, I shall meet with the ancestor and the senior elders shortly. The Snow family's ancestor, the most formidable member of the clan, was a one-star martial saint. Unfortunately, he had been gravely injured, allowing the Wang family to act with impunity. The senior elders of the Snow family included 4 individuals, one at the peak of Martial Venerable, one at 8-star Martial Venerable, and 2 at 7-star Martial Venerable. Snow Qianxuan himself was a 6-star Martial Venerable. It must be noted that the Snow family was indeed powerful, boasting 9 Martial Venerables. However, no matter how many Martial Venerables they had, they remained insignificant in the presence of a martial saint. Snow Qianxuan then made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Snow family, located in the rear mountains. Ancestor, esteemed senior elders, I, Qianxuan, request an audience. Upon arriving at the rear mountains, Snow Qianxuan announced, Qianxuan, what brings you to seek us, old fellows? Has the Wang family troubled us again? The Snow family ancestor, Shuemoli, inquired. Ancestor, esteemed senior elders, the Wang family has indeed been oppressing our Snow family. My daughter has sent word that she has found a way to counter the Wang family. Thus I have come to report and seek your counsel, Snow Qianxuan explained. Oh, that girl Lingxi has found a way to deal with the Wang family? I wonder what it could be. Shuemoli expressed surprise. Lingxi has befriended a young master from a prominent family who is willing to help us against the Wang family. But what? Speak. Their condition is for us to submit. Upon hearing this, Shuemoli and the senior elders fell into contemplation. Finally, Shuemoli asked, what is your perspective on this, Qianxuan? Ancestor, I have just discussed this matter with the senior elders. Rather than submit to the Wang family and have Lingxi wed into their ranks, it is far more prudent to align ourselves with the young master she mentioned. Since you have made your decision, act accordingly. Remember, you are the patriarch of the Snow family. Your will reflects the will of all our kin. Shuemoli declared earnestly. Yes, Qianxuan understands what must be done. I shall go to meet Lingxi's young master at once. Farewell. Ancestor, are we truly to rely on submission to others for our survival? After Snow Qianxuan departed, the 4 senior elders turned to Shuemoli with concern. Ancestor, my time is running short. If we do not submit to others, are we merely to await our extermination at the hands of the Wang family? Shuemoli sighed. Ancestor Yu. The 4 elders' expressions shifted drastically. No worries. It is destined to be this way, and there is no need for further words. I can only hope that those whom the Shui family serves will treat them kindly. Congratulations to the host for completing Main Quest 2, Mastery of the Star River Kingdom, earning the following rewards. 1 Platinum Summoning Card, 3 Gold Summoning Cards, 1,000 Heavenly Class Weapons, 100 Royal Class Weapons, 1,000 Breaking Sect Pills, 100 Breaking Honor Pills, 1 Superior Spirit Stone Mine, and 3 Medium Spirit Stone Mines. Xiao Tian was elated, surprised at how swiftly he had accomplished Main Quest 2. The system had allotted a year for this task, yet it had barely been a month. While the time granted by the system was neither too short nor too long, it had not anticipated the unforeseen emergence of Yao Chen. Otherwise, it remained uncertain whether Xiao Tian would have achieved a breakthrough to Martial Sovereign by now. Glancing at his current collection of summoning cards, Xiao Tian could not help but smile with satisfaction. 1 Diamond Summoning Card, 1 Platinum Summoning Card, 4 Gold Summoning Cards, and 1 Silver Summoning Card. After breaking through to Martial Saint, he had only utilized 2 Silver Summoning Cards to unify the Star River Kingdom. If he were to use all of them. System, activate the Silver Summoning Card. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning the illustrious Zhang Han. Zhang Han. It took a moment for him to recall who this was. A renowned general of the Qin dynasty. He served as the military pillar during the reign of the second emperor of Qin and was the last great general of the Qin dynasty. In the first year of the second emperor's reign, he was commanded to lead convicts and slaves from Mount Li to confront the rebel army of Qin Shang, achieving victory time and again. However, during the Chuhan contention, he faced repeated defeats against Liu Bang's forces and retreated to defend Feiqiu, ultimately committing suicide when the city fell. System, retrieve Zhang Han's profile. Name, Zhang Han. Dynasty, Qin dynasty. Age, 20. Physique, prison god body. Cultivation method, prison god technique. Talent, king level. Realm, 5-star martial sovereign. Potential, unknown. Troop type, Qin's fierce soldiers. It must be said that the system summoned no mediocre talents. All were extraordinary figures revered through the ages. General Zhang, I humbly greet you. General Zhang, no need for formalities. With your assistance, it is as if I am swimming in water, Xiao Tian replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind words. My lord, I am unworthy of such praise. Zhang Han responded. Haha, General Zhang, there is no need for modesty. I am already well aware of your capabilities. Zhang Han smiled faintly, and the events of his past life faded like clouds in the wind. General Zhang, the day of nation-building approaches. My esteemed elder, Yao Chen, has been in the eastern wasteland for several days. Please go and urge him to return promptly. Xiao Tian commanded. Zhang Han accepted the order, bowing respectfully before departing. After Zhang Han's departure, Xiao Tian continued with his summoning. System, activate the gold summoning card. This was Xiao Tian's second use of a gold summoning card. The first had summoned Zhao Yun, but due to Xiao Tian's initial low realm, Zhao Yun had remained merely a fledgling martial emperor. Nonetheless, with the talent of a hero from Huaxia, breaking through would not pose much difficulty. Who would he summon this time? Xiao Tian had gained a basic understanding of the system's classification of silver, gold, and platinum summoning cards. Not only were the summoned beings progressively stronger, but their reputations from previous lives were also increasingly grand. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Xiao He. Xiao He, the Xiao He who pursued Han Xian under the moon, renowned alongside Zhang Liang and Han Xian as one of the three heroes of the Han. Historically known as Prime Minister Xiao He ranks among the top 5 statesmen in Huaxia's history. System, retrieve Xiao He's profile. Name, Xiao He. Dynasty, Chuhan era. Age, 20. Physique, Qilin God Body. Cultivation method, Qilin Divine Technique. Talent, Emperor level. Realm, 8-star Martial Sovereign. Potential, unknown. Troop type, none. Xiao He, I greet you, my lord. Dressed in Han attire with wide sleeves and a flowing sash, Xiao He bore a dignified appearance, his demeanor a blend of elegance and solemnity. Please rise. The time for nation building is upon us, and your arrival is most timely. Xiao Tian smiled. The following day, the head of the Xue family, Xue Qianxuan, arrived, and Xiao Tian received him. Young Master Xiao Tian, this is my father. Xue Lingxi introduced. Upon entering, Xue Qianxuan felt the overwhelming presence of Xiao Tian and Xiao He. Recognizing them as high-ranking martial sovereigns. Head of the Xue family, I pay my respects to young Master Xiao Tian. Xue Qianxuan greeted. No need for such formality, esteemed elder. Since you have come, it is evident that Miss Lingxi has informed you. Xiao Tian remarked, gazing at Xue Qianxuan. Indeed. My daughter has conveyed that if young Master Xiao Tian can assist our Xue family in dealing with the Wang family, we are willing to submit to you. Xue Qianxuan declared. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. However, may I inquire about how you wish for my assistance? Xue Qianxuan asked. When does the Wang family intend to take action against you? Xiao Tian inquired. They have given us 10 days to decide. If our Xue family does not acquiesce to their demands within this time frame, they will strike. Xue Qianxuan explained. 10 days, is it? Very well. I shall dispatch a martial saint to assist you against the Wang family's ancestor. Would that suffice? Xue Qianxuan exchanged glances with his companions, responding, young Master Xiao Tian. While your martial saint may contend with the Wang family's ancestor, they still possess one more peak martial sovereign than we do, which may prove challenging. Then let it be 1 martial saint and 4 martial sovereigns. May I ask what level they are? Xue Qianxuan queried, considering they were to face a peak martial sovereign. Rest assured, my household's generals, though they are 8-star martial sovereigns, are all prodigies capable of combating those above their rank. Dealing with a peak martial sovereign shall pose no difficulty. Xiao Tian replied with a smile. That is excellent news. Then I shall await your arrival, young Master Xiao Tian. Fear not. I shall certainly be there in 10 days. With that settled, I shall take my leave, Xue Qianxuan said, bowing to Xiao Tian. Please hold on. I have one more matter to inquire. Oh, young Master Xiao Tian, please ask. I will share all that I know. Xue Qianxuan responded, puzzled. Your Xue family must be considered a prominent family in the Eastern Wasteland. Are you knowledgeable about the distribution of power in the region? Of course. My family is one of the 4 great families of the Eastern Wasteland. Xue Qianxuan confirmed. Then I would greatly appreciate your insights. Young Master Xiao Tian. The power dynamics of the Eastern Wasteland can be summarized in one phrase. 1 saint, 4 families, 8 sects, and 8 emperors. 1 saint, 4 families, 8 sects, and 8 emperors? What does that mean? Xiao Tian inquired. 1 saint refers to the true power behind the scenes in the Eastern Wasteland, the holy land of Tianwang. The 4 families are our Xue family, the Wang family, the Qin family, and the Qin family, with the Wang family being the strongest and my Xue family the weakest. The 8 sects are the 8 major sects of the Eastern Wasteland, while the 8 emperors are the 8 major dynasties, all established by individuals from these 8 sects. All kingdoms in the Eastern Wasteland fall under the jurisdiction of these 8 dynasties. Xue Qianxuan elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was astonished at the considerable power in the Eastern Wasteland. What can you tell me about their strength? Our 4 families are relatively comparable in strength, while the strongest among the 8 sects and 8 dynasties are peak martial sovereigns, with no martial saints. As for the holy land of Tianwang, its exact strength remains unknown. Yet they are universally acknowledged as the true rulers of the Eastern Wasteland. Is that so? Thank you for your enlightening explanation. With this newfound knowledge, Xiao Tian gained a clearer understanding of the power dynamics in the Eastern Wasteland. Not at all. If young Master Xiao Tian has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well, esteemed elder, travel safely. Xiao He, please escort the head of the Shui family. No, no, young Master Xiao, I take my leave. Without waiting for a reply from Xiao Tian, Shui Qianxuan departed. Watching the two retreating figures, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. The 4 families and 8 clans posed little concern. Yet the Tianhuang sacred land remained a formidable adversary at present. Xiao He, what is your assessment of the strength of the Tianhuang sacred land? My lord, it is difficult to ascertain, but based on the strength of the eastern wilderness, it appears they lack a martial emperor, with their strongest likely at the peak of the martial saint realm. However, this remains merely my conjecture, Xiao He replied. Your reasoning holds merit. For now, the Tianhuang sacred land is of little consequence to us. As long as we do not provoke them, they should not trouble us, the lord concurred. Indeed, my lord. Jiguang, make your way to Xingyun city and inform Chun Gong and the others to come to the imperial city. Understood. In the eastern wilderness, the Holy Heavenly Dynasty's holy city served as the imperial capital. At this moment, a tavern within the city was filled with patrons, all gossiping about matters concerning the imperial city. Alas, I've heard the first prince has broken through to the martial emperor realm. Is that true? A martial artist inquired. Of course it's true. Can there be any doubt? I heard it straight from my cousin's nephew, who works in the palace. Another martial artist affirmed immediately. The first prince is indeed a genius. He's not even 20 yet, and has already reached the martial emperor realm. Meanwhile, we, old as we are, still linger at the martial spirit and martial general levels. It's infuriating to compare. Who can argue with that? But what can we do? He is a prince. After all, he has had access to resources from a young age. Give me those resources, and I could achieve the same. That's where you're mistaken. While the first prince lacks for nothing, one cannot deny his innate talent. Otherwise, why has the second prince, also a prince, only reached the martial master realm by now? Is there any comparison? The second prince is nothing but a waste. Shoo, are you seeking death? Even if he is a waste, he is still the second prince. Do you dare speak of him? If you get caught, don't say you know me. A slip of the tongue, my apologies. Master, why are we here in the Holy Heavenly Dynasty? At this moment, a young boy in the corner asked the elder beside him. My disciple. Our Xiao family is under the jurisdiction of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, so we must come to understand it. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Though our Xiao family is not afraid of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty. Indeed, these two were Xiao Tian, the esteemed elder of the Xiao family, and Xiao Hua, a disciple of the Xiao family. At this time, Xiao Hua had already broken through to the martial spirit realm, which, though modest, was a significant leap from merely a month prior when he was still at the martial soldier realm. Xiao Tian had come to the eastern wilderness under Xiao Tian's orders to investigate various factions. Now, aside from the unclear strength of the Tianhuang sacred land, he had a comprehensive understanding of other forces. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that Xiao Tian had already grasped the general strength of the eastern wilderness. If he were to learn of this, one could only imagine his reaction. What? Have I truly made this trip in vain? So that is how it is. Did you manage to ascertain the strength of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty? Of course I have. Do you not know who your master is? Then, master, when shall we return to report to the clan leader? No rush. We shall return once you break through to the martial lord realm. This is the task assigned to me by the clan leader. Chapter 31, The Eve of Nation Founding. At this moment, a man approached Xiao Tian and clasped his hands in greeting. Zhang Han pays respects to the esteemed elder. Xiao Tian was taken aback, realizing this man was a 5-star martial venerable. As he noted the man's address, a thought struck him. Could he be from the Xiao family? And you are? Xiao Tian inquired, puzzled. The lord, that is, the clan leader, has sent Zhang Han to invite the esteemed elder to return, Zhang Han explained. I see. I understand now. We shall return immediately. Xiao Tian responded. Very well, I take my leave. With that, Zhang Han turned and departed. Watching Zhang Han's receding figure, Xiao Tian shook his head with a wry smile and remarked to Xiao Hua, disciple, even as the esteemed elder of the Xiao family, I find the clan leader increasingly inscrutable. Xiao Hua was taken aback. Master, what do you mean? Do you know the realm of the individual the clan leader sent earlier? This disciple is unaware. Martial Venerable. A 5-star Martial Venerable. Xiao Tian revealed slowly. Wow, what? Martial Venerable? When did our Xiao family acquire such a powerful individual? Xiao Hua gasped in astonishment. Indeed, hence my earlier comment about the clan leader being difficult to fathom. I wonder how many other powerful individuals exist within the clan that I am unaware of. In response to the Lord, Zhang Han has informed the esteemed elder. The esteemed elder will return shortly. Zhang Han returned to the treasure pavilion and promptly reported to Xiao Tian. Excellent. Once everyone arrives, we shall immediately commence preparations for nation building. Yes, Jiguang, have Chun Gong and the others set out? Reporting to the Lord, they have already departed. They are expected to arrive by tomorrow. Given the large number of Chungong's forces, numbering in the millions, some time was indeed required. Xiao, you shall journey to my ancestral grounds and bring everyone from the Xiao family here. Our Xiao family shall become the sole royal family of the Xiantian continent. Xiao accepted the command. In Laozi City, the Xiao family had entered a phase of rapid and vigorous development since Xiao Tian's departure just over a month ago. Laozi City and several surrounding cities were swiftly advancing under the control of the Xiao family. The three elder overseers of the Xiao family had all broken through to the martial spirit realm, while the third generation of disciples ranged between martial master and great martial master levels. Not a single member of the Xiao family remained below the martial soldier realm, marking a monumental transformation from the ordinary individuals they had been a month prior. On this day, the Grand Elder Xiao Feng was playing with Xiao Tian's sister, Xiao Shui. Uncle, my brother has been gone for nearly a month and has yet to return. Does he not want me anymore? Xiao Shui gazed up at Xiao Feng with eyes full of sorrow. Little Shui, what nonsense are you speaking? Your brother loves you most in the entire Xiao family. How could he possibly abandon you? Xiao Feng replied with a resigned smile. Xiao Shui would ask this question almost every day. Then why hasn't he come back to see me yet? Tears shimmered in her eyes as she spoke. Seeing Xiao Shui in such a state, Xiao Feng was at a loss for words and could only comfort her. Little Shui, your brother is the clan leader of the Xiao family. He is out fighting for our family. It's not that he doesn't want to see you. You must train diligently, and one day you will be able to assist your brother. Do you understand? Yes, I will train hard and help my brother in the future. Xiao Shui nodded earnestly. That's the spirit. Little Shui is truly obedient. Grand Elder, there is someone outside seeking an audience, claiming to be sent by the clan leader. At that moment, a guard reported, is it someone my brother sent to fetch me? Uncle, let us hurry. Upon hearing that someone had come on her brother's orders, Xiao Shui immediately pulled Xiao Feng towards the door. Xiao Feng shook his head with a wry smile. This girl was always the most eager when it came to matters concerning her brother. As Xiao Shui and Xiao Feng reached the entrance, they saw a refined young man waiting there. Xiao Shui hurriedly ran over and exclaimed, Big brother, did my brother send you to fetch me? Xiao He, observing the approaching duo, recognized the little girl as the Lord's sister, holding immense significance in his heart. Miss, I have come at the behest of the Lord to escort you to the imperial city. Upon receiving this confirmation, Xiao Shui joyfully leaped in place, exclaiming, Yay! My brother has come to fetch me. I'm going to find my brother. Witnessing Xiao Shui's adorable demeanor, Xiao He instantly grew fond of the little girl. Young master, did the clan leader truly send you to fetch this girl? Xiao Feng inquired, stepping forward. The Grand Elder, indeed. The Lord has commanded me to bring all members of the Xiao family to the imperial city. Now that the Lord has seized the imperial city, he shall soon establish the kingdom of the Xiao family. What? The clan leader has taken the imperial city? He is going to found a nation? Xiao Feng exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Xiao He replied with a smile. Grand Elder, please inform all members of the Xiao family. I shall escort you to the imperial city. As for those who wish to remain here, they may manage this place. However, the Lord has decreed that all direct descendants of the Xiao family must proceed to the imperial city. Very well, I shall notify the clansmen immediately. May I inquire how to address you, young master? You may simply refer to me as Xiao He. Subsequently, the Grand Elder notified all members of the Xiao family, and aside from a few collateral relatives and a martial king guard, everyone followed Xiao He to the imperial city. Although all the members of the Xiao family wished to go, this place is, after all, the ancestral land of the Xiao family. It cannot be devoid of its kin. Thus, the Grand Elder assured that every 10 years, a rotation would occur, and all their descendants would be brought to the imperial city, which encouraged some to remain. The next day, in the imperial city, Xiao He and others arrived, and the entire treasure pavilion was occupied by the members of the Xiao family. As for the million-strong army from Xingyan City, they were stationed outside the city. Brother, upon seeing Xiao Tian, Xiao Shui immediately ran over exclaiming, Xiao Shui, have you been listening to uncle while at home? Looking at his sister, Xiao Tian affectionately tousled her hair and said, Brother, Xiao Shui has been very obedient. Brother, I missed you so much. Xiao Shui hugged Xiao Tian, fearful that he might vanish. Be good, Xiao Shui, I missed you too. I promise. I will never part from you again, all right? Really? Truly? That's wonderful. Xiao Shui exclaimed joyfully, never wanting to be apart from her brother again. Young Master Xiao? Who are these people? Shui Lingxi inquired, looking at the newcomers with curiosity. Miss Lingxi, these are my clansmen. I intend to establish a nation here, hence their arrival. Young Master Xiao, you are to build a nation? Indeed, this will be the kingdom of the galaxy. And what of the royal family of the galaxy kingdom? They have already submitted to me. I see. Then I congratulate you, young Master Xiao. Haha, the Shui family has also submitted to me. Thus you too shall be part of this nation. Young Master Xiao speaks true. I had overlooked that. The day of nation founding will be tomorrow, Miss Lingxi. You may bring Elder Lu and others to the palace to witness the ceremony. Rest assured, Miss Lingxi shall be present. Qi Jiguan. Xiao Tian then turned to Qi Jiguan. At your service. Lead the members of the Xiao family to the palace. Have Xing Tianhe make the necessary arrangements for tomorrow's grand ceremony. Understood. Chapter 32. Establishment of the Great Xia dynasty and the enfeoffment of civil and military officials. The following morning, under the brilliant sun, the sky was clear and bright, with wisps of white clouds floating above, shimmering with a gentle radiance. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the vast earth, and upon the Chuanyin mountains, bathed in golden sunlight. A soft auspice emanated. A magnificent city stood tall, its walls soaring to 100 zhang, akin to towering giants. A heavy and imposing aura enveloped the surroundings. Dominating the heavens, soldiers clad in black armor, with sharp gazes, patrolled the city walls. Each one was a formidable martial lord, temporarily dispatched from the military for the establishment of the nation. At this moment, the gates to the east, south, west, and north swung wide open, each gate manned by 10 martial kings and 200 martial lords. The overwhelming presence of 800 martial lords at the 4 gates left the countless citizens within the city in silent astonishment, unsure of the unfolding situation. In the palace square, a grand altar had been meticulously prepared with all necessary items. Below the altar, civil and military officials stood solemnly, their expressions grave. Behind the officials, numerous soldiers donned armor and brandished weapons. Surrounding them, countless citizens observed in silence, hesitant to speak, uncertain of the royal family's intentions. Clad in a golden dragon robe and wearing a crown, Xiao Tian slowly emerged. The onlooking crowd regarded the figure in the dragon robe with puzzled expressions, wondering who he was and why he donned such regal attire. Noticing the absence of the king, with a solemn countenance, Xiao Tian approached the altar, with Xiao He respectfully following 3 steps behind. The altar, towering at 100 zhang, matched the height of the city walls, with 999 steps leading straight up. Atop the altar was a massive circular platform, with a square in the center symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth. On the circular platform, there stood a table, and before it lay a red satin platform designated for kneeling. Xiao Tian then assumed a grave expression and knelt towards the north. One kneel to heaven. Xiao He bellowed, his righteous aura soaring. After 3 bows to the heavens, Xiao Tian gently arose. 2 kneels to the earth. Xiao He cried out again. Xiao Tian knelt once more, bowing 3 times to the earth before rising again. 3 kneels to the nation. After performing 3 kneels and 9 bows, Xiao Tian slowly stood, his expression solemn, surveying the surroundings. Xiao He respectfully withdrew, taking his place among the civil officials. Xiao Tian gazed down at the civil and military officials, the million-strong army, and the multitude of observing citizens. A majestic aura of dominance flashing in his eyes. In this vast world, who holds the power? Across the realm, all lands belong to the king. On the shores of every territory, all subjects belong to the king. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tian addressed the crowd. From this day forth, a nation shall be established. The name of the nation shall be Xia, thus forming the Great Xia dynasty. Commanded by heaven, may it prosper eternally. All civil and military officials knelt, crying out, "We salute our king. Long live the king. Long live, long live." The million-strong army also fell to their knees instantly, their eyes filled with fervor, chanting, "Long live the king. Long live, long live." The thunderous cheers reverberated through the heavens and earth, as countless citizens and warriors within the royal city respectfully knelt, proclaiming long live. Xiao Tian looked upon the crowd, feeling a surge of excitement. From this day forth, he was the king of the Great Xia. The Great Xia dynasty establishes its royal city in Yudu, marking the first year of the Great Xia. Henceforth, I confer Xiao He as the right prime minister of the Great Xia, a 3rd-tier viscount. Henceforth, I confer Chun Gong as the minister of the central court of the Great Xia, a 1st-tier baron. Henceforth, I confer Qi Jiguang as the general of the 6th Legion of the Great Xia, a 9-star general, and he shall be assembled immediately. Henceforth, I confer Zhang Han as the general of the 7th Legion of the Great Xia, a 9-star general, and he shall be assembled immediately. Henceforth, I confer Zhao Yun as the general of the 8th Legion of the Great Xia, a 1-star general, a 3rd-tier viscount, and he shall be assembled immediately. Henceforth, I confer Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, Huang Zhong, Su Chu, and others as 9-star generals of the 8th Legion of the Great Xia, 1st-tier barons, to assist Zhao Yun in immediate assembly. Henceforth, I confer Yao Tian as the deputy master of the Dan Palace of the Great Xia, a 3rd-tier viscount, to be assembled immediately. Henceforth, I confer Xiao Shui as the Grand Princess of the Great Xia, a 1st-tier duchess. The titles of the Great Xia are Duke, Marquis, Earl, viscount, and baron, ranging from 1st to 3rd tier. The military ranks of the Great Xia are divided into 1 to 3-star major generals, 4 to 6-star lieutenant generals, and 7 to 9-star generals. Above that are the titles of Grand General, and beyond that, the rank of Marshal. Though the ideal talents envisioned by Xiao Tian have yet to appear, leaving vacancies. Half an hour later, the conferral was complete. Long live the king, long live, long live. The civil and military officials, the million-strong army, and all observing citizens bowed in reverence. Enter the court. Xiao he bellowed. Xiao Tian slowly descended from the altar, supported by the civil and military officials, making his way to the court. Xiao Tian ascended the 9 steps, his face stern, taking his seat upon the central dragon throne. Before the assembly, the civil and military officials stood in 2 orderly lines, with the military on the left and the civil on the right. Long live our king. For 1,000 years. The officials once again bowed in profound respect. Gentlemen, you need not perform this formality, responded the king graciously. The officials echoed in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty. Here, the civil and military officials predominantly consisted of the loyal subjects of the Star River Kingdom, for at present, Xiao Tian lacked suitable candidates. In due course, as the illustrious individuals of Huaxiao emerge, Xiao Tian would meticulously assign them to appropriate positions. At that time, the entire court would be filled with the distinguished figures of Huaxia. Xiao Xiang, Chen Gong. Present, Your Majesty. Xiao He and Chen Gong stepped forward to pay their respects. I hereby announce the abolition of the county-city system, to be replaced by the system of 3 governments and 10 cities, under the central governance of the 9 skies government, which shall be overseen by the Xiao family. Xiao Yun will serve as the governor. The candidates for the Northwest Star River government and Southeast Starry government will be decided by you both, commanded Xiao Tian. We shall obey, replied the 2, stepping back. Xing Tianna. Present. All of you shall retain your current positions and continue to guard the 4 corners of the Great Xia. The medicinal elixirs have already been awarded to you. Hasten to break through your limits and engage in battles for our Great Xia. We shall obey. Xing Tianhe withdrew. Zhao Yun, Qi Jiguang, Zhang Han. Present. You are to immediately establish your legions. Each legion is to be provisionally set at 1 million men. Their strength must not be lacking, starting from the martial lord level. Should the numbers be insufficient, adjustments will be made as necessary. We shall obey. The 3 retreated. My esteemed ministers, do you have any matters to address? Replying to Your Majesty, we have no matters to present. If so, the court is dismissed. Long live our king. For 1,000 years. Xiao Tian slowly made his way toward the 9 Skies Palace, a temporary residence built solely for him, personally designated by Xiao Tian. Upon returning to the 9 Skies Palace, Xiao Tian eagerly turned to the system, for the establishment of the dynasty was complete, and all tasks issued by the system, whether main or side quests, had been fulfilled. Congratulations, host, on completing side quest 2. You have received rewards: 1 gold summoning card, 3 silver summoning cards, 1,000 supreme pills, and 1,000,000 superior spirit stones. Congratulations, host, on completing main quest 3, with a duration of 1 month, rated at SS level. Your rewards include 1 diamond summoning card, 3 platinum summoning cards, 5 gold summoning cards, 10 silver summoning cards, and 10 silver level unit summoning cards. Additionally, you receive 1,000 breaking respect pills, 100 martial saint pills, 1 demon and god tower, 1 time and space tower, the 9 tripod state stabilizers, a divine ranking list, and a small world of cave heaven, a low-grade immortal spirit vein, and 5 premium spirit stone veins, along with 10 superior spirit stone veins, have also been granted. Rewards have been dispersed. Please check, host. Stunned, Xiao Tian was utterly astonished by the opulence of the rewards. Merely the summoning cards dazzled his eyes. He glanced at the summoning cards he already possessed: 2 diamonds, for platinums, 9 golds, and 13 silvers. If he were to utilize them all, the thought was almost unfathomable. Not to mention the other items such as the demon and god tower, time and space tower, and martial saint pills. Although their functions remained unknown, their value was undoubtedly immense. Chapter 33. The bountiful rewards of destiny. 13 illustrious individuals would soon emerge. Subsequently, Xiao Tian began to examine the additional rewards. Item: silver level unit summoning card. This card can summon 1 million martial lord level units, or 100,000 martial king units, or 10,000 martial emperor units. Martial saint pill. This pill guarantees 100% breakthrough from martial venerable peak to martial saint realm, depending on one's talent. It can help a martial saint break through 1 to 3 minor realms. It is ineffective beyond the peak of martial saint. Demon and god tower, divided into 9 levels. It houses an endless lineage of gods and demons. The first level contains low-tier gods and demons, the second mid-tier, the third high-tier, and the 9th chaos gods and demons. Anyone who enters will undoubtedly acquire the lineage of gods and demons. Currently, the first 3 levels are unlocked, with a quota of 100 for the first level, 10 for the second, and 1 for the third. Time and Space Tower, a cultivation artifact that operates at a different flow of time compared to reality, containing 9 levels of space. The first at 100 times, the second at 1,000 times, the third at 10,000 times, and so forth, with each level increasing tenfold. Those below Martial King may enter the first level, while those above may access the second, and those above Martial Saint may enter the third. If this tower were placed in the real world, the proportions would be based on reality, while in the Cave Heaven world, it would adhere to its own proportions. The 9 tripod state stabilizers, there are 9 in total, each an artifact. When placed throughout the Great Xia, they can suppress the fortune of a nation. Each tripod contains an innate spirit. The stronger the Great Xia, the more powerful the spirit becomes. Divine Ranking List. All civil and military officials of the Great Xia retain a life imprint within the Divine Ranking List. Upon their demise, a fragment of their soul remains. And after a century, they may be revived within the Divine Ranking List, or they can consume fortune value for immediate resurrection. If the Great Xia perishes, the Divine Ranking List vanishes. The small world of Cave Heaven, an independent paradise detached from this world. The speed of cultivation within is 100 times that of this world. Xiao Tian breathed rapidly, overwhelmed by the sheer power of these items. Merely possessing one of them would likely render someone invincible, yet Xiao Tian possessed them all. It was easy to surmise that he would find it difficult not to be invincible. System. Is the Demon and God Tower limited to unlocking only 3 layers for now? Is there a quota restriction? Indeed, the current host is still too weak to unlock beyond the 3rd layer. Each time the host breaks through a major realm, 1 to 3 existing quotas may be unlocked. For every 3 major realm breakthroughs, 1 layer of the Demon and God Tower can be unlocked. Do not underestimate the first 3 layers. Even in the first layer, anyone below Martial Venerable will achieve at least the Martial Venerable realm after inheriting the lineage. Those above Martial Venerable will at least break through 1 major realm. Moreover, after inheriting, both talent and cultivation speed will be enhanced. There are no bottlenecks until reaching the heights of gods and demons. So powerful. What about the 2nd and 3rd layers? Xiao Tian inquired, astonished. The 2nd layer guarantees a minimum of Martial Saint after inheritance, and the 3rd layer guarantees a minimum of Martial Emperor. Huh. Wouldn't that immediately make one invincible in the Eastern Wilderness? Xiao Tian grinned widely. Host, do not be overly fanciful. The inheritance from the Demon and God Tower varies by individual. The higher the talent, the faster the inheritance is obtained. Those with lower talent may require a century to gain it. Is that so? That's still quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian felt that it was indeed a reversal of fate. Though the time required might be long, he would certainly attain the inheritance, emerging as a Martial Venerable. System. Place the 9 tripod state stabilizers. Placement successful. Instantly, all the people of the Great Xia felt a tremor, as if a meteor had fallen. Soon after, they noticed the spiritual energy had thickened, the absorption rate had accelerated, and cultivation had become simpler. System. Place the Divine Ranking List, and let it reside within my 9 Skies Palace. Placement successful. Following this, Xiao Tian observed the Divine Ranking List emerging above the center of the Grand Hall, with the names of all civil and military officials of the Great Xia inscribed upon it. Each name bore a life imprint. Should anyone fall, after a century of nurturing, they could be revived, and Xiao Tian could also utilize fortune value for their resurrection. Place the small world of Cave Heaven, with the entrance situated at the Royal Tomb. The Royal Tomb had now become the residence of the Xiao family, as the Xing family had long vacated the premises. System. Place both the Demon and God Tower and Time and Space Tower into the Cave Heaven world. Placement successful. System. Distribute all spirit veins across the royal city, with the immortal grade vein placed in the Cave Heaven world. It is advisable for the host to place the spirit veins in the Great Xia. As the Cave Heaven world already contains immortal spiritual energy, then let us place them beneath the royal palace. Placement successful. Use 10 silver level unit summoning cards. Host. Please select the type and strength of the units to summon. Summon 500,000 Martial King units and 50,000 Martial Emperor units, specifically summoning the White Horse Yitzhong, Chijiao Army, and Xin's Fierce Soldiers. Host. Please select the location for the units to appear. If not specified, the system will place them randomly. Deploy them within the armies of Zhao Yun, Qi Jiguang, Zhang Han, and others. Placement successful. The system. Summon with 13 silver summoning cards. The summoning is successful. Congratulations, host. On summoning the illustrious figures of Shi, Peng Yulin, Zhua Zongtong, Qin Liangyu, Chang Yuchen, Huang Gai, Jiang Wei, Lu Ming, Ma Teng, Ma Dai, Lu Jin, Yu Jin, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou. Instantly, the void before Xiao Tian trembles as 13 silhouettes stride forth. Your subjects pay their respects, Your Majesty. Upon arriving before Xiao Tian, all 13 bow in deference. Gentlemen, there is no need for formalities. Today, with your esteemed arrivals, I, the Emperor of the Great Xia, have no worries. Xiao Tian gazes upon the assembly, a slight smile gracing his lips, acknowledging the 13 five-star martial lords. Your Majesty's grace shall inspire us to expand the territory of the Great Xia, serving with unwavering dedication until our last breath. Very well, esteemed generals. By imperial decree, from this day forth, you shall be conferred as the 6th, 7th, and 8th legions of the Great Xia, each bearing the rank of 9-star general and ennobled as barons. Proceed to the military at once. We obey the decree. With that, the 13 promptly head to the barracks. In this time, the Great Xia is teeming with formidable warriors. In the eastern wilderness, apart from the sacred land of Tianhuang, there are no rivals. However, the pinnacle of strength in the Great Xia remains insufficient. After the departure of the assembly, Xiao Tian contemplates the future development of the Great Xia. Perhaps it is best to stabilize and develop for a while. After all, the Great Xia has just been established, and it is unwise to engage in warfare. 7 days have elapsed since the establishment of the Great Xia and Xiao Yan's rise to kingship. During this time, all martial artists within the Great Xia have come to realize that their former kingdom of Xinghe no longer exists. It has transformed into a new dynasty, the Great Xia. This new dynasty surpasses the former kingdom by many folds. The royal family, prominent clans, and esteemed generals have all pledged their allegiance to the Great Xia dynasty. All territories of the former kingdom of Xinghe have become part of the dominion of the Great Xia. Hundreds of millions of citizens and warriors have accepted this reality. Currently, the 3 great legions of the Great Xia, alongside the troops summoned by Xiao Tian, have expanded to a total of 100,000, all being formidable warriors above the martial monarch rank. As for the rapid expansion to such numbers, it is due to Xiao Yan's decree requiring all martial lords from prominent families and sects within the Great Xia to contribute 1/3 of their forces to the military. With those who resisted having essentially vanished from the realm, the 3 offices of the Great Xia have been successfully established, governing hundreds of cities throughout the land. The Jiuxiao office is situated centrally, commanded by the Xiaos. Due to the current insufficiency of the Xiao's strength, Xiao Tian has dispatched an elder from the Xing family to temporarily oversee matters. The Xinghe office commands the northwest, presided over by the Xing family, with the head of the office being the esteemed patriarch of the Xing clan. The Xingqian office governs the southeast, jointly managed by the original 4 major families within the city. Chapter 34. The Xiaos enter the Tower of Gods and Demons on a day marked for a visit to the Shui family. Xiao Tian leads the entire Xia family into the small world of Dongtian, preparing to allow all members of the Xia family to enter the Tower of Gods and Demons for the inheritance of divine and demonic powers. Among them is Zhao Yun, the first hero summoned by a golden summoning card, who now holds a significant position within the Great Xia, though his current strength seems somewhat unworthy of his status. Therefore, Xiao Tian decides to grant Zhao Yun a spot in the Tower of Gods and Demons, while others like Zhang Fei and Ma Chao must wait for a later opportunity due to the scarcity of available slots, which are just sufficient for the Xia family's needs. Presently, the Xia family is still too small, with only a dozen direct descendants and barely over 100 including collateral branches. However, this number aligns perfectly with the current slots available in the Tower of Gods and Demons. Xiao Tian brings everyone to the site of the tower. Gazing at the towering structure that reaches 10,000 meters in height and spans 100 meters in width, all present are left in awe. While it may only stand at 10,000 meters, the interior of the tower is infinitely vast. This is the Tower of Gods and Demons, housing endless legacies of divine and demonic powers. The tower consists of 9 levels, but currently, only the first 3 are accessible. All collateral branches proceed into the first level of the tower. Xiao Tian instructs. Yes, the assembly bows respectfully before surging into the first level of the tower. Xiao Tian observes as a total of 97 members from the collateral branches enter, including 5 stewards and the talented Xiaowa, Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder. There are 3 slots remaining. You should also enter. Noticing the available slots, Xiao Tian invites the 3 elders to join. Yes, clan leader. The 3 elders promptly enter the tower. Excluding Xiao Yan, the 9 of you shall enter the second level. Subsequently, Xiao Tian addresses his direct descendants, his cousins, Xiao Xian, Xiao Qin, Xiaoyi, Xiaogu, Zidingting, Xiaoding, Xiaoyan, as well as his dear sister Xiaoxua and Zhao Yun. Yes, the group swiftly enters the second level of the tower, with only Xiaoxua remaining outside. Brother, may I not go in? Xiao Xue looks at Xiao Tian with a pitiful expression. Seeing his sister like this, Xiao Tian can only smile helplessly and asks, Shuer, why do you not wish to enter? Brother, I am afraid. It looks so terrifying. Do not fear, Shuer, there is no danger inside. Do you not wish to enhance your strength to assist your brother? I do. I truly want to help you, brother. Xiao Xue responds innocently. In that case, will you enter? Once you do, you shall emerge as a formidable warrior. Really? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? All right then, brother, I shall go in. Encouraged by Xiao Tian, Xiao Xue steps into the tower. Thus, all except Xiao Yan have entered. Elder brother, the future development of the Xia family shall rely on you. Xiao Tian turns to Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan is taken aback. Clan leader, what do you mean by this? Go to the 3rd level. When you emerge, I shall pass the clan leader position to you. Clan leader, this is not appropriate. No one else is fit to take on the role of clan leader of the Xia family. Enough. My decision is made. There is no need for further discussion. My focus will be on the great Xia moving forward. Upon your emergence, the position of clan leader shall rightfully be yours. Then, clan leader, I shall enter. Xiao Yun bows and proceeds into the 3rd level of the tower. Once everyone emerges, the Xia family will boast 2 martial emperors, 8 martial saints, and 100 martial lords, forming a powerful lineage. 3 more days pass, and the great Xia has entered a stable rhythm, with Xiao Tian having made all necessary arrangements. Now, it is merely up to the civil and military officials to function normally. Your Majesty, a woman claiming to be Xue Lingxi seeks an audience outside the palace. At this moment, a guard reports from outside. Xue Lingxi, I almost forgot our agreement with the Xue family. Let her in. Shortly thereafter, Xue Lingxi arrives at Jiuxiao Palace, escorted by the guard. This humble girl, Xue Lingxi, pays her respects to your Majesty. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Xue Lingxi bows respectfully. Please rise, Miss Xue. I apologize for nearly forgetting our agreed date amidst my duties for the great Xia. Your Majesty is too kind, Xue Lingxi replies. Has the Wang family taken action against your Xue family? My father has conveyed news that today, the Wang family will strike against us. We implore your Majesty for assistance. Rest assured, Miss Lingxi, I shall fulfill my promise to your family. He then instructs the guard outside. Summon Right Chancellor Xiao He and Vice Master Yao Chen to attend. Minister Xiao He, Vice Master Yao Chen, pay your respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities, both of you. Take QJ Guing and ZH Ing HN, and accompany Miss Lingxi to the Xue family to assist them against the Wang family. Xiao Tian directs the 2. We obey. Miss Lingxi, you shall lead Minister Xiao and the others. Yes, I thank your Majesty. At the Xue family hall, the members are currently deliberating how to respond to the impending threat from the Wang family. Clan leader, the Wang family has set out and is en route to our Xue family. They should arrive in about an hour. The great elder solemnly informs Xue Qianxuan. Indeed, Chief. Has that young Master Xiao sent anyone to assist my Xue family? Otherwise, once the Wang family arrives, we, second elder, will be in a state of great anxiety. Up till now, we have yet to see the promised reinforcements, and everyone is filled with trepidation. Fear not, esteemed elders. Lingxi has already sent word that she is on her way to summon young Master Xiao. I trust it won't be long before he arrives. Please, be patient. Xue Qianxuan consoled them. Yet, within his heart, he too was consumed by worry, fearing that Xiao Tian might suddenly renege on his promise to aid the Xue family. Or perhaps he had never intended to assist them in the first place. After all, why had they seen no sign of his support thus far? However, he could only offer such reassurances to the elders. It would be disheartening for their morale to plummet before the enemy even made their entrance. Unbeknownst to Xue Qianxuan, Xiao Tian had merely forgotten their agreement due to matters concerning the dynasty. Without Lingxi's intervention, they might have truly missed this opportunity. Alas, there was nothing to be done but hope for timely assistance. A collective sigh echoed among the crowd. An hour later, the members of the Wang family were already drawing near, yet Xue Qianxuan still had not seen the promised aid from Xiao Tian. Could it be that he truly had no intention of helping the Xue family? Why then had he initially agreed? Xue Qianxuan pondered. Xue Qianxuan, I have arrived. I wonder how your Xue family will choose, to submit or to face annihilation. At that moment, the Wang family had reached the Xue residence, and the patriarch Wang Ke spoke with a sneer. Humph, Wang Ke, your Wang family harbors insidious ambitions. The Xue family would rather perish than submit to your tyranny. Wang Ke, the patriarch of the Wang family, stood at the pinnacle of the 6-star martial sovereign realm. What a pity. In that case, your Xue family has no reason to exist. Wang Ke retorted. Humph, if you wish to extinguish my Xue family, you must first tread over the corpses of me and my brethren. Just then, voices from the ancestors of the Xue family resonated from their ancestral grounds. Chapter 35. Timely arrival. The Wang family had besieged the Xue residence, preventing any escape. The Wang family had indeed mobilized their entire might. Apart from the absence of their ancestral elder, nearly all the high-ranking members were present. 5 supreme elders of the Wang family, 2 at the pinnacle of martial sovereign, 2 at the 8-star level, and 1 at the 7-star level. All 10 elders were martial sovereigns, with hundreds of martial lords in attendance. They vastly outnumbered the Xue family, who had only 1 pinnacle martial sovereign and 1 fewer 8-star martial sovereign. Meanwhile, the Xue family possessed merely 4 martial sovereign elders and less than 50 martial lords. Without Xiao Tian's intervention, the Xue family might truly face annihilation, for the power levels of the 2 factions were not in the same league. If you wish to extinguish my Xue family, you must first step over the bodies of me and my brethren. The 4 supreme elders of the Xue family emerged, for they had no choice. The enemy had already reached their doorstep. Why are there only 4 of you old geezers? Where is your ancestor, Xue Moli? Surely he hasn't met his end? Wang Ke jeered at the 4 supreme elders of the Xue family. You young ones are truly arrogant. Even if your Wang family ancestor has fallen, my Xue family's ancestor remains unscathed. The elders were infuriated by Wang Ke's insolence. I'm too weary to engage in idle chatter with you. Since your Xue family has gathered, let us descend together into the abyss. Supreme elders, I entrust these old geezers to you. Wang Ke commanded his own supreme elders. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will handle these 4. The 4 supreme elders of the Wang family charged at the 4 supreme elders of the Xue family. Wang Xing, to the void we go. As the opponents approached, the Xue quartet surged forward into the void, shouting at their adversaries. Wang Xing, one of the pinnacle martial sovereigns of the Wang family. Xue Maching, do you fear me? Xue Maching, the peak martial sovereign of the Xue family, retorted. Wang Xing, you are mistaken if you think I fear you. And thus, Wang Xing lunged into the void, clashing with Xue Maching. The other 3 engaged 2 8-star martial sovereigns and 1 7-star martial sovereign from the Wang family, respectively. Esteemed elders, let us subdue the Xue family together. Wang Ke instructed his comrades as he charged towards Xue Qianxuan. In an instant, the entire void transformed into a battleground. Only 1 pinnacle martial sovereign of the Wang family, Wang Bo, refrained from joining the fray. The Xue family's martial sovereigns were battling valiantly against 2 or even 3 foes at once, but soon casualties began to mount within the Xue ranks. The 3rd elder of the Xue family, at the 2nd-star martial sovereign level, was overwhelmed and slain by a combination of a 3-star and a 2-star martial sovereign from the Wang family. Wang family, you have gone too far. At that moment, the ancestor of the Xue family emerged, a frail elder whose heart ached at the sight of his family's plight. Xue Moli, you have finally shown yourself, Wang Bo. The only Wang family member who had not yet engaged, remarked with a cold smile. I wonder how much strength you have left? How much strength, I cannot say, but if it comes to a life-for-life exchange, taking you down will be no challenge, Xue Moli replied in a calm tone, as if discussing trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo fell silent. After all, he was aware that Xue Moli was a martial saint. Even in a severely weakened state, he might very well take down a pinnacle martial sovereign in exchange for his own life. And even if you manage to take me down, your Xue family will still face obliteration. Moreover, my Wang family ancestor has yet to make a move. Wishing to trade your life for mine is likely an unrealistic endeavor. Just as Xue Moli was about to respond, suddenly, have we arrived too late? With that, a dozen figures appeared before them, led by Xiao He and others. Who might you be? The Xue family ancestor inquired, puzzled by the sudden appearance of these individuals. Are you the ancestor of the Xue family? We apologize for our tardiness. Xiao He addressed Xue Moli with sincere regret. Ancestor, are you unharmed? At this moment, Xue Lingxi stepped forward to support Xue Moli, expressing her concern. Lingxi, my dear, you have returned. Then you must be the one sent by young Master Xiao to assist my Xue family. Upon seeing Xue Lingxi, Xue Moli felt an immense relief wash over him. Indeed, we have been dispatched by the Emperor to aid the Xue family. Please, allow us to first deal with these adversaries. Xiao He commanded Qi Jiguang and the others, engage. Leave no one standing among those who dare to invade the Xue family. Understood. In an instant, Qi Jiguang and the others charged into the battlefield. What had once been a desperate situation for the Xue family shifted dramatically upon the arrival of the powerful allies from the Daxia. Though they were merely 5-star martial sovereigns, they were renowned figures, each a prodigious talent in their own right, capable of contending against foes 2 or 3 realms above them. A 5-star martial sovereign could hold their own against an 8-star martial sovereign, while a 7-star martial sovereign was no match for them at all. Wang Bo, the pinnacle martial sovereign of the Wang family, found himself momentarily stunned by the sudden arrival of these individuals. As he realized that they were aiding the Xue family, shock filled his face. Who were these people? Why were they helping the Xue family? Who are you? Why do you assist the Xue family against my Wang family? Wang Bo inquired of Xiao He. He recognized that Xiao He was their leader. The Shui family has submitted to the emperor, thus they are not to be trifled with. Xiao He replied coolly, "The emperor? What faction are you from to dare intervene in Wang family affairs? The Wang family? Is that truly formidable? What are you? But a mere insignificant entity?" Xiao He scoffed. "Everyone, cease at once." Wang Bo bellowed. At that moment, with the arrival of the Daxia's powerful allies, the Wang family began to falter. The Shui family had already suffered the loss of 2 martial sovereigns and over 10 martial lords, yet now, in the wake of the Daxia's intervention, the Wang family found themselves losing 5 martial sovereigns in a single breath, with even more martial lords falling. Upon Wang Bo's thunderous call of 4, all 10 elders of the Wang family had been slain. The remaining members of the Wang clan, upon hearing Wang Bo's roar, instantly ceased their assault and gathered around him. At this juncture, only 4 supreme elders and approximately 40 martial sovereigns remained from the Wang family. Esteemed guests, this matter will be remembered by the Wang clan. Farewell. With that, Wang Bo intended to lead his people away. However, the others contemplated, thinking it too presumptuous to depart as they pleased, as if they held little regard for Xiao He. With a gentle smile, Xiao He remarked, "What? Do you wish to keep us here?" Wang Bo retorted with fury, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." Xiao He nodded affirmatively. "Engage them. Leave none alive." Following this, Xiao He addressed his companions. As the throng surged forward, Wang Bo's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Do not overstep, esteemed guest. My ancestor is a martial saint." "We are well aware of your ancestor's status as a martial saint," Xiao He replied. "Thus, we have already dispatched someone to deal with him. As for you, you shall remain." With that, Xiao He ceased further dialogue and personally confronted Wang Bo, igniting a fierce battle. Half an hour later, every member of the Wang family had perished, leaving no survivors. The Shui family, despite losing 2 martial sovereigns and 10 martial lords, emerged victorious from this conflict. Had Xiao He and his companions arrived sooner, it is likely that the Shui family would have suffered no losses. Nonetheless, this outcome was already considered a resounding victory for them. Subsequently, Shui Qianxuan led the group to the Shui family hall to discuss subsequent matters. Chapter 36, The Demon Clan. In the Shui family hall, after subduing the Wang clan, Shui Qianxuan convened everyone, including Xiao He, to deliberate on future affairs. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Without you, the Shui family might have ceased to exist," Shui Qianxuan expressed, glancing at Xiao He and the others. "You flatter us, clan leader. We acted merely in accordance with the king's orders. Besides, we now consider ourselves part of the same family, all serving the king," Xiao He replied. "Indeed. As Xiao Xiang stated, we are now allies, serving the king," Shui Qianxuan added with a light smile. "By the way, Xiao Xiang, while we have eliminated most of the Wang family as stronghold, their ancestor is unlikely to relent easily. Do not worry, clan leader. The king has already made provisions and dispatched our deputy hall master, Yao Chun, to confront the Wang family's ancestor," Xiao He elucidated. "Ah, I see. In that case, the Wang family poses little threat. How shall we handle their territory?" Shui Qianxuan inquired. "Gather all resources from the Wang family and present them to the king. As for the territory, let it be for now. Many factions will likely be interested in it. Allow them to compete for it." Xiao He mused. "That sounds reasonable." Shui Qianxuan concurred. "Now that the Wang family affair is resolved, we should return to report to the king." Xiao He prepared to return to report to Xiao Tian. "Xiao Xiang, will you not stay a few more days?" "No, the newly established Daxia has many matters requiring my attention." Xiao He shook his head. At that moment, a voice reached Xiao He's ears. It was Yao Chun. "Xiao Xiang, the Wang family's ancestor has sustained grave injuries and fled. I was unable to capture him. However, he will not recover in the short term, so there is no need for concern. I shall return to Daxia now. Clan leader, we have just received word from our deputy hall master that the Wang family's ancestor has fled due to severe injuries, and there is no immediate cause for concern." "Is that so? Thank you for your efforts. It is of no consequence, clan leader. We shall take our leave." With that, Xiao He turned to the Shui family's elder, Shui Emoli. "If you wish to recover from your injuries, or even improve further, you may visit Daxia to meet the king." Upon hearing this, the Shui family members were filled with astonishment. "Does the king possess a method to heal our ancestors' injuries?" Shui Qianxuan queried. "He should be able to, though I cannot guarantee it. Now, we must take our leave. Farewell." After Xiao He and his companions departed, the Shui family fell into deep contemplation. "Elder, what do you think? Should we go to Daxia?" Shui Qianxuan asked Shui Emoli. "Since we are on the verge of death, we may as well visit Daxia." Shui Emoli nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us arrange for Ling Shi to accompany the elder there. Everyone, while the Wang family has just been eradicated and no one is aware, we must immediately proceed to the Wang family estate. Leave not a single soul. Eradicate the roots, lest they sprout anew." Yes, clan leader. Esteemed king. The matter concerning the Shui family has been resolved. However, the Wang family's ancestor has fled with severe injuries and is currently unaccounted for. Xiao He reported upon his return to Daxia. Very well, I am already aware. You may depart, Xiao Tian replied. Yes, I take my leave. Summon Xiang Tian. After Xiao He left, Xiao Tian recalled the recent news from the Soul Palace and the Great Martial Kingdom, deciding to contact Xiang Tian, who had previously been the king of the Xinghe Kingdom and would surely possess knowledge regarding the happenings of the Soul Palace and the Great Martial Kingdom. Minister Xiang Tianhe pays his respects to the king. Xiang Tianhe arrived and bowed deeply to Xiao Tian. Rise, my dear minister. It is good to see you have broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Xiao Tian observed Xiang Tianhe, noting his newfound strength. I must thank the king for the medicinal pills. Otherwise, I would not have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly, Xiang Tianhe said, lowering his head in gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve. Serve me well in Daxia, and do not doubt that martial saints and even martial emperors are within your reach. I shall dedicate myself to Daxia, unwavering until death, Xiang Tianhe proclaimed passionately. Martial saints? Martial emperors? Such aspirations were once beyond my imagination, yet now, I too, Xiang Tianhe, may hope for such heights. I summoned you to inquire about the Soul Palace and the Great Martial Kingdom. You should have some insights, yes? Xiao Tian then explained the purpose of his summons. In response to the king, I possess considerable knowledge regarding the Great Martial Kingdom. While my understanding of the Soul Palace is somewhat limited, Xiang Tianhe replied respectfully. Then let us commence with the Great Martial Kingdom. Yes. The Great Martial Kingdom has been established for a millennium, possessing roughly 10 martial sovereigns, comparable to my former Xinghe Kingdom. However, the ruler of the Great Martial Kingdom harbors great ambitions, desiring to seize our Daxia territory. Previously, I chose to ignore him and station the Shangwan family at the border for defense, Xiang Tianhe elucidated. How many kingdoms surround Daxia? Xiao Tian inquired. 3 kingdoms in total. To the north, the Great Martial Kingdom. To the south, the Great Han Kingdom. And to the west, the Beast Mountain Range spanning the entire Xiantian continent. To the east lies only our Daxia. This region is home to hundreds of kingdoms and is situated at the edge of the eastern wilderness, often referred to as the Wild Lands. All of these kingdoms are governed by the dynasty of the eastern wilderness. Governed by a dynasty? Indeed, these kingdoms must contribute resources annually to the dynasty behind them. And which dynasty governs Daxia? The Holy Heaven Dynasty. The Holy Heaven Dynasty, you say? Indeed, king, there are only 3 months until the tribute period, at which point the Holy Heaven Dynasty will send envoys. Humph, they wish for Daxia to pay tribute? They must be living far too long. Xiao Tian scoffed. The king speaks true. Our Daxia is no longer comparable to the Holy Heaven Dynasty. Now, let us discuss the Soul Palace. I have heard it is shrouded in mystery. Is that so? Xiao Tian shifted his focus away from previous matters and inquired about the Soul Palace. Indeed, Your Majesty, to this day, I remain unaware of the Soul Palace's location. It is said that the Soul Palace appeared in the eastern wilderness over 10,000 years ago, seemingly controlled by the Demon Clan. At that time, the entirety of the eastern wasteland was under the dominion of the Soul Palace, with all its inhabitants subjugated and treated as mere slaves until the emergence of the heavenly wasteland's sacred ground, which successfully repelled the Soul Palace. Now, the Soul Palace has reappeared. Who would have thought that the Soul Palace had such a significant origin? What kind of force is the Demon Clan that it can control the Soul Palace? This humble minister is also unaware. It is merely mentioned in the annals of history. Very well, since that is the case, you may withdraw. This humble minister takes his leave. System, do you know of the Demon Clan? After Xiang Tian had departed, Xiao Tian sought to inquire if the system possessed knowledge of the Demon Clan, and to his surprise, he indeed received an answer. They are one of the myriad races of the cosmos. One of the myriad races? Are they powerful? There exists a spectrum of strength and weakness. Does not the human clan belong to this as well? Very well. You mean to say the human clan is also one of the myriad races? Certainly. All races that exist within the cosmos fall under the category of the myriad races. Chapter 37. The Reign of the Western Factory and the Purity of the Eastern Factory. The next day, during the morning court, Xiao Tian gazed upon the assembly of civil and military officials and declared, Esteemed ministers, do any of you have matters to report? To report to the monarch, I have matters to address. Qi Jiguang stepped forward, bowing to Xiao Tian. Speak. In this prosperous era of the Great Xia, it is not appropriate to mention this matter, yet the northern Great Martial Kingdom incessantly provokes us at the borders. I beseech your command to lead the 6th Legion of Great Xia to obliterate the Great Martial Kingdom and restore peace to our lands. The words of Qi Jiguang left all present in awe. However, upon reflecting on the recent provocations of the Great Martial Kingdom, many nodded in tacit agreement. The current Great Xia is no longer what it once was. What right does the great martial kingdom have to challenge us? Since they are so boisterous, then alas, we shall use them to establish our might. Esteemed ministers, do any of you have dissenting opinions? The assembly unanimously shook their heads, indicating their agreement. Since there are no objections, Qi Jiguang, I am here. I command you to lead the 6th Legion of Great Xia to march against the great martial kingdom, and to annihilate them within 3 days. Is there any issue? None at all. I accept the command. Very well, then depart immediately. This humble minister takes his leave. After Qi Jiguang departed, Xiao Tian continued to address the assembly. Does anyone else have matters to report? To the monarch, this humble minister has something to address. At this moment, Chen Gong stepped forward and spoke. What is it, Minister Gong? Xiao Tian inquired of Chen Gong. As our great Xia prepares to engage the great martial kingdom, the territory within their borders will soon belong to us. And beyond them lies the great Han kingdom and the kingdom of the setting sun. Our great Xia's territory will continue to expand, yet we face a shortage of officials. We must promptly conduct a national examination to attract more talented individuals to our great Xia. Minister Gong speaks wisely. Do any of you have differing opinions? Xiao Tian surveyed the assembly. To your majesty, we all concur with the opinion of Minister Chen Gong. We should indeed broaden our recruitment of talent for great Xia. Very well, in that case, Minister Gong, you shall be responsible for this matter. Should you encounter any issues, you may consult with Prime Minister Xiao. I shall obey. Zhang Han, Xing Tianhe, present. Present. The two stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Recently, the Soul Palace has been exceedingly rampant, sowing chaos within our great Xia and wantonly harming our citizens. You are to immediately initiate a siege against the Soul Palace, and do your utmost to locate their stronghold. I shall obey. Very well, you may all go and attend to your duties. Court dismissed. Long live our king. Congratulations, host, for triggering the main quest, unifying the Eastern Wasteland within 10 years and elevating Great Xia to a dynasty. The rewards of the quest are unknown and will be determined by the degree of completion. System, why is there no side quest this time? With so many forces in the Eastern Wasteland, there should surely be side quests. Xiao Tian pondered. The absence of side quests is due to the host's previous weakness, which warranted such rewards for beginners. Henceforth, only main quests will exist, and side quests shall no longer appear. Xiao Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Too weak? What a remark. Well, it is true that I was indeed weak before. To unify the Eastern Wasteland within 10 years. It feels somewhat daunting. Xiao Tian sighed. In contemplating the unification of the Eastern Wasteland, the only formidable opponent currently is the Heavenly Wasteland's sacred ground, as Xiao Tian remains unaware of its true strength. As for the other forces, one family has been destroyed, and another has submitted, leaving only the Qin and Qin families. Regarding the 8 major sects and 8 major dynasties, Xiao Tian does not regard them as a threat to Great Xia. System, are there any individuals in the Divine Demon Tower whose inheritance is nearing completion? Surely, host. You jest, it has only been a few days. Xiao Tian rubbed his nose, conceding that he was indeed too impatient. In the short term, it seems that enhancing strength is not feasible. I shall summon talented individuals instead. With this thought, Xiao Tian resolved to proceed with the summoning, as there is still a dire need for talent. System, utilize a golden summoning card. Successful use. Congratulations, host, for summoning the individual, Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian? A eunuch? Xiao Tian was genuinely surprised to find that he had summoned Yu Huatian. In Dragon Gate flying armor, although Yu Huatian is a eunuch, he is indeed formidable. Serving as the chief of the Western Factory, wielding immense power within the palace and across the court. He is ambitious and ruthless, a person of great tenacity. Alas, Yu Huatian met his demise in the desolate desert due to being set up by a small-time informant resembling him. I, Yu Huatian, pay my respects to the king. No need for formalities, eunuch Yu. Xiao Tian regarded Yu Huatian, whose demeanor exuded an air of elegance, with gestures that revealed the flamboyant style of a villain. Thank you, Your Majesty. Effective immediately, I confer upon Yu Huatian the title of Chief of the Western Factory, a third-tier baron, and you are to establish it forthwith. Subsequently, the edict was issued, and all civil and military officials became aware that a significant figure had emerged within the palace. I, Yu Huatian, thank the king. Eunuch Yu. From this moment forth, the security both within and outside the palace shall be under your purview in the Western Factory. You are to expedite its establishment. Should any pose a threat to Great Xia, you are granted the authority to act decisively first and report afterward. I shall obey. Yu Huatian departed. System. Review the information on Yu Huatian. Name, Yu Huatian. Dynasty, Dragon Gate flying armor. Age, 20. Physique, in body. Cultivation technique, in divine art. Talent, imperial grade. Realm, 8-star martial venerable. Potential, unknown. Troop type, Western factory guards. Thus, Xiao Tian had yet to use 2 diamond summoning cards for platinum cards and 8 golden cards. He did not wish to use the platinum and diamond cards at this time, as even if summoned, they would only yield 1-star or 2-star martial saints, even with enhancements. 2 diamond cards would only elevate him to a 3-star martial saint, which would not significantly aid him at present. System, utilize a golden summoning card. Successful use. Congratulations, host, for summoning the individual Xiao Jingchun, another eunuch? Is this to assemble the East and West factories? Xiao Jingchun, the chief of the Eastern factory, is also a significant figure wielding great power, known for his cunning and treachery, yet he cloaks himself in an air of politeness, appearing harmless. System, review the information on Xiao Jingchun. Name, Xiao Jingchun. Dynasty, the greatest in the world. Physique, heavenly gang's divine body. Cultivation technique, diamond divine art. Talent, imperial grade. Realm, 8-star martial venerable. Potential, unknown. Troop type, Eastern factory guards. I, Xiao Jingchun, pay my respects to the king. No need for formalities, eunuch Xiao. Thank you, your majesty. Effective immediately, I confer upon Xiao Jingchun the title of chief of the Eastern factory, a 3rd-tier baron, and you are to establish it forthwith. The court officials were once again taken aback, as yet another significant figure was being conferred. In a matter of moments, the sovereign had already bestowed titles upon 2 individuals, leaving all in suspense regarding their identities. Master Xiao, henceforth your Eastern factory shall be responsible for external intelligence. All that I wish to know, I expect you to uncover. This servant obeys. Upon Master Xiao's departure, a thought crossed Xiao Yan's mind. Will they summon the Jinyue next? Chapter 38. The Remnants of the Soul Palace in the Eastern Wilderness. One day after the Wang family was annihilated by the Shui family, all factions in the region were struck with shock upon learning of this event. How could the illustrious Wang family, the foremost of the 4 clans, be obliterated by the Shui family? How could they possess such power? Regardless of the speculations from various factions, none could fathom how the Shui family had managed to destroy the Wang family, the Qin and Qin families. Along with the 8 great sects and 8 great dynasties, dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, but no clues surfaced. All they knew was that none of the Wang family members returned after visiting the Shui family. At the sacred land of Tianhuang, atop the Sacred Master Peak, the Grand Elder reported to the Sacred Master, the Wang family has been destroyed. In the Eastern Wilderness, is there truly a force capable of vanquishing the Wang family? Who could it be? The Sacred Master exclaimed in astonishment. It is said to be the work of the Shui family, replied the Grand Elder. The Shui family? Do they possess such strength? The Sacred Master pondered. I too harbor doubts. It seems improbable that the Shui family could wield such power. Yet, the rumors persist that they are responsible for the Wang family's demise, forcing me to accept this unsettling truth. The Grand Elder shared his skepticism, acknowledging that the Shui family's capabilities were well known to the sacred land, and it was inconceivable they could annihilate the Wang family in a single day. There must be another force involved. We must investigate thoroughly and uncover the identity of those audacious enough to stir trouble under our watch. Particularly, the Shui family warrants special scrutiny. They surely possess knowledge of the parties involved. The Sacred Master spoke with a grave tone. Understood. In the Daxia dynasty, within the starry city of Xingqian Prefecture, 5 figures clad in black found refuge amidst the ruins. The apparent leader addressed the others solemnly. Why is the Daxia dynasty so formidable, boasting such a multitude of martial sovereigns? Even Xingqian has transcended to the martial sovereign realm. The 4 others fell into silence, reflecting on their prolonged infiltration of the Xinghe kingdom, which had been aimed at seizing control, only for them to be confronted with the overwhelming power of the Daxia dynasty, compelling the entire Xinghe kingdom to submit and leading to the eradication of all their strongholds within Daxia. Indeed, these 5 were members of the Soul Palace. Following Xiao Yan's orders to have Zhang Han and Xingqian deal with the Soul Palace, they mobilized all available personnel to besiege every stronghold of the Soul Palace situated within Daxia. Noting the silence among the 4, the leader pressed on. How many members of our Soul Palace remain in Daxia? Aside from the 5 of us, there are approximately a few dozen under the Eagle Protector, which is currently our only undetected stronghold within Daxia. One responded promptly when questioned by the Crow Protector. To think that our Soul Palace, having emerged for less than 2 years, has already lost 2 protectors, dreadful Daxia. One day, our Soul Palace shall surely eradicate you. The Crow Protector seethed with fury, lamenting the loss of 2 protectors so soon after their emergence. Each protector was a martial sovereign, and although the majority, excluding the Eagle Protector, were only at the initial stage, they still represented a formidable force, typically regarded as mid-tier power across any faction. The Daxia dynasty has mobilized 5 martial sovereigns, all of whom are in their mid-stage. We can only rely on the elders to counter them. We are no longer capable of resisting Daxia. We must retreat for now, and once the elders awaken, we will seek retribution against Daxia. In the Soul Palace, only the initial and mid-stage martial sovereigns could serve as protectors, while the elders were all at the late stage or even at peak strength. They believed that a late-stage elder could surely contend with Daxia, especially since the formidable beings they encountered in Daxia were all at the initial and mid-stages. With no signs of late-stage or peak martial sovereigns, the four unanimously agreed to withdraw, recognizing that, apart from the Crow Protector, they were merely martial disciples, incapable of challenging the martial sovereigns of Daxia. Thus it must be. Daxia, wait for us. One day we shall return to exact our vengeance. And that day is not far off. The Crow Protector reluctantly consented to retreat, fully aware that they could not withstand Daxia's might. However, could they truly escape Daxia? Was it not too late to consider withdrawal? Just as the Crow Protector and the others prepared to flee, they were suddenly struck with shock upon hearing a voice. And in an instant, they beheld Zhang Han and Xingchen standing before them. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Zhang Han and his companions, the five instantly turned pale, their expressions darkening. What a remarkable Daxia, able to track us down to this location. The Crow Protector glared at Zhang Han and Xingchen, his countenance shifting dramatically as he spoke. This is within the territory of Daxia. Zhang Han chuckled lightly, the implication clear. Within Daxia's domain, there was nowhere to hide. We must also thank you for revealing the existence of the so-called Eagle Protector lurking within Daxia. It seems that after dealing with you, we will intensify our search for the remnants of your Soul Palace. You have been here all along, eavesdropping on our conversation? The Crow Protector's face changed dramatically at Zhang Han's words, and he bellowed in fury. Xing Clan leader, I will handle this Crow Protector. Ensure none of the other four escape. Those who disturb Daxia will face our wrath, no matter how far they flee. Zhang Han did not respond to the Crow Protector's words, but instead instructed Xingchen. With that, he charged towards the Crow Protector, his sword aimed at the Protector's throat. Xingchen promptly replied, Rest assured, General Zhang, not a single one shall escape. The four were merely martial disciples, unable to contend with the martial sovereign Xingchen, especially with several martial ancestors from the Xing family present. In mere moments, the four were subdued by Xingchen and his allies. As Zhang Han struck the Crow Protector, the latter swiftly reacted, leaping away towards the distance. However, the Crow Protector, being only at the initial stage of martial sovereign, could not match Zhang Han's speed, who was at the mid-stage. With a swift motion, Zhang Han managed to sever one of the Crow Protector's arms. Daxia, you shall not escape unscathed. One day, the Soul Palace will bring about your destruction. The Crow Protector, disregarding his severed limb, hastened to flee, cursing Daxia as he did so. Shut your mouth, Zhang Han exclaimed, swiftly closing the distance to the Crow Protector. In the midst of the Protector's disbelief, Zhang Han delivered a fatal strike, severing his head. The remnants of the Crow Protector's soul were obliterated by Zhang Han, who wished to prevent any chance of resurrection. Thus, the five members of the Soul Palace were entirely vanquished. General Zhang, Xingchen approached Zhang Han, regarding him with respect. According to their claims, there remains an Eagle Protector and others hiding within Daxia. Xing Clan leader, continue your relentless pursuit. We shall not allow any remnants of the Soul Palace to exist. Ma Teng, Ma Dai, accompany the Xing Clan leader in the search. I will report to the sovereign. Understood. Chapter 39. The Assault on Dao in the Royal Palace. Within the Zhouxiao Palace, Zhang Han had already informed Xiao Tian regarding the Soul Palace's situation. Currently, only one Eagle Protector remained concealed within Daxia, while Ma Teng and Ma Dai, along with Xingchen, were in pursuit. With this matter no longer demanding his attention, Xiao Tian shifted his focus elsewhere. As for the elder mentioned by Zhou Hufa and others, Xiao Tian remained unconcerned. After all, what were they but late-stage or peak martial sovereigns? The great Xia harbored no fear, especially since they had yet to awaken. Subsequently, Xiao Tian instructed General Zhang Han, General Zhang, now that the matter concerning the Soul Palace has been resolved, I command you to lead the 7th Legion of the Great Xia to launch an assault on the Great Han Kingdom. You have 3 days. Will you be able to conquer the Great Han Kingdom? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my mission. If I cannot accomplish this, I will present my head to you. Zhang Han knelt on one knee, speaking solemnly. Very well, then let us depart at once. Yes. With that, Zhang Han led the 7th Legion of the Great Xia forth to engage the Great Han Kingdom. The officials and military officers present noticed Zhang Han's movements. Understanding that the king was preparing for another expedition, excitement surged among them. Who would not wish for their nation to grow powerful? To be part of the formidable Great Xia was a blessing for them. Great Xia, Northern Frontier. Qi Jiguang, leading the 6th Legion of the Great Xia, had already arrived at this location, where 1 million troops were encamped along the border, poised to advance on the command of their general to attack the Great Wu Kingdom. In the border military camp, the former residence of General Ximen, once one of the 4 great generals of the Star River Kingdom, each commanding 1,000,000 troops. After the establishment of the Great Xia, their insufficient strength had prevented them from holding the position of general. Although they had now broken through to the martial sovereign realm, they were relegated by Xiao Tian to the status of ordinary generals, yet they still commanded their former armies. After all, the original forces of the Star River Kingdom were deemed too weak by Xiao Tian to expand territories, be it millions or tens of millions. They were all the same to him. Thus, these former soldiers of the Star River Kingdom were regarded by Xiao Tian as reserve troops. He also provided them with abundant resources. Any soldier who surpassed the martial lord level would join the true legions of the Great Xia. Ximenqing, I salute you, General Qi. Ximenqing, the commander overseeing 1,000,000 troops at the border, was also the head of the Ximen family. General Ximen, you are too kind. I assume you are aware of my purpose here. What is the current state of the Great Wu Kingdom? Qi Jiguang inquired, gazing at Ximenqing. The Great Wu Kingdom has stationed 1,000,000 troops at the border, intermittently harassing us and launching small-scale incursions. Their demeanor suggests they are poised to attack us. If the Great Wu were not aware that our Star River Kingdom is now part of the Great Xia and thus held some trepidation, they would likely have launched an offensive by now. Ximenqing explained. It seems the Great Wu harbors considerable ambitions. Knowing this territory is now part of the Great Xia, they still dare to entertain such thoughts. Qi Jiguang scoffed. Indeed, General Qi, we cannot fault the Great Wu for their ignorance of our current might. General Ximen, issue the order to attack the Great Wu at dawn tomorrow. We shall lead the charge, while you manage the aftermath. Any Great Wu soldiers who refuse to surrender shall be executed without mercy. Remember, do not harm the ordinary warriors and civilians. They will be the future subjects of our Great Xia. I will obey. The following day, all soldiers of the 6th Legion stood ready, awaiting Qi Jiguang's command. The highest-ranking leaders of the 6th Legion included Qi Jiguang himself, alongside Peng Yulin, Zhuo Zongtong, Qin Liangyu, and Chang Yechen, each at the 5-star martial sovereign level and holding the rank of 9-star general. The 13 silver-tier heroes summoned by Xiao Tian previously saw 5 incorporated into Zhao Yun's 8th Legion, while the remaining 8 were divided between the 6th and 7th Legions. Zhang Fei and other bronze and silver-tier heroes summoned earlier also served in the 3 major legions. Due to their insufficient strength, they were placed by Xiao Tian into the time-space tower for training. Warriors, the Great Wu Kingdom has repeatedly invaded our Great Xia. Do you believe the Great Wu Kingdom should be eradicated? Qi Jiguang stood before the soldiers, asking loudly. Yes, it should be eradicated. It should be eradicated. The roar of agreement resounded from the gathered ranks. Very well, all of you, follow me to attack the Great Wu. We shall not return until the Great Wu is vanquished. Not return until vanquished. Not return until vanquished. Deploy. Upon crossing the border of the Great Xia into the territory of the Great Wu, they beheld the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Great Wu stationed in formation, patrolling methodically. Seeing this, Qi Jiguang wasted no time, bellowing, all of you, attack. As he spoke, the 1,000,000-strong army surged forward, charging at the soldiers of the Great Wu. What strength did the Great Xia Legion possess? Among the 1,000,000 troops, the lowest rank was that of Martial Lord, with over 10,000 being Martial Emperors. How could the Great Wu, whose highest ranks barely reached Martial King, hope to resist? Regarding Martial Emperors, aside from a few generals, who else could boast such a powerful force as soldiers like the Great Xia? Thus, despite their numerical superiority, the overwhelming might of the Great Xia rendered the battlefield a scene of slaughter, devoid of any resistance. Stationed here was also the Great Wu Kingdom's General Wu Tianxi, at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, accompanied by several vice-generals of similar strength. Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught of the Great Xia Legion, they were momentarily bewildered. Before they could react, the Great Wu had suffered the loss of tens of thousands of troops. Can anyone explain what is happening? Is this truly the Great Xia Legion? Is the Great Xia this formidable? So many martial emperors and martial kings among their soldiers, with the lowest being martial lords? Wu Tianxi gazed at his subordinates. Fear etched across his face. General, we too know not. You must flee at once. We are no match for them. The opposing force comprises martial emperors as soldiers, and their generals must be above martial sovereign. If we do not escape now, it will be too late. One anxious vice-general implored. Yes, flee quickly. Hurry to report to the king. The Great Xia is not something we can contend with. Now that they are attacking, our Great Wu is doomed. Wu Tianxi declared. Swiftly making his way toward the palace of the Great Wu, followed closely by the vice-generals, fearful that a moment's delay would seal their fates. Yet they were too naive in their thinking. Under the watchful eyes of so many powerful beings from the Great Xia, how could they hope to escape? At the very moment they attempted to flee, the legion of martial emperors swiftly closed in, and in no time, they were all surrounded and met their demise. In less than half an hour, all soldiers of the Great Wu Kingdom had been slain. The soldiers of the Great Xia exuded a fierce aura, deterring any who dared approach. General, all soldiers of the Great Wu have been annihilated. A gathering of martial emperor vice-generals and commanders approached Qi Jiguang and the others, bowing respectfully. Good, all troops, rest in place. After half an hour, we shall advance on the palace of the Great Wu. Qi Jiguang commanded. Yes. After a half hour of resting in place, Qi Jiguang led the troops onward, pushing through with relentless force. A day passed, and after breaching several cities, they finally reached the outskirts of the imperial city of the Great Wu Kingdom. Shimanqing and others led the million reserve troops of the Great Xia from behind, managing the aftermath of their advance. Chapter 40. The Fall of the Great Wu. Within the palace of the Great Wu Kingdom, the king and his officials were informed of the Great Xia's assault. The overwhelming strength of their adversary filled them with despair. In the court of the Great Wu, officials were in a state of utter disarray, their panic palpable. Esteemed colleagues, the Great Xia is nearly at our gates. Is there truly no strategy among you to counter them? The king surveyed his officials, disheartened by their inability to propose a solution against the Great Xia. Your Majesty, intelligence reports indicate that the Great Xia's million-strong army consists predominantly of martial lords, with over 10,000 martial emperors among them. Their generals are all above the martial sovereign level. We cannot withstand such might. I implore your Majesty to consider surrendering while there is still time. Otherwise, once the Great Xia enters the imperial city, it is likely that a minister stepped forward, solemnly advising, Your Majesty Gua, is this truly the solution you propose? The king of Wu cast a dark gaze upon the speaker, his countenance grim and fury glimmering in his eyes. Your Majesty, currently, our Wu is no match for the Great Xia. Their might is utterly terrifying. If we do not surrender soon, once the Great Xia breaches our imperial city, a river of blood will surely flow. Another minister also stepped forward to counsel. You all. The king of Wu glared at those urging him to capitulate, his finger trembling with rage. Your Majesty, the Great Xia's assault on our Wu is a direct consequence of your command that prompted Wu Tianxi to incessantly provoke them. It is this that has driven the Great Xia to mobilize against us. The Prime Minister of Wu spoke sternly to the king. Your Majesty, should Wu be annihilated by the Great Xia, you shall be the architect of our downfall. Presently, the Great Xia's forces are but 100 miles from the imperial city. If we do not surrender, Wu is destined for ruin. And thus the Prime Minister could no longer concern himself with the greater implications. When one's life is at stake, does one truly care for a fallen monarch? I never anticipated that before the Great Xia even arrived, my court would descend into such disarray. The king of Wu surveyed his ministers, his visage a tapestry of disappointment, rage, and a hint of regret. Regret for underestimating the Great Xia, for harboring thoughts against them. The Great Xia could obliterate the Star River Kingdom. What could Wu possibly wield in defense? The Prime Minister's words ring true. The demise of Wu will rest upon my shoulders, and I am unworthy before my ancestors. Yet, although the fall of Wu appears certain, the Great Xia shall not emerge unscathed. Once the Holy Celestial Dynasty learns of this, they will surely seek retribution against the Great Xia. Upon hearing the king of Wu's declaration, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence. After all, whether it be the Great Xia, Wu, or even the surrounding realms of Great Han and the kingdom of the setting sun, all reside under the aegis of the Holy Celestial Dynasty. The actions of the Great Xia are tantamount to a slap in the face of the Holy Celestial Dynasty. However, this was of little concern to them. If they did not surrender, they risked being obliterated by the Great Xia. Perhaps surrendering might afford them a chance at survival. Observing the silence of his ministers, the king of Wu waved his hand dismissively. You may all leave. Those willing to surrender may do so, and those wishing to flee should escape. I shall await the arrival of the Great Xia here. With that, the king of Wu closed his eyes, dismissing the assembly from his thoughts. His heart was already extinguished. No words could alter his fate. The ministers, recognizing the futility of further discourse, bowed respectfully to the king before departing the court. Some fled, while others chose to surrender. General, ahead lies the imperial city of Wu. A vice-general of Wu Huang approached Qi Jiguang and his comrades with utmost reverence. Relay the command. The entire army shall advance. Qi Jiguang commanded. Understood. Moments later, they arrived at the gates of the imperial city of Wu. Just as they prepared to launch an assault, a voice echoed from atop the city walls. Are you generals of the Great Xia dynasty? We of Wu wish to surrender. Upon hearing this declaration, Qi Jiguang, poised to issue the order for attack, halted. He called out towards the walls. You of Wu wish to surrender? Indeed, general. From our king to the royal family, down to the civil and military officials. We have reached a unanimous decision to capitulate. Please, spare our lives and refrain from attacking. And who might you be from Dongwu? Qi Jiguang inquired. General, I am the Prime Minister of Dongwu. Rest assured, our submission is sincere. I implore you to discern our intentions. The Prime Minister of Dongwu responded with deference. Very well, then. Open the gates and escort me to your king. Yes, General. Please wait. The gates swung open, and the Prime Minister personally led Qi Jiguang and several generals toward the royal palace. All of you, remain on standby. Yes. After issuing commands to the vice-generals and soldiers, Qi Jiguang followed the Prime Minister to the palace. Upon their arrival, they beheld the king of Dongwu seated alone upon his throne, his eyes closed. You have arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, the king of Dongwu opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Qi Jiguang. You seem to have come to terms with your fate. Qi Jiguang remarked with a light chuckle. There was no other choice. Our strength pales in comparison. I did not anticipate the great Xia to be so formidable. This is my miscalculation. I presume you are a martial respectable? Indeed. Qi Jiguang nodded. Not merely himself, but those alongside him, such as Zhuo Zongtong, were also of that caliber. My defeat is not unwarranted. I have one request, and I wonder if the great Xia might grant it? The king of Dongwu chuckled heartily, gazing at Qi Jiguang. Speak, if it is not too excessive, I might acquiesce on behalf of the great Xia. I hope that the great Xia will treat my Dongwu's subjects kindly. The king of Dongwu articulated each word with intensity, his gaze unwavering upon Qi Jiguang. Rest assured, they shall become citizens of the great Xia, and we will treat them all equally. Then I can rest easy. With that, the king of Dongwu drew the sword from the throne and plunged it into himself. Thus, the king of Dongwu met his demise. Witnessing the sovereign's act of suicide, Qi Jiguang silently nodded, taken aback by the man's resolve. Alas, his ambition did not align with his strength, leading to his downfall against the great Xia. I hope you will cooperate fully with the great Xia as they come to assume control of Dongwu's affairs. Otherwise, Qi Jiguang addressed the Prime Minister of Dongwu. General, do not worry. We shall diligently cooperate with the great Xia to ensure a smooth transition of power. The Prime Minister of Dongwu promptly assured him. That is for the best. With that, Qi Jiguang turned to depart. Outside the city gates, Qi Jiguang regarded his troops and instructed one of the vice-generals, transmit word to the king. Dongwu has fallen, requesting further instructions. Understood. The vice-general set off towards the great Xia's royal city. Subsequently, Qi Jiguang issued orders, all personnel, establish a camp and rest in place, awaiting the king's command. Yes. At the very moment Qi Jiguang secured Dongwu, Zhang Han had also reached the borders of the Great Han Kingdom, employing a similar overwhelming strategy to advance upon the Great Han's imperial city. Encountering circumstances akin to those of Qi Jiguang, some surrendered while others fled. Within a day, the Great Han Kingdom fell in succession. Thus, 2 of the 3 neighboring nations surrounding the Great Xia had been subdued. Chapter 41. The passage of 3 months, Changsun Wuji emerged. In the Great Xia, at the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian was reviewing the records of the Eastern Wilderness. Your Majesty, Generals Qi and Zhang have reported that the Great Wu Kingdom and the Great Han Kingdom have been completely subdued. They seek your guidance on the next steps. Huo Tian, upon receiving the news from Qi Jiguang and Zhang Han, hurried to report to Xiao Tian. Inform Generals Qi and Zhang to flank and assault the kingdom of the setting sun. Closing the tome, Xiao Tian commanded Huo Tian. Your servant obeys. 3 days later, the kingdom of the setting sun fell to siege, completing the unification of the territories surrounding the Great Xia. The 2 armies returned to the Great Xia. Upon learning of these events, all citizens of the Great Xia erupted in cheers for their king. Since the king ascended the throne and established the Great Xia dynasty, they achieved what the Star River Kingdom had failed to accomplish in a century, and the loyalty of the populace towards the Great Xia grew ever stronger. Moreover, the Great Xia dispatched numerous officials to the territories of the 3 kingdoms, entrusting them with significant responsibilities. However, the number of officials from the Great Xia was still insufficient, necessitating the temporary appointment of some former officials from the 3 kingdoms. Meanwhile, Shungong hastily prepared for the imperial examination to recruit officials for the Great Xia. In the future, the territory of the Great Xia would undoubtedly expand, and the demand for officials would exceed supply. Today, the royal palace issued for imperial edicts. Effective immediately, the Great Martial Territory shall be renamed Martial Prefecture, with the establishment of the Martial Office, responsible for all matters pertaining to the Martial Prefecture. Suitable candidates are to be promptly selected for appointment. Likewise, the Great Han Territory shall be renamed Han Prefecture, with the formation of the Han Office, tasked with overseeing all affairs of Han Prefecture, and candidates are to be swiftly appointed. Furthermore, the Sunset Territory will henceforth be known as Sunset Prefecture. with the establishment of the Sunset Office, which will manage all matters related to Sunset Prefecture, with immediate appointments to follow. Lastly, the Great Xia territory shall be renamed Xia Prefecture, the ancestral land of Great Xia. The Zhou office shall oversee all affairs of Xia Prefecture, reporting directly to the palace. With the assistance of the Xinghao office, the issuance of these decrees caused a stir among all, as none anticipated such extensive reforms from the sovereign regarding Great Xia. The current state of Great Xia has transformed into 4 prefectures, with Xia Prefecture emerging as the heart of Great Xia, and the Zhou office becoming the most formidable force within the realm, apart from the palace itself. System, how much fortune value do we currently possess? Once all matters were arranged, Xiao Tian inquired about the fortune value. Since the founding of Great Xia, he had yet to check it, replying to the host. The current fortune value stands at 7,543,350. Over 7 million. Just 200,000 more, and we can surpass the 10 million threshold. Elated at the substantial fortune value, Xiao Tian recalled that prior to the establishment of Great Xia, it had merely been over 1 million. Now it had escalated 6-fold. System. How many fortune points are required to elevate the Xia family members to the martial saint realm? Xiao Tian asked. It depends on the starting realm of the elevation. For martial sovereign, it requires 1 million fortune points. 1 million? That is acceptable, Xiao Tian mused. How many fortune points are needed to exchange for an emperor-level summoning card? 50 million fortune points. Well, that's exorbitantly priced, utterly unaffordable. What about a king-level summoning card? 5 million fortune points. 5 million for a king level? Is the system really so unscrupulous? Xiao Yan's expression darkened. This is the price based on the host's current realm. The higher the realm, the greater the cost. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue with the system. He had no intention of making exchanges at present. It would be more prudent to diligently complete system tasks to earn these items. Moreover, he still possessed several unused summoning cards, albeit the highest being diamond rank, which sufficed for now. Additionally, fortune value is a consumable. Once spent, it is gone, and its next acquisition is uncertain. It is wise to retain it, as it may prove invaluable at an opportune moment. Time swiftly passed, and before he realized it, 3 months had elapsed since the establishment of the 4 prefectures surrounding Great Xia. Within this brief span, Great Xia underwent a monumental transformation, with the warriors and citizens of the 4 prefectures feeling an undeniable sense of belonging. After all, Great Xia has treated its subjects commendably, if not exceptionally well, with officials prioritizing the welfare of the people, a testament to Xiao Yan's will. The Great Xia imperial examination was concluded a month prior, successfully admitting the top 3,000 talents from across Great Xia, warriors who would take up their posts within the 4 prefectures. During this time, the esteemed ancestor of the Xue family, Xue Moli, visited Great Xia, seeking Xiao Yan's assistance for his injuries. After consulting the system, which affirmed a cure was possible, Xiao Tian expended 100,000 fortune points to procure a healing sacred pill for Xue Moli, for the Xue family was now a vassal to him, part of the Great Xia forces, and having an additional martial saint only served to strengthen Great Xia's position. In these 3 months, the power of Great Xia surged dramatically. All summoned heroes benefited from the Temporal Tower's influence, with many 5-star martial sovereign generals breaking through to the pinnacle of martial sovereign. Even renowned figures like Zhang Fei and Ma Chao ascended to the martial sovereign realm, living up to their illustrious titles. Xiao He, Chao Jingchun, and Yu Huatian further advanced to 2-star martial saints. Numerous soldiers from various legions, martial emperors, and martial zones became commonplace, and even a few martial sovereigns emerged. The most remarkable advancement was witnessed by Yao Chun, who, being a martial saint, broke through to 6-star martial saint due to the Temporal Tower's 3-layer 10-fold acceleration, which delighted Xiao Tian immensely, as his own strength similarly escalated to 6-star martial saint. Now, if he were to utilize a golden summoning card, he would immediately summon a 4-star martial saint. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian resolved to summon more heroes, as he had a premonition that the forthcoming days would not be tranquil. System, activate the golden summoning card. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Changsun Wuji. Changsun Wuji. Xiao Tian was slightly taken aback, surprised to summon such a figure. Yet, it was fortuitous, as Great Xia was in dire need of civil officials at this juncture. With Changsun Wuji's arrival, it would undoubtedly ease the burdens on Xiao He, Qingong, and others. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, Changsun Wuji was greatly valued by Li Shimin, ranking first among the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. Although the rankings were not strictly based on talent, his position as first undeniably attests to his intellect and capability. Regrettably, Changsun Wuji met a tragic end in his later years, having offended Wu Zetian and was executed on charges of conspiracy by Li Ji. A lamentable fate for such a remarkable individual. View Changsun Wuji's information. Name, Changsun Wuji. Courtesy name, Fujiji. Dynasty, Sui and Tang. Physique, Heavenly Phoenix, Divine Body. Cultivation method, Heavenly Phoenix, Divine Canon. Innate talent, Royal Grade. Realm, 4-star Martial Saint. Potential, unknown. Weapon type, none. Minister Changsun Wuji pays respects to your majesty. Changsun Wuji stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xiao Tian. Your grace is too kind. With your assistance, my great Xia shall grow even more robust. Xiao Tian responded with a gentle smile. Your majesty's praise humbles me. I shall dedicate my life to serving great Xia. From this day forth, I appoint Changsun Wuji as the Minister of Personnel for Great Xia, with a second-rank salary and the title of first-class Viscount. On the 20th day of the 3rd month in the Great Xia calendar, within the royal court, Xiao Tian solemnly declared. The civil and military officials were stirred, yet none opposed. It was a well-known fact that any title bestowed by the sovereign was respected. For those with formidable might were not to be trifled with, and the talents of civil officials were equally extraordinary. Previously, Xiao He was appointed as prime minister, managing the affairs of the entire Great Xia with exceptional effectiveness, demonstrating immense strength. Subsequently, Chun Gong was appointed as minister of the central office, flawlessly handling the matters of Great Xia. Now, with Changsun Wuji as a civil official, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. As for the former minister of history, he voluntarily relinquished his position, downgrading himself, a consensus reached among all civil and military officials. Chapter 42, Envoy of the Holy Celestial Dynasty. Juxiao Palace. Xiao Tian turned to Chao Zhangchun and Yu Huatian beside him and spoke gently. Gentlemen, how is the establishment of the East and West agencies progressing? Reporting to your majesty, they have taken initial shape, and affairs within Great Xia are largely under our control. Both replied respectfully. What about outside Great Xia? For instance, the various forces in the Eastern Wasteland? Your majesty, currently there may be some deficiencies in our grasp. We can only glean minor details. While core matters remain elusive due to the insufficient cultivation of personnel within the agencies, we must take action ourselves. Continue your efforts. The most pressing task is to ascertain the strength of the heavenly wasteland's sacred land. As for other forces, they are not to be feared. Nodding slightly, Xiao Tian understood that the agencies had been established too recently, and their members were still lacking in strength. Thus, he bore no blame. Your servant obeys. Have there been any recent updates regarding the Soul Palace? Recalling the previous mention of the Soul Palace Elder by the Guardian, Xiao Tian casually inquired. Reporting to your majesty, no trace of the Soul Palace has been discovered thus far. In that case, you may withdraw. Continue to probe for information regarding the Soul Palace. I shall not permit any destabilizing factors within the realm of the Great Xia. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave. Soul Palace, I sincerely hope you do not manifest within the territories of the Great Xia. After the two departed, Xiao Tian murmured to himself. On the 21st day of the 3rd month in the Great Xia calendar, an uninvited guest arrived in the Great Xia. An envoy from the Holy Celestial Dynasty came to collect tributes from various nations. El Hong, a minister of the Holy Celestial Dynasty, possessing the prowess of a 2-star martial sovereign, sensed something amiss upon entering the Great Xia. How peculiar! Having not visited the Star River Kingdom for a year, I find such a dramatic transformation. The spiritual energy here is so abundant, it nearly rivals that of my Holy Celestial Dynasty. Even in the peripheral regions of the Great Xia, the concentration of spiritual energy exceeds that of the former Star River Kingdom by more than tenfold, while the imperial city of Yudu boasts a richness 100 times greater. After Xiao Tian placed all the acquired spiritual veins throughout the Great Xia, the concentration of spiritual energy has been steadily rising, especially within the royal palace, which harbors a celestial-grade spiritual vein. Observing the changes in the Great Xia, El Hong was filled with bewilderment. He promptly seized a passerby and inquired, "Pray tell, have there been any recent events in the Star River Kingdom that could account for this surge in spiritual energy?" The apprehensive individual, trembling with fear, replied, "Master, the Star River Kingdom has long since ceased to exist. What remains here is the Great Xia dynasty." "What did you just say? The Star River Kingdom no longer exists? Explain this at once." El Hong was perplexed. How could the Star River Kingdom have vanished so suddenly? What is the current situation? 3 months ago, the entire Star River Kingdom surrendered to the Great Xia, leading to its disbandment and the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty? What manner of power is that? I am afraid I cannot say. If you wish to know more, you must inquire with the ministers in the imperial city. Humph. If you know nothing, what use are you to me? With that, El Hong swiftly snapped the man's neck and soared toward the Great Xia palace. The closer he approached the imperial city, the more astonished he became, for he noticed that the guards grew increasingly formidable. They were at least several tiers stronger than those of the former Star River Kingdom. Upon arriving at the imperial city, he discovered that the guards were all martial kings, with some even surpassing that realm. El Hong was utterly astounded. Is the great Xia truly this powerful? They actually station martial emperors as guards? Even my holy celestial dynasty could not achieve such a feat. Just as El Hong was preparing to fly into the imperial city, a voice called out, "Halt! This is the imperial city, and flying is strictly prohibited. If you do not descend, do not blame us for being impolite." Several guards spotted El Hong in the air and shouted urgently. El Hong was taken aback, but chose to disregard them and continued to soar into the city. Impudent! Quickly inform the general. Someone is forcefully breaching the imperial city. I shall pursue him. With that, one of the guards took off in pursuit, while the others hurried to report to their general. However, this guard was merely a martial emperor. How could he hope to catch El Hong, a martial sovereign? In the Western factory, Huo Qubing was attending to official business, reviewing various reports submitted by his subordinates. Director, a suspected martial sovereign has appeared in the imperial city and is making his way toward the royal palace. The city guards have been unable to stop him, and he seems to harbor ill intentions. A Western factory informant reported. Oh, a suspected martial sovereign? How intriguing. Someone dares to breach my great Xia? I shall go and see, Huo Qubing replied before vanishing from sight. Friend, to intrude upon my great Xia in such a manner. Do you not regard us with any respect? At that moment, while flying, El Hong suddenly heard a voice and was taken aback. Who goes there? He exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, a figure materialized before him. Upon seeing Huo Qubing's extraordinarily handsome visage and alluring figure, El Hong was momentarily entranced, unable to fathom that such enchanting beauty existed in the world. How unfortunate! I feel a flutter in my heart. In an instant, regaining his composure, El Hong solemnly inquired, Who are you? Hee, you dare to intrude upon my great Xia and yet ask who I am? Should it not be I inquiring about your identity? Huo Qubing chuckled, his gaze toward El Hong imbued with a captivating allure. Are you a person of the great Xia? Indeed, you of the great Xia possess quite the audacity. Are you unaware that the Star River Kingdom was a vassal state of my holy celestial dynasty? How dare you occupy it? El Hong glared at Huo Qubing, his voice laced with fury. It seems you are still oblivious to the situation. Huo Qubing shook his head with a smirk, suddenly vanishing from sight only to reappear right before El Hong. With a single hand, Huo Qubing grasped El Hong's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Now do you comprehend the situation? Huo Qubing fixed his gaze upon El Hong, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that moment, El Hong was engulfed in terror, disbelief flooding his expression. Space shifting, you are a martial saint. Stunned by the revelation, El Hong's voice trembled as he spoke. Huo Qubing, still gripping El Hong's neck, transported him instantaneously, reappearing in the dungeons of the Western factory. He casually discarded El Hong and inquired, What brings you to my great Xia? At this moment, El Hong was still in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that the great Xia harbored a martial saint. Just moments ago, he was uncertain. But after experiencing the reality of space shifting firsthand, he was now utterly convinced that this individual was indeed a martial saint. I ask you again, what brings you to my great Xia? Seeing El Hong remain silent, Huo Qubing's patience began to wear thin. Predecessor, I mean no harm. I was merely passing through. El Hong stammered nervously in response to Huo Qubing's growing impatience. Do you expect me to believe that? I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you do not speak, you shall meet your demise. Huo Qubing's gaze bore into El Hong, as though he could strike him down at any moment. Realizing he could not afford to lie any longer, El Hong hastily confessed, Predecessor, I was sent by the Lord of my holy celestial dynasty to collect tributes from the Star River Kingdom. I was unaware that this land now belongs to you. Esteemed sir, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Had I known this was your territory, I would never have dared to intrude. Chapter 43, The Celestial Sword Immortal. Li Bai Qi, the Holy Celestial Dynasty. An empire without a martial saint dares to come to my great Xia to collect tributes? Upon hearing El Hong's words, Huo Qubing's expression turned one of disdain. You speak the truth, esteemed predecessor. How could my holy celestial dynasty ever hope to compare with your illustrious great Xia? I implore you to allow me to return. I shall certainly report to our Lord, urging him to come and apologize to your dynasty. El Hong was in a state of panic, fearing that Huo Qubing might take offense and end his life. He would have nowhere to weep, and his death would be in vain. As for whether the holy celestial dynasty would seek revenge on his behalf, that was a thought he dared not entertain. The holy celestial dynasty would be fortunate not to hold his family accountable. How could he expect them to avenge him against a martial saint? He must be delusional to think the dynasty would endure such a transgression. To intrude upon my great Xia and still hope to return? That seems rather unrealistic. Does it not? Yu Huatian regarded El Hong with a sly smile. Then, may I ask how you intend to deal with me? Upon realizing that Yu Huatian was not allowing him to leave, despair washed over El Hong's face. How to deal with you? I shall report to the king, and we shall decide your fate then. For now, you will remain here. With that, Yu Huatian exited the cell and instructed the guards at the door. Keep a close watch on him. I am off to see the king. Yes, director. In the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian was preparing to summon exceptional talents once more, for he still had 6 golden summoning cards remaining, and the time had come to utilize them. Your Majesty, I have matters to discuss. The voice of Yu Huatian echoed from outside. Realizing this, Xiao Tian decided to postpone his summoning, as there was no urgency. Come in. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty. There's no need for formalities. What news do you bring, eunuch? Glancing at Yu Huatian, Xiao Tian displayed a look of puzzlement. Your Majesty, I have just apprehended an individual from the Holy Heavenly Dynasty who dared to intrude upon our great Xia imperial city. He claims to have been sent by the Emperor of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty to collect tributes. Yu Huatian respectfully explained. Oh, a person from the Holy Heavenly Dynasty? Xiao Tian was taken aback, then recalled that 3 months prior, Xing Tianhe had mentioned that every year the Holy Heavenly Dynasty would come to collect tributes. And now a year had indeed passed. Where is he now? Xiao Tian inquired. He is currently confined in the Western Bureau's dungeon. What shall your Majesty decide regarding this individual? Xiao Tian fell silent, pondering how to handle the matter. He truly had no clear idea. Whether to kill him or spare him seemed inconsequential to the great Xia. Let him return and inform the Holy Heavenly Dynasty of my great Xia's strength, allowing them to decide whether to submit or oppose us. However, what if the Holy Heavenly Dynasty informs the Tianhuang sacred land? Even now, Xiao Tian remained oblivious to the strength of the Tianhuang sacred land. If they possessed a peak martial saint, the current great Xia would be no match. Of course, should he utilize 2 diamond summoning cards, the Tianhuang sacred land would pose no threat. A diamond-level hero could easily deal with a peak martial saint. Yet, Xiao Tian deemed it unworthy, for his philosophy had always been one of survival, never to take uncertain risks. If we can endure, why expose ourselves? Once we grow stronger, we can sweep them aside directly. Let us keep him imprisoned for now. There is no need to concern ourselves with him at the moment. After coming to a decision, Xiao Tian resolved to disregard the matter for the time being. Understood, Your Majesty. I take my leave. After Yu Huatian departed, Xiao Tian promptly chose to summon a hero. System, utilize a golden summoning card. Usage successful. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Li Bai. Li Bai? The poet immortal Li Bai? The celestial sword immortal Li Bai? Haha, splendid. Li Bai, a name resonating with every citizen of Great Xia, from the elderly to toddlers. Who could be unaware of the poet immortal's name? He was truly a figure known to all, a legendary talent celebrated throughout the ages. He was also one of Xiao Tian's most cherished figures, especially for his poem Bring in the Wine, which so vividly encapsulated Li Bai's bold and unrestrained spirit. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return. Do you not see, in the bright mirror of the grand hall, the sorrow of white hair, in the morning like black silk, by evening turned to snow? System, display Li Bai's information. Xiao Tian exclaimed with excitement. Name, Li Bai. Courtesy name, Tai Bai, Celestial Sword Immortal. Dynasty, Tang. Physique, Celestial Lotus Sword Body. Technique, Celestial Lotus Sword Art. Talent, Imperial Grade. Realm, for Star Martial Saint. Potential, unknown. Troop type, none. Tai Bai pays his respects to Your Majesty. There's no need for formalities, beloved minister. Your illustrious name is known far and wide. With Tai Bai's assistance, my great Xia is akin to a fish returning to water. Haha. Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Li Bai. Your Majesty overpraises me. I am unworthy of such accolades. Li Bai replied with a smile. Haha, Tai Bai need not be so modest. I am well aware of your talents. Then, another decree was issued, stirring the court. From this day forth, I appoint Li Bai as the Minister of Rights, granting him a second-rank salary and the title of first-class Viscount. In the Eastern Wilderness, at the residence of the Xue family. Ancestor, have you emerged from seclusion? Xue Qianxuan exclaimed in delight upon seeing the elder before her. Indeed, thanks to the holy pill bestowed by His Majesty, I have not only recovered from my injuries, but have also broken through to a 2-star martial saint. Xue Moli replied with a smile. Congratulations, ancestor. Now, even if the old ancestor from the Wang family seeks vengeance upon us, we need not fear him. Upon hearing this, Xue Qianxuan was filled with excitement. Although there had been no incidents recently, they had been anxiously worried about a sudden attack from the Wang family's elder. Now, that concern was alleviated. I have come to discuss an important matter with you, Xuan stated. What is it, ancestor? I intend to relocate the entire Xue family to the territory of Great Xia. What? Ancestor, this is our ancestral land. Are we truly to abandon it? Xue Qianxuan exclaimed in shock. Qianxuan, it is merely an ancestral land. As long as our people remain, any place can be our ancestral home. Moreover, Great Xia is quite extraordinary. Only by moving there can our Xue family progress further. Since consuming the pill bestowed by Xiao Tian, Xue had realized the profound nature of Great Xia. The pill was simply too remarkable. Even after breaking through to a 2-star martial saint, he had only absorbed less than 1/10 of its potency. Should he fully absorb it, he estimated he could ascend to the peak of martial saint, with even the martial emperor not being beyond his reach. Thus, upon emerging from seclusion, he was determined to relocate the entire Xue family to Great Xia. He believed that in Great Xia, their family would achieve even greater development. Very well, if that is the case, ancestor, I shall inform our kin to prepare. Xue Qianxuan agreed as she looked at Xue. Yes, go forth. Xue nodded. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the air trembled with a disturbance. Who goes there? Xue and Xue Qianxuan simultaneously gazed into the void. I am an elder from the Tianhuang sacred land. Xue, your Xue family has shown audacity by provoking the Wang family in the eastern wilderness. Do you not regard the Tianhuang sacred land with respect? As the words fell, an elder from the Tianhuang sacred land stepped forth from the void. Chapter 47. Li Bai, slaying a man every 10 steps. In the Great Xia capital, Yudu. At the Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Tian surveyed the pile of memorials with a wry smile. These were reports sent by Changsun Wuji, Qin Gong, and others, requiring his royal approval. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. Just then, Yu Huatian's voice rang out from outside the door. Enter. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Setting aside the memorials, Xiao Tian turned his attention to Yu Huatian. What urgent matter do you bring? News has arrived from the Jiuxiao Manor. It has been attacked, and the manor lord, Xiao Leihu, has been captured. Yu Huatian replied cautiously. He was acutely aware that Xiao Leihu was a member of the royal family. The implications of this incident were dire, and it was easy to imagine the fury it would incite in the emperor. What did you say? The Jiuxiao Manor was attacked? Xiao Leihu has been captured? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian sprang up, his voice harsh with inquiry. Yes. Yu Huatian trembled, his heart racing. By whom? Xiao Tian's expression darkened. I am currently investigating, and eunuch Qiao has already gone to pursue the assailants. Only the Tianhuang sacred land could easily subdue Xiao Leihu. Had they come seeking vengeance? But why would they target the Jiuxiao Manor instead of coming directly to Yudu? Xiao Tian was puzzled. Yet he could not dwell on it now. Xiao Leihu had been taken, his life or death uncertain. Whoever was responsible was already marked for death. Yu Huatian, summon Li Bai. The two of you must pursue the assailants and ensure Xiao Leihu's rescue. Regardless of who they are, show no mercy. Xiao Tian commanded. Your servant obeys. It seemed that an encounter with the Tianhuang sacred land was inevitable. With this thought, Xiao Tian no longer hesitated. He directly initiated summoning, having 5 golden summoning cards remaining. He resolved to use them all this time. System, utilize 5 golden summoning cards. Usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Wei Qi Gong, Shan Xiongxin, and Luo Cheng. Goodness, I never expected to summon all the heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Tianhuang sacred land, I await your arrival. With the arrival of the 5 champions from the Sui Tang era, it can be said that although their pinnacle might not match the sacred land of Tianhuang, Xiang Tian no longer feels inferior. With the combined strength of 5 individuals, each a 4-star martial saint, they could easily confront even a 6-star martial saint individually. I, General Qin Xiong, along with Cheng Yaojin, Wei Qi Gong, Dan Xiongxin, and Luo Cheng, pay our respects to your Majesty. The 5 men appeared and immediately bowed respectfully to Xiang Tian. Generals, please rise. With your esteemed presence, the realm of Great Xia is assured. Xiang Tian beamed at the group. From this day forth, I bestow upon Luo Cheng, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Dan Xiongxin, and Wei Qi Gong the titles of 9-star generals of the 10th Legion of Great Xia and first-class viscounts. Let the formation commence immediately. Subsequently, Xiang Tian conferred titles upon the 5. The court was abuzz with astonishment. To confer titles upon 5 generals at once? We express our gratitude for your Majesty's benevolence. The 5 knelt in unison to thank him. Please, no need for such formalities. Today, a grave matter has arisen. My kin, Xiao Leihu, has been captured by the enemy. Since you have arrived, I command you to pursue the foe and rescue my kin. Your orders shall be obeyed. At that moment, the cloaked figure was hastily transporting Xiao Leihu towards the sacred land of Tianhuang, having already exited the wilderness. Suddenly, A voice interrupted. Pray tell, where do you intend to take the people of Great Xia? As the voice faded, Chao Jingchun appeared before the cloaked figure, blocking his path. Startled by the sudden appearance of Chao Jingchun, the cloaked figure scoffed. You arrived rather swiftly, but do you truly believe a mere two-star martial saint can obstruct me? Upon perceiving his opponent's cultivation, the cloaked figure let out a cold laugh, thinking him a mere two-star martial saint. Let us see if you can stop me. Chao Jingchun replied with a light chuckle. The cloaked figure, unwilling to waste time, recognized that this individual might merely be a vanguard, and stronger foes would surely follow. Without delay, he vanished with Xiao Hu, reappearing 100 miles away. However, as he prepared to proceed, Chao Jingchun once again materialized before him. To depart without a word is rather impolite, Chao Jingchun remarked with a seemingly harmless visage, smiling at the cloaked figure. This time, the cloaked figure was taken aback. This individual was even swifter than he. The cloaked figure refrained from responding, instead waving his hand toward Chao Jingchun. Instantly, a tempest roared. An invisible force surged towards Chao Jingchun. In a fleeting moment, the cloaked figure again vanished with Xiao Hu. Chao Jingchun, witnessing the fierce onslaught of the invisible force, retaliated with a palm strike, then pursued the cloaked figure once more. Blocking the cloaked figure again, Chao Jingchun wasted no words. He unleashed a palm strike aimed at him. An invisible imprint striking with devastating force. The cloaked figure, left with no choice, relinquished his hold on Xiao Hu and braced himself against the force with both palms. Yet, he underestimated Chao Jingchun's strength, being pushed back despite suffering no injury. How could a two-star martial saint repel him, a four-star martial saint? You cannot escape. While I may not be able to subdue you, you will not flee. Release our kin from Great Xia, and we shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, when the forces of Great Xia arrive, you shall find no escape. Chao Jingchun said, his expression devoid of emotion. The cloaked figure, with a darkened visage, was astonished. He had not anticipated such strength from this two-star martial saint. Despite only exchanging a single blow, he realized the individual's prowess was not to be underestimated. With Xiao Hu in his grasp, escape was impossible. Once the forces of Great Xia arrived, he would be trapped. Here, after a moment of contemplation, the cloaked figure hurled Xiao Hu towards Chao Jingchun and swiftly retreated into the distance. This time, Chao Jingchun chose not to pursue, catching Xiao Hu and assessing his injuries. Upon confirming there was no threat to his life, he sighed in relief and made his way back to Great Xia. He understood that the king must have dispatched others to pursue the cloaked figure, and his duty was merely to return with Xiao Hu. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, having discarded Xiao Hu, hastened towards the sacred land of Tianwang. He needed to return swiftly to inform the lord of the sacred land about the events in Great Xia. But would he truly succeed in reaching the sanctuary? Do you not see the waters of the yellow river cascade from the heavens, flowing to the sea, never to return? Ah, a splendid poem, a splendid poem. As the words fell, a ghostly white figure gradually emerged before the cloaked figure, a rich aroma of wine wafting through the air. Clad in a flowing white robe, a gourd of wine hung at his waist, and a Qinglian sword was clutched in his hand. The cloaked figure gazed at the young man, appearing to be in his 20s, and felt a tremor of fear upon sensing his strength. Was this individual also a champion of Great Xia? Who might you be? The cloaked figure inquired. You dare to harm others in Great Xia? And you wish to leave unscathed? Li Bai replied with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure felt a chill. He had indeed encountered a warrior of Great Xia. What do you propose? How about witnessing a fireworks display? What do you mean? As the Qinglian sword was drawn, Li Bai surged towards the cloaked figure like a specter, moving with such speed that the cloaked figure barely had time to react before the encounter ended. With the sword returned to its sheath, Li Bai departed with an air of tranquility. 10 steps to slay one, 1,000 miles with no trace left. How exhilarating! How exhilarating! At that moment, the cloaked figure had already lost all vitality. His body erupted, showering the sky with blood. Was this the fireworks display Li Bai had spoken of? Sadly, the cloaked figure would never behold it. Chapter 44. Shuem Moli heads to Great Xia. Oh, it is the 7th elder from the sacred land. What brings you to my Shui family? Shuem Moli inquired, hastily apologizing for not welcoming him properly upon recognizing his identity. What brings me here? Do you truly need me to enlighten you on what your Shui family has done? The 7th elder's voice was cold as he regarded Shuem Moli. 7th elder, I genuinely do not know. I implore you to enlighten me. Shuem Moli responded earnestly. Why do you seek to annihilate the Wang family? The 7th elder pressed. 7th elder, the intentions of the Wang family were clear as they approached our Shui family. Are we to allow them to destroy us while we stand idle? Shuem Moli's expression darkened. They have already breached our doorstep. Are we not permitted to retaliate? What kind of logic is this? The 7th elder found himself at a loss for words. After all, It was indeed the Wang family that sought to obliterate the Shui family. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, the tables had turned, and the Shui family had struck back. We are fully aware of your Shui family's capabilities. You could not possibly have extinguished the Wang family. Speak. Which force is aiding you? The seventh elder demanded. There is no force aiding us, Shui Moli declared. Impossible. Without assistance, how could your Shui family have defeated the Wang family? The seventh elder clearly doubted Shui Moli's claims. Then please, seventh elder, witness for yourself if I possess the strength to extinguish the Wang family. As the words left his lips, Shui Moli's aura surged dramatically. The presence of a two-star martial saint rushing toward the seventh elder. You have actually broken through to two-star martial saint? The seventh elder exclaimed in shock. Feeling the intensity of Shui Moli's power, it was worth noting that he himself was merely a one-star martial saint, and he had not anticipated that the ancestor of the Shui family had reached two-star martial saint. Do you now believe that my Shui family could potentially eliminate the Wang family? Shui Moli gazed at the seventh elder, speaking with a calm demeanor. Humph. Even if you have achieved two-star martial saint, you cannot hope to kill Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan, the elder of the Wang family. Thus, he fled. I truly could not bring him down. Are you suggesting that Wang Kuan is still alive? The seventh elder expressed his skepticism, believing that no one from the Wang family had survived. To his astonishment, the ancestral figure of the Wang family had not perished. Whether he is alive or dead, I am unaware. However, I assure you that the Shui family did not conspire to end his life. Even so, your Shui family cannot annihilate the entire Wang clan. Snow Mo Li retorted, if you do not eradicate them completely, shall we merely await the day they seek vengeance upon the Shui family? The seventh elder fell silent, at a loss for words. Humph, Snow Mo Li, I shall report this matter to the Holy Sovereign, and let him decide the righteousness of your Shui family. Farewell. With that, the seventh elder departed for the Holy Land. Ancestral figure, what does this signify? After the elder from the Holy Land left, Shui Qiansun turned to Snow Mo Li and inquired, what else can it mean? They perceive a challenge to their authority and wish to intimidate our Shui family. Snow Mo Li replied coolly. The heavenly desolation Holy Land had always maintained an aloof demeanor, indifferent to the affairs of the eastern wilderness, as long as they did not escalate excessively. Yet, to their surprise, the destruction of the Wang family prompted them to confront the Shui family. What shall we do? Ancestral figure? If the Holy Land takes action against us, we will be utterly defenseless. Shui Qiansun expressed his anxiety, acknowledging the overwhelming might of the Holy Land over the eastern wilderness. Snow Mo Li fell into contemplation before stating, Qiansun, summon all clan members and relocate to the Great Xia. I shall proceed to Great Xia to meet with the king. If the Holy Land truly intends to strike at our Shui family, the only course of action I can conceive is to seek refuge in Great Xia. Whether Great Xia can withstand the Holy Land remains uncertain, yet my instincts suggest they can. In the Great Xia, at Yu capital. After conferring with Shui Qiansun, Snow Mo Li hastened to this place, only to be astounded by the immense density of spiritual energy in this wild expanse, which had increased tenfold compared to a few months prior. Gazing at the Yu capital, Snow Mo Li couldn't help but exclaim, just months ago, the transformation was far less significant. It now rivaled the spiritual concentration of the Shui family's domain. Beneath the royal palace of Yu capital lies a celestial-grade spiritual vein that nourishes the land daily, causing the spiritual energy of the Great Xia to proliferate, even extending to various regions of Xia Prefecture. In the future, the territory of Great Xia is destined to become a sanctuary for cultivation within the Xiantian continent, unmatched by any other power. Without further deliberation, Snow Mo Li prepared to visit the royal palace to meet with Xiao Tian when suddenly, a voice interrupted him. A martial saint has arrived at our Great Xia. May I inquire about the reason? A young man clad in eunuch attire appeared before him. Snow Mo Li was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Chao Zhengchun, realizing that had he not spoken, he would have been oblivious to his presence. Who is this person? What is his realm? Although he could not ascertain the stranger's level, he was certain it surpassed his own. Senior, I am the ancestral figure of the Shui family, here on business to meet the king, Snow Mo Li respectfully announced. So, you are the ancestral figure of the Shui family. I, Chao Zhengchun, have the honor of meeting you. In that case, please follow me to meet the king. Chao Zhengchun then led Snow Mo Li to the Jiuxiao Palace. Along the way, Snow Mo Li learned of the young man's identity, his heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. Chao Zhengchun, the chief eunuch, supervisor of the Eastern Factory. What tremendous strength does the Great Xia possess, that even a eunuch holds the title of martial saint? Who is the king? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Jiuxiao Palace. Your Majesty, the ancestral figure of the Shui family seeks an audience. Chao Zhengchun announced respectfully at the door. Enter, came the reply, and the two pushed the door open. Your servant, Xiao Zhengchun, pays homage to your majesty. The ancestral figure of the Shui family, Snow Mo Li, also pays his respects. They both bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. I was unaware that you, beloved minister, would come so suddenly. Is there something amiss? Xiao Tian inquired, fixing his gaze upon Snow Mo Li. Your majesty, indeed. There is a matter of importance I wish to report. Snow Mo Li responded. Ah, for you to personally come forth, it seems quite significant. Please speak. Your majesty. My Shui family wishes to relocate entirely to the territory of Great Xia, and I kindly ask for your consent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded. Ah, this matter. I agree. You may select a suitable location within Yu capital as your family's residence. Xiao Zhengchun. It falls to you to assist the Shui family in finding an appropriate place. Your servant shall comply. Xiao Zhengchun replied. Thank you, your majesty. Additionally, there is one more matter I wish to report. Oh, what further matter do you have? Speak freely, your majesty. Today, a venerable elder from the heavenly desolation Holy Land came to our Shui family to investigate the matter concerning the Wang family. They suspect that the Shui family lacks the strength to annihilate the Wang family and question whether we have your majesty's assistance. Snow Mo Li elaborated. The heavenly desolation Holy Land? They are aware of my great Xia? Xiao Tian queried. Your majesty, I am uncertain. After consuming the elixirs bestowed by you, I have advanced to a 2-star martial saint, leading them to believe that the destruction of the Wang family was solely the work of the Shui family. Snow Mo Li clarified. You have acted with foresight, Xiao Tian acknowledged with a nod. However, the heavenly desolation Holy Land will undoubtedly continue their investigation and will eventually uncover the truth. How does your majesty intend to deal with them? Snow Mo Li inquired, eager to know whether Great Xia could contend with the Holy Land. Let them come. We shall meet them with military might. Xiao Tian chuckled lightly. Chapter 45. The members of the Xiao family emerge from the divine demon tower. Though Xiao Tian was not eager to confront the heavenly desolation Holy Land at this moment. If the events surrounding the Wang family led the Holy Land to view Great Xia as an enemy, he would not shy away. At most, it would simply disrupt his original plans. Indeed, observing Xiao Tian's nonchalant demeanor, Snow Mo Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that Xiao Tian did not regard the heavenly desolation Holy Land with trepidation. Since you wish to relocate the Shui family to Great Xia, you must also enlist in the military as a general, Xiao Tian stated, directing his gaze at Snow Mo Li. Within the borders of Great Xia, all noble clans and sects must contribute 1/3 of their members to the Great Xia military. The strongest among them must enlist. This is a firm regulation of Great Xia. After all, as long as you reside within Great Xia, you receive protection from it, and you must reciprocate with your efforts. Only in this manner can the entire Great Xia, from high-ranking officials to military leaders, down to noble clans, sects, and martial artists, unite in their commitment to defend the homeland. Upon hearing this, Snow Mo Li did not hesitate, his face lighting up with joy as he knelt on one knee. This humble servant, Snow Mo Li, expresses gratitude to your majesty. I shall endeavor to expand the territories of Great Xia and fight valiantly on the battlefield. Haha, excellent. Rise. General Snow, Xiao Tian exclaimed, laughing heartily. Issue the order. From this day forth, Snow Mo Li is appointed as a 9-star general of the 9th Legion of Great Xia. Granted the rank of 3rd-class baron. All Shui family members who enlist will be integrated into the 9th Legion under the command of Snow Mo Li. Assemble immediately. This humble servant shall obey. Then, General Snow, proceed to organize the Legion. Expedite the recruitment to full capacity. The Great Xia military aims to fill the 9th Legion with 100,000 soldiers. Currently, the only general in Great Xia is Xiao Yun, and there are no marshals. Furthermore, only those of martial lord rank or higher may join the military. Thus, the Great Xia has established another legion, the 9th Legion. Host. The members of the Xiao family in the Divine Demon Tower are about to complete their inheritance. At that moment, the system informed Xiao Tian that the Xiao family members in the Divine Demon Tower were nearing the completion of their inheritance, filling him with elation. It had been over 3 months since the Xiao family entered the Divine Demon Tower, and finally, a family member had completed their inheritance. Subsequently, Xiao Tian made his way to the Cave Heaven world, arriving at the site of the Divine Demon Tower. System, how many family members have completed their inheritance? Xiao Tian eagerly inquired. Host, a total of 43 individuals have completed their inheritance. 43 individuals? Remarkable. Half an hour later, Xiao Tian witnessed members of the Xiao clan emerging one by one from the Demon God Tower. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, the crowd rushed forward, exclaiming, Patriarch, I have broken through to Martial Venerable. Patriarch, I too have achieved Martial Venerable. Observing the jubilant chatter about their newfound cultivation, Xiao Tian beamed with pride. The Xiao clan had finally risen, no longer a lineage that could only exist through his support. Patriarch, I never imagined I would also reach the level of martial saint. Truly, the Demon God Tower is extraordinary. It is a blessing for our Xiao clan to possess such a treasure. At this moment, the three elders approached Xiao Tian, with the eldest elder expressing his heartfelt sentiments. With 43 individuals completing the inheritance, all three elders have succeeded, along with one steward and 39 collateral clan members. All from the first tier. After all, the higher the tier, the more formidable the inherited demon gods, and the longer the duration of the inheritance. Among these 43 individuals, all three elders were at the 5th star martial saint realm, while even the steward had advanced to the 2nd star martial saint. The remaining 39 individuals were all no less than 5-star martial venerables, with 9 of them reaching the peak martial venerable level. Remarkable. Who would have thought the elders could attain the rank of martial saint? Now, even without me, the Xiao clan is not one to be easily bullied. Xiao Tian smiled at the elders. Rest assured, Patriarch, the affairs of the Xiao clan shall be entrusted to us old fellows from now on. The eldest elder said, From now on, do not address me as Patriarch, for I am now the ruler of the great Xia. The matters of the Xiao clan shall be managed by you. And as for the position of Patriarch, it will be assumed by Xiao Yun upon his emergence. Xiao Tian gazed at the eldest elder, speaking solemnly. Patriarch, this cannot be. That young lad Xiao Yun is too young to assume the role of Patriarch. The eldest elder exclaimed, alarmed by Xiao Tian's declaration. Elder, do you imply that I am not youthful? Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Well, Patriarch, you are certainly not comparable. Enough, my decision is made. Xiao Yun shall be the new Patriarch. Furthermore, upon his emergence, he will at least be a martial emperor, more than capable of fulfilling the role. Well, if the Patriarch has decided, we old ones can only comply. The eldest elder conceded to Xiao Tian's will. All members of the Xiao clan, heed my command. 5 individuals shall be stationed at the Jiuxiao mansion, for it is the stronghold of the Xiao clan, and we cannot afford any mishaps there. Xiao Leihu, you will be responsible for Jiuxiao mansion. Yes, Patriarch. As the crowd continued to address him as Patriarch, Xiao Tian could only smile wryly, realizing he must wait for Xiao Yun's emergence to officially hand over the position. All others, venture forth to train. I have but one request. The Xiao clan is too few in number. With so few, how can we aspire to become the overlords of the heavens? Expand our lineage. Females must not be married off. The suitor must join the Xiao clan. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they responded. Rest assured, Patriarch. We shall ensure the Xiao clan flourishes and becomes the overlord of the heavens. All right, disperse. Elder, this cave world shall serve as the Xiao clan's residence from now on. Subsequently, Xiao Tian departed from the cave world, having delegated all necessary duties, for the Xiao clan must learn to sustain themselves. He could not protect them indefinitely. In the following days, all the young members of the Xiao clan departed the Great Xia for various locations in the eastern wilderness to hone their skills. Meanwhile, the elders and the eldest elder immersed themselves in cultivation within the time-space tower of the cave world, for they had no pressing matters at hand and preferred the solidity of training, allowing them to thoroughly comprehend their inheritance. During these days, the entire Shui clan also relocated to the Great Xiazu capital. The Shui clan, encompassing both direct and collateral branches along with servants, totaled over 10,000 individuals. Indeed a grand family. The Xiao clan, with merely a little over 100 members, could not compare. Yet the current quality of the Xiao clan far surpassed that of the Shui clan. At the heavenly wasteland's sacred ground, the 7th elder, upon returning to the sacred ground, promptly made his way to the Holy Master Peak to report the matters concerning the Shui clan. You say the ancestor of the Shui clan has broken through to the 2nd star martial saint? The Holy Master inquired of the 7th elder. Indeed, Holy Master. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That Shui Mo Li has indeed attained the 2nd star martial saint. The 7th elder replied. Have we uncovered who is behind the Shui clan? Holy Master, Shui Mo Li claims that the Wang clan was annihilated by him alone, with no assistance from others. However, I suspect that Shui Mo Li has only recently broken through. It is impossible for him to have accomplished such a feat. The 7th elder explained. Continue investigating. We must ascertain the true identity of the force behind this. Understood. Chapter 46. The attack on Jiuxiao Mansion. Holy Master, we have just received word that the entire Shui clan has relocated. At that moment, a voice echoed through the hall, yet its owner remained unseen. The Holy Master was not surprised, and the 7th elder understood that this was a secret force cultivated by the Holy Master, loyal only to him. Do we know where they have moved to? The Holy Master inquired softly. At present, we do not know. Our people discovered that the Shui clan had vanished without a trace. The voice continued. It seems they have relocated to the stronghold of that secret force. Has no suspicious activity been detected throughout the entire eastern wilderness? None. We have investigated every corner of the eastern wilderness except for the Savage Lands. The Savage Lands? Why not investigate there? The Holy Master questioned. Well, it has always been regarded as a forsaken land within the eastern wilderness, which is why we did not pursue it. The less conspicuous places are often the most likely hiding spots for such individuals. Go and investigate immediately. Yes. The voice then faded, as though it had never existed. Seventh Elder, you should also venture to the Savage Lands. The Holy Master instructed the Seventh Elder. Yes, Holy Master. In the Great Xia, at Zhuxiao Mansion. Zhuxiao Mansion was established in the heart of the Great Xia, in Zhuxiao City. After Xiao Leihu led 4 members of the Xiao clan to this place. He formally assumed the position of Mansion Lord. Initially, Xiao Tian had intended for Xiao Yun to take on the role of Mansion Lord. But since Xiao Yun was soon to become the clan leader, Xiao Tian decided it best for Xiao Leihu to lead Zhuxiao Mansion. At this moment, Xiao Leihu was busy reviewing recent matters concerning Zhuxiao Mansion, as any new leader must familiarize himself with the affairs at hand. Are you the lord of Zhuxiao Mansion? Just then, a voice resonated in Xiao Leihu's ear. Who? Xiao Leihu exclaimed, startled. As he looked around in astonishment, a figure materialized before him, clad in black with a mask obscuring their face. Who are you, and what business do you have at Zhuxiao Mansion? Xiao Leihu questioned the enigmatic figure. It seems your great Xia is indeed remarkable. A mere local mansion lord is already a second-star martial saint. I did not expect that after years away from this savage lands, I would encounter your great Xia. The figure in black spoke, seemingly to themselves. Might I suggest you disclose your purpose for being here? Xiao Leihu, uninterested in the stranger's musings, directly inquired. I have merely come to investigate a matter. And I have fortuitously discovered your great Xia. It appears the Wang clan was indeed eradicated by you. The figure in black fixed their gaze upon Xiao Leihu, stating, Forgive me, but I am unaware of the Wang clan you speak of. I must ask you to take your leave. Until my investigation is complete, I cannot allow you to depart. The figure in black retorted, their gaze fixed on Xiao Leihu. Our great Xia has always existed here. As for the Wang family you mentioned, I am entirely unaware of them. Perhaps you might journey to our Xiaozu capital and seek an audience with the king, who may possess knowledge of what you speak. Xiao Leihu, recognizing his inferiority to the individual before him, could only respond with trivialities. The fact that even a mere governor possesses the strength of a 2-star martial saint truly dissuades me from venturing into your imperial city. One can never know what formidable beings may lurk therein, hence my decision to seek you out. The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. That will surely disappoint you. I am but a minor character within the Xia. Regrettably, I cannot provide the information you seek. The cloaked man fell silent. A minor character? If a 2-star martial saint is considered insignificant, then what constitutes a significant figure? A pinnacle martial saint? Or perhaps an emperor? What does my own 4-star martial saint status signify? In that case, I must insist that you accompany me, he declared. I apologize, but I have pressing matters within the estate and cannot accompany you. Xiao Leihu firmly declined, humorously contemplating the repercussions of following him. That is not for you to decide. With that, the cloaked figure swiftly took action, his aura surging as a 4-star martial saint, bearing down upon Xiao Leihu with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight and striking with a palm aimed at him. Observing this, Xiao Leihu had no choice but to respond with a palm of his own. Yet given his lesser strength and the hurried nature of his counterattack, he stood no chance against his opponent. Upon contact, Xiao Leihu was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby structure with a resounding thud, leaving him in a state of disarray. You are no match for me. It would be wise to comply and come with me, the cloaked man stated, gazing at Xiao Leihu. Coughing up blood, Xiao Leihu rose from the ground and defiantly declared, You shall not succeed. He then soared into the sky, shouting, Quickly inform the king. Enemies have invaded the Zhuxiao manor to gather intelligence on our Xia. Damn. The cloaked man cursed, charging toward Xiao Leihu in disbelief at his tenacity, willing to sacrifice everything to relay a message for the Xia? Was he truly so reckless with his life simply because he is the governor of Zhuxiao manor? Little did the cloaked figure know. The entire Xia belongs to the Xiao family, and Xiao Leihu is one of its kin. It could be said that apart from the summoned Xiao Tian, the Xiao family is the most loyal clan in Xia. It is simply unfortunate that the cloaked figure chose the wrong place. Had it been the Xingqian manor or the Xinghe manor, such an incident would not have occurred, as the latter two lack a martial saint's presence. Upon catching up to Xiao Leihu, the cloaked man wasted no time, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Leihu's chest, sending him plummeting to the ground with a thunderous crash, fracturing the earth beneath him. Before Xiao Leihu could catch his breath, the cloaked man followed up with another kick, rendering him unconscious. Uncle Hu. At that moment, four other younger members of the Xiao family arrived, witnessing Xiao Leihu's unconscious form, and cried out. Hearing their voices, the cloaked man turned to look, and upon seeing the four, he was instantly astonished, muttering, Such young martial lords? How can this be? Who are you? Why have you attacked our Zhuxiao manor? The four demanded sternly. The cloaked man said nothing, seizing Xiao and instantly teleporting away. The situation in Xia was too dire. He feared that if he lingered, escape would be impossible. By now, Xia would surely be aware of the occurrence, and it was likely that powerful figures were already en route. The four watched helplessly as Xiao was taken away, their expressions grim. Dashan, have you notified the king? One of the Xiao disciples inquired of another, Xiao Dashan. I have informed him. Damn it. Who could they be to assault our Zhuxiao manor and abduct Uncle Hu? Xiao Dashan exclaimed angrily. I do not know, but they are undoubtedly enemies of our Xia. For now, we must await the king's orders. I hope he can rescue Uncle Hu, Xiao Dahai. The youth who had previously addressed Xiao Dashan replied. Chapter 48. Disbanding the 100 schools, solely honoring Confucianism. Dongzhongshu. In the holy land of Tianwang. Atop the peak of the Holy Master, the Holy Master abruptly opened his eyes, his countenance grim. The shadow is dead? Impossible. What on earth transpired in the wilds? The Holy Master was taken aback, murmuring to himself. The shadow was the cloaked man dispatched to Xia by the Holy Master. Upon discovering that the life mark left by the shadow had extinguished, he realized that the shadow had perished moments ago. Someone. Notify Elder 7 to return to the Holy Land at once. With a 4-star martial saint like the shadow slain in the wilds, Elder 7, a mere 2-star martial saint, would be incapable of uncovering any truths. Thus, the urgency to summon Elder 7 back was paramount to avoid a fate similar to that of the shadow. Subsequently, the Holy Master made his way to the Forbidden Area, seeking to inform several elders about the events that had transpired in the eastern wilds, which had slipped from the Holy Land's grasp. Elders, I have urgent matters to discuss. The Holy Master called out respectfully into the void upon arriving at the Forbidden Area. Why has the Holy Master come here so suddenly? 4 elders appeared before him. I have come to see you, esteemed elders, for a pressing matter. Speak. What could compel you, the Holy Master, to come personally? The leading elder inquired. Esteemed elder, an unknown force has emerged in the eastern wilds, and one of my subordinates, a 4-star martial saint, has been killed by them. The Holy Master explained. What? How can such a thing happen? Have you discovered the identity of this force? The elders looked at the Holy Master, their expressions reflecting shock. I dispatched my subordinate to investigate, but he was killed before he could return. That is why I have come to implore the elders to look into this matter. If even a 4-star martial saint cannot withstand them, then aside from the elders, we have no means to confront this foe, the Holy Master said, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that in the eastern wilds, there existed matters beyond his resolution, compelling him to seek the elders' assistance. In that case, I shall go. One of the elders on the left stepped forward. I am grateful. Esteemed 4th elder. The Holy Master replied respectfully. This elder was Chun Daozhen, the 4th elder of the Holy Land, a 7-star martial saint for a century. Though he had yet to break through to the 8-star level, he remained incredibly formidable. With his involvement, it was expected that they would uncover the identity of this unknown force. Do you know where they are located? I shall depart at once, Elder Chun Daozhen inquired. They are likely in the wilds, esteemed 4th elder, the Holy Master responded. Then I shall go at once. 4th elder, be cautious, they do not seem simple. The leading elder cautioned Chun Daozhen. Chun Daozhen waved his hand dismissively and departed immediately. In the Xia, at Jiuxiao Palace, your servant, Chao Zhengchun, pays his respects to your majesty. I have fulfilled my mission and rescued your kin. Upon returning to Xia, Chao Zhengchun brought Xiao Hu to Jiuxiao Palace to meet with Xiao Tian. No need for formalities. Thank you for your hard work, Chao Gonggong. Seeing the unconscious Xiao Hu beside Chao Zhengchun, Xiao Tian was not surprised. It is an honor for me to serve your majesty. Take him back to Jiuxiao Manor. Let him rest well. Yes. Chao Zhengchun then escorted Xiao Hu back to Jiuxiao Manor. Your humble minister, Li Bai, pays his respects to your majesty. Shortly after Chao Zhengchun's departure, Li Bai arrived at Jiuxiao Palace. You need not be formal. I report to your majesty. The scoundrels have been eradicated. Pray tell, my esteemed minister, do you discern the identity of our adversary? Your majesty, I regret to inform you that I am unaware. However, it appears that our opponent is a 4-star martial saint, a power that likely belongs solely to the celestial abode of the eternal void. Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Xiao Tian was no exception to the revelation. It seems an inevitable confrontation with the celestial abode is upon us. Prepare accordingly, my minister. With that, the minister took his leave. After Li Bai's departure, Xiao Tian was plunged into deep contemplation. The celestial abode, having lost a 4-star martial saint, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Host. The first tier of the Divine Demon Tower has completed the inheritance for all members of the Xiao family, the system announced, bringing a smile to Xiao Tian's face. At last, nearly all members of the Xiao family had emerged from their seclusion, save for a few from the second tier and Xiao Yun from the third tier. System. To what realm have they ascended? Xiao Tian inquired. 4 4-star martial saints, 10 1-star martial saints, and the remainder are all above 5-star martial venerables. Elated by this revelation, Xiao Tian felt immense satisfaction. Even without counting himself, the Xiao family now possessed 3 5-star martial saints, 4 4-star martial saints, 1 2-star martial saint, 10 1-star martial saints, and the rest as martial venerables. What an astonishing force. As for Xiao Tian, he himself was merely a 6-star martial saint. Aside from the absence of higher-tier martial saints, the Xiao family had undeniably established itself as the foremost family in Eastern Wilderness. System. How much longer until Xiao Yun's inheritance concludes? Xiao Tian was eager to ascertain Xiao Yun's strength post-inheritance, speculating it must at least be at the pinnacle of martial saint. Anything less would hardly befit his imperial-grade talent. It is worth noting that the 3 elders of the Xiao family possess merely profound-level talent, yet all have ascended to 5-star martial saints post-inheritance. The pinnacle of martial saint? Xiao Tian suspected it might be even more than that. Faced with this uncertainty, Xiao Tian could only smile helplessly, fully aware that Xiao Yun would not emerge anytime soon. With the imminent battle approaching, it seemed prudent to summon reinforcements. Consequently, Xiao Tian resolved to employ a platinum summoning card to call forth another prodigy. The platinum tier summoning card would yield an individual of the same caliber as Xiao Tian, destined to become the most formidable force in the current daxia, as well as the highest quality figure among the eminent talents of Huaxia. System. Activate the platinum summoning card. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host on summoning Dong Zhongshu. Dong Zhongshu, the esteemed figure who dismissed the 100 schools and esteemed Confucianism? Xiao Tian mused, recognizing Dong Zhongshu as a paragon of Confucianism, ranked among the top 5 within the tradition. Second only to the sage Confucius, the sub-sage Mencius, and Xuanzi. Xiao Tian was overwhelmed with joy, yet a hint of concern lingered. He was reluctant to enact Dong Zhongshu's propositions, as the future of daxia would see the arrival of the various philosophers from the pre-Qin era, inevitably leading to a cacophony of voices, a scenario Xiao Tian welcomed. The clash of ideas would undoubtedly foster daxia's development. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, Dong Zhongshu represented a significant scholarly asset. System. Provide information on Dong Zhongshu. Name. Dong Zhongshu. Dynasty. Western Han. Constitution. Confucian sage body. Technique. Sacred text of Confucianism. Talent. Imperial grade. Realm. 6-star martial saint. Potential. Unknown. Minister Dong Zhongshu. I pay my respects to your majesty. Dong Zhongshu, adorned in flowing robes and a high crown, exuded an aura of brilliance, embodying the essence of a scholar. There is no need for excessive formalities, my minister, Xiao Tian replied, beaming with satisfaction. Dong Zhongshu's emergence further enriched the foundation of daxia. Subsequently, an imperial edict was issued, causing a stir among the civil and military officials. Daxia was indeed a land brimming with talent, and the king's methods were nothing short of formidable. Chapter 49. The establishment of Confucianism. On the following day, during the morning court, Xiao Tian addressed the assembly of civil and military officials, proclaiming, from this day forth, I hereby confer the title of Great Confucian to Dong Zhongshu, elevating him to the rank of first-class earl, and immediately established Confucianism as one of the 100 schools of thought within daxia. The officials were taken aback, casting astonished glances at Dong Zhongshu. Who was this individual that warranted an earldom from the king? It should be noted that, apart from the Grand Princess Xiaoxua, even the right chancellor was merely a viscount. Moreover, what did the establishment of Confucianism entail? Daxia boasted numerous noble families. Dong Zhongshu stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xiao Tian. I, your humble servant, express my gratitude to your majesty. There is no need for such formalities. Please expedite the establishment of Confucianism, Xiao Tian urged. I shall comply with your command. To the great sage of Confucianism. In the capital of daxia, above the Yu capital, Dong Zhongshu stood poised in the void, his demeanor grave. Behind him, Xiao He, Chen Gong, Li Bai, and Changsun Wuji stood in respectful attendance. Dong Zhongshu's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an indescribable resonance, radiating an aura that enveloped the entire Yu capital. Every soul within daxia could distinctly hear Dong Zhongshu's commanding voice. Countless citizens were astir, gazing skyward to witness the ethereal form of Dong Zhongshu manifesting before them. Xiao Tian, along with the civil and military officials, stood outside the court, gazing up at Dong Zhongshu. As Dong Zhongshu concluded his proclamation, Xiao Tian bowed slowly. Despite the officials' confusion, witnessing the king bow compelled them to follow suit. Behind Xiao Tian, numerous daxia generals, including Qi Jiguang, Zhang Han, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Luo Cheng, and Shan Xiongxin, also bowed in reverence. To the great sage of Confucianism, may he be revered across the world. I, the humble scholar Dong Zhongshu, hereby declare my intention to establish Confucianism, and I report this to the sage. Dong Zhongshu stood solemnly, his tone imbued with gravity. As he spoke, a spectral form materialized above the Yu capital. In response, Dong Zhongshu promptly bowed in respect to the apparition. In a moment of clarity, it seemed the crowd could hear the phantom's voice. Approved. Confucianism, established. With that, Dong Zhongshu proclaimed to the heavens, radiating a divine presence, enveloped in resplendent white light. The brilliance obscured the sky and spread forth, enveloping the entire Yu capital of Daxia, then extending its reach across the 4 provinces of Daxia. At that moment, Chen Daojian, who had hastened from the celestial abode, beheld this extraordinary spectacle. Staring at the Yu capital, Chen Daojian's face was a canvas of astonishment. He witnessed the white light ascending as if a divine city had taken root. At the heart of the city stood an immense white pillar of light, reaching skyward and grounding itself firmly. Boundless talent emanated from Dong Zhongshu, resonating throughout the realms. Above the Yu capital, the auspicious dragon of fortune spiraled, issuing a joyous dragon's roar. What is this? The auspicious dragon of fortune? How could this be? Is this not a phenomenon exclusive to imperial dynasties? How could such a minor kingdom manifest this? Chen Daojian gazed at the spiraling, auspicious dragon of fortune above the Yu capital, his expression one of sheer disbelief. His countenance darkening. This is untenable. There must be a significant issue with Daxia. I alone cannot contend with this power. I must return to the Holy Land. Resolving this, Chen Daojian prepared to depart, only to be halted by a voice echoing in his mind. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Dong Zhongshu's voice reverberated in Chen Daojian's ears like thunder, sending tremors through his very being. As the words faded, Dong Zhongshu materialized beside Chen Daojian. Since you have come to Daxia, why do you not enter the Yu capital, but instead prepare to leave? Dong Zhongshu inquired, regarding Chen Daojian with keen interest. Oh, I suddenly recalled pressing matters to attend to. I shall visit Daxia another day, Chen Daojian replied, turning to depart. Stop. With the utterance of that command, a wave of boundless righteousness enveloped Dong Zhongshu, surging forth towards Chen Daojian, instantly rendering him immobile. Chen Daojian was struck with sheer astonishment. A single utterance rendered him utterly immobile, devoid of any power to resist. What formidable strength was this? Your Excellency, I am the Grand Elder of the sacred land of Tianwang. I bear no malice. I beseech you to grant me my freedom, Chen Daojian implored, hastily addressing Dong Zhongshu. He feared that a mere disagreement might lead to his untimely demise, which would be an unbearable injustice, an unprovoked calamity. Although he had come seeking trouble with the great Xia, he had not yet taken action. If he were to perish in such a manner, how could he not feel aggrieved? Upon hearing this, Dong Zhongshu turned his gaze toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian merely smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling upwards before he spoke slowly. Eliminate him. As you wish. Dong Zhongshu replied with a bow, then turned to Chen Daojian. Annihilate. With those words, Chen Daojian's face contorted, suffocated by the overwhelming righteousness, rendering him speechless. Then, with a resounding thud, he was obliterated, as if he had never existed at all. Subsequently, Xiao Tian made his way to the imperial court, followed closely by a throng of civil and military officials, as well as the generals of the Great Xia. I extend my congratulations to the establishment of the Confucian Academy. Xiao Tian addressed Dong Zhongshu with an air of nonchalance. Your Majesty is too kind. Dong Zhongshu responded promptly. Xiao He, Chen Gong, and Chang Sun Wuji also extend their congratulations on the founding of the Confucian Academy. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian personally convey his congratulations, the assembled officials eagerly chimed in. Thank you. Esteemed lords, Dong Zhongshu replied in kind. In the sacred land of Tianwang, the atmosphere was grim. The fourth has perished. The Grand Elder of the sacred land cast a dark look at the other two. What kind of power are we dealing with that even our fourth-star martial saint could not contend with? The second Grand Elder was equally taken aback. When did such a formidable force emerge in the eastern wilderness? It seemed evident that their adversary possessed at least a peak martial saint. Eldest brother, what shall we do next? The third Grand Elder inquired. Let us observe the situation for now and ascertain their intentions, the Grand Elder sighed. Are we to let the fourth's death go unavenged? Our ancestor is currently in a critical phase of breakthrough, and we may not stand a chance against them. We must wait until the ancestor emerges. Thus, it must be, he concluded. Inform the sacred lord to refrain from provoking them for the time being. We shall await the ancestor's reappearance. Understood. In the great Xia's Juxiao Palace, 10 days had elapsed since Dong Zhongshu established the Confucian Academy and executed the Grand Elder of the sacred land of Tianwang. Xiao Tian had been prepared for a full-scale assault from Tianwang. Yet, to his surprise, the days passed with no sign of retaliation. as if they were oblivious to the demise of their grand elder. However, this was fortuitous for Xiao Tian, as he currently required time. The longer the delay, the stronger the great Xia would become. Meanwhile, although Tianhuang remained silent, the Holy Celestial Dynasty had detected anomalies within the great Xia. They had dispatched envoys over a month ago without any return, prompting them to send another envoy. This new envoy was evidently more astute than the previous one. Upon entering the territory of the great Xia, he sensed something was amiss and retreated to report back to the Holy Celestial Dynasty. In the royal chamber of the Holy Celestial Dynasty, the envoy was reporting to the emperor. You say that the kingdom of Xinghe and several others have fallen under the rule of a power called the Great Xia Dynasty? The emperor inquired. Indeed, your majesty. The 4 surrounding nations have all succumbed to the Great Xia's dominance, thus becoming their 4 provinces. The envoy replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell into contemplation. How audacious to encroach upon his territory right under his nose. Are you aware of the strength of this power? He asked. To unify 4 nations, their strength must be formidable. After all, the ancestors of these 4 nations are all at the martial sect level, with numbers totaling at least 20 or 30. If this force were to unite, they would pose a significant threat. This is beyond my knowledge. However, the strength of the Great Xia's common folk now rivals that of our Holy Celestial Dynasty, with martial lords and martial kings present in abundance. I refrained from advancing further into the Great Xia's imperial city upon discovering this. The envoy spoke with evident trepidation. What? The common folk of such a wild land possess such formidable strength? The emperor was astonished, finding it hard to believe. I assure you, there is no exaggeration in my words. Please take my account into consideration. The envoy hastily added, perceiving the emperor's skepticism. Enough, I do not doubt you. I am merely taken aback. You may leave now. The emperor waved his hand. Yes, I take my leave. The envoy bowed and exited. The emperor then muttered to himself, astonished by the significant changes occurring within the wild lands. He resolved to inform the ancestors, requesting them to investigate further, as he did not trust anyone else's capabilities. On the 21st day of the 4th month in the Great Xia calendar, Xiao Tian ordered an offensive against all nations in the wild lands, proclaiming that the entire region would become the territory of the Great Xia. In a swift surge, renowned figures such as Qi Jiguang, Zhang Han, Luo Cheng, and Qin Xiong led their legions to conquer the wild lands. Countless nations either fell or surrendered, unable to withstand the might of the Great Xia. By the 20th day of the 5th month, the Great Xia had completely subjugated all nations within the wild lands, establishing their dominance. It was at this moment that the Great Xia finally came into the view of all powers in the eastern wilderness. The Fanning Dynasty, Fanning Pavilion, Xiaoyao Dynasty, Xiaoyao Sect, Tianwu Dynasty, Tianwu Sect, Feixing Dynasty, Feixing Valley, Feiyu Dynasty, Feiyu Pavilion, Tianluo Dynasty, Tianluo Hall, Chue Shui Dynasty, Chue Shui Mansion, Holy Celestial Dynasty, and Holy Celestial Sect. All 8 sects and dynasties dispatched envoys to investigate the Great Xia, yet none could penetrate its defenses. All spies sent into the Great Xia were dealt with decisively by Yu Huatian's Western Factory, leaving no faction capable of infiltrating. Thus, it became evident to the various powers that this suddenly emerged mysterious force, the Great Xia Dynasty, was not to be underestimated. It was, in fact, even stronger than they had anticipated. On the 1st day of June in the Great Xia calendar, Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. The voice of Chao Zhengchun echoed outside Jiuxiao Palace. Enter. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. No need for formalities, Chao Gonggong. What is the matter? Xiao Tian inquired, puzzled, as Chao Zhengchun rarely came in person unless under pressing circumstances. Your Majesty, the spies from the Eastern Factory have reported discovering a secret realm atop the demon-slaying mountain in Xiazhou. Chao Zhengchun replied. A secret realm? Have they explored it further? Xiao Tian asked. A secret realm can be a natural phenomenon or a man-made construct, much like your own cave heaven. Your Majesty, at present, the secret realm is shrouded in mist, making it impossible to approach. It appears to be unopened. Do we know when it will open? I estimate it will be within the next couple of days. In that case, announce to the populace of the Great Xia to compete for it. Let me also observe the current strength of our common folk. Whoever secures the ultimate treasure of the secret realm shall have the opportunity to enter the Great Xia court, whether as an official or a general. Xiao Tian declared calmly. I shall comply with your command. Within a day, news of the secret realm atop demon-slaying mountain spread throughout the Great Xia, prompting all citizens and martial artists above the martial lord realm to hasten towards the mountain. In every secret realm, treasures abound. Even the slightest gain could lead to a remarkable enhancement of one's prowess. Thus, none wished to miss the emergence of this secret domain. Within the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian summoned Li Bai and Yu Huatian. Li Bai, Yu Huatian, Accompany me to the demonic mountain for a glimpse, Xiao Tian proclaimed, glancing at the two. Since ascending to the throne as the king of the Great Xia, he had yet to venture beyond Yudu. And this occasion presented the perfect opportunity to explore the vast lands of his kingdom. Your humble servant shall obey, they replied, and forthwith the trio set out towards Demonic Mountain. They traversed swiftly, arriving at their destination in the blink of an eye. Xiao Tian sought a lofty vantage point, where he, alongside Li Bai and Yu Huatian, gazed down upon the site of the secret realm. At that moment, tens of thousands had already congregated around the area, with a continuous stream of newcomers arriving. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance captured Xiao Tian's attention. He beheld a young man, scarcely 20 years of age, yet already a formidable warrior at the martial king level, a rarity among the youthful generation of Great Xia. This youth was engaged in a fierce battle against a mid-level tiger demon, evidently unfortunate to have attracted the creature's ire upon his arrival. Dragon, tiger, elephant force. The young man roared, as three colossal phantoms, a dragon, a tiger, and an elephant, materialized behind him. These ethereal forms surged into the young man's body, merging with him. His vitality surged explosively as he formed a palm seal, striking down upon the tiger demon. Skytopple seal. With a furious roar, the tiger demon was sent flying, its bones cracking ominously, indicating its impending demise. What do you think of this young man, Tai Bai? Xiao Tian inquired, retracting his gaze to Li Bai. Unflinching in the face of adversity, maintaining composure even against a stronger adversary, and decisively vanquishing his foe with a single strike. He is indeed a prodigy, Li Bai remarked. Hearing this, Xiao Tian smiled. If we do not compare him to the luminaries of Huaxia, he truly stands out as a genius. Once the secret realm concludes, let us inquire if he wishes to join the Great Xia's official ranks. If he consents, we could allow him to train within the time-space tower. The words left both Li Bai and Yu Huatian astonished. They had not anticipated the king would hold such regard for the youth, fully aware of the time-space tower's significance. Understood, they replied. A day later, the number of arrivals surpassed 100,000, all formidable warriors above the martial lord level, including numerous martial kings and martial emperors, with even several martial zones appearing. It seemed the Great Xia had birthed a multitude of powerful beings. Observing the sheer number of strong warriors within his realm, Xiao Tian wore a smile, for they were his subjects, citizens of Great Xia. Your Majesty, the current concentration of spiritual energy within Great Xia far exceeds that of all regions in the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the luck of Great Xia has unlocked the celestial dragon. Every citizen possesses at least a trace of it, serving as a supreme elixir for those on the verge of a breakthrough, Li Bai elucidated. Xiao Tian nodded, pondering the implications. Martial zone warriors could no longer be underestimated due to their immense destructive potential and required regulation. Otherwise, the increasing number of martial zone and even martial venerables would inevitably disrupt the current order of Great Xia. As the hour approached, the secret realm officially opened, and all warriors surged forth into its depths. They are truly reckless. One wonders how many will perish in this frenzy, Xiao Tian murmured, contemplating the consequences of his decision. While they might gain from this opportunity, the sacrifices would undoubtedly be greater. Enough of these thoughts, the die is cast. There's no use in dwelling on the past. He turned to Li Bai and declared, I shall return. You are to oversee matters here. Assess the situation when they emerge. Your humble servant shall comply, Li Bai responded. And Xiao Tian departed without hesitation, returning to Yudu. A day later, all who had entered the secret realm, save for those who had perished, emerged. From an initial count of over 100,000, only 20 to 30,000 had returned, illustrating the peril they had faced. Only 3 individuals emerged as the greatest beneficiaries of this secret realm. One was the young man whom Xiao Tian had noted, another an elderly martial zone. And the last, had Xiao Tian been present, would have elicited profound astonishment, for he was Lin Tian, the guide whom Xiao Tian had encountered upon his initial entrance into the imperial city. The once humble beggar had now ascended to the pinnacle of the martial king realm. It appeared Lin Tian was indeed a genius. While the broken mirror elixir Xiao Tian had awarded him played a role in his rise, there was no denying his extraordinary talent, as evidenced by his current status. Li Bai gazed at the 3 and solemnly inquired, Do you wish to join the Great Xia's official ranks? The trio, startled by Li Bai's sudden appearance, quickly realized his identity as a member of the Great Xia court. My lord, we are eager to join the Great Xia's official ranks. We are grateful for your invitation. They replied, their faces alight with joy. Excellent. If that is the case, follow me to the palace to meet His Majesty, Li Bai instructed, leading them directly to the Nine Heavens Palace. Those surrounding them watched with envy as the 3 were escorted away by Li Bai. Who would have thought that seizing treasures from the secret realm would earn an invitation from the Great Xia's officials? Curse it. Had I known, I would have fought tooth and nail to compete with them. lamented a martial king warrior. Enough of that. With your strength, what could you possibly contend for? Not being killed would be a blessing. Another countered sharply. A cacophony of voices erupted as the crowd debated fervently. Upon reaching the Nine Heavens Palace, Li Bai addressed the interior. Your Majesty, the contest for the secret realm has concluded, and 3 have ultimately acquired the treasures. I have brought them before you. Good. Let them enter, came the reply. Your humble subjects pay their respects to your Majesty. Li Bai and Lin Tian's companions bowed deeply upon entering. Rise. There is no need for formalities, Xiao Tian replied gently, his gaze turning to the 3. Suddenly, he recognized Lin Tian. Is it you, Lin Tian? He exclaimed in surprise. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, who had kept his head bowed in respect, Xiao Tian was the king. Upon hearing his name called, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? The king knows me? I don't recall having met anyone of such stature. He raised his gaze to Xiao Tian. Young Master Xiao Tian, is that you? Lin Tian finally understood why the king could call his name. It was indeed young Master Xiao Tian. But how had he transformed into the king of Great Xia? Could it be that the one who overthrew the Xinghe kingdom to establish Great Xia was young Master Xiao Tian? Indeed, it is I, Xiao Tian beamed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was astonished at the revelation that the young master he once knew was now the reigning king of Great Xia. You two are quite surprising. Once a mere beggar of the martial spirit realm, now you stand at the pinnacle of the martial king level. This is largely due to the broken mirror elixir you bestowed upon me. Without it, I would not have reached this height, Lin Tian expressed earnestly. That was your due reward. Now, let us set aside these reminiscences. I trust Li Bai has informed you of the situation. Since you have come here, you are all willing to join my Great Xia, correct? Indeed, we 3 are eager to join Great Xia. We beseech your Majesty's approval. They chorused. Very well. What are your names? Xiao Tian inquired. I am Li Shanshang, replied the martial Zong elder. I am Wang Teng. The other young man added. May I inquire which department you all wish to join? Xiao Tian inquired, casting his gaze upon the assembly. Li Shanshang responded without hesitation. Your Majesty, I am but a humble alchemist, capable of concocting healing elixirs to aid the valiant soldiers of the Great Xia. You may arrange my placement as you see fit. Without a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian determined Li Shanshang's destination. Very well, you shall proceed to the pill hall. By the way, what rank of alchemist do you hold? Responding to your Majesty, I am a 5th-tier alchemist. A 5th tier, you say? Off to the pill hall you go. The vice master there is a sacred-level alchemist. You may seek his guidance. An esteemed alchemist of such caliber? Li Shanshang exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment and joy. Thank you, your Majesty. I shall strive diligently to contribute to the Great Xia. Your enthusiasm is commendable. Xiao Tian then turned his attention to Wang Teng. And you, where do you wish to go? Your Majesty, I aspire to join the military, to fight valiantly for the Great Xia. Wang Teng declared earnestly. Haha, splendid. The Great Xia requires passionate youth like yourself. Henceforth, you shall be assigned to the 6th Legion of the Great Xia. Xiao Tian laughed heartily. Thank you, your Majesty. I shall train vigorously. And I will ensure you are sent to a sacred training ground. The sacred ground he referred to was none other than the Time-Space Tower. Yes, I shall not disappoint your Majesty. Lin Tian, it is your turn. Where do you wish to go? Xiao Tian finally addressed Lin Tian. Your Majesty, I am uncertain of my path. I feel the military is not suitable for me, nor the court. Perhaps you could assign me somewhere? Lin Tian spoke softly, wary of provoking Xiao Tian's ire. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. After a fleeting thought, he asked Lin Tian, if you were to achieve the rank of martial sage, how long do you believe it would take you? I'm not sure how long it would take. Lin Tian stammered, stunned by the mention of martial sage. Could I truly reach such a realm? Seeing Lin Tian's bewilderment, Xiao Tian opted not to press further, suspecting he would elicit no useful response. Instead, he directly consulted the system in his mind. System, what is Lin Tian's aptitude? And how long would it take for him to break through to martial sage? Royal level aptitude, approximately 100 years. 100 years, you say? And with the aid of various elixirs? About 30 years. 30 years, that is acceptable. Xiao Tian then turned to Lin Tian and declared, I shall provide you with Imperial Essence pills, Breakthrough pills, and Martial Sage pills. Achieve your breakthrough within 30 years. Is that agreeable? Thank you, your Majesty. I shall devote myself to rigorous training. Lin Tian replied, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, Xiao Tian produced various elixirs and handed them to Lin Tian. He then addressed Li Bai, saying, Tai Bai, entrust Li Shanshang to Yao Lao, and send Wang Teng to Qi Jiguang. Take Lin Tian to the 1st level of the Time-Space Tower for training. As you command. Chapter 52. The breakthrough of the ancestor of the sacred land. Time passed, and half a year had elapsed since the Great Xia unified the wild lands. During this interval, the realm enjoyed an unprecedented tranquility. All the commanders and soldiers of the Great Xia immersed themselves in fervent training. Meanwhile, the heavenly desolation's sacred land remained eerily silent, as if oblivious to the existence of the Great Xia. However, Xiao Tian paid little heed to this. For the stillness of the heavenly desolation's sacred land afforded the Great Xia valuable time to develop. Now, after 6 months of consolidation, the Great Xia stood unyielding against the heavenly desolation's sacred land. Lin Tian, with the aid of the time-space tower, had already ascended to the rank of a 1-star martial sage. Xiao Tian had also entrusted Lin Tian with a critical task to establish a covert guard to assist Huo Tian in overseeing all factions within the Great Xia's borders. Any who posed a threat to the Great Xia or stirred unrest among the populace would be dealt with swiftly. As the territory of the Great Xia expanded, it was evident that a single agency could not manage it all. This had been a consideration of Xiao Tian's for quite some time. Wang Teng, upon breaking through to Martial Honorable, was also sent by Xiao Tian into the Divine Demon Tower to receive its legacy. In the heavenly desolation sacred land, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from the forbidden area of the rear mountains, leaving all disciples and elders of the sacred land in a state of shock. In an instant, the aura dissipated. What a terrifying presence. Who could it be? Could it be that our esteemed elder has achieved a breakthrough? One disciple gasped in astonishment. Even the esteemed elder should not possess such formidable power, should they? When that aura appeared, I was rendered completely immobile. Another disciple exclaimed in fear. It must be that one of our great powers has ascended to a higher realm. Do not panic, an elder explained to the gathered disciples. At the Sacred Master peak, the Sacred Master, engrossed in training, was abruptly awakened by this formidable presence. With a face full of delight, he murmured, "Could it be that the ancestor has broken through?" He hurried to the forbidden area, where he found 3 esteemed elders gathered. "Esteemed elders, has the ancestor achieved a breakthrough?" he inquired, his face alight with anticipation. "Indeed, the ancestor has succeeded." The Grand Elder responded with a beaming smile. "Wonderful. The ancestor has finally broken through. How will the Great Xia remain so arrogant now? We must avenge the 4th elder." The Sacred Master exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For the past 6 months, he had restrained himself from dwelling on the affairs of the Great Xia, yet he inexplicably harbored a deep-seated animosity towards it, yearning to obliterate it. However, his current strength fell short, and he could only await the ancestor's emergence from seclusion. With the ancestor's breakthrough, how could the Great Xia withstand their wrath? His exhilaration was undeniable. Let us leave matters concerning the Great Xia to the ancestor's discretion, the Grand Elder remarked softly to the Sacred Master. Understanding that the Sacred Master's desire to annihilate the Great Xia stemmed not solely from a wish for vengeance, but rather from a sense of affronted dignity. "What are you all gathered here for?" Suddenly, a voice resonated in their ears. Upon hearing this, the Sacred Master quickly exclaimed, "Ancestor, you have finally emerged. A crisis has unfolded in the East Desolation. Our esteemed 4th elder has already perished." Just as the Sacred Master's words fell, a figure appeared before them, their revered ancestor. "Song Yun, what did you say?" the ancestor inquired, fixing his gaze upon the Sacred Master. Reporting to the ancestor, half a year ago, a mysterious force known as the Great Xia dynasty emerged in the East Desolation. They first eradicated the royal family of East Desolation and subdued the Shui family, subsequently unifying the entire wildlands. Our esteemed 4th elder, who ventured to investigate, was also slain by them. Song Yun explained, looking at the ancestor earnestly. "The Great Xia dynasty? Even Daojin perished at their hands?" The ancestor murmured, then pressed further, "What is their origin?" "They appeared as if from nowhere. We had no knowledge of them until it was too late," Song Yun replied, his voice low. "Is there no trace of them to investigate?" The ancestor's irritation was palpable. How could a sacred land, the ruler of the East Desolation, fail to uncover the origins of such a sudden threat? "Ancestor, the entire wild land is under their strict control. Our people cannot infiltrate it. Even other factions that attempted to investigate found themselves either barred from entry or unable to return once they ventured inside," Song Yun elaborated. "And what of their strength? You mean to say you cannot even breach their territory?" The ancestor then directed his inquiry towards the Grand Elder. "Ancestor, we are uncertain of their precise strength, but they likely possess peak martial sage capabilities. Due to your critical breakthrough, we have had no contact with them over the past 6 months." A mere delegation of disciples was sent forth to gather intelligence. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor fell into a contemplative silence. The sudden emergence in the eastern wilderness, coupled with such formidable strength, raised questions about the origins of this force. Could it possibly be from the Central Plains? That seemed unlikely, as the Central Plains would hardly regard the eastern wilderness as anything but a forsaken land. So who could it be? In light of this uncertainty, the old man resolved to investigate personally. He was determined to ascertain the nature of this mysterious power. Chapter 53. The Great Xia mobilizes host. Dong Zhongshu has transcended to the pinnacle of martial saint. Shall the cultivation feedback be accepted? Upon hearing this, a joyous expression illuminated Xiao Tian's face. Accepted. Instantly, Xiao Tian's strength surged once more, ascending from an 8-star martial saint to the zenith of martial saints. Over the past 6 months, the might of the Great Xia had experienced unprecedented growth. Dong Zhongshu had reached the pinnacle of martial saint. Yao Tsin had also attained 8-star martial saint. And Li Bai had followed suit, achieving the same status. Chao Jingchun, Huo Tian, and Xiao He, along with numerous martial generals, had all surpassed 5-star martial saints. Even the 3 elders of the Xiao family had broken through to 7-star martial saints. Chao Jingchun, inform all civil and military officials to assemble in the court at once. Commanded Xiao Tian. As you wish, your majesty. Half an hour later, all civil and military officials had gathered. Long live the king. Long live the king. 10,000 years. All ministers, please refrain from courtesy. Thank you, your majesty. Esteemed ministers, are you aware of the reason for my sudden summons? Xiao Tian inquired, gazing at the assembly with a calm demeanor. We are uncertain. We beseech your majesty to enlighten us. Xiao Xiang, how many soldiers does the Great Xia currently possess? Xiao Tian turned his attention to Xiao He. At present, Xiao He was responsible for all governmental affairs and troop statistics. Your majesty, currently, our Great Xia has 5 fully staffed legions, each numbering 100,000 soldiers, totaling 500,000 combat-ready troops, all of whom are martial lords or above. Additionally, there are 30 million reserve soldiers, all at least martial spirits. Upon hearing the king's inquiry, Xiao He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Excellent. The Great Xia no longer needs to fear the celestial wilderness. It is time to unify the eastern wilderness. Your majesty is wise. Qi Jiguang, Xiao Tian called out. Present. Qi Jiguang's face beamed with excitement. He understood that the king was preparing to take action against the eastern wilderness. After 6 months of dormancy, they would finally have a battle to engage in. I command you to lead the 6th legion of 500,000 troops to attack the Vanyin dynasty. Peng Yulan and Zhuangzi will accompany you. Xiao Tian instructed. I shall obey. The 3 stepped forward to receive their orders. Though they were silver-tier heroes, they had all reached 5-star martial saint, rendering the Vanyin dynasty defenseless against them. The remaining silver generals were also 5-star martial saints. Han Qingtian, Qin Liangyu, and Chang Yechen. Present. I command the 3 of you to lead the 6th legion of 500,000 troops to attack the Xiaoyao dynasty. I shall obey. Zhang Han. I command you and all generals of the 7th legion to split into 2 forces and assault the Tianwu dynasty and the Feixing dynasty. I shall obey. The 7th legion boasts 6 silver-tier generals. Zhang Fei Ma Chao and Huang Zhong. Zhao Yun is still in seclusion. So you 3 will lead the 8th legion to attack the Feiyu dynasty and the Tianluo dynasty. I shall obey. Shuemoli. Your 9th legion will be tasked with the Blowing Snow dynasty. I shall obey. Currently, Shuemoli had achieved 5-star martial saint, and the former peak martial venerable elder had also surpassed to 2-star martial saint, making them more than capable of dealing with a Blowing Snow dynasty. Qin Xiong and Luo Chang, you 2 will lead the 10th legion of 500,000 troops to attack the Holy Sky dynasty. I shall obey. Shan Xiongxin, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong. I command you 3 to lead the 10th legion of 500,000 troops to attack the Qin family. I shall obey. After issuing the commands, Xiao Tian noted that all the military generals had received their tasks, yet there remained the Qin family. Who should be appointed to handle that? Huo Tian. I command you to lead the Western factory to assault the Qin family. With no one else available, Xiao Tian had no choice but to send Huo Tian forth. I shall obey. Remember, do not harm innocent civilians. Those who surrender shall not be killed, but all who resist shall be slain without mercy. All troops mobilize. Following this, the martial generals departed in succession. Today would undoubtedly herald a significant upheaval in the eastern wilderness. Dong Zhongshu, remain vigilant regarding the movements of the celestial wilderness. Should you detect any abnormalities, be prepared to act. Xiao Tian then turned to Dong Zhongshu and commanded. I shall obey. Dong Zhongshu replied solemnly, clasping his fists. At that moment, the venerable ancestor from the sacred land, en route to the Great Xia, had also arrived in the Yu capital of Great Xia. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the Great Xia mobilizing its troops towards various locations in the eastern wilderness. Could it be that the Great Xia is indeed this formidable? Such a multitude of martial saints? As he observed the Great Xia's legions, each boasting around 45 martial saints, he was struck with astonishment. A total of 10 legions, each containing 4 to 5 martial saints, and all above 5-star. He realized that even his celestial wilderness had not amassed 20 martial saints combined. What in the world was the origin of the Great Xia? What were these troops planning? The venerable ancestor mused inwardly. Could it be? This is dire. The Great Xia intends to launch an offensive against all forces in the Eastern Wilderness. They seek to unify the Eastern Wilderness. He discerned that these 10 armies corresponded precisely to the other 10 forces in the Eastern Wilderness, with each army containing 4 to 5 martial saints. Aside from his sacred land, the other factions stood no chance of withstanding such might. Having come to this conclusion, he hurriedly made his way toward the Great Xia Palace, intent on capturing the Great Xia King and compelling him to halt the invasion. In the Eastern Wilderness, only his celestial wilderness was the true sovereign. Great Xia King, I am the venerable ancestor of the celestial wilderness, here to pay my respects. Hovering in the air above the palace, the venerable ancestor called out to those within. Chapter 54, Dong Zhongshu versus the venerable ancestor Great Xia King. I am the venerable ancestor of the celestial wilderness, here to pay my respects. From his position in the palace, Xiao Tian was abruptly interrupted while issuing orders to Dong Zhongshu. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, and Dong Zhongshu stepped forward. Addressing Xiao Tian in a solemn tone, Your Majesty, this individual is a martial emperor. Nodding, Xiao Tian acknowledged the fact. He had not anticipated that the venerable ancestor of the celestial wilderness would be a martial emperor. He had presumed that the strongest within that sect would merely be at the pinnacle of martial saint, perhaps several, but he had never expected an emperor to emerge. Can you contend with him, my loyal minister? Xiao Tian inquired, looking at Dong Zhongshu. Dong Zhongshu replied confidently, This individual appears to have only recently broken through to martial emperor. While I may not be able to subdue him, in the Great Xia, he shall not stir any significant turmoil. The civil and military officials, initially alarmed at the mention of a martial emperor, were taken aback to hear Dong Zhongshu assert that he could contend with him. Is this the esteemed count bestowed by the king? Or perhaps a luminary of Confucianism? Though he holds no official title, he is indeed second only to the king in the Great Xia. Even the right chancellor, Xiao he boasts to him. How formidable he must be, and no wonder the king holds him in such high regard. With that said, my loyal minister, please go and meet this individual. Do ensure that the Great Xia is not undone by him, Xiao Tian said with a calm demeanor. Although the emergence of a martial emperor from the celestial wilderness was unexpected, he remained unfazed, for even if Dong Zhongshu could not handle the situation, he still possessed 2 diamond summoning cards. At the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, Xiao Tian is now capable of summoning individuals of the martial emperor level. Although they may be mere 1-star martial emperors, individuals of diamond caliber can typically overpower 3 minor realms with ease, correct? Your humble minister obeys. Dong Zhongshu accepted the imperial edict, and with a single step, he appeared before the elder of the Holy Land. Your Excellency, the king of the Great Xia is not someone you can simply meet at will. Dong Zhongshu remarked with a light chuckle, gazing at the elder of the Holy Land. The sudden appearance of Dong Zhongshu startled the elder, who then sensed that his opponent was merely at the peak of the martial saint realm and sneered. There is no one I wish to meet that I cannot. The elder then strode towards the royal court, completely dismissing Dong Zhongshu, for he was a true martial emperor. Why should he concern himself with a martial saint? To him, even a peak martial saint was akin to an insignificant insect. Seeing this, Dong Zhongshu remained unperturbed, merely letting out a soft exclamation. Instantly, the elder found himself halted as if an invisible force barred his path, rendering him unable to advance further. Observing this, the elder unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the barrier, causing the void to tremble as if he had struck an immensely thick wall, sending him stumbling backward. The elder stared at Dong Zhongshu in astonishment. What is this? How can it withstand my attack? Although that strike was not his full strength, it still accounted for 7/10 of his power, yet he could not shatter this invisible barrier? Space is sealed. You, a 1-star martial emperor, cannot breach it. Dong Zhongshu replied nonchalantly. Do you truly believe that your peak martial saint can obstruct me? The elder scoffed coldly, once again launching an assault on the barrier. But the outcome remained unchanged. His attack merely stirred ripples against the intangible wall. This time, the elder was utterly astonished. He had unleashed his entire strength, yet it had no effect. This space seal was astonishingly resilient. Since I cannot break through this seal, I shall simply eliminate you, and it will naturally dissolve. The elder directed his gaze at Dong Zhongshu, sneering as he advanced to attack. Observing this, Dong Zhongshu gently waved his hands, sending forth a surge of righteous energy that collided with the elder's assault, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The elder was forced to retreat, his expression grave as he regarded the center of the explosion. After the initial clash, Dong Zhongshu pressed forward once more, and 3 resplendent divine swords manifested behind him, swiftly descending upon the elder. Perceiving the imminent threat, the elder dared not delay. With a loud shout, he swiftly maneuvered his hands, condensing an invisible force that formed a white shield-like apparition to counter Dong Zhongshu's attack. When their forces collided, the void erupted with a deafening roar, and the terrifying might sent both combatants staggering 100 meters back. Who would have thought that a mere peak martial saint could contend evenly with me? The elder regarded Dong Zhongshu gravely. You flatter me. Neither of us can prevail over the other. Perhaps you should return whence you came. The king of the great Xia is beyond your reach. Dong Zhongshu replied with serene composure, entirely unfazed by the presence of a martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the elder refrained from arguing, still in shock. With a peak martial saint like Dong Zhongshu present, he indeed found it impossible to breach the great Xia. What is the great Xia truly after? What do they intend to accomplish? The elder inquired of Dong Zhongshu, contemplating the actions of the great Xia. The unification of the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 55, Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng's expedition against the Holy Heavenly Dynasty. What exactly do you intend to do, great Xia? The elder questioned Dong Zhongshu, his voice heavy. The unification of the Eastern Wilderness. Dong Zhongshu replied indifferently. The elder's face turned crimson with rage. The Eastern Wilderness is territory governed by my holy land. So what? Dong Zhongshu retorted. Throughout history, the weak have had no voice. Haha, the weak? Are you implying that my holy land is weak while your great Xia is strong? The elder laughed bitterly at Dong Zhongshu's words. Is it not true? Dong Zhongshu countered. The elder fell silent. A peak martial saint from the great Xia could restrain him, and he had witnessed that the great Xia possessed 4 to 5 dozen martial saints. Could it be that the great Xia was indeed more formidable than his holy land? Noticing the elder's silence, Dong Zhongshu continued. The Eastern Wilderness will soon belong to the great Xia. If your holy land submits, all will be well. Should you choose to resist, there will be no place for you in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Humph, do you believe you can compel my holy land to submit? Your great Xia is not yet worthy. The elder scoffed coldly. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. It will not be long before the great Xia descends upon the holy land, at which point you shall witness our true might, Dong Zhongshu said with a knowing smile. However, the elder was taken aback. What could this true might entail? If that is the case, then I shall extend my congratulations to you on your impending arrival. Great Xia, farewell. With that, the elder departed, recognizing that with Dong Zhongshu present, he could not breach the great Xia royal palace. Remaining there would serve no purpose. Your Majesty, the elder of the heavenly holy land has retreated. Upon returning to the court, Dong Zhongshu reported to Xiao Tian. Excellent. What is your assessment of their strength, my loyal minister? Xiao Tian inquired of Dong Zhongshu. On par with myself, I believe, Dong Zhongshu replied. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, when Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng led an army of 500,000, the entire Holy Heavenly Dynasty was thrown into turmoil. In the court of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, the emperor addressed the gathered officials. Gentlemen, the great Xia has unexpectedly launched an assault on my Holy Heavenly Dynasty. Do you know the reason behind this? Your Majesty, the great Xia harbors ulterior motives. Their unification of the wildlands indicates that they will not stop there. Their sudden offensive against our Holy Heavenly Dynasty is surely an attempt to seize our territory. I implore you, Your Majesty, to dispatch troops swiftly to counter the great Xia. An elder statesman stepped forward to advise the emperor. And how many troops has the great Xia mobilized? Your Majesty, the great Xia has not deployed many forces, approximately 500,000. A minister responsible for intelligence reported. What? Does the great Xia look down upon us? They believe that 500,000 troops can conquer my Holy Heavenly Dynasty? The emperor scoffed, seething with indignation. They clearly do not regard us with any seriousness. Your Majesty, I request permission to lead 1 million of our forces to obliterate the great Xia. Upon hearing that the great Xia had only mobilized 500,000 troops, the officials of the court were filled with disdain and began to murmur among themselves. It seems the great Xia truly overestimates itself. Do they think they are invincible? The emperor let out a cold laugh and issued a command. General Zhendong, I appoint you to lead 1 million troops to the borders immediately and join forces with General Zhen Shi to repel the great Xia. General Zhendong, one of the 4 great generals of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, stood at the 6-star martial venerable level, alongside Generals Zhen Shi, Zhen Bei, and Zhen Nan. I shall obey the command. At the borders of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, the Zhen Shi general and his army of 1 million were stationed there. Gazing upon the 500,000 troops of the great Xia, even though they were outnumbered, he felt no inclination to resist upon witnessing their might. How could they resist? Just look at those soldiers, all of whom were at the martial monarch and martial king levels, and then compare them to his own martial spirits and martial generals. They were simply not in the same league. Among the opposing forces, there were even martial emperors, martial sovereigns, and even martial venerables. How could they possibly fight? General, The great Xia is far too powerful. We are simply no match for them. We must flee at once," exclaimed a concerned deputy general, his face etched with anxiety as he gazed upon the carnage inflicted upon their troops. The general of the Western Defense, witnessing the merciless slaughter of his soldiers, wore a haggard expression. He bellowed, "Withdraw immediately. Evacuate the borders at once." "Yes, General." The remaining 30,000 soldiers, beleaguered and battered, hastily retreated from the battlefield, retreating towards the rear of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty. Within the ranks of the Great Xia army, Luo Cheng turned to Qin Xiong and inquired, "Cousin, the enemy has abandoned the border. Should we pursue them?" "There is no need to chase them down. We shall advance directly towards the Holy Heavenly Dynasty." Qin Xiong replied coolly, "Understood." Subsequently, Luo Cheng issued orders for a swift advance towards the Holy Heavenly Dynasty. As the general of the Western Defense was retreating, he fortuitously encountered the general of the Eastern Defense, who was hastening from the imperial city. "General of the Western Defense, what is the situation? Why are you retreating from the borders?" The Eastern general demanded angrily. "We must inform the emperor at once. The Great Xia has amassed 500,000 soldiers, all of whom are martial lords and above, including countless martial kings and emperors, even grandmasters among them. We are utterly outmatched. The emperor must urgently seek the aid of the Holy Heavenly Sect," the Western general implored, his voice rife with urgency. In disbelief, the Eastern general retorted, "Is the Great Xia truly that formidable? Enough with the excuses. We must return to the imperial city and report to the emperor." Having said this, the Western general hastened towards the imperial city, followed by hundreds of thousands of troops retreating in a disordered flight. Chapter 56. The Surrender of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty. In the imperial palace of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, the emperor glared at the returning general of the Eastern Defense and the re-entering general of the Western Defense, his fury palpable. "How dare you abandon the borders without authorization? Who gave you the audacity?" The Eastern general turned to the Western general, who knelt before the emperor and replied, "Your Majesty, the Great Xia has 500,000 soldiers, all martial lords and above, including formidable martial grandmasters. We stand no chance. Please, Your Majesty, seek the assistance of the Holy Heavenly Sect, or our dynasty shall be doomed." "What do you mean? The Great Xia cannot possibly be that strong. Are you merely concocting excuses for your cowardice?" The emperor, taken aback, questioned incredulously. "Every word I speak is the truth, without a hint of exaggeration." The Western general insisted firmly. "Is it truly possible for the Great Xia to be so powerful?" Faced with the general's unwavering conviction, the emperor found himself compelled to believe. At that moment, a minister rushed forward, breathless, delivering news, "Your Majesty, the Great Xia army has already reached the imperial city. We must send generals to guard the city gates at once." Without hesitation, the emperor disregarded the veracity of the Western general's claims and commanded, "Generals of the East, West, South, and North, hasten to the city gates. Regardless of the circumstances, defend the gates with your lives. I will send someone to request aid from the Holy Heavenly Sect immediately." "We shall obey," the generals affirmed. The emperor promptly dispatched trusted aides to seek assistance from the Holy Heavenly Sect, while he himself rushed to consult with the ancestors of the royal family. With the Great Xia at their doorstep, even if the Holy Heavenly Sect were to arrive, it would not be instantaneous. He needed the wisdom of the elders. In the royal confines, the emperor implored, "Ancestors, if you do not emerge soon, our Holy Heavenly Dynasty shall face annihilation." With that, 5 ethereal-looking elders materialized before the emperor. "Your Majesty, what grave matter has unfolded? Annihilation?" The elders inquired with urgency. "The Great Xia has breached our imperial city. I beseech you to assist us, lest our Holy Heavenly Dynasty be brought to ruin." The emperor implored. "The Great Xia? What kind of force dares to assault our Holy Heavenly Dynasty? Are they courting death?" One elder bellowed, his indignation evident. "I know not from whence this Great Xia hails. They suddenly emerged from the wilds and unified the territories. And now they extend their reach to our Holy Heavenly Dynasty," the emperor explained. "If that is the case, I shall personally investigate this audacious force," another elder declared, filled with righteous fury. "Let us proceed to confront this Great Xia and discern their strength." With that, the 4 elders surged forth towards the imperial city. At the gates of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty's imperial city, Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng stood before the towering gates, their expressions unwavering. Luo Cheng, breach the city. Qin Xiong commanded. Understood. With a mighty leap, Luo Cheng brandished his spear, summoning a shadowy force that collided with the gates. With a thunderous crash, the immense gates shattered into fragments. The 4 generals, arriving at the scene, were momentarily dumbfounded, then turned to Luo Cheng, their faces a mask of shock, murmuring, "A martial saint? The Great Xia possesses a martial saint? How can we possibly prevail?" Their astonishment was palpable as they sped towards the imperial palace. All soldiers, heed my command. Advance upon the imperial city. Any who refuse to surrender shall be executed. Qin Xiong ordered as the gates crumbled. He led the charge towards the palace. Your Majesty, the great Xia possesses martial saints, and the imperial city has fallen. We are no match for them. The 4 returning generals urgently reported to the emperor. What did you say? The great Xia possesses martial saints? The emperor's face drained of color. How could the great Xia have martial saints? No wonder they so brazenly assault our holy heavenly dynasty. But why does the sacred ground remain indifferent to their actions, allowing them to wage war in the east? The emperor pondered, bewildered. Before long, Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng arrived at the imperial court. The assembly gazed at them in stunned silence, the emperor included. Will your holy heavenly dynasty surrender or resist? Qin Xiong asked, fixing his gaze upon the emperor, his demeanor devoid of any trepidation, as though asking about an inconsequential matter. You of the great Xia act with such impunity. Do you not fear retribution from the sacred ground? The emperor stammered, his heart racing at the prospect of facing a martial saint, for the entirety of the holy heavenly dynasty, including the holy heavenly sect, lacked a single martial saint. The sacred ground will be addressed by the strong of the great Xia. You need only answer me. Will you surrender or resist? Qin Xiong maintained his calm composure, reiterating, this is your final chance to respond. Surrender or resist. The emperor fell into silence, as if embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. He had not anticipated that the great Xia would disregard the sacred ground so boldly. With a deep sigh, he declared, our holy heavenly dynasty is willing to submit. Upon uttering those words, the emperor appeared to expend all his strength, collapsing upon the throne. The court officials, their faces ashen, beheld their sovereign, uncertain of how to respond. They understood that had the emperor chosen to resist, all present would face death, and the royal family would be eradicated. Generals, our royal family is willing to submit. We beseech you to show mercy, several of the royal ancestors implored, urgently addressing Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng. Very well. In that case, you shall immediately announce the dissolution of the holy heavenly dynasty and await the arrival of the great Xia officials to take control of this territory. Is that agreeable? We have no objections. They all replied in unison. Luo Cheng, you shall journey to the holy heavenly sect, having resolved the matters of the holy heavenly dynasty. Qin Xiong instructed Luo Cheng to proceed to the holy heaven sect, for indeed these 2 factions could be regarded as one family. Subsequently, Luo Cheng prepared to journey to the holy heaven sect. General, I implore you to spare the holy heaven sect, pleaded several venerable ancestors of the royal family, for they were all affiliated with the holy heaven sect. Luo Cheng regarded them with indifference, stating, as long as the other party recognizes the situation, there will be no loss of life. With that, he departed without further ado. At the holy heaven sect, the sect master had just received a distress call from the imperial leader and was gathering elders and senior elders to prepare for a journey to the imperial city. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the entire mountain gate of the holy heaven sect collapsed. Luo Cheng, wielding a long spear, materialized before them. Who are you? The members of the holy heaven sect were taken aback by Luo Cheng's sudden appearance. Were you not intending to confront us at the holy heavenly dynasty? There is no need for that. I have arrived. Luo Cheng addressed them coolly. Are you from the great Xia? The sect master's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The holy heavenly dynasty has already submitted to the great Xia. How will you, holy heaven sect, choose? There is but one chance. Luo Cheng's countenance remained unfazed. Dream on if you think you can compel the holy heaven sect to submit. The sect master bellowed, charging at Luo Cheng with intent to attack. In response, Luo Cheng swept his spear horizontally, sending the sect master careening backward. The expressions of all the elders and senior elders of the holy heaven sect transformed in horror. This man was, astonishingly, a martial sage. It appears you have chosen annihilation. Luo Cheng remarked coldly, gazing at the sect master. Cough, cough, a martial sage. You are indeed a martial sage. The sect master, rising from the ground, spat blood as he stared at Luo Cheng in shock. He had not anticipated that this individual would possess such formidable strength. No wonder the holy heavenly dynasty capitulated so swiftly. How could they possibly resist a martial sage? One final chance, submission or destruction. We, the holy heaven sect, are willing to submit. The sect master declared, his face a mask of grief and indignation. Skill inferior to another is not to be blamed on others. This is the lament of the weak. Having resolved the matter of the holy heaven sect, Luo Cheng returned directly to the holy heavenly dynasty. Cousin, the holy heaven sect has submitted, and the entirety of the holy heavenly dynasty now belongs to our great Xia. Luo Cheng informed Qin Xiong. Notify the king to send someone to take charge of the holy heavenly dynasty. Understood. In the great Xia, at the Jiuxiao Palace. An official reported, "Your Majesty, General Qin and General Luo have conveyed that the Holy Heavenly Dynasty has submitted to our great Xia. Please send someone to oversee the transition. Notify Xiao He to dispatch officials to assume their posts." In the following days, all forces in the eastern wilderness succumbed under the might of the great Xia. It was either submission or annihilation, with no exceptions. The entire region was left astounded by the overwhelming power displayed by the great Xia. As 4 to 5 dozen martial sages divided into 10 routes, conquering all factions in the eastern wilderness, save for the Holy Land, within a mere 10 days. Is the great Xia truly this formidable? What manner of force are they? The people speculated. Surely, they are not a native power of the eastern wilderness. Even the Holy Land could not possibly possess such a multitude of martial sages. Speaking of which, why does the Holy Land not intervene against such actions by the great Xia? Are they allowing the great Xia to dominate the eastern wilderness? Who knows? Perhaps the Holy Land is not as strong as the great Xia, and thus dares not act. That cannot be. If the Holy Land is weaker than the great Xia, why would the great Xia attack all factions yet refrain from assaulting the Holy Land? You are unaware of how terrifying the great Xia's warriors are. Just a few days ago, I witnessed one of their champions effortlessly dispatch the ancestor of the Qin family with a single move. Impossible. The ancestor of the Qin family is a martial sage. Indeed, the great Xia's warrior bore the appearance of a eunuch, yet was immensely powerful. The ancestor of the Qin family stood no chance before him. What? A eunuch so formidable? In an instant, the entirety of the eastern wilderness was abuzz with tales of the great Xia, especially as many of their generals, including the palace eunuch Huo Tian, were elevated to the pinnacle of public admiration. The cold and ruthless Huo Tian, the chaotic demon Cheng Yaojing, the cold-faced spear master Luo Cheng, the fiery-haired spirit official Shan Xiongxin. On May 1st of the first year of the great Xia, the entire eastern wilderness, save for the heavenly Holy Land, had been entirely absorbed into the dominion of the great Xia. Under the overwhelming might of the great Xia's presence, none dared to resist. In the great Xia imperial court, Xiao He reported, "Your Majesty, now, apart from the heavenly Holy Land, the entire eastern wilderness is under our control. Are there any dissenters?" The emperor inquired. "There are some instigators and dissenters, but they have all been dealt with by Lord Chao's eastern factory," Xiao He replied. "Though we have only recently established our control over the eastern wilderness, it is certain that many will not accept this, particularly among the original factions who will undoubtedly harbor grievances and engage in covert actions. These individuals must be dealt with severely. Your humble servant will comply. Furthermore, all sects and families in the eastern wilderness must dispatch 1/3 of their members into the military, with the strongest among them required to enlist." The emperor's expression turned icy as he spoke sternly. "Understood." Xiao He accepted the command. In the eastern wilderness, within the domain of the Tianwu dynasty, at the Tianwu sect, the sect master addressed his elders. "Are we to simply acquiesce to the commands of the great Xia?" The 3 elders, all over 70 years of age, looked dejectedly at the sect master, having received news that all factions under the great Xia must send 1/3 of their members into military service. Such a mandate would undoubtedly lead to the decline of the Tianwu sect, forever keeping them beneath the great Xia's heel. What do you propose instead? Are you not aware of the great Xia dynasty's might? The sect master furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. He felt helpless, yet there was little recourse. Refusal would result in the annihilation of the Tianwu sect, serving merely as an example for others. The current era was no longer the Tianwu dynasties. The strength of the great Xia court dwarfed theirs by countless measures. With martial sages in abundance, the strongest of the Tianwu sect was merely a martial venerable. How could they dare to defy the great Xia's orders? The great Xia is powerful, but it is not invincible. We could leave the great Xia's territory and head towards the Holy Land, suggested another elder darkly. Upon hearing this, the sect master was stirred, about to respond, when suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the mountain gate of the Tianwu sect exploded. A frigid wind swept into the hall, chilling them to the bone. "Who goes there?" The sect master bellowed, his voice laced with suspicion. They were discussing sensitive matters that, if discovered by the great Xia, would not bode well for them. By the edict of the factory supervisor, the Tianwu sect's intent to disregard the royal decree and disrupt the realm has been confirmed. Execution without mercy. A chilling voice echoed from the mountain gate, followed by 20 guards clad in Eastern factory attire storming into the hall. Each was immensely powerful, all at the martial venerable level, exuding an aura of icy menace. Leading them was a martial sage, a man adorned in blood-red gloves, his face betraying a sinister intent as he gazed at the assembly with cold indifference. What? The members of the Tianwu sect turned pale, their faces drained of color. They had not yet acted, merely discussed, and already the great Xia was aware. Was their intelligence network truly this formidable? The members of the Eastern Depot exchanged no words, swiftly charging forth, causing a tempest of bloodshed, the ground soaked in crimson. After a brief interval, they returned to their positions, casting their gazes upon their leader. My lord, the heavenly martial sect has been utterly annihilated. The leader nodded, and in a flicker of movement, he vanished without a trace, the others following suit, as if they had never existed. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, similar events unfolded. Anyone who disrespected the royal decree faced execution at the hands of the Eastern Depot. Chapter 58. The buried immortal mountain range. The Great Xia underwent significant upheaval. Elder, the Great Xia has now dominated the entire eastern wasteland. Shall we merely stand by and watch? The lord of the sacred land, Xiang Yu, inquired of his venerable ancestor. And what would you propose? Shall we eradicate the Great Xia? The elder of the sacred land replied softly. This left Xiang Yu momentarily speechless. Since the elders returned from the Great Xia, he had relayed their formidable strength, which was not inferior to that of the sacred land, perhaps even surpassing it. This revelation left them in utter shock. If even the elder, who had transcended to the martial emperor realm, could not contend with the Great Xia, how could they hope to stand against them? Do not concern yourself with the Great Xia. They will inevitably come for our sacred land. We shall address it then. With that, the elder vanished, leaving Xiang Yu in a state of bewilderment. The elder departed from the sacred land, making his way to a forbidden area in the eastern wasteland, the buried immortal mountain range. It is said that this place is a remnant of ancient battles from the eastern wasteland's primordial era. The entire Xiantian continent once endured a cataclysmic war between gods and demons, with the eastern wastelands suffering greatly, countless divine beings perishing and being interred within these mountains. Hence the name buried immortal mountain range. As the elder approached, even as a martial emperor, he treaded cautiously. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Before long, he arrived at a cavern known as the Abyss of Demons. At that moment, an insatiable force of devouring energy surged toward the elder. Alarmed, he shouted, "My lord, it is I." Upon uttering these words, the devouring force dissipated instantly. The elder's face paled with fear. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he might have perished beneath that overwhelming power. "Jinyang, what brings you here?" A voice resonated from within the cavern. "My lord, there have been disturbances in the eastern wasteland that have surpassed our control at the heavenly sacred land." Jinyang, the elder, relayed to the voice within. "What disturbances? You have broken through to the martial emperor realm and yet cannot resolve this?" The voice inquired again. "A force known as the Great Xia has emerged in the eastern wasteland, brimming with powerful warriors, numerous martial saints. One peak martial saint could easily restrain us. Our sacred land may struggle to withstand them." Jinyang explained with a bitter smile. "Humph, a mere peak martial saint can contend with a martial emperor? You truly bring shame to the martial emperor title." The voice scoffed. "It is my inadequacy. I am unworthy of your cultivation, my lord." Jinyang expressed in terror, quickly kneeling in supplication. The one addressing him had facilitated his breakthrough to the martial emperor realm and could easily take his life, facing such wrath. All he could do was endure silently. "Have they made a move against your sacred land?" "Not yet. But the Great Xia has already subjugated all forces in the eastern wasteland, save for our sacred land. Their next step will likely be an assault on us." Jinyang elucidated. "Do you know their origins?" "I regret to say, I do not. It appears as though they materialized in the eastern wasteland out of nowhere." "Is this the sacred land you oversee? You do not even know the origins of your adversary?" "Jinyang, perhaps it is time to consider a new leader for the eastern wasteland? It is my inadequacy. I seek your forgiveness, my lord." Jinyang's face turned ashen as he hastily pleaded. "Humph, return for now. Keep a vigilant watch on their movements. In a few days, I shall send assistance." "Yes. Thank you, my lord. I take my leave." With that, Jinyang departed, returning to the sacred land. Great Xia, Imperial Court. Xiao Tian surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials. "Esteemed ministers, Great Xia has nearly established dominion over the eastern wasteland, apart from the sacred land. All territories now belong to us. What course of development do you suggest for the future of Great Xia? Your Majesty, with our vast territories, the number of officials is indeed insufficient. Though the imperial examination has been conducted without fail, we still lack personnel to manage the current needs of Great Xia. I propose we appoint some officials from the former dynasty to local positions until suitable candidates can be found." Xiao He stepped forward and articulated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as you say, the rapid development of Great Xia has left us short on officials. We must utilize those from the former dynasty, as they have considerable experience in their respective roles." "Very well, let it be as Minister Xiao suggested. Henceforth, you will be in charge of this matter, with Chun Gong assisting you." "I accept the decree." Xiao He and Chun Gong advanced to accept their orders. "Do any others have suggestions?" "Your Majesty, I have a proposal that I hope you will consider. Long Sun Wuji stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Speak, my minister, Xiao Tian beckoned. These individuals were all significant ministers of Great Xia, each possessing exceptional talents. Their advice could only benefit the empire. I believe that the various departments of Great Xia currently operate in isolation, each performing their own duties without regard for one another. While this may pose no immediate issues, it will surely prove detrimental in the future. We should re-establish connections among the departments, tier by tier. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. Long Sun Wuji's words rang true. At present, Great Xia's departments functioned independently, each responsible for its own affairs. Such a structure would inevitably lead to significant problems in the future, risking internal collapse and delaying responses to any issues that arose. Xiao Tian had contemplated Long Sun Wuji's proposal before, but the shortage of civil officials had prevented its implementation. Consequently, he entrusted crucial matters to Xiao He, Chen Gong, Long Sun Wuji, and Li Bai. I have also considered this notion, but have yet to implement it. Now that you have brought it to my attention, it seems reform is in order. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Tian acquiesced to Long Sun Wuji's suggestion. From this day forth, Great Xia shall implement the 3 offices and 6 ministries, along with the 9 halls, as its core administrative structure. The 3 offices will consist of the Chancellor's Office, Military Affairs Office, and Central Office. The Chancellor's Office will oversee the departments of Personnel, Revenue, and Justice, led by the Chancellor. The Military Affairs Office will manage the Department of Military Affairs, under the command of the Grand Marshal. The Central Office will supervise the departments of Rights and Works, guided by the Grand Court Supervisor. As for the 9 halls, they shall operate independently, answering solely to me. Do any of you dissent? Xiao Tian addressed the assembly earnestly. Your Majesty is wise. We harbor no objections. Very well, let it be announced forthwith. Minister Xiao, expedite the establishment of these departments. Although many positions remain vacant, they will eventually be filled. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao He. I accept the decree. Thus, Great Xia began to set itself on the right path. Currently, the highest official in Great Xia was the Right Chancellor, Xiao He, holding the first rank. Next were the central ministers, Chen Gong, the Minister of Rights, Li Bai, and Long Sun Wuji, the Minister of Personnel, each at the second rank. Following them were the generals of the Military Affairs Office, at the third rank. After arranging all matters, Xiao Tian departed the court, returning to the 9 Heavens Palace. Chapter 59. Who rules this realm? System, utilized 3 platinum summoning cards. Returning to the 9 Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian resolved to summon several eminent figures, for the impending great battle with the Heavenly Desolation Sacred Land was inevitable. Relying solely on Dong Zhongshu would prove insufficient to counter the might of the Sacred Land. With 3 platinum summoning cards at his disposal, he could summon 3 peak martial saints. Given the innate talents of the renowned figures of Huaxia, barring any unforeseen circumstances, confronting the Heavenly Desolation Sacred Land would pose little challenge. Congratulations, host, on summoning the illustrious figures, Guan Yu, Zhuangzi, and Zhang Jiao. Guan Yu, Zhuangzi, Zhang Jiao. Xiao Tian was taken aback by the emergence of these 3. Guan Yu, in a previous life, was hailed as a martial saint of great repute, a distinction that resonated throughout Huaxia, where he was even venerated as the revered Guangong. In his early days, Guan Yu accompanied Liu Bei on numerous campaigns, and after the Battle of Red Cliffs, he was appointed as the governor of Xiangyang. When Liu Bei ventured into Yizhou, Guan Yu remained to guard Jingzhou. In 219, while besieging Xiangfan, he captured Eugene sent by Cao Cao for reinforcements, slaying Pang De and instilling fear across the land. However, when Cao Cao dispatched Su Huang, and El Ming of Eastern Wu launched a surprise attack on Jingzhou, Guan Yu found himself besieged and was ultimately captured and slain by Pan Zhang at Linjiu. His legendary exploits, including slaying Hua Xiong while intoxicated, the 3 heroes battling El Bu, and executing Yin Liang and Wen Shou, all attest to his formidable prowess. Yet, after encountering El Bu, he seemed to fade from the annals of history, his presence nearly forgotten. As for Zhuangzi, during the late Han and 3 Kingdoms period, he was rumored to possess transcendent abilities. Rarely seen, he resided on Mount Tianzhu, mastering the art of alchemy. He later acquired the 9 elixirs of golden liquid scripture, learning to perform myriad transformations. A scholar of the 5 classics and versed in celestial mechanics, he was said to have the power to command spirits and deities, even to prepare meals with but a thought. In his later years, Zhuangzi confided to Gu Xiangong his intention to refine the 9 transformation elixir in Mount Hua, ultimately attaining enlightenment and departing on a crane. Xiao Tian was eager to discover what extraordinary powers Zhuangzi might wield in this vast world. Having been rumored in Huaxia to possess immense magical prowess, ancient texts recount how Zhuangzi playfully taunted Cao Cao at a banquet and entertained Liu Biao and Jingzhou. Being a disciple of Guxian, one of the four great celestial masters of Taoism. As for Zhang Jiao, he proclaimed himself the great virtuous teacher and general of the heavenly sovereign, and was the founder of the Taiping Tao. His rallying cry, "The heavens have perished. Let the yellow sky arise," in the year of the Jiazi, prosperity for the world, incited the Yellow Turban Rebellion, shaking the very foundations of the Eastern Han dynasty. Zhang Jiao obtained the Taiping cleansing scriptures, also known as the Taiping classics, establishing the Taiping Tao, which was rooted in yin-yang and the five elements, employing talismans and incantations, and gathering followers to propagate his teachings. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable figure. The Yellow Turban army swept across the Han, conquering cities with unmatched might. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Sun Jian, and Dong Zhuo all joined forces against him. System, access the profiles of these three individuals, Xiao Tian commanded, his expression brimming with anticipation. Name, Guan Yu Dynasty, late Eastern Han physique, innate sacred body cultivation method, undying sacred scripture talent, imperial grade realm, peak martial saint potential, unknown unit type, swordsman name, Zhuo Dynasty, late Eastern Han and Three Kingdoms physique, divine shield body cultivation method, divine shield cannon talent, imperial grade realm, peak martial saint potential, unknown unit type, Taoist disciple name, Zhang Jiao Dynasty, late Eastern Han physique, Taiping sacred body, cultivation method, Taiping cannon talent, imperial grade realm, peak martial saint potential, unknown unit type, Yellow Turban elite, your humble servant Guan Yu. Zhuo and Zhang Jiao pay their respects to your majesty. The three bowed in unison upon their arrival. Rise, my esteemed ministers. With the three of you gracing the great Xia, what fear do we have of mere sacred lands? Xiao Tian smiled warmly at them. Your majesty is too gracious. They replied in respectful unison. From this day forth, I hereby appoint Guan Yu as the first star general of the 8th Legion and grant him the title of first-class viscount. I hereby appoint Zhuo as a first-class viscount and establish the Taoist sect immediately. I hereby appoint Zhang Jiao as the first star general of the 11th Legion and grant him the title of first-class viscount to be established forthwith. Subsequently, 3 imperial edicts were issued, sending a tremor through the great Xia court, as all were aware that formidable figures had once again descended upon the realm. Previously, Dong Zhongshu had established Confucianism, confronting the martial emperor over Yudu. Now, with Zhuo establishing Taoism, his influence would undoubtedly rival that of Dong Zhongshu. With only Zhao Yun as the sole general in the Great Xia military, currently in seclusion within the Demon Tower, the addition of 2 more generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Jiao, left all in awe of the king's formidable prowess. It was a mystery what forces lay behind the king, as such powerful beings continually emerged to serve the Great Xia. We humbly thank your majesty. The 3 acknowledged their appointments with a bow. In the following days, the Great Xia experienced further upheaval. Zhuo established the Taoist sect, and the Taoist rhythms resonated throughout Yudu, reverberating across the entire realm, astonishing all. Zhang Jiao formed the 11th Legion, calling for the recruitment of martial experts beyond the rank of martial sovereign from the populace, and soon, countless individuals flocked to Yudu. Although the Great Xia had not ruled these territories for long, many recognized its potential to become the dominant power in the Eastern Desolation, with the sacred land remaining dormant. This prompted numerous martial artists to join the Great Xia army, drawn by the prospect of sheltering beneath a great tree. Within 3 days, Zhang Jiao's army swelled to 100,000. In Xiao Tian's view, the value of an army lay not in sheer numbers, but in their quality. With the current count of 100,000 legionnaires, there was no need for more. As their strength and cultivation ascended, even 100,000 could contend with millions. Other willing martial artists seeking to join the Great Xia were to be placed in the reserve camp. In the Great Xia, within the 9 Heavens estate, in the desolate city beneath the earth, lay an uncharted spatial cave, seemingly undiscovered by anyone thus far. Suddenly, a voice echoed within the cave. What year is it tonight? Who now rules this world? The voice was cold as a waning moon, yet tinged with a hint of warmth and confusion. Such a feeble world? How could it awaken me? As the voice faded, a figure materialized within the cave, a maiden clad in a cerulean palace gown, her 3,000 strands of hair cascading freely. Her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, gazing around with a look of bewilderment. Closing her eyes momentarily, the entire Xiantian continent appeared before her mind's eye. How did I end up in this diminutive world? What transpired back then? The maiden furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, her exquisite countenance shifting with uncertainty. Such fragile humans possess such profound Tao rhythms. No wonder they could rouse me. Her gaze fixated upon Yudu of the Great Xia, locking onto Zhuo. In an instant, brilliance erupted from her eyes, enveloping her in a dazzling radiance. Yet, as the surrounding space began to collapse, she collapsed to the ground. Have I been sealed for too long? I cannot muster any strength. It seems I must enter seclusion once more. Chapter 60. The Assault on the Heavenly Desolation's Sacred Land. Upon returning to the sacred land, Jinnyang immediately instructed all disciples and elders to refrain from leaving the sacred land for the time being, asserting that he would handle matters concerning the Great Xia. 3 days later, Jinnyang, I didn't expect there to be matters in the eastern desolation that your sacred land cannot resolve. With the sound of this voice, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe appeared before Jinnyang. As he gazed upon the unexpectedly arrived middle-aged man, Jinnyang was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself to respectfully greet the individual, saying, Jinnyang pays his respects to the Hall Master. He understood that this man had undoubtedly been dispatched by his superior to assist him. Now, let us discuss what has transpired in the eastern wilderness. I have other matters to attend to after this. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. To him, having personally come here, there was no issue in the eastern wilderness that he could not resolve. Hall Master, a force known as the Daxia dynasty, has emerged in the eastern wilderness, boasting a plethora of formidable experts, with numerous martial saints among them. Even a peak martial saint can match me. Upon hearing this, Jinnyang began to elucidate the recent upheavals in the eastern wilderness to the middle-aged man. In just these few days, Daxia has already dominated all factions in the eastern wilderness, except for our Holy Land. I suspect they must have hidden strongholds, for our Holy Land is no match for Daxia, which is why I reported to my superior and requested the Hall Master's support. Daxia? Which Daxia? The middle-aged man inquired, his expression one of bewilderment upon hearing the name. Hall Master, it is the Daxia dynasty. There is only this one Daxia in the entire eastern wilderness. Are you familiar with this force? But is it the Daxia from the wildlands? The middle-aged man probed further. Indeed, Daxia first appeared in the wildlands. Hall Master, do you truly know of this Daxia? Jinnyang was also astonished to learn that the Hall Master was aware of this Daxia, considering the man seldom visited the eastern wilderness. Why would he have knowledge of Daxia? Upon receiving confirmation that this Daxia was indeed familiar to him, the Hall Master fell into a contemplative silence. How had a small nation from the wildlands grown so powerful in such a short time? If what Jinnyang said were true, then this Daxia undoubtedly harbored secrets, great secrets. No less. After a lengthy pause, the Hall Master finally spoke to Jinnyang. I do not know them well. It was only a few months ago that my disciples reported losses of several guardians and numerous disciples in a place called Daxia in the wildlands. At that time, I had other matters to attend to and did not address this Daxia. I had intended to deal with them once I was finished with my current affairs, but I never anticipated that just a few months later, they would be on the verge of unifying the eastern wilderness. I see, Jinnyang replied solemnly. What do you propose we do about this Daxia? Do they have a martial emperor? The Hall Master asked, looking at Jinnyang. As for that, I have never encountered one, so I cannot say for certain, Jinnyang answered thoughtfully. Since they have unified all forces in the eastern wilderness, it is only a matter of time before they come to our Holy Land. In that case, we need do nothing but wait for their arrival. With that, the Hall Master vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Jinnyang sighed softly at the Hall Master's disappearance, pondering whether his actions were right or wrong. In the Daxia court, atop the lofty throne, Xiao Tian surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials below with an unperturbed heart. Having arrived in this world less than a year ago, he had already conquered more than half of the eastern wilderness, and it would not be long before, after taking the heavenly wilderness Holy Land, the entire eastern wilderness would submit to the Daxia. Filled with ambition, Xiao Tian declared, Qi Jiang, Zhang Han, Guan Yu, Xuan Moli, Qin Xiong, Zhang Jiao, you are all to take command. The several officials stepped forward to await Xiao Yan's orders. I command you to lead your troops and set forth immediately to the heavenly wilderness Holy Land. Xiao Tian commanded. This subordinate obeys. Dong Zhongshu, Zui Ci, Yu Huatian, Chao Zhengshan. You four shall also proceed to the Holy Land. We obey your command. We shall follow your orders. All affairs will be conducted according to the commands of Dong Zhongshu, Zui Ci, Guan Yu, and Zhang Jiao. Understood. As he watched Dong Zhongshu and the others depart, Xiao Tian turned to Xiao He and instructed, Xiao Xiang, remain vigilant regarding the heavenly wilderness Holy Land, and report any developments immediately. This subordinate obeys. In this endeavor against the heavenly wilderness Holy Land, Xiao Tian had deployed the full might of Daxia, with all but the civil officials like Xiao He and Li Bai dispatched to the Holy Land, including the 4 peak martial saints, Dong Zhongshu, Zui Ci, Guan Yu, and Zhang Jiao. Individually, each of them possessed the strength to rival a 1-star martial emperor and could contend with a 2-star martial emperor without difficulty. In Xiao Yan's eyes, the heavenly wilderness Holy Land posed no threat whatsoever. However, after the departure of his forces, Xiao Tian found himself plagued by a sense of unease for reasons he could not quite comprehend. Could there be unforeseen complications at the heavenly wilderness Holy Land? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Tian muttered to himself, "Surely, I am overthinking this." With 4 individuals comparable to 2-star martial emperors, he could not fathom what the heavenly wilderness Holy Land could muster in defense. "Is your majesty concerned that the Holy Land might encounter unforeseen issues?" He approached Xiao Tian. Noticing his furrowed brow, "I cannot quite ascertain the reason, but I feel somewhat unsettled. However, the heavenly wilderness Holy Land should not encounter any problems, should it?" In response to Xiao He's inquiry, Xiao Tian replied, "Your majesty, I believe your actions may be a tad impulsive, for that is a holy land that has existed in the eastern wilderness for countless years. No one can know what hidden cards they possess." He expressed his thoughts to Xiao Tian. "Since we have already dispatched our troops, pondering over it now is of no significance. Even if the Holy Land possesses unknown trump cards, do I not have mine as well? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build a dam. Let whatever monsters or spirits come forth be suppressed." A gleam of determination flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes as he declared boldly, "I still possess 2 diamond summoning cards. I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with a mere Holy Land. If it comes to it, I can exchange my luck points for a royal summoning card." Xiao Tian contemplated this in his heart. "Since your majesty has a plan, I shall say no more." Observing Xiao Tian's resolve, He chose to withdraw without further comment. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian dismissed his thoughts and left the court, returning directly to the Jiuxiao Palace. At the heavenly wilderness Holy Land, several hours later, Dong Zhongshu, Zhuangzi, and the others had arrived at the foot of the Holy Land, where the entire area was surrounded by the Daxiao army, making it impossible for even a fly to enter. The disciples of the Holy Land soon discovered the encirclement and hurried to report to the Holy Master. "This is bad. The Daxiao is attacking. Quick, inform the Holy Master and the elders." One disciple, gazing at the million-strong army at the foot of the mountain, shouted anxiously, "How dare Daxia do this? Do they truly think our Holy Land is easy to bully?" All the disciples bore expressions of fury. In their view, their Holy Land was the sovereign of the eastern wilderness, and now they were being besieged by a dynastic force. How could they not be enraged? At the foot of the mountain, great scholar, Taoist, shall we attack directly? Guan Yu, Zhang Jiao, and the others inquired of Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi. After a moment's contemplation, Dong Zhongshu replied, "Let us not be hasty. First, my companion and I will go to test the waters. You shall encircle this area and allow no one to enter or exit." Understood. Chapter 61, Soul Emperor. Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi soared directly toward the gates of the Holy Land. The Confucianist Dong Zhongshu of Daxia, the Taoist Zhuangzi of Daxia. "We have come to pay our respects to the heavenly wilderness Holy Land." The two called out simultaneously to the inner sanctum of the Holy Land. In an instant, the air trembled as Dong Zhongshu exuded an aura of righteousness, while Zhuangzi radiated the essence of the Tao. Their combined energies sweeping across the entire heavenly wilderness Holy Land. Under this overwhelming pressure, the disciples and elders of the Holy Land trembled uncontrollably. "Humph, Daxia, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." A cold snort echoed as Jinyang materialized before Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi. Under Jinyang's imposing presence, the elders and disciples gradually regained their composure. Before long, the venerable elder of the Holy Land and the Holy Master arrived at the scene, their faces etched with gravity as they gazed intently at Dong Zhongshu and his companion. "Ah, we meet again," Dong Zhongshu remarked, unfazed by the scrutiny of others. Directing a smile towards Jinyang, "I never expected that your great Xia would truly dare to venture into my Holy Land. It seems you believe you have us firmly in your grasp." With a disdainful snort, Jinyang fixed his gaze upon Dong Zhongshu. "It appears your Holy Land has resolved to stand against us from Great Xia. If that is the case, let us see the truth of our strength in action." With that, Dong Zhongshu stepped forward, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, instantly appearing before Jinyang. His eyes igniting with 2 beams of radiant white light that enveloped the entire sky-desolate Holy Land, casting a shadow over the sun. "Abolish the 100 schools, exalt Confucianism." In an instant, the world transformed into a sea of white. To Jinyang, the white light soared into the heavens, rendering the surroundings a blur, leaving only himself, Dong Zhongshu, and Zhuangzi in clarity. "What is this?" Jinyang exclaimed in shock, swiftly retreating from Dong Zhongshu's presence. Observing this, Zhuangzi chuckled softly, stepping forward to stand beside Jinyang. "Beast King's fist." Jinyang bellowed as he unleashed a punch towards Zhuangzi, conjuring a phantom of a ferocious beast that charged towards him, seemingly poised to devour Zhuangzi whole. Yet, as the onslaught threatened to engulf Zhuangzi, he remained undeterred by Jinyang's fist. his eyes shimmering with a hint of otherworldly allure as he regarded Jinyang. Celestial illusion descends. Zhuangzi intoned, and in an instant, Jinyang's gaze dulled, his punch dissipating as he succumbed to the enchanting illusion. Taoism, the art of illusion. To oppose Great Xia, meet your demise. Dong Zhongshu's demeanor remained serene. Witnessing Jinyang ensnared in the illusion, he conjured 3 ethereal white swords before him, launching them towards Jinyang. Just as Jinyang emerged from the illusion, he found the swords bearing down upon him, too late to evade. Sensing the overwhelming might within, he cried out in desperation, "Master, save me." From a distance, a streak of light surged forth, colliding with Dong Zhongshu's attack in a thunderous explosion. The blast sent Jinyang careening backward, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, clearly grievously injured. Then, the master of the hall emerged from the void, appearing beside Jinyang. As he did, the spatial confinement surrounding them shattered, revealing the entrance to the Holy Land. Cough, cough. Are you all right, master? Jinyang asked, his voice strained as he coughed. Why did you not strike sooner? I was nearly slain by that attack. Are you questioning me? The master of the hall gazed at Jinyang with indifference. I dare not. Jinyang lowered his head slightly, anger flickering in his eyes. Just 2 peak martial saints. I thought you could handle them. Who knew they would be so inept? Unperturbed, the master explained. It seems you underestimated their capability. Upon witnessing their ancestors' grievous injuries, the members of the Holy Land rushed forward. Ancestor, how are you? The elder inquired with concern. Cough. I am fine, merely sustaining some internal injuries. Do not worry, Jinyang reassured them. Who are you? Dong Zhongshu inquired, his expression solemn as he regarded the suddenly appeared master of the hall. He sensed the immense power within him, at least mid-stage martial emperor, a level beyond their capability to contend with. I am the master of the Soul Hall, Soul Emperor, he replied. You are from the Soul Hall. Upon hearing this, both Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi were taken aback. They were aware of the Soul Hall's recent turmoil within Great Xia, aiming to usurp power, only to be eradicated by Zhang Han and others shortly thereafter. Little did they expect to encounter the Soul Hall's leader here, whose strength surpassed their expectations. Indeed, it seems you Great Xia retain some recollection of my hall, Soul Emperor remarked, casting a glance at Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi. I never imagined that such prodigies would arise from your humble Great Xia. Peak martial saints capable of rivaling a 2-star martial emperor and slaying a 1-star martial emperor. Even in Central Continent, they are considered monstrous beings. Soul Emperor mused. In the lower realms, the disparity between each level is less pronounced, and to achieve victory over opponents is already a rare talent. However, to maintain such prowess at the martial saint and even martial emperor levels is beyond mere genius. It is truly monstrous. Such existences are seldom seen, even in Central Continent. Thus, Soul Emperor was genuinely astonished by Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi, who appeared to be merely in their 20s yet had attained such remarkable feats. How could Great Xia possess such prodigies? To think that your sky-desolate Holy Land would conspire with the Soul Hall, such actions hardly befit the name of a Holy Land, Dong Zhongshu retorted, ignoring Soul Emperor and casting a disdainful look at Jinyang. Humph, how my Holy Land conducts its affairs is not for you Great Xia to dictate, Jinyang scoffed, unperturbed by Dong Zhongshu's words. With your talents, do you not feel it a waste to remain in Great Xia? Why not join my Soul Hall? I assure you, should you choose to come, you will stand above all others, Soul Emperor suggested, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the two. Are you attempting to recruit us? What gives you the right, Soul Emperor? Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi glared at him. It seems you hold my Soul Hall in disdain. In that case, prepare to meet your end. Soul Emperor's expression darkened as he unleashed an attack from afar, his palm striking towards the two, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as though on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the two quickly fortified their defenses, yet the gap in strength was insurmountable, and they were sent hurtling hundreds of meters away by the force of Soul Emperor's strike. At that moment, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Peaceful art. Guan Yu arrived from the distance, wielding the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, and swung it towards Soul Emperor, summoning a massive blade phantom that surged toward him. Zhang Jiao followed closely, invoking the peaceful art that darkened the skies, a tempest swirling as it formed into a towering phantom assaulting Soul Emperor. Faced with 2 more peak martial saints who could contend with 2-star martial emperors, Soul Emperor was once again taken aback. What is happening in Great Xia? Are prodigies emerging endlessly? With no time to ponder, Soul Emperor raised his aura, summoning an unparalleled divine sword that erupted with radiance, transforming into myriad sword beams that swept through the incoming attacks like a tempest, obliterating them, and surging towards Guan Yu and Zhang Jiao. Without exception, both were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths under the might of the strike. You Great Xia, continue to astonish me. To think you possess 2 martial saints comparable to 2-star martial emperors. Soul Emperor remarked in astonishment as he surveyed the four injured figures. Chapter 62. The three generations of the Xiao's family emerge from seclusion. At the foot of the Holy Land's mountain gate, as the Soul Emperor's imposing presence radiated, all present felt the weight of his terrifying aura. General Qin, who do you believe this person is? What level of strength does he possess? Is there truly such a formidable expert in the celestial wasteland? Dong Xiongxin inquired gravely, casting a concerned glance at Qin Xiong. I cannot say for certain. It appears that both the king and we have underestimated the might of the celestial wasteland. Qin Xiong replied with a furrowed brow. Brother Qin, given this individual's immense strength, our generals may not stand a chance against him. We must hasten to provide support. Chen Yaojin urged anxiously, looking at Qin Xiong. Yaojin, if the esteemed scholars and the Taoist priest cannot contend with this adversary, our presence would be futile and would only serve to encumber them, Qin Xiong remarked, though he too wished to rush to their aid. He understood that even collectively, their strength was insufficient to match this individual, and their arrival would merely hinder Dong Zhongshu and the others. I shall dispatch someone to inform His Majesty of this situation. We have all underestimated the power of the celestial wasteland, declared Yu Huatian, stepping forward. His western factory is now ubiquitous throughout the eastern wasteland, capable of delivering messages in an instant. Very well, this matter rests in your capable hands, Eunuch Yu. It is imperative that the king is made aware promptly. Qin Xiong entrusted him. In the great Xia dynasty, within the Nine Heavens Palace, Xia He approached the throne, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Is it regarding the situation at the celestial wasteland? Xiao Tian inquired softly. Indeed, it seems His Majesty is already aware of the events transpiring in the celestial wasteland. Xia He responded, somewhat taken aback. Yes, I have indeed been made aware of the occurrences. My previous foreboding has proven accurate. Changes have indeed arisen in the celestial wasteland. Xiao Tian observed gravely. When the Soul Emperor unleashed his formidable aura, Xiao Tian too sensed the presence of at least a 5-star martial emperor. Why has such a powerful figure emerged from the celestial wasteland? Your Majesty, do we possess a means to counter this individual? With our generals currently embroiled in the sacred land, what if? Xiao He hesitated to voice the implication. But all understood that if the king lacked a strategy to deal with this foe, the great Xia might face utter annihilation. Fear not, I possess a solution, Xiao Tian reassured. The current circumstances allow for no delay in contemplation. It appears the last 2 diamond summoning cards must be employed. Although the summoned beings may only be 5-star and perfected martial emperors, they will suffice to confront this adversary. Once this individual is vanquished, what significance does the celestial wasteland hold? The generals of Great Xia will undoubtedly reclaim the sacred land. With that, Xiao Tian prepared to utilize the summoning cards. At that moment, the system interjected. Host, all but Zhao Yun have emerged from the second level of the demon tower. Xiao Yan's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this, and he eagerly inquired of the system, what is their current strength? 4 4-star martial emperors and 5 5-star martial emperors. Remarkable. This ensures our stability. The news of their ranks filled Xiao Tian with elation. As the members of the Xiao family exited the demon tower, Xiao Tian's own power surged to that of a 5-star martial emperor. Shortly thereafter, the 9 who had emerged arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace. Clan leader, we have not disgraced our mission. We have all broken through to the martial emperor level. Upon entering the palace, the second brother, Xia Xian, immediately reported to Xiao Tian. Brother, see how formidable I have become. I too have reached the 4-star martial emperor level. Now I can assist you. Xia Shui exclaimed, running over to grab Xiao Tian's arm in a playful manner. Indeed, little Shui is impressive. Xiao Tian chuckled, then quickly addressed the gathered individuals. I am aware of your current cultivation levels. Our generals from Great Xia are in peril at the celestial wasteland. You must hasten to the sacred land, eliminate the enemy, and obliterate the celestial wasteland. Yes, clan leader. With that, they departed without hesitation. Xia Shui, where do you think you are going? Xiao Tian called out as he noticed her intent to follow. Huh? Did you not instruct us to eradicate the sacred land? Xia Shui questioned, her expression adorably puzzled. Let them go. You are not permitted to accompany them. But why not? No reasons. You are simply not allowed to go. Xiao Tian's expression hardened, his tone stern. Nonsense. She is my own sister. How could I allow her to enter the battlefield? Even if I were to fight, I would never permit her to join. Moreover, Xia Shui was only allowed into the demon tower to gain strength for self-preservation, not for battle. Seeing this, Xia Shui could only sulk and remain behind. In the celestial wasteland, the Soul Emperor gazed at the 4 with a sense of profound shock. Why does the great Xia possess so many monstrous prodigies? Humph. If my skills are inferior, feel free to do as you wish. The king will avenge us. The legendary martial saint, Guan Yu, coldly addressed the Soul Emperor. Even in the face of impending death, the four remained unafraid. If you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, the Soul Emperor raised his divine sword and cleaved towards the four, countless sword lights surging towards them, threatening to engulf them. Suddenly, 8 figures appeared beside the four, and the Soul Emperor's onslaught dissipated instantaneously. The aura of a martial emperor enveloped the entire celestial wasteland, causing numerous disciples to spit blood, rendered powerless. Dong Zhongshu and the others looked at the newly arrived Xiao Tian and his companions with joy. It seemed they were safe now. You dare to harm our people? Xiao Tian glared icily at the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor, facing the sudden appearance of the 8, was filled with disbelief. 3 4-star martial emperors and 5 5-star martial emperors. The great Xia possesses such an abundance of martial emperors? Are you jesting with me? Why did you not reveal yourselves earlier? Had you done so, I would not have concerned myself with the fate of the celestial wasteland. In that moment, the Soul Emperor was in turmoil. After the arrival of the 8, his earlier composure in facing Dong Zhongshu and the others vanished. What are you all? Are you from the Great Xia? The Soul Emperor looked at the 8, astonished. Chapter 63, The Soul Emperor's Defeat and the Mysterious Strongman. Are you all from the Great Xia? The Soul Emperor gazed at the 8 with a look of shock. Brother, why waste words on him? He dares to offend the Great Xia, yet seeks to live? The 4th brother, Xia Yi, declared, charging at the Soul Emperor, and the others followed suit without hesitation. In an instant, the void was engulfed by their attacks, converging from all directions towards the Soul Emperor, leaving him with no escape. Realizing this, the Soul Emperor could only adopt a defensive stance, but facing the onslaught from Xia Xian and his peers of equal rank, how could he withstand it? Caught off guard, he was struck by Xia Gu's attack and sent flying. The remaining members seized the opportunity, and a torrent of energy coalesced around their onslaught, engulfing the Soul Emperor. At this point, the Soul Emperor was utterly beleaguered, staring at the imminent attack. He knew that if struck, his demise was inevitable. In desperation, he cried out into the void, "Lord, save me." Suddenly, a colossal phantom hand appeared in the distant void, effortlessly swatting away the group's assault. In an instant, their attacks vanished without a trace, and before they could react, the hand seized the Soul Emperor and vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Brother, who was that? Such incredible power. As the group processed the situation, their expressions darkened at the sight of the Soul Emperor being whisked away. Xiao Yi gazed gravely at Xiao Xian and inquired, "What do you think?" "I have no idea, but this individual possesses strength far beyond ours. He is beyond our capacity to confront," Xiao Xian replied, his expression equally serious. The formidable presence had merely rescued the Soul Emperor without engaging them, leaving Xiao Xian perplexed regarding the intentions of such a powerful being. "Esteemed gentlemen, we owe our timely arrival to you. Otherwise, we might have met our doom here," remarked Dong Zhongshu, stepping forward to express his gratitude. "Ah, esteemed scholar, there is no need for such formality. We are all subjects of the Great Xia," Xiao Xian replied with a smile, turning his attention to Dong Zhongshu. "Scholar, Taoist, and esteemed generals, now that this matter has been resolved, we shall return to report to the king, particularly regarding that formidable individual. It is imperative that we inform him post-haste. We leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, we shall handle things here. You must hurry back to the king." Dong Zhongshu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xiao Xian and his companions made their way back to the Great Xia. "Your ally, the Soul Emperor, has already fled. I wonder what hidden cards your sacred land of Tianhuang still holds," Dong Zhongshu inquired, directing his gaze at Jinyang after Xiao Xian's departure. "It appears we underestimated the Great Xia. Even the Soul Emperor is no match for you." "I have no words left," Jinyang replied, a look of resignation on his face. With the Soul Emperor's escape, what further resources could their sacred land possibly muster against the Great Xia? "I hope the Great Xia will spare the innocent disciples of my sacred land. They are blameless. If they sincerely submit to the Great Xia, we shall treat them equitably. Thus, I shall rest easy. I am curious. Who was the individual that rescued the Soul Emperor? Might I trouble you for an explanation?" Dong Zhongshu recalled the figure that had whisked away the Soul Emperor and turned to Jinyang with a question. "Alas, I too am unaware of his identity. The Soul Emperor and I were merely subordinates to him, and I am but an inconsequential pawn in his service. However, he is trapped in a certain location and thus could only rescue the Soul Emperor without attending to you." Upon hearing Dong Zhongshu's words, Jinyang explained unhurriedly, "The fact that he abandoned the Soul Emperor is quite evident. Since that is the case, I see no reason to conceal the truth from you." "Trapped in a certain location? What place might that be?" Dong Zhongshu inquired, his curiosity piqued by Jinyang's explanation. "The Eastern Forbidden Land, the Burial Immortal Mountains." "The Eastern Forbidden Land? The Burial Immortal Mountains?" "Indeed, as far as I know, he is confined within the Burial Immortal Mountains, unable to escape. Therefore, He sought out the Soul Emperor and me as his representatives in the East to carry out his bidding. What is his intent? I am not entirely certain, but I speculate it pertains to breaking the seal that binds him. Ah, I see. Thank you for enlightening me. After hearing Jinyang's elucidation, Dong Zhongshu began to comprehend the situation. Jinyang then addressed the disciples of the sacred land. From this day forth, the Tianhuang sacred land is officially disbanded. Henceforth, it shall no longer exist in this world. I am deeply remorseful towards the ancestors of the sacred land. With that, Jinyang seated himself upon the ground, and his life force dissipated, leaving no trace of existence. The ancestral figure of the Tianhuang sacred land, once the ruler of the eastern region, concluded his life in such a manner. Ancestor, ancestor. The supreme elder and the lord of the sacred land gazed upon their ancestors' sudden passing, their faces etched with sorrow. They then turned their gaze towards Dong Zhongshu and his companions, their expressions filled with animosity. Your great Xia's actions are nothing short of invasion. You shall face dire consequences. The lord of the sacred land, Song Yun, declared with venomous words as he looked upon Dong Zhongshu and the others. There is no need for me to elaborate on the actions of your sacred land's ancestor. Colluding with the Soul Palace marks you as enemies of the Eastern realm. Since you show no signs of repentance, you shall accompany your ancestor into oblivion. With those words, Dong Zhongshu conjured several white divine swords before him, which shot forth towards the lord of the sacred land and the supreme elder, instantly piercing through their bodies, leading them to their demise. After resolving the matter with them, Dong Zhongshu turned to General Guan and the others. General Guan, please inform General Qin to come and oversee the sacred land's disciples. Those who submit shall be integrated into the military. Those who resist shall be executed. Understood. Although the disciples of the sacred land were fewer in number compared to the soldiers of the great Xia, they still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The process of managing them took over half a day. Most of the disciples chose to submit, as they were merely followers of the sacred land and had families outside. Few would be willing to resist the great Xia for the sake of the sacred land. Moreover, with the deaths of the ancestral figure, the lord of the sacred land, and the supreme elder, what chance did they have to oppose the great Xia? Once the sacred land had been dealt with, the forces of the great Xia returned to their capital, leaving only a contingent of soldiers to guard the site while awaiting the arrival of officials from the great Xia. In the great Xia, at the Nine Heavens Palace, upon returning, Xiao Tian and the others hurried to report the events that transpired in the Tianhuang sacred land. Are you saying that the Tianhuang sacred land colluded with the Soul Palace, and that the five-star martial emperor was the leader of the Soul Palace? Xiao Tian exclaimed, astonished by Xiao Xian's report. It is hard to believe that the controller of the eastern region would conspire with its mortal enemy, the Soul Palace. Indeed, we were on the verge of eliminating the Soul Emperor when a mysterious powerhouse suddenly intervened and rescued him. Xiao Xian confirmed with a nod. A mysterious powerhouse. Do you have any idea of his strength? I cannot say for certain. He is exceedingly powerful. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dissipated our combined assault. And I estimate his strength to be no less than that of a peak martial emperor, Xiao Xian remarked, his expression grave as he recalled the overwhelming force he had faced. Very well, I understand. You may return now, Xiao Tian commanded. Yes. After Xiao Xian and his companions departed, Xiao Tian pondered deeply. A mysterious powerhouse. No less than a peak martial emperor. It seems the eastern region is far more complex than it appears. But what of it? A mere assembly of specters and phantoms shall not instill fear in me. Chapter 64. The terrifying apparition, the astonishment of Gong Yunxi. In the great Xia, at the Nine Heavens mansion, deep beneath the desolate city, in that same mysterious cavern, a woman in meditation suddenly opened her eyes, which radiated boundless brilliance, piercing through the void to reach the Tianhuang sacred land. The events transpiring within the sacred land unfolded before her, and when that colossal hand-shaped apparition materialized, the woman gasped in disbelief. Demons? How could such a lowly world give rise to demons? The woman was perplexed. Logically, demons should not appear in such a minor realm, for they are a great race among the myriad of celestial beings, far removed from the likes of the Xiantian continent. Her gaze shifted towards Dong Zhongshu and his companions. Righteous aura? Tao rhythm? Why would such talents manifest in this place? Who are these people from the great Xia that they possess individuals adorned with righteous aura and Tao rhythm? It is worth noting that individuals embodying righteous aura and Tao rhythm are exceedingly rare even among the myriad realms, with scarcely one appearing in a million years. Righteous aura is the nemesis of all malevolent beings, particularly demons, for those who embody righteous aura are the natural foes of demons. Any such individual discovered by demons would lead to a relentless and unforgiving pursuit. As for Tao rhythm, it serves as a natural counter to those with unscrupulous intentions and unstable minds. Such individuals, once touched by Tao rhythm, are often doomed. unless their power vastly exceeds that of the one embodying Tao rhythm. Just as Jin Yang had fallen into an illusion under the influence of Zhuangzi's sorcery, he was unable to react in time. As the woman's gaze followed Dong Zhongshu and the others back to the Great Xia, she also turned her attention towards the capital, Yudu. As the woman's gaze finally reached the capital of the Great Xia, a sudden radiance erupted from one of the Great Xia's 9 tripods, the Yizhou Ding, positioned in a certain location within the city. Gradually, a towering silhouette emerged above the Yizhou Ding, imposing and magnificent, standing 100 feet tall, akin to a colossal giant. This unexpected figure instantly cast its gaze toward the subterranean realm of the desolate city. An immortal of the king? The figure murmured, and then, with a single step, it reappeared beside the woman. How dare you, insignificant beings, covet my Great Xia? The figure's eyes fixed on the woman. Though its lips did not move, its voice resonated clearly in her ears. The woman retracted her gaze from the Great Xia and turned to the ethereal apparition, her expression grave. I am Yunxi of the royal palace. Who are you? The Yizhou Ding of the Great Xia. Though you are an immortal of the king, as long as you exist within the boundaries of my Great Xia, you are one of my subjects. Take heed, or when I awaken, even if you flee to the celestial realms, I shall find you. The ethereal figure's demeanor was frigid, and after uttering these words, it took a step and reappeared near the Yizhou Ding, directing its gaze toward the 9 Heavens Palace where Xiao Tian resided. The apparition offered a slight bow toward Xiao Tian before dissipating into the Yizhou Ding, which fell silent once more, as if nothing had occurred. The woman stared at the direction from which the apparition had vanished, her expression utterly grave, her eyes filled with terror. What a formidable entity! Is this a monarch? An emperor? Or perhaps, that elusive celestial being? Her countenance shifted unpredictably. This was her first encounter with such a terrifying presence. Even before her slumber, she had never witnessed anything so fearsome. Merely a wisp of an apparition had instilled in her an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The demonic being she had previously encountered had never commanded her attention. Her astonishment had merely stemmed from their demonic nature. Moreover, the implication of that being's words suggested it had yet to awaken. Was it still in slumber? What existence lies behind the Great Xia dynasty? Why has it manifested in this small world? At this moment, her thoughts were in disarray. Originally, she had intended to enter seclusion for a spell to restore her strength. For in such a small world, she felt no need to fear others. However, this Great Xia instilled in her an overwhelming trepidation, especially after the apparition's warning. Should she dare to cause turmoil in the Great Xia, she firmly believed that once it awakened, it would undoubtedly seek her out, and there would be no escaping its pursuit across the myriad realms. The aura of this being was simply too terrifying. At this moment, she felt an urge to venture into the Great Xia and discern the nature of this power. Yet, after contemplation, she decided against it. It was better to focus on regaining her strength. With just a year, she could restore a third of her power. Upon returning to the Great Xia, Dong Zhongshu and the others went directly to the 9 Heavens Palace to report on the affairs of the sacred land. Your Majesty, the elders and the ancient ancestor of the sacred land have all perished. The entire sacred land is now under our control. Excellent. Inform Xiao He Bai and others to promptly dispatch officials to assume their posts. Xiao Tian replied indifferently. Yes, Your Majesty. I have learned some matters from the ancient ancestor of the sacred land regarding the individual who rescued the Soul Emperor. Recalling what Jin Yang had told him, Dong Zhongshu prepared to disclose this to Xiao Tian. Oh, speak quickly, my minister. I have been vexed over the identity of the one who rescued the Soul Emperor. Xiao Yan's expression brightened, eager for an explanation. Your Majesty, the identity of this individual remains unknown even to the ancient ancestor of the sacred land. He and the Soul Emperor were aiding this person, whose intention was to lift the seal that binds him. Dong Zhongshu elucidated. You mean this person is currently sealed? Indeed. He lies sealed within the buried immortal mountains. Now it makes sense. No wonder he only rescued the Soul Emperor without turning against you. It seems his capabilities were limited to saving him, lacking the strength to confront you. Xiao Yan's prior confusion was finally resolved. I share your view, my minister. Dong Zhongshu concurred. Very well, I understand. You have all worked diligently throughout the day. You may retire and rest, Xiao Tian concluded. Yes, I take my leave. Yes, I take my leave. In the ensuing days, the entire territory of the Heavenly Desolation Sacred Land was officially taken over by the Great Xia. Thus, the entire Eastern Wilderness was unified under the Great Xia, marking a true and complete unification. Previously, the Heavenly Desolation Sacred Land, although nominally the ruler of the Eastern Wilderness, had various independent factions beneath it, existing in a state of disarray. Now, however, the entire Eastern Wilderness was under the control of the Great Xia court, with officials and soldiers stationed throughout the region. The secret police of the Eastern Factory and Western Factory, along with Lin Tian's shadow guards, were spread across the eastern wilderness. Any acts of defiance were swiftly dealt with, leading to a significant upheaval in the entire eastern wilderness. No one dared to oppose the rule of the Great Xia or to engage in treachery. For 10 consecutive days, the eastern wilderness underwent a thorough cleansing by the Great Xia. As time passed, the hearts of the people gradually began to align with the Great Xia, naturally considering themselves as citizens of the Great Xia. On the 28th day of the 12th month of the Great Xia calendar, the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty marked exactly 1 year. It had been over 2 months since the resolution of the Heavenly Desolation Sacred Land. Under the management of the Great Xia, the eastern wilderness was flourishing, far surpassing the disarray of its previous state. In the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian stood atop the celestial platform, gazing at the various regions of the Great Xia with a countenance full of satisfaction. After a year, the eastern wilderness was finally unified. Congratulations, host, on your arrival in this world for 1 year. You have earned a reward, 1 diamond summoning card. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his face. He had forgotten that the system rewarded a diamond summoning card for every year completed. Now he had only 3 diamond summoning cards remaining, having not yet used the previous ones. Chapter 65. The Great Xia is on the brink of ascending to a dynasty following the Great Xia's unification of the eastern wilderness. All within the Great Xia, be they military personnel or citizens, were engulfed in a fervor of cultivation, while the realm once again descended into tranquility. 3 months later, a sudden dragon's roar reverberated throughout the capital of Yudu, resonating in the ears of every citizen of the Great Xia. Everyone looked up to witness a 100-meter-long golden dragon's apparition materializing in the skies above the capital, letting out a magnificent roar. Simultaneously, streams of golden light, representing the collective fortune of the populace, surged toward the golden dragon, which devoured them whole. In the Great Xia court, Xiao He observed the transformation of the fortune dragon into a golden dragon hovering above Yudu, his face alight with joy. Your Majesty, the fortune dragon has evolved. It is now a golden dragon. The collective fortune of the populace has coalesced, and the spiritual essence of our Great Xia has broken through. It is time for the Great Xia to ascend to a dynasty. The golden fortune dragon was typically a manifestation only achievable by celestial dynasties, while the fortune dragon was exclusive to imperial dynasties. However, the strength of the Great Xia was so formidable that it had coalesced a fortune dragon even while still a dynasty. And now it had evolved into a golden fortune dragon. If the dynasties of the Central Plains were to learn of this, they would surely question their very existence. Excellent. Minister Xiao, proclaim to the world that in 3 days, our Great Xia dynasty shall ascend to the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, Xiao Tian was equally exhilarated. For once the Great Xia ascended, the system's main quest would be marked as complete, and the rewards would undoubtedly be exceedingly generous. Reflecting upon the extraordinary rewards bestowed during the ascension of the dynasty, one cannot help but speculate that the incentives for the elevation to the empire shall be even more lavish. It is undoubtedly the case that they will surpass those granted during the dynasty. I shall comply with your command. Xiao He replied with utmost respect. My esteemed ministers, swiftly disseminate the news across the vast expanse of the Great Xia. For the next 3 days, there shall be no duties. All citizens of the Great Xia are to cease their daily endeavors. In this moment of imperial ascension, I desire a grand celebration shared by all. The King's wisdom is unparalleled. Long live our sovereign. The multitude of civil and military officials knelt in fervent acclamation. Very well, rise. Prepare accordingly and disperse. The court is dismissed. With that, Xiao Tian descended from the throne and made his way out of the hall. We bid farewell to your Majesty. The assembly bowed once more before departing to fulfill the tasks entrusted to them. Upon leaving the court, Xiao Tian did not return to the Zhuoxiao Palace. Instead, he ventured alone into the city of Yudu. Naturally, he had changed into ordinary attire. Appearing in full royal regalia in Yudu would have been quite improper. Since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, with the exception of the matter concerning the secret realm a few months prior, Xiao Tian had never ventured beyond the palace walls. Now, as the ascension of the empire approached, he sought to indulge in a moment of relaxation. As he walked through the bustling streets of Yudu, observing the myriad citizens engaged in their daily activities, chatting, trading, Xiao Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Due to his infrequent appearances in public, none recognized his true identity. This is my Great Xia, thriving and prosperous. In this lifetime, I shall lead the Great Xia towards uncharted heights, reaching the zenith of the universe. Such were the thoughts that coursed through Xiao Tian's mind. As he continued to stroll, he found himself before the residence of the Shui family. Gazing at the estate, he was reminded of Xianxia. It seemed that since assisting the Xue family in their conflict with the Wang family, he had not crossed paths with her again. Even after their relocation to Yudu, Xiao Tian had remained confined to the palace for the past year. Since he was here, he thought it would be prudent to pay a visit. With that in mind, he approached the entrance of the Xue residence. Halt! This is the Xue family estate. Unauthorized individuals must vacate the premises immediately. The guards, noticing Xiao Tian's approach, promptly stepped forward to issue a warning. Taken aback by the sudden admonition, Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated anyone would dare to raise their voice at him. It then dawned on him that he was no longer within the palace. And it was only natural that these guards would not recognize him. With a wry smile, he realized that his prolonged tenure in high office had rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to mingling among the common folk. He then addressed the guard. I wish to see your young mistress. Kindly escort me to her. Who are you? My young mistress is not someone you can simply visit at your whim. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to take action. The guard, dismissively, continued to rebuff him. I am acquainted with your young mistress. Merely guide me to her, and all will be well. Xiao Tian replied, his expression tinged with mild irritation. Yet he maintained his composure. However, the guard remained obstinate, perhaps believing that as a member of the Xue family's security, he had no reason to fear outsiders. You think you are worthy of knowing my young mistress? Depart at once. If you do not leave, I shall be compelled to act. This time, Xiao Tian's patience wore thin. Just as he was about to retort, a young woman emerged from within the estate, none other than Xue Lingxi's personal maid. Xueshan, what is the commotion here? The maid inquired as she approached. Miss Zi, this individual insists on seeing our young mistress, and I was in the process of escorting him away. The guard, known as Xueshan, explained. Upon hearing this, Zi turned her gaze towards Xiao Tian, and then who is this? I am Xiao Tian, Miss Zi. It has been quite some time. Fearing that this maid might inadvertently reveal his identity, Xiao Tian hastily interjected. Ah, it is Master Xiao Tian. Indeed, it has been a while. Are you here to see the young mistress? I shall summon her at once. Zi's face flushed crimson, whether from excitement or shock, leaving her stammering. Could one blame her for her agitation? The very king, the sovereign of the entire Great Xia, had personally come to visit. No need to summon her. Simply take me to her. Xiao Tian stated calmly. Very well, please follow me, Master Xiao Tian. Zi replied, and without sparing a glance at the guard Xueshan, Xiao Tian strode into the Xue residence. Zi shot Xueshan an admonishing glare before hastily following suit. Meanwhile, Xueshan stood rooted in astonishment. His mind a whirl of conflicting emotions, particularly after Zi's scowl. He felt a sense of impending doom. This man truly knows the young mistress. Moreover, judging by Zi's respectful demeanor, his status is significant. What shall I do? What if the young mistress holds me accountable? Cursed be it. Why did you not simply state that you knew the young mistress? Had you said so, I would have believed you. Had Xiao Tian been aware of Xueshan's tumultuous thoughts at that moment, he might have entertained the notion of enacting vengeance upon him. Did I not inform you of my acquaintance with your young mistress? Was it my fault for not stating it clearly, or was it your disbelief? If I repeat it once, you doubt me. Perhaps if I repeat it several times, you would finally come to believe it? Ah, human nature is such. Chapter 66, The Ascension of the Great Xia Empire. Miss, look who has come. Following Zi, Xiao Tian arrived at a chamber, where Zi called out to those within. Zi, who has arrived? Why are you so excited? As the door swung open, a striking figure appeared before Xiao Tian, Xue Lingxi herself. Miss, the king has come to see you. Zi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. At this, Xue Lingxi paused momentarily, then turned her gaze to Xiao Tian, a look of surprise illuminating her features. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Lingxi pays her respects to your Majesty. Xue Lingxi offered a slight bow, acknowledging Xiao Tian. There is no need for such formalities, Lingxi. I was merely taking a stroll and happened upon your esteemed residence. Wishing to visit you, Xiao Tian replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. Since relocating to the Great Xia, I have been well. Is there anything amiss? I am glad to hear that. By the way, I noticed the absence of your family's treasure pavilion during my walk. May I inquire as to why it has been closed? In response, Xue Lingxi explained, since our family's move to the Great Xia, we have shuttered the treasure pavilion. Closed? For what reason? Xiao Tian queried, taken aback. If I may inform your Majesty, our ancestor declared that upon becoming a general of the 9th Legion, the treasure pavilion was no longer necessary. As for the specifics, I do not know. Xue Lingxi elucidated softly. Is that so? I wonder. Would you be interested in managing a commercial enterprise? Upon learning the reason, Xiao Tian suddenly posed a question to Xue Lingxi. What does your Majesty mean? Xue Lingxi inquired, perplexed. With your family's treasure pavilion no longer operational, how shall the people of the Great Xia acquire or sell goods? This is detrimental to the empire's development. Thus, I propose the establishment of a commercial network spanning the Great Xia. If you would be willing to oversee this enterprise, I would gladly appoint you as its head. What say you, Lingxi? Xiao Tian gazed at Xue Lingxi and explained, really? The king and Lingxi would certainly agree. Xue Lingxi replied joyfully. However, I fear I may not fulfill the king's expectations. Fear not. Simply do your best, and I shall assign several disciples from the Xiao family to assist you. Xiao Tian said nonchalantly. It matters not whether this commerce succeeds or fails. There is little to lose. Then may I inquire when the king intends to establish it? What shall the commerce be called? Let it be founded after the Great Xia ascends to the imperial dynasty. As for the name, let it be called the Jiuxiao commerce. Rest assured, I shall manage the Jiuxiao commerce well and will not disappoint the king's trust, Xue Lingxi vowed earnestly. Very well, devote yourself to the task without burdening yourself with excessive pressure. Understood. Now, I must take my leave. Miss Lingxi, farewell. With that, Xiao Tian turned and departed. The king walked slowly. After leaving the Shui residence, Xiao Tian did not linger in Yudu and returned directly to the Jiuxiao palace. For the next 3 days, Xiao Tian stayed within the palace, patiently awaiting the arrival of the day to come. During these 3 days, the citizens throughout the Great Xia had learned that their nation was about to ascend to an imperial dynasty, and a wave of joy swept across the land. Once they became subjects of the Great Xia, they discovered the richness of the spiritual energy within their realm, surpassing even the total of the previous eastern wilderness by several folds. They anticipated that upon the ascension to an imperial dynasty, the spiritual energy would reach even greater heights. For such was the power of a dynasty's fortune. The stronger the dynasty, the denser the spiritual energy, making breakthroughs in cultivation ever more attainable. On the first day of the first month in the year of the Great Xia, in the royal palace square of Yudu, a colossal altar stood majestically in the center, towering 1,000 feet high, with each side measuring 81 feet, entirely constructed of gold and jade, featuring 999 steps. All sacrificial offerings had been meticulously arranged atop the altar. Beneath it stood the civil and military officials, reverently arrayed, exuding a magnificent and solemn aura. To the right stood Xiao He at the forefront, followed by Li Bai, Changsun Wuji, and others. To the left, the military leaders, led by Guan Yu and Zhang Jiao, stood behind Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, Zhang Huan, Qi Jiguang, and Xue Moli. On the opposite side, the Confucian scholars led by Dong Zhongshu, clad in flowing white robes, radiated a righteous spirit. Not far away, the Taoist disciples led by Zhuo Xi awaited in quietude, making no sound. Behind the officials stood the Great Xia army, each soldier clad in armor, their eyes sharp, standing straight like divine swords, exuding fierce energy that pierced the heavens, shaking the void. There were a total of 100,000 soldiers, all at the martial sovereign level or above. Across the entire Yudu, countless citizens stood in solemnity, their faces alight with fervent anticipation as they gazed towards the palace. Before the officials, Xiao Tian donned a magnificent golden dragon robe, crowned and with a serene expression. Your Majesty, the time has come, Xiao He said respectfully. Xiao Tian nodded and slowly ascended the steps of the altar. With each deliberate step, Xiao Tian climbed higher. Behind him, Xiao He slightly bowed, closely following. Boom, boom, boom. As Xiao Tian reached the altar's summit, all 100,000 soldiers and officials suddenly knelt on one knee, gazing fervently at the elevated platform. Bow to the heavens, Xiao He bellowed. Xiao Tian bowed thrice towards the heavens before rising slowly. Bow to the nation, Xiao He shouted again. Xiao Tian also bowed towards the nation. After 2 kneelings and 6 bows, he stood, his expression grave, sweeping his gaze across the 4 corners. With the ascension of the dynasty, there was no need for further kneeling to the earth. From this day forth, Xiao Tian would be the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty proclaimed to the heavens, I, Xiao Tian, am ordained by heaven to govern the mountains and rivers, ensuring prosperity and abundance. Today, I accept the boundless fortune, elevating the Great Xia to an imperial dynasty, destined for eternal glory. With unwavering determination, Xiao Tian called out to the heavens. Roar! The golden dragon of fortune erupted joyously from the clouds of destiny, swirling majestically above Yudu. The crowd turned to behold the golden dragon, noticing something coalescing within its belly. Upon closer inspection, it was the 5th claw. The once 4-clawed golden dragon had manifested a 5th claw upon the Great Xia's ascension to an imperial dynasty. 5-clawed golden dragon. Today, I declare the Great Xia's ascension to an imperial dynasty. I am the emperor of the Great Xia. Xiao Tian proclaimed to the officials and soldiers. We pay homage to the emperor. May our sovereign enjoy eternal blessings, long as the heavens. The civil and military officials roared in unison. Today, I shall divide the Great Xia into 9 provinces: Yizhou, Yanzhou, Qingzhou, Yangzhou, Shuzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, Liangzhou, and Yongzhou. I will govern the eastern wilderness, unifying the realm, establishing the 9 provinces to safeguard the dragon veins of the land, protecting our great Xia and our homeland. Today, I swear by the name of the Emperor. While I live, I shall defend our borders and quell the barbarian tribes, securing the foundation of the great Xia for generations to come. Should I perish, I shall transform into a dragon spirit, blessing our great Xia to endure eternally. This oath was witnessed by the sun and moon, the heavens and earth, and the deities of both good and evil. As Xiao Tian's words echoed, thunder rumbled incessantly, shaking the very sky as if to affirm his declaration. From the original 4 provinces of the great Xia, 9 streams of light shot forth towards the newly established 9 provinces, representing the great Xia's 9 tripod. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Chapter 67. Main quest completed at the Jixiao Academy. A voice announced, "Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest within a year, achieving an SS rating, you have received the following rewards: 3 king-level summoning cards, 5 diamond summoning cards, 10 platinum summoning cards, 10 gold troop summoning cards, 5 platinum troop summoning cards, 3 diamond troop summoning cards, and 1 king-level troop summoning card. Additionally, 1 high-grade immortal spirit vein, 3 mid-grade immortal spirit veins, 5 low-grade immortal spirit veins, and 10 premium spirit stone mines, 10 holy body pills, 109 dragon pills, 1,000 nirvana pills, and 1,000 talent pills, 1 blood spirit pool, 1 ascension platform, and 1 chaos tower of heaven and earth. The rewards have been issued. Please check, host. Congratulations on being on the right path. No more tasks will be provided, and all items and summoning cards can only be obtained through fortune points. You may now cultivate the exclusive technique, Jiuxiao Longyin. Upon returning to the Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Tian was left in a state of shock by the system's torrent of information. Gazing at the rewards bestowed, he found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. The only disappointment stemmed from the realization that no further tasks would be given. Everything would rely solely on fortune points for acquisition. Nevertheless, he could finally commence cultivation without depending solely on his subordinates. It was truly a lavish reward, far surpassing that of the ascension to a dynasty. Though Xiao Tian anticipated generous rewards following the ascension, he never imagined they would be so extravagant. System, please elucidate the functions of these items. No need to elaborate on those that are already known, Xiao Tian hastily inquired, eager to understand the extraordinary nature of these treasures. The gold troop summoning card can summon 100,000 soldiers of the martial emperor realm or 10,000 soldiers of the martial sovereign realm. The platinum troop summoning card can summon 10,000 soldiers of the martial venerable realm. The diamond troop summoning card can summon 10,000 soldiers of the martial saint realm. The king-level troop summoning card can summon 10,000 soldiers of the martial emperor realm. All summoned troops will be at the pinnacle of their respective realms. However, one must not surpass the host. One must maintain an equivalent status to the host at the highest level. The superior quality celestial spiritual vein is equivalent to a 100-fold effect of an inferior quality celestial spiritual vein. Talent elixir. Consuming this elixir can elevate one's talent by 1 level. It is ineffective for those of imperial rank or higher, with a limit of 1 per person. Nirvana elixir. This elixir can elevate one's martial emperor realm by 3 small realms, with the best effect when consumed at the peak realm. Limited to 1 per person. 9 dragons elixir. Upon consuming this elixir, one can randomly generate a celestial or divine constitution. If one already possesses such a constitution, it will automatically be replaced with a superior one. Holy body elixir. This elixir allows the user to randomly generate one of the 10 chaotic holy bodies. Limited to 1 per person. Blood spirit pool. Immersion in this pool can elevate one's talent by 1 level, with a lifetime limit of 3 uses per person. The higher the talent, the longer the duration, with no level restrictions. Ascension platform. There are a total of 99 steps, accessible only to those of domain lord rank or above. Stepping onto it allows one to comprehend one of the 3,000 laws. The higher the step, the stronger the law comprehended. Each person is limited to 1 lifetime use. Heaven and Earth Primordial Tower. Those at the peak realm who enter this tower for cultivation can achieve a 100% breakthrough to the next realm, with the time required dependent on the individual's talent and no limits on the number of uses. Xiao Tian was left astounded. This is somewhat too extraordinary, isn't it? Not to mention the blood spirit pool, ascension platform, and heaven and earth primordial tower, which cannot simply be described as extraordinary. With such treasures in existence, even a pig could become a supreme being, could it not? System, what is the level of these treasures? They are simply too extraordinary. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words in describing these items, and could only inquire of the system to ascertain their rank. After a lengthy pause, the system revealed 3 words: Chaos level. Chaos level. Very well. Xiao Tian admitted he was at a loss regarding this level, beyond his comprehension. Having grasped the functions of these items, it was time to put them to use. System, place the Blood Spirit Pool, Ascension Platform, and Heaven and Earth Primordial Tower in the cave world. Placement successful. The superior quality Celestial Spiritual Vein has been placed underground in Yudu, while the other 8 have been placed in the remaining 8 states. Placement successful. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy throughout Yudu and even the vast realm of Daxia surged dramatically, with Yudu's levels increasing by at least 100-fold. While the other 8 states saw increases of several dozen times. All citizens of Daxia noticed this change and were left in awe, subsequently bowing slightly toward Yudu, knowing it was undoubtedly the work of their supreme emperor. System, use 10 golden troop cards, select 1 million martial sovereigns, 5 platinum troop summon cards, 3 diamond troop summon cards, and 1 king-level troop summon card, all to be placed in the military awaiting orders. Summoning successful. As the soldiers and vice commanders appeared, a terrifying aura instantly swept through the palace and even the entirety of Yudu, especially with the presence of 100,000 5-star martial emperors. The very void of Yudu trembled under this overwhelming pressure, as if it were on the verge of collapse. After a brief moment, the aura dissipated. All were left astonished, gazing towards the military camp, bewildered by the sudden emergence of such a formidable presence. Could it be that, right after Daxiao ascended to the imperial dynasty, a powerful foe had arrived? There is no need for alarm. This is merely the 5th Legion of Daxia. As Xiao Tian's voice resonated in their ears, they finally felt at ease. It turned out to be the Emperor's stratagem. Such a formidable assembly of warriors truly attested to the Emperor's terrifying prowess. System. What is the amount of fortune value? Fortune value. 52, 130, 546. Over 50 million. After spending an entire day comprehending and arranging the rewards from the system, Xiao Tian was ready. The following day, during the morning court, long live the Emperor. The officials bowed before the elevated throne of Xiao Tian. You may rise. My loyal subjects. Esteemed ministers, do you have matters to address? Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. At this moment, Xiao Yi stepped forward. What matter do you wish to speak of, Minister Xiao? Your Majesty, now that our Daxia has ascended to the imperial dynasty and the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the realm has increased so significantly, it is likely that many newborns possess extraordinary talents. Pausing briefly, Xiao Yi continued, thus, I suggest establishing academies within Daxia to educate these new citizens and cultivate talent for our great nation. Only then can Daxia grow ever stronger and reach greater heights. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. Indeed, Daxia had transformed remarkably, yet talent remained scarce, sustained primarily by the exceptional individuals of Huaxia. Even so, many core official positions in Daxia were still vacant. For instance, the positions of Left Chancellor and Prime Minister remain unfilled. The Grand Commandant of the Military Affairs Office, the Grand Inspector of the Central Court, and positions within the Departments of Justice, Works, War, and Revenue. These are all critical positions in Daxia, which Xiao Tian intended to fill with the talents of Huaxia. Beneath these positions, numerous second and third rank roles also remained vacant. If suitable candidates emerged for these positions, Xiao Tian would not hesitate to employ local talents. However, Daxia had only been established for a year, and talent was indeed scarce. Minister Xiao's proposal was not without merit. It had been on the Emperor's mind as well, but the lack of suitable candidates had delayed the matter. Since Minister Xiao has raised this issue, it is time to prioritize it. Xiao He, Li Bai, Changsun Wuji, Gong, heed my command. We are here, Your Majesty. I command you to immediately establish academies within Daxia, separating into martial and civil branches. The headquarters will be located in Yudu, with a branch established in each of the other 8 states to recruit talent from across Daxia. The academy shall be named the Jixia Academy. Chapter 68. The White-Clad Divine King, Jiang Taishu. Congratulations to the host for having gained control of the Eastern Wilderness and for Daxia's ascension to an imperial dynasty. The system is about to undergo an update, with an uncertain time frame for this update. Please be patient, host. While instructing Xiao He and the others, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Another update? What will this one bring? Or what rules might it change? Xiao Tian felt a surge of anticipation. Ministers, heed the decree. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the 3 acknowledged the command. Is there anyone else wishing to address the Emperor? In response, the officials respectfully replied, we have no further matters to present. In that case, I have several directives. All martial generals and soldiers are to enter the cave world, where I have placed various treasures. Everyone shall take turns entering for cultivation. As for the defense of Daxia, that shall be left to the vice commanders of the 5th Legion. Subsequently, Xiao Tian turned to Xiao He and the others. You civil officials are also to take turns entering, leaving a portion to manage Daxia's affairs. We shall comply with your command. Court dismissed. Long live the emperor. In the days that followed, all generals and soldiers of Daxia entered the cave world for cultivation, including the numerous martial sovereigns and martial saints that Xiao Tian had just summoned. Only 100,000 martial emperor vice commanders remained to guard Daxia. Though their numbers were few, these were vice commanders of the martial emperor realm, sufficient for the defense of Daxia. Moreover, with Daxia having just unified the eastern wilderness, there were no pressing enemies to guard against. The primary concern was to maintain order within Daxia. As for Xiao He, Li Bai, and others, they took turns entering the cave world for cultivation, while those remaining behind were tasked with establishing the Jixia Academy across various regions of the Great Xia. As for Xiao Tian, to be frank, he had become the most leisurely individual in all of Great Xia, as there was hardly anything requiring his attention. As for cultivation, the others could handle that. Did he truly need to cultivate? The establishment of the Jixia Academy had indeed caused a significant stir throughout Great Xia. Have you heard? We are to establish academies throughout the entirety of Great Xia. Is it something to hear about? It's visible everywhere, isn't it? I hear this is to nurture all the young talents within Great Xia, and anyone under 20 can enroll, with all resources provided by the government. Such favorable treatment? Alas, if only I were a few decades younger. The citizens of Great Xia were abuzz with discussions regarding the establishment of the academies. Families with young members under 20 were filled with excitement, while those who were over the age limit lamented their fate, wishing they had been born a few years later. In Jingzhou, at the Jiang family estate, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Lan, also served as the governor of Jingzhou, personally appointed by Changsun Wuji. Each of the 9 states in Great Xia had a governor responsible for overseeing all matters within the state. Every governor was at the martial saint realm, some having just broken through, while others hailed from the 8 major powers of the eastern wilderness. In the eyes of the populace, the martial saint was still the pinnacle of existence, and with the Great Xia's martial emperor's generals guarding the realm, there was no chaos to speak of. Today, Governor Jiang Lan received an edict from the court to establish a branch of the Jixia Academy within Jingzhou. Jiang Lan did not dare to delay and immediately instructed everyone in the estate to prepare for the establishment of the branch. Father, has something happened? Why is everyone in the estate gone? At that moment, Jiang Lan's son, Jiang Taisu, entered and inquired. Taisu, what brings you here? Finished with your cultivation? Jiang Lan explained. The court has sent word for us to establish a branch of the Jixia Academy in Jingzhou, and they have all gone to attend to this matter. A branch of the Jixia Academy? Father, why is the court establishing an academy? Jiang Taisu, having been immersed in his cultivation these past few days, was unaware of the situation. The Great Xia is still in its early days, and many official positions are currently vacant. The emperor wishes to cultivate talent for our nation. Jiang Lan clarified. Perfect timing, since you are just 16. Once the academy officially opens, you shall enroll. Jiang Taisu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Father, can I really go? Of course. My son is exceptionally talented. At 16, you have already reached the martial lord realm. The academy will undoubtedly accept you. Moreover, it's not just a branch. The main academy is located in the imperial capital, Yudu. You will study directly at the main academy, where the instructors are said to be esteemed seniors appointed by the martial emperor. Once you achieve success in your studies, you may serve Great Xia and contribute to its glory, Jiang Lan explained with a smile. Jiang Taisu felt a surge of aspiration. From a young age, he harbored an unyielding desire to rise above mediocrity, which drove him to dedicate himself to arduous training, allowing him to break through to the martial lord realm by the age of 16. Unfortunately, he had previously lacked the opportunity to pursue grand ambitions. But now that opportunity had arrived. As long as he performed well at the academy and joined the Great Xia military, how could he possibly lack chances to achieve greatness? All right, Father, I will report to the main academy as soon as it opens. Very well, prepare yourself over the next few days. The academy will likely commence soon. Okay, I will take my leave now. Watching his son depart, Jiang Lan felt a swell of pride. In Jingzhou, at least, his son was undoubtedly the foremost genius. At that moment, Jiang Lan could not have foreseen that his decision, prompted by the establishment of the Jixia Academy, would lead to the rise of a divine king in Great Xia, Jiang Taisu, the white-clad divine king. Similar occurrences unfolded not only in Jingzhou, but also in Yanzhou, Yangzhou, and Yuzhou, where the court's directives prompted a flurry of activity in establishing the academies. A month later, Your Majesty, all the academies across Great Xia have been established. Xiao He reported to Xiao Tian at the Nine Heavens Palace. Are there suitable candidates for the deans of the various branches? Xiao Tian inquired. As of now, there are no suitable candidates. After all, the position of dean is significant, and I dare not appoint anyone recklessly, Xiao He replied in a subdued tone. In that case, let us select 8 individuals from the 5th Legion's vice commanders to serve as deans in the various state academies. Furthermore, each state should appoint 10 vice commanders to serve as teachers, responsible for guiding all students. Xiao Tian commanded. I shall obey. Xiao He responded. Your Majesty, who will assume the position of the main academy? The main academy will select 100 vice commanders to serve as instructors, while the positions of governor and dean remain vacant for the time being. Dong Zhongshu and Zhuangzi will serve as vice deans, responsible for establishing both Confucian and Taoist teachings. Understood. Proclaim to the world that the branches will officially begin enrolling students in 3 days. Anyone under the age of 20, regardless of talent or realm, may enter as long as they pass the academy's examination. The main academy will commence enrollment 10 days later, and anyone below the martial general realm who passes the examination may join. The branches will initially have a quota of 100,000, while the main academy will have no restrictions on enrollment. As for the examinations, they will assess 3 aspects: character, temperament, and loyalty to Great Xia, whether their hearts are aligned with Great Xia. I shall carry out your orders. In a single day, the entire populace of Great Xia received the standards for enrollment in the academy, and those who believed they met the criteria were filled with excitement, preparing to head to the various academies. Meanwhile, those who felt they did not meet the conditions, lacking a strong sense of belonging to Great Xia, thought to themselves that the academy might not discern their true intentions, prompting many such individuals to make their way to the academy nonetheless. Before long, 3 days passed, and the branches officially opened for enrollment. Chapter 69, Yi Qingxian. In just 3 days, all positions in the branches were filled, and Xiao Tian was astonished by the rapidity of the process. He had underestimated the current influence of Great Xia on the populace. In the eyes of the citizens, Great Xia was akin to a divine presence, particularly the human emperor, who had established the Great Xia dynasty in merely a year after conquering the Eastern Wilderness. As for the previous 8 dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, though they called themselves dynasties, it was merely self-proclamation. They did not belong to the Great Xia. How could a nation that had not even coalesced the Dragon of Fate claim to be a dynasty? They were merely slightly more powerful states at best. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of Great Xia was so abundant that it seemed as though one were immersed in a spiritual pool. In such an environment for cultivation, it would not take long before everyone in Great Xia would become extraordinary, and under the leadership of the human emperor, Great Xia was bound to ascend to even greater heights. Who would not wish to be a citizen of such a Great Xia? Once all the branches had filled their ranks and were operating smoothly, the grand opening of the main academy was soon to follow. However, before the excitement could subside, another wave of fervor swept through Great Xia, as countless individuals flocked to Yudu. Even those who did not meet the requirements were rushing there. At that moment, the entrance of the Jixiao Academy was thronged with people of all realms, from martial spirits to martial venerables, creating an ocean of humanity that seemed to stretch endlessly. A group of youths aspiring to join the Jixiao Academy were undergoing the court's examination. The third test assessed their temperament. As long as they could withstand the martial saint's imposing aura for 15 minutes without faltering, they would be deemed successful. The longer they maintained their stance, the more it would demonstrate the steadfastness of their hearts. Naturally, the examiners would gradually intensify their aura. Otherwise, a group of youths at most at the martial king realm would surely be unable to endure. The second test pertains to one's character. In this instance, the illustrious Xiao Tian has appointed the esteemed Zhuangzi as the chief examiner, as his illusionary realm is essential for this evaluation. Beneath the veil of Zhuangzi's illusions, one's true character is instantly revealed. The initial assessment revolves around allegiance to the Great Xia. For this, Xiao Tian has summoned Dong Zhongshu to serve as the examiner. Under the influence of Dong Zhongshu's righteous aura, these youths are utterly incapable of deceit. Merely inquiring about their intentions suffices. The 3 assessments are straightforward. Yet for those with dubious integrity and unwholesome intentions, infiltrating the Central Academy is utterly impossible. Due to the overwhelming number of candidates, they cannot be assessed individually and must instead be divided into several groups. As the testing nears its conclusion, only the final 100,000 remain for the last round. Among them, one particular girl has impressively persevered for an entire hour. Nearby, Xiao He observes a young girl undergoing the test and remarks to Dong Zhongshu. This girl is remarkable. Upon hearing Xiao He's words, Dong Zhongshu follows his gaze and nods in agreement. Indeed, her temperament is commendable. The longest anyone has endured thus far is merely 20 minutes. Precisely, and at such a tender age, she has already reached the martial monarch level. Her innate talent is undoubtedly exceptional. It seems this young girl merits substantial cultivation. Xiao He responds with a nod. Let us see how much longer she can sustain this. He adds, oh, look, there is also a young boy who has persisted for an hour. Zhuangzi suddenly interjects. The three of them shift their attention to the boy. They alternate their gazes between the girl and the boy, eager to discover who can endure longer and who possesses greater strength. As time gradually ebbs away. 2 hours. 3 hours. It is not until the third hour that the boy collapses, unable to continue. 3 hours. Very impressive. This is a prodigy worthy of focused training, Xiao He exclaims with delight upon witnessing the boy's fall. These two young candidates aside, the longest anyone else has sustained themselves among the hundreds of thousands is merely half an hour, highlighting the resolute nature of these two. In the great Xiao, innate talent holds little significance. What matters is one's character. Without a steadfast heart, even the most gifted are deemed unnecessary by the great Xiao. The girl continues to persevere. She has truly opened my eyes, Zhuangzi remarks in astonishment. Indeed, it is surprising that the girl can endure longer than the boy. At this moment, it is evident that the girl is straining immensely, beads of cold sweat adorning her brow as she grits her teeth. The girl believes that since the great Xia employs such a rigorous evaluation method, enduring longer must be of great importance in the eyes of the Academy's leaders, who will likely focus on her cultivation. She yearns for strength. She wishes to rescue her brother. Although her brother has already passed away, she firmly believes that by continuously growing stronger, she will eventually be able to bring him back. In the present great Xia, she sees her hope for empowerment. Time continues to march on. For hours. 5 hours. It is not until the 6th hour that the girl finally succumbs and collapses, losing consciousness at that very moment. Meanwhile, all others have completed their tests. She alone has persevered until now. Admiration fills the gazes of onlookers as they regard the girl. A mere child enduring for so long, while the longest any of them has managed is half an hour, and the boy only lasted 3 hours. They all fall short compared to this teenage girl. Upon seeing her collapse, Dong Zhongshu rushes forth, lifting the girl in his arms and heading directly towards the royal palace. Leaving behind a resounding declaration, "Continue your assessments. I shall take this girl with me." It appears that this eminent scholar has taken a liking to the young girl. He likely intends to take her as a disciple, Zhuangzi observes with a smile as he watches Dong Zhongshu depart. This girl must possess a transcendent physique, perfectly suited for the righteous aura of Confucianism. It is only natural that the scholar desires her as a pupil, Xiao he adds with a smile. He then approaches the boy who managed to endure for 3 hours. "Young man, what is your name?" Dong Zhongshu inquires with a gentle smile. The boy, taken aback that the examiner himself has come to ask his name, initially freezes before responding with excitement. "Senior, my name is Jiang Taisu." Jiang Taisu. Excellent. Though your character may not match that of the young girl, it is nonetheless commendable. Cultivate diligently, and the great Xia shall surely have a place for you in the future, Dong Zhongshu remarks before returning to his position, addressing all the successful candidates. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the Central Academy's assessment and becoming students of the Academy. Secondly, I hope you will study diligently and cultivate under the guidance of your teachers. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask them. Now, let your respective teachers lead you to your accommodations. Formal studies will commence tomorrow. Is that clear? Understood. The crowd replies in unison. Escort them to their respective quarters. Xiao He instructs the 100 appointed martial emperor deputies standing respectfully nearby. Yes. Following this, the candidates proceed alongside their teachers to their designated lodgings. Although Xiao Tian has established a quota of 1 million for the Central Academy, admissions are limited by cultivation level. Those below the martial monarch realm cannot enter. Consequently, the total number of recruits amounts to just over 500,000, perfectly aligning with the 100 martial emperors, each responsible for instructing 5,000 students. "You are awake," Dong Zhongshu softly addresses the girl as she regains consciousness. "Where am I? Wasn't I undergoing an assessment?" The girl glances around, bewildered. "You have successfully passed the assessment," Dong Zhongshu affirms with a smile. "Really? That's wonderful. And you are?" The girl beams with joy upon learning of her success. "I am Dong Zhongshu. And you?" "I am Yi Qingxian." "Yi Qingxian, do you wish to become my disciple?" Dong Zhongshu inquires. I am willing." Yi Qingxian stutters in surprise before joyfully agreeing. "Excellent. From this moment forth, you are my disciple," Dong Zhongshu replies, his face alight with satisfaction. Disciple Yi Qingxian pays respects to master. She promptly kneels in reverence. "All right, rise. In Confucianism, we do not adhere to such formalities. Everything should be as one desires." "Confucianism? Master, what is Confucianism?" Yi Qingxian questions, puzzled by Dong Zhongshu's words. "Confucianism is my school of thought. Since you have joined my ranks, you are naturally part of the Confucian tradition," Dong Zhongshu explains. "Yes, master, I understand," she replies. "Congratulations, host. The system update has been completed. The contents of this update are as follows. 1. Changes to the summoning card mechanism. The bronze and silver summoning cards have been eliminated. The gold summoning card can summon individuals of one minor realm below the host. The platinum summoning card can summon individuals of the same realm as the host. The diamond summoning card can summon individuals of 5 minor realms above the host. The king level summoning card can summon individuals of 1 major realm above the host. The emperor level summoning card can summon individuals of 2 major realms above the host. The imperial level summoning card can summon individuals of 3 major realms above the host. The ancestral level summoning card can summon individuals of 4 major realms above the host. All summoned individuals will automatically be elevated to match the host's realm, while all individuals summoned by gold summoning cards and below will automatically rise to the 2-star martial emperor realm. 2. Changes to the mechanism of the Tower of Gods and Demons. There are no limits on the number of participants in the first 3 levels. Each individual is permitted entry once every 3 levels. Unlocking levels 4 to 6 of the tower allows for 100 participants in the 4th level, 10 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th. 3. One can expend luck points to unseal the divine residences within the 9 tripod cauldrons of the Great Xia. Each unsealing permits an attack, up to a total of 9 unsealings for it to manifest in the world. 4. The small world of the cave heaven has evolved into a mid-tier world. The above constitutes the contents of this system update. May I inquire if the host is satisfied? Indeed, I am exceedingly pleased. I never anticipated such significant changes in this update. Xiao Tian gazed at the modifications, astonished by their magnitude. Particularly, the alteration to the summoning card mechanism, which previously involved minor realm enhancements, now directly facilitates substantial realm advancements. If one were to summon several king-level or emperor-level cards, wouldn't that render one invincible? Though I have yet to acquire an emperor-level card, my highest thus far has only been at the king level. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words. The second change, the absence of participant limits in the first 3 levels of the tower, along with the unlocking of levels 4 to 6, mirrors the participant structure of the initial 3 levels. The descendants of the Xia family who inherited from the 2nd level have all reached the martial emperor realm. What heights might be attained upon the conclusion of the inheritance from levels 4 to 6? Upon observing the third change, Xiao Tian momentarily paused. System. Are there divine residences within the 9 tripod cauldrons of the Great Xia? Indeed, each of the 9 tripod cauldrons seals a supreme deity, which can be unlocked by expending luck points. A supreme deity, you say? How formidable are they? Xiao Tian murmured to himself before inquiring further. Upon unlocking, the deity is 5 major realms above the host and may only act once. The host is not included in the realm return until they truly manifest. How much luck points are required for one unsealing? The initial unsealing requires 10 million luck points, with each subsequent unsealing doubling the cost. This only applies to the same deity. The cost remains constant for all 9 deities. Hearing the required luck points, Xiao Tian felt a surge of astonishment. Though 10 million may seem modest, the cumulative cost after 9 doublings is indeed staggering. Fortunately, there are 9 divine residences, each requiring 10 million for the first unsealing. And what does the mid-tier world signify? The host resides in the Xianxian continent, a small world. The mid-tier world is a level above the small world, possessing a superior origin that can give rise to domain lord-level powerhouses. Domain lord level? What realm is that? Upon hearing this new realm designation, Xiao Tian inquired curiously. It is the highest level that can be birthed in a mid-tier world. Then, what is the highest realm that can be attained in the Xianxian continent? The martial god realm. The martial god realm? Is that above the martial emperor realm? Indeed, the martial god stands above the martial emperor. And it is also the highest realm that can be attained within the Xianxian continent. To breach further, one must journey to the mid-tier world. Is that so? It seems the central continent must harbor quite a number of martial gods, not to mention the individual who rescued the Soul Emperor from the sacred land of Tianhuang. They must undoubtedly be a martial god as well. After absorbing the system's explanation, Xiao Tian recalled the one who rescued the Soul Emperor. Subsequently, he glanced at the summoning cards he currently possessed, 3 king-level summoning cards, 8 diamond summoning cards, and 10 platinum summoning cards. Now, with the diamond summoning cards capable of summoning beings 5 minor realms above himself, the possibilities seemed endless. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. What does the martial god realm signify? If he so desires, he could transcend instantaneously, perhaps even to greater heights. The central continent? Await my conquest. The Xianxian continent shall undoubtedly become the garden of the Great Xia. A glimmer of gold flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes as he murmured. He had no intention of heading to the central continent just yet. After all, the Great Xia had only recently unified, and many aspects within its borders had yet to stabilize and develop properly, with several celestial-grade spiritual veins and an abundance of spiritual energy. It would only take a year or two for the entire populace of the Great Xia to be regarded as formidable by others. not to mention the generals and troops under Great Xia. Under Xiao Tian's leadership, the Great Xia would undoubtedly become a place where everyone is perceived as extraordinary. Time passed quietly, and unbeknownst to all, the Great Xia thrived in this tranquility for 2 years, during which Xiao Tian also acquired 2 more diamond summoning cards. In the 3rd year of the Great Xia calendar, January, after 2 years of consolidation, the strength of the Great Xia was nothing short of terrifying. Dong Zhongshu's with Ci, Guan Yu, and Zhang Jiao had all broken through to the peak of the martial emperor realm a year prior, and after Xiao Tian provided them with a nirvana pill, they all ascended to the 3rd heaven of the martial god realm. The members of the Xia family, particularly the 3rd-generation disciples, had all broken through to the 1st to 3rd heavens of the martial god realm, while several elders had also reached the martial emperor realm. The collateral disciples had likewise broken through to the martial sage and martial emperor realms. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian had reached the 3rd heaven of the martial god realm. The classification of the martial god realm had moved beyond mere star ratings and now spanned from the 1st to 9th heavens. Only upon reaching the 9th heaven of the martial god realm could one move freely among the stars. Below this level, one could not navigate the cosmos. Furthermore, to transcend from the 9th heaven of the martial god realm to a higher realm, one must venture into the superior mid-tier world, as the Xiantian continent offered no means of advancement beyond the martial god realm. However, since Xiao Tian's cave heaven world had already evolved into a mid-tier world, the inability of the Xiantian continent to surpass the martial god realm posed no issue for the Great Xia. Moreover, generals such as Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, Zhang Han, and Qi Jiguang, under the changes brought forth by the system update and following 2 years of cultivation, had all broken through to the peak of the martial emperor realm. Though each was given a nirvana pill by Xiao Tian shortly after their breakthroughs, they were not yet ready to ascend to the martial god realm in the short term. Chapter 71. The Death of the Soul Emperor. Currently, the Great Xia boasts 7 major legions, with the 5th legion being the largest and most powerful, as its 200,000 soldiers are all summoned from combat-type cards. The lowest among them are at the martial sovereign realm, while the highest, summoned from king-level cards, are 5-star martial emperors. They have now all attained the 8-star martial emperor realm. The only regret is that the 5th legion currently lacks a suitable general to lead them, so Xiao Tian has kept them in training, awaiting their general's arrival. The martial sages summoned from diamond combat-type cards have also broken through to the martial emperor realm, albeit at the 1 to 3-star level, while the rest of the soldiers have advanced to the martial sage and martial sovereign realms. The other 6 legions, comprising 600,000 soldiers, have no one below the martial sovereign realm, with numerous martial sovereigns and martial sages among them. And vice commanders are all at the martial emperor level. Xiao Tian had instructed Xuelingxi to establish the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce, which has now spread throughout the entirety of the Great Xia, becoming the largest and sole commercial entity in the realm. The formation of the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce has provided immense assistance to countless citizens of the Great Xia. Within the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce, as long as one possesses spiritual stones, anything desired can be purchased. Xiao Tian has exerted his utmost capabilities to provide countless treasures, albeit mostly items he no longer requires. Yet they are of great value to the citizens of the Great Xia. Items such as the mirror-breaking pill, the imperial pill, and the sect-breaking pill are now of no use to Xiao Tian, and he has cast them aside in the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, many other elixirs, crafted by Yao Chun during his leisure, are now available. Presently, Yao Chun is either cultivating or refining pills, having advanced to the peak of the martial emperor realm, with his pill-refining skills reaching the imperial level. Within the Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Tian summoned Yu Huatian and Yao Chun. Currently, both Yu Huatian and Xiao Jingchun have also reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. Elder Yu, what is the current strength and number of the Western Factory? Xiao Tian gazed at Yu Huatian and inquired. Reply to the emperor, the Western Factory currently comprises a total of 100,000 members, with 100 at the mid-stage of martial emperor, 1,000 at the early stage, over 30,000 martial saints, and the remainder being martial venerables. Yu Huatian lowered his head in response. Dispatch 100 martial emperors to Central Continent to gather intelligence. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Tian declared, the Great Xia has languished in silence for 2 years. It is time to venture to Central Continent. Yes, your humble servant shall comply, Yu Huatian replied, and then proceeded to arrange the selection of personnel for the journey to Central Continent. After Yu Huatian departed, Xiao Tian turned to Yao Tian and asked, Elder Yao, as a native of Central Continent, you must possess considerable knowledge of its powers, correct? Your Majesty, I indeed have some understanding of the forces in Central Continent, but I am not privy to their specific strengths. Though I hail from Central Continent, I was merely a martial venerable in the past. Yao Tian replied with a wry smile. He was certainly aware of the major factions in Central Continent. After all, any inhabitant would be familiar with them. However, the true strength of these factions was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Even within those factions, individuals of lower status would be oblivious to the true extent of their own power. Take Xiao Tian himself, for instance. In his previous life, he was merely at the peak of martial venerable, despite being an elder of the Yao clan. He was merely an outer elder and lacked insight into his own clan's strength, let alone that of other factions. In the Nine Heavens Mansion, in the depths of the abandoned city, it had taken 2 years to recover to the realm of Domain Master, rather than the anticipated one. Upon awakening from his seclusion, Gong Yunxi murmured, "Demons, your misfortune is to encounter me." With a cold expression, Gong Yunxi gazed towards the burial Immortal Mountain Range, then vanished in a flash. At the burial Immortal Mountain Range, in the abyss of the demon god, a figure sat cross-legged with eyes tightly shut, surrounded by an ethereal force of devouring energy swirling around him. It was none other than the Soul Emperor. Moments later, the devouring energy dissipated, and a tremendous aura erupted from the Soul Emperor, followed by the opening of his eyes. Indeed, breaking through to the peak of Martial Emperor in just 2 years is well worth my expectations of you. As the Soul Emperor opened his eyes, a voice resonated in his ears. "Your subordinate thanks you for your guidance." Hearing the voice, the Soul Emperor promptly rose and respectfully addressed the chamber. "Now that you have broken through to the peak of Martial Emperor, it is time to reclaim what belongs to us from the Eastern Wilderness." The voice echoed again within the cave. "Yes, I shall proceed to annihilate the Great Xia." The Soul Emperor prepared to depart, when suddenly, "How dare you two insignificant ants speak of annihilating the Great Xia?" Startled, the Soul Emperor turned to the entrance of the cave, where a stunning woman clad in a blue palace gown approached with graceful steps. It was Gong Yunxi. "Who are you?" the Soul Emperor asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Despite being at the peak of Martial Emperor, he had failed to detect her presence. Nor had even his superior. Who was this woman? What could her cultivation level be? Was she a martial deity? Even if she were, it seemed impossible for his superior to be unaware of her. Could it be? In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through the Soul Emperor's mind. "You are not worthy to know who I am." Gong Yunxi merely cast a fleeting glance at the Soul Emperor, her gaze emanating a golden light that surged towards him. Caught in shock and unable to evade, it struck the Soul Emperor's forehead and pierced his very soul. "You." Before he could utter another word, he was obliterated. "How audacious, daring to enter my lair and slay my subordinates, seeking death." In mere seconds from Gong Yunxi's appearance to the Soul Emperor's demise, those within the cave were left in stunned silence. As the echoes of the Soul Emperor's demise faded, an overwhelming force of devouring energy surged toward Gong Yunxi. Yet, with a mere wave of her hand, she dissipated all the devouring energy, restoring tranquility to the cave. "What? Who are you? How could such a powerful being exist in the Xiantian continent?" The remaining individuals within the cave finally regained their composure. Realizing that this person was beyond their capacity to confront, even sealed, they sensed they would not stand a chance against her. Gong Yunxi remained silent, merely raising a hand and forming a fist. In an instant, the entire cave collapsed into the void, as countless spatial rifts engulfed all within, including the sealed demons. "Space. The laws of space. You are a monarch." "No." Before he could finish, he was consumed by the myriad spatial rifts. "Great Xia, let this be the recompense for the years I have resided in your realm. I hope to see you again in this vast world." Gong Yunxi murmured as she surveyed the obliterated abyss of the demon god. She cast a glance at the capital of the Great Xia, but refrained from venturing deeper. The memory of that ominous figure lingered vividly in her mind. With a flicker, Gong Yunxi vanished, her destination unknown, yet assuredly beyond the Xiantian continent. Chapter 72. Distribution of Forces in Xiantian Continent. The Tragedy of the Eastern Wilderness. In the Great Xia, at the Nine Heavens Palace. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's response, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. Indeed, as Xiao Tian stated, he, a mere martial venerable, albeit at the pinnacle, was but an elder of the Yao clan. Yet, Central Continent was not the Eastern Wilderness. There, martial venerables were hardly considered pillars. How could he possibly discern the internal strengths of those formidable factions? What factions exist in Central Continent? Xiao Tian pressed on, albeit he felt that the Great Xia need not fear these forces at present. It was still prudent to clarify their identities. There are 6 major factions in Central Continent, 3 imperial dynasties, the Great Yu, the Great Qian, and the Star Moon dynasties, along with 2 ancient clans, the Yi clan and the Yao clan of which I am a part. Lastly, there is the supreme power of Central Continent, the Ascendant Sanctum, akin to the Celestial Sanctum of the Eastern Wilderness, Xiao Tian elucidated. Only 6 major factions? The entirety of the Xiantian continent is governed by just these 6 powers? Xiao Tian expressed his bewilderment. He had not anticipated that such a vast expanse as the Xiantian continent would be ruled by merely 6 pinnacle factions. It indeed felt like a diminutive world. Oh, Your Majesty, these are merely the 6 major factions of Central Continent, not inclusive of the forces from the other continents, Xiao Tian clarified, momentarily taken aback. I only mentioned the 6 major factions of Central Continent. I did not imply these were the sole powers of the Xiantian continent. Central Continent. Are there factions in other continents that rival Central Continent? Certainly. The Xiantian continent is divided into Central Continent, Southern Domain, Northern Territory, Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, the Beast Mountain Range, and the Endless Sea. The strength disparities among each continent are minimal, with Central Continent being slightly stronger. Both the Beast Mountain Range and the Endless Sea are on par with Central Continent. So many? If the disparities are minimal, then why is the Eastern Wilderness so feeble? This time, Xiao Tian was genuinely perplexed. You assert that each continent's strengths are closely matched? Then how is it that the Eastern Wilderness is so weak while the others are presumably stronger? Your Majesty, in ancient times, the power disparities among the 5 continents were indeed negligible. However, towards the end of the ancient era, the Eastern Wilderness suffered a great calamity, leading to its complete decline thereafter, Xiao Tian said, sighing softly. A great calamity? What kind of calamity? A war between gods and demons. I have also encountered fragments of this tale in the ancient texts of our pharmaceutical clan. It is said that in the primordial era, a group of beings from beyond the heavens suddenly invaded the Xiantian continent, their intent being to conquer this realm. In response, all the formidable warriors of Xiantian, from the 5 great continents to the endless seas and the Beast Mountain Range, united to resist these extraterrestrial invaders. Coincidentally, the epic battle unfolded in the Eastern Wilderness. At that time, the entire Eastern Wilderness was left in ruins, devastated by the conflict. Mountains, settlements, avian and terrestrial creatures, and countless spiritual veins were annihilated and slaughtered. Since the war erupted in the Eastern Wilderness, its champions perished in that cataclysmic clash, leaving no survivors. Although other factions also suffered considerable losses, they managed to retain a few guardians within their domains. When the dust settled, despite the Xiantian continent winning at a grievous cost, the Eastern Wilderness had completely lost its elite, and its foundations were utterly destroyed, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. From that point onward, the Eastern Wilderness fell into a profound decline, its strength unable to compare with the other continents. After countless years of development, the descendants of the surviving Tianhuang's sacred land from ancient times finally established a sanctuary, gradually shaping what is now the Eastern Wilderness. Upon hearing Yao Yan's account, Xiao Tian was taken aback, astonished that the Eastern Wilderness bore such a historical burden. It could only be said that the Eastern Wilderness was unfortunate, as the Great War erupted precisely there. What other factions exist across the continents? Subsequently, Xiao Tian inquired further about the other continental powers. The dominant force in the southern domain is the Ziwei Sacred Land, with the 2 major empires being the Dazhao and Dawei empires, and the 2 ancient clans being the Yang and Lei clans. The northern region's dominant force is the Kunlun Sacred Land, with the 2 empires being the Dayan and Dachu empires, and the ancient clans being the Feng and Jin clans. The western desert is ruled by the Huanggu Sacred Land, with the 2 empires being the Daqi and Dajin empires, and the ancient clans being the Hua and Ling clans. The Endless Mountains are home solely to the Tianyao Sacred Land and the Tianyao Empire, which are essentially a single entity, having merely emulated humanity to establish their sanctuary and empire. The Endless Seas are under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, which reigns supreme in the entire maritime region. Xiao Tian was astonished to learn of the multitude of factions within the Xiantian continent, realizing he had underestimated its vastness. After hearing Yao Yan's revelations, Xiao Tian expressed his profound sentiments. He had previously assumed there were merely 6 major factions. Little did he know, there were so many. However, the prospect of conquest now seemed all the more intriguing. A subtle smirk graced Xiao Yan's lips. Are we aware of the general strengths of these various factions? Xiao Tian continued to inquire. The powers that are publicly acknowledged are known to all, with the leaders of each faction being at the martial god realm. As for the ancient immortals hidden away, no one can say for certain how much they conceal. It appears they are all shrouded in mystery. Xiao Tian mused softly. This is undoubtedly true. No one would fully reveal their strengths to the outside world. I would appreciate it if Elder Yao could enlighten me. The Emperor is too kind. It is my duty. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After Yao Tian departed, Xiao Tian fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on the future development of the Daxia. Chao Jingchun, here I am. Go summon Xiao Xian. I have matters to discuss. With Xiao Yan still in seclusion, Xiao Tian had no choice but to seek out this second-in-command. As you command. Half an hour later, Xiao Tian arrived at the Jiuxiao Palace. Your Majesty, did you summon me? Xiao Tian inquired, gazing at Xiao Tian. Indeed, I have a task for you. Xiao Tian stated. Please, speak, and I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Apart from those stationed at Jiuxiao Mansion and the Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce, you are to lead all members of the Xiaojia to the central continent to secure a foothold. Xiao Tian instructed. All members of the Xiaojia? Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise. Precisely. All those without other tasks are to head to the central continent. Consider it a form of training. What about Xiaoxia? Xiao Tian queried. What do you think? Xiao Tian shot back with a glare. Very well, I suppose I asked too much. Xiao Tian pouted, internally lamenting. Look at this. What a disparity in treatment. We are all siblings. Although you are blood-related, we, the cousins, are indeed at a disadvantage. So where shall we go in the central continent? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell silent for a moment. The Xingyue Empire. Very well, shall we depart at once? Go forth. Gather everyone. Your mission is to become the foremost family within the Xingyue Empire. Understood. The 6 major powers of the central continent surely possess beings above the martial god realm. While Xiao Tian and the others are currently at the initial stage of the martial god realm, making it impossible for them to contend against these forces. However, establishing a family within the imperial domain should not pose a significant issue, serving both as the vanguard of Daxia and as a trial for the Xiaojia to stand independently. Nevertheless, since they are his own kin, Xiao Tian would not truly send them to their demise. Reflecting on this, it seemed the time had come to summon a few exceptional individuals. Chapter 73. Zhao Yun emerges from seclusion. Zhang Liang and Li Si appear. Host. Zhao Yun has emerged from the Divine Demon Tower. Just as Xiao Tian was preparing to summon talents, he was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice, his face soon breaking into a smile. Finally, he has come out at just the right time. System, to what realm has Zhao Yun ascended? Xiao Tian eagerly inquired. Zhao Yun has spent over 2 years in the Divine Demon Tower. He must be formidable. Martial God, 9th Heaven. Martial God, 9th Heaven. Haha. As expected of my Zilong. Upon learning of Zhao Yun's realm, Xiao Tian burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, he felt his own aura surge dramatically, swiftly reaching the martial god 9th heaven. I am Zhao Yun, paying my respects to your majesty. At that moment, Zhao Yun's voice resonated from outside. Haha, Zilong. No need for formalities. Come in. Xiao Tian joyfully called out. Zilong, I am grateful for your majesty's grace. I shall dedicate my life to you and to Daxia. Fighting across the realms. Entering, Zhao Yun respectfully bowed to Xiao Tian. Excellent, excellent. Now that Zilong has emerged from seclusion, it appears my plans can be expedited. Xiao Tian regarded Zhao Yun with a beaming smile. Since Zilong has emerged, I have a task to assign to you. Your Majesty, please speak. I am willing to face 1,000 deaths. Zhao Yun replied earnestly. I have dispatched the Xiaojia to the central continent. You shall accompany them. However, do so discreetly, behind the scenes. Their current strength is not particularly robust, so keep a watchful eye on them. Xiao Tian commanded. I shall heed your orders. Watching Zhao Yun depart, Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze. System, activate the platinum summoning card. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the strategist Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, the sage of strategy, Zhang Liang? Xiao Tian was overjoyed. For a civil official had finally emerged. Although Daxia is now on the right path, the court is sorely lacking in civil officials. The entire operation of Daxia is fundamentally managed by Xiao He, Li Bai, Changsun Wuji, and Qin Gong. The current expanse of Daxia is vast indeed. While it may merely be the eastern wilderness, it is still over 10 times larger than the blue star of my previous life. And it is undoubtedly arduous for just 4 individuals to manage the affairs of the entire Daxia. Xiao He and the others have repeatedly complained about the scarcity of civil officials. Even the production team donkeys would not dare to be so overworked. Although the Jixiao Academy has cultivated numerous scholars and talented individuals over the past 2 years, it was established too recently, and currently, no one is in a position to officially take office. At this moment, Zhang Liang's emergence could be likened to a timely boon for Daxia. Contemplating Zhang Liang's talents and achievements, Xiao Tian could hardly contain his delight. Zhang Liang, a distinguished strategist from the end of the Qin dynasty and the beginning of the Han dynasty, is renowned alongside Han Xian and Xiao He as one of the 3 great figures of early Han, posthumously honored as the Marquis of Wenqing. In the tumultuous period of the late Qin dynasty, Zhang Liang rallied the masses to rise against the Qin regime, later aligning himself with Liu Bang. Becoming one of his paramount strategists, he advised Liu Bang at the infamous Hongmen banquet to adopt a humble demeanor and conserve his strength, while facilitating Liu Bang's escape through the intervention of Xiang Yu's uncle. Xiangbo Zhang Liang proposed the strategy of uniting the 3 kings to contend with the hegemon, which ultimately led to Liu Bang's triumph over Xiang Yu. Following the establishment of the Han dynasty, he was bestowed the title of Marquis of Lu, and he passed away in the 6th year of Emperor Hui's reign. Lu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, once remarked in the southern palace of Luoyang, to strategize within the confines of a tent and secure victory from 1,000 miles away. I cannot compare to your astute planning, Zhang Liang. His brilliance and military acumen earned him the respect of posterity, where he is venerated as the sage of strategy. System. Retrieve Zhang Liang's information. Name, Zhang Liang. Courtesy name, Zifeng. Physique, sage of strategy. Technique, sacred text of strategy. Innate talent, imperial grade. Realm, martial god, 9th heaven. Potential, heavenly sovereign. Troop type, none. System, continue to utilize the platinum card for summoning. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the illustrious Li Si. Li Si, the renowned chancellor of Qin, the representative of legalism? At last, the esteemed prime minister of the Great Xia has arrived. Li Si is indeed a legendary figure. Having studied under Xuanzi and subsequently assisting Qin Shi Huang in unifying the 6 states. After the unification, he established the ceremonial codes for the Qin dynasty and was appointed as chancellor. Following the death of Qin Shi Huang, he conspired with Zhao Gao to forge the imperial edict, placing the young Hu Hai as the 2nd emperor. However, fearing Li Si's influence, Zhao Gao had him executed in 208, along with the annihilation of his clan. The downfall of such a prominent statesman evokes great lamentation. System, retrieve Li Si's information. Name, Li Si. Courtesy name, Tonggu. Physique, sage of legalism. Technique, sacred text of legalism. Innate talent, imperial grade. Realm, martial god, 9th heaven. Potential, heavenly sovereign. Troop type, none. With the emergence of Li Si, a smile graced Xiao Tian's face. Now, alongside himself, the Great Xia boasts 4 beings of the martial god, 9th heaven realm. Sensing this elevation in status, Xiao Tian contemplated using all his summoning cards. However, he ultimately refrained, recognizing that while such a strategy would undoubtedly render them invincible in the Xiantian continent, it would be prudent to retain a trump card in case they encountered formidable adversaries in the future. Xiao Tian believed it wiser to cultivate strength over time, confident that given the Great Xia a moment, no realm would dare oppose them. Zhang Liang, Li Si, pay your respects to your majesty. The voices of Zhang Liang and Li Si interrupted Xiao Tian's thoughts. Your subjects are exempt from formalities. With your presence, I, the Great Xia, need not worry about civil affairs any longer, Xiao Tian said, smiling gently at the 2 ministers. Rest assured, your majesty. We are willing to lay down our lives for the Great Xia, they both replied with utmost respect. The following day, during the morning court session, Xiao Tian sat upon the imperial throne, flanked by military generals such as Guan Yu and Zhang Jiao on the left, and civil officials led by Li Si, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He on the right. The court was filled with astonishment directed at the 2 newly appointed ministers, who stood at the forefront of the civil officials. Who were these individuals to occupy such esteemed positions? Even Xiao He, the esteemed minister, seemed to take a step back in their presence. Could this be yet another testament to the king's remarkable summons? Today, I shall announce several matters, Xiao Tian declared, his voice resonating through the hall. From this day forth, I hereby appoint Li Si as the left chancellor of the Great Xia dynasty, a first-class earl, to co-govern state affairs alongside Xiao He. Additionally, I appoint Zhang Liang as the Grand Minister of Justice of the Great Xia, also a first-class earl, responsible for all matters pertaining to the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works. The officials gazed in astonishment at the 2 newly appointed figures, realizing the magnitude of their talents. Indeed, they are exceptional individuals. Your subjects humbly accept the decree and express our gratitude for your grace. Li Si and Zhang Liang knelt in reverence. Be exempt from such formalities. Fulfilling your duties is the greatest service you can render to me, Xiao Tian replied. Understood. The 2 then returned to their designated places. Xiao He, since the establishment of the Great Xia, your contributions have been evident to me. From today, your rank shall be elevated to that of Li Si, a first-class earl. Your subjects humbly accept your grace. Xiao He knelt in gratitude. All civil and military officials were similarly elevated in rank. We express our gratitude for your grace. Chapter 74, The Uprising of the Beast Mountain Range. In the Great Xia, Yizhou, at the Xinghe Prefecture, the lord of the prefecture, Xing Tianhe, who was previously the king of the Xinghe Kingdom, oversaw the affairs of Xinghe Prefecture following its subjugation to Xiao Tian. At this moment, in the discussion hall of Xinghe Prefecture, the elders of the Xing family convened to deliberate pressing matters. The Xing family had long since transcended their former status, with the elders having all achieved the martial saint realm, and Xing Tianhe having ascended to the martial emperor realm. Lord, today, Xingyun City was once again besieged by beasts. Although they were repelled, we suffered considerable losses among our warriors and citizens, reported an elder seated at the leftmost position. Have we discerned the cause of the beast uprising? Xiang Tian inquired gravely. Since last month, numerous beasts in the Beast Mountain range have inexplicably revolted. As Xingyun City is situated at the edge of this range, it has borne the brunt of the attacks. Initially, the incursions were from low-level beasts, which posed little threat to the developed forces of the Great Xiao, but recently, martial saint-level beasts have begun to lead these assaults, resulting in significant losses for Xingyun City. Hearing the Lord's words, another elder tasked with investigation expressed regret. Lord, as soon as our men enter the Beast Mountain range, they are besieged by hordes of beasts, with none surviving to report back, thus leaving us without any leads. Lord, we must inform the Emperor. With martial saint-level beasts emerging, should any martial emperor-level beasts appear, we would be utterly powerless against them. Indeed, Lord, this situation has exceeded the capabilities of Xingha Prefecture. We must seek the assistance of the generals from the court. Listening to the elders, Xiang Tian sighed in resignation. He had initially thought the beast uprising was a manageable issue, yet the recent emergence of martial saint-level beasts had left Xingha Prefecture feeling overwhelmed. If they did not report to the emperor and faced an onslaught of martial emperor-level beasts, the entire region would descend into chaos. What would the emperor say then? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang Tian reluctantly agreed to notify the emperor. Very well, I shall inform the emperor. Great elder, you shall be tasked with traveling to Yudu. Rest assured, my lord, I shall make haste to Yudu. The great elder wasted no time and set off immediately. Half a day later, the great elder finally arrived in Yudu. Without delay, he made his way directly to the imperial palace. Stop. This is the royal palace. Entry is forbidden to those without permission. A soldier stationed at the palace entrance called out loudly upon seeing the approaching great elder. Hearing this, the great elder turned to the guard, and upon sensing the guard's formidable aura, he was profoundly taken aback, contemplating inwardly. A martial saint? Truly, this is the royal city. Even the soldiers are of martial saint caliber. Contemplating for a moment, the grand elder addressed the guard, saying, Esteemed general, I am the grand elder of the Star River Manor, and I have urgent matters to report to the emperor. This matter concerns the very survival of the Star River Manor, so I implore you to notify the emperor at once. The grand elder of the Star River Manor? Please wait a moment. I shall inform the higher authorities immediately. Upon hearing that it pertained to the survival of the Star River Manor, the soldier did not dare to delay and hurried off to relay the message. General Wang, a person claiming to be the grand elder of the Star River Manor, has arrived at the palace, stating he has crucial information for the emperor regarding the survival of the Star River Manor. The soldier swiftly reported to a certain General Wang. This individual was none other than Wang Tong. Through the cultivation under Xiao Tian and 2 years of diligent training, Wang Tong had risen to the rank of a 3-star martial emperor and had been appointed as a 3-star major general in the 6th Legion. The Star River Manor? What matter does he speak of? Wang Tong inquired, slightly taken aback by the soldier's words. Well, he did not specify, only stating it was of great importance. The soldier replied, Very well, I understand. You shall escort this person directly to the palace, and I will report this matter forthwith. Understood. Subsequently, Wang Tong conveyed this information to Qi Jiguang, who relayed it to Xiao Tian. Concerning the survival of the Star River Manor, upon hearing Qi Jiguang's report, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. In the present day of the Great Xiao, was there truly any hidden enemy in the eastern wilderness? Unable to fathom the situation, he resolved to question the individual directly. Jiguang, bring this person to me. I wish to ascertain the matter that concerns the survival of the Star River Manor. At once. Before long, the Grand Elder followed Qi Jiguang to the Nine Heavens Palace. I, Star Tianguang, pay my respects to your majesty. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, the Grand Elder, known as Star Tianguang, hastily bowed in respect. Rise. Pray tell, what calamity has befallen the Star River Manor that it threatens its very existence? Xiao Tian inquired. Your majesty. A month ago, the Demon Beast Mountain Range suddenly erupted, launching an assault on a city under the jurisdiction of the Star River Manor. Initially, the assailants were merely weak demon beasts, but in recent days, there have been continual appearances of martial saint-level demon beasts. The Manor Lord fears that if this continues, we may soon face demon beasts of the martial emperor level, which would be insurmountable for the Star River Manor. Thus, the Manor Lord has dispatched me to implore your majesty to send generals to assist us, Star Tianguang explained. The Demon Beast Mountain Range has erupted? Do you have any insight into the cause? Xiao Tian inquired, surprised that it was indeed related to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. We have dispatched numerous individuals to investigate, but they have all perished at the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, making it impossible to ascertain the reason, Star Tianguang responded anxiously. After all, this incident occurred within their Star River Manor, and they were still unaware of the cause. What if the emperor were to place blame? Upon hearing Star Tianguang's explanation, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. Why had the demon beasts of the Demon Beast Mountain range suddenly erupted? What prompted them to assault cities within the Great Xia? Suddenly, a light flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes as he muttered to himself. Could it be due to the surge of spiritual energy, attracting the attention of the demon beasts? Have they set their sights on this land? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. For it had been centuries since any reports of demon beast uprisings had surfaced, yet this incident occurred merely 2 years after the Great Xia unified the eastern wilderness. However, that did not seem entirely correct. If it were indeed due to the surge in spiritual energy, these demon beasts would likely seek to occupy the land. And they would not merely be martial saints, but rather martial emperors or even martial gods. Xiao Tian suspected that while this might be a contributing factor, there surely existed other underlying reasons. However, what those reasons were remained a mystery, and he could only send individuals to investigate. Resolving to act, Xiao Tian no longer hesitated and called out to Qiao Zhangchun outside the door. Qiao Zhangchun, your servant is here. You shall personally venture into the Demon Beast Mountain range to investigate the cause of this upheaval, Xiao Tian commanded. Your servant obeys. Qi Jiguang, lead all martial saints and above of the 6th Legion to the Star River Manor to resolve the Demon Beast uprising. Star Tianguang, you shall accompany Qi Jiguang back. The subordinate will carry out the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 75. The Conference in the midst of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. The Demon Beast Mountain Range has erupted. Bring in Dongzhongshu. After Qi Jiguang and the others departed, Xiao Tian still felt uneasy about their ability to handle the situation alone, especially since the Demon Beast Mountain Range was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Demon Empire. If the Empire had a hand in this matter, it would likely be beyond Qi Jiguang and the others' capability to resolve, given that they were merely at the peak of martial emperor. Before long, Dongzhongshu arrived. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Dongzhongshu, there have been disturbances in the Star River Manor, with the Demon Beast Mountain Range erupting. I have dispatched Qi Jiguang and others to investigate. However, I am concerned that the Heavenly Demon Empire may be involved, so I wish for you to also venture there. Report back with any developments immediately, Xiao Tian instructed. Your servant obeys. Upon departing the palace, Dongzhongshu proceeded directly to the Star River City. Master, what brings us to Star River City? A seemingly 16 or 17-year-old girl beside Dongzhongshu inquired. Dressed in a white gown, the girl possessed an exquisite face that exuded an air of aloofness, identifying her as Yi Qingshan. To her left stood a young man, Jiang Taisu. These two were a disciple and the foremost genius of the Jixiao Academy, respectively, which is why Dongzhongshu had brought them along for training. Recently, certain events have transpired in the Star River Manor, and the Emperor has sent me to maintain order here. You two shall have the opportunity to hone your skills. Dongzhongshu explained. Predecessor, may I inquire what the matter is that necessitated your presence here? Jiang Taisu asked with curiosity. The Demon Beast Mountain Range has erupted. We have arrived at the Star River Manor. Let us proceed inside. As they entered the hall, they found Qi Jiguang and others engaged in discussions regarding the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Great confusion, what brings you here? Qi Jiguang asked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Dongzhongshu. Greetings, Great Confucian. Star Tianguang and others promptly bowed in respect. Although Dongzhongshu held no official title within the Great Xia, his status was undeniably significant, and they dared not show any lack of deference. The Emperor is concerned that this matter may involve the Heavenly Demon Empire, which is why he has sent me to observe the situation, Dongzhongshu stated. I see, Qi Jiguang nodded. The Heavenly Demon Empire? What kind of power is that? Star Tianguang and the others were perplexed, wondering how this empire had suddenly arisen. Xiao Tian had previously informed the civil and military officials about the various forces within the Xintian continent, so Qi Jiguang and others were not surprised. However, Star Tianguang and his companions were unaware of the Heavenly Demon Empire, hence their confusion. The Heavenly Demon Empire is the ruler of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Therefore, the Emperor suspects that there may be sinister motives behind this Demon Beast uprising, Qi Jiguang explained to the bewildered group. Upon hearing this, Star Tianguang and the others were taken aback. They had always assumed that these demon beasts were rogue entities and had no idea that an empire governed them. Very well. Lord of the Star Manor, please share the current situation. Dongzhongshu turned his attention to Star Tianguang, inquiring. Indeed, just yesterday, this group of monstrous beasts launched yet another assault on Nebula City, resulting in the emergence of 8 martial saints. Each time they appear, their strength seems to augment, as if they are testing the limits of our capabilities. Starry River explained. Essentially, they strike every 2 to 3 days, and I anticipate their next attack will occur within the next couple of days. I fear that this time, we may encounter beasts of the martial emperor realm. Thus I had no choice but to report this to the sovereign. Is that so? General Qi, Please lead the other generals to Nebula City for its defense, to prevent a sudden onslaught from these monstrous beasts. After addressing General Qi, Dong Zhongshu turned to Yi Qingshan. You should accompany Tai Su to Nebula City as well. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Subsequently, Starry River, along with General Qi and the others, made their way directly to Nebula City, followed closely by an army of 100,000 martial saints, specifically the warriors of the 6th Legion. Once they departed, Dong Zhongshu also headed toward the Beast Mountain range, seeking to understand the cause behind the relentless attacks on Nebula City. In the central region of the Beast Mountain range, the area is divided into outer regions, central regions, core regions, and the heart of the mountain range. The outer regions are inhabited primarily by weaker beasts, with the highest being at the martial sect level, while the central region constitutes the mid-tier forces of the Beast Mountain range, featuring numerous martial venerables, martial saints, and a few martial emperors. The core region is home to the Heavenly Demon Empire, where nearly all martial emperors reside. The heart of the mountain range is exclusively occupied by the sacred land of heavenly demons. At this moment, within a palace situated in the central region of the Beast Mountain range, a group of individuals was engaged in deliberations. None among them were beneath the rank of martial emperor. They were the leaders of the 4 dominant factions within the mountain range: the Tiger Clan, Lion Clan, Bear Clan, and Wolf Clan. Monstrous beasts that reach the martial saint level can transform into human form, as this form accelerates their cultivation significantly. Although their innate talents do not match those of humans, their lifespans surpass those of humans, making their human forms more favorable for cultivation. Gentlemen, it has been a month, yet we have failed to capture the seemingly insignificant Nebula City. What do you propose we do next? A robust man, appearing to be in his middle age and seated at the head of the table, inquired solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged glances. One individual on the left spoke up, addressing the Tiger Clan leader. We have underestimated Nebula City. None of us anticipated that such a small city would house numerous martial saints. I believe we should dispatch a martial emperor to confront them. I too recognize that we have underestimated Nebula City, but what if they unveil a martial emperor on their side as well? The individual referred to as the Tiger Clan leader responded. That seems unlikely, does it not? The entirety of the Eastern Wilderness lacks martial emperors. How could such a minor city possess a powerful human warrior of that caliber? Another individual on the right queried, bewildered. Bear Clan leader. Were you not the one who previously claimed that this insignificant Nebula City would not harbor any martial saints? And yet, here we are. The Tiger Clan leader retorted with a cold smirk. The Bear Clan leader was left speechless, forced to fall silent. Lion Clan leader. Have you thoroughly investigated the situation in the Eastern Wilderness? Why has the spiritual energy in that region suddenly surged to such an extent, surpassing even that of the Imperial City? With a disdainful grunt, the Tiger Clan leader turned to a robust man and inquired. The specifics remain unclear. However, reports from my subordinates suggest that it is related to a power known as the Great Xia Dynasty. The Lion Clan leader replied. The Great Xia Dynasty? What sort of force is that? The Tiger Clan leader expressed bewilderment, questioning the existence of such a dynasty in the Eastern Wilderness. 2 years ago, the Great Xia Dynasty emerged with great momentum, unifying the entire Eastern Wilderness in just 2 years. And the current concentration of spiritual energy in the Eastern Wilderness is a direct result of their governance. The Lion Clan leader spoke in a grave tone. Unified, you say? What of the heavenly wasteland sacred land? The Tiger Clan leader exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the Eastern Wilderness had been unified during his brief absence. The heavenly wasteland sacred land has been eradicated, and the current density of spiritual energy in the Eastern Wilderness is undoubtedly due to the Great Xia's influence. It appears that this Great Xia dynasty is not to be underestimated. The Tiger Clan leader's expression darkened. Tiger Clan leader. I believe we should report this matter to the Imperial Dynasty. The Eastern Wilderness is likely beyond our ability to monopolize. This was stated by the leader of the Wolf Clan. There must be a significant secret in the Eastern Wilderness. Are you willing to relinquish this opportunity? The Tiger Clan leader regarded the Wolf Clan leader with a shifting countenance. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the palace. Observing the group below as they deliberated on how to confront the Great Xia, a murderous glint in their eyes. Upon hearing the Tiger Clan leader's words, the others fell silent. They too were reluctant to cede this opportunity to others. However, they perceived that the current state of the Eastern Wilderness, especially regarding the Great Xia, was far from simple. After all, how could one elevate the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Eastern Wilderness by such a magnitude without significant means? Did they truly believe they could contend with the Great Xia? Enough. If you fear the Great Xia, I do not. I shall personally lead the assault on Nebula City. I wish to see if they will unveil a peak martial emperor in response. Observing the expressions of the others, The Tiger Clan leader resolved to rely on no one but himself. He was determined to conquer this newly arisen Great Xia, believing that despite the Great Xia's destruction of the previous hegemonic heavenly wasteland sacred land, they could not possibly rival the might of his Tiger Clan. In a land once desolate, the sudden surge of spiritual energy could not be attributed to mere coincidence. Treasures must be involved. At this moment, the Tiger Clan leader was consumed by his desires. After making his statement, he departed with his 3 clansmen. What shall we do? The Bear Clan leader inquired. Looking at the departing Tiger Clan leader, let us observe how things unfold. He has declared his intention to personally confront Nebula City. We shall see whether he can capture it. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in the Lion Clan leader's eyes as he chuckled softly. Very well. Let us resolve to act thus. If the Great Xia exhibits no formidable warriors, we shall proceed. If the Tiger Clan leader proves inadequate, we will promptly inform the Imperial Dynasty. As the conversation unfolded, the figure above the palace prepared to take action. Incensed that a pack of brutes dared to speak of confronting the Great Xia, oblivious to their own folly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of the figure. Known as Chao Gonggong, hold your hand. The words resonated just as Chao Xingchun noticed Dong Zhongshu appearing beside him. Great scholar? What brings you here? Chao Xingchun asked, astonished. The sovereign suspects that this matter pertains to the Heavenly Demon Empire, thus I have been dispatched to investigate. Dong Zhongshu replied with a gentle smile. However, it appears that the Heavenly Demon Empire is currently unaware of our Great Xia's affairs. Great scholar, your arrival is fortuitous. We were just concerned that if one of us were to confront them alone, although we could eliminate them, it would undoubtedly alert the entire Beast Mountain range. Chao Xingchun remarked with a slight smile. Since the great scholar is here, dealing with them would be a trivial matter. No, let us grant them a reprieve for now. We shall address it later. Dong Zhongshu gently shook his head upon hearing Chao Xingchun's words. Chao Xingchun, perplexed by this response, quickly inquired, Great scholar, what is your reasoning? If we do not act now, they will surely inform the Heavenly Demon Empire in due course. That is precisely what we desire, to have them notify the Heavenly Demon Empire. A mysterious smile graced Dong Zhongshu's lips. Great scholar, forgive my ignorance. I fail to comprehend your intentions. Now, our Great Xia is poised to establish its presence in the central continent, and interactions with various forces from the Xiantian continent are inevitable. Dong Zhongshu's gaze was profound. At this juncture, it is imperative to secure a formidable ally as a stepping stone for our Great Xia, and fortuitously, the Celestial Demon Empire has presented itself. If we were to launch an unprovoked assault on the Celestial Demon Empire, how would the world perceive our Great Xia? Therefore, it would be most advantageous to have them notified to take action against us. Chao Xingchun's eyes gleamed with understanding, instantly grasping Dong Zhongshu's intent. Such foresight is the hallmark of a great scholar. I find myself lacking in comparison. Very well, I shall return to report to the king. Indeed, I take my leave. Central Continent, Starry Moon Empire. Is this the imperial city of the Starry Moon Empire? It seems even more majestic than our great Xiaoyu city. Truly, it is befitting of an empire. At the city gates of Starry Moon City, Xiao Tian gazed at the grand and imposing structure, expressing her awe. The Starry Moon Empire has existed for countless years, while our Great Xia has only recently been established. It is only a matter of time before we surpass the Starry Moon Empire. Beside her, Xiao Xian murmured softly in agreement. The others nodded in consensus. Indeed, our Great Xia has only been established for 3 years and has already unified the eastern wilderness. Given another 10 years, we shall undoubtedly dominate the world. Let us proceed into the city. Subsequently, over 100 members of the Xiao family entered Starry Moon City. Xiao Yi, Xiao Gu, you two should investigate the various forces within the city. Upon entering, Xiao Xian instructed Xiao Yi and Xiao Gu. Understood. The two replied in unison and then departed. Come, let us first find a lodging for the Xiao family. After spending half a day, the group secured a grand residence within the city, officially establishing the Xiao family's presence in Starry Moon City. As night fell, Xiao Yi and Xiao Gu returned. What did you discover about the forces within Starry Moon City? Xiao Xian inquired, looking at the two. Second brother, there are 3 major top-tier families, 8 first-rate families, and numerous second-rate families within the city. However, the strongest among them remains the Starry Moon Empire. The two explained to Xiao Xian. How formidable are they? It is said that the 3 major families possess martial god ancestors, while the first-rate families consist of several martial emperors. Is that so? It appears these families pose no threat to our Xiao family. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment and added, what do you think the Starry Moon Empire's attitude will be towards our sudden arrival? That remains uncertain, but if the other families become aware, they will undoubtedly target us. Those families do not concern me. They cannot threaten us. My worry lies with the Starry Moon Empire. If they learn of our presence, what will their stance be? Second brother, we can only take it one step at a time. No one knows how the Starry Moon Empire will react. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Xiao Xian sighed, feeling helpless. I wonder what the Emperor intends for us to do in the Starry Moon Empire. Seeing Xiao Xian's countenance, Xiao Yi also expressed confusion. The Emperor surely has his own reasons. Let us refrain from speculating and focus on our own affairs. Agreed. In the Great Xia, within the territory of Juxiao Prefecture, Xingyun City. Report, General. A horde of demon beasts is advancing towards Xingyun City. A scout rushed into the hall of the city lord's mansion and reported to Qi Jiguang. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiguang's expression turned grim. Do we know the strength of the enemy? It appears they have several hundred martial saints and about 10 martial emperors. The scout replied. In the hall, Xing Tianhe and the others exchanged worried glances. I did not expect them to mobilize so many powerful beings. Fortunately, we notified the emperor in advance, and he dispatched General Qi and his forces. Otherwise, our Jiuxiao territory would have suffered greatly. Xing Tianhe expressed his relief. Rest assured, with this level of strength, the enemy will only come to their demise. Qi Jiguang scoffed before addressing Han Qingtian, Qin Liangyu, and the others. Let us go meet these beasts. This time, the 100,000 troops led by Qi Jiguang are all martial saints, with no fewer than 1,000 martial emperors among them. And the generals themselves are at the peak of martial emperor. Against such a force, the enemy is as insignificant as ants. Chapter 77, The Annihilation of the Demon Army. When Qi Jiguang and his companions arrived at the city walls, the demon army had already reached the outskirts, launching an assault on Xingyun City. Gazing at the hundreds of thousands of demon creatures, a cold smile flickered across Qi Jiguang's lips as he bellowed. Everyone, exit the city and slay the enemy. Leave no one alive. Instantly, the 100,000 troops surged into battle, and in the blink of an eye, the demon army found themselves decimated, with many dead and wounded. The battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of countless demon beasts, their corpses strewn across the ground, and crimson blood flowed freely upon the earth. In the midst of it all, Yi Qingyun, akin to the Grim Reaper, ruthlessly reaped the lives of these demon beasts, with one dying per second at her hands. Meanwhile, Jiang Taishu wielded his divine sword, moving through the demon horde like a god of war. Wherever he passed, doom awaited the demon creatures. Outside the battlefield, the leader of the Tiger tribe, who led the demon beasts to assault Xingyun City, gazed in shock at the sudden appearance of the 100,000 troops. What is happening? Where did all these martial saints come from? And so many martial emperors? The Tiger tribe leader glared furiously at the 10 elders of the Tiger tribe with martial emperor cultivation behind him, demanding answers. Leader, this must be the reinforcements sent by Great Xiao. We stand no chance against them. Quickly, give the order to retreat. If we delay, we won't be able to escape. One elder spoke urgently to the Tiger tribe leader. Upon hearing this, the Tiger tribe leader's face twisted in frustration. Yet the enemy's strength was too terrifying for them to handle. Retreat. All demon beasts, withdraw to the demon beast mountains. The Tiger tribe leader shouted to the battlefield. As they turned to flee, the Tiger tribe leader suddenly heard a voice and paused in confusion, only to see a figure appear before them. It was Qi Jiguang. Who are you? The Tiger tribe leader asked gravely, his expression tense. Do you believe you can return safely after attacking the territory of Great Xia? Qi Jiguang retorted, not answering directly. The Tiger tribe leader's face darkened. Although he was at the peak of martial emperor like Qi Jiguang, he sensed the formidable power within him. Realizing he might not be a match for this man. Recognizing this, the Tiger tribe leader quickly shouted to his companions. All together, kill him. With that, the Tiger tribe leader transformed into his true form, his aura surging as he roared at Qi Jiguang. With a flash, the Tiger tribe leader appeared before Qi Jiguang, lunging at him as if to tear him apart. The elders of the Tiger tribe followed suit, transforming into their true forms and attacking Qi Jiguang. Unfazed by the charging tigers, Qi Jiguang smirked coldly. He raised his great sword and made a swift motion. An invisible blade of energy, imbued with terrifying power, surged forward, piercing through the bodies of the Tiger tribe leader and his companions in disbelief. How is this possible? The Tiger tribe leader gasped in astonishment as he stared at Qi Jiguang. The words were left unspoken, and in an instant, the bodies of all the members of the Tiger clan were shattered into pieces, leaving no complete corpses behind. With a swift stroke of his blade, Qi Jiguang did not linger. He moved his feet and reappeared atop the city walls of Xingyun City. At that moment, the battlefield was nearing its conclusion. Countless demonic beasts, upon hearing the retreat order from the Tiger clan's leader, frantically fled towards the Beast Mountain range. Yet, how could the valiant soldiers of the 6th Legion allow them to escape? In the presence of a throng of martial saints and even martial emperors, how could a mere band of beasts at the martial master and martial lord levels hope to evade capture? Within just a few hours, all the demonic beasts met their demise here. General, All the demon clans have been vanquished, Xiang Yu reported as she approached Qi Jiguang. Excellent. Let us return to the city, he replied. Within the city lord's mansion, everyone was gathered. On behalf of all the citizens of Xinghe Prefecture, I extend my gratitude to General Qi and all the esteemed generals for your assistance, Xiao Tian said, cupping his hands in salute. You are too kind, Lord Xing. This matter concerns not only your Xinghe Prefecture, but also the realm of our great Xia. We cannot allow these beasts to act with impunity, Qi Jiguang responded courteously. Nevertheless, it is true that you and your generals have saved the entirety of Xinghe Prefecture. Just then, Dong Zhongshu returned to the city lord's mansion. Great scholar, have you discovered the reason behind the demonic beast attack on Xingyin City? Qi Jiguang inquired. Indeed, it was merely the 4 demonic clans in the central region coveting the spiritual energy within our great Xia territory, Dong Zhongshu replied. After a pause, he continued. The group of demonic beasts in the central region is not a significant threat, but we may soon have to contend with the onslaught of the Heavenly Demon Empire. At this, Qi Jiguang snorted disdainfully. Humph, the Heavenly Demon Empire is but a trifling concern. Our great Xia harbors no fear of them. Should they dare to approach, they shall find their return impossible. His words dripped with contempt for the Heavenly Demon Empire. Haha, General Qi speaks true. The Heavenly Demon Empire is nothing to fear. Our great Xia has no cause for trepidation. Dong Zhongshu laughed heartily. Let us await the arrival of the Heavenly Demon Empire right here. Chief Steward Chao has already returned to report to the Emperor. I expect the Emperor will soon send reinforcements. In the central region of the Beast Mountain Range, within the same palace, the leaders of the Bear Clan, Lion Clan, and Wolf Clan were gathered, seemingly in discussion about the affairs of Great Xia. This Great Xia is rather terrifying, is it not? The Bear Clan leader remarked, a look of dread on his face. Indeed, I never expected them to possess such a multitude of martial saints and martial emperors. It is fortunate we did not heed the Tiger Clan leader's words, otherwise, we too would have followed in the Tiger Clan's footsteps, the Lion Clan leader replied, his expression one of thorns. We must swiftly notify the Empire. Should Great Xia invade, we would stand no chance of resistance, the Wolf Clan leader stated gravely. But what if the Empire holds us accountable for not reporting this sooner? Then what do you suggest we do? We are no match for Great Xia. Should we remain silent and await our doom? Sigh. Regardless of whether the Empire blames us or not, we must notify them first. After all, it was our greed that led us to covet this advantage. So be it. Let us inform the Empire. This matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. With that, the 3 of them departed to notify their respective superiors. In the Nine Skies Palace of Great Xia, at that moment, Xiao Tian was perusing some secrets of the continent. Your Majesty, the cause of the unrest in the Beast Mountain Range has been uncovered, Xiao Jingshun reported. Oh, what is the reason? Xiao Tian inquired casually. It is merely that the 4 demonic clans in the central region have set their sights on the spiritual energy within our great Xia territory, wishing to seize it. Xiao Zhengshun replied. Haha, so it is indeed a matter of spiritual energy. Xiao Tian chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Is there no sign of the Heavenly Demon Empire? Initially none, but it seems there may be now. Subsequently, Xiao Jingshun conveyed Dong Zhongshu's intentions to Xiao Tian. Very well, Dong Zhongshu's plan aligns perfectly with my intentions. Chapter 78. The emergence of the war demon, Bu. The continent trembled. The Heavenly Demon Empire was established by the Heavenly Demon Imperial Clan, which boasts an abundance of formidable experts. Aside from the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, the entire Beast Mountain Range falls under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Demon Empire. All individuals who break through the martial god level within the Heavenly Demon Empire head to the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land for seclusion, leaving only a portion of strong individuals to maintain order. In addition to the Imperial Heavenly Demon Clan, there are 4 major royal clans, the Shadow Magic Serpent Clan, the Bloodhorned Purple-Winged Eagle Clan, the Nine Nether Ice Lion Clan, and the Rampaging Earth-Shattering Tiger Clan. Each of these clans is led by a planetary-level ancestor and has multiple high-level martial gods in seclusion, rendering them exceptionally powerful. Beneath these 4 royal clans are 8 noble clans, including the Blood-Red Thunder Python Clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, the Sky Blue Thunder Eel Clan, the 6-Winged Phantom Wolf Clan, among numerous other races beneath the noble clans, forming the current Heavenly Demon Empire. In the core region of the Beast Mountain Range, today, the leaders of the 4 major royal clans received messages from the central region, informing them of the events transpiring in the Eastern Wasteland. Within the rampaging, earth-shattering Tiger Clan, the clan leader and 4 elders gazed at the incoming information, their faces dark with foreboding. The clan leader, Huze, stood at the 9th level of martial god, just 1 step away from reaching planetary level, yet this step proved to be exceedingly difficult. What origins does this great Xia possess to dare extinguish our rampaging, earth-shattering Tiger Clan's branch? The Tiger clan that was annihilated by Qi Jiguang and others was indeed a branch of the rampaging, earth-shattering Tiger clan. Clan leader. This great Xia dares to act so arrogantly by exterminating our clan's branch. We must not let this go unpunished. They must face severe retribution. One elder of the rampaging, earth-shattering Tiger clan, who was over 50 years old, said angrily to his clan leader. This elder was the grand elder of the clan, at the 8th level of martial god. The other 3 elders were all at the 7th level of martial god. The ability to annihilate our branch suggests that Great Xia boasts powerful martial gods. After all, the branch leader was a peak martial emperor, not to mention the numerous martial emperor elders, alongside the other 3 clans. Who but a martial god could destroy our branch? I never anticipated that such a barren land as the Eastern Wasteland could give rise to a martial god. It seems this Great Xia is far from simple. The second elder remarked, his expression grave. The messages from the central region only indicated that an upheaval had occurred in the Eastern Wasteland, with the Tiger clan being extinguished by Great Xia, but the reason was unknown, omitting any mention of the surge in spiritual energy. After all, the leaders of the Lion, Bear, and Wolf clans feared being blamed by the Empire for not reporting sooner, and now that they could not deal with the threat, they came to report, which would surely raise suspicions in the Empire. It would be evident that their clans initially desired to monopolize this treasure trove, and now, upon realizing they could not contend with Great Xia, they sought to inform the Empire. Have the other 3 royal clans been informed of this matter? Huze inquired of the Grand Elder. They should know, as the 3 clans in the central region fall under their jurisdiction. It is impossible that they have not been notified, especially since we have informed them, the Grand Elder replied. In that case, let us contact them to discuss how to deal with this Great Xia. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, the Grand Elder turned and departed. In the Nine Skies Palace of Great Xia, Xiao Tian reflected, Heavenly Demon Empire. It seems you shall serve as the stepping stone for my Great Xia's advance into the Xiantian continent. After listening to Chao Jingquan's report, Xiao Tian could essentially foresee the events that were about to unfold. Thus, should one utilize the Platinum Summoning card or the Diamond Summoning card? Xiao Tian found himself in a quandary. Employing the Platinum Summoning card would yield a hero of merely the 9th layer of martial deity, while the Diamond Summoning card promised a being of planetary tier 5. Yet, should he manage to transcend to a higher realm, the hero summoned by the Diamond card would possess an even greater stature. Consequently, Xiao Tian had long regarded cards of Diamond rank and above as his trump cards, reserving them for dire circumstances. However, as he now faced the formidable Tianyao Empire, lacking a planetary-level presence would render him utterly incapable of contending with them. With this in mind, he resolved to first use a Diamond Summoning card, for summoning with a Platinum card thereafter would merely yield heroes of planetary tier 5. Having come to this conclusion, Xiao Tian hesitated no further. As for the notion of employing multiple Diamond cards before resorting to a Platinum card, he deemed it unnecessary. As future tasks would no longer grant rewards, he could only rely on his fortune to exchange for cards, and those of Diamond rank and above must be preserved as hidden assets. Moreover, considering the innate talents of the heroes from Huaxia, paired with Xiao Tian's myriad treasures, achieving breakthroughs would not be protracted. In due time, as his strength ascended, the summoned entities would only grow more formidable. System, utilize 1 Diamond Summoning card. The summoning was successful, and the host was congratulated for summoning the legendary warrior, Elbu. Elbu? The war demon Elbu? Xiao Tian was astounded to discover the potency of the Diamond Summoning card. This was none other than the foremost general of the 3 kingdoms. Among men, Elbu. Among steeds, the red hair. Xiao Tian hurriedly turned his gaze forward. The void quivered, and Elbu descended slowly, astride a red hair, brandishing his Fantian Huaji, a dark aura enveloping him, sweeping across the entire Tianxian continent. I, Elbu, pay my respects to your majesty. After suppressing his aura, Elbu dismounted from the red hair and knelt before Xiao Tian, speaking with utmost reverence. Haha, Fengxian, no need for such formalities. With your arrival, I harbor no fear of the Tianyao Empire. Xiao Tian's heart swelled with excitement at the sight of Elbu. This was indeed Elbu, renowned for his valor, often referred to as the mightiest warrior of his time. Originally a vassal of Ding Yuan, he later pledged allegiance to Dong Zhuo, then to Yuan Shao, and subsequently to Zhang Yang, earning him the epithet of a treacherous 3-clan servant. During Cao Cao's assault on Tao Qian, Elbu, alongside Qin Gong, revolted, seizing control of Puyang. After defeating both Liu Bei and Xiahou Dun, he faced Cao Cao's personal campaign against him, ultimately resulting in his demise in 199 AD due to betrayal by his own men. Xiao Tian's gaze shifted to the red hair, sensing its immense power, only to realize it was no ordinary steed. It possessed a planetary tier 1 status. System, review Elbu's profile. Name, Elbu courtesy name, Fengxian dynasty, 3 kingdoms physique, war demon sacred body cultivation method, war demon sacred cannon talent, ancestral grade realm, planetary tier 5 potential, unknown unit, Bingzhou wolf cavalry mount, red hair grade, superior divine beast realm, planetary tier 1 impressive. Truly worthy of being the foremost general of the 3 kingdoms, summoned with an accompanying mount that is a divine beast of planetary status. Observing Elbu's profile, Xiao Tian was left in awe, reflecting upon the situation. At that moment, the entire Tianxian continent trembled in unending terror at Elbu's emergence. The air was thick with an overwhelming black demonic aura, as if doomsday had descended upon the land, engulfing the entire continent. Heavens, what is this? So terrifying. The sky itself was eroded by this dark mist. What has transpired? Is this the end of the world? Are we, the Tianxian continent, destined for destruction? Across the continent, whether human, demon, or dragon, all were ensnared in panic and shock at this sinister energy. In the depths of the Yuhua sacred land, a place where several venerable elders, while over 70 years of age, appeared as if they might return to the earth at any moment. One elder questioned the leader, "Elder, is this the aura of the demon clan? Are they preparing to assault our Tianxian continent once more?" "No, this is not from the demon clan. It appears to be emanating from individuals who have cultivated demonic techniques." The elder, having sensed the aura, replied gravely, "Whether from the demon clan or those who practice their arts, such beings must not be allowed to roam unchecked. Otherwise, it will surely spell disaster for our Tianxian continent." Another elder concurred, his expression equally grave. Hearing this, the leader nodded in agreement and declared, "Inform the Holy Master, and conduct a thorough investigation into the source of this dark energy. Whoever is responsible shall face no mercy. We cannot allow a calamity to befall the Tianxian continent." Similar events unfolded throughout all the sacred lands of the Tianxian continent, each feeling the effects of this dark aura and arriving at similar conclusions. They were determined to prevent the resurgence of the ancient wars between gods and demons. The horrors of the eastern wilderness were still fresh in their memories. Chapter 79. The emergence of 8 platinum tier heroes. System: utilize 8 platinum summoning cards. Following Elbu's appearance, Xiao Tian proceeded to employ 8 platinum summoning cards. In doing so, the Great Xia would boast 9 planetary tier 5 warriors, including himself and Elbu's mount, the red hair. There would be 11 planetary beings. This level of strength should suffice, at least temporarily, against the Tianyao Empire, for Xiao Tian did not intend to obliterate them immediately. He preferred a more methodical and steady approach. The summoning was successful, and the host was congratulated for summoning the legendary figures Dian Wei, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Li Xian, Pei Yuanqing, Gao Zhanli, Wei Zhuang, and Jing Ku. Upon hearing their names, Xiao Tian smiled softly. These 8 were indeed legendary heroes of antiquity. 1L, 2 Zhao. 3 Dian Wei is not mere boasting. During the 3 Kingdoms period, Dian Wei was only slightly lesser than Elbu, surpassing even Guan Yu. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Li Xian were renowned generals of the Qin dynasty, having made significant contributions to Emperor Qin's unification of the 6 states. Pei Yuanqing, a famed hero from the Sui and Tang dynasties, was second only to the current Elbu in martial prowess. Gao Zhanli, Wei Zhuang, and Jing Ku were celebrated swordsmen of the warring states. Dian Wei, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian, Pei Yuanqing, Gao Zhanli, Wei Zhuang, Jing Ku. Pay your respects to your majesty. Upon their arrival, the 8 bowed respectfully to Xiao Tian. The following day during court, Xiao Tian announced several matters that sent shockwaves through the Great Xia court. From this day forth, I hereby appoint Elbu as the Grand Marshal of the 5th Legion, and he shall hold the title of First-Class Earl. From this day forth, I appoint Dian Wei as the 9-star General of the 5th Legion, and he shall hold the title of Third-Class Earl. From this day forth, I appoint Wang Jian as the 9-star General of the 7th Legion, and he shall hold the title of Third-Class Earl. From this day forth, I appoint Meng Tian as the 9-star General of the 7th Legion, and he shall hold the title of Third-Class Earl. From this day forth, I appoint Li Xian as the 9-star General of the 7th Legion, and he shall hold the title of Third-Class Earl. From this day forth, I appoint Pei Yuanqing as the 9-star General of the 9th Legion, and he shall hold the title of Third-Class Earl. As for why Pei Yuanqing was placed in the 9th Legion rather than the 10th Legion alongside the Sui and Tang heroes, the first reason was that the 9th Legion was currently too weak, with only a single elder from the Shui family. And the second reason was that there were already numerous generals in the 10th Legion. Immediately expand the forces of all legions to 10 million. With the growing number of generals in the Great Xia, 1 million troops per legion was clearly insufficient. From this day forth, I appoint Gao Zhanli, Wei Zhuang, and Jingku as elders of the Great Xia Sword Palace, granting them the title of third-class earl, and they shall be established forthwith. Upon the conclusion of Xiao Tian's announcements, the gathered civil and military officials were left in utter astonishment. The Grand Marshal. The first Grand Marshal of the Great Xia has been born. Who is this Elbu that has garnered such favor from the emperor? Among the civil officials, Chen Gong regarded Elbu with a complex expression, for Elbu had once been his sovereign in a past life. Elbu, upon noticing Chen Gong, let out a faint sigh. Gongtai, it has been quite a while since we last met. In response, Chen Gong, with a complex expression, slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Gongtai, I have the honor to meet you, Fengxian. The events of our past were clouded by your confusion. I hope you will not hold it against me. Let bygones be bygones. Now we are all subjects of the Great Xia, loyal servants to our sovereign. Haha, you speak true, Gongtai. There is no need to revisit the past. We are all servants of the emperor now. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Xiao Tian, witnessing this, also bore a smile, for he was well aware of the events that transpired in their previous lives. Had Elbu heeded Chen Gong's counsel back then, the subsequent occurrences would likely have diverged significantly from history, and Elbu might not have met such a tragic end. Elbu, the Celestial Demon Empire may strike at any moment. You are to immediately lead the 5th Legion to Xingha Prefecture. Xiao Tian commanded, gazing intently at Elbu. I shall obey the command. Elbu replied respectfully, and subsequently set off with Jian Wei towards the 5th Legion's encampment. Wang Jian, Meng Tian. You are to lead General Zhang Han and the other commanders of the 5th Legion to Xingyue Empire and rendezvous with Zhao Yun of the Xiaos. I accept the order. Jing Ku, Gao Jianli, Wei Zhuang. The 3 of you are to promptly establish the Sword Palace, tasked with recruiting all swordsmanship prodigies within the realm of Great Xia. I accept the order. The 3 responded in unison. Pei Yuanqing, you have no immediate matters to address. Retreat to the time-space tower and focus on your cultivation. Striving for a breakthrough. I accept the order. Do any of you esteemed ministers have further matters to present? To the emperor, we have no additional matters to report. If that is the case, the court is dismissed. Long live our emperor. In the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, within the hall of the Furious Rift Tiger clan, for individuals were engaged in deliberation regarding the affairs of Great Xia. They were the leaders of the 4 major royal clans of the Celestial Demon Empire. The leader of the Furious Rift Tiger clan, Huo Qubing, the leader of the Bloodhorn Pupluing Eagle clan, Diao Qing, the leader of the 9 Nether Lion clan, Shi Ming, and the leader of the Shadow Demon Flood Dragon clan, Jiao Qi. How should we address the matters of Great Xia? Huo Qubing inquired of the 3. This Great Xia is indeed rather audacious. How dare they annihilate our demon kin? They must not be spared, Shi Ming replied, his expression darkening. Indeed, no one has dared to eradicate any of our demon clans for many years. Since Great Xia is so oblivious to their peril, they have forfeited their right to exist. Jiao Qing echoed with indignation. As for this matter, my clan shall refrain from involvement. You 3 clans may address it, Jiao Qi declared. The leader of the Shadow Demon Flood Dragon clan. What do you mean by that, Jiao Qi? Huo Qubing asked, his anger rising as he regarded Jiao Qi. It means nothing, merely a force from a barren land. Do we truly require the combined efforts of our 4 royal clans? Jiao Qi scoffed. Turning to leave without further ado. Jiao Qi, you. Enough, Huo Qubing. Ignore him. You know well that he has always opposed us, and further discussion is futile. Shi Ming said softly, observing Huo Qubing's fury. Humph, that Jiao Qi, with his clan's strength surpassing ours, has always looked down upon us. One day, we shall expel him from the royal lineage, Diao Qing remarked, his expression equally grim. Let us focus on discussing how to resolve this Great Xia issue. Shi Ming interjected, seeking to redirect the conversation. Shall we each dispatch 1 warrior of the 7th realm and 5 warriors of the 4th realm to obliterate this Great Xia? Agreed, I concur. Very well, that shall be our decision. However, should we report this to the emperor? Shi Ming suddenly inquired. No need. Great Xia is but a minor concern, unworthy of troubling the emperor, Huo Qubing replied, shaking his head. Then it is settled. The 3 clans subsequently sent forth 1 elder of the 7th realm and 5 members of the 4th realm towards Great Xia. At Xingha Prefecture, having departed from Yudu, Elbu and Dian Wei led nearly 200,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion to Xingyun City. The citizens of Xingyun City, including Xing Tianhe, gazed in astonishment at the 5th Legion under Elbu's command. Is this truly the 5th Legion of Great Xia? Xing Tianhe thought, his mind reeling at the sight of the vast army. Heavens, 100,000 high-level martial emperors, 300,000 initial-level martial emperors, 500,000 martial saints, and 1,000,000 martial lords. What does this signify? He had believed that his own ascent from martial zone to martial emperor within a few years was commendable. Yet now he beheld an army of 40,000 martial emperors before him. How could he even compare? Qi Jiguang, observing Xing Tianhe's stupor, smiled gently and said, The strength of Great Xia is beyond your imagination. There is no need for such astonishment. Recovering from his daze, Xiang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the might of Great Xia was now beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Elbu approached and addressed Qi Jiguang. You are General Qi Jiguang, are you not? This humble officer is Qi Jiguang. I have the honor to meet you. Marshal, Qi Jiguang replied, stepping forward to pay his respects. Chapter 80. The Might of Dian Wei's Twin Sabers. In the hall of the city lord's mansion of Xingyun City, Elbu sat at the head of the table, with Dian Wei, Qi Jiguang, and other martial generals to his left, while Dong Zhongshu and Xing Tianhe occupied the right side. Scholar, what news do we have from the Celestial Demon Empire? Elbu inquired softly, looking towards Dong Zhongshu. As of now, there has been no sign of movement. But the news should have already reached the Celestial Demon Empire, Dong Zhongshu replied. In that case, we can only await the arrival of the Celestial Demon Empire. Elbu nodded, then asked, Scholar, what level of strongmen do you believe they will dispatch? After a moment of contemplation, Dong Zhongshu responded. They will likely send warriors of the martial god realm, the strongest among them not exceeding the 9th level. Hearing this, Elbu's expression darkened slightly. To him, a martial god of the 9th level was no different from an ant. Such strength poses no challenge at all. The Celestial Demon Empire remains utterly unaware of the capabilities of Great Xia, while the past state of Dongwang is well known across the entire Xiantian continent. Dong Zhongshu offered a gentle smile, explaining, thus, in their eyes, we of Great Xia likely do not merit the attention of a martial god of the 9th level. Indeed, as Dong Zhongshu had articulated, it was not merely a matter of not being worthy of a martial god of the 9th level. They had not even informed the Celestial Demon Imperial clan, sending only 3 martial gods of the 7th level and a host of those of the 4th level. The fates of these individuals were henceforth sealed, destined for a one-way journey. Given this, Generals Dian Wei and Qi Jiguang remain vigilant for any movements from the Beast Mountain range. Should anything unusual occur, eliminate them without hesitation. Having lost interest in taking action upon Dong Zhongshu's explanation, Elbu found the strength of these individuals utterly uninviting. One Dian Wei was sufficient to resolve the matter. Yes, Marshal. In the central region of the Beast Mountain range, the representatives dispatched by the 3 royal clans had already arrived. Greetings to the 3 elders and esteemed seniors. The leaders of the Lion Clan, Bear Clan, and Wolf Clan regarded their guests with slight apprehension. After all, they had deceived the Empire regarding the situation in Dongwang, and the presence of the elders left them anxious about being discovered. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us discuss the situation regarding Great Xia. The elder of the Rift Tiger Clan said to the others. Upon hearing this, the group dared not be negligent and promptly began to explain the circumstances to the elders. Esteemed elder, we too are unaware of the precise circumstances surrounding the Great Xia. By the time we became aware of its existence, the Tiger Clan had already been annihilated. Indeed, it remains a mystery why the Tiger Clan's leader chose to lead his kin in an assault on the city of Xingyun in the eastern wasteland. At the time, we regarded this as a trivial matter, thinking it merely a small city. An attack was inconsequential. Little did we expect that we would soon receive news of the Tiger Clan's destruction. Upon dispatching individuals to investigate, we discovered that the Great Xia boasts thousands of martial emperors and a staggering 100,000 martial saints, a power that far surpasses our clans. In light of this predicament, we had no choice but to inform the imperial court. Several individuals began to explain, yet curiously, none mentioned the spiritual essence of the eastern wasteland, seemingly choosing to feign ignorance. Such an abundance of martial saints and martial emperors? The assembly was taken aback, for even within their own imperial court, the combined number of martial emperors barely reached a few tens of thousands. How could a barren region like the eastern wasteland produce such an extraordinary number of martial emperors? But what of the martial gods? Queried the elder of the Tiger Clan. This, we have not witnessed. Yet the ability to unify the eastern wasteland with so many martial emperors surely implies the existence of martial gods. It appears that the Great Xia is not to be underestimated. Humph, do they think that mere strength allows them to bully our demon race? The elder of the Eagle Clan scoffed. Let us proceed directly to Xingyun City and assess the capabilities of the Great Xia. Subsequently, the elders made their way towards Xingyun City. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 3 clans exchanged apprehensive glances. Are we truly able to do this? The Lion Clan leader inquired, his tone laced with trepidation. Alas, whether we can or cannot, there is no other course of action. If we are held accountable later, we shall resolutely claim ignorance. Very well. At that moment, the 3 elders of the royal family had already arrived at the borders of the Great Xia, and upon entering its territory, they immediately sensed the distinct aura of the Great Xia. How is this possible? The spiritual essence of the eastern wasteland is so rich. The elder of the earth-splitting Tiger Clan was taken aback, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The concentration of this spiritual essence is utterly terrifying. Surpassing even our imperial court, it feels akin to a sacred land. Beside him, the elder of the 9 Nether Lion clan mirrored his shock, unable to believe his senses. To allow the desolate eastern wasteland to possess such dense spiritual essence, the great Xia must indeed harbor secrets. Cursed be those individuals who failed to inform us of this. The elder of the Bloodhorn Pulpluing Eagle clan seethed with anger. First, we must address the great Xia. We shall settle accounts with them later. With that, the group prepared to head towards Xingyan City. Unexpectedly, what the scholar predicted turned out to be true. Not a single martial god of the 9th heaven was present. Only the 3 of you martial gods of the 7th heaven. Do they look down upon the great Xia? Who dares? The group was startled and turned to the left, where the voice had originated. A burly man, holding dual halberds, approached them with measured steps. It was Dianwei. Who are you? The expressions of the group shifted, astonished that someone could approach them undetected. Had he not spoken? As this thought crossed their minds, they felt a tremor of shock and unease. This individual's strength was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing their own. Are you not here to confront the great Xia? Why then do you inquire about my identity? Dianwei halted, closing the distance to within 10 meters of them, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke. You are a person of the great Xia? Upon hearing this, the group's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated being discovered so quickly upon entering the great Xia. Moreover, the strength of this individual eluded their comprehension. How could such a powerful being exist within the desolate eastern wasteland? Indeed, I am Dianwei, the general of the 5th Legion of the great Xia. I have come to escort you on your journey. Dianwei grinned, then charged towards them, his dual halberds carving through the air like a harbinger of death, claiming the lives of the demon clan members with each strike. In the blink of an eye, before the 3 elders of the royal family could react, all the clan members accompanying them had perished beneath Dianwei's halberds. Boldly, you dare to slay members of my royal family. You seek death. As the elders finally reacted, they were met with the sight of their entire entourage lying lifeless. Fury surged within them as their auras swelled, causing the very air to tremble. They prepared to strike at Dianwei, only to find him suddenly before them, his halberds descending mercilessly, severing their heads in an instant. The elders' pupils widened in horror as they felt the fleeting essence of life. You, how could you be a star level? The fragmented voices barely reached Dianwei's ears, but the elders had already succumbed to the void of death. The heavenly demon imperial court. Perhaps next time you shall send someone more formidable, Dianwei murmured, then sheathed his halberds and departed. The encounter from Dianwei's arrival to the conclusion of the battle lasted scarcely 10 seconds. After all, a star-level 5th tier could easily deal with a swarm of martial god insects. Chapter 81, The Star Moon Empress. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Dianwei promptly reported to Elbu, esteemed marshal, the visitors from the heavenly demon imperial court have been dispatched. Oh, that was rather swift. Elbu smiled lightly and inquired, what was their strength? Just as the scholar described, not a single martial god of the 9th heaven was present. There were merely 3 martial gods of the 7th heaven and about a dozen of the 4th heaven. Dianwei replied, it seems the heavenly demon imperial court truly underestimates the great Xia. However, next time, they should send someone of true strength. Let us continue to monitor the movements of the demon beast mountain range. The time for the great Xia's counterattack is nigh. A glint of cold determination flashed in Elbu's eyes. You have launched numerous assaults against the great Xia. Soon, it shall be our turn to strike back. Central Continent. Star Moon Imperial Court. Honglian, have you investigated the matters concerning the Xiao family? Within the Imperial Palace, the Star Moon Empress turned to a woman beside her and asked. Dressed in a flowing white gown that trailed to the ground, the Star Moon Empress exuded an ethereal grace that commanded reverence. Honglian, a general under the Star Moon Empress, held the highest military position in the Star Moon Imperial Court, as there was no rank of marshal. Your Majesty, the Xiao family is indeed formidable. Upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, Honglian's expression turned grave as she spoke solemnly. Oh, in what way are they formidable? The Star Moon Empress inquired with curiosity. The Xiao family appeared suddenly in the Imperial City just a few days ago, and soon thereafter, they clashed with the He family, one of the 3 top-tier families within the city. Just yesterday, a battle erupted within the Imperial City, resulting in the death of a martial god first heaven elder from the He family at the hands of the Xiao family. Had I not intervened in time, it is likely that a clan extermination war would have already commenced between the 2 families. The Xiao family boasts 8 individuals at the martial god level, all in their early 20s, and all their disciples are young, none below the rank of martial saint. What? Such monstrous talent? The Star Moon Empress exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the origins of the Xiao family remain unknown, yet their sudden emergence in our Star Moon Imperial Court suggests ulterior motives. Hong Lian's eyes darkened slightly as she continued. Upon hearing this, the Star Moon Empress fell into contemplation. After a long moment, she spoke slowly. Hong Lian, summon the head of the Xiao family and inform him that I have matters to discuss. Yes, Your Majesty. Hong Lian acknowledged and then departed. Star Moon City. The Xiao family residence. In the main hall, several third-generation disciples of the Xiao family gathered. Second brother, the imperial court has taken notice of us. During the battle with the He family yesterday, even the imperial general made an appearance. It seems our Xiao family may soon become a target for the imperial court. The fourth son, Xiao Yi, regarded Xiao Tian with a grim expression. Let us maintain a low profile for the time being. We should avoid giving the imperial court any opportunity to act against us. Xiao Tian replied in a hushed tone, what if the He family continues to trouble us? Upon hearing this, Xiao Gu immediately interjected, then we shall eliminate them. Although our Xiao family is currently no match for the Xingyue imperial court, we certainly cannot permit the He family to act arrogantly before us. Xiao Xian's expression turned icy as he spoke with cold resolve. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the Xiao residence. General Hong Lian of the imperial court has come to visit the head of the Xiao family. The atmosphere in the hall shifted as everyone's countenance changed. Second brother, it seems the imperial court is eager to find trouble with our Xiao family, Xiao Yi remarked, his expression darkening. It is either a blessing or a curse. If it is a curse, we cannot evade it. Let us go meet this imperial general and discern their intentions, Xiao Xian replied, leading the way outside. The others hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a formidable female general clad in armor. The emperor has issued a decree. Please accompany me to the imperial palace, Hong Lian stated. Her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Xian. I fear I must disappoint the general. The head of the Xiao family is not currently present. Xiao Xian responded with a faint smile. Not present? A family relocates to the Xingyue imperial court, yet the head is absent? Are you jesting with me? Hong Lian's expression turned cold as she scrutinized Xiao Xian. General, I assure you, my words are truthful. The head of the Xiao family is indeed not within the residence. Xiao Xian replied with a bitter smile. Then who is in charge now? Allow them to accompany me to meet the emperor, Hong Lian demanded. That would be me, came the reply from a figure stepping forward. You? Hong Lian appeared skeptical. Indeed, it is I, Xiao Xian confirmed. Very well then. You shall accompany me to the imperial palace, Hong Lian declared, turning away, confident that this individual would not dare to disregard the emperor's command. Otherwise, the Xiao family would not have a place in the Xingyue imperial court. Seeing this, Xiao Xian could only follow Hong Lian to the imperial palace. Second brother, be cautious, the others urged. Fear not, there shall be no trouble. If the imperial court intended to act against us, they would not have summoned me to the imperial palace. Xiao Xian reassured them, glancing back before hastening to match Hong Lian's pace. Suddenly, a figure emerged before Hong Lian, approaching her with measured steps. Xiao Xian's expression brightened at the sight of this newcomer, his earlier tension dissipating in an instant. Hong Lian's demeanor turned serious as she regarded the figure, realizing that he, like her, was a martial god at the ninth heaven. Could this be the head of the Xiao family? Are you the head of the Xiao family? Hong Lian inquired softly. I am Xiao Yun, a war general of the Xiao family, he replied with a smile. Xiao Yun had been sent by Xiao Tian to observe the Xiao family from the shadows. With the Xingyue Empress intending to meet the head of the Xiao family and Xiao Tian absent, sending Xiao Xian, a martial god at the third heaven, would likely result in the emperor easily subduing him. Thus, Xiao Yun had no choice but to reveal himself. You are a war general of the Xiao family? Hong Lian exclaimed, astonished. How can it be that a martial god at the ninth heaven is merely a family general? Is the Xiao family truly that formidable? Xiao Xian, you may return. Conduct matters as usual. I shall meet the emperor on behalf of the family, Xiao Yun instructed, ignoring Hong Lian's astonishment. Very well. I am grateful for your assistance, General Xiao, Xiao Xian replied before returning to the Xiao residence. General, let us proceed, Hong Lian urged. Are you truly a war general of the Xiao family? Hong Lian still found it hard to believe. Without a doubt, Xiao Yun affirmed with a smile. Then let us be on our way, Hong Lian declared, realizing that the truth of this individual could only be discerned within the imperial palace. Before long, the two arrived at the imperial palace's entrance. Wait here. I shall inform the emperor, Hong Lian instructed Xiao Yun before entering the palace. Your Majesty, the head of the Xiao family is not present. Instead, a war general from their family has come, Hong Lian reported to the empress. A war general? Is the Xiao family so dismissive of me? The empress's expression darkened with anger. I summoned them, yet only a mere war general has appeared. Do they look down upon me and my Xingyue imperial court? Your Majesty, this war general is a martial god at the ninth heaven, Hong Lian clarified. What? A martial god at the ninth heaven? The empress was taken aback, astonished that a mere war general could possess such strength. You are a war general of the Xiao family? The Empress scrutinized Zhao Yun, her expression grave. A martial god at the ninth heaven, yet not an ordinary one. He exudes an aura that gives me a hint of danger. She realized that despite being at the initial stages of planetary level, she was not a match for just any martial god. The fact that this individual could evoke a sense of peril in her was no trivial matter. I am Zhao Yun, honored to meet your majesty, Zhao Yun said with a slight smile and a respectful bow. Your Xiao family has suddenly arrived at my imperial court. What are your intentions? The Empress inquired, her expression skeptical. Your majesty, you need not worry. The Xiao family merely seeks a place to settle. And we have fortuitously arrived at the Xingyue imperial court, Zhao Yun explained. Do you believe I would take that at face value? The Empress's lips curled into a cold smile. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do, Zhao Yun replied calmly. Zhao Yun, I advise you to speak the truth. This is my Xingyue imperial court. What power does your Xiao family truly possess? The Empress's voice turned icy, an invisible pressure immediately descending upon Zhao Yun. In the face of the Empress's oppressive aura, Zhao Yun remained unfazed, as if a stone cast into the sea, merely causing a slight ripple. Seeing this, the Empress felt a fleeting surprise. She had not anticipated that he possessed such capability. No wonder he could instill a sense of danger in her. Your Majesty, I have already conveyed all that I needed to say. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Zhao Yun stated, turning to depart. Do you think my imperial palace is a place you can come and go as you please? If you do not disclose your Xiao family's intentions today, do not blame me for annihilating your Xiao family, the Empress warned. Zhao Yun's expression turned cold as he retorted. Your Majesty, one may indulge in a meal recklessly, but one must choose their words carefully. Be wary of the troubles that may arise from your tongue. How audacious! Zhao Yun, how dare you speak to the Emperor in such a manner? Hong Lian, standing nearby, shouted angrily. Haha, are you threatening me? The Empress laughed harshly, her tone sharp. This is not a threat, it is merely a piece of advice. I would counsel your Majesty to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Xiao family, Zhao Yun remarked before disregarding the Empress and departing. Watching Zhao Yun leave, the Empress did not attempt to stop him this time, her expression dark as storm clouds. Your Majesty, this individual is far too arrogant. Shall I apprehend him? Hong Lian suggested, preparing to pursue Zhao Yun. Enough, Hong Lian, you are no match for him. Even I may not be able to contend with this individual. The Empress replied, shaking her head. How can that be? Your Majesty, you are a planetary-level being and cannot subdue a mere martial god? Hong Lian questioned incredulously. This individual is no ordinary foe. Although he is a martial god at the ninth heaven, he instills in me a sense of danger. And he remained impervious to my aura, the Empress confessed, astonished. Your Majesty, how should we address the situation concerning the Xiao family? They are indeed formidable. Just one of their generals is immensely powerful. Sigh, how did the Xiao family come to appear in my Xingyue Empire? Hong Lian, keep a vigilant watch on the Xiao family's movements, and report any anomalies at once. Understood. Having departed from the imperial palace, Zhao Yun made his way directly back to the Xiao family. Now that he had revealed himself, he had no intention of remaining in the shadows any longer. General Zhao, you have returned. What business does the Xingyue Emperor have with our Xiao family? Upon seeing Zhao Yun, Xiao Xian approached him with a question. Nothing of great significance. I merely wish to ascertain our purpose for being here, Zhao Yun replied nonchalantly. What course should our Xiao family take next? Hearing this, Zhao Yun fell silent for a moment before responding. We shall develop normally. If any other families dare to cause trouble, we shall eradicate them without hesitation, regardless of the Xingyue Empire's sentiments. He believed that, after this incident, no one in the Xingyue Empire would act rashly until they fully understood the Xiao family's strength. Haha. General Zhao speaks wisely. It is merely an empire. What have we to fear from Deja? At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. A group of 10 individuals entered the hall of the Xiao family, led by Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Zhang Han. General Zhang, what brings you here? Zhao Yun inquired upon seeing Zhang Han, while Wang Jian and Meng Tian were unfamiliar to him. General Zhao, we were sent by the Emperor. After all, this is an empire, and the Emperor feared you might be overwhelmed, Zhang Han explained. I see. And who might these two be? Zhao Yun asked, glancing at Wang Jian and Meng Tian. General Zhao, you must have heard of these two. They are Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian of my 7th Legion. Zhang Han replied with a smile. Zhao Yun was taken aback. Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian, the great commanders under the first emperor of the Qin dynasty? Indeed. Wang Jian confirmed. It is a pleasure to meet you, General Zhao. With that confirmation, Zhao Yun hurriedly bowed to the two generals. I am honored to meet the two esteemed generals. Haha, General Zhao is too polite. We are all subjects of Deja now. Let's regard each other as equals. Wang Jian said with a smile. Young masters and mistresses, we are honored to meet you. Xiao Xian and others also stepped forward to pay their respects. There is no need for such formalities, everyone. Now, General Zhao, please share the current situation of the Xingyue Empire with us, Meng Tian interjected. Unable to bear the pleasantries any longer. I recently met with the Xingyue Emperor, who sought to uncover the forces behind our Xiao family. Zhao Yun recounted his encounter at the imperial palace. After listening to Zhao Yun's account, the others fell into a pensive silence. After a while, Wang Jian turned to Zhao Yun and asked, "What is your assessment of the Xingyue Empire's strength? It likely possesses peak planetary-level capabilities, given its status as a major power in Central Continent. However, whether it reaches stellar level remains uncertain." Zhao Yun expressed his views. Peak planetary level, you say? In that case, let us not concern ourselves with this empire for now. We should first take down several families within the city. Night fell, and Zhao Yun departed for the He family, one of the three major families, while Wang Jian headed to the Du family and Meng Tian to the Liang family. Hovering above the He family, Zhao Yun looked down with a cold smile and swung his spear downward. 100 birds to the phoenix. With a mighty shout, a phantom of a phoenix surged forth towards the He family. Boom. The entire He family compound was instantly shattered, and countless members of the He family perished. Impudent wretch. How dare you attack my He family? You seek death. A voice roared from the He family grounds. As a figure appeared before Zhao Yun, it was the ancestor of the He family, a martial deity of the 6th level. Without a moment's hesitation, the He family ancestor launched an assault on Zhao Yun, consumed by rage over the destruction of his family and the loss of countless kin. Zhao Yun met the charge with a sweeping strike of his spear, unleashing an overwhelming force that cleaved through the He family ancestor. In that instant, the ancestor, still poised to attack, was obliterated, his body disintegrating into the void. Zhao Yun wasted no time, advancing into the He family compound and dispatching every member without mercy, leaving none alive. In that moment, he was akin to the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the He family. Chapter 83, The Shocked Empress. Simultaneously, the Du and Liang families were also annihilated by Wang Jian and Meng Tian with unparalleled ferocity. None survived. The following day, the entire imperial city of the Xingyue Empire was rocked by tremors. The three prominent families, having stood for countless years, were extinguished in a single night. Who could be responsible for such devastation? What do you think caused the sudden annihilation of these three families? Who knows? They must have offended some terrifying force. Could it have been the Empire's doing? After all, aside from the Empire, who could destroy these three families? Perhaps not. Regardless, these families were affiliated with the Empire. Why would the Empire eliminate them? Could it have been the Xiao family? They have always been at odds with the three families, and now they remain unscathed. The Xiao family possesses that level of power? Unthinkable. Forget it. This is beyond our concern. Let us attend to our own matters. Within the imperial city, countless individuals discussed the demise of the three families, and within a day, the news spread throughout the entire city. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Xian looked at Zhao Yun and the generals with a worried expression. With the three families destroyed, the Empire will likely seek trouble with us. What do you all think we should do? Young Master Xiao, it is only an empire. There is no need for undue concern, Wang Jian reassured him, dismissing the Xingyue Empire's significance. Indeed, the Xingyue Empire would not instigate a conflict with us over a few inconsequential families, Meng Tian added. Let us hope that is the case. Xiao Xian sighed softly, aware of his limited understanding of the capabilities of Xiao Tian and the remarkable figures within Deja. Regardless, the Xingyue Empire is still stronger than us at present. I believe we should inform the Emperor, Zhao Yun suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian nodded in agreement. General Zhao is correct. We should notify the Emperor. General Zhang, you shall convey this message to the Emperor, he instructed. Very well. I shall inform the Western Factory to report this to the Emperor shortly, Zhang Han affirmed. The Western Factory currently had many operatives scattered across Central Continent, gathering intelligence. In the Xingyue Imperial Palace, the Empress had also learned of the events in the Imperial City. She was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Xiao family. A single Zhao Yun could easily annihilate these three families. Your Majesty, the Xiao family is too arrogant. They show no respect for our Xingyue Empire, General Honglian exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. The Empress, too, wore a grim expression. She had not anticipated the Xiao family would dare to act so recklessly. Just yesterday, she had issued a warning to Zhao Yun, and yet by nightfall, three families had been obliterated. What did this mean? Did it signify a blatant disregard for her imperial authority? Honglian, at once, led her troops to apprehend the Xiao family. Wait a moment. You should summon an elder from the Elder Hall to accompany you. You alone cannot contend with Zhao Yun, came the counsel. The Elder Hall is the heart of the Star Moon Empire, where all beings of planetary rank and above reside, unless occupied with pressing duties. Yes, I shall obey. After Honglian departed, a flicker of brilliance passed through the Empress's gaze. Xiao family, I shall see what prowess you possess. Upon leaving the imperial palace, Honglian sought the company of a second-tier planetary elder from the Elder Hall and then proceeded, accompanied by her troops, towards the Xiao family. Inside the grand hall of the Xiao family, the imperial dynasty has sent emissaries. As Honglian and her entourage arrived at the gates of the Xiao residence, Wang Qian and others took note of their presence. Allow me to handle this, Meng Tian declared. Very well. With a single step, Meng Tian appeared before Honglian and her companions. What brings you to the Xiao family? He inquired with a gentle smile. You too are of the Xiao family? Honglian's countenance shifted at the sudden appearance of Meng Tian, as she could not discern his strength. Beside her, an elder who had accompanied Honglian from the Elder Hall regarded Meng Tian with a grave expression. General, this individual is of planetary rank, and his realm surpasses mine. What? Planetary rank? Honglian's face fell in astonishment. Does the Xiao family possess such strength? How are we to contend with them? Meng Tian, a battle general of the Xiao family. Another battle general of the Xiao family. Honglian's heart was shaken, and her expression darkened. What on earth was the Xiao family's origin? First, they had Xiao Yun, a martial god of the 9th tier, and now another planetary battle general appeared. Did the Xiao family truly have so many formidable warriors? You disrupt the order of the imperial city and unjustly annihilate 3 prominent families. The emperor has decreed the apprehension of all members of the Xiao family. Although their strength was inferior at that moment, Honglian, being within the imperial dynasty, showed no fear towards Meng Tian. Humph, we did not annihilate the 3 families without cause. Since our arrival, they have persistently sought trouble with us. We merely returned the favor in kind, Meng Tian scoffed. However, you cannot extinguish an entire clan. Honglian was momentarily at a loss for words. You have already done so, what will you do now? Or rather, what will your Star Moon Empire do? Meng Tian's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Honglian, countering her inquiry. You, the Xiao family is so arrogant. Do you not fear the imperial dynasty's wrath? Honglian felt increasingly uncomfortable under Meng Tian's scrutiny and retorted in anger. The Xiao family stands here. Should your imperial dynasty wish for war, we are prepared to engage. As for you, return whence you came. Upon finishing his statement, Meng Tian unleashed the might of a 5th-tier planetary being, which surged forth like a tempest towards the crowd. The onlookers were immediately pushed back 100 meters by this overwhelming force, with some of the weaker warriors collapsing to the ground. 5th-tier planetary rank. The elder from the Elder Hall gasped in astonishment upon sensing this aura. General, we must retreat. This individual is beyond our capabilities. Only the Grand Elder or the Supreme Elder could contend with him. Honglian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Yet she recognized that they stood no chance against the Xiao family and could only retreat. Everyone, fall back. With that, Honglian turned and departed. Watching their retreat, Meng Tian made his way back to the Xiao residence. Meng General, what transpired? The others queried upon his return. They came to demand justice, but have since departed. Now, we shall see what the Star Moon Empire intends, whether they will wage war or exercise restraint, Meng Tian replied coolly. And if they choose war? It seems our great Xia is not currently a match for the Star Moon Empire, Xie Xian expressed his concern. Haha, fret not. The Emperor's capabilities are beyond your comprehension. You should have received our message by now. There is no need for worry, Wang Qian laughed heartily. In the Star Moon Imperial Palace, Your Majesty, I failed to capture the Xiao family. I beseech your judgment. Honglian knelt before the Empress. You failed to capture them? Did you not summon an elder? The Empress inquired. Puzzled. Replying to Your Majesty, I did summon a 2nd-tier planetary elder, but the Xiao family produced a battle general of 5th-tier planetary rank. Honglian explained, her head bowed. What? 5th-tier planetary rank? The Empress was taken aback, her disbelief palpable. Indeed, she confirmed, her mind tumultuous with thoughts. 5th-tier planetary rank represented the pinnacle of martial prowess on the continent. In this era, those of high planetary rank seeking to ascend to stellar rank typically retreated to the middle world for seclusion and cultivation. Most of the elder beings at stellar rank were also in the middle world. Those remaining in the Xiantian continent were primarily below 6th-tier planetary rank. That a single Xia family could possess a 5th-tier planetary battle general was a staggering notion. If battle generals were already of 5th-tier planetary rank, what then of the clan's patriarch, elders, and the supreme elder? Did the Xia family possess stellar beings? The Empress dared not contemplate further. The more she pondered, the more she perceived the Xiao family as a terrifying force. After a lengthy silence, she resolved, let us not dwell on the Xiao family for now. I shall contact the ancestral elder and ascertain their stance. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Great Xia, at the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian had received news from Zhang Han. Star Moon Empire, I hope you act wisely, lest you become the first empire to fall to the Great Xia, he murmured. Just as he prepared to utilize another diamond summoning card, Host, Xiaoyan has emerged from the third layer of the Divine Demon Tower. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression brightened. After more than 2 years, Xiaoyan had finally emerged from his seclusion. System, to what realm has Xiaoyan ascended? 9th tier planetary rank. 9th tier planetary rank. Excellent. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, he felt his own realm surge dramatically, instantly reaching 9th tier planetary rank, as Xiaoyan arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace. Your Majesty, Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Xiao Tian. After a single period of seclusion, he had reached the pinnacle of the continent, 9th tier planetary rank. How could he not feel exhilarated? This was the boon bestowed upon him by Xiao Tian, the sovereign of the Great Xia. Indeed, 9th tier planetary rank, you have not disappointed me. Xiao Tian nodded with a smile at Xiaoyan. From this moment forth, you shall officially become the head of the Xia family. I accept the decree, Xiaoyan replied respectfully, clasping his hands in salute. Currently, the Xia family resides within the Star Moon Empire. Go forth. Yes, I take my leave. As he watched Xiaoyan depart, Xiao Tian felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Xiaoyan would emerge from seclusion, he would have saved the 8 platinum cards for use now. Alas, what was done, there was no point in lamenting. System, use the diamond summoning card. This marked the second use of a diamond summoning card. He wondered who would emerge this time. Usage successful. Congratulations, host, on summoning the renowned Yuanqingdu. Yuanqingdu? The second best hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties, General Tian Bao? Indeed, this individual was a fierce warrior. Though he might not surpass the Western court's Zhao Wang Li Yuanba, he was undoubtedly a figure of extraordinary merit, comparable to the legendary El Bu. Once, a solitary warrior faced the formidable trio of heroes from the Sui and Tang dynasties, Xiong Kuahai, Wu Yunzhao, and Wu Tianxi, and vanquished them one by one. Though ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Li Yuanba. Xiao Tian gazed ahead, and before him appeared Yuanqingdu, adorned with a golden helmet embellished with twin phoenixes, clad in a suit of golden chain mail, and wielding a magnificent golden spear, emanating an air of majesty as he emerged from the void. Yuanqingdu approached Xiao Tian and knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, I, Yuanqingdu, pay my respects to the emperor. Haha, no need for such formalities. Qingdu, your arrival is fortuitous. The Demon Beast mountain range may strike at the borders of our great Xia at any moment. Although we have the likes of El Bu and Dian Wei, it is prudent to prepare for the worst. Qingdu, you are to proceed at once to Xinghe Mansion to rendezvous with El Bu, Xiao Tian commanded with a hearty laugh. Your humble servant obeys the decree, Yuanqingdu replied, rising and preparing to head toward Xinghe Mansion. Wait, from this day forth, I hereby appoint Yuanqingdu as the Marshal of the 10th Legion and grant him the title of first-rank Earl. With the imperial edict issued, the court of Great Xia trembled once more. This marked the birth of the second Marshal of Great Xia. Qingdu, lead the entire 10th Legion to Xinghe Mansion at once. It is time for our Great Xia to launch an offensive against the T New York O Empire. Your humble servant complies. As Yuanqingdu departed, Xiao Tian began to review his information. Name, Yuanqingdu. Courtesy name, none. Physique, Saint Body of Metal. Cultivation method, Saint Art of Metal. Talent, Ancestral Grade. Realm, Star Level. 5th tier. Potential, unknown. Star level. A smile crept upon Xiaoyan's lips. In the core area of the Demon Beast mountain range, the 3 major royal families gathered once more. Our emissaries sent to the eastern wasteland have all perished, Huze remarked grimly, casting a worried glance at the other 2. We underestimated our opponent. Who would have thought that 3 martial gods at the 7th heaven would fall in the eastern wasteland? Lion King Shiming wore a solemn expression. To annihilate several elders without allowing them to escape. It seems this great Xia possesses planetary-level experts. The Eagle Clan leader, Jiao Qing, also appeared grave. What shall we do next? Huze inquired of the 2. Should we summon the Grand Elder to confront Great Xia? Shiming suggested softly. That would not be wise. Let us inform the Emperor instead and see what he decides, Jiao Qing countered. To report such a trivial matter to the Emperor would only make it seem as if we, the royal families, are inept, Shiming retorted. Trivial? 3 martial gods at the 7th heaven have perished, and you call this a trivial matter? Pray tell, what constitutes a major issue? Would our collective demise not qualify? Jiao Qing's countenance turned icy as he rebuked. Enough. You both cease your quarrel. Let us inform the Emperor. Unless the Grand Elder intervenes, we may no longer be able to resolve this ourselves, Huze declared. Very well, then let us notify the Emperor. The 3 then made their way directly to the imperial city, Tianyao City. Within the Tianyao Imperial Palace, the Emperor regarded the 3 with a calm demeanor. What news do you bring? He inquired softly. There was no fury, no thunderous admonition, yet his presence commanded respect, rendering the 3 unable to breathe freely. Your Majesty. A force from Great Xia has emerged in the eastern wasteland, annihilating our tribes in the center. We dispatched 3 elders, all of whom have fallen to Great Xia. We suspect they possess planetary-level experts and dare not make decisions on our own. Hence we come to report to your majesty for your judgment, Huo explained, bowing his head. How could a mere eastern wasteland produce planetary-level experts? We do not know, your majesty, the 3 replied. The emperor fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. You shall proceed to the Holy Land and invite the 4 grand elders to emerge and deal with this Great Xia. Each of your clans shall lead your elite forces to destroy Great Xia. Yes, your majesty. And what of the Shadow Demon Dragon clan? Huo inquired. Send word to Bai Qi to lead their elite forces to obliterate Great Xia. Understood. A smile flickered in Huo's eyes. Humph, Bai Qi. Did you not disdain to ally with us? The emperor has given the order. Let us see if you dare refuse now. In the Xinghe mansion of Great Xia, Yuan Qingdu led the 10th Legion to Starcloud City. Greetings, Marshal Yuan, Elbu greeted, clasping his hands. Marshal L, you are too kind. Is there any news from the demon race? Yuan Qingdu inquired. None at the moment, but it should not be long now, Elbu replied. Indeed, the emperor has decreed that we shall annihilate the invading demon race, marking the time for our Great Xia to assault the Demon Beast mountain range. L, heed the command. 3 days later, the 4 royal families of the T New York O Empire, leading an army of 4 million demon warriors, advanced towards the eastern wasteland. Accompanied by 4 elderly figures resembling the withered remnants of time. These were the Grand Elders of the Holy Land, each a planetary-level expert of the 5th tier. Is this Great Xia truly as formidable as you claim? One elder from the Purple-Winged Eagle clan queried. Indeed, Elder, Great Xia must possess planetary-level experts, otherwise, our elders would not have fallen without the chance to flee, Huo replied, casting a glance at the Eagle clan elder. Thus, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we have summoned the 3 elders to eliminate this Great Xia. How many years has it been that there are still reckless humans daring to annihilate our demon branch? Let this Great Xia be erased from the Xiantian continent. The elder of the Tiger clan declared, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Huo, inform the army to increase their pace. I am eager to eradicate this Great Xia. Yes, elder. Huo complied, bellowing to the troops ahead. All forces, accelerate your advance. Half a day later, they finally reached the outskirts of the Demon Beast mountain range. Elder, ahead lies the eastern wasteland, the border of Great Xia. Very well. We shall attack directly. Spare no one. Understood. At the border entrance, stationed there was Dian Wei. Upon the arrival of the demon army at the outskirts of the Demon Beast mountain range, Dian Wei spotted them as well. At last they have come, he murmured. Then turned to his deputy. Go inform the 2 marshals that the demon army has launched an assault. Yes, General, the deputy replied before swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon learning of the demon army's advance, both Elbu and Yuan Qingdu revealed bloodthirsty expressions. All troops of the 5th Legion immediately proceed to the border to intercept the demon army. As they reached the walls of Starcloud City, Elbu surveyed the 200,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion below and bellowed, Yes, Marshal. All soldiers of the 10th Legion shall follow the 5th Legion to the border and slaughter the demon race. Yuan Qingdu shouted as well. Yes, Marshal. The 10th Legion had now expanded to 800,000 troops, though still shy of 1 million. Every soldier was above the Martial Emperor realm. Coupled with the 200,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion, all above the Martial Sovereign realm, this force of 1 million would surely spell doom for the demon race. Qingdu, what is your assessment of this battle? Elbu inquired as he watched the departing soldiers. In terms of mid to low-tier strength, we undoubtedly surpass the demon race. The only shortcoming lies in the absence of high-tier martial god power. Regrettably, Generals Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng have yet to break through to the martial god realm. Yuan Qingdu lamented. Indeed, the establishment of our Great Xia is relatively recent, especially when compared to these powers that have existed for countless years. Our primary deficiency lies in the absence of formidable forces. This time, let us allow our soldiers to endure a baptism of blood and fire. We merely need to keep watch over the opposing high-level powers. Precisely, without the refinement of jade, one cannot become a gem. How can the warriors of Great Xia remain as mere flowers in a greenhouse? The previous adversaries posed little challenge, most of whom were dealt with by the esteemed generals. Now, it is time for them to showcase their capabilities. To my surprise, the Heavenly Demon Empire has sent a force of considerable strength this time. With 4 planetary-level 5th-tier experts. When the demon army appeared at the borders, Yuan Qingdu also sensed their might. Marshal L, it seems the time has come for you to take action, for planetary-level 5th-tier experts alongside numerous martial gods will be beyond General Dian Wei's capacity to manage alone. Rest assured, Marshal Qingdu, I shall handle it. Elbu replied, his footsteps moving swiftly, instantly appearing on the battlefield. At the border, as the demon army encroached upon the territory of Great Xia, they beheld the formidable Great Xia Legion, with millions of soldiers standing ready. Is this truly the Eastern Wilderness? Such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the cultivation levels of these warriors? The demon clans felt the shift in the Eastern Wilderness and the formidable presence of the millions of Great Xia troops, and their expressions changed in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of martial emperors? Over 1 million martial saints? Not a single presence below the martial sovereign level? When did the Eastern Wilderness become so powerful? Thankfully, there are no martial gods on the opposing side. The number of martial emperors and saints is easily tenfold greater than ours. The crowd was astounded by the cultivation levels of the Great Xia warriors. It was simply astonishing. The total number of martial emperors in the entire Heavenly Demon Empire might not even match the strength of the army before them. However, the situation is not dire. Without martial gods on their side, we possess hundreds of martial gods, which is sufficient to deal with these martial emperors. The elder of the Tiger clan observed the shock on the faces of the crowd and spoke. Indeed, what does it matter if there are many martial emperors? With our numerous martial gods, we have nothing to fear. Moreover, we have these several old fellows here. The elder of the Eagle clan dismissed it nonchalantly. Demons, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. At this moment, Dianwei stepped forward from the ranks, soaring into the air, addressing the demon clan. Who are you? The elder of the Tiger clan squinted at Dianwei. Planetary 5th tier? It seems this Great Xia is indeed no ordinary force. I am Dianwei, the general of the 5th Legion of Great Xia. Dianwei declared loudly, fixing his gaze upon the elder of the Tiger clan. So it is one of Great Xia's men, but have you grown too arrogant? Do you think that just because you are planetary 5th tier, you can act with impunity against my demon clan? At this moment, the elder of the Lion clan also stepped forward, shouting, Demons, it was you who initiated this conflict. Therefore, accept the retribution of Great Xia. Dianwei's expression turned cold, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Humph, such brazen words. The elder of the Tiger clan was instantly enraged. Demon warriors, annihilate these Great Xia humans. Let them know that my demon clan is not to be trifled with. Charge. Everyone kill. Upon hearing the words of their elders, the entire demon army surged forward toward the Great Xia Legion. 5th Legion, attack. Dianwei bellowed. 10th Legion, charge. Shouted Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, and others in unison. In an instant, the great battle between the human and demon races commenced. The demon army, numbering 4 million, comprised the elite from the 4 royal families, all possessing cultivation levels above martial emperor, with many being martial sovereigns and saints. However, they could not compare to Great Xia. Upon contact, countless demons fell, while Great Xia soldiers also met their demise. The entire border was soon enveloped in a chilling aura of slaughter. Scattered limbs and corpses littering the ground, both human and demon, with blood staining the earth. At this moment, Elbu appeared. Marshal. Upon seeing Elbu, Dianwei immediately called out, Marshal, the demon clan has a considerable number of martial gods. Although our martial emperors and saints outnumber them, we cannot possibly withstand these martial gods. Dianwei, you are to eliminate those martial god beasts. As for these 4 old fellows, leave them to me. They will not interfere with your battlefield, Elbu replied calmly. At his words, a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in Dianwei's eyes. He had longed to slay those martial god scoundrels, but he knew the 4 planetary-level elders would surely obstruct him. However, with the marshal's presence, he now had no reservations. Yes, Marshal, Dianwei responded, immediately charging toward the battlefield, his twin halberds wielded like the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of the martial god beasts. Chapter 86, Annihilating the Demon Army Again. Damn it, this Great Xia general has dared to plunge into battle and slaughter our martial gods. Who will deal with this Great Xia general? The elder of the Tiger clan glowered as he witnessed Dianwei enter the fray. To think this Great Xia commander would be so audacious, a planetary-level expert infiltrating a battlefield filled with martial gods and emperors. This contravenes the unspoken rules of the entire continent. On the Xiantian continent, due to the overwhelming strength of planetary-level beings, it is conventionally understood that such experts should not participate in battles between armies. Anyone who dares to breach this rule would face the condemnation of the entire continent. However, Great Xia appeared unaware of this rule. Even if they knew, one could question whether they would adhere to it. I shall go. You all keep an eye on that person who has just appeared above. He is also a planetary level 5th tier, the elder of the Lion clan stated. Rest assured. You deal with that Great Xia general. We will handle this one, the elder of the Tiger clan replied. Hearing this, the elder of the Lion clan prepared to charge toward Dianwei. Gentlemen, if you wish to fight, I shall entertain you. However, do not descend into the battlefield below. Before he could take a step, Elbu had already discerned the elder's intentions, instantly appearing before him. Startled by Elbu's sudden appearance, the elder of the Lion clan exclaimed, then turned to the elders of the Tiger clan, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Stop him. If this drags on, our kin below will be slaughtered by Great Xia." Upon hearing this, the others immediately rushed toward Elbu, encircling him. "You must go deal with Jianwei." The elder of the Tiger clan urged the elder of the Lion clan. "None of you are going anywhere. You are to remain right here." Elbu chuckled lightly at the gathered elders. Then, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping the four in a torrent of demonic energy, forming an invisible space wherein no matter how they attacked, they could not break free. Demonic energy? You are of the demon race. The four were struck with terror upon sensing Elbu's aura. Demon race? No, no, no. El is not of such a lowly breed. Upon hearing them refer to him as a demon, Elbu scoffed disdainfully. "You gentlemen shall observe the battle below. Your demon race will serve as a training ground for the warriors of Great Xia. Who are you truly?" As they realized they could not escape this space, their expressions turned grim, and they glared at Elbu, demanding answers. "I am Elbu, Marshal of the 5th Legion of Great Xia." "Elbu, I advise you to call off Dianwei immediately. Otherwise, be prepared to face the wrath of my heavenly demon holy land." "Elbu, if you dare to annihilate our 4 clans' army, Great Xia shall surely be obliterated by my heavenly demon holy land. How dare you let a planetary-level expert slaughter my demon army? Prepare to face the scorn of the entire continent." The 4 shouted fiercely at Elbu. "Heh, heavenly demon holy land, do you think Great Xia would fear you? Now, watch the battle unfold below. This is the price you demon clan must pay for your assault on our Great Xia. Soon, it will be your turn." After uttering these words, Lubu disregarded the 4 individuals and vanished from sight, reappearing high above in the clouds, where he observed the tumultuous battle below. The 4, witnessing Lu Bu's sudden disappearance, were consumed by rage and unleashed a frenzied assault upon the space around them. Alas, they were powerless to breach the spatial barrier Lu Bu had erected. On the battlefield, Dianwei ruthlessly reaped the lives of the demon clan warriors at the martial god realm, while Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, and their comrades engaged their own adversaries, each a formidable foe of the 3rd layer of the martial god realm. Despite Qin Xiong and his allies being merely at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, they had no trouble dealing with opponents below the 3rd layer of the martial god realm in one-on-one encounters. At that moment, a demon of the 6th layer of the martial god realm, witnessing Qin Xiong and his allies contend with the martial gods, was taken aback by their audacity. With a fierce roar, the demon charged at the 6 martial emperors besieging it, tearing one apart with a single claw as it lunged towards Qin Xiong. "Cousin, be careful!" Luo Cheng shouted urgently upon seeing the demon's attack directed at Qin Xiong. However, Qin Xiong was entangled with a demon of the 3rd layer of the martial god realm, and, despite hearing Luo Cheng's warning, he was unable to evade in time. With a chilling sound, the demon's claw ripped through Qin Xiong's back, sending him hurtling backwards for 1,000 meters. Luo Cheng, witnessing this, thrust his spear through his own opponent and charged at the attacking demon. 5 tigers break the horizontal spear, he declared as he approached, sweeping his spear in a powerful arc that unleashed an invisible force towards the demon. Upon seeing Luo Cheng's attack, the demon smirked coldly. With a deafening roar, it unleashed an even more ferocious aura that shattered Luo Cheng's assault, continuing unabated towards him. Just then, Dianwei appeared, intercepting the oncoming onslaught with a swift motion, dissipating the attack. In a fluid motion, he closed the distance to the demon, plunging his spear directly into its skull, ending its life in an instant. Dianwei then rejoined the fray, continuing his slaughter of the martial gods. At this juncture, the battlefield had descended into a lopsided struggle. 400,000 demons faced off against 10 million soldiers of Great Xia. Apart from the advantage held by the martial gods, the remainder of their ranks were being mercilessly exterminated. With Dianwei's entry into the battle, the demons' only semblance of advantage evaporated. Wang Teng, Jiang Taisu, Yi Qing Xian, and others were engaged in a relentless massacre of the demon army. After an hour, the demon forces were all but annihilated, including the leaders of several royal families, none of whom survived. Meanwhile, Great Xia had incurred losses of nearly 100,000 soldiers, predominantly from the lower ranks of the 10th Legion. The 5th Legion remained virtually unscathed, suffering less than 100 casualties among their martial lords. After all, they were summoned warriors, their capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary soldiers. "Everyone, return to the city to recuperate. We shall attack the demon clan in 3 days," Lu Bu proclaimed to the assembled soldiers. "Yes," they responded. Subsequently, Lu Bu approached the 4 trapped within the spatial barrier. "Do you comprehend the cost of offending our Great Xia?" he inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon them. You dare to slaughter millions of my demon kin. Prepare for the wrath of the celestial demon, sacred land. The four shouted in a fury, their faces aflame with rage. They had witnessed their kin being ruthlessly slaughtered by Great Xia, yet remained powerless to intervene, illuminating the depths of their inner turmoil. Do not rush. Now it is your turn. Soon, the celestial demon sacred land shall join you, Lu Bu replied, striding through the void, drawing forth his Fang Tianhua halberd as he advanced toward them. Fang Tianhua slash. Upon reaching the four, Lu Bu shouted, executing a decisive strike that cleaved through them. They had no time to evade, unable even to defend, and were instantly obliterated, their souls dissipating into the ether. As the four perished, the spatial barrier crumbled in the wake of Lu Bu's assault. Marshal, Jian Wei approached Lu Bu. Inform everyone to rest for 3 days. We shall attack the Demon Beast Mountain range then. Understood. At the precise moment the four elders perished, the life seals residing within the celestial demon sacred land vanished without a trace. An elder tasked with overseeing the life seals witnessed their sudden disappearance, his expression shifting to one of shock and horror as he hurriedly made his way to the Sacred Lord's Hall. Chapter 87. Departure in the Celestial Demon Empire. The elder rushed into the Sacred Lord's Hall. Is the Sacred Lord present? He inquired of the guarding disciples. Greetings, third elder, the Sacred Lord is within. A disciple replied respectfully. The elder, being the third elder of the sacred land, quickly entered the chamber to find a middle-aged man in deep meditation. The celestial demon Sacred Lord himself. Sacred Lord, grave tidings, he exclaimed, interrupting the Sacred Lord's meditation. The celestial demon Sacred Lord slowly opened his eyes, taken aback by the elder's urgency. What troubles you so, third elder? He inquired. Sacred Lord, a calamity has befallen us. The life seals of the four royal elders have vanished, the third elder reported. What did you say? The celestial demon Sacred Lord immediately stood, alarmed at the news of the four elders' life seals dissipating in the eastern wasteland. How could this be? The four royal elders are all fifth-tier planetary beings. How could they perish in the eastern wasteland? The Sacred Lord's disbelief was palpable as he murmured to himself. Sacred Lord, what shall we do? The eastern wasteland must be in turmoil. Otherwise, how could the four royal elders have fallen? Damn it. Did this emperor not ascertain the strength of the enemy before sending the four elders? The celestial demon Sacred Lord's face darkened, his voice laced with anger. Sacred Lord, this great Xia shows us no respect. We must avenge the four royal elders. The third elder declared vehemently. Avenge? How can we? The enemy has slain even the four fifth-tier planetary elders. They must possess at least eighth-tier planetary strength. Without our ancestor present, how can we seek vengeance? The celestial demon Sacred Lord retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, the third elder's expression darkened. Indeed, if even the four royal elders are no match, what can we do without our ancestors present? Shall we let this matter go unpunished? Let it go? How can that be? To dare slay our sacred land's royal elders. This great Xia must be eradicated. Do not spread the news yet. Go on ahead. I shall contact the ancestors and seek their counsel. Understood. After the third elder departed, the celestial demon Sacred Lord made his way to a secluded cave, the abode of the sacred land's royal elders. The celestial demon Sacred Land boasted 6 royal elders. Each of the 4 major royal clans had one, leaving behind only 2 from the celestial demon imperial clan after the others perished in the eastern wasteland. Though these 2 possessed slightly higher realms, 6th and 7th tier planetary, these strengths were still insufficient to contend with Great Xia. The celestial demon Sacred Lord understood that the demise of the 4 royal elders meant that the 400,000 elite demon warriors accompanying them to the eastern wasteland were likely all lost as well. Following this battle, the demon clan had suffered a grievous blow, and it would take many years for them to recover. Royal Elder, Tianshi has urgent business to discuss. The celestial demon Sacred Lord called out at the cave's entrance. Tianshi, come in. Receiving a response, Tianshi stepped into the cave. What is it? Upon entering, he beheld the last 2 supreme elders of the sacred land present. Hearing the inquiry from the elders, Tianshi recounted the events that had transpired. What? All 4 of them have fallen? At this revelation, the 2 elders were visibly taken aback, their expressions swiftly morphing into one of fury. Damn it! How dare this great Xia slay our 4 esteemed elders? Each of the elders was at the 5th rank of planetary level, and for them to be vanquished, the assailants must possess at least an 8th rank planetary strength. Thus, Tianshi had come to implore the elders to contact the ancestor. Otherwise, they stood no chance against Great Xia. Gazing at the 2 elders, he spoke softly. In this case, we must reach out to the ancestor. Alas, you should return to the sacred land for now. We shall contact the ancestor shortly. Understood, Tianshi replied, and with that, he turned and departed from the cave. Once outside, Tian Shi made his way directly back to the hall of the sovereign. Someone summoned Tian Ling to see me at once. Upon his return, he commanded his disciples. Tian Ling was the sovereign of the Tian Yao Empire. Due to a decision made by Tian Ling, the sacred land had suffered the loss of 4 supreme elders, significantly weakening the entire demon race. This incident would undoubtedly be blamed on Tian Ling by the sovereign of Tian Yao. As for how to deal with Tian Ling, Tian Shi was uncertain, but it was clear that the position of emperor would need to be reassigned. In the Great Xia, at the Xinghe prefecture, 3 days had elapsed since the annihilation of the demon army. All legions and soldiers were fully prepared for the impending assault on the Tian Yao Empire. Marshal, all troops are ready, Dianwei reported as he approached Lu Bu and Yuan Sheng. In that case, let us depart. We head directly to the Tian Yao Empire. Any who dare obstruct us shall be met with ruthless force, Lu Bu replied calmly. Yes, Dianwei affirmed, then addressed the entire army. March 4th. Destination, Tian Yao Empire. With that, Dianwei led the way toward the Beast Mountain range. Marshal Lu, let us be on our way as well, Yuan Sheng said from atop the city walls. Hearing this, Lu Bu was taken aback. Is Marshal Cheng personally joining the fray? Given that the Tian Yao sacred land would surely intervene, being one of the continent's peak powers with stellar-level experts, it was a prudent concern. Indeed, I had overlooked that detail, Lu Bu acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he was powerful enough to contend with foes of a higher rank, being at the 5th rank of planetary level limited him against opponents of the 8th rank, and he would be evenly matched at best against those of the 9th rank. Though formidable, he would certainly not stand a chance against stellar-level adversaries. Without further ado, the two vanished from sight, making their way toward the Tian Yao Empire. Several hours later, Dianwei and the army arrived at the central region of the Beast Mountain range. Every beast encountered along the way had been ruthlessly dispatched by the army. In a swift moment, all beasts scattered in fear, daring not to approach Dianwei and his men. Within a certain mountain range, 3 figures hastened toward the core of the Beast Mountain range, the 3 clan leaders of the central region. I never imagined Great Xia to be so formidable, even slaying the elders of the sacred land, one remarked as they rushed onward. Indeed, to think they would dare attack our Tian Yao Empire, such audacity. Another exclaimed, alas, this matter is beyond our control. We must swiftly notify the empire that Great Xia has launched an offensive, the third urged. Correct. You two hasten. We must reach the empire before Great Xia does. Only then can they prepare and avoid being caught off guard. With no time for further words, the 3 accelerated their pace, teleporting toward the empire. However, the distance from the central region to the core was considerable, and it would take time to arrive. Yet they would surely reach the empire before the Great Xia forces, given that they were only 3 against nearly 10 million from Great Xia. Chapter 88. Arrival at the Tian Yao Empire. Half a day later, the trio finally arrived at the Tian Yao Empire, ascending to the imperial court to meet the Tian Yao Emperor. We pay our respects to the emperor, they said, bowing respectfully upon their entrance. The Tian Yao Emperor was no longer Tian Ling, but a newly appointed leader designated by Tian Shi. The sacred land exerted complete control over the empire, akin to the relationship between a primary family and its branches. Speak. What urgent matters bring you before me? The emperor inquired, regarding the 3 with a measured gaze. We report to the emperor that the Great Xia dynasty from the eastern wilderness has deployed its forces toward the empire. We hasten to inform your majesty. Hoping for prompt preparations, they replied. What? Great Xia has breached the Beast Mountain range. The emperor rose abruptly, losing the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. He was acutely aware of Great Xia's strength, having witnessed the demise of the 4 supreme elders. How could the Tian Yao Empire withstand such an onslaught? The surrounding officials and generals exhibited expressions of astonishment and confusion. What manner of force was this Great Xia that dared to invade the Beast Mountain range and challenge their empire? They were unaware that the deaths of the 4 supreme elders had been at the hands of Great Xia, as such matters were not divulged to the lower ranks of the sacred land. Indeed, your majesty, the Great Xia forces have been on the move for over half a day and should soon reach the core area, they informed. At this moment, a burly man stepped forward. He was the Grand General of the Tian Yao Empire. Your majesty, what is the origin of this Great Xia? I shall lead my troops to eradicate them immediately, he declared, preparing to assemble his forces. Hold, General. The emperor interjected. The general turned, perplexed by the emperor's reaction. This Great Xia is not to be underestimated. Immediately gather all troops to stand guard outside the city and be prepared for battle. Your majesty, the general hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns. Enough. Do as I command, the Tian Yao Emperor insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, the general complied, and all were ordered to prepare for war. Dismissed, the emperor commanded as the court adjourned. Upon leaving the court, the Tian Yao Emperor sent a message to the sacred land. The impending attack from Great Xia was something the sacred land must be made aware of, otherwise. How could the Tianyao Empire hope to resist? Within the sacred land, the Tianyao sovereign, upon receiving the message from the emperor, was filled with rage. How audacious of Great Xia to kill our 4 supreme elders. We have yet to seek vengeance, and they dare invade our demon race. Summon the supreme elders from their seclusion. I have urgent matters to discuss. Yes, sovereign. The disciples outside, hearing the command, responded respectfully. Approximately half an hour later, 2 supreme elders entered the sovereign's hall. Tian Sure, what has transpired? One of the elders, named Tian Feng, who was at the 7th rank of planetary level, inquired. The other, Tian Ni, was at the 6th rank and was also among the most powerful in the sacred land. Supreme elders, Great Xia has gone too far, even invading our Beast Mountain range. Tian Sure explained, his expression darkening. What? Such arrogance from Great Xia? Both elders were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of fury. Is this a manifestation of contempt towards our demon clan, a derision directed at our heavenly demon sacred land? How audacious for the Great Xia dynasty to dare launch an assault upon our sacred realm. The Grand Elder, upon hearing the words of the Taishang Elder, expressed his concerns. 3 days prior, we notified the ancestor, and 3 of our ancestors are already en route back. I assure you, they will arrive shortly. So there is no need for alarm. Truly? Then there is no cause for worry regarding the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Tian Shure's face bore a cold expression as he snorted disdainfully. Humph, let this Great Xia come and not return. Where is the Great Xia now? I have received word that they have already traversed the central region and are en route to the imperial dynasty. In that case, Tian Shure, summon all the elders and disciples above the martial god rank to the imperial dynasty. We shall set forth ahead. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 vanished without a trace. Understood, Tian Shure replied, promptly gathering all the elders and disciples of the sacred land. General Dian Wei, we are nearing the borders of the heavenly demon imperial dynasty, Qi Jiguang remarked, standing beside Dian Wei, gazing at the various structures that loomed ahead. At that moment, the group had emerged from the mountains and found themselves on a vast plain, with the territory of the heavenly demon imperial dynasty stretching before them. At this juncture, the numerous demon warriors stationed within the territory had also taken note of the advancing Great Xia Legion. The Great Xia is attacking. Quick, inform the general. A demon commander shouted to the soldiers nearby. No need, I have already arrived. At that moment, the general of the heavenly demon imperial dynasty stepped forward, approaching the commander. I never anticipated that the Great Xia would dare to breach our demon clan's defenses. The general's expression turned grave as he surveyed the massive Great Xia Legion before him. The general then ascended into the air, stopping 1,000 meters from the Great Xia forces, and bellowed, "Who dares to invade my heavenly demon imperial dynasty?" Just as Qin Xiong was about to step forward, he was restrained by Dian Wei. General Qin, the opposing commander is at the planetary tier level 1. Allow me to handle this. With that, Dian Wei took a step forward and appeared in the air, now merely 100 meters away from the demon general. I am Dian Wei, general of the 5th Legion of Great Xia. Dian Wei confronted the demon general, exuding the potent aura of a planetary tier level 5. The 5th Legion of Great Xia? What does this mean? Are you declaring war on our demon clan? The demon general trembled under the weight of Dian Wei's imposing presence. Although he could not gauge the precise strength of Dian Wei, the aura unmistakably indicated an existence above planetary tier level 3. And if war is what you seek, do you believe Great Xia fears your heavenly demon imperial dynasty? Dian Wei replied with a faint smile, utterly dismissing the heavenly demon imperial dynasty. The demon general seethed with rage, yet his inferiority in strength rendered him powerless. Great Xia, you have gone too far. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. As the voice faded, 2 venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, materialized beside the demon general. Elder Tian Yang, I greet you, esteemed elders. The general of the heavenly demon imperial dynasty, Tian Yang, said respectfully. Enough, you may withdraw. Leave this to us old fellows, Tian Feng instructed, addressing Tian Yang. Tian Feng was a planetary tier level 7 elder of the sacred land, while the other elder was named Tian Ni. The demon imperial clan, all bearing the surname Tian, could not be accused of lacking in arrogance. Yes, Tian Yang bowed respectfully before retreating into the ranks of the army. Great Xia, you have gone too far. After Tian Yang's departure, Tian Feng turned his gaze upon Dian Wei once more. Gone too far. How do we, the Great Xia, cross the line? Dian Wei, with a disdainful smile, countered, You of the Great Xia killed 4 of our sacred land's esteemed elders. And yet we have not sought vengeance upon you. Yet you dare to come knocking at our door? Tian Feng demanded. Is it not a fact that your Great Xia has slain our 4 esteemed elders? We have yet to seek retribution upon you. Does it matter what we have done? If you did not seek death, Would they have perished? Had they not come to Great Xia, would they have met their demise? Dianwei retorted, his expression darkening as he locked eyes with the two elders. General, let us not dwell on the past. We will not pursue the matter of your slaughtering our 4 esteemed elders. How about you withdraw your troops? Tianfeng proposed, his demeanor shifting as he attempted to stall for time until their ancestors returned. As Tianfeng raised his hand to silence Tian and I, he regarded Dianwei with a calculating gaze. In his heart, he contemplated how to delay the Great Xia forces until their ancestors returned to settle the score. For now, what harm was there in feigning submission? After all, the presence of a planetary tier level 8 expert was surely lurking nearby, observing their every move. To expect me to withdraw? Your lack of concern is your own affair. Should you invade my Great Xia, you must be prepared to endure our wrath, Dianwei declared. Turning to his troops, bellowing, 5th Legion, charge forth. Kill. With Dianwei's command, the soldiers of the 5th Legion surged forward, colliding with the demon army. 7th Legion, attack. Qi Jiguang shouted, rallying the troops, even though their numbers were merely 10,000. 10th Legion, engage. With Qin Xiong's voice echoing in the air, the cry of kill resonated throughout the ranks as the entire Great Xia army surged into the fray, plunging the plain into chaos and carnage. Though the demon forces outnumbered the Great Xia troops 10-1, boasting an army of over 1 million, their overall strength paled in comparison to that of Great Xia, with the only advantage being their hundreds of martial gods. Watching the battle unfold below, Tianfeng and Tian and I wore expressions of dismay, having not anticipated such decisiveness from their adversary, as the conflict erupted without warning. Does Great Xia truly wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle with my demon clan? Tianfeng demanded, his voice sharp as he glared at Dianwei. From the moment your demon clan initiated hostilities against Great Xia, your fate was sealed. Annihilation at our hands. Dianwei replied coolly. You, Tianfeng began, but then noticed another figure appearing beside Dianwei. Upon witnessing this newcomer, Tianfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Could this individual be the planetary tier level 8 expert of Great Xia? He mused internally. Martial, Dianwei greeted softly as Elbu emerged. Dianwei, you take on the martial gods. I shall handle the rest, Elbu commanded. Understood, Martial, Dianwei acknowledged, charging into the battlefield to confront the demon martial gods. Great Xia, you are brazen. In the midst of battle, you dare to deploy a planetary tier into the fray. Tianfeng and Tian and I erupted in fury as they witnessed Dianwei's audacity. Heh, is it forbidden for planetary-level beings to enter the battlefield? Upon hearing Tianfeng's words, Lubu scoffed disdainfully. Tianni, go deal with Dianwei. In response, Tianfeng could only command Tianni to thwart Dianwei. He then turned to the assembly of planetary-level elders and members of the imperial court behind him, and proclaimed loudly, the Great Xia has violated the rules by dispatching planetary-level combatants to the battlefield. Do not hesitate. All of you, charge forth. Understood. As the crowd responded to Tianfeng's call, they prepared to rush into the fray. However, just as they were about to move, they suddenly found themselves engulfed in an endless darkness, as if drawn into an invisible space. What is this place? Why are we here? Panic surged among them, all bewildered as to who had brought them to this realm. A voice echoed slowly, you shall remain here. Who are you? Yet no one answered. That voice uttered but a single phrase, and then fell silent. Tianfeng gazed incredulously at the suddenly vanished crowd. What is happening? How could a group of people simply disappear? Meanwhile, Tianni, who was poised to charge at Dianwei, froze in shock at the sight. Was it you, Great Xia? Tianfeng turned to Lu Bu, his expression darkening with accusation. Watch closely as your Tianyao empire is obliterated by my Great Xia. Lu Bu offered no reply, merely speaking to himself. At this moment, regaining his composure, Tianni ceased his contemplation and charged directly at Dianwei. However, halfway through, Lu Bu appeared abruptly, delivering a kick that sent Tianni flying over 100 meters. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted beneath him, forming a deep crater. Coughing, Tianni emerged from the pit, staring at Lu Bu. You cough. Stay put. Do not attempt to descend, Lu Bu stated expressionlessly. It was then that Tianfeng finally regained his senses. The rapidity with which Lu Bu had moved, from the sudden disappearance of the crowd to sending Tianni flying, left him utterly stunned. Are you all right? Tianfeng approached Tianni, inquiring. Cough. I'm fine, brother. This man is exceedingly strong. Tianni shook his head. We must hold on until the ancestor arrives, Tianfeng whispered. But below, Tianni expressed concern, aware that Dianwei was ruthlessly slaughtering their demon kin while they were rendered powerless to intervene. We can no longer impede this. We must await the ancestor's arrival. At this juncture, the battlefield had become a dire scene. With Dianwei's involvement, the demons were left with no hope of victory. Like a harbinger of death, Dianwei wove through the ranks of demon warriors, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. In mere moments, the number of demon warriors slain by him had exceeded 100. Though Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, and Qi Jiguang were peak martial emperors. As long as they avoided the martial god realm, the demon martial saints and emperors were no more than ants in their presence. The battle had raged for several hours, with the demon army of 100 million suffering 60 million casualties, while Great Xia, with its millions, had lost fewer than 100,000. Both sides were clearly not on the same level. Tianfeng and Tianyi gazed down at the grim tableau, their hearts filled with urgency. Brother, why have the ancestors not yet arrived? If this continues, our demon clan will be finished. Hearing this, Tianfeng closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of such carnage. Great Xia, cease your assault. We have already notified our Holy Land's ancestors. They are on their way. If you do not halt, when the ancestors arrive, the fate that befalls our demon clan will be the same as yours. Opening his eyes, Tianfeng fixed his gaze on Lu Bu, speaking gravely. Is that so? Do you not realize that we are precisely waiting for your ancestors? Lu Bu replied with a slight smile. What? Tianfeng and Tianyi's pupils widened in shock. Could it be? Chapter 90. The Supreme Divine Hall. Upon hearing Lu Bu's words, Tianfeng and Tianyi were struck with horror. Was there still a powerful being from Great Xia yet to appear? Were they truly awaiting the arrival of their ancestors? They turned their gaze again towards the direction of the vanished crowd, their hearts trembling. Could the disappearance of those individuals be the work of an unseen powerful figure from Great Xia? What do you intend to do, Great Xia? Tianfeng asked Lu Bu once more. Of course, to annihilate your demon clan. Your brazen actions will eventually bring retribution, Tianfeng retorted. Haha. The first to attack Great Xia was your demon clan. Now that you have realized you are no match for us, you resort to empty words? Lu Bu laughed heartily. Countering. You. Tianfeng attempted to respond, but was suddenly interrupted by a resounding shout from afar. Dare to butcher my demon kin. You seek death. As the voice faded, three figures approached rapidly, drawing near to Lu Bu. Ancestors. Ancestors, you have finally arrived. Tianfeng and Tianyi exclaimed with joy at the sight of the three. Who are you to dare invade my demon clan? The demon ancestors questioned Lu Bu. Ancestors. They are from Great Xia, Tianfeng quickly explained upon hearing their inquiry. Great Xia? What faction is this? Ancestors, do not concern yourself with that now. Our kin are on the brink of annihilation. We must eliminate this man swiftly. Tianyi urged anxiously. Very well, let us first deal with this one. The demon ancestor prepared to charge at Lu Bu. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. I have waited for you for a long time. The three figures halted, turning their attention to the side of Lu Bu, where a figure had suddenly appeared. Yu Wenqingdu. The three regarded the unexpected arrival of Yu Wenqingdu with grave expressions. They could not discern his realm. It was known that the three of them were all planetary level 9th tier, if they could not see through his cultivation. What could be said of his strength? How could this be? Tianfeng and Tianyi felt a rush of unease, realizing that Great Xia indeed had another hidden powerhouse. Who are you? The demon ancestor stared at Yu Wenqingdu, asking solemnly. Marshal of the 10th Legion of Great Xia, Yu Wenqingdu, he replied. Another from Great Xia? Are you an astral-level powerhouse? Sharp insight, he acknowledged. Upon hearing this, the demon ancestor's heart sank. He truly was an astral-level being. Why would such a being appear in the small world? Tianfeng and Tianyi were even more horrified. They had thought that even if Great Xia had another powerful figure, it would only be a planetary level 9th tier. They never anticipated it to be an astral level. How could their demon clan withstand this? You appear in the small world. Are you not afraid of the Supreme Divine Hall's retribution? The demon ancestor inquired. Supreme Divine Hall? What is that? Both Yu Wenqingdu and Lu Bu displayed expressions of puzzlement at the mention of this term. You do not know about the Supreme Divine Hall. How is that possible? The demon ancestor's face was one of shock. Is it so surprising that an astral-level powerhouse is unaware of the Supreme Divine Hall? Yu Wenqingdu chuckled lightly for him. The Supreme Divine Hall or the Supreme Demon Hall was irrelevant. Offending Great Xia would lead only to death. Do you insist on obliterating my demon clan today? Noting Yu Wenqingdu's ignorance of the Supreme Divine Hall, the demon ancestor refrained from further discussion, for it would be futile. He simply did not comprehend this power. It is utterly impossible to rely on the Supreme Temple to restrain the opponent. Indeed, the fault lies with your demonic clan for provoking those who should not be trifled with. What exactly transpired? The elder of the demon clan cast a stern gaze upon Tianfeng and his companion, inquiring. The duo fell into silence, at a loss for words. Observing this, the elder surmised that they must have instigated the conflict, only to realize their inferiority in strength and subsequently sought their assistance. However, it was evident that even the elder and his peers were no match for the opponent. Are you not merely digging your own graves? Is there no room for negotiation? Esteemed one, the elder of the demon clan turned to Yu Wenqing and asked. There are indeed alternative solutions, depending on the choices made by your clan. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened, and he hastily inquired, "Pray tell, we shall comply if it is within our means. You, the demon clan, must submit in entirety to the great Xia." Yu and Cheng enunciated each word deliberately. "What? Impossible. How could our demon clan ever submit to another?" The others instantly erupted in fury upon hearing this. "Silence." The elder of the demon clan commanded his companions, then turned back to Yu and Cheng. "Esteemed one, could we consider an alternative condition? Either submit or face annihilation. However, the fate of our entire clan is not solely in our hands. We are not the only elders, as there are several stellar-level ancestors above us." The group exchanged glances, and the elder of the demon clan resignedly spoke. "Then let those who can make decisions come forth, or you shall choose to be exterminated by the great Xia." Yu and Cheng's expression remained impassive, as if the demon clan were but a fleeting thought to be extinguished at will. "The ancestors cannot come, otherwise it would not just be us here." The elder of the demon clan sighed. "Why can they not come?" Yu and Cheng inquired, puzzled. "Because of the Supreme Temple." Once again, the Supreme Temple? What does this have to do with the Supreme Temple? The Supreme Temple is the dominant force across the cosmos, having established a rule that prohibits any being above stellar level from appearing in lesser worlds. Otherwise, they will face the temple's retribution. The elder of the demon clan elucidated. "Is that so? Why was such a rule instituted?" Yu and Cheng asked once more. "The explanation from the Supreme Temple is that beings of stellar level are excessively powerful, and their presence in lesser worlds disrupts the balance. Should a conflict arise, it would cause irreparable harm to the fundamental essence of the lesser world, leading to its gradual demise over time. Thus, all forces of stellar level and above in the Xiantian continent must reside in worlds of intermediate level or higher, barring unforeseen circumstances. They shall never set foot in the Xiantian continent again." The elder of the demon clan lamented. "Esteemed one, I advise you to swiftly depart from the Xiantian continent. If the Supreme Temple learns of your presence in a lesser world, you may find yourself pursued relentlessly by them. Every known lesser world has agents of the Supreme Temple stationed in the cosmos, and any detected transcendent beings will not escape their wrath." "Huh. Should I take my leave now? I fear you would promptly report my whereabouts to the Supreme Temple, would you not?" Yu and Cheng chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, esteemed one. We guarantee we shall not report you." The group hastily assured him. "I trust only the guarantees of the deceased or my own kin. The choice is yours. Will you submit or face extermination?" "Esteemed one, do you truly fear not the retribution of the Supreme Temple?" The group could not comprehend why he remained unfazed despite their warnings regarding the temple. "Your fear of the Supreme Temple does not imply that the great Xia shares the same trepidation. It appears you are disinclined to submit. If so, General Lu Bu, take action. Leave no demon alive." With that, Yu and Cheng vanished from sight, reappearing beside the elder of the demon clan. In response, the elder hurriedly shouted, "Esteemed one, wait." Chapter 91, The Submission of the Demon Clan. "Esteemed one, wait." Upon witnessing Yu and Cheng's immediate action, the elder of the demon clan urgently exclaimed, "We are willing to submit." Upon hearing this, Yu and Cheng halted his movement and gazed at the elder. "Are you now in a position to make decisions?" "Yes. Please spare my clan's life and command them to cease hostilities." The elder of the demon clan offered a wry smile. "Dianwei, hold your attacks. The demon clan has submitted to the great Xia." Yu and Cheng directed his gaze towards Dianwei and the others below, commanding. Upon hearing Yu and Cheng's words, all ceased their assaults. The demon clan, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated behind the heavenly demon emperor's lineage, utterly terrified by the might of the great Xia's soldiers. Realizing they were no match for them, from over 100 million demons at the onset of battle, fewer than 30 million remained. While the great Xia had only suffered the loss of a mere 100,000 soldiers, an utterly terrifying ratio. "Thank you, esteemed one." Seeing the cessation of hostilities, the elder of the demon clan expressed his resignation. "This venerable one, regarding the clan members who mysteriously disappeared earlier, they are..." At that moment, Tianfeng suddenly interjected with a question. "Do not worry. They are merely confined within a spatial realm and are unharmed." With a wave of his hand, Yu and Cheng summoned the previously vanished celestial beings and stellar-level members of the heavenly demon lineage back into existence. As soon as they appeared, joy erupted among them, and they prepared to charge into the fray, only to find the battle had ceased, leaving them perplexed as they gazed at Tianfeng and the others above. "Elder, have we triumphed?" Tianshi turned to Tianfeng, bewildered. Upon hearing Tianshi's words, Tianfeng wore a bitter smile. "Tianshi, we have lost." "Lost? Then what does this mean?" "Our demon clan has submitted to the great Xia," the elder of the demon clan suddenly declared. "What? Submitted to the great Xia? How can that be? Our demon clan could never submit to the human race." "You are the elder?" Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the crowd was taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. Tian Shi turned to the speaker, recognizing his identity. Indeed, submit. Surely you do not wish for our demon clan to be obliterated? Upon hearing this, Tian Shi and the others fell into a profound silence. Even the elder's appearance was no match for the great Xia. If the demon clan did not submit, would they truly face annihilation at the hands of the great Xia? Very well, let us discuss the strength of your demon clan. You previously mentioned that there are several stellar-level ancestors remaining? Yu and Sheng interjected, questioning the group. Indeed, our demon clan possesses 5 stellar-level ancestors, who are currently cultivating in the East China realm. The elder of the demon clan replied. The East China realm? It is an intermediate world, the closest to the Xiantian realm. Those from the Xiantian realm wishing to transcend to stellar level must travel to the East China realm. If your demon clan submits to the great Xia, what do you anticipate the stance of your 5 ancestors will be? After a moment of contemplation, Tian Hongxian, the elder of the demon clan, replied uncertainly, they will likely oppose. Will they know of your demon clan's submission to the great Xia? If we do not disclose it, they will remain unaware. In that case, let us keep it to ourselves for now. Very well. Is there any way to summon them to the Xiantian continent? This is virtually impossible. Tian Hongxian sighed bitterly. Bringing them to the Xiantian continent would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. They would never agree to it. Even if the demon clan faced annihilation, they likely would not come. Is it because of the Supreme Temple? Precisely. The Supreme Temple maintains stringent oversight in this regard and absolutely forbids any stellar-level beings from appearing in lesser worlds. Tian Hongxian confirmed. Just how formidable is this Supreme Temple? I cannot ascertain the extent of their strength, yet it is widely acknowledged across the myriad realms that the Supreme Divine Hall reigns as the undisputed sovereign. Apart from a select few forces that dare not fear the Supreme Divine Hall, virtually no one possesses the audacity to oppose it. Very well, I comprehend your intentions. The demon race shall immediately dissolve the Celestial Demon Empire, and the Celestial Demon Holy Land will henceforth be regarded as a subordinate force of the Great Xia. Commanded Yu and Qingdu. We shall comply. Furthermore, arrange for 1 million elite demons to be integrated into our Great Xia army. The Emperor will likely permit you to establish a legion. Understood. Having issued his orders, Yu and Qingdu, accompanied by El Bu, led the esteemed warriors of Great Xia back to their homeland. Ancestor, are we truly submitting to Great Xia? Observing the departing figures of Yu, Wen Qingdu, and others, Tian Feng inquired of Tian Hongxian. Alas, what other choice do we have? The ancestors are too fearful to approach the Xiantian realm, considering our own strength. If we were to resist further, would we not face the annihilation of our clan at the hands of Great Xia? Tian Hongxian sighed. Subsequently, the demon race declared the dissolution of the Celestial Demon Empire and commenced the recruitment of 1 million elite demons throughout their kin, awaiting the directives from Great Xia. In the Great Xia, at Yudu, in the Nine Heavens Palace, Your Majesty, Marshal Qingdu has sent word. The demon race has wholly submitted to our Great Xia. Reported Xiao Zhengchun to Xiao Tian. Oh, they have submitted? Xiao Tian raised his gaze to Xiao Zhengchun, speaking softly. Indeed, Marshal Qingdu and Marshal El Bu are currently returning with their forces to Yudu. Upon Qingdu's return, summon him to meet with me. As you command. 3 days later, Yu and Qingdu and El Bu returned to Yudu at the helm of their army. The two proceeded to the Nine Heavens Palace to meet Xiao Tian. This humble servant, Yu and Qingdu, greets your majesty. This humble servant, El Bu, greets your majesty. Both of you may dispense with the formalities. Your efforts in the campaign against the Celestial Demon Empire are commendable, Xiao Tian remarked with a smile while observing Yu and Qingdu and El Bu. It is our duty. Your majesty, has the entire demon race submitted? Xiao Tian nodded, inquiring gently. Reporting to your majesty, indeed. Your majesty, during this engagement with the demon race, I uncovered a crucial matter. Yu and Qingdu suddenly interjected. Oh, what is it? Xiao Tian turned his attention to Yu and Qingdu, perplexed. An ancient ancestor of the demon race, Tian Hongxian, informed me that all beings of stellar rank and above across the entire Xiantian continent are situated within a mid-tier realm known as the Eastern Hua realm. Furthermore, those of stellar rank and above are forbidden from appearing in lesser worlds. Otherwise, they shall face the sanctions of the Supreme Divine Hall. According to Tian Hongxian, this Supreme Divine Hall is the dominating force among the myriad realms, and within the lesser worlds under its jurisdiction, no beings of stellar rank are permitted. Yu and Qingdu elucidated. Why are stellar rank beings prohibited from lesser worlds? Xiao Tian queried, bewildered. Because stellar rank beings can easily inflict damage upon the world's essence, leading to its eventual demise over time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he continued. Does this imply that if we remain on the Xiantian continent, this so-called Supreme Divine Hall will come seeking us? Precisely, that is what Tian Hongxian conveyed. Yu and Qingdu affirmed. Are we aware of their strength? Tian Hongxian and others are also unaware. Xiao Tian nodded, continuing, do not concern yourselves with the Supreme Divine Hall. Should they dare approach, I shall ensure they never return. Understood. Let all the soldiers who participated in the campaign enter the Time and Space Tower for cultivation. Those at the pinnacle of their realms may enter the heavenly primordial tower to break through. Upon hearing this, both men rejoiced and promptly replied, yes. Elbu. You and Generals Dian Wei, Qi Jiguang, Qin Xiong, and others shall proceed to the third level of the Divine Demon Tower. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 92. The Future of the Star Moon Empire. In the Central Continent, Star Moon Empire. Elders, you have returned. In the Imperial Palace, the Star Moon Empress greeted the three ancient elders with a bow. These three individuals were the venerable ancestors of the Star Moon Empire, having journeyed from the Eastern Hua realm upon receiving the Empress's summons. Shiyun, enlighten us about the Xiaos. What transpired? The leading elder inquired of the Star Moon Empress. This individual was none other than the founder of the Star Moon Empire, Xingqing, a ninth-tier planetary-level powerhouse who had been secluded in the Eastern Hua realm, striving to transcend to stellar rank. The other two were the second and third generation emperors of the Star Moon Empire, Xingying and Xinghan, both 8th-tier planetary-level cultivators. Shiyun, or the Star Moon Empress, is the 9th generation sovereign of the Star Moon Empire. Elders, the Xiaos appeared in the imperial city not long ago, immediately stirring conflict with the three prominent families within the city, and just a few days prior, they directly annihilated those three families. Upon hearing the elders' inquiry, Xing Shiyun elucidated. I had dispatched Hong Lian and elders from the Elder Council to apprehend the Xiaos, only to discover that they possess a 5th-tier planetary-level powerhouse among them. Thus, I had no choice but to inform the esteemed elders. Are you aware of their exact origins? No, they seem to have emerged abruptly. Xing Shiyun shook her head. Humph. How dare a 5th-tier planetary-level being act so audaciously within the Star Moon Empire? Xingying, Xinghan, you two shall go and eradicate this Xiao clan. Xingqing snorted coldly, issuing his command. Elders, wait. What is it? Xingqing turned to Xing Shiyun. That 5th-tier planetary-level being is merely a retainer of the Xiao clan. This clan is far more formidable than it appears. Xing Shiyun's expression turned grave as she spoke. A 5th-tier planetary-level retainer? Upon hearing this, Xingqing was taken aback. A 5th-tier planetary-level being as a mere retainer? Is it truly that exaggerated? Indeed, Xing Shiyun confirmed with a nod. Witnessing this, the others fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, what exactly is the origin of this Xiao clan? I shall personally investigate this matter. With that, Xingqing led the two elders toward the Xiao clan's residence. In Star Moon City, Xiao clan. In the Grand Hall of the Xiao clan members alongside Zhao Yun and Wang Jian were present. Elder brother, you have emerged from seclusion? Upon seeing Xiao Yun's arrival, Xiao Xian exclaimed with delight. Indeed. Xiao Yun replied, inquiring, how fares the Xiao clan within the Star Moon Empire? For now, we have encountered no issues. After General Meng Tian intimidated the imperial envoy a few days ago, they have not troubled us, Xiao Xian responded. I suspect this is merely temporary. The Star Moon Empire will not allow us to remain unchecked, Xiao Yun stated. Suddenly, who goes there? Xiao Yun turned his gaze forward. He saw three figures approaching the hall. They were the three venerable ancestors of the Star Moon Empire. Who are you? What business do you have in my Xiao clan? Xiao Yun addressed the sudden visitors with a stern voice. He sensed the strength of the three. One was a 9th-tier planetary level, while the other two were 8th tier. Although formidable, the current Xiao clan felt no fear. The hall's occupants regarded the three with solemn expressions. I am a member of the Star Moon Empire, Xingqing replied, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yun. At that moment, Xingqing's heart was filled with astonishment, a 9th-tier planetary level, akin to her own realm. Yet, this individual appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, having already attained such a formidable level. What a prodigy! Glancing at Wang Jian and Meng Tian, all bore youthful visages, yet each exuded terrifying strength. What, indeed, is the true origin of this Xiao clan? Star Moon Empire? May I inquire as to your purpose in visiting my Xiao clan? Upon learning of their identities, Xiao Yun once again inquired. May I ask the identity of this young man? Suddenly, Xingqing questioned Xiao Yun regarding his identity. I am Xiao Yun, the head of the Xiao family. It turns out that I have come here to inquire about a matter that has been weighing on my mind. What is it? May I ask what intentions the Xiao family harbors in coming to the Star Moon Empire? Xingqing fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yun, as if seeking the answer from his expression. What intentions? Xiao Yun found himself at a loss for words. What was the Xiao family's purpose in coming to the Star Moon Empire? It seemed that no one truly knew. Xiao Tian had merely permitted them to settle in the Star Moon Empire, yet it appeared he had not disclosed any specific mission. Although Xiao Tian had not explicitly stated his intentions, Xiao Yun could surmise what he might be aiming for. Might I inquire as to your identities within the Star Moon Empire? Xiao Yun directed his gaze toward the group and posed the question. I am the founder of the Star Moon Empire. So, you are the first emperor of the Star Moon Empire. It appears this is the profound foundation of the Star Moon Empire, Xiao Yun mused inwardly. I would be grateful if the Xiao Patriarch could enlighten me further. We, the Xiao family, are merely a vanguard force. If the emperor wishes to know more specifics, he can visit our Great Xia. Great Xia? Xing expressed her surprise, pondering what kind of power that might be. Indeed, the Xiao family is a faction within Great Xia. What kind of power is Great Xia? The Great Xia dynasty. A dynasty? Merely a regional dynasty? The faces of Xing and her companions reflected astonishment. How could a family as formidable as the Xiao family pledge their allegiance to a mere regional dynasty? If you wish to know more, a visit to our Great Xia will reveal all. Xiao Yun smiled enigmatically, speaking softly. Might I ask where Great Xia is located? In the Eastern Wasteland. What? The Eastern Wasteland? How could it be, in such a desolate place? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, the group was utterly astonished and found it difficult to comprehend. You will understand once you arrive. There is no point in my elaborating further. Very well, since that is the case. We shall make our way to the Eastern Wasteland and see for ourselves what kind of power Great Xia truly is. Then I shall have Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian escort you to our Great Xia. I appreciate your assistance, generals. After addressing Xing and the others, Xiao Yun turned his gaze toward Wang Jian and Meng Tian. There is no need. We can proceed on our own, Xing interjected. It is merely a journey to the Eastern Wasteland. Why should we require a guide? My friends, without someone from Great Xia to lead you, I fear you may not encounter the Emperor. Xiao Yun sighed in resignation, offering an explanation. As for what happens if you do not encounter him, Xiao Yun refrained from elaborating. After all, he could not reveal that failing to meet him might result in being obliterated by the powers of Great Xia. In that case, I shall trouble the two generals. Although the group did not fully grasp Xiao Yun's meaning, having a guide certainly made sense, especially when venturing into the territory of another power. Thus, the three of them embarked on their journey to the Eastern Wasteland under the guidance of Wang Jian and Meng Tian. Elder brother, why did you send them to Great Xia? Once the trio had departed, Xia Xian inquired, perplexed. What do you believe the Emperor intends by allowing our Xiao family to settle in the Star Moon Empire? Xiao Yun did not answer, but countered with a question. Well, we have considered this, yet we have not discerned the Emperor's intentions. Everyone speculates that he likely wishes for our Xiao family to be self-reliant. Indeed, that is one reason. However, the primary objective of the Emperor should be the Star Moon Empire itself. The Star Moon Empire? Xia Xian and the others were puzzled. To conquer the Star Moon Empire and establish it as our Great Xia's foothold in the central continent. Moreover, the visit of several elders from the Star Moon Empire to Great Xia will determine the future of the Star Moon Empire. It will either submit or face annihilation, with our Xia family assuming control over the Star Moon Empire. Chapter 93, The Shock of Xing. A day later, Wang Jian and Meng Tian led Xing and her companions into the territory of Great Xia. This is the Eastern Wasteland? How can it be? The spiritual energy here is so dense. This place could easily be deemed a sanctum for cultivation. Upon entering Great Xia, the trio was astounded by the overwhelming richness of the spiritual energy. When did this barren Eastern Wasteland transform into a sacred ground for cultivation? Indeed, the current territory of Great Xia is a cultivation sanctum for the entire Xintian continent. Even at the borders of Great Xia, it surpasses what the central continent can offer. This is merely the border of our Great Xia. Once we reach Yudu, that is where the true sanctum for cultivation lies. Observing the astonished expressions of the three, Wang Jian chuckled softly. General Wang, how could there be such a tremendous transformation? Xing inquired. It is all due to our Great Xia. This is the Emperor's doing. The Emperor of Great Xia? I must admit, I am quite eager to meet your esteemed Emperor, Xing replied with a smile. Subsequently, the five of them made their way toward Yudu an hour later. They arrived at Yudu throughout the journey. The group was left in a state of shock. Overwhelmed by the current state of Great Xia, they encountered martial sect masters, martial nobles, and the city guards were all martial saints, even martial emperors. Although they had not seen any beings of the divine realm, in such an environment rich with spiritual energy, could Great Xia truly lack divine beings? Just as Wang Jian led the group toward the royal palace, a figure suddenly appeared before them. General Wang Jian, General Meng Tian, who are these individuals? Yu Wencheng inquired, examining Xing and her companions. Sensing their unfamiliar auras, he had appeared to assess the situation. These individuals are the elders of the Star Moon Empire, here to meet the Emperor, Wang Jian replied. A stellar-level powerhouse? Xing exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the suddenly appearing Yu Wencheng. In that case, General Wang Jian, please take them to meet the emperor. Yu and Chengdu glanced at Xing Qing and instructed Wang Jian before vanishing from sight. General Wang, who was that person? As they watched Yu and Chengdu disappear, Xing Qing suppressed her astonishment and inquired of Wang Jian. That was the commander of the 10th Legion of Great Xia, Marshal Yu and Chengdu. Wang Jian replied nonchalantly. The 10th Legion, a marshal? Xing Qing muttered, her heart tumultuous and unsettled. General Wang, is that individual a stellar-level powerhouse? Indeed, Marshal Chengdu is a stellar-level 5th-tier powerhouse. Wang Jian affirmed. Now, let us proceed to meet the emperor. With her questions answered, Xing Qing followed Wang Jian, somewhat dazed, toward the Nine Heavens Palace. At this moment, Xing Qing felt an undeniable sense of unease upon arriving in Great Xia. She had underestimated Great Xia while overestimating her own capabilities. Initially, she had thought that as a 9th-tier planetary being, she could traverse anywhere in the Xiantian continent. Yet, this Great Xia had unexpectedly revealed a stellar-level powerhouse. How could Great Xia possess such strength within the Xiantian continent? Did they not fear the retribution of the Supreme Divine Hall? In a daze, they arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace. Emperor, this is Wang Jian and Meng Tian, seeking an audience. Wang Jian and Meng Tian called out to the palace. 2 generals. Please bring them in. A voice resonated from within the palace, indicating that the emperor was already aware of their arrival. Come along. Wang Jian beckoned to Xing Qing and the others, then pushed open the palace door and entered, with the others following closely behind. This is Wang Jian and Meng Tian, paying respects to the emperor. Upon entering the palace, the two bowed before Xiao Tian. You may rise, generals. I have the honor of meeting the emperor of Great Xia. Xing Qing also performed a respectful gesture, gazing toward Xiao Tian, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe with his long hair, cascading in an orderly fashion, and possessing a pair of clear, luminous eyes complemented by a gentle demeanor. Xing Qing perceived him as a man of refined elegance. However, upon sensing Xiao Yan's formidable strength, her expression shifted dramatically. Another stellar-level being? The depths of her heart were once more shaken. Are these individuals from the Xingyue Empire? Xiao Tian directed a soft inquiry towards Xing Qing and her companions. Indeed, we are the ancestors of the Xingyue Empire, confirmed Xing Qing with a nod. May I ask what brings you to our Great Xia? Xiao Tian inquired. We seek to understand the intentions behind your family's envoy to our Xingyue Empire. A soft chuckle escaped Xiao Yan's lips as he countered. What do you perceive my intentions to be? We are unable to comprehend, replied Xing Qing after a brief silence. I wish to pose a question to you, if you would be so kind as to provide an answer. Please, ask away, Your Majesty. Has there ever been a unifying sovereign over the Xiantian continent throughout its existence? Xiao Tian asked. To this, Xing Qing responded, there has never been one. The power has always been shared among several major factions. Unprecedented, is it? Xiao Tian mused with a smile. It seems that our Great Xia shall be the first in history. What? What do you mean, Your Majesty? Xing Qing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of Xiao Yan's words. Was Great Xia truly aiming to unify the Xiantian continent? Is that even feasible? The meaning is quite literal, I would think. Your Majesty of Great Xia, are you certain you are not jesting? Do I appear to be jesting? Your Majesty of Great Xia, I advise you to reconsider this notion. The Xiantian continent is not as simple as you perceive. Even the most powerful faction, the Yuhua Sacred Land, could not achieve such unification. Xing Qing cautioned. A soft chuckle escaped Xiao Yan's lips as he replied. The inability of the Yuhua Sacred Land does not imply our Great Xia cannot succeed. The Xiantian continent is complex, yet do you consider our Great Xia to be simple? The words of Xiao Tian left Xing Qing momentarily speechless. Indeed, the presence of your Great Xia does not evoke simplicity, but can it truly rival the entire continent? Your Majesty, I have a question. With your Great Xia's stellar-level powers residing on the continent, do you not fear retribution from the Supreme Divine Hall? Why should we fear? Our Great Xia does not cower before the Supreme Divine Hall. A light laugh escaped Xiao Tian, but Xing Qing was evidently skeptical. If your Great Xia is so formidable, why remain in this minor world instead of the vast universe? Very well, I have addressed your concerns. Now it is time for you to make a choice. A choice? What choice? The group was bewildered. Naturally, it is either to submit to our Great Xia or face annihilation at our hands, Xiao Tian stated with a slight smile. What? What do you mean, Your Majesty of Great Xia? Upon hearing this, Xing Qing was taken aback. Was Great Xia planning to consume them? That is precisely what I mean. I shall not repeat myself. Make your choice. Your Majesty of Great Xia, it is impossible for our Xingyue Empire to submit, Xing Qing declared solemnly. Then, will you choose to be extinguished by our Great Xia? A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Your Majesty of Great Xia, must it come to this? Though your Great Xia possesses stellar-level powers, and we of the Xingyue Empire are no match, do you truly fear not the Supreme Divine Hall? And what of the other factions on the continent? Should they become aware of your great Xia's actions, you would become a target for all. Chapter 94. The Submission of the Xingyue Empire. I do not fear even the Supreme Divine Hall. Do you think I would concern myself with these factions of the Xiantian continent? Xiao Tian shook his head with a smile, suddenly calling out, Yuan Qingdu, at your service. Yuan Qingdu appeared in an instant within the hall. Looking at the sudden appearance of Yuan Qingdu, Xingqing's expression turned grave. Do you of the Xingyue Empire truly refuse to submit? Xiao Tian once again inquired of Xingqing and her companions. Xingqing glanced between Xiao Tian and Yuan Qingdu. Her expression fraught with complexity, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. After a prolonged silence, Xingqing finally spoke. If our Xingyue Empire were to submit, how would your majesty treat us? I would dissolve the Xingyue Empire, merging it into our great Xia, establishing the 13th Legion. And you may serve as elders in our great Xia's worship hall, Xiao Tian replied. Furthermore, I shall not treat you unjustly. I will grant you opportunities to break through to the stellar level, and the Xingyue Empire may additionally select 100 individuals at their peak current realm, all of whom I shall assist in breaking through. What? Is your majesty serious? Xingqing's face reflected shock as she asked, how can your majesty enable our breakthroughs? As long as you of the Xingyue Empire submit, what I say shall indeed come to fruition, Xiao Tian chuckled. The three of them exchanged glances, and it seemed they had reached a resolute decision. In that case, we of the Xingyue Empire are willing to submit. However, I have a request. Might your majesty grant it? Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall comply. Our current emperor of the Xingyue Empire, though yet under 100 years of age, is already at the first tier of planetary rank and can be considered a rare genius. However, to this day, she remains unwed. I hope that Shiyun may enter your majesty's harem as a concubine. If Shiyun were to become the consort of the emperor of Great Xia, our Xingyue Empire would not find ourselves at such a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I currently have no plans to establish a consort, so I fear I must disappoint you. However, all the generals of our Great Xia are presently single. You may inquire with them. My generals are all prodigious individuals who would not bring shame upon you. Yuan Qingdu, Wang Qian, and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, resigned to endure. Hearing Xiao Yan's response, Xingqing's expression turned one of disappointment, yet there was little she could do. Very well, then we shall return to inform Shiyun of this matter. Certainly, Yuan Qingdu. You shall accompany them back to the Xingyue Empire. I shall obey. The group took their leave, and soon Yuan Qingdu departed with the three towards the Xingyue Empire. At the juncture between Donghuang and Zhongzhou, for figures were soaring towards Donghuang at great speed. Suddenly, they halted, and one among them spoke. Mingho. The demonic presence in Donghuang has entirely vanished. It must be hiding within Donghuang. We must find this individual. With that, the four resumed their journey towards Donghuang. Several hours later, they reached the borders of Donghuang. This, Mingho, why is the spiritual energy in Donghuang so dense? The same speaker queried Mingho once more. I do not know. It appears some disturbance has occurred in Donghuang. Friends, let us set aside that for now and search for the demonic being. Whoever finds it first should relay the news to the others. With that, Mingho flew eastward. We should move as well. The remaining three dispersed in different directions. In the Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes. For unfamiliar stellar-level beings? One at 9th tier and 3 at 8th tier? Who are these individuals? And why have they appeared in Great Xia? Xiao Tian murmured to himself. Dian Wei, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Wei Zhuang, Gao Jinli, and Jing Ke. Within the vast territories of the Great Xia, a planetary-level 8th tier entity has manifested in each of the three directions, excluding the east. You two shall form a pair and proceed to address this matter immediately. The voice of Xiao Tian reverberated in the ears of the six. Yes, your majesty. They responded in unison with utmost respect. Upon issuing his commands, Xiao Tian vanished from sight. With Yuan Qingdu absent, this planetary-level 9th tier issue required his personal intervention. How could there be not a trace to be found? After searching for a considerable time without encountering any sign of the demon clan, Minghao was filled with perplexity. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed an enigmatic figure before him. Who are you? Minghao exclaimed, startled by the unexpected appearance of this individual, who had approached without his notice. Is it not for me to inquire about your presence in the Great Xia? Xiao Tian replied with a gentle smile, turning the question back upon him. Great Xia? Is this not the Eastern Wilderness? Minghao questioned, bewildered. The Eastern Wilderness is now a territory of the Great Xia. I am a disciple of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Land. I sensed the presence of the demon clan here recently, which is why I have come to investigate. Minghao explained before inquiring. Since this is your Great Xia, might you know where the demon clan is located? The demon clan? Indeed. It appears these individuals mistook the aura emanating from the recent emergence of El Bu for that of the demon clan. Xiao Tian mused silently. There exists no demon clan within the Great Xia. You may take your leave. Understanding the situation, Xiao Tian had no intention of revealing that what they perceived as the demon clan was, in fact, his own Great Xia's commander. Esteemed sir, it is imperative to locate this demon clan, otherwise it would spell catastrophe for my Xiantian continent. If you are unaware, I shall seek elsewhere, Ming Hao declared, preparing to venture elsewhere. I say, there are no demon clans within my Great Xia. You should return to your feathered ascension sacred land. At this, Xiao Tian's expression slightly darkened. To ascertain the truth, one must at least have conducted a search. Ming Hao remained undeterred, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Tian was becoming increasingly incensed. Are you certain you will not depart? Until I have found the demon clan, I cannot leave. Very well, then you shall remain here indefinitely. With that, Xiao Tian's aura surged, and he vanished in an instant. While what? Ming Hao, caught off guard, suddenly felt the overwhelming pressure of Xiao Tian's presence, causing his countenance to change dramatically. Star level? Just as he uttered these words, he saw Xiao Tian reappear before him. In a moment of sheer terror, Xiao Tian effortlessly passed through his form and materialized behind him. You dare! Ming Hao stammered, but before he could finish, his life force extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground. I offered you a chance to depart. Why did you choose to court death? Shaking his head, Xiao Tian chose not to linger and returned directly to the Nine Skies Palace. As for the other three, despite being planetary level 8th tier, they would likely pose no significant challenge against two 5th-tier prodigies from Huaxia. Indeed, an hour later, the 6 returned to report. Your Majesty, all 3 have been vanquished, Wang Jian announced respectfully to Xiao Tian. Chapter 95, The Secrets of the 10 Blades. Your Majesty, according to the 3, they hail from the Kunlun Sacred Land, the Ziwei Sacred Land, and the Huanggu Sacred Land, and have come to the Great Xia in search of the demon clan, Wang Jian elucidated. Have the 4 great sacred lands conspired together? Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. I understand. Jingku, how goes the establishment of the Sword Palace? Reporting to your Majesty, the Sword Palace has been successfully established. Currently enrolling 1,000 swordsmanship prodigies, Jingku replied with reverence. Excellent. Notify all military officers and soldiers to enter the small world for cultivation. Those at their peak should enter the Hongming Tower, while the rest shall proceed to the Timespace Tower. Yes, your Majesty. All generals shall enter the 3rd level of the Divine Demon Tower to receive their inheritances. A great battle approaches. Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of excitement. This humble servant shall take his leave. After they departed, Xiao Tian resolved to summon another prodigy, for the Supreme Divine Temple might strike unexpectedly, necessitating a formidable figure to safeguard the Great Xia. The 4 great sacred lands, and the Supreme Divine Temple. System, utilize a diamond summon card. Xiao Tian had never regarded the 4 great sacred lands as a significant threat, yet the sudden emergence of the Supreme Divine Temple compelled him to exercise caution. However, he still possessed 8 diamond summon cards and 3 royal summon cards. Furthermore, with the demon race and the Star Moon dynasty now under the Great Xia's dominion, the fortune of the Great Xia had reached an astounding 200 million. Though he regarded the Supreme Divine Temple with some concern, he was not intimidated. Summon successful. Congratulations to the host for calling forth Yemekairuva. Yemekairuva? Who is this? Xiao Tian pondered, perplexed as he had never heard of this name before. System, who is this? I have no recollection whatsoever. With no other option, Xiao Tian could only consult the system. Yami, one of the Espada from the world of Bleach, is ranked 10th among the Arankar. Bleach? This is one of the Espada? Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Tian finally comprehended who it was, realizing that he had simply not considered this angle before. He had watched the anime, but... System, are you intruding? How could you summon an anime character? Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment, having always believed that the system could only summon historical figures. This system has never claimed it could only summon historical figures. It has stated that any entity that has existed within the entirety of the Huaxia universe, be it real or fictional, can be summoned. Very well. Let us examine Yami's details. Name, Yemekairuva. Physique, Slaughter Saint Body. Technique, Slaughter Sacred Cannon. Talent, Ancestor Level. Law of Slaughter. Realm, Domain Lord First Stage. Form, elevates by 1 major realm upon release, lasting for 1 hour. Potential, unknown. Elevating by 1 major realm upon release. Remarkable. I did not expect this form to surpass even El Bu and the others. Xiao Tian was thoroughly satisfied upon reviewing Yami's information. The ability to elevate 1 major realm upon liberation, though it lasts only for 1 hour, is already extraordinarily formidable. This is a capability that El Bu and Yuan Qingdu do not possess. Moreover, Every being within the world of Bleach possesses multiple forms. Recalling his favorite among the Espada, Ulquiorra Schiffer, who boasts 3 stages of resurrection, Xiao Tian could hardly fathom the strength that might manifest if he were to summon him and unleash his full potential. Furthermore, the captains of the Godii 13, especially post-resurrection, are simply invincible. Xiao Tian eagerly anticipated just how powerful they would become in this world. In any case, the system had indeed provided him with a significant surprise today. As for the laws, they are a type of ability that can only be comprehended by those at the Domain Lord level or above. Merely reaching the Domain Lord level does not guarantee one can grasp the laws. One must meet the minimum threshold of Domain Lord level for the domain laws. Some individuals may reach the Domain Lord level, yet even those of supreme caliber may struggle to comprehend their own laws. Xiao Tian had never known that he could summon characters from the world of anime. In the void, Yami stepped forth, kneeling before Xiao Tian on one knee. Yami bowed before the emperor. Observing the imposing figure before him, Xiao Tian wore a radiant smile. No need for formalities. From this moment forth, you shall be one of my 10 blades, solely accountable to me. Yami accepted the decree, vowing to eradicate all enemies on behalf of the emperor. Yami, can you still access the hollow realm in this world? Xiao Tian inquired, for the powers of these hollows allowed free passage within that domain. Your Majesty, although it is not the hollow realm of the past, we can indeed establish an independent hollow realm in this world, Yami replied. Excellent. In that case, cultivate hollow warriors for the great Xia within the hollow realm. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Yami stepped into the void, entering the hollow realm. Supreme Temple, I hope you do not trouble me, Xiao Tian murmured, watching Yami disappear into the hollow realm. In the depths of the Feathered Ascension sacred land, a palace housed for individuals. Mingho is dead, one elder declared solemnly, surveying the other 3. What? Mingho was a planetary level 9-stage warrior. How could he perish? The trio gasped in astonishment. I do not know, but it is true. His life mark has vanished. How could this happen? Could this demon be of stellar level? Damn it. If it is a stellar level demon, we stand no chance. The atmosphere filled with frantic discussion. With Mingho's demise, it is likely the other 3 sacred land warriors have also fallen, the elder whispered. Should we notify the ancestor? Stellar level beings are beyond our capability to confront. Notifying the ancestor would be futile. They cannot come. In that case, we must contact the Supreme Temple. Indeed, with a stellar level demon emerging in the Xiantian continent, we have no choice but to inform the Supreme Temple. Then let us reach out to the ancestor and have them alert the Supreme Temple. Chapter 96, Donghua Realm. Upon receiving news of Mingho's death, the other 3 sacred lands simultaneously became aware, as each had also lost a senior elder. Consequently, the 3 sacred lands contacted the Feathered Ascension sacred land and agreed with its intention to notify the Supreme Temple. Realizing that a stellar level demon was beyond their capacity to handle. In Anyang City, within a grand palace, an elder meditating suddenly opened his eyes. News from the sacred land? He murmured, retrieving a jade slip to examine its contents. Upon reading the information, his expression darkened with fury. Stellar level demon? How dare they kill members of my sacred land? The elder's face contorted with rage as he bellowed. Cease your meditations and gather around me. Moments later, 8 individuals, including the elder, assembled around him. These were the stellar level ancestors of the Feathered Ascension sacred land. The elder, known as Yuhua Song, was a stellar level 9-stage being. Just a step away from breaking through to Domain Lord level, a step that had eluded him for a millennium. The name of the sacred land derived from his surname. The remaining 7 were those who had achieved stellar level status over countless years, representing the highest ranks within the Feathered Ascension sacred land. Indeed, as the foremost power in the Xiantian continent, they boasted as many as 8 stellar level warriors, while even the celestial demon sacred land could muster only 5. Elder, what has transpired? Inquired a middle-aged man named Yuhua Yuan, a stellar level 8-stage warrior and the strongest after Yuhua Song. Mingho is dead. A stellar level demon has appeared in the Xiantian continent. What? Mingho is dead? How could a stellar level demon emerge in the Xiantian continent? The faces of the others paled in shock. Elder, what is the current state of the sacred land? A youth appearing to be in his 20s asked. This was Yuhua Cheng, Yuhua Yuan's son and a prodigious talent, having reached stellar level 3 stage before the age of 500. The other 5 were stellar level 4 to 6 stage warriors, yet none were descendants of Yuhua Song. The sacred land is currently unharmed. The demon's whereabouts remain unknown. Having slain Mingho and the others who sought it, Yuhua Song clarified. Elder, what shall we do? We cannot enter the Xiantian continent. Yuhua Yuan expressed his urgency. Mingze suggests we contact the Supreme Temple to deal with this demon. Mingze was the current Supreme Elder of the Feathered Ascension sacred land and Mingho's brother. Then, elder, let us hasten to notify the Supreme Temple, urged Yu Huacheng. In that case, Chenga, you shall go to Donghua City to report this to the Realm Lord. Yu Huatsong instructed. Yes, elder. With that, Yu Huacheng made his way to the city center, utilizing the teleportation array towards Donghua City. Due to its immense size, the Central Thousand World was far more expansive than a small world, necessitating teleportation arrays between each city. These arrays were personally arranged by the array masters of the Supreme Temple, and under its jurisdiction, nearly every Central Thousand World possessed such arrays. In contrast, small worlds lacked them primarily because they were too diminutive to require them, and the Supreme Temple deemed them unworthy of attention. Donghua City served as the hub of the Donghua realm. Within the Donghua realm, there existed no nations, only individual cities and family sects, all governed by the realm's overseer. Naturally, the realm lord remained indifferent to the struggles and disputes among these factions, provided they complied with the regulations and contributed regularly. After several twists and turns, Yu Huacheng finally arrived in Donghua City and proceeded towards the city lord's manor. Halt! This is the city lord's manor, and outsiders are not permitted entry. Upon reaching the manor, Yu Huacheng was obstructed by the guards. Surprised, he noted that these guards were all stellar-level warriors. Esteemed soldier, I have urgent matters to report to the Realm Lord. Please relay my request, Yu Huacheng implored. What is it? You may share it with us first. If we deem it necessary for the Realm Lord to know, we will convey it, the guard replied indifferently. Well, I discovered a small world housing a stellar-level entity. What? Are you certain you are not lying? The guard's eyes widened, taken aback. This was indeed a grave matter, as the Supreme Temple maintained rigorous scrutiny over such occurrences. I assure you, it is true, Yu Huacheng affirmed. Please wait here. I will inform the Realm Lord. Upon hearing this, the guard hurried off to deliver the message. Moments later, the guard returned, addressing Yu Huacheng. The Realm Lord wishes for you to enter. Follow me. With that, he led Yu Huacheng into the manor. I, Yu Huacheng, pay my respects to the Realm Lord. Upon entering the abode, Yu Huacheng encountered the Lord of the Eastern Huajia. You claim to have discovered a stellar-level powerhouse residing within the small world? The Lord of Eastern Huajia, a middle-aged man, gazed at Yu Huacheng and inquired softly. Esteemed Lord, indeed, a stellar-level demon unexpectedly appeared in my humble hometown, the Xiantian continent, and has already slain members of my sect. Due to the regulations of the Supreme Divine Palace, we are unable to take action, hence I have come to inform you, Yu Huacheng respectfully replied. The demon race exhibits audacity indeed, daring to manifest within the domain governed by my Supreme Divine Palace. Upon hearing Yu Huacheng's words, the Lord of Eastern Huajia displayed a countenance of anger. I am already aware of this matter. You may return. I shall dispatch someone to address it. Yes, I am grateful to you, Lord, said Yu Huacheng, after which he was escorted away by the guards. Hugu, make your way to the Xiantian realm and eliminate this demon. The Lord of Eastern Huajia commanded the void after Yu Huacheng's departure. Understood. A voice resonated from the void, and then tranquility resumed. Chapter 97. The Reappearance of Gong Yunxi. In the vast world, within the Imperial Realm, the Imperial City stands as the epicenter of this domain, hosting a multitude of colossal powers, including the Supreme Divine Palace. Today, a woman graced the Supreme Divine Palace with her presence. She was adorned in a flowing azure palace gown, her long, silken hair cascading like a waterfall, captivating all who beheld her. Who goes there? The guard at the entrance, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, quickly regained composure and barked at her. Is this not the Imperial Palace? What Imperial Palace? This is the Supreme Divine Palace. The guard retorted. Miss, this is not a place for just anyone. You ought to leave at once. The guard advised, though his demeanor was somewhat lenient. Likely due to her exquisite looks, it remained uncertain how he would have reacted had a man approached instead. The Supreme Divine Palace? The woman mused, disregarding the guard's warning as she strode forward into the hall. Miss, if you do not depart, do not blame me for my rudeness. Seeing her advance, the guard hastily obstructed her path, speaking sternly. Upon hearing this, the woman halted and turned her gaze upon him. In an instant, the guard felt an inexplicable paralysis wash over him. Then, before his horrified eyes, the surrounding space crumbled, engulfing him in the collapse. Space. The laws of space. The guard was utterly bewildered, and with that final thought, he was completely consumed. Should anyone else have been present, they would surely have been astonished. For this guard was a formidable being of a realm master, yet he was effortlessly vanquished by a mere glance from the woman. Who is this woman? To possess such terrifying power? With the guard no longer obstructing her, the woman continued deeper into the palace. A quarter of an hour later, she arrived in a grand hall. Everything had changed. The locale remained the same, yet all was transformed. Gazing upon this strange yet familiar place, tears welled in her eyes, only to evaporate in an instant. Who governs this place? Come forth and meet this sovereign, she proclaimed, her voice reverberating throughout the supreme divine palace, awakening all the elders in seclusion. Who dares to create a disturbance in my supreme divine palace? A voice echoed, and soon an elder appeared before the woman. In quick succession, more individuals gathered in the hall until 18 had assembled, after which no one else arrived. Young lady, who might you be? To create such a ruckus in my supreme divine palace is a provocation, the first elder questioned, scrutinizing her. Are you the one in charge here? The woman inquired, fixing her gaze upon the elder. Indeed, I am the master of the supreme divine palace, he replied. The woman surveyed the crowd, her expression revealing disappointment. Not a single familiar face among them. What transpired in those years past? What do you mean, young lady? The elder asked, puzzled by her murmurs. Has the vast world become so feeble that even a perfected heavenly sovereign can ascend to the rank of a dominion's ruler? The elder grasped her implication, recognizing her disdain. Young lady, do not overstep your bounds. What business do you have in my supreme divine palace? Had it not been for his inability to fathom her power, he would have acted against her already. Do you know of Dixing? The woman inquired nonchalantly. Impudent. You dare to utter the name of our venerable ancestor? The crowd erupted in outrage at her audacity. The elder was taken aback. This woman knew their ancestor? Young lady, the Dixing you mentioned is a revered ancestor of our supreme divine palace. Do you truly know him? His gaze flickered with curiosity. Is he still alive? At the mention of their ancestor, a glimmer of surprise danced across the woman's face. Such words are quite impolite, the elder retorted in mild anger. What do you mean by still alive? Are you cursing our ancestor to death? The woman smiled gently. Inform him that I, Gong Yunxi, demand his presence forthwith. My dear girl, our ancestor is not someone you can simply summon at will. Perhaps you should clarify your intentions, the master of the divine palace observed. Yet he showed no inclination to relay her message. I command you to summon Dixing at once, Gong Yunxi reiterated. As her words left her lips, a terrifying aura erupted from her being. The assembly felt the weight of this presence, their faces pale with fear, while the weaker among them struggled to breathe. Collapsing to the ground. What? Immortal sovereign? Calm yourself. I shall inform our ancestor at once. Please, young lady, temper your aura, the master of the divine palace stammered. Realizing that this woman was not merely a heavenly sovereign, but an immortal sovereign, a level of power reached by only a few of their elders. As the master prepared to deliver her message, he suddenly halted in his tracks. There is no need for that. I have already arrived. The voice rang out, and a figure materialized within the hall. He appeared to be a youthful man in his 30s. Dixing? Gong Yunxi gazed at the man who had suddenly appeared, her voice barely above a whisper. And you are? Dixing regarded Gong Yunxi with a look of confusion. As he examined her more closely, a flicker of familiarity ignited within him, drawing his thoughts back to countless years prior. On a certain street, a boy just over 10 years old trailed behind a girl of about 15 or 16. Your Highness, where are you going? The Emperor forbade us from leaving the Imperial Palace. If he finds out, he will be angry, the boy said. Oh, Xiaoxingzi, why worry? With me here. Father will not be angry. Come now. It has been ages since I last ventured out to play, the girl replied, not bothering to look back. Thus, they frolicked about the streets. The young boy, witnessing this, wore a bitter expression, yet found himself powerless to act, trailing behind the girl. The pair continued their playful antics throughout the city as time slipped away. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the city gates. In an instant, the populace scattered in panic. This is bad. The demonic tribe is attacking our imperial city. Everyone flee. Hurry and inform the emperor that the demons have come. The boy's face turned tense as he anxiously addressed the girl. Your Highness, we must return swiftly. The demons are upon us. At that moment, a glimmer of worry flickered across the girl's countenance, and upon hearing the boy's words, she nodded in agreement. Grasping his hand, she dashed back the way they had come. Chapter 98, The Past of the Imperial Palace. With a shift of scene, the boy and girl found themselves within a grand palace, where a middle-aged man stood before them. Yunxi, would it be agreeable for your father to send you to a certain place? He inquired of the girl. Where to, father? Yunxi does not wish to part from you. She pouted, gazing up at him. To a carefree haven, a place devoid of war, a veritable paradise, the man replied softly. Is that so? Will you accompany Yunxi? She asked earnestly. Alas, your father cannot leave just yet. There are matters concerning the demonic tribe that must be resolved. If you do not go, then neither will I, Yunxi declared obstinately. Yunxi, you must obey, do you understand? The man said, his voice tinged with helplessness. No, if you do not go, I shall not go either. The man, seeing her resolve, stepped forward and embraced his daughter, tenderly stroking her back. My dear Yunxi, you must go for now. Your father will seek you out in due time. With those words, Yunxi fell into a deep slumber. The man waved his hand, and an ice coffin materialized. He placed Yunxi within it and turned to the boy, saying, Dihong, take Yunxi and find a small world, a safe haven to place her in. This coffin shall protect her. She will awaken after 1,000,000 years. The demonic tribe will not concern themselves with a small world. The middle-aged man sighed wistfully. Lord, are we truly to be defeated? The demonic tribe has launched a full-scale assault on our imperial palace, deploying 2 beings of eternal kingship. Our hopes seem dim. Enough. Dihong, take Yunxi and depart. After you have secured her, do not return. Find a place to live for yourself. Yes, my lord. The boy's expression darkened. Lord, Dihong has departed. Your Highness. Is that you? In the Supreme Divine Hall, Dihong gazed at Gong Yunxi, his voice trembling with excitement. Dihong, it has been a long time. I never expected you to still be here. Gong Yunxi replied with a gentle smile. Your Highness, you have awakened? Dihong, I pay my respects to you, Your Highness. Dihong's eyes glistened with emotion as he rushed to her side, kneeling on one knee. Rise. I cannot believe that the little brat from back then has grown so much. Gong Yunxi remarked with a smile. Hee, Your Highness, it has been many years. Of course, I have grown, Dihong chuckled. Those in the hall gazed in astonishment at Dihong bowing to Gong Yunxi, lost in a state of disbelief. Who is Dihong? He is the ancestral figure of our Supreme Divine Hall, yet he kneels before this mysterious girl. Who then is she? Dihong. As the ancestral figure of our Supreme Divine Hall, how can you kneel before an outsider? What becomes of our hall's dignity? Just then, a thunderous voice echoed, and a figure approached swiftly. Xianxiaaudiobooks, do you know who this person is? Do not speak of my kneeling. Even your grandfather would kneel before her. Dihong retorted, glaring at the approaching Xianxiaaudiobooks. How dare you insult my grandfather, Dihong? You seek death. Xianxiaaudiobooks' fury ignited at Dihong's words. Insult? Ask Zai Yuanlong if I have insulted him. Upon hearing the name Zai Yuanlong, Gong Yunxi's expression shifted in surprise. Zhangzi, is Uncle Yuanlong still around? Your Highness, do not refer to him as Uncle Yuanlong. He is unworthy of such a title, Dihong scoffed. What is going on? Gong Yunxi's expression darkened with confusion. Humph, Dihong, I care not who she is. But this is my Supreme Divine Hall. Your actions disqualify you from being our ancestral figure. I will report this to my grandfather. Prepare to be expelled. Expelled? Zai Yuanlong. I know you are watching. Are you not going to come out and explain yourself to your grandson? Dihong shouted into the void. Dihong, regardless of the circumstances. I am still your elder. Is this how you speak to me? As Dihong finished speaking, an elderly voice resonated through the hall. Suddenly, an elder appeared within the chamber. Grandfather. Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the elder. Humph, what have you done to earn the right to call yourself an elder? Dihong glared at Zai Yuanlong. I am Zai Yuanlong. I pay my respects to you, Your Highness, he stated, disregarding Dihong, his expression complex as he turned to Gong Yunxi, bowing respectfully. Grandfather, you? Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback, astonished to see his grandfather bowing to this girl. Tianhua, come forth and greet the princess. Grandfather? Silence. Quickly approach and pay your respects to the princess. Zai Yuanlong commanded, cutting off Xianxiaaudiobooks' protests. Reluctantly, Xianxiaaudiobooks complied, stepping forward to bow. Xianxiaaudiobooks pays his respects to you, Your Highness. Dihong, what is the situation here? Please explain, Gong Yunxi inquired. Ignoring Zai Yuanlong and his grandson. You all may leave, Zai Yuanlong instructed the others in the hall. Yes, ancestor. The crowd exchanged glances, retreating in unison. They understood that this girl possessed a formidable background, one that even their Supreme Divine Hall could not rival. Did they not witness their own ancestor bowing in utmost respect? Your Highness, do you know why this place is now called the Supreme Divine Hall rather than the Imperial Palace? It is because of her that the Imperial Palace was seized and transformed into the Supreme Divine Hall, becoming her absolute domain. In years past, many survived within our Imperial Palace, but due to her conversion of it into the Supreme Divine Hall, those individuals, disillusioned, chose to retreat into seclusion. Consequently, few remember the Imperial Palace. They only know of the Supreme Divine Hall, which has now become a lowly existence among the myriad powers. As Dihong recounted this tale, Gong Yunxi's expression grew increasingly somber. Uncle Yuanlong, do you not owe me an explanation? She fixed her piercing gaze upon Zai Yuanlong, her eyes cold and unforgiving, as if one were plunged into a chilling abyss. Alas, Your Highness, the Imperial Palace has become a relic of the past, with the Emperor fallen. If we do not enact change, what if our former enemies discover that the Imperial Palace still exists? Without the Emperor, how shall we withstand their onslaught? Sighed Shi Yuanlong. What? What did you say? My father has fallen. Upon hearing Shi Yuanlong's words, Gong Yunxi instantly became dazed, a single tear cascading down her cheek. The others fell into a heavy silence. But father, did you not promise to come find Yunxi? Gong Yunxi murmured. After a long pause, Shihang offered a comforting word. Your Highness, please accept this sorrow. The Emperor did all he could. What truly transpired back then? Regaining her composure, Gong Yunqi inquired of Shi Yuanlong. Shi Hang too turned to Shi Yuanlong, for he was merely a child at the time, having taken Gong Yunqi far from this place. He himself remained unaware of the events that unfolded. By the time he returned, having cultivated to the realm of the eternal monarch, countless years had passed. In those days, the demon race unleashed 2 eternal monarchs, 10 monarchs, and nearly 100 kings in a grand assault on our imperial palace. The emperor stood alone against the 2 demon monarchs, refusing to yield, while the 8 great monarchs engaged the 10 demon monarchs. Despite our kings holding an upper hand, they were gradually slain by the demon monarchs, leading to our catastrophic defeat on both the kings and monarchs' battlegrounds. Chapter 99. The Battle of the Western Heavens and the 9 Heavens. Witnessing the dire situation, the emperor, in a moment of desperation, chose to expend his life force. After employing a forbidden technique, one demon monarch fell, while the other was gravely wounded. The injured demon monarch fled back to their realm, while the emperor, drawing on his last vestiges of life, managed to slay 4 of the demon monarchs, ultimately leading to his own demise. The remaining demons, seeing this, retreated to their domain. Though we emerged from the battle with a Pyrrhic victory, the emperor had fallen, and 6 of the 8 great monarchs perished, leaving the kings decimated. Shi Yuanlong recounted the events of that fateful day, as Gong Yunqi's face was awash with tears, her exquisite features marred by sorrow, stirring profound sympathy. And what of the other 2 monarchs? Shi Hang suddenly asked. To this, Shi Yuanlong replied, I do not know. At that time, I was merely an unremarkable eternal monarch, a nameless figure amidst the chaos. After the great battle, the 2 surviving monarchs vanished with the last 10 ancient kings, leaving us, the 8 fledgling kings, in a state of bewilderment. Thus, we deliberated and resolved to rebuild the imperial palace, at which point I proposed renaming it the Supreme Temple. Considering our current strength, should we still call it the Imperial Palace? How could we fend off any potential threats? With a gentle sigh, Shi Yuanlong concluded. Did the others depart because they disagreed with your proposed name change? Gong Yunqi inquired softly. Indeed, of the 8 of us, 6 chose to leave rather than accept the new name. Only 1 agreed to my suggestion, Shi Yuanlong affirmed. Upon hearing this, both Gong Yunqi and Shi Hang fell into a contemplative silence. Uncle Yuanlong, I have wronged you these years, Shi Hang suddenly stated. It is all in the past. I had no intention of revealing these matters to you, but with your highness's return, I felt compelled to share. Shi Yuanlong waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Yuanlong, among the surviving 2 monarchs, one is your father, the Western Heaven monarch, Emperor Tian. What? What did you say? Uncle Yuanlong, my father is alive? Shi Hang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. However, since your father and another monarch vanished with 10 ancient kings, he has yet to reappear, Shi Yuanlong confirmed. Hearing this, Shi Hang chuckled softly. As long as he lives, that is enough for me. I refuse to believe that he would remain hidden forever while his son is here. Who is the other monarch? Gong Yunqi inquired. The 9 Heavens monarch, Shi Yuanlong responded, revealing the identity of Xian Yi, the stunning beauty known as Xian Minglan, revered as the 9 Heavens fairy and a venerated figure under the emperor's command. Having been raised by Xian Yi in her childhood, Gong Yunqi, who had known the absence of a mother, cherished Xian Yi as her maternal figure. The news of Xian Yi's survival brought her a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Shi Tianhua finally emerged from his stupor. Previously, he had been oblivious to the profound legacy of the Supreme Temple. He had always perceived it as the apex of strength. But today, he grasped that compared to the imperial palace of which his grandfather spoke, their current status was as insignificant as ants. Your Highness, we all believed you had perished in that great battle, yet here you stand 1,000,000 years later, remarked Shi Yuanlong, gazing at Gong Yunqi with curiosity. Child, what transpired when we were called by my father? Why do I possess no recollection? Gong Yunqi asked Shi Hang, her eyes searching for answers. Your Highness, the Emperor foresaw the possibility of our defeat in that battle, thus for your safety, he placed you into a deep slumber and instructed me to take you away from the imperial realm, hiding you in a small world. The Emperor promised that you would awaken after 1,000,000 years, Shi Hang elucidated. So, you were the one who placed me in that small world? Gong Yunqi asked, her brow furrowing. Yes, Your Highness. Then what is the meaning of my current strength? I recall being merely a terrestrial supreme at that time. She questioned, perplexed. The Emperor elevated your realm to the eternal monarch to shield you from potential dangers upon awakening. This would grant you a measure of self-defense, Shi Hang explained. Father. At his words, Gong Yunqi's heart trembled. She understood that her father's forced elevation of her strength must have exacted a grave toll upon him. What if he had not enhanced her power? Would the outcome have been different? Would he have survived the battle? Sighing gently, Shi Yuanlong pondered what to say, ultimately asking, Your Highness, what are your intentions moving forward? The demon race. I seek vengeance, Gong Yunqi replied, her gaze sharpening with determination. Chapter 100. The Descent of Huo. Your Highness, that is inadvisable. Shi Yuanlong exclaimed in alarm upon hearing Gong Yunqi's words. The demon monarch from that era still lives. Though he was grievously wounded by the emperor, 1,000,000 years have passed, and he has likely regained his full strength. Moreover, our current capabilities are insufficient even to confront a demon monarch, let alone the emperor. Gong Yunqi paused, taken aback by his words. Indeed, with our present strength, how can we possibly contend with the demon race? Your Highness, it is imperative that the demon race remains unaware of your existence, for should they discover you, they will surely seek to eliminate you. Indeed, Your Highness, you must not allow the demon clan to discover this, nor the Nether Palace. If they were to find out, Your Highness would be in grave danger. Di Xing advised. The Nether Palace still exists? Gong Yunqi asked, momentarily taken aback. It has persisted all along. Since the decline of my imperial palace, no faction has been able to suppress the Nether Palace. Over the years, it has risen to become the second most dominant power in the realms, just after the demon clan. Di Xing elucidated. What are the current dominant powers in the realms? Gong Yunqi inquired. The demon clan reigns supreme as the foremost power. The Nether Palace follows closely behind, while my supreme palace can only rank at the very bottom. In 10th place, it is truly ironic that the Nether Palace, once suppressed by my imperial palace, has now ascended to become the second in the realms. Gong Yunqi remarked with a wry smile. Your Highness, since you have returned, it would be prudent to remain here for the time being. That would be acceptable. Gong Yunqi nodded. In the Xiantian realm, Central Continent, a 5th-tier stellar level? Quite audacious indeed, daring to intrude upon the jurisdiction of my supreme palace's minor world. Yet, why are they of the human race? Wasn't the Lord of the Realm supposed to be a member of the demon clan? A middle-aged man gazed in the direction of the Starry Moon Empire, muttering to himself. This was Huo Qubing, dispatched by the Lord of the Eastern Hua realm. With a swift motion, Huo Qubing appeared within the Starry Moon Empire's Starry Moon City. In the Daxia, within the Nine Heavens Palace, domain lord level, Xiao Tian looked toward the Starry Moon Empire, sensing a domain lord level aura emanating from that direction. Could it be that someone from the Supreme Palace has arrived? Yummy! Xiao Tian called out into the void. Immediately, the air split open, and the towering figure of Yumi emerged. Yumi, I pay my respects to the Emperor. Upon reaching Xiao Tian, Yumi knelt on one knee. Travel to the Starry Moon Empire. A domain lord-level powerhouse has appeared there. Likely a member of the Supreme Palace who has discovered you in Qingdu. Do not kill him. Bring him back, as I have matters to discuss, Xiao Tian commanded. Yumi acknowledged the order and vanished back into the void. In the Starry Moon Empire. Ancestor, what did you just say? The Starry Moon Empress, Xing Shiyun, looked at her ancestor in shock, doubting her own ears. What had she just heard? The ancestor had led the entire Starry Moon Empire to submit to the Daxia dynasty behind the Xiang family, and she was to choose a general from Daxia to marry? Ancestor, are you certain you're not jesting? Shiyun, the Daxia's ambition is the entirety of the Xiantian continent. We cannot rival them. If we do not submit, we will face annihilation. This is Marshal Yuan Qingdu of Daxia, a stellar-level powerhouse. How can we resist? Xing Qing looked at Xing Shiyun with resignation. You wouldn't want our Starry Moon Empire to be obliterated, would you? Xing Shiyun gazed at Yuan Qingdu, her heart heavy with irony. A stellar level, yet not someone her Starry Moon Empire could withstand. Very well, I concede that we cannot stand against Daxia, and I have no objections to the Starry Moon Empire submitting. However, must I be wed to a general from Daxia? Xing Shiyun lamented. That is for you to decide, Shiyun. We will not pressure you. Do not concern yourself with this. Even if you wish to marry, it's uncertain whether a Daxia general would even take notice of you. Yuan Qingdu interjected unexpectedly. You. Xing Shiyun was rendered speechless by his remark. What do you mean? Am I not worthy of you? Yuan Qingdu smirked condescendingly and dismissed her with indifference. Since you are unwilling to marry, so be it. Command the dissolution of the empire. All troops shall be consolidated into the 13th Legion of Daxia. Choose 100 at the peak of the martial god realm to accompany me to Daxia. Understood, ancestor. I shall relay the orders at once. With that, Xing Shiyun turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the palace. Who are you? Upon seeing Huo Qubing's sudden appearance, Yuan Qingdu's expression shifted, and he spoke in a low voice. Xing Qing and the others also regarded Huo Qubing with grave concern. A stellar level dares to appear in a minor world? Does he not regard my supreme palace? Huo Qubing questioned Yuan Qingdu. Are you from the supreme palace? Upon hearing this, Xing Qing and the others gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the supreme palace's arrival so swiftly, leaving them uncertain whether to feel relieved or distressed. Supreme Palace? Daxia truly does not regard you highly. Yuan Qingdu recognized that he was no match for Huo Qubing, but, as a member of Daxia, he would not show fear. Then you shall perish. Huo Qubing declared coldly, launching an attack on Yuan Qingdu. Huh. Yu and Qingdu shouted, channeling his energy to meet Hu Gu's assault. The void erupted with a resounding crash, and the palace crumbled as Xing Qing and the others fled into the sky. The clash between a domain lord and a stellar level would only render them casualties. Boom. Yu and Qingdu was sent flying, creating a massive crater upon impact. Coughing up blood, he slowly rose from the pit, gazing gravely at Hu Gu, silently reflecting, is this the power of a domain lord? I never expected it to be so formidable that I could not withstand a single blow. You're still alive? Impressive, but it ends here. Hu Gu, slightly surprised that Yu and Qingdu had survived his initial strike, smirked again, launching another attack. Am I to die? Your Majesty, I have brought you shame. Yu and Qingdu realized he could not withstand this blow, yet his heart was unyielding. A determined expression crossed his face as he gripped his phoenix-winged golden spear, preparing for a final stand when suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, widening. As Hu Gu's attack passed through this rift, it was swiftly consumed. Hu Gu's expression darkened as he demanded. With his voice echoing through the starry moon empire, a colossal foot emerged from the rift, revealing Yami. A giant resembling a mountain. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, with a prominent No-10 emblazoned on his arm, Yami's thunderous voice resonated throughout the starry moon empire. All within the starry moon empire looked up in awe at Yami's presence, astonished. Who is this? Such extraordinary power. The 10 blades of Daxiao? Why have I never heard of such a faction? The hearts of all the inhabitants of Star Moon City echoed with similar thoughts. In the distance, Xingqing and others gazed at Yami, their faces etched with astonishment. Another formidable force from Daxia, yet one they had never encountered before. Was Daxia truly so enigmatic? Did Daxia genuinely harbor no fear of the Supreme Divine Hall? Daxia, is this indeed the faction to which you belong? It seems that the Supreme Divine Hall ought to conduct a thorough investigation into this mysterious Xiantian continent. Upon hearing Yami's words, Hu Gu immediately suspected that Daxia's appearance in the Xiantian realm was not without ulterior motives, disregarding even the rules of his Supreme Divine Hall. The Emperor wishes to see you. Will you accompany me willingly, or shall I have to teach you a lesson first? Hu Gu declared, but Yami paid him no heed. He was solely focused on the mission entrusted to him by Xiao Tian, to bring this individual back. Just a first-level domain master, and you dare to threaten me? Let me see who teaches whom a lesson. Upon hearing Yami's words, Hu Gu erupted in furious laughter. It is essential to note that he was a 4th-level domain master. How could a mere 1st-level domain master even contemplate striking him? He had never encountered such audacity before. After finishing his words, Hu Gu charged straight at Yami, arriving before him in an instant, unleashing a frenzied attack aimed at Yami's face. However, Yami merely waved his hand and effortlessly dispersed Hu Gu's assault, subsequently seizing Hu Gu's entire body in his grasp amidst Hu Gu's astonished gaze. Captured in Yami's hand, Hu Gu felt as powerless as an ant, unable to escape regardless of how desperately he struggled. What? How is this possible? You are merely a 1st-level domain master. How can you possess such strength? Hu Gu exclaimed in terror, his voice filled with despair. Yami did not respond. Instead, he casually tossed Hu Gu into the air. Before Hu Gu could revel in his newfound freedom, he witnessed Yami's gigantic hand clenching into a fist, hurtling down towards him. Stop! I am a member of the Supreme Divine Hall. How dare you treat me this way? Hu Gu shouted in desperation, yet Yami paid him no mind. With a resounding crash, Hu Gu was sent flying by Yami's blow, crashing into the palace behind him. Thud! Yami advanced toward Hu Gu, every step reverberating through the ground. Cough, cough. What do you intend to do? Hu Gu, rising from the ground, gazed at the approaching Yami in fear. As Yami reached Hu Gu, he lifted his foot to stomp down on him. Hu Gu screamed in agony as he was pinned beneath Yami's foot. Chapter 102. The entire Daxia enters seclusion. Stop! Stop! Cough, cough, please spare me. Hu Gu pleaded, trapped beneath Yami's foot. The Emperor wishes to see you. Behave and come with me. Yami commanded. I will go. Please, release your foot. Upon hearing this, Yami shifted his weight and released Hu Gu. With a swift motion, a rift in space appeared once more. Enter. Yami gestured toward Hu Gu, his tone indifferent. What is this? Hu Gu hesitated at the sight of the rift, fearful of what might lie beyond. If I tell you to enter, you will enter. Do you want me to force you? Yami glared at Hu Gu. No, I will go in. Hu Gu quickly replied, genuinely frightened of the colossal man before him, who seemed capable of inflicting brutal punishment. With that, Hu Gu cautiously stepped toward the rift. Thud! Yami, unable to restrain himself any longer, delivered a swift kick that sent Hu Gu flying into the rift. Qingdu Marshal, this is in your hands now. I will report to the Emperor. After instructing Yu and Qingdu, Yami stepped into the rift and vanished. Qingdu Marshal, who is this person? As Yami and Hu Gu departed, Xingqing and the others approached Yuan Qingdu, inquiring. He is a formidable individual from Daxia, likely just emerged. Yuan Qingdu replied coolly. Just emerged? The group exchanged glances, pondering whether Daxia was an ancient power gradually awakening. Enough. Hurry and handle the matters assigned by the emperor so we can return to Yudu. Yes. Qingdu Marshal. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty and brought this person. In the Jiuxiao Palace, Yami knelt before Xiao Tian, reporting. Who sent you? Xiao Tian inquired. Glancing at the still-present Huo Qubing, it was the Lord of Realms. Huo Qubing responded, bowing his head. Lord of Realms? Who is that? He is an attendant of the Supreme Divine Hall, stationed in the Donghua realm. How did you come to know of the existence of a stellar-level presence here? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Tian asked. Someone reported it to the Lord of Realms, which is why he dispatched me. However, that individual spoke of a demonic clan being present. I never anticipated it would be you. Huo Qubing lamented internally, cursing the informant's ancestors. Is this what you refer to as a stellar-level demonic clan? Clearly. It is merely an immensely powerful domain master. Someone reported a demonic clan? It appears the 4 great sacred lands are involved. Xiao Tian murmured, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. If you were to perish, would the Lord of Realms of whom you speak be aware? Upon hearing this, Huo Qubing's face paled with fear, and he quickly replied, yes, he would know. What is the strength of this Lord of Realms? The Lord of Realms is at the 9th level. Yami, confine him within the void circle, but do not let him die. Yes, Your Majesty. In the following days, Li Si and Xiao He arranged for numerous officials to assume their posts in the Star Moon Empire, which has now been renamed Star Moon Continent. Xingqing led the populace of the Star Moon Empire to Daxia, where they were assigned to cultivate within the Hongming Tower under Xiao Tian's guidance. All were at their peak levels, and it was expected that their breakthroughs would not take long. The Demon Clan, under Xiao Tian's direction, was granted 100 slots, all entering the Hongming Tower led by Tien Hongshuan. Meanwhile, the millions of troops from the Demon Clan and Star Moon Empire were also arranged by Xiao Tian to train within the Time-Space Tower. After all, they could be considered part of Daxia's 12th and 13th legions and could not afford to be weak. Furthermore, after their submission to Daxia, Xiao Tian was unconcerned about any potential betrayal. Under the system's covert manipulation, once they submitted to Daxia, their loyalty would only deepen. Currently, all the generals of Daxia were receiving their inheritances within the Divine Demon Tower, while the soldiers of the Daxia Legion had entered both the Time-Space Tower and the Hongming Tower. Given Daxia's swift rise, what was lacking were these mid-tier combat forces, and Xiao Tian decided to allow Daxia to remain stable for a while longer. Once the generals and soldiers of Daxia emerged from their seclusion, it would signal the unification of the Xiantian continent. In the central continent, the dissolution of the Star Moon Empire and its joining with Daxia, thereby becoming the Star Moon continent, sent ripples through the entire central continent's factions. After all, the Star Moon Empire was considered one of the major powers in the central continent, and such a significant event could not go unnoticed by various factions. The Daio Empire, one of the 3 major empires in the central continent, and the closest major power to the Star Moon continent, was the first to learn of this development. Within the Daio Empire's court, all civil and military officials were present. Gentlemen, the Star Moon Empire has disbanded and joined this so-called Daxia. What are your thoughts? The Daio Emperor, Yu Baiyong, addressed the officials quietly. Your Majesty, we know nothing of this Daxia's origins, but to have subdued the Star Moon Empire, it must not be a simple matter. An elder statesman stepped forward to express. Indeed, Your Majesty, the emergence of the Daxia appears as if it has materialized from thin air. Prior to this moment, we had scarcely heard any mention of such a realm. Another figure clad in battle armor stepped forward, revealing himself to be the Grand General of the Daio Empire. Chapter 103, Yifan. Are you all utterly ignorant of this Daxia? The Daio Emperor furrowed his brow upon hearing their words. A power capable of subjugating the Xingyue Empire, and yet, prior to this, no one was aware of its existence? Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. We truly possess no knowledge of this Daxia. The assembly bowed their heads in shame. If you are unaware, what are you still doing here? Hurry and investigate this Daxia. The Daio Emperor commanded. By tomorrow at the latest, I wish to know everything about this Daxia. Yes, Your Majesty. The court was dismissed. This matter was not confined solely to the Daio Empire. The Dacian Empire was equally engaged, with the 2 ancient clans, the Yao clan and the Yezhu, dispatching individuals to uncover the mysteries of this suddenly arisen Daxia. In an instant, the entire central continent was abuzz with activity due to the affairs surrounding the Xingyue Empire. The Yezhu clan, one of the 8 ancient clans of the Xiantian continent, was currently conducting talent evaluations for the younger generation. Yi Shun, talent grade, Xian, physique, none. Next, the elder in charge of the evaluations announced with a stoic expression, observing the despondent youth as he departed. In the Yezhu clan, A Xian grade talent was regarded as a lowly aptitude, garnering little attention. Yi C, talent grade. D, physique. None. Next, a series of evaluations followed, yet none of the youths displayed a talent exceeding the D grade, leaving the elder profoundly disheartened. Next, Yi Fan. As the evaluations approached their conclusion, the elder called out to Yi Fan. Hearing his name, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback before making his way to the testing platform. Place your hand upon it, the elder instructed. Yes, elder. Yi Fan gently laid his hand upon the testing stone. At the moment of contact, the stone erupted with a brilliant golden light, instantly enveloping the entire Yezhu clan. The elder's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Golden light. Imperial grade talent. Yi Fan, imperial grade talent. Ancient sacred body. The elder exclaimed with exuberance. In an instant, several figures appeared at the testing platform, the esteemed elders of the Yezhu clan, drawn by the commotion. Imperial grade talent. Ancient sacred body. The heavens have favored our Yezhu clan to have both an imperial grade talent and an ancient sacred body manifest in a single individual. Our clan's rise is assured. They gazed upon Yi Fan, laughter and excitement radiating from their hearts. After all, it had been many years since an imperial grade talent had graced the continent, and now it appeared within their clan, accompanied by one of the 10 ancient sacred bodies. The ancient sacred body. How could they contain their elation? Child, what is your name? One elder inquired of Yi Fan. Esteemed elder, I am called Yi Fan. He replied respectfully. Yi Fan. Excellent. Child, train diligently. Should you require resources, simply request them from the clan. From this moment forth, you are the saint son of the Yezhu clan, Yi Fan. The elder proclaimed to the assembly. This, esteemed elder. Very well, it is settled. Train well. Yi Fan attempted to speak further, but was promptly interrupted as the elders vanished. We pay our respects to the saint's son. The disciples, filled with envy, bowed to Yi Fan upon hearing the elder's words. After departing the testing platform, Yi Fan returned to his quarters, his mind flooded with memories of the Xiantian continent. Xiantian continent? Central continent Yezhu clan? Orphan Yi Fan. It seemed the tales of traversing worlds were indeed true, and he had unwittingly encountered such a phenomenon. Yi Fan reflected, realizing he had inadvertently entered a bronze giant coffin, leading him to this place. We share a common plight. I am an orphan, and so are you. Yet, at least he had a family, a powerful force within the central continent. It appeared fortune smiled upon him as he became the saint son of the Yezhu clan upon his arrival. Dismissing further thoughts, Yi Fan commenced his training. For in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, strength spoke volumes. Possessing an imperial-grade talent and an ancient sacred body, Yi Fan was confident that he would carve out a place for himself in this realm. While Yi Fan immersed himself in his training, the clan leader and several elders of the Yezhu clan convened in the main hall to deliberate on the matter of Daxia. Elder, have we uncovered the details regarding Daxia? Clan leader Xiang Yu inquired of the Grand Elder. Clan leader, we have gathered some information about Daxia, yet specifics remain elusive. Oh, what have we discovered? Daxia is a force from the eastern wilderness. The entire region has been unified under its banner. Furthermore, the once barren eastern wilderness has transformed into a sacred land for cultivation, with spiritual energy surpassing even that of the central continent. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. Are you certain? Xiang Yu was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, the Grand Elder affirmed. Then what is the origin of this Daxia, and how formidable is it? We have yet to ascertain this. Daxia remains shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu lapsed into silence. After a prolonged pause, he concluded, given Daxia's unification of the eastern wilderness and its subjugation of the Xingyue Empire, this power harbors considerable ambition. Chapter 104. The terrifying power of Daxia. In the central continent, at the Yuhua sacred land, for elders were gathered within a palace. The ancestor has relayed news. The Supreme Divine Hall has been notified, and they are likely dispatching individuals to address this demonic force. It has come to light that a Daxia has arisen in the eastern wilderness, subjugating the Xingyue Empire. Could this be connected to the demonic force? It is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could such a power suddenly emerge in a place like the eastern wilderness? Should we investigate? Let us observe the developments. Once the Supreme Divine Hall resolves this demonic threat, Daxia will pose no significant concern. That seems prudent. Host. The destined child of this realm has appeared. Slaying or subjugating the destined child could bestow substantial fortune upon you. Within the 5th level of the time-space tower, the cultivator Xiao Tian was taken aback upon hearing the system's voice. The destined child? Indeed, the destined child has emerged. Please act swiftly to slay or subjugate them to gain considerable fortune. Where can I find them? Xiao Tian inquired. Due to the coverage of fortune, the host must seek them out independently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian could only shake his head in resignation, a wry smile forming. The Xiantian continent was neither too vast nor too small, yet it was home to countless billions of humans. Finding a single destined child among such a vast populace was no small task. However, since the system promised substantial rewards for slaying or subjugating the destined child, the potential was certainly enticing. For Xiao Tian, fortune represented his greatest trump card, as the only means to acquire summoning cards was through the expenditure of fortune. There were no alternatives. For the sake of fortune, he would endeavor to locate this destined child. With that resolve, Xiao Tian immersed himself in his training. For all of Daxiao was engaged in cultivation, and he could not afford to lag behind. All matters would be addressed after he emerged from seclusion. Time has slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed in the realm of reality. However, within the confines of the time-space tower's 5th layer, under a staggering acceleration of 100,000 times, Xiao Tian has experienced the equivalent of 100,000 3-month periods. How many years this amounts to is beyond Xiao Tian's calculations, and he finds himself disinclined to compute it. When he finally awakens, he discovers that he has ascended to the 9th tier of the Realm Master level. This marks Xiao Tian's first foray into such an extended period of seclusion for cultivation. Upon exiting the time-space tower, Xiao Tian returns to the Nine Heavens Palace. The palace appears desolate, as most individuals are engrossed in their cultivation within the small world, leaving only a handful of guards on duty. Your Majesty, you have emerged from seclusion? At this moment, Chao Jingchun unexpectedly arrives, bowing before Xiao Tian. Indeed, you have reached the first level of the stellar rank, Xiao Tian observes, noting Chao Jingchun's advancement with a smile. This is all thanks to your Majesty's divine artifact. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break through to the stellar rank so swiftly, Chao Jingchun replies humbly. Aside from the generals within the divine demon tower, notify everyone to emerge from their seclusion. We shall convene for the morning court tomorrow, Xiao Tian instructs nonchalantly. Understood. Within the divine demon tower, one cannot exit voluntarily until the inheritance is fully received, while the time-space tower and the primordial tower permit exit at any time. The next day, the court of the Great Xia is convened, with all present except for generals like El Bu. On the left side, civil officials such as Li Si, Xiao He, and Chun Gong have all attained the stellar rank. On the right side, only Zhao Yun stands among the martial generals, accompanied by the demon races Tian Hongxian and the Star Moon Empire's Xing Qing. Having already received the inheritance from the divine demon tower, Xiao Tian does not arrange for Zhao Yun to enter the tower again, instead allowing him to cultivate within the time-space tower. At this juncture, Zhao Yun has broken through from the 9th level of the martial god realm to the 5th tier of the domain master level, while Tian Hongxian, Xing Qing, and others have reached the 5th tier of the stellar rank. When Tian Hongxian and Xing Qing learn of the functions of the primordial tower and the time-space tower, they are utterly astonished. Such an astonishing treasure is beyond their comprehension. They had never even heard of its existence. They realize that the Great Xia possesses such a relic, confirming the resurgence of ancient powers and explaining the confidence of the Great Xia's people, who harbor no fear of the Supreme Divine Hall. They come to understand the foundation of Great Xia's assurance, and even their previous concerns about the Supreme Divine Hall dissipate. Li Si, Xiao He, what is the current strength of the Great Xia army? Xiao Tian inquires softly, turning his gaze to the two. Your Majesty, Marshal El Bu's 5th Legion, comprising 2 million soldiers, has all broken through to the martial god realm, including 100,000 at the stellar rank, 400,000 at the planetary rank, with the remainder being martial gods. Li Si reports. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian nods, thoroughly pleased with the results of his seclusion. Even if he were to deploy merely 1/10 of the 5th Legion, they could sweep across the Xiantian continent with ease. Below, Tian Hongxian and Xing Qing are left in a state of shock upon hearing Li Si's report. Heavens! Is it truly so terrifying? They wonder. After struggling to break through to the stellar rank, they are now confronted with a legion boasting 100,000 stellar ranked soldiers. Has the stellar rank become so devalued? Moreover, possessing 400,000 at the planetary rank, this strength could not only conquer the Xiantian continent, but surely outmatch the Donghua realm as well. The 6th Legion through the 11th Legion, totaling 60 million troops, are all above the martial emperor level, with a small number breaking through to the martial god and planetary ranks. As Li Si speaks, he glances at Tian Hongxian and Xing Qing, continuing, as for the 12th and 13th Legions, they are best known to Tian Hongxian and Xing Qing. Hearing Li Si's words, Xiao Tian turns his gaze to Tian Hongxian and Xing Qing. Your Majesty, our demon army consists of millions, with the weakest at the martial saint level, the majority having broken through to the martial emperor level, while the number of martial gods remains limited, Tian Hongxian reports promptly. He feels somewhat helpless. Most of the demon race's experts were lost in previous battles against the likes of Dian Wei, leaving behind only the less formidable. The breakthroughs to their current levels are largely attributed to the time-space tower's extraordinary flow of time. Your Majesty, Our 13th Legion is similar to the demon army. Generally at the martial emperor level, Xing adds, have the 100 individuals you each selected broken through to the planetary rank? Your Majesty, they have all achieved breakthroughs to the planetary rank. Excellent. In that case, Tian Hongxian, heed my command. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpens as he speaks. I am here. I hereby appoint you as the Marshal of the 12th Legion, commanding you to lead the demon forces in the 12th Legion to launch an assault on the Western Desert, capturing the various powers therein. Do you have any objections? None at all. Xing, you are appointed as the Marshal of the 13th Legion, tasked with leading the 13th Legion to attack the southern region. Spare no mercy for any who resist. Yes, I shall obey. Xing steps forward respectfully. As for the northern frontier, Li Si, arrange for a portion of the 5th Legion's commanders to go forth and subdue them. Those who resist shall be eradicated, Xiao Tian instructs. Looking at Li Si, I shall carry out your orders. Zhao Yun, I now appoint you as the Marshal of the 8th Legion, commanding you to lead your 8th Legion in an assault on the central continent. I shall obey. One more matter. The destined child of the Xiantian continent has emerged. All young geniuses should be on alert, especially those with extraordinary talents. If any are discovered, bring them back to Great Xia. The court is dismissed. All generals, prepare as needed. May our Emperor's celestial blessings endure eternally, matching the heavens in longevity. On this day, the armies of Great Xia set forth towards the various factions of the Xiantian continent. The citizens of Great Xia are stirred by this development, realizing that their country is poised to take decisive action against the forces of the continent. Do you think that after today, the Xiantian continent will be unified under Great Xia? It is indeed a possibility. Since the Emperor has chosen to deploy the army, he must possess absolute confidence in subduing the continent's factions. Our Emperor is truly extraordinary. The Xiantian continent has never been unified in history. Yet we are about to witness this momentous occasion. In an instant, discussions abound among the citizens of Great Xia, all of whom have witnessed the transformation of their nation from a mere dynasty to its current stature, filled with a sense of awe and nostalgia. Western Desert. One day later, Tian Hongxian leads the demon army into the territory of the Western Desert. What faction is this? Tian Hongxian inquires of his deputy. This is the domain of the Great Qi Empire, the deputy responds. The Great Qi Empire, you say? Notify the army to advance directly to the imperial city of the Great Qi Empire. Those who dare to obstruct us shall face no mercy, Tian Hongxian replies coolly. Understood. Thus, the demon army sets forth toward the imperial city of the Great Qi Empire, obliterating any city that dares to resist, though most choose to surrender. After all, with millions of demon soldiers, none are weak. Who would dare to resist such a formidable force? As the demon army enters the Western Desert, the various factions within the region learn of this development, leaving them all in a state of shock. The demon race leads millions of troops into our Western Desert. What could be their intent? Are they seeking to instigate war? Within the ancient Holy Land of the Western Desert, the Lord of the Holy Land addresses the anxious elders gathered before him. Do you know why the demon race has launched an assault on our Western Desert? The Lord inquires, his gaze fixed on the elders. We do not know. The demon race appeared in our Western Desert without warning, immediately attacking the Great Qi Empire. An elder replies, do you know who is leading them? It seems to be the ancestral figure of the demon race. Several elders respond uncertainly. The ancestral figure of the demon race. Upon hearing these words, the Holy Lord was taken aback. What could the demon race possibly be plotting? Did they truly intend to wage war against him in the Western Desert? Quickly, inform the Supreme Elder and have him negotiate to discern the true intentions of this demon race. Indeed, it was not only the ancient sacred land, the Fire Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the various powers of the Great Jin Empire were equally stirred by the impending assault from the demon race, prompting their respective Supreme Elders or ancestors to take notice. In the court of the Great Qi Empire, the Emperor was met with urgent voices. Your Majesty. The demon race approaches with great ferocity, marching towards the imperial city. We are no match for them. Your Majesty, we must promptly notify the various forces of the Western Desert. The demon race is beyond the capabilities of the Great Qi Empire to withstand. The ministers clamored towards the Emperor of Great Qi. Enough. I have already alerted the major powers. They are likely aware of the situation by now, the Emperor replied. Feeling helpless. At that moment, he was perplexed. Why would this demon race launch an assault against the Great Qi Empire? He pondered, questioning what grievance he had ever caused them. Chancellor, have you notified the ancestors? The Emperor inquired, turning to the foremost civil servant. Your Majesty, I have already informed them. The ancestors are en route, the Chancellor replied softly. How long until the demon forces reach the imperial city? They should arrive by tomorrow. General, lead the army to the city gates immediately and prepare to defend until reinforcements from the ancient sacred land arrive. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 106. The Shock of the Western Desert Powers. A day later, Tian Hongxian led the demon army to the imperial city of the Great Qi Empire. Demon race, are you here to provoke a great war against us? Shouted the Great Qi Empire's general from atop the city walls, addressing the looming demon forces. By the command of the sovereign, we have come to reclaim the lands of the Western Desert. Will you, Great Qi, surrender or resist to the bitter end? Tian Hongxian bellowed. Sovereign, are you not from the Heavenly Demon Empire? The Great Qi general was perplexed. What sovereign? Were these demons not affiliated with the Heavenly Demon Empire? The Heavenly Demon Empire has disbanded. We now constitute the 13th Legion of the Great Xia. What? The Heavenly Demon Empire has disbanded? And what is this Great Xia? The Great Qi general was struck with shock. The Heavenly Demon Empire was the sole dominator backed by the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land and the Beast Mountain Range, comparable to the existence of the Ascension Sacred Land. How could it dissolve into this Great Xia Legion? Enough with the pleasantries. Will the Great Qi Empire surrender or stubbornly resist? Tian Hongxian was disinclined to indulge in further dialogue, as their current strength did not warrant fear of the various powers of the Western Desert. Demon race, I advise you to retreat immediately. The Emperor has notified the ancient Sacred Land and others. They are on their way. If you persist in attacking the Great Qi Empire, prepare to be obliterated by the combined might of the Western Desert powers, the Great Qi general proclaimed. In his view, the notion of surrendering the Great Qi Empire was utterly ludicrous. The entire Western Desert would not allow the demon race to run rampant. Although the Great Qi Empire may not be able to contend with the demons alone, the united forces of the Western Desert would not fear them. Clearly, he remained trapped in a prior understanding of the demon race's capabilities, entirely unaware of their current formidable strength. Then let the Great Qi Empire be the first to fall before my demon race. Upon hearing the general's words, Tian Hongxian ceased further discussion and bellowed, Warriors, attack. Show no mercy to the resistors. Instantly, a million-strong demon army surged towards the gates of the Great Qi Empire, clashing with an equal number of soldiers. Demon race, how dare you? The Great Qi general's eyes widened in fury. All soldiers, the invasion of our Great Qi is unforgivable. Attack. In an instant, the two armies collided. But the Great Qi soldiers suffered grievous losses from the very first encounter. The disparity in strength was evident. They were mere fodder for slaughter. How is this possible? How could these demons be so powerful, all exceeding the martial sage realm? At this moment, the Great Qi general realized the overwhelming might of the demon forces, a strength far beyond what his soldiers could contend with. Stop. Everyone, retreat back into the city. You are no match for the demon race. In desperation, the general cried out. However, the battle had already begun. Retreat was not an option. The demon army offered no quarter, targeting anyone attempting to flee back to the city. Demon race, how dare you? The general could only shout at Tian Hongxian. Do you not fear the collective wrath of the various forces of the Western Desert? Huh. The Great Qi is merely the first power to be obliterated by my demon race, but certainly not the last. Should the ancient Sacred Land dare to intervene, your fate will mirror theirs, Tian Hongxian replied with a cold smile. Such audacity, Tian Hongxian. After so many years, I never imagined your demon race would become so arrogant. Do you look down upon the powers of the Western Desert? Suddenly, a voice boomed from the skies. Then, a dozen figures appeared above, revealing the ancestors and supreme elders of the major forces of the Western Desert, including 3 ancestors from the Great Qi. Who is it? Tian Hongxian looked up to see who had spoken. It is the supreme elder of the ancient Sacred Land. Ah Huang, after all these years, you are still at the 9th tier of planetary rank. You truly disappoint me. Tian Hongxian recognized the speaker as Ah Huang, the supreme elder of the ancient Sacred Land. Huh. As if you have broken through to the stellar level, Ah Huang retorted with a cold laugh. You will indeed be disappointed. Not long ago, I ascended to the stellar level. Tian Hongxian proclaimed, unleashing a powerful stellar aura. What? Tian Hongxian, you have actually broken through to the stellar level? Ah Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed Tian Hongxian's overwhelming presence. Not just me. Many have reached the stellar level. Tian Hongxian smiled and gestured to his comrades. Let them see your realms. At his command, Tian Feng and the others unleashed their own auras. Instantly, multiple stellar auras enveloped the sky, cascading towards Ah Huang and the others. How can this be? Witnessing that all the demons were at the stellar level, Ah Huang and his companions were struck with terror. Tian Hongxian, you are exceedingly bold. Ah Huang finally regained his composure and shouted, to break through to the stellar level and yet remain in the Xiantian continent, even daring to wage war. You shall face the retribution of the Supreme Divine Temple. That shall not concern you. Tian Hongxian replied dismissively. Today, not only the Great Qi Empire, but also the Great Jin Empire, the Fire Clan, the Spirit Clan, and even your ancient sacred land must either submit or vanish forever from the Xiantian continent. Chapter 107. Conquering the Three Continents. Upon hearing this, Huang and the others wore grim expressions. It was no wonder the demon race dared to attack them so recklessly. It turned out they had all attained the stellar level. But why did they feel emboldened to linger in the Xiantian continent? Did they not fear the retribution of the supreme divine temple? Tian Hongxian, do you truly wish to incite a war between our two races? Do you not fear the collective retaliation from the continent? Huang said, his expression grave as he looked at Tian Hongxian. Collective retaliation? Do you believe that without your stellar-level warriors, you could stand as my demon clan's adversary? Moreover, we are merely tasked with overseeing your western desert. As for the other continents, my Xia has other legions assigned to them. Tian Hongxian spoke nonchalantly. Xia? Have your demon clan allied with other forces? What manner of power is this Xia? Upon hearing Tian Hongxian's words, Huangsu was rendered momentarily speechless. The demon clan has grown so formidable. Yet they have joined this so-called Xia. How powerful must Xia be? Huangsu could scarcely fathom it. When did such a significant change occur in the Xiantian continent, and how was he, of the ancient Holy Land, unaware of it? There has been enough idle chatter. Will you choose to submit, or will you stubbornly resist until the bitter end? Tian Hongxian inquired softly, gazing at Huangsu and the others. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Surrender? They were truly reluctant. Yet, if they did not surrender, could they truly contend with these demons? Tian Hongxian, what is it that you truly desire? The Xiantian continent must be unified. At Tian Hongxian's proclamation, Huangsu and the others fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged moment, Huangsu addressed Tian Hongxian. We need to return to the Holy Land for a discussion, if you would allow it. He chuckled. Do you wish to return and inform the Supreme Divine Hall? It appears you are unwilling to submit. In that case, let us act. Leave no one alive. With that, Tian Hongxian surged towards Huangsu, and Tian Feng and the others followed suit, charging at the others. Seeing Tian Hongxian and his companions initiate an attack, Huangsu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to his companions, flee, return to the clan, and inform the ancestor and the Supreme Divine Hall. With that, Huangsu vanished into the distance. The others, hearing his command, scattered in haste. Do you wish to flee? Are you underestimating us or overestimating yourselves? Tian Hongxian sneered, swiftly pursuing Huangsu and launching an attack. Bang! Struck by Tian Hongxian, Huangsu was sent crashing to the ground. Without further ado, Tian Hongxian charged at Huangsu once more. Coughing, the rising Huangsu saw Tian Hongxian advance again and cried out, spare me. I, of the ancient Holy Land, am willing to submit. Too late. Tian Hongxian dismissed Huangsu's plea. Now you wish to surrender? Why did you not do so earlier? Boom. Huangsu was pierced by the attack and perished instantly. After vanquishing Huangsu, Tian Hongxian returned to the rear of the army. In the battlefield, the millions of soldiers from the Great Qi had been nearly wiped out, proving to be no match for the demon clan. The total casualties for the demon clan numbered less than 100, achieving a complete rout. Ancestor, we have eradicated everyone. At this moment, Tian Feng and others returned from pursuing various factions, reporting back. Well done. The ancestors and supreme elders of the other factions have perished. You are to lead your forces to the Great Jin Empire, the Fire Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the ancient Holy Land. Tian Hongxian commanded. Yes, ancestor. By the way, pay attention to the young prodigy mentioned by the emperor. If any match the criteria, bring them back to Xia. Understood. Subsequently, the group set off with the army towards the four factions. Meanwhile, in the Great Qi Empire, with the army annihilated and the ancestor deceased, there was no resistance left. Every core official, from the emperor to civil and military officials, was systematically eradicated by Tian Hongxian. Thus, it could be said that the entire western desert had been thoroughly conquered by Tian Hongxian. In the southern region, the Great Wei Empire faced a situation akin to that in the western desert. When Xingqing led millions of troops into the Great Wei Empire, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire southern region. In the imperial city of the Great Wei Empire, fierce battles raged outside the city gates, as countless soldiers of the Great Wei Empire were slaughtered mercilessly by the 13 legions of Xia. In the skies above the battlefield, the supreme elder of the Ziwei sacred land, Ziyun, along with the elders of the Yang and Lei clans, observed Xingqing and her forces with grim expressions. Who are you? Why do you attack our southern region? I am Xingqing, marshal of the 13 legions of Xia. Xingqing replied softly, gazing at Ziyun and the others. You have already broken through to stellar level and still dare to linger here? There is no need to threaten us with the Supreme Divine Hall. If we were afraid of them, we would not be here now. What lies before you is a choice, submit or be annihilated. The gathered crowd was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Xingqing's declaration. Perhaps we should surrender? After all, We are no match for them. Resistance will only lead to our demise. The elder of the Lei clan, Lei Zhun, sighed. Yet, this is the foundation of our various factions. To submit so easily. The elder of the Yang clan, Yang Wuhui, expressed his reluctance. Enough. Submit. Otherwise, we will lose everything if we are wiped out. Ziyun said helplessly. Turning to Xing Qing, he inquired. We are willing to submit. How does your Dixia plan to accommodate us? The arrangements will be determined by the emperor, but rest assured, submitting to Dixia brings only benefits, not drawbacks. I was once like you, an elder of a faction in the central continent. As you can see, after submitting to Dixia, we have all broken through to stellar level. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Could Dixia be so powerful as to facilitate their breakthrough to stellar level? Can Dixia truly assist us in breaking through? Ziyun asked, excitement evident in his voice. Yes, but it depends on whether the emperor is willing to assist you. Therefore, if you cooperate, perhaps the emperor will grant you this opportunity. Very well, in that case, we are willing to submit and cooperate with you. Subsequently, all the major factions chose to submit under Xing Qing's overwhelming presence. In the northern region, Li Si dispatched 100 stellar-level warriors to decisively suppress the various forces in the north. Under the might of these 100 stellar-level warriors, the Kunlun's sacred land, the Feng clan, the Jin clan, and other factions could not mount any resistance. After their elders were slain, they chose to surrender. Thus, within a single day, the three continents were entirely brought under the control of Dixia. Chapter 108. The Assault on the Great Yu Empire. Central Continent. In the Xinyue city of the Xinyue continent, Zhao Yun and his 8th Legion, comprising millions of troops, had arrived. The Xiao clan was also present, alongside another individual, Yao Chun. After all, Yao Chun was of the Yao clan, and during this offensive on the central continent, how to handle the Yao clan was to be decided by Yao Chun regarding their future. It is worth mentioning that during these 3 months, the Xiao clan had made significant breakthroughs. Xiao Yun, the current clan leader of the Xiao clan, had ascended from planetary level 9th tier directly to domain master 1st tier. Xiao Xian and the others had all broken through to stellar level, and Yao Chun had also achieved a breakthrough to stellar level 1st tier. In a grand hall, Zhao Yun and the others were seated. Xiao Xian, Xiao Qin, Xiao Ting, and Xiao Yi. You 4 shall lead 500,000 soldiers to assault the Great Yu Empire. Xiao Gu, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Ding. You 3 will lead 500,000 soldiers to attack the Great Qian Empire. Zhao Yun instructed the Xiao clan members. Understood, Marshal. The group stepped forward to accept their orders. Elder Yao, the Yao clan is your family. I leave it in your capable hands. Xiaohua, you should accompany Elder Yao as well. Zhao Yun then addressed Yao Chen softly. Rest assured, General Zhao, I will take good care of the Yao clan. Yao Chen nodded in agreement. As for the Yi clan, Zhao Yun turned to Xiao Yun. Marshal, I shall handle the Yi clan. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun, Xiao Yun respectfully requested permission to act. Very well, the Yi clan shall be entrusted to you. Yes, Marshal, Xiao Yun responded with deference. And what of the Ascendant Sacred Land? Xiao Xian inquired suddenly. I shall personally handle that matter, Zhao Yun replied, his gaze sharpening. Xiao Tian specifically instructed that while other factions may capitulate, the leaders of the Ascendant Sacred Land must be exterminated. Enough of the task distribution, let us set forth. Indeed. Subsequently, everyone departed. In the Great Yu Empire, a general reported to the Emperor, Your Majesty, an army of 500,000 is attacking our Great Yu Empire. 500,000. Where did this enemy come from? Yu Baiyong queried, perplexed by the sudden assault. Unknown, but this army has emerged from the Starmoon continent. And it is likely. Starmoon continent? Are you implying that this 500,000 is from the Great Xia? Upon hearing the general's words, Yu Baiyong's expression grew grave. I suspect that is indeed the case. Huh, Great Xia. Do they underestimate our Great Yu Empire? Do they believe they can seize our empire with 500,000 troops? Do they think us akin to the Starmoon Empire? Yu Baiyong scoffed, fully aware of his empire's strength. Where are they now? He inquired. By the time we discovered them, they had already reached Long'an City. And now they are but 2 cities away from our imperial city. Inform General Chang Wei to lead an army of 1 million to annihilate this 500,000 enemy forces. Yu Baiyong commanded decisively. An hour later, General Chang Wei, commanding 1,000,000 troops, advanced to intercept the Great Xia Legion. Young Master Xiao Xian, ahead lies Jiangning City. Beyond this city is the imperial city of the Great Yu Empire, a vice-general informed Xiao Xian. Let us attack directly. There is no need to waste time here. Xiao Xian commanded with a nod. Yes, the vice-general replied, rallying the troops, soldiers, to the assault. Yes, the 500,000 soldiers surged towards the city gates. And in mere moments, the gates collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the gates fell, the defending general and his troops clashed with the Great Xia army. However, The defenders could muster no greater strength than that of martial saints, unable to withstand the onslaught of 500,000 martial emperors from the Great Xia. Within a quarter of an hour, they were all vanquished. At that moment, General Chang Wei arrived with his forces. Upon witnessing the breach and the slaughter of the defenders, his fury ignited. The enemy has breached the gates. We cannot allow them to reach the imperial city. All forces attack. As the million soldiers roared and charged into battle, Chang Wei sensed something amiss. What? They are all martial emperors? What sort of army is this, so fearsome? Realizing the overwhelming power of the enemy, Chang Wei was momentarily stunned. 500,000 martial emperors. What kind of force is this Great Xia to cultivate such a terrifying army? Retreat. Everyone retreat. Chang Wei shouted. The enemy's might was far beyond what his million troops could contend with. Despite their numerical superiority, they faced an army composed entirely of martial emperors, with many being martial gods. Hearing Chang Wei's command, his soldiers understood they were outmatched and began to withdraw. There is no need to pursue. Make haste to the imperial city of the Great Yu Empire, Xiao Tian bellowed, directing his forces towards the imperial city. When Chang Wei returned with the remnants of his army to the imperial city, he hastened to meet Emperor Yu Baiyang. Your Majesty, it is dire. The Great Xia army is truly formidable, Chang Wei exclaimed, his face pale with fear. General, what has transpired? Yu Baiyang asked, puzzled, having just dispatched Chang Wei to confront the Great Xia. Your Majesty, this army of 500,000 consists entirely of martial emperors, with many being martial gods. We, the Great Yu, stand no chance. What did you say? Yu Baiyang rose from his seat, shock replacing his previous composure. 500,000 martial emperors, with martial gods among them? General, are you certain you are not jesting? Chang Wei forced a smile. Your Majesty, would I dare to joke about such a matter? I witnessed it firsthand. Had I not ordered a swift retreat, my entire army would have been annihilated. Stunned, Yu Baiyang collapsed back into his seat, murmuring, how could this be? Is the Great Xia truly this fearsome? Your Majesty, we must urgently inform the ancestor. Otherwise, our Great Yu will certainly fall to the Great Xia. Chang Wei urged anxiously. But will it be in time to notify the ancestor? They would need at least 3 days to arrive from the Donghua realm. Yu Baiyang lamented. The Great Xia was already at their doorstep. There was no time left. What now, Your Majesty? Notify all planetary-level elders to accompany me to the city gates. We must ascertain the intentions of the Great Xia. Yu Baiyang declared resignedly. Yes, Your Majesty. Is this the imperial capital of the Great Yu Empire? It is indeed quite remarkable, Xiao Xian and the others remarked as they beheld the magnificent city ahead. Subsequently, Xiao Xian ascended into the air and called down to the figures on the city walls. Great Yu Empire, will you choose to fight or surrender? Chapter 109, The Medicine Clan. At this moment, Yu Baiyang had brought a multitude of planetary-level beings to the city walls. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, their expressions darkened. Yu Baiyang stepped forward, addressing Xiao Xian. Are you from the Great Xia? Indeed, and who might you be? Xiao Xian replied. I am the Emperor of the Great Yu Empire, Yu Baiyang. What does your Great Xia intend? First, you subjugated the Star Moon Empire. And now you assault my Great Yu Empire. Do you seek to incite war across the continent? Yu Baiyang fixed his gaze on Xiao Xian, questioning fiercely. The war has already commenced. As Xiao Xian spoke, a stellar-level aura emanated from him. Advance. Seize the Great Yu Empire. With that, Xiao Xian vanished, reappearing before Yu Baiyang in an instant. Stellar level? Yu Baiyang stammered, overwhelmed by the presence radiating from Xiao Xian. Your Majesty, be cautious. The surrounding generals shouted in alarm as Xiao Xian materialized before them. What are your intentions? Yu Baiyang demanded, his voice steady. Without a word, Xiao Xian unleashed an attack upon Yu Baiyang. Boom. Yu Baiyang was sent crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. He struggled to rise, his countenance dark with fury. Your Majesty, are you all right? Protect the Emperor. The soldiers surged forward to confront Xiao Xian. Insects. Xiao Xian regarded the approaching multitude with a disdainful smile, and in an instant, he vanished, weaving through the throngs of people. Before long, all but Yu Baiyang lay slain. It is your turn. Xiao Xian approached Yu Baiyang, whispering softly. Huh. A wretched smile graced Yu Baiyang's face. Though my Great Yu Empire has fallen, your Great Xia shall not fare any better. I shall await you below. With that, Yu Baiyang chose to end his own life rather than face execution. Observing the self-inflicted demise of Yu Baiyang, Xiao Xian shook his head and ascended the city walls. Below, the soldiers of the Great Yu Empire were in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. With their emperor slain, the remaining soldiers dropped their weapons in surrender. Xiao Xian boomed across the battlefield. Surrender, and you may live. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers turned their gazes toward the walls. The emperor is dead. The general is dead. We surrender, we surrender. In an instant, all weapons fell as they chose to capitulate. They were never a match for the forces of Great Xia. And with both their emperor and general dead, what reason remained for them to resist? Thus, the Great Yu Empire was officially extinguished, falling under the dominion of Xiao Tian and his companions. Concurrently, the Great Qian Empire succumbed to the advance of Xiao Yin and his allies. Following the assassination of the high-ranking officials of the Great Qian Empire, all remaining forces opted for surrender. In the central continent, within the city of Dazhou, this territory lay beyond the jurisdiction of any empire. It served as the stronghold of the Yao clan, one of the ancient clans of the Xintian continent. The entirety of Dazhou City was predominantly inhabited by members of the Yao clan, with only a handful of outsiders residing here, engaged in various enterprises or seeking medicinal elixirs. Master, is this truly the domain of the Yao clan? A young boy inquired of an elder beside him as they traversed the streets. It was none other than Xiao Hua and Yao Tian. Indeed, this is the ancestral land of the Yao clan, Yao Tian replied with a nod. Master, what led to your expulsion from the Yao clan? My expulsion was due to my offense against the people of the Feathered Ascension sacred land. And to avoid incurring their wrath, the Yao clan had no choice but to cast me out. Some matters of the past are best left unspoken. Come, we are nearing the Yao clan, Yao Tian sighed, leading Xiao Hua toward their destination. Old man, this is the Yao clan. Leave at once. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Yao clan, the guards promptly advanced to expel them. I am Yao Tian, once a disciple of the Yao clan. I have business with your clan leader. Please announce my presence, Yao Tian addressed the guards. Yao Tian, you were a disciple of the Yao clan? One guard questioned, perplexed. I once was, Yao Tian affirmed with a nod. Please wait, I shall inform him at once. The guard then hurried into the estate. Within the grand hall of the Yao clan, the clan leader and several elders were deliberating the affairs concerning Great Xia. After all, the sudden offensive against the Great Yu and Great Qian empires by Great Xia was not something that a major power in the central continent could overlook. Clan leader, this Great Xia is ambitious. First, they subdued the Xingyue Empire, and now they are attacking both the Great Yu and Great Qian empires. We must prepare ourselves. Who knows when they might turn their gaze upon our Yao clan, an elder advised. Have we still not uncovered the origins of this Great Xia? Clan leader Yao Wan inquired of the gathered elders. Silence enveloped the room, as it was evident that they had yet to ascertain the true nature of Great Xia. Observing their silence, Yao Wan sighed softly, pondering whether the Xintian continent was on the brink of witnessing another war akin to that of a millennium ago. Clan leader, I have an urgent report, a voice called from outside the hall, belonging to a guard who had come to relay news. Enter. What is it? Yao Wan asked as the guard entered. Clan leader, a person claiming to have once been a member of our Yao clan wishes to see you, the guard replied. A former member of the Yao clan? What name did he give? Yao Wan inquired, intrigued. He mentioned his name as Yao Tian. The guard recounted after a moment of thought. Yao Tian? Is there such a person in our clan? Yao Wan looked to the elders for clarification. It seems there is no one by that name. One elder mused uncertainly. Could it be him? Another elder murmured. Hearing the elders whisper, Yao Wan pressed. Third elder. Do you know this individual? Clan leader. Indeed, there was such a person in our clan a century ago. However, he should have perished long ago. The third elder respectfully replied. In that case, bring him in. I wish to see who this person is and what business he has, Yao Wan commanded. Yes, clan leader. The guard responded before departing. Before long, Yao Chun and Xiao Hua, under the escort of the guard, arrived at the grand hall of the Yao clan. Is it truly you, Yao Tian? The third elder exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing Yao Chun. It is you, third elder. I have the honor of meeting you once again, Yao Tian acknowledged. You're not dead? Haha. It seems my fate was fortunate enough to encounter benevolent figures, allowing me to live again. Yao Chun chuckled lightly. Very well, Yao Chun, I hear you have matters to discuss with me. What is it? Yao Wan interjected, eager to redirect the conversation. I greet the clan leader, Yao Chun said, offering a slight bow. Let us dispense with such formalities and speak of your business. Yao Wan waved his hand dismissively. Surely, you are aware of the Great Xia? Great Xia? Of course, who among the major powers is not aware of them? Is your matter related to Great Xia? Yao Wan inquired. Indeed, what are your thoughts on this Great Xia? Yao Tian responded with a gentle smile. Just now, we were discussing Great Xia. It is ambitious, launching attacks on both the Great Yu and Great Qian empires. I doubt the Feathered Ascension sacred land will stand idly by as Great Xia acts with such audacity, Yao Wan remarked. The Feathered Ascension sacred land is no match for Great Xia, Yao Tian laughed lightly. What do you mean? You seem to have a deep understanding of this Great Xia. Yao Wan's brow furrowed, curious. Indeed, for I am now one of them, Yao Tian declared. What? You are one of Great Xia? The revelation stunned everyone present. Yao Wan's face darkened as he scrutinized Yao Chun, demanding, since you are of Great Xia, what brings you to our Yao clan? Regardless, I was once a member of the Yao clan, I do not wish to see it perish. Therefore, clan leader, lead the Yao clan to submit to great Xia. Xiao Tian implored softly. However, his words sparked fury among the assembly. Xiao Tian, how dare you speak such treasonous words? The third elder rebuked sternly, glaring at Yao Chun. Only the third elder knew of Yao Chun from a century ago, and he held him in little regard. Considering that Yao Chun had merely been a martial sovereign back then, what strength could he possibly possess now after 100 years? Yao Tian, while great Xia may be strong, the Yao clan is not to be trifled with, Yao Wan replied, his voice heavy with indignation. The clan leader. Why waste words with him? Let us seize him and see if the great Xia dares to demand people from our medicine clan. Upon finishing his statement, the third elder's planetary-level aura was unmistakably revealed as he charged towards Yao Chun, intending to forcibly subdue him. In response, Xiaohua stepped forward, unleashing a ferocious stellar-level aura that sent the third elder crashing to the ground. Humph, daring to lay a hand on my master. I see no reason for your medicine clan to continue existing. Xiaohua glared at the third elder with a cold snort. A stellar level? How is that possible? As Xiaohua's full strength was unveiled, the members of the medicine clan were left in utter shock. Who are you? Yao Wan inquired solemnly, staring at Xiaohua. What he initially thought to be merely a junior of Yao Chun had unexpectedly turned out to be a stellar-level powerhouse. How old could this individual be? Clan leader. This is my disciple, Xiaohua. Please do not take offense at any misunderstandings. What? Your disciple? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. A disciple who is already a stellar level? Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Yao Chun smiled faintly. Clan leader, in the great Xia, a stellar level is merely an inconspicuous figure. Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of our great Xia? With stellar levels confined to a small world, are you not afraid of the Supreme Divine Hall? After the shock, Yao Wan turned to Yao Tian and inquired again. The Supreme Divine Hall will naturally be dealt with by the strong of our great Xia. That is not your concern. Clan leader, I have come this time. And if you are unwilling to submit to our great Xia, next time it will be the great Xia Legion that arrives. Shall we allow this matter to be discussed with our ancestors? That is acceptable. However, I hope you make the right choice. Or else your medicine clan will completely vanish from the Xintian continent. Yao Tian nodded. Very well, then please wait a moment at my medicine clan. With that, Yao Wan led a group of elders towards the ancestral grounds of the medicine clan, clearly to discuss this matter with their ancestors or supreme elders. Master, do you think they will submit to our great Xia? Xiaohua asked, gazing at the departing Yao Wan and others. They will. Not long after, the members of the medicine clan returned once more. Yao Wan was now accompanied by several elders, likely the supreme elders of the medicine clan. Are you people from the great Xia? The elders approached Yao Chun and asked. Indeed. May I inquire how your medicine clan has deliberated? If we were to submit, how would your great Xia treat us? That would depend on the arrangements made by the emperor. We cannot decide. Rest assured, it will certainly be advantageous for you and not detrimental. In that case, our medicine clan is willing to submit to your great Xia. Excellent. At the Yi clan. Halt. Who are you? At the entrance of the Yi clan residence, several guards questioned a young man approaching them. Xiao Yun ignored them and continued walking towards the interior of the Yi clan, seeking death. The guards, seeing this, immediately drew their swords and attacked Xiao Yun. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from Xiao Yun, instantly sending the guards flying. Enemy attack. Realizing they were no match for this individual, the guards shouted in alarm. Xiao Yun disregarded them and continued towards the interior of the Yi clan. Within the Yi clan, hearing the guards' cries, the clan members were thrown into panic. An enemy attack? How dare anyone disturb the Yi clan? In the backyard, in a training room, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. An enemy attack? Isn't the Yi clan one of the pinnacle powers of the continent? Could we really have enemies? Hearing the guard shouts, Yi Fan was puzzled. He quickly rose and headed towards the entrance, eager to discover who dared to attack the Yi clan. Who are you? How dare you assault my Yi clan? At this moment, Xiao Yun had already entered the Yi clan, where several elders confronted him. Xiao Yun, clan leader of the great Xia Xiao family, came his calm voice. Great Xia? Xiao family? You are one of the great Xia? The elders' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The great Xia was an incredibly mysterious force, and they had yet to uncover any information about it. Now a person from the great Xia had come to their Yi clan. What could this mean? What brings a person from the great Xia to my Yi clan? At this time, a figure emerged from the main hall, gazing at Xiao Yun. It was none other than the clan leader, Yi Ziming. Submit to our great Xia and you shall live. Resist, and you shall perish. Upon hearing this, Yi Ziming's expression darkened considerably. You, how arrogant can you be? Do you dare to defy? As he spoke, a domain master level aura erupted from Xiao Yun. Boom. Instantly, the entire Yi clan residence was engulfed in a tempest, with ferocious winds howling. Even some of the weaker members of the Yi clan were sent sprawling, coughing up blood, unable to move. Even several elders and Yi Ziming struggled to withstand the pressure. What kind of strength is this? How can it be so terrifying? In an instant, the elders were filled with dread. Inside the hall, Yi Fan watched Xiao Yun in astonishment, murmuring, "What level of power is this? It's so terrifying that even the elders and the clan leader are overwhelmed." You're a domain master? Yi Ziming's face paled, shocked. Submit, or face annihilation? Xiao Yun inquired indifferently. Suddenly, Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards Yi Fan within the hall, murmuring, "A mere martial saint remains unaffected by my aura?" Noticing this, he raised his aura further. Xiao Yun looked at Yi Fan, discovering that this person remained composed, as though unfazed. Interesting. It seems this individual is a prodigious talent of the Yi clan. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. Chapter 111. The Yi clan submits. The feathered ascension sacred land is annihilated. Within the Yi clan residence, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Yi Ziming fell into a deep silence. Submit to the Great Xia? The Yi clan, after all, is one of the pinnacle powers of the Xiantian continent. How could he willingly submit to the Great Xia? Yet, the mere fact that the opposing party dispatched a so-called clan leader of the Xiao family, who possessed domain master-level strength, meant that even if the entire clan united, they would not be able to contend with this individual. If they refused to submit, their clan would undoubtedly face extermination. Damn it! How could the Great Xia possess a domain master-level powerhouse? Is the Supreme Divine Hall not intervening? Yi Ziming's heart was in turmoil. It seems you are not prepared to submit? In that case, your Yi clan has no reason to continue existing. As he spoke, Xiao Yun vanished from his position and reappeared before one of the Yi clan elders. With a single finger, a beam of light shot forth, directly piercing the elder's skull in the elder's terrified gaze. Boom! The elder fell lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Stop! Witnessing Xiao Yun strike without hesitation, Yi Ziming shouted urgently, "Senior, our Yi clan is willing to submit to the Great Xia. Please show mercy." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun halted, turning to Yi Ziming. "Very well, then gather your Yi clan as prodigies." "Senior? What does this mean?" Yi Ziming asked, puzzled. "Our Great Xia is in the process of recruiting talents from all sides. We will fully nurture the prodigies, and they will find better prospects within our Great Xia. I will arrange that immediately." With that, Yi Ziming began issuing instructions to several elders. An hour later, all the prodigious disciples of the Yi clan gathered around Xiao Yun, totaling 10 individuals, including Yi Fan. "Elder, these 10 are the most gifted disciples of our Yi clan," Yi Ziming declared. "They all possess talents above the king level, with 2 having royal-level gifts and 1 possessing an imperial-level gift." Xiao Yun nodded, acknowledging the mention of royal-level talent, before turning his gaze toward Yi Fan. "You possess an imperial-level talent?" "Yes, Elder," Yi Fan replied respectfully, his head bowed. He had personally witnessed the formidable strength of this individual. At that moment, Yi Fan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. How could it be that the Yi clan, one of the pinnacle forces of the continent, felt so easily overshadowed by any random individual? Was this truly a peak power, rather than a lowly one? Yi Fan began to question whether the memories of his previous self were flawed. "Elder, not only is Yi Fan an imperial-level talent, but he is also an ancient sacred body, arguably the most extraordinary genius across the continent," Yi Ziming elaborated. His thoughts were clear. Since they had already submitted to the Daxia, if Yi Fan garnered attention there, the Yi clan would rise in status as well, preventing them from remaining inconsequential in the Daxia. "Oh, an ancient sacred body." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun feigned a look of astonishment. In truth, he had no knowledge of what an ancient sacred body entailed, had it not been for the emergence of Xiao Tian. He would merely be a slightly powerful disciple of the Xia clan in Luhe City, utterly ignorant of the continent's myriad wonders. Since it is thus, let the 3 of you accompany me to Daxia. Ultimately, Xiao Yun chose the 2 royal-level disciples alongside Yi Fan. "As for the rest of you from the Yi clan, there is nothing you need to do for now. Simply await my orders from Daxia." "Yes, Elder," Yi Ziming replied respectfully. Thereafter, Xiao Yun led Yi Fan and the other 2 towards Daxia. "Clan leader, are we truly submitting to Daxia like this?" "Indeed, clan leader, can we allow Yi Fan, our sacred son, to be taken away just like that?" Once Xiao Yun departed, a flurry of elders began to voice their discontent toward Yi Ziming. "Enough. What alternative do we have to submission? Shall we await our annihilation at their hands? When the other party was present, why did you all remain silent? Now that they have left, you come to me with complaints?" Yi Ziming retorted angrily. These individuals had been too frightened to speak in the presence of the other party, and now they dared to blame him after their departure. How could Yi Ziming not be enraged? Furthermore, the other party was merely a clan leader from Daxia. Yet at the domain lord level, could they not fathom the might of Daxia? Domain lord level. Do you even understand what that entails? It is strength beyond the stellar level. Even our ancestors would be extinguished. Yi Ziming huffed and strode into the hall. The elders exchanged glances, eventually departing in resignation. At the feathered ascension sacred land. In the void above, Zhao Yun gazed down upon it with a faint smirk. Dragon's might, silver spear, he shouted, thrusting his long spear toward the feathered ascension sacred land. A silver dragon-shaped phantom emerged, hurtling downward toward the sacred land. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the entire sacred land as all its structures collapsed, with countless disciples meeting their tragic demise within. Who dares? Boldly, who would attack my feathered ascension sacred land? Seeking death. Voices of outrage erupted from within the sacred land. As the echoes faded, four figures materialized before Zhao Yun. These were the esteemed elders of the feathered ascension sacred land. Who are you to dare assail our feathered ascension sacred land? They demanded, their expressions darkening with fury. Daxiao, Marshal Zhao Yun of the 8th Legion. Daxiao? You are one of Daxiao's people? They roared in wrath. Curse be you. We had not yet sought retribution upon Daxiao, yet you dare to launch an attack on us. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's self-revelation, their rage ignited. Daxiao had been stirring up battles throughout the central continent for days. They had not sought trouble with Daxiao. Yet here it was, audaciously confronting them. Enough of your prattle. Zhao Yun dismissed their words, sweeping his spear horizontally, unleashing a torrent of formidable intent towards them. Cursed be this power. The four sensed an overwhelming aura and their faces paled with horror. They quickly banded together to repel Zhao Yun's assault. What strength did Zhao Yun possess? He was at the 5th stage of the domain lord level. How could they, the strongest among them at merely the 9th stage of the planetary level, hope to withstand him? Bang! The four were directly sent flying by Zhao Yun's onslaught, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Domain lord level? They staggered up, their faces ashen. At that moment, they comprehended that Zhao Yun was a domain lord level powerhouse, far beyond what they could contend with. Cursed be this. How could Daxiao possess a domain lord level expert? They lamented. It seems the demon we sensed earlier must have been one of Daxiao's. Despair washed over them. They had no inkling that the Supreme Divine Hall had already dispatched individuals, only to have them imprisoned by Daxiao. You possess some ability, managing to survive my strike, Zhao Yun remarked, his face devoid of expression as he approached them. Cough, cough. What does Daxiao intend to do? You are no longer worthy of being the overlords of the Xiantian continent. The Xiantian continent shall become the dominion of Daxiao. With that, under the horrified gazes of the four, Zhao Yun raised his spear once more, striking down upon them. The already gravely injured four fell to their doom, never to rise again. Chapter 112, Xiao Yan's Astonishment. On the 20th day of the 5th month of the 4th year of Daxiao's reign, a staggering piece of news swept across Daxiao like a tempest, reaching the entire Xiantian continent. Like the biting chill of a winter wind, it penetrated to the bone. The name of Zhao Zilong, the silver spear of Daxiao, echoed throughout the continent. Armed with a gleaming silver spear, he single-handedly ascended to the feathered ascension sacred land, obliterating its foundation and instilling terror across the Xiantian continent. Regardless of whether they were ordinary martial artists, first or second-tier forces, or even the already submissive Yi clan and Yi clan, as well as the myriad factions across the 3 continents, all were struck with awe and horror. The feathered ascension sacred land was considered the pinnacle of power within the Xiantian continent, yet it could not withstand Daxiao's might. Who, then, could rival Daxiao? Was it possible that Daxiao was destined to become the unrivaled overlord of the Xiantian continent, a title that had never been claimed before? Countless forces trembled at the thought. Ironically, prior to this, while the Daxia dynasty had occupied the eastern wilderness, the major forces had never regarded Daxia highly. They perceived Daxia as merely a regional dynasty, strong but ultimately limited. However, as Daxia's armies surged forth, they were forced to confront the terrifying reality of Daxia's strength, with numerous stellar-level experts, and even domain lord-level powerhouses among them. How foolish were they to contemplate resistance? In the Yu capital of Daxia, within the court, Li Si stepped forward and bowed deeply to Xiao Tian. Your Majesty, the Western Desert, Southern Domain, Northern Frontier, and Central Continent have all been conquered by our Daxia. Aside from a few that surrendered, the majority of the high-ranking members of opposing forces have been eliminated. Upon the utterance of these words, the officials of both civil and military ranks were instantly invigorated. The formidable forces of the Xiantian continent, once seemingly insurmountable, had now been decisively vanquished by the Great Xiao. The might of the Great Xiao, or rather, the strength of Xiao Tian, filled them with profound pride. Recalling the past, it was but a few years ago when the mightiest in the Great Xiao was merely a martial sage, and even the strongest from the eastern wasteland was but a martial emperor. Yet, how much has changed in such a brief span? Today, Those who were once martial sages and martial emperors find themselves relegated to mere foot soldiers within the army. The Great Xia has successfully unified the myriad forces of the Xiantian continent, achieving a remarkable transformation that is truly beyond belief, indicative of Xiao Tian's terrifying prowess. Have the troops returned? Xiao Tian inquired in a deep tone. Yes, they are on their way back and should soon arrive at Yudu, replied Li Si. Excellent. Li Si. Xiao He, is our Great Xia's bureaucratic workforce sufficient? Will we have enough personnel to assign to the various continents? Xiao Tian's gaze remained steady as he posed the question once more. Your Majesty, if we were to rely solely on our Great Xia officials, we would indeed fall short. Therefore, I humbly propose conducting a grand examination across the continents to recruit new talents. Additionally, key positions can be filled by our Great Xia officials. Xiao He suggested as he stepped forward. Agreed. We shall proceed as per Xiao He's recommendation. Zhang Liang, Li Si, Xiao He, and Li Bai, you four shall take charge of this matter, with each responsible for one continent. Xiao Tian affirmed with a nod of approval. We shall comply with your decree. The four responded in unison. Dismissed. May our emperor enjoy eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. A day later, all the troops that had been dispatched, along with the generals, returned to the Great Xia's Yudu. Following Xiao Tian's prior instructions, nearly every soldier returned with 2 or 3 local prodigies, all possessing royal-level talents. As for those with imperial-level talents, there was only one, Yi Fan. Within the Nine Skies Palace, this humble soldier pays respects to your Majesty. Zhao Yun, Tian Hong, Xian Xingqing, and Xiao Yan greeted Xiao Tian with utmost reverence. Behind them stood 10 young prodigies, including Yi Fan. Be at ease. I appreciate the arduous efforts of all the generals during this expedition, Xiao Tian graciously replied. Your Majesty bestows us with too much honor. It is merely our duty. They responded with earnest humility. Tian Hong, notify all factions in the Western Desert to send 1/3 of their elite disciples into our Great Xia army. Likewise, you are each to inform the factions in your respective continents to do the same, forming a new legion, the 14th Legion, Xiao Tian commanded. Directing his gaze towards the assembled group. This humble soldier shall comply, they answered. Turning his attention to the 10 young prodigies behind them, Xiao Tian asked, Are these the talents you have brought back? Yes, your Majesty, they confirmed. Very well, you may all go and make the necessary arrangements, he instructed. Yes. This humble soldier takes his leave. After Zhao Yun and the others departed, Xiao Tian inquired of the 10 prodigies, What are your names? Your Majesty, I am Li Beichen. Your Majesty, I am Qin Wuan. Your Majesty, I am Yi Shuang. Your Majesty, I am Yi Fan. One by one, they introduced themselves. Ah, Yi Fan. Xiao Tian paused at the sound of this name, taken aback. Yi Fan. Could it be that this individual is the fabled child of destiny? After all, that name is too renowned in my past life. Yi the Heavenly Emperor, Yi Fan. However, it may just be a coincidence. System, is there a child of destiny among them? Xiao Tian mentally inquired. Yes, came a succinct response. Who is it? Yi Fan. What? It truly is Yi Fan. Do not tell me he is the Heavenly Emperor? Xiao Tian was astonished. Host, he hails from the same origin as you. Nurture him well. He shall become your greatest ally. The same origin? What does that mean? Xiao Tian questioned. Perplexed. From Luo's city? Literal interpretation. My goodness, System, are you suggesting he, like me, originates from my past life? Xiao Tian was suddenly taken aback. Could it be? Am I truly encountering another traveler? Who is the true protagonist here? This time, the System did not respond. Lin Tian. Xiao Tian suddenly called out into the air. Immediately, Lin Tian appeared in the hall amidst a ripple of energy. Lin Tian pays respects to your Majesty. By this time, Lin Tian had also become a stellar-level powerhouse. Very well, aside from Yi Fan, I entrust the remaining 9 to you. Integrate them into your Shadow Palace and cultivate them diligently, Xiao Tian commanded. Yes, your Majesty. Follow me. Lin Tian replied, leading the group away. After their departure, Xiao Tian turned to Yi Fan and asked, Yi Fan, where do you hail from? Your Majesty. I come from the Yi clan in the central continent. Yi Fan answered innocently, not comprehending Xiao Yan's intent. Is it truly only the Yi clan? Xiao Tian pressed, his voice deepening. Your Majesty, I truly am from the Yi clan. Should your Majesty doubt me, you may inquire with Lord Xiao Yan, who brought me here. Yi Fan insisted urgently. That will not be necessary. I am aware you are of the Yi clan. Yi Fan, what aspirations do you hold for the future? For the future? I wish to grow stronger. Yi Fan contemplated before responding. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Rest assured. I will spare no effort in nurturing you to become a powerhouse of the cosmos, Xiao Tian declared. Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart soared with joy. Thank you, your Majesty. Rest assured. I, Yi Fan, shall fight for the Great Xia and will not disappoint your grace. Yi Fan felt a sense of kinship with the Great Xia. given that his previous nation was called Huaxia. Now, in this foreign realm, he had become a citizen of the Great Xia, which he found quite endearing. Congratulations, host, for recruiting the Child of Destiny, earning 500 million luck points. Current luck points, 876, 532, 459. Xiao Tian smiled slightly, calling out, Chao Zhengchun. Yes? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by how familiar this name sounded. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Outside, upon hearing his name called, Chao Zhengchun hurriedly entered, bowing. Yi Fan regarded Chao Zhengchun, struck by the uncanny resemblance to someone from his memories, equally courteous, sharing the same name, and both being eunuchs. A coincidence. It must be a coincidence, Yi Fan thought to himself. Chao Zhengchun, take Yi Fan to the cave heaven world for training. He shall have access to all treasures. Xiao Tian instructed. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun was astounded. Your majesty regards this individual with such esteem, granting him access to all treasures? It won't be long before he becomes an unparalleled powerhouse. Your servant shall comply. Subsequently, Chao Zhengchun led Yi Fan into the cave heaven world. Watching the two depart, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. He had thought he was the only traveler, yet now he discovered another, and a renowned one at that. Yi Fan, the heavenly emperor. But how could this Yi heavenly emperor be present in this world? Was he not supposed to exist in the world of Xiao Tian? Unable to fathom it, Xiao Tian chose not to dwell on it further. At the very least, even if Yi Fan were to become the heavenly emperor in the future, he would still be a general under Xiao Yan's command. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, following Chao Zhengchun, arrived in the cave heaven world. Young Master Yi, this is the time-space tower. The higher the levels, the more terrifying the flow of time becomes, Chao Zhengchun explained as he guided Yi Fan to the base of the tower. Your current prowess allows you to enter the third tier, where time flows at a rate 1,000 times that of the outside world. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was taken aback. Such terror, a disparity of 1,000 times means that within a single year in the outside world, a millennium would have passed here. And this is only the third tier. It is truly astonishing. Moreover, there exists the Tower of Primordial Chaos. Should you reach the pinnacle of a certain realm and encounter a bottleneck, you may enter it to break through. Subsequently, Chao Zhengchun guided Yi Fan through the treasures of the entire cave world, as instructed by the emperor, who believed that Chao Zhengchun would certainly become a trusted confidant of the emperor in the future. Thus, along the way, Chao Zhengchun explained everything to Yi Fan with a hint of flattery, readily answering any question Yi Fan posed. All right, young Master Yi, please focus on your cultivation here. We shall take our leave. With that, Chao Zhengchun prepared to depart. We shall? Is this practice of self-reference common in other realms as well? Yi Fan found himself momentarily stunned by Chao Zhengchun's self-designation. Seeing Chao Zhengchun about to leave, Yi Fan hastily called out, Wait, Master Chao. Is there something else? Young Master Yi? Chao Zhengchun turned back, looking at Yi Fan with curiosity. Master Chao, do you know the Iron-Bold God Marquis? Yi Fan inquired cautiously. He suddenly felt a bit out of sorts. After all, this was another realm. Why would he ask about a character from his previous life? However, Chao Zhengchun's response left Yi Fan utterly astonished. Young Master Yi, how do you know of the Iron-Bold God Marquis? Chao Zhengchun's expression grew serious, his voice low. Master Chao, you truly know the Iron-Bold God Marquis? Yi Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, I know someone by that name. But it is likely not the person you speak of, Chao Zhengchun replied, dismissively. Zhu Wushi. Yi Fan suddenly uttered a name. Chao Zhengchun's body stiffened instantly, his face displaying sheer incredulity. How is it possible that he knows the Iron-Bold God Marquis? He even knows his name? Chao Zhengchun's heart raced. Observing Chao Zhengchun's reaction, Yi Fan became certain that this was indeed the Chao Zhengchun he was familiar with. Yet, the more he realized this, the more shocked he felt. A character from a film in his past life had unexpectedly appeared in this world he had traversed. What on earth was happening? All right, young Master Yi, please focus on your cultivation. We shall take our leave. With these words, Chao Zhengchun departed directly, and despite Yi Fan's hasty call, he did not linger. At this moment, Chao Zhengchun was equally astonished. How could an aboriginal of the Xiantian continent know his arch-nemesis, the Iron-Bold God Marquis? This individual must have some hidden agenda. Prompting Chao Zhengchun to leave without further ado, intent on reporting this matter to the emperor. Left behind, Yi Fan gazed at the departing figure of Chao Zhengchun, his heart tumultuous. Why was Chao Zhengchun present in this other realm? He was surely not a native of this world, otherwise. What a coincidence it was that he too recognized someone named the Iron-Bold God Marquis. Yi Fan's expression was complex, his heart in a state of profound shock. But he ultimately stepped into the time-space tower. Regardless, he decided to cultivate first. All questions would be answered when he grew stronger. In the Palace of the Nine Heavens, Chao Zhengchun re-entered to report, Your Majesty, I have matters to discuss. Come in, the emperor replied. Master Qiao, what is it? Did I not instruct you to take Yi Fan to cultivate in the cave world? The emperor looked at Qiao Zhengchun with curiosity. Your Majesty, I have indeed brought young Master Yi to the cave world. However, I discovered something that I believe warrants your attention, Qiao Zhengchun stated. Oh, what is it? Your Majesty. Just moments ago, Yi Fan inquired whether I knew someone named the Iron-Bold God Marquis. The Iron-Bold God Marquis was my adversary in my previous life. How could Yi Fan be aware of him? Thus, I felt it necessary to report this matter to your Majesty, Qiao Zhengchun said. Upon hearing this, the emperor paused, then quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that Yi Fan had recognized Qiao Zhengchun. Ah, I see. It is this matter. Master Qiao need not worry. I am already aware of it, and there is no need for further concern. The emperor smiled, shaking his head. It appears I was overthinking it. Qiao Zhengchun replied as he took his leave. 3 days later, various factions across the Xiantian continent had selected 1/3 of their elite personnel, led by Xiao Yun and others, to form the 14th Legion of the Great Xia. The combined forces amounted to nearly 10 million. The emperor also issued an edict declaring that whoever among the factions first broke through to the domain lord level would become the commander of this legion. Instantly, excitement filled the air, as everyone believed that this army would be commanded by the upper echelons of Great Xia. Little did they expect the emperor to issue such a decree. In a frenzy, all factions dove into intense cultivation, driven by the desire to secure the position of commander. The emperor's order aimed to enhance the sense of belonging among the factions to Great Xia, as ultimately, the entire Xiantian continent would fall under its jurisdiction, and these individuals would become citizens of Great Xia. Chapter 114, Internal Affairs of the Great Xia Dynasty. On the western side of the central continent lay an expansive ocean, which bisected the entire Xiantian continent. Within this ocean, numerous islands stood tall, resembling a colossal dragon coiling through the waters, a truly magnificent sight. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in the center of the ocean, and a figure stepped forth. Ymiri Algo. Is this the endless ocean? He murmured to himself, gazing at the vast waters below. At this moment, Ymiri Algo had attained a cultivation level comparable to that of the emperor, reaching the 9th stage of the realm lord. In his full state, he could contend with mid-tier earth sovereigns, undeniably powerful. With a swift motion, Ymiri Algo unleashed a punch towards the ocean, resulting in a blood-red beam of energy erupting from his fist, hurtling towards the waters. Boom! In an instant, the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves, countless aquatic creatures disintegrating under the force of his strike. Who dares to attack my dragon clan? As Ymiri Algo's attack dissipated, the ocean's sovereign, the dragon clan, surged forth from the waters. 4 enormous black dragons, each measuring 100 meters in length, roared as they ascended into the sky. Who are you? And why do you attack my dragon clan? A dragon in front spoke, its voice human-like, confronting Ymiri Algo. You are the dragon clan? The emperor commands that if you wish to survive in the Xiantian continent, you must become the guardian divine beasts of Great Xia. Ymiri Algo declared sternly, gazing at the 4 dragons. What? You want my dragon clan to become the guardian divine beasts of Great Xia? You seek death. Unbeknownst to Ymiri Algo, his concealed aura led them to underestimate his strength. In an instant, the 4 dragons lunged towards him. Ignorant fools, Ymiri Algo scoffed. A surge of overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the charging dragons to halt abruptly, their faces reflecting sheer shock. What extraordinary prowess is this? It is utterly terrifying. The overwhelming aura emanating from Yami instilled deep fear within the 4 dragons. Drink! Yami bellowed, and the ferocious momentum surged towards the 4 dragons, each one being struck down and sinking into the depths of the sea. Disrespecting the imperial decree, your dragon clan must either face annihilation or withdraw from the territories of the Great Xia. Yami commanded once more. The dragon clan, after all, represents the symbol of ancient Huaxia to Xiao Tian, and thus he had no intention of executing them mercilessly. If they were unwilling to become the guardian beasts of the Great Xia, they should vacate the Xiantian continent. Should they choose not to leave, then, regrettably, extinction would be their fate. While dragons symbolized the ancient Huaxia, Xiao Tian would not permit any forces that do not belong to the Great Xia to exist within his domain. The 4 colossal dragons ascended into the void once more, transforming into 4 human figures. Who exactly are you? And what power does the Great Xia wield? Inquired a middle-aged man, transformed from one of the dragons, gazing intently at Yami. The Xiantian continent is now under the dominion of the Great Xia. To survive here, your clan must become the guardian beasts of the Great Xia. Otherwise, you must either depart from the Xiantian continent or face obliteration at the hands of the Great Xia. Yami replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the others were immediately taken aback. The Xiantian continent had actually been unified by the Great Xia. However, contemplating the might of this giant man, they felt a sense of relief. He was incomparably formidable. A single wave of his aura had sent them all flying, undoubtedly beyond the stellar level. Elder Taishang, what shall we do? The remaining three looked towards the middle-aged man, seeking guidance. Well then, do you wish to become the national beast of the Great Xiao, or would you rather vacate your ancestral lands for other realms? The middle-aged man sighed. That is entirely up to Elder Taishang to decide, the three replied in hushed tones. In that case, we shall become the national beast of the Great Xiao. With our strength, survival in other worlds would be unattainable. Having spoken, the middle-aged man turned to Yami and said, Esteemed elder, our dragon clan is willing to become the national beast of the Great Xiao. Excellent. Then you shall accompany me to the Great Xiao to meet the emperor. On that day, a sacred edict emanated from the palace of the Nine Heavens, resonating throughout the entire Great Xiao. The dragon clan of the endless seas would become the guardian beasts of the Great Xiao. The following day at the morning court of the Great Xiao, the emperor inquired, My lords, how have matters been arranged across the continent? Are there any forces causing unrest within our realm? Your Majesty, there are no forces causing trouble. All are cooperating with the Great Xiao, Li Si respectfully responded, who in the entire continent is unaware of the Great Xiao's might. Those who dare to cause unrest must surely be seeking to court death, Xiao Tian remarked, unfazed. Select 400 stellar-level warriors from the 5th Legion to station across the 4 continents in coordination with the local officials. Xiao He, you shall be in charge of this task, Xiao Tian commanded. Your servant obeys. Xiao He stepped forth to accept the order. Li Bai, Zhang Liang, Xiao Tian called again. Your servant is here. They both responded as they stepped forward to pay their respects. Immediately established the Jishao Academy across the 4 continents, enrolling children aged 6 to 10. Every household must send their eligible children to receive 5 years of education. Those who excel or possess extraordinary talent will be admitted to the headquarters of the Yudu Academy for advanced studies, Xiao Tian announced solemnly. Talent is the foundation of a nation, and the Jishao Academy is the premier institution for nurturing such talent. While the Great Xiao boasts numerous exceptional individuals, we shall not remain complacent. Our territories will inevitably expand in the future. Relying solely on talents summoned by the system is insufficient. We must cultivate local geniuses. To foster these talents, I am willing to invest abundant resources. Your servant obeys, Li Bai and Zhang Liang replied respectfully. Zhuangzi, Changsun Wuji, Xiao Tian called once more. Your servant is present. They both stepped forward. Due to the isolation of the 5 continents by the endless seas, those of lower cultivation cannot traverse freely. The Ministry of Works shall begin planning official roads. Changsun Wuji, you shall oversee this, while Zhuangzi, you will employ your Taoist techniques to assist. I require all citizens to be able to traverse the 5 continents freely. No continent shall exist as an independent entity. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. This was no trivial undertaking. The 5 continents were entirely separated by endless seas, and currently, martial artists below the realm of martial sovereign found it exceedingly difficult to travel between continents. Accomplishing this grand feat would not be an immediate endeavor. Nevertheless, since Xiao Tian had commanded it, the two could only step forward to accept their orders. Your servant obeys. My lords, is there any other matter to address? After issuing his commands, Xiao Tian prepared to dismiss the court. Your Majesty, I have another matter to report. Li Si stepped forward. Oh, what is it, my minister? Xiao Tian inquired. Turning to face Li Si, now that the Great Xia has unified the Xintian continent, it is time to elevate our status to that of an imperial dynasty. It is the perfect opportunity to harness the auspicious energy of the realm to establish the imperial might of the Great Xia, Li Si stated earnestly. An imperial dynasty, you say? Xiao Tian mused, agreeing with Li Si's suggestion. However, my minister, our generals are currently undergoing their legacies within the Divine Demon Tower. How can we elevate to an imperial dynasty without their presence? Xiao Tian remarked softly. This was an oversight on my part, Li Si replied with a slight bow. Nonetheless, we cannot delay the elevation to an imperial dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian continued. Let it be known across the realm that a ceremony for the elevation of the Great Xia to imperial status will be held in 1 month. I believe that within this time, many generals will have emerged from their seclusion. Upon hearing this, the courtiers were taken aback. Your servants will comply. Chapter 115, The Supreme Divine Hall approaches. In the Donghua realm, Donghua City. At the residence of the realm lord of Donghua, 2 men sat in a pavilion. One was none other than the realm lord, Tianyu. The other man, if recognized, would certainly evoke immense shock, for he was Tianwen Han, a prodigy of the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan ranks as the 8th among the myriad races, possessing terrifying strength. It is worth noting that even the Supreme Divine Hall only ranks 10th, illustrating the might of the Celestial Clan. Tianwen Han achieved the Supreme Realm before the age of 100. And the entire celestial clan believes he is destined to rank on the list of the world's prodigies, undeniably formidable. The list of prodigies encompasses the top 10,000 geniuses under the age of 100 from all realms. Young Master Tian, I wonder what brings you to visit so suddenly. O Tianyu inquired softly, gazing at Tian Wenhan. O Tianyu, my father has heard that a significant figure from the Supreme Divine Hall visited a few days ago, and even your ancestral figure appeared. I am curious to know who this person is, Tian Wenhan inquired. Taken aback, O Tianyu quickly replied with a bitter smile, Young Master Tian, I am merely an outer servant of the Supreme Divine Hall, and am unaware of this matter. Furthermore, I have long been stationed in the Donghua realm and cannot ascertain what transpires at the headquarters. I fear I may disappoint you. Tian Wenhan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before saying, find a way to gather information about this person. If successful, my celestial clan can assist you in breaking through to the Supreme Realm. I dare not guarantee I can uncover the truth, but I will do my utmost. O Tianyu responded. Astral Han subtly nodded, remaining silent. He was acutely aware that O Tianyu was merely a dispensable figure within the Supreme Divine Temple. Acquiring crucial intelligence about its core was akin to scaling the heavens. He approached the situation with a mindset of experimentation. Should he succeed, it would be splendid. Should he fail, it mattered not. At that moment, an individual abruptly materialized beside O Tianyu. The Realm Lord, Huo Qubing, has perished, the newcomer whispered. Huo Qubing had been a fourth-tier domain lord who had invaded the Great Xia 3 months prior. Now, with 3 months elapsed and the strength of Great Xia having surged, Xiao Tian felt indifferent to Huo Qubing's fate, thus allowing Yami to deal with the matter. What did you say? Huo Qubing is dead? O Tianyu exclaimed, his surprise quickly morphing into fury. Huo Qubing had been dispatched to the small world by him. To die there was tantamount to a provocation against the Supreme Divine Temple. Zhongwu, you must immediately proceed to the Xiantian realm and uncover who had the audacity to slay a member of my Supreme Divine Temple. Zhongwu, the very individual who had appeared, was O Tianyu's right-hand man, possessing a 6th-tier realm lord's prowess. Understood, Zhongwu replied before departing. What is this Xiantian realm? Astral Han inquired. Young Master Tian, it is merely a small world. I had previously sent a subordinate there, but I did not anticipate that he would meet his demise. O Tianyu responded. Oh, a small world capable of eliminating your subordinate? How intriguing. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, why not accompany me to investigate? Astral Han chuckled lightly. That is entirely at young Master Tian's discretion, O Tianyu conceded. A day later, the three arrived at the central continent of the Xiantian realm. Upon their arrival, their expressions abruptly shifted. They sensed over 100 stellar-level presences emanating from this place. O Tianyu, it seems that your jurisdiction has undergone significant upheaval. Astral Han remarked, his tone laced with mockery. Over 100 stellar-level beings here. Surely your subordinate could not have been overwhelmed to death? It cannot be. Although Huo Qubing was merely a 4th-tier domain lord, he was not someone a mere group of stellar-level beings could easily dispatch, O Tianyu retorted, his expression darkening. Zhongwu, investigate what transpired here. Yes, Zhongwu complied before setting off. As they awaited his return, several hours later, Zhongwu reappeared, his countenance grave. What transpired here? O Tianyu inquired urgently upon seeing him. My lord, this realm has been unified by a force known as the Great Xia Dynasty. And these stellar-level beings are all affiliated with them, Zhongwu explained. The Great Xia Dynasty? A small world dynasty possesses such strength? Both Astral Han and O Tianyu were taken aback. It appears the Great Xia Dynasty must have acquired some ancient relic or legacy. Otherwise, they would not be so formidable. Astral Han pondered. Humph. Regardless of what the Great Xia Dynasty has obtained, their existence is now rendered unnecessary due to the events that transpired in my territory. O Tianyu declared coldly. Let us proceed directly to the Great Xia headquarters and eradicate them. With that, the trio set forth toward the capital of Great Xia. At the Nine Heavens Palace of Great Xia, the Supreme Divine Temple arrived rather swiftly. How amusing, Xiao Tian scoffed. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the capital as O Tianyu and his companions ascended into the sky, resembling 3 pillars of divine might that emanated an overwhelming aura, instilling dread in all who beheld them. From this day forth, the Great Xia shall cease to exist. The Great Xia Dynasty has dared to provoke the majesty of the Supreme Divine Temple. Today, they shall be obliterated, O Tianyu proclaimed from the heavens. Casting a cold gaze upon the entirety of the capital, all citizens of Great Xia gazed upward at the 3 figures, trembling in fear. Who are these 3? They are terrifying. Can our Great Xia withstand them? Countless citizens, including various officials and generals, harbored such thoughts. Can the Emperor of the Supreme Divine Temple withstand these 3? Inside the royal palace, Tian Hongxian and others were equally astounded. Impudent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. A figure clad in battle armor, Xiao Yun, soared from the capital, confronting the trio with a cold glare. Extending his right hand, a long spear materialized, exuding a terrifying battle intent. Fifth-tier domain lord? No wonder Huo Qubing fell here. I didn't expect your great Xia to possess a domain lord, Xiang Yu realized, finally understanding Huo Qubing's demise. Those who offend the might of great Xia shall perish. Xiao Yun declared coldly. Just you alone? Xiang Yu scoffed, stepping into the void, his expression one of disdain. Although he was astonished that a dynasty in a small world could produce a domain lord, he still regarded them with contempt. What if I join in? At that moment, the fabric of space tore open, and a massive figure, Yami, emerged. Xiang Yu was taken aback, his brow furrowing. A ninth-tier realm lord? How could this be? How could a ninth-tier realm lord appear here? The presence of Yami filled Xiang Yu with trepidation. This individual was of the same caliber as himself, a ninth-tier realm lord. It was fortunate that they had come. Otherwise, Zhongwu alone might have met the same fate as Huo Qubing. This is a dynasty of a small world? Zhongwu, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded, his heart racing with astonishment. A ninth-tier realm lord was a rarity even in the Donghua realm. How could such a being manifest in a small world? Interesting. The emergence of a ninth-tier realm lord hints at profound secrets within the great Xia, Astral Han mused, narrowing his eyes at Yami. You of the great Xia have indeed surprised me. However, it is still insufficient. Xiang Yu inhaled deeply, his heart unsettled. Merely a dynasty. How could it be so peculiar? Is the supreme divine temple truly so audacious? Suddenly, another voice resonated through the void. The crowd turned to see a figure wielding a green dragon crescent blade slowly approaching through the air. It was the martial sage, Guan Yu, who had just emerged from the Tower of Gods and Demons. Eighth-tier realm lord? Curse it. How can a mere dynasty possess so many powerful beings? Xiang Yu's expression finally shifted, realizing that with a ninth-tier and an eighth-tier realm lord, he and Zhongwu could no longer contend unless young Master Tian intervened. His gaze swept across the entirety of the capital, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Might there be another powerful figure to emerge? As if to answer his unspoken fears, Zhuangzi stepped gracefully forward, ascending step by step into the void until he stood before Xiang Yu, a smile gracing his lips, a mystical aura radiating from him, causing the very air to tremble. I am Zhuangzi of the Taoist sect. Greetings, fellow cultivator, Zhuangzi said with a light laugh. Another eighth-tier realm lord? Xiang Yu was left utterly astounded. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Dong Zhongshu of the Confucian school, greetings, fellow cultivator, Dong Zhongshu approached, exuding an aura of righteousness. Great Xia. Astral Han observed the emerging figures, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. For realm lords, this is a dynasty of a small world? Young Master Tian, it appears that we require your assistance this time. Xiang Yu inhaled deeply, gazing gravely at the approaching Dong Zhongshu and others, as he implored Tian Wenhan for aid. Certainly, I find myself quite intrigued by this great Xia. Tian Wenhan replied with a light chuckle, dismissing the group before him. After all, he was a supreme third grade. To him, even the mightiest of realm masters were akin to mere ants. Tian Wenhan stepped forward, addressing the assembly of great Xia. To have birth for realm masters, you must have acquired some ancient relic S legacy, correct? Surrender the relic S inheritance, and I shall spare your great Xia today. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Supreme realm? Yumi narrowed his eyes and directed his gaze towards Dong Zhongshu and the others. Leave this one to me. You handle the other two. With that, Yumi vanished from his position, reappearing behind Tian Wenhan. Spare my great Xia? You should worry about preserving your own life first. Yumi shouted, launching a punch towards Tian Wenhan, a blood-red energy surging forth. Tian Wenhan was taken aback and swiftly turned. You seek death, he roared, executing a spinning slash. He hadn't anticipated that this individual would dare to strike. Merely a ninth-stage realm master, yet so audacious. Boom. Upon their attacks colliding, Tian Wenhan was sent hurtling back by Yumi's blow, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. How could this be so powerful? In a daze, Tian Wenhan found himself gravely injured by a single strike. A ninth-stage realm master had wounded him. A supreme third grade? Was this some kind of exaggeration? Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed such a prodigy existed. Supreme realm? Is this all you have? In an instant, Yumi reappeared before Tian Wenhan, grinning broadly. What do you intend to do? Tian Wenhan, now devoid of his previous composure, asked anxiously as he stared at Yumi. To transgress against my great Xia is to invite death, Yumi replied coolly. You dare? I am a disciple of the Celestial Clan. Should you dare to kill me, the Celestial Clan will undoubtedly obliterate your great Xia. Tian Wenhan threatened vehemently, filled with regret for having ventured into this small world for mere amusement. Humph, the Celestial Clan? My great Xia fears it not. With that, Yumi prepared to strike down Tian Wenhan. Yumi, bring him to the Nine Heavens Palace. I have matters to discuss with him. A voice resonated in Yumi's mind. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. The Emperor wishes to see you. With a cold snort, Yumi escorted Tian Wenhan directly to the Nine Heavens Palace. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu and his companions had also been subdued by Guan Yu and Dong Zhongshu. In the presence of 3 8th-stage realm masters from Great Xia, the 9th stage Xiang Yu had no means of resistance. What shall we do with these two? Guan Yu inquired. Kill them. To transgress against my Great Xia is to forfeit one's life, Dong Zhongshu responded. You dare? I am of the Supreme Temple. Should you slay me, the Supreme Temple will not spare your Great Xia. Upon hearing Dong Zhongshu's words, Xiang Yu cried out in desperation. Enough. Guan Yu's expression hardened as he swiftly dispatched both individuals. Subsequently, the group departed. Below, Tian Hongxian, Xingqing, and the others exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the unfolding events. Initially apprehensive about the formidable figures from the Supreme Temple, they had feared that Great Xia would falter. Yet, unexpectedly, several unfamiliar powerful entities emerged, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 capture among their ranks. Indeed, the strength of Great Xia is seemingly inexhaustible. In the Nine Heavens Palace, who are you? Xiao Tian inquired, fixing his gaze upon Tian Wenhan. I am a disciple of the Celestial Clan. I advise you to release me forthwith. Otherwise, upon learning of this, my clan will ensure your Great Xia's annihilation, Tian Wenhan declared sharply, his tone laced with threats, clearly oblivious to his perilous situation. Or perhaps emboldened by his so-called Celestial Clan status. I demand answers. You shall respond without evasion, understood? Xiao Tian's expression turned cold as he spoke ominously. Why you fear no retribution from my Celestial Clan? Yumi, eliminate him, Xiao Tian ordered, losing interest in further dialogue. Wait, I will speak. I shall tell you everything. Upon witnessing Yumi's approach, Tian Wenhan hastily pleaded. Who are you? I am a disciple of the Celestial Clan. My father is the 3rd elder of the Celestial Clan. This time, Tian Wenhan was considerably more compliant, answering nearly every inquiry. From Tian Wenhan, Xiao Tian gleaned various insights regarding the realms. The vast universe comprises 3,000 great worlds, countless middle and small worlds. The Celestial Clan, as Tian Wenhan mentioned, ranks as the 8th most powerful among the myriad races. The Supreme Temple, in contrast, merely holds the 10th position. Realizing this, Xiao Tian fell into contemplative silence. The vastness of the universe exceeded his expectations. Numerous small worlds like the Xiantian continent existed throughout the realms, with countless middle worlds, while the Grand World harbors only 3,000 known great worlds. Chapter 117. The Ascendancy of Great Xia to Imperial Dynasty. What factions exist within the realms? Xiao Tian inquired coolly. Regarding Tian Wenhan, countless factions abound, yet the mightiest are the 10 hegemonic powers, Tian Wenhan replied. And what is the strength of these 10 hegemonic powers? Xiao Tian pressed. Tian Wenhan hesitated briefly before responding. No one knows their exact might, but each hegemonic faction is governed by a monarch. Otherwise, they could not maintain their dominance. Which are the 10 hegemonic powers? The Demon Clan, the Netherworld Clan, the Sacred Clan, the Ancient God Clan, the Battle Clan, the True Dragon Clan, the True Phoenix Clan, the Celestial Clan, the Monster Clan, and the Human Clan's Supreme Temple, Tian Wenhan explained. The Demon Clan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian recalled the former Soul Temple. After the Soul Emperor was rescued by the Demon Clan, he had not reappeared. Xiao Tian had dispatched individuals to the buried Immortal Mountain range in search of him, but to no avail. Since then, he had paid little heed to the Demon Clan. Yet, today he learned from this individual that the Demon Clan was among the dominators of the realms. What does the Human Clan's Supreme Temple signify? Xiao Tian inquired further. The Supreme Temple is the most formidable entity among the human factions, yet the humans are prone to infighting, each faction acting independently. Thus, the major dominators acknowledge the Supreme Temple but never concede to the Human Clan's supremacy. I see. Nonetheless, it was evident that even among the humans on the Xiantian continent, they operated independently, making unity an arduous task. If the human race could unite, they would undoubtedly emerge as the foremost faction in the vast universe. Yet this remains an unrealistic aspiration. Having absorbed this individual's insights, Xiao Tian gained a clearer understanding of the various forces within the realms, preventing Great Xia from falling into a wholly passive position. He then turned to Yumi, stating, "Take him away for processing." Upon hearing this, Tian Wenhan's face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, "I have divulged all I know. You cannot kill me. Should you do so, my Celestial Clan will not spare your Great Xia." Ignoring his frantic cries, Yumi promptly escorted him away. Just as Yumi was about to execute Tian Wenhan, a furious roar echoed from a distant great world, far removed from Great Xia. Who is it? Who dares to slay my son? Outrageous. I will ensure that whoever is responsible faces the annihilation of their entire lineage. Time has passed, and it has been a month since Tian Wenhan and his companions launched their attack. During this month, the Great Xia has entered a phase of stability, fully asserting control over the entire Xiantian continent. Today marks the day of the Great Xia's elevation to an imperial dynasty. All the generals of Great Xia, except for Yu Wenqingdu and El Bu, who remain in the Divine Demon Tower, are present here. Your Majesty, the appointed hour has arrived, Li Si announced. Stepping forward from among the officials, Xiao Tian nodded, rising from the throne and striding out of the court to the plaza beyond. The plaza had already been prepared with a grand altar, constructed entirely of precious jade, soaring 1,000 zhang high with 3,600 steps leading up to it. Leading the officials to the altar, Xiao Tian halted before it. I, Xiao Tian, today, on the foundation of the Xiantian realm, shall gather boundless fortune to elevate the Great Xia dynasty to the Great Xia Empire, governing the mountains and rivers, ensuring prosperity and longevity. Upon stepping onto the altar, Xiao Tian proclaimed loudly. Boom. Thunder rumbled as if the heavens themselves were responding, bolts of lightning illuminating the sky, enveloping it in a purple haze. Above you do. The golden dragon of fortune let out a long, resounding cry, filled with excitement. The elevation of the Great Xia to an imperial dynasty brings the greatest benefit to it. The once few hundred zhang long golden dragon of fortune has now surged to 1,000 zhang in size. At that moment, 9 streams of light reappeared in the skies above Great Xia, dispersing to various corners of the realm. These were the 9 cauldrons of Great Xia. Each time the territory of Great Xia expands, the 9 cauldrons autonomously venture to the borders to safeguard the fortunes of the Great Xia. Thus, the Great Xia officially ascends to imperial status. From this day forth, I am the Emperor of Great Xia. Xiao Tian shouted once more. Long live the Emperor. The Emperor is eternal, unending through the ages. The officials, military leaders, and citizens across Great Xia echoed in unison. Long live the Emperor. The Emperor is eternal, unending through the ages. The chorus resounded. Suddenly, the entire Xiantian continent trembled violently, the intensity increasing, leaving countless citizens of Great Xia astonished and bewildered. The borders of the Xiantian continent expanded in an instant, doubling in size. What is happening? Why is it shaking so violently? Is another formidable power attacking Great Xia? Discussions erupted throughout the land. Xiao Tian too was momentarily taken aback by the situation. Your Majesty, this is a good omen, a remarkable event. Li Si suddenly interjected. How so? Xiao Tian inquired as he descended from the altar to face Li Si. Your Majesty, this is the result of our elevation to an imperial dynasty, where the fortunes have surged and the Xiantian realm is advancing toward the middle 1,000 worlds, Li Si explained with a smile. Advancing to the world? At this, Xiao Tian's heart understood. Immediately announced this to the world, reassuring all citizens not to panic. Yes, Your Majesty. Within an hour, the entirety of Great Xia learned that this was indeed an elevation of the world. The Xiantian continent was on the brink of becoming a middle 1,000 world. Elation swept over the populace, as what was initially feared as an invasion turned out to be a world advancing. This was indeed a monumental blessing for them, as they could ascend to stellar rank without venturing to other middle 1,000 worlds, and no longer had to worry about the so-called rules of the Supreme Divine Hall. Xiao Tian gazed upon the ever-expanding Xiantian realm, marveling, truly, the elevation of the world can expand a small realm from the invisible. The might of the world is indeed unfathomable. The elevation will breach the limits of the world, allowing Great Xia's territory to give rise to stellar ranks, domain masters, and even realm masters and supreme beings. The ultimate limit achievable in the middle 1,000 worlds is the supreme rank. To transcend this, one must venture to the great 1,000 worlds. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed through the void as the barriers of the world transformed into gray gas, expanding outward. It was only after a day that the Xiantian continent ceased its expansion, marking the completion of the world's elevation. The spiritual energy of the entire continent surged abruptly, exceeding 100-fold, far surpassing the level of a normal middle 1,000 world. Had someone from the great 1,000 worlds been present, they would have been astonished. For the spiritual energy of the Xiantian continent now rivaled that of a great 1,000 world, an astonishing phenomenon. Thus, the Xiantian realm officially became a middle 1,000 world among the myriad realms. At this moment, the area of the Xiantian continent had increased more than 100-fold due to the world's elevation. Once a realm slightly crowded with billions of humans, it now appeared much more spacious. Chapter 118, Gong Yunxi's Decision. In the great 1,000 world, the Emperor realm, Supreme Divine Hall, an elder hurriedly entered a pavilion. Palace Master, There has been an incident in the Eastern Hua realm, a middle thousand world under our Supreme Divine Hall's jurisdiction. Upon reaching the pavilion, the elder respectfully reported to an aged man, the palace master Tu Wuqing. What has happened? Tu Wuqing inquired. The steward stationed in the Eastern Hua realm, Xiang Yu, has been killed, the elder replied, his face marred with anger. Upon hearing this, Tu Wuqing's expression darkened slightly. Who dares to kill a steward of my Supreme Divine Hall? Do we know who is responsible? The reports indicate that it was the doing of a faction from the great Xia dynasty of the Xiantian realm, the elder explained. The Xiantian realm? Which great thousand world is that? Tu Wuqing queried, perplexed, for he had never heard of this realm. Palace master, it is not a great thousand world. Merely a small world. What? A small world? A dynasty from a small world dares to kill a steward of my Supreme Divine Hall? Tu Wuqing's anger flared. How could a dynasty from a mere small world slay a steward of the Supreme Divine Hall? Was the dynasty too strong, or was the steward too weak? I'm not sure, but Xiang Yu was at least a 9th-tier realm master. If he was killed, it is likely that the great Xia dynasty has a supreme expert. The elder murmured. What of the supreme? My people of the Supreme Divine Hall are not so easily slain. Tu Wuqing snorted coldly, commanding, 7th elder. You shall handle this so-called great Xia dynasty. The dignity of my Supreme Divine Hall cannot be challenged. It is merely a small world. How formidable can it truly be? In his view, assigning the 7th elder to this task was somewhat overkill, for the 7th elder was a mid-tier supreme being. Could he not resolve an issue with the so-called great Xia dynasty? Understood, Palace Master. The 7th elder replied, turning to depart. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the pavilion. Whom do you intend to deal with? The two looked up to see a woman suddenly appear within the pavilion. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon recognizing her, both men quickly bowed in respect. This individual was none other than Gong Yunqi. Since her return to the Supreme Divine Hall, she had effectively become its foremost figure, commanding the respect of elders, the Palace Master, and even the ancestral beings of the Supreme Divine Hall. Your Highness, what brings you here? Tu Wuqing inquired, puzzled. Who exactly is this person? Even Tu Wuqing and the others are unaware. However, the ancestors of their supreme temple address this individual as Your Highness, and they dare not act recklessly. Just moments ago, I overheard your conversation about dealing with the great Xia dynasty. Gong Yunqi had initially stepped out for a leisurely stroll, but upon arriving at this pavilion, she fortuitously caught the tail end of their discussion regarding the great Xia dynasty. The great Xia dynasty? Is it the one I am familiar with? Indeed, one of our temple's stewards was slain by this so-called great Xia dynasty, and I was just preparing to send Elder Qi to address this matter. Tu Wuqing, perplexed, nevertheless respectfully inquired, where is this great Xia dynasty located? Gong Yunqi asked again. Upon hearing this, Tu Wuqing turned to Elder Qi. In response, Elder Qi respectfully stated, Your Highness, it resides in a small realm known as the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm? A small realm? Great Xia, it truly is you. I never anticipated that your name would reach the vast world so swiftly. Contemplating this, Gong Yunqi turned to Tu Wuqing and declared, You must not interfere with this great Xia. Your Highness, why is that? Do you have an acquaintance with this great Xia dynasty? The two were perplexed and puzzled. I suppose I do. Moreover, you are simply not their match. It would be wise to refrain from seeking trouble. Gong Yunqi nodded. That cannot be possible. The great Xia dynasty is merely a force within a small realm. Upon hearing Gong Yunqi's words, the two exhibited clear disbelief. Their supreme temple is a dominant force across the myriad realms. How could they not match this so-called great Xia dynasty? Your Highness, are you perhaps overestimating this great Xia? Tu Wuqing asked. I have witnessed the prowess of the great Xia's warriors. Our supreme temple cannot contend with them. It would be prudent for you to avoid causing trouble for yourselves and the supreme temple. This great Xia is not as simple as you imagine. With that, Gong Yunqi chose to disregard the two and departed. Whether they heeded her warning and chose not to provoke the great Xia was no longer her concern. If they did not believe her and insisted on pursuing this trouble, they would only be courting disaster. Lord, shall we still pursue this great Xia? After Gong Yunqi's departure, Elder Qi looked to Tu Wuqing and inquired, Let it be. Since Her Highness has spoken thus, it seems this great Xia may indeed be formidable. For now, let us focus on the upcoming Myriad Realms hero ranking. Yes, my lord. Upon returning to her residence, Gong Yunqi was beset by a myriad of thoughts. Father, your daughter is powerless and unable to avenge you against the demon clan. What should I do? She lamented the absence of Uncle Dishiang and Aunt Xian. If they were still alive, even if we were not a match for the demon clan, we would not have to hide our true selves from the world. Gong Yunqi's heart was filled with bitterness. In the current myriad realms, who could possibly contend with the demon clan? Suddenly, an idea illuminated her mind. The great Xia. If there exists any force capable of opposing the demon clan, it must surely be the great Xia. Resolutely, She returned to Tu Wuqing's pavilion. Your Highness, is there something else you require? Tu Wuqing asked, observing her return. Are you currently dealing with matters concerning the Myriad Realms hero ranking? Gong Yunxi inquired. Indeed, Your Highness. Tu Wuqing nodded. How long until the Myriad Realms hero ranking commences? Only 3 months remain, he sighed. For this event, they had prepared for quite some time. Yet their Supreme Temple had far too few young talents and could only select from the various lower-ranking forces. As for the elite human forces, they would attend on their own accord and would not heed the arrangements of the Supreme Temple. Ultimately, the Supreme Temple was too weak to command the entirety of the human race. If the Supreme Temple were strong enough, or if all human forces were united, they would not rank at the bottom among the 10 dominant forces of the Myriad Realms. 3 months, is it? Tu Wuqing. If you wish to achieve commendable results in the Myriad Realms hero ranking, you should invite the Great Xia to participate. The young talents of the Great Xia are truly numerous. Gong Yunxi recalled the extraordinary youths of the Great Xia with disbelief. Among them were the Taoists with Ci, with his righteous spirit, Confucian Dong Zhongshu, and the many remarkable generals of the Great Xia, each one exceptional, without a single mediocrity among them. Is this true, Your Highness? Upon hearing Gong Yunxi's statement, Tu Wuqing expressed surprise. Is the Great Xia truly as extraordinary as you say? Certainly. You will understand once you meet the people of the Great Xia. In that case, I shall send Elder Qi to extend the invitation to the Great Xia for participation in the Myriad Realms hero ranking. Subsequently, Tu Wuqing instructed Elder Qi to proceed to the Great Xia. Whether the Great Xia was as remarkable as Her Highness claimed would soon be revealed. Xiantian Realm. Beyond the Xiantian Realm lies a starry expanse teeming with countless small worlds, much like the Xiantian Realm itself. Some of these small worlds harbor life, while others are desolate voids, devoid of existence. Desolate realms are those without any life, typically formed from the remnants of battles fought by stellar-level beings that have left the world's essence shattered, ultimately leading to their current state. This is why the Supreme Temple forbids stellar-level beings from entering small worlds. While somewhat tyrannical, it is indeed to ensure the longevity of these small realms. Without the Supreme Temple's regulations, countless small worlds under their jurisdiction would surely perish, and the lives within them would be extinguished alongside the transformation into desolate realms. Surrounding the Xiantian Realm's starry sky are 4 Middle Thousand Worlds, the nearest of which is the Donghua Realm. The other 3 are the Jiugong Realm, Juzhou Realm, and Tianwu Realm. Each of these 3 Middle Thousand Worlds is governed by a single force. The Jiugong Realm is ruled by the Jiugong Pavilion, the Jiuzhou Realm by the Jiuzhou Celestial Dynasty, and the Tianwu Realm by the Tianwu Sect. At the moment when the Xiantian continent ascended to a Middle Thousand World, the 3 nearby forces simultaneously sensed the changes in the Xiantian Realm. Jiugong Realm. Within the Grand Hall of the Jiugong Pavilion, 8 individuals were gathered, discussing the sudden elevation of the Xiantian Realm to a Middle Thousand World. Palace Master Qian, what are your thoughts on this small realm's sudden ascension? Palace Master Qian is one of the leaders of the Jiugong Pavilion. As the name suggests, the Jiugong Pavilion is comprised of 9 Palace Masters: Qian, Kan, Jin, Zhen, Zhong, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui. Each Palace Master is a 9th-tier Realm Master. The Central Palace Master remains the most enigmatic, aside from the other 8 Palace Masters. No one knows who the Central Palace Master truly is. The Central Palace Master also holds the highest status within the Jiugong Pavilion, while the remaining 8 can only be regarded as Vice Masters. As for the realm of the Central Palace Master, it is unknown to all but the other 8, though outsiders generally believe that this individual must at least be a supreme. The aspiration of the diminutive world to ascend to the Middle Thousand World is fraught with challenges. Yet, a manifestation of such a realm has now appeared in proximity to my 9 Palaces realm, and it is likely that this world harbors numerous treasures capable of enhancing one's fortune. Master Qian pondered for a moment before articulating. It is probable that the Jiuzhou Celestial Empire and the Tianwu sect have already become aware of this development. Another voice, soft yet resolute, interjected. It belonged to the master of the Qin Palace. The birth of the Middle Thousand World invariably brings forth a plethora of treasures. They shall not overlook this matter. Master Jin of the Jin Palace concurred. Our 9 Palaces Pavilion must not miss this opportunity. Who among you is willing to venture into this Middle Thousand World? Master Qian surveyed the assembled individuals and inquired. With the master of the Central Palace absent, the affairs of the 9 Palaces Pavilion largely fall under his purview. I shall go, declared the master of the Li Palace from the side. The other 2 great powers have likely dispatched numerous individuals. One person alone may not suffice. I will accompany the master of the Li Palace, spoke the master of the Jun Palace at an opportune moment. Very well. Let it be the master of the Li Palace and the master of the Jun Palace who embark on this journey. Should any unexpected events arise, please notify us promptly. Master Qian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, what unforeseen circumstances could possibly arise from a newly ascended Middle Thousand world? The only concern lies with the other two great powers. After concluding their discussions, the masters of the Li and Jun palaces set forth towards the Xiantian realm. In the Grand Hall of the Daxia dynasty, Emperor Xiao Tian inquired of Li Bai and Zhang Liang, "How progresses the establishment of the Four Continents Academy? Your Majesty, construction is underway across various locations and will soon commence official operations," replied Zhang Liang, stepping forward to bow. "Excellent. Changsun Wuji, how fares the construction of the official roads connecting the four continents?" Emperor Xiao Tian nodded and turned his gaze towards Changsun Wuji. "Your Majesty, it will require approximately 1 more month for completion, at which point the 5 continents of the Xiantian mainland will enjoy unrestricted passage." Changsun Wuji responded, "Splendid. As our Daxiao ascends to imperial status, prosperity and peace shall surely follow. Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Under your reign, Daxia shall be remembered through the ages. Long live the Emperor, eternal and indomitable." All the officials exclaimed in unison. However, with the Xiantian mainland's elevation to the Middle Thousand world, it is likely to attract the attention of surrounding powers. Emperor Xiao Tian waved dismissively, his tone grave. "Rest easy, Your Majesty. Any who dare covet Daxia shall face annihilation at my hands," vowed Zhao Yun, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. "Haha, splendid. With such generals among us, I harbor no concerns." Emperor Xiao Tian laughed heartily. "Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, Huang Zhong, heed my command. We are here." They responded in unison. "You are to proceed immediately to guard the periphery of the Xiantian realm, preventing any external forces from intruding upon our Daxia territory. Those who dare breach our borders shall be met with lethal force," Emperor Xiao Tian commanded, his expression stern. In the month preceding Daxia's ascension to imperial status, Zhao Yun had cultivated to the 9th stage of the Realm Lord within the Timespace Tower, while the other 4 had reached the 8th stage. Other generals such as Dian Wei, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, and Shan Xiongxin also stood at the 8th stage. Elders of the Daxia Sword Palace, including Gao Zhanli, Wei Zhuang, and Jing Ku, were similarly adept. Apart from the absence of any supreme beings, the majority of Daxia's populace had attained between the 7th and 9th stages of the Realm Lord. Of course, Lu Bu and Yu Wencheng had yet to emerge from their seclusion. Moreover, following Daxia's ascension to imperial status, Emperor Xiao Tian had permitted Yimi to enter the 4th layer of the Divine Demon Tower. Once they emerged, Xiao Tian anticipated they would at least reach the Supreme Realm. At this moment, all those who had manifested in the world had undergone the inheritance within the 3rd layer of the Divine Demon Tower. As for Lu Bu and his companions, having directly entered the 4th layer, the lower-tier inheritances had become unnecessary. "We accept the command," the 5 proclaimed loudly. Proceeding towards the periphery of the Xiantian realm, they positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal directions outside the Xiantian realm. Thus, any who sought to enter would be detected by them. Is this the diminutive world that has ascended to the Middle Thousand world? In the vastness of space, a pair of individuals was racing towards the Xiantian realm from 10,000 miles away. A middle-aged man gazed intently at the Xiantian realm and murmured, "Indeed, General." Beside him stood a brawny figure, who nodded in agreement, confirming the middle-aged man's assertion. This duo, unmistakably, belonged to the Jiuzhou Celestial Empire. The middle-aged man was none other than General El Zhan, a formidable force at the 9th stage of the Realm Lord, while the muscular man beside him was El Hong, a general under El Zhan and a member of the El family, possessing strength at the 8th stage. Clearly, the 9 Palaces Pavilion and Tianwu sect have yet to arrive. Let us proceed to investigate this world. With that, El Zhan took the lead towards the Xiantian realm, followed closely by El Hong. Is there someone stationed here? Upon reaching the edge of the Xiantian realm, El Zhan was taken aback to discover a solitary figure on guard. This individual, robust and clad in silver armor, wielded a snake spear, standing resolutely in the starlit void. It was none other than one of the 5 tiger generals, Zhang Fei. "Who goes there? This is the territory of Daxia. Outsiders are forbidden entry," Zhang Fei bellowed, his voice reverberating through the cosmos, reaching the ears of the 2 intruders. The territory of Daxia? Could this be a power within this newly ascended world? El Zhan mused inwardly upon hearing Zhang Fei's proclamation, yet he dismissed the Daxia power as insignificant. "I am El Zhan, General of the Jiuzhou Celestial Empire. I have come to investigate this small world that has ascended into the Middle Thousand world." El Zhan regarded Zhang Fei, noticing that this individual was merely at the 8th stage of the Realm Lord, and thus dismissed him with a wave, proceeding to advance towards the Xiantian realm. "Impudent! The realm of Daxia is off-limits to divine beings." Zhang Fei roared in fury at their audacity. With a surge of power, he charged towards El Zhan, his snake spear slicing through the air in a flash of brilliance. Zhuang, realizing the imminent danger, hurriedly attempted to defend himself. Though he was at the 9th stage of the Realm Lord, he could not remain unfazed by the assault of an 8th stage opponent. Boom. Zhuang was sent hurtling backward for over 100 meters, his aura in disarray. Is this the might of an 8th stage Realm Lord? His countenance darkened. Although he had sustained no grave injuries, he felt the overwhelming power of Zhang Fei's strike, which was undoubtedly on par with his own. Had he known that Zhang Fei had wielded less than half of his strength, his thoughts would have surely been different. This is merely a warning. Should you dare attempt to breach Daxiao again, you shall bear the consequences. Zhang Fei's voice was cold and resolute as he regarded the retreating Zhuang. Who are you? Zhuang inquired, his expression grave. I am Zhang Fei, one of the 5 tiger generals of the 8th Legion. At these words, Zhuang's heart sank. One of the 5 tiger generals? Could it be that Daxiao possesses 4 others of equal might? A newly ascended Middle Thousand World is thus formidable? It nearly rivals my Jiuzhou Celestial Empire. My apologies, I merely sought to understand why this world has ascended to the Middle Thousand World. I harbor no ill intentions and wish only to investigate. What say you? This is the territory of Daxiao. How it ascends is of no concern to you. Depart at once, or I shall show no mercy with my spear. Zhang Fei thundered, entirely disregarding Zhuang. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Zhuang's expression darkened considerably. Your arrogance is truly astounding. Allow me to experience your prowess firsthand. With that said, he charged directly towards Zhang Fei, shouting to the approaching Zhuang. I will hold him off. You must quickly enter this realm. Yes, General, Zhuang replied, dashing off in another direction. Clearly, he intended to breach the boundaries of the Xiantian realm from this point. Seeking death, are you? Zhang Fei fumed, incensed at the audacity of these two who dared to disregard him. Ignoring the attack from Zhuang, Zhang Fei's figure flickered, and in an instant, he was upon Zhuang. A thunderous roar escaped his lips. Invading my great Xia, you shall perish. The sound reverberated, reaching Zhuang's ears from afar. Startled, Zhuang quickly turned around, only to find Zhang Fei, spear in hand, standing directly before him. There was no time to evade. You dare, you scoundrel. Behind Zhang Fei, Zhuang bellowed in fury upon witnessing Zhang Fei's direct assault on Zhuang. With a swift thrust, Zhang Fei's spear pierced through Zhuang's body. A spray of blood erupting forth as Zhuang's eyes glazed over, his form plummeting beneath the stars, irrevocably deceased. You seek death. Upon witnessing the demise of his kin at Zhang Fei's hand, Zhuang erupted in rage, roaring as he charged towards Zhang Fei once more. The one seeking death is you. This time, Zhang Fei showed no restraint, unleashing his full strength. Unmatched serpent strike. Zhang Fei bellowed, wielding his spear in a downward arc towards Zhuang. Instantly, a radiant shockwave surged forth, aimed directly at Zhuang. Heavenly Gang Slash. Zhuang retaliated with a mighty shout, conjuring a large blade to counter Zhang Fei's assault. The air erupted with a deafening explosion, a cacophony reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. No. Despair gripped Zhuang as he realized he was outmatched. His body was pierced cleanly by Zhang Fei's strike. You dare to kill me. Zhuang pointed accusingly at Zhang Fei, but before he could utter another word, he fell silent. Casting a cold glance at the lifeless Zhuang, Zhang Fei then addressed the void. Gentlemen, have you seen enough? As his words echoed, 5 figures emerged from the void. Among them were the lords of the Jiugong Pavilion, Li and Zhan, along with 3 members of the Tianwu sect. They had arrived just in time to witness Zhang Fei engaged in battle with the denizens of the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty, initially intending to observe before making a move. However, they were taken aback by Zhang Fei's formidable strength, which allowed him to dispatch 2 members of the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty with alarming ease. The gathered crowd was left in astonishment. It was known that this individual, being at the 8th tier of the Realm Master, could annihilate opponents at the 9th tier. Did this not imply that he was capable of contending with supreme beings? Your strength is commendable, remarked the Zhen Palace Lord, gazing at Zhang Fei with admiration. Who are you, that you dare to intrude upon the borders of Great Xia? Zhang Fei demanded sternly. Please do not misunderstand. We merely sensed the ascension of a small world within the central 1,000 realms and came to observe, harboring no ill intentions, the Li Palace Lord explained. We 3 are from the Tianwu sect, and these 2 are from the Jiugong Pavilion. May we enter this realm to take a look? One of the Tianwu sect members interjected. The Great Xia borders are sacred, and the divine and demonic shall not pass. Those who wish to live should depart immediately. Zhang Fei warned the 5. At this, their expressions darkened. While you are indeed powerful, we are 5 in number. Do you truly intend to bar our entry? The Tianwu sect member retorted. Do you take me for a fool, believing there is no one to stand against you in Great Xia? Dare to challenge me, and I shall gladly escort you to your demise. Suddenly, A thunderous voice resonated from the void. "I am Changshan Zhao Zilong. Who dares to fight?" The crowd was taken aback as 4 figures appeared beside Zhang Fei. "Who are you?" Both the Jiugong Pavilion and Tianwu sect members were taken aback, their expressions turning grim. They sensed that these 4 were also at the 8th tier of realm mastery, with one even at the 9th tier, exuding an overwhelming aura. It dawned on them that these individuals might very well be capable of fighting beyond their limits. The 5 tiger generals of Great Xia, Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong, Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang, Ma Chao Meng Qi, Huang Zhong, Huang Hancheng, and Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida. Upon hearing this, both the Jiugong Pavilion and Tianwu sect members fell into a profound silence, realizing that these newly appeared figures were indeed equals to Zhang Fei. And perhaps even the one at the 9th tier was superior. "Esteemed guests, we mean no disturbance. We shall take our leave," the Jin Palace Lord declared upon seeing Zhao Yun and the others, choosing to retreat. With the presence of these 5 guarding the newly ascended Central Thousand World, they knew it would be impossible to infiltrate, and doing so could cost them dearly. "Let us depart." He spoke to the Li Palace Lord, and together they vanished. Evidently having made a definitive exit, the Tianwu sect members exchanged glances, bewildered. "We take our leave," they ultimately decided, relinquishing their pursuit of the Xiantian realm. They bid farewell to Zhao Yun and his companions, departing with a sense of helplessness. Despite their reluctance, they recognized that with the Jiugong Pavilion members gone, attempting to force their way into the Xiantian realm in front of Zhao Yun and the others would be futile. "Are we simply letting them go?" Zhang Fei's expression darkened as he observed the departing figures. In his eyes, those who dared to covet his great Xia deserved death. "Enough. Our great Xia has just ascended to imperial status and requires a period of stability for development. It would be unwise to create numerous enemies at this juncture," Guan Yu suggested, shaking his head. The others nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Guan Yu's perspective. "Very well," Zhang Fei conceded with a sigh of resignation. Among them, he was the most hot-headed, often disregarding such matters. Otherwise, the 2 from the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty would not have met their grim fate at his hands. Yet, despite refraining from attacking the Jiugong Pavilion and Tianwu sect, the deaths of 2 from the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty, a faction of significant standing, would surely disrupt the stability Guan Yu and the others sought. "Now, let us return to our respective posts and guard against the potential influx of various forces eager to enter our Great Xia territory," Guan Yu announced, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Esteemed young friends, is this not the realm of Great Xia?" Turning towards the source, the group beheld an elder approaching them. "Who are you?" Zhao Yun inquired, his expression grave. The others shared a similar look of apprehension, for they could not discern the elder's realm. Certainly, he was not a supreme being. Although they were merely realm masters, if he were a supreme being, they would not be unable to perceive his presence. Thus, was he a terrestrial supreme? Or perhaps a celestial supreme? This level of power has transcended their capacity to contend with. "Third brother, you must report to the emperor about the arrival of an unknown formidable being. We are no match for them." Guan Yu turned to Zhang Fei and spoke in hushed tones. "Understood," Zhang Fei replied, swiftly taking flight towards the Great Xia within the Xiantian realm. "I am the 7th elder of the Supreme Divine Temple." The elder heard Guan Yu's words directed at Zhang Fei, yet dismissed them with indifference, viewing them merely as a gathering of realm masters, hardly worthy of his attention, for he was a mid-tier celestial sovereign. At this moment, the 7th elder harbored disappointment towards the Great Xia, for he sensed no being of sovereign caliber in this realm. The strongest were merely at the 9th stage of realm mastery. Although these individuals appeared youthful and had attained high ranks, they were limited in strength, likely incapable of even entering the rankings of the world's prodigies. With such meager prowess, why does the prince hold the Great Xia in such high esteem? How can the Supreme Divine Temple possibly be considered inferior to the Great Xia? This is a jest, he pondered with confusion. The Supreme Divine Temple? Upon hearing this individual announce his affiliation, Zhao Yun and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the swift arrival of the Supreme Divine Temple, nor did they possess the means to confront such strength from the Great Xia at present. Thus, it would fall to the emperor to address this. "What business does the Supreme Divine Temple have in my Great Xia?" Zhao Yun inquired sternly, gazing intently at the elder. "One of our stewards, the realm master of the Donghua realm, was slain by your Great Xia, was he not?" The 7th elder inquired coolly. Although the 7th elder was tasked by the head of the Supreme Divine Temple to invite the Great Xia to partake in the world's prodigy rankings, he was greatly disheartened upon witnessing their lack of strength. How could a Great Xia devoid of any sovereign beings possibly compete in the world's prodigy rankings? Even the weakest among the prodigies possessed sovereign cultivation. Yet, why does the prince hold the Great Xia in such high regard? Could there be hidden power? Thus, The seventh elder resolved to probe the situation surrounding the death of his steward to gauge how the great Xia would respond to the provocations of a mid-tier celestial sovereign. However, he had no intention of putting the great Xia in a difficult position, as he was under the prince's favor. At most, he intended to deliver a warning. Indeed, those who trespass upon my great Xia shall perish, Xiao Yun proclaimed with a cold voice. Such audacity from a great Xia of limited strength. Let me witness how one meets their demise for intruding upon your territory, the seventh elder retorted with a hint of anger, astounded by the audacity of the great Xia. Boom. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from the seventh elder, bearing down upon Xiao Yun and the others. The surrounding void trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Under the oppressive force of the seventh elder's aura, Xiao Yun and the others coughed blood, struggling to withstand the pressure. Such strength dares to be so arrogant? What manner of powerful being is this? Could it be that another formidable adversary approaches my great Xia? Cursed be these incessant troubles. The emperor shall surely obliterate this intruder. As the seventh elder's aura surged, all the citizens of the great Xia sensed this overwhelming pressure. While they recognized the might of this entity, they remained steadfast in their belief that the emperor would resolve the matter. For the great Xia had always embodied an image of invincibility. Any foe before the great Xia would be eradicated. In the great Xia, at the Nine Heavens Palace, Zhang Fei was reporting to Xiao Tian about the situation beyond the Xianxian realm. When the seventh elder's aura erupted, Xiao Tian was similarly astonished. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. What realm does he hail from? System, what is his realm? Xiao Tian inquired gravely. This presence felt immensely formidable. Even using a royal-level summoning card would likely not suffice against him unless all three were deployed. Mid-tier, celestial sovereign. That explains his overwhelming strength. In this case, he would either need to utilize 3 royal-level summoning cards or 1 diamond card along with 2 royal-level cards to contend with this figure. However, Xiao Tian felt that such a trade-off was excessively disadvantageous, given that he had only 3 royal-level summoning cards in total. Reluctant to employ the summoning cards, he resolved to utilize one of his trump cards instead. Chapter 122. The Emergence of Xiang Yu, Shocking the Multiverse. System. Unlock the Winged State Divine Cauldron with 10 million fortune points. After much contemplation, Xiao Tian decided to deploy the Great Xia's 9 tripod as his trump card. Unlocking it for 10 million fortune points was far more economical than utilizing a royal-level summoning card, especially given that a royal-level summoning card now required 50 million fortune points in the system shop. Furthermore, the deity summoned would surpass Xiao Tian by 5 major realms. Now, as a 9th-stage realm master, that meant he would summon a sovereign. A sovereign stands at the pinnacle of the multiverse's power. Even possessing a single ancient sovereign would elevate one to a top-tier force. The sovereign to be unleashed would be at the peak of sovereign power. The realm of the ancient sovereign. What is the significance of an ancient sovereign? Take the Supreme Divine Temple, for instance, which possesses only 2 sovereigns, one of whom is Shi Yuanlong, an ancient sovereign. An ancient sovereign alone is insufficient for the Supreme Divine Temple to be recognized as one of the 10 hegemonic powers of the multiverse. To attain such status, they must possess an eternal sovereign. And how fearsome is an ancient sovereign? This is a being capable of defying even the emperors. An entity that no hegemonic power would dare to underestimate. This was the reason Xiao Tian resolved to unlock the Divine Cauldron. If the Great Xia wished to develop in peace, it must intimidate the Supreme Divine Temple. Otherwise, even if he were to eliminate this mid-tier celestial sovereign with a royal-level summoning card, the next adversary could very well be an immortal sovereign. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to directly unleash the Divine Cauldron with an ancient sovereigness intervention. Would the Supreme Divine Temple still dare to trouble the Great Xia? Though Xiao Tian was unaware of the Supreme Divine Temple's exact power, it seemed evident that an ancient sovereign would be more than sufficient to instill fear in them. Unlocking successful. Upon the system's notification, the Winged State Divine Cauldron, hidden deep within the Yudu, erupted with brilliant radiance. The light enveloped the entire Great Xia territory, yet caused no harm. All citizens felt the gentle warmth of the illumination. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth from within the Winged State Divine Cauldron, sweeping toward the Xianxian realm, instantly shattering the 7th Elder's imposing presence and pressing down upon him. Under this tremendous aura, the 7th Elder spat forth blood, his face betraying a look of terror as he sensed its strength. This is the breath of a sovereign. How could it be? The Great Xia possesses a sovereign. The 7th Elder was utterly astounded. His intention to chastise this audacious Great Xia had inadvertently summoned a sovereign. Truly, one does not court death without reason. This is the domain of the Great Xia. Divine beings shall halt here. Who dares to intrude upon my Great Xia? A thunderous voice resonated throughout the multiverse. As the voice echoed, A terrifying phantom materialized before the seventh elder, towering and majestic, appearing 1,000 feet tall, with a head like a mountain and eyes like stars, as if capable of plucking the stars from the sky. If Gong Yunxi were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this ethereal figure as the one who appeared before her several years prior. However, the strength displayed then was far superior to what it is now, for that was during his prime. Now, he is constrained by Xiao Tian's cultivation level, only able to manifest the power of an ancient emperor and can act but once. Senior, please spare me. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely come to extend an invitation for the great Xia to partake in the 10,000 Realms Talents rankings. Gazing upon this apparition, Elder 7 was consumed by terror and hastily exclaimed. At that moment, Elder 7 was overwhelmed with regret for having sought to reprimand the great Xia. Given the significance that the prince placed upon this realm, how could it possibly be a trivial matter? Now, having provoked an emperor, he was uncertain of his own survival. The ethereal figure regarded Elder 7. In his presence, the elder could not hope to lie, thus the figure knew that the elder spoke the truth. Subsequently, the apparition surveyed the entirety of the myriad realms, scrutinizing all the dominant powers. His earlier thunderous proclamation had indeed captured the attention of the entire pantheon of sovereign forces. In his gaze, he discerned the ancient ancestor of the supreme divine hall, that ancient emperor, who now looked upon the figure with a countenance of horror, murmuring, "Ancient." The emperor. He then turned his attention to the forces of the ancient god clan, the war clan, the celestial clan, the nether clan, the demon clan, and all other formidable entities. The ancient emperor, the primeval sovereign, and even the slumbering great emperors were laid bare before the apparition's sight. This is the territory of the great Xia, a domain where gods and demons tread lightly. Those wishing for death are welcome to try. The figure's voice thundered once more, resonating throughout the realms. In the wake of this declaration, both the supreme powers and the lesser factions heard his words clearly. In an instant, the entirety of the myriad realms was plunged into a frenzy. What manner of force is the great Xia? How can such a powerful being exist? At this moment, the name of the great Xia echoed through all the realms, known by all and sundry. The apparition cast another glance at Elder 7, who felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, chilled to the bone. Then, the figure shifted its gaze towards a mid-tier world, specifically the Nine Palaces realm. Upon seeing it, an expression of astonishment flickered in the apparition's eyes before it vanished in an instant, reappearing above the capital of the great Xiao Yu. All citizens of the great Xia, as well as the civil and military officials, beheld the apparition, though they could not discern its appearance. As if an invisible veil of law obstructed their view, Xiao Tian emerged from the Nine Heavens Palace and looked up at the figure. In his eyes, the visage of the apparition was unmistakably revealed. Upon recognizing the figure, an identity surged forth in his mind. Xiao Tian displayed a look of shock. He had not anticipated that the being sealed within the winged continent cauldron was this individual. He inhaled deeply, his expression solemn, and respectfully bowed towards the colossal figure. Descendant of Huaxia, emperor of the great Xia, Xiao Tian, pays homage to the venerable Yu Wang. All the heroes present were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Tian's words. Yu Wang, the first emperor of the Xia dynasty, the Yu Wang of the Great Flood? Regaining their composure, the assembled heroes promptly bowed to the apparition, simultaneously proclaiming, "Descendants of Huaxia, we pay our respects to the venerable Yu Wang." The civil and military officials were bewildered yet profoundly astonished. Every general, minister, and even the emperor of the great Xia bowed to this ethereal figure, clearly recognizing his exalted status. Though they were unaware of the figure's true identity, they nonetheless honored him with reverence. Yu Wang looked down at Xiao Tian, his gaze laden with complexity. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "I pay my respects to the emperor." Yu Wang inclined his head slightly. Regardless of circumstances, if not for Xiao Tian, he would not have been granted the chance to live again. Xiao Tian's gesture of respect was a sign of reverence towards him. Yet, he was still a subject of the great Xia, albeit yet to be born. The distinction between sovereign and subject was clear in his mind. "Emperor, I must return to the winged continent cauldron. I shall converse with you further upon my emergence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian smiled faintly. "Rest assured, Yu Wang, I shall expedite your reemergence. I shall honorably see you off." Yu Wang chuckled softly in acknowledgement, and then his figure dissipated into the fabric of the universe. Chapter 123. The Anger and Fear of the Celestial Clan Leader. Outside the great Xia, beyond the Shantian realm, Elder 7 gazed at the vanishing Yu Wang, finally exhaling in relief. Thankfully, this emperor spared his life, allowing him to escape with his existence intact. "Dear friends, I must apologize for my earlier misconduct. Please do not hold it against me." Elder 7 addressed Zhao Yun and the others with sincerity. "Since you are not here to trouble the great Xia, let us put it behind us." Guan Yu replied. He had heard the figure's earlier words. Although the figure's initial demeanor was unfriendly, since Yuang had not slain him, they had no grounds for grievance, and even if they did, they lacked the strength to contest it. You mentioned you came to invite us to participate in the 10,000 Realms Talents rankings? Xiao Yun inquired. Indeed. I have been tasked by the Lord of the Supreme Divine Hall to extend this invitation to the Great Xia. Elder 7 confirmed with a nod. If that is the case, please lead me to meet the Emperor. Elder 7 replied. Young friends, please show the way. In an ethereal space within the Supreme Divine Hall, an elder abruptly opened his eyes from meditation, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. Ancient, an emperor. There still exist ancient emperors in this world. This elder was none other than the ancient emperor of the Supreme Divine Hall. What manner of force is the Great Xia? For 1,000,000 years, no ancient emperor has been born in the myriad realms, let alone an ancient king. Not a single one has emerged. To reach such heights is not merely a matter of cultivation. It demands an extraordinary aptitude, potential, and unwavering will. Qualities that few possess to attempt breaking through to the ancient king or emperor. Those of average talent generally aspire to become ancient kings, while even those with prodigious gifts rarely surpass the ancient king threshold. The realm of the ancient is one that has seen fewer than a handful attain it throughout history. Whether it be the immortal king or the immortal emperor, they all share 3 common realms: the 100 ancients, the 1,000 ancients, and the 10,000 ancients, which are stages that must be traversed. However, the ancient and primeval realms are the paths chosen by those with extraordinary talent who wish to push further in the sovereign realm. To ascend to the ancient king level means one can contend with the existence of the 100 ancient emperors, while an ancient king who breaks through to the emperor level becomes an invincible presence among the 100 ancient emperors. Likewise, a primeval king can rival the 1,000 ancient emperors, and upon breaking through to the emperor level, achieves invincibility among them. Thus, the emergence of an ancient emperor is profoundly shocking to the entire pantheon. An ancient emperor is akin to a great emperor, a timeless great emperor, walking among mortals. How could this not astonish the myriad realms? In this current era, where great emperors are scarce and sovereigns reign supreme, suddenly an ancient emperor of comparable might to the great emperors emerges. It appears that the pantheon shall see the rise of an 11th dominant force, the elder murmured. Alas, a newly emerged force surpasses my Supreme Divine Hall. Do they intend to watch my hall decline without intervention? The elder was steeped in helplessness and despair. Huang Fuquan, do you truly prefer to watch the Supreme Divine Hall wither away rather than return? Lord of the Battle Monarchs, where do you reside now? If you do not reveal yourselves soon, the legacy of my imperial palace shall truly fade into the annals of history. In a secluded chamber of the Supreme Divine Temple, Gong Yunxi murmured softly, is this the revered predecessor from long ago? The Great Xia, the vast world, the realm of the heavens. This place is the ancestral domain of one of the supreme powers, the Celestial Clan. Patriarch, I have uncovered the identity of the fiend who murdered my son. An elder exclaimed as he approached the clan leader, Tianqi, with palpable excitement. Oh, 4th elder, which force dares to commit such an atrocity? Tianqi, the leader of the Celestial Clan, was a figure of immortal stature. Although merely a king of ancient times, the disparity between his power and that of the Supreme Divine Temple was stark. Both were dominant forces. Yet the master of the Supreme Divine Temple was merely a perfected heavenly sovereign, while the leader of the Celestial Clan was an immortal king. The force in question is but a small power within a lesser world under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Divine Temple. However, it has recently ascended to a middle thousand world, the elder responded. Humph, what of the middle thousand world? To slay a talented disciple of my Celestial Clan. That realm no longer deserves to exist, Tianqi retorted coldly, commanding, 4th elder, since when Han is your son, I entrust this matter to you. The Supreme Divine Temple will not dare to intervene. Yes, Patriarch, I shall take my leave immediately, the 4th elder acknowledged, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept across the myriad realms, accompanied by a voice that resonated throughout the heavens. This is the domain of the Great Xia. Gods and demons are forbidden from entering. Those who wish to perish, come and test your luck. Both Tianqi and the 4th elder were struck with astonishment. What kind of formidable being possesses such terrifying power? Tianqi muttered. The 4th elder stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall. Ancestor. Tianqi greeted with reverence upon recognizing the voice of his clan's esteemed elder, a true monarch. The 4th elder quickly followed suit. Tianqi pays respects to the ancestor. Inform the disciples of the Celestial Clan that the Great Xia must not be offended. The individual who just spoke is an ancient emperor. Anyone who crosses this Great Xia shall face my wrath first, the ancestor declared. An ancient emperor? Tianqi stood in stunned silence. Yes, ancestor, he finally responded, regaining his composure. With no further reply, it was evident that the speaker had already departed. I never imagined an ancient emperor would emerge in this era. The great Xia is indeed formidable, Tianqi lamented, though his clan was stronger than the supreme divine temple. They merely possessed a few ancient kings and one eternal king. They could not compare to an ancient emperor. Fourth elder, why are you still here? Go attend to the affairs of that middle thousand world, Tianqi urged, noticing the fourth elder still lingering. Patriarch, my face is ashen, akin to one who has tasted excrement. The fourth elder stammered, turning to Tianqi, unable to articulate his thoughts. What is it called, the power of that middle thousand world? Tianqi demanded, his eyes narrowing in frustration at the fourth elder's stuttering. It is called Great Xia. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. What did you say? Tianqi bellowed, his voice booming, likely heard by every disciple of the celestial clan. Patriarch, I do not know how Wen Han could have provoked this great Xia. The fourth elder murmured, his face forlorn. Have you sent anyone to trouble this great Xia? Tianqi's expression darkened, his voice low and menacing. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming rage and a touch of trepidation towards the great Xia. The ancestor had just warned them not to offend this realm, yet disciples had already clashed with it. Although the great Xia had retaliated, who knew if they harbored a grudge against them? Patriarch, absolutely not. Upon discovering this, I rushed to report to you, the fourth elder hurriedly clarified. Upon hearing this, Tianqi's heart eased slightly. At least we have not completely antagonized the great Xia. As for the matter of Tian Wen Han, it seems I must find an opportunity to apologize to the great Xia. They were not considering the right or wrong of the situation. To them, it was solely Wen Han's fault for dying and bringing trouble upon their clan. An ancient emperor? How intriguing. I never thought this era would witness the rise of one. In a deep abyss within the realm of demons, a slumbering powerhouse suddenly opened his eyes, gazing through the endless expanse towards the Xian Tian realm, before drifting back into slumber. In the great Xia, at the Nine Heavens Palace, I, Feng Shi, the seventh elder of the Supreme Divine Temple, pay my respects to the emperor of the great Xia, he stated upon arriving in the presence of Xiao Tian. Guided by Zhao Yun, upon seeing Xiao Tian, Feng Shi felt a moment of shock. Such youth, yet already the master of a realm possessing imperial power. And his strength is beyond my comprehension. Could he be an immortal king? I wonder if he has reached a century. If he were to participate in the Myriad Realms talents ranking, he would surely claim the top spot. After all, there are no immortal kings below a century among the current Myriad Realms. What brings the Supreme Divine Temple to my great Xia? Xiao Tian inquired, regarding Feng Shi with a calm demeanor. Your Majesty, I come on behalf of the Master of the Supreme Divine Temple to invite Great Xia to participate in the Myriad Realms Talents Ranking, Feng Shi explained. Taking a deep breath, the Myriad Realms Talents Ranking? What is that? Xiao Tian asked, puzzled. The Myriad Realms Talents Ranking is a list that has been passed down through the ages, targeting all prodigies under a century across the Myriad Realms. Those who are ranked shall receive the fortune of the Myriad Realms, which will greatly benefit individuals and their entire clans, Feng Shi stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, a peculiar glint appeared in Xiao Tian's eyes. All prodigies under a century? I wonder what levels of cultivation those who are ranked possess. He asked curiously. There are bound to be numerous prodigies among the many talents listed across the Myriad Realms. Even the last 10,000 on the list are at least of the Sovereign Realm, Feng Shi remarked, full of awe. The Sovereign Realm? What does that even mean? An ordinary individual with average talent would require thousands of years or even tens of thousands to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Yet those on the talents ranking are already sovereigns under a century. And those who reach the pinnacle of the talents ranking, how many of them are not at the Earth Sovereign level? It's simply terrifying. Moreover, any ranked individual, barring unforeseen circumstances, has over a 90% chance of stepping into the realm of immortal kings, and those within the top 100, if they do not perish, will inevitably ascend to the realm of emperors. The top 10 are even hailed as future emperors. Hearing this, Xiao Tian fell into deep contemplation. He had not anticipated such immense value in the Myriad Realms Talents ranking. What power organizes such a list? Xiao Tian inquired once more. Only a supreme power among the heavenly overlords could possibly host such a ranking, Feng Shi replied. No force has ever organized it. From ancient times to the present, this list has continuously existed, automatically commencing a new iteration every 100,000 years. Various factions speculate that it is the heavenly Tao of all realms operating behind the scenes. The manipulation by the heavenly Tao of all realms? Xiao Tian was astonished. It is no wonder the prestige of this list is so remarkably high. It seems the rewards bestowed by the All Realms Talented Individuals list are truly exceptional. Why would your Supreme Temple wish to invite me, the Great Xia, to participate? Prior to this, you must have looked down upon the strength of the Great Xia, correct? Feng Shi gave a bitter smile. It was recommended by one of the princes of our Supreme Temple, who seems to be acquainted with someone from the Great Xia. At this, Xiao Tian was even more perplexed. A prince from the Supreme Temple? It appears that aside from the Lord of the Eastern Hua realm, the Great Xia has had no contact with anyone from the Supreme Temple. Who, then, is this prince? What rewards accompany ascending the All Realms Talented Individuals list? Although uncertain of this princess' identity, Xiao Tian chose not to dwell on it. Those who ascend the list will receive the fortuitous blessings of the myriad realms, which will greatly benefit both the individual and their affiliated clan. As for an imperial dynasty like the Great Xia, the advantages will be even more substantial. After all, the power of fortune is something that the Emperor of Xia understands all too well regarding its benefits to a nation's might. Very well, in that case, the Great Xia shall participate in this All Realms Talented Individuals list. I wonder when it shall be held. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's face lit up with joy. Although no extraordinary talents have been observed in the Great Xia, the aura emanating from this Emperor of Xia is undoubtedly formidable. If the Emperor of Xia partakes, could he possibly secure first place? While the competition for the All Realms Talented Individuals is not solely determined by individual strength, possessing greater power certainly aids one's chances in the rankings. The Emperor of Xia, this iteration of the Talented Individuals list will take place 3 months from now, allowing the Emperor ample time to prepare. By the way, each faction is permitted to send 10 participants, Feng Shi stated. In that case, I shall take my leave. The Emperor of Xia replied with a nod, refraining from further comment. In the 9 prefectures realm, within the 9 prefectures celestial empire, an atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the entire realm. Their emperor had dispatched General Eljan to a newly promoted Middle Thousand World, only for him to perish in that realm. Initially, they were enraged, deeming it unforgivable for anyone to slay their general. However, not long after, they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from that Middle Thousand World. Accompanying this was a resounding proclamation that echoed throughout the myriad realms. This is the territory of the Great Xia. Gods and demons are forbidden to tread here. They realized that the world to which their general had ventured was indeed the domain of this formidable force from the Great Xia. They had offended the power residing there. My esteemed ministers, what course of action should we take? The emperor of the 9 prefectures appeared utterly dejected within the court. He never anticipated that a newly ascended Middle Thousand World would harbor such a terrifying power, and now, the 9 prefectures' celestial empire had incurred their wrath. The emperor's heart was shrouded in fear, utterly devoid of the aura befitting a sovereign. Your Majesty, our only option is to seek forgiveness from the opposing party. Perhaps the Great Xia has not deemed us worthy of their attention, spoke a minister respectfully, though fear was evident on his countenance. Do you truly believe such words? The emperor's dissatisfaction was palpable, for they could sense, through the words of the powerful individual from the Great Xia, that offending them would not lead to a favorable outcome. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the minister lowered his head in silence, unable to convince himself of his own statement. Your Majesty, we must seek the aid of the Supreme Temple. After all, we are affiliated with them. They cannot simply stand by and watch us perish. Suddenly interjected the Prime Minister of the 9 prefectures' celestial empire. That may be our only recourse. We can only hope the Great Xia will not hold our actions against us. Meanwhile, the Tianwu sect found themselves in a difficult predicament as well. Fortunately, they had not engaged with the Great Xia, leading them to believe that the Great Xia would not seek retribution against them. The members of the celestial clan consoled themselves with such thoughts. In the Jiugong realm, within the Jiugong pavilion, an ancient sovereign addressed the assembly, esteemed colleagues. What are your thoughts on this Great Xia? The lord of the Qian palace gazed at the others, his expression grave. Lord Qian, the Great Xia is quite formidable. Should they choose to target us, the consequences could be dire, replied the lord of the Zhun palace somberly. We have not taken any hostile actions against the Great Xia. They should not turn against us, said the lord of the Li palace uncertainly. Who can say for certain? We know little of the Great Xia, remarked the lord of the Jin palace. Should we notify the lord of the Zhong palace? No, it is not yet time for that. Lord Qian shook his head. The lord of the Zhong palace is currently facing critical matters. We should avoid disturbing him. Moreover, it appears this ancient sovereign has sensed something. What? It cannot be. The others exclaimed in astonishment. For now, let us refrain from concerning ourselves with the Great Xia. You all must maintain a low profile, instructed the lord of the Qian palace. In the 9 heavens palace of the Great Xia, Xiao Tian inquired of the system. Does this so-called All Realms Talented Individuals list grant one the ability to acquire fortune values? Following the departure of the 7th elder of the Supreme Temple, Xiao Tian sought clarification. After all, those who ascend the list should be able to obtain fortune values, should they not? Indeed, host. Achieving first place will yield 1 billion fortune values. Second place will grant 800 million. Third place will bestow 500 million. The top 10 will receive 300 million each. The top 100 will gain 100 million each, the 1,000th place will earn 50 million, and those within 10,000 will obtain 10 million fortune values. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's face broke into a smile. He felt a sudden realization that this all-realms talented individuals list seemed tailor-made to provide him with fortune values. Such generous rewards could not be overlooked. Regrettably, each faction is permitted only 10 participants. Chao Jingchun summoned Dong Zhongshu. Xiao Tian commanded to the attendant outside. Yes, shortly thereafter, Dong Zhongshu arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace. I pay my respects to the emperor, he greeted with a slight bow upon seeing Xiao Tian. No need for formalities. My dear minister, what realms have Jiang Taisu and Yi Qingxian attained? Xiao Tian inquired, for these two were among the brightest talents of the great Xia. Replying to the emperor, both are currently at the stellar level, Dong Zhongshu answered. Stellar level, you say? There are 3 months remaining until the all-realms talented individuals list. With my full support, they should be able to break through to the supreme realm, correct? Here are 2 sacred body pills. Deliver them to the 2 of them. I hope they can achieve a breakthrough in the supreme realm through rigorous cultivation in the cave heaven world over the next 3 months, Xiao Tian instructed, handing the sacred body pills to Dong Zhongshu. These pills were rewards from a previous task and had yet to be utilized, as each prodigy possessed their unique physique best suited to them, rendering the pills unnecessary for others. Thus, Xiao Tian had kept them until he found suitable recipients. Now, Jiang Taisu and Yi Qingxian were the perfect candidates. As for Yi Fan, possessing the ancient sacred body, he had no need for such assistance. In the span of 3 months, should they achieve a significant breakthrough, Xiao Tian would not hesitate to bring them along to participate in the grand list of celestial prodigies. After all, it is inconceivable for the entire Great Xia to rely solely on the talents of a few exceptional individuals. These prodigies are equally indispensable. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Dong Zhongshu was momentarily taken aback. A breakthrough to the supreme realm within 3 months? Even within the temporal tower, such an endeavor would pose considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, since Xiao Tian had issued the command, he could only strive to comply. Your humble minister obeys. Chao Jingchun, notify everyone that for the next 3 months, they are to cease all activities and devote themselves entirely to cultivation. After Dong Zhongshu departed, Xiao Tian once again instructed Chao Jingchun. Subsequently, Xiao Tian retreated to the cave heaven realm to prepare for seclusion and cultivation. The higher his realm, the greater the caliber of the heroes he could summon. Thus, securing a place among the top 10 in the grand list of celestial prodigies would surely be within his grasp. The entire Great Xia soon plunged into a fervor of seclusion, all in preparation for the grand list of celestial prodigies. Following the incident with King Yu, Xiao Tian was confident that no forces would dare to intrude upon the Great Xia. Therefore, Zhao Yun and the other generals withdrew from the Xiantian realm to focus on their cultivation, leaving only a portion of the troops stationed for defense. As the Great Xia entered this collective retreat, all major forces across the myriad realms were also preparing for the grand list of celestial prodigies. After all, the list represents a grand era. Those who ascend to its heights would bestow immense benefits upon their entire lineage, making it irresistible for any force. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, less than 10 days remained until the grand list of celestial prodigies commenced. Within the 6th level of the temporal tower, dozens were engaged in seclusion and cultivation. Only those of the realm master level and above were permitted entry to this level. Among them were the generals of the Great Xia and numerous formidable realm masters. In a certain space, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura involuntarily erupted from him, only to dissipate in an instant. Lower Earthly Supreme? Xiao Tian murmured. During this period of seclusion, he had officially broken through to the lower Earthly Supreme realm. As his aura manifested, all those engaged in cultivation within the vicinity awakened simultaneously, each emanating an immensely powerful presence, clearly indicating that everyone had achieved significant breakthroughs during this seclusion. Yami, Supreme Ninth Grade. Zhao Yun and the other 5 Tiger Generals. Supreme Ninth Grade. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and others also reached Supreme Ninth Grade. Wei Zhuang, Jing Ku, and the like attained Supreme Ninth Grade as well. Qin Xiong, Luo Cheng, and others surpassed Supreme 6th Grade. In the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian surveyed everyone, feeling quite satisfied with their progress. Although he was the only one to break through to the lower Earthly Supreme realm, this strength was undoubtedly sufficient to secure a position among the top 10 on the Celestial Prodigies list. Moreover, Xiao Tian also intended to utilize a diamond summoning card. What realms have Dong Zhongshu, Jiang Taishu, and Yi Qingshan reached? Xiao Tian inquired softly, directing his gaze at Dong Zhongshu. Your Majesty, both have now broken through to the Supreme realm. Xian'er is at Supreme 4th Grade, while Taishu is at Supreme 3rd Grade, Dong Zhongshu respectfully replied. Hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded slightly, then turned to Chao Zhengchun and asked, "What realm has Yi Fan attained?" Replying to your majesty, Yi Fan has broken through to Supreme 6th grade. Very well, notify them to emerge from seclusion. Though they have not reached Supreme 9th grade, their strength is adequate for participation in the grand list of celestial prodigies. While they may not secure a position among the top 10, the top 100 should be well within reach. Let this serve as an opportunity for them to gain experience. Just then, a voice echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. Host, Elbo has emerged from the demon tower. Elbo has emerged? Xiao Tian exclaimed with delight. This was indeed a fortuitous timing. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from him, reaching the pinnacle of the full earthly supreme realm in an instant. Clearly, Elbo had directly broken through to the full earthly supreme during this inheritance. Xiao Tian felt a pang of regret for his 3 months of arduous cultivation, realizing that he could have awaited the breakthroughs of his companions instead. Your humble servant, Elbo, pays respects to your majesty. At this moment, Elbo entered the Nine Heavens Palace and bowed to Xiao Tian. Haha, Fengxian arrives just in time. Xiao Tian laughed heartily. For this grand list of celestial prodigies, Elbo, Yami, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Jingku, Yi Qingshan, Jiang Taishu, and Yi Fan shall accompany me. The rest of you will remain to guard the great Xia. Your humble servant obeys. All of you, prepare. Tomorrow, we shall head to the Supreme Temple. System, activate the diamond summoning card. After the others departed, Xiao Tian wasted no time and directly summoned. Congratulations to the host for summoning, Hitsugaya Toshiro. What is this? Xiao Tian's expression turned perplexed. After a moment, he recalled who this individual was, the captain of the 10th Division of the Godai 13. To his surprise, this time, he had summoned a hero from the world of Soul Reapers. System, review Toshiro's information. Name, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Physique, Holy Ice Body. Cultivation method, Holy Ice Cannon. Talent, Ancestral Level. Law of Ice. Realm, Upper Heavenly Supreme. Form, Bankai, Daiguren Hyorimaru. Upon activation, it elevates one entire realm for a duration of 1 hour. Upon observing Toshiro's realm, Xiao Tian felt puzzled. Should not the diamond summoning card summon someone at least 5 minor realms above? How could it only summon an Upper Heavenly Supreme? As if sensing Xiao Tian's confusion, the system promptly explained, Host, due to the fact that each realm beyond Supreme consists of only 4 to 5 minor realms. The diamond summoning card can currently only summon individuals 3 minor realms above the host. I see. Xiao Tian nodded in understanding. Hitsugaya Toshiro pays respects to your majesty. At this moment, Hitsugaya stepped forth from the void and bowed before Xiao Tian. Please, no need for formalities. Xiao Tian regarded Hitsugaya, whose silver-white hair and emerald eyes gave him the appearance of a youth no older than 14 or 15. He bore a sword upon his back, his Zanpakuto, Hyorimaru. In the original narrative, he was portrayed as a prodigious youth, having become the captain of the Godai 13 at a mere age. His terrifying prowess in this world would undoubtedly astonish many. The following day, the 7th Elder of the Supreme Temple arrived at the Great Xia once again, evidently to escort the Great Xia's party to the Supreme Temple. Your Majesty, the grand list of celestial prodigies is imminent. I trust you are prepared? Rest assured, Elder. I have been ready and can depart at any moment, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Leading Elbu and the others, Xiao Tian followed Feng Shi through the teleportation array, stepping into an expansive plaza covering over 1,000 miles. Surrounding the plaza were numerous large teleportation arrays, clearly connecting to various realms. Around the grand array stood numerous guards of the Supreme Temple, each exuding an imposing aura, indicative of their extraordinary nature. Realm Master? Xiao Tian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze narrowing. Every guard here was of the Realm Master level, and not merely at the lower tier. Each was either of the mid-tier or high-tier Realm Master. Xiao Tian could not help but marvel at the might of the Supreme Temple. Although the Great Xia had grown strong, its mid-tier forces still paled in comparison to these sovereign powers. Even at the highest tier, the strongest among them barely reached the Heavenly Supreme Realm, while most remained at the Supreme Realm, with none surpassing that. If it were not for the unsealing of the Xiang Yu, which instilled a sense of caution among various powerful factions, the Great Xia would likely have remained unnoticed by these sovereign forces of the myriad heavens. Your Majesty, here we have 30 Earth sovereigns stationed, along with 3 celestial sovereigns. Winter Lion remarked softly in Xiao Tian's ear. 3 celestial sovereigns, 30 Earth sovereigns. Xiao Tian's heart was filled with astonishment. Truly, the might of the human race's dominant powers is unparalleled by ordinary factions. Your Majesty, this is the vast world of the Supreme Divine Temple, the Imperial Realm. This location is a crucial stronghold of our Supreme Divine Temple. Connecting to the entire jurisdiction of the temple, Feng Shi solemnly introduced as he stood beside Xiao Tian, pride evident in his demeanor. Although the Supreme Divine Temple ranks at the bottom among the sovereign forces of the myriad heavens, it remains a pinnacle power of the human race. And as an elder of the temple, Fengshe naturally takes pride in it. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, reflecting, indeed, the strength of the Supreme Divine Temple is formidable. However, one day, the Great Xia will undoubtedly surpass the Supreme Divine Temple. Throughout the 5 millennia of Huaxia's history, countless exceptional individuals have yet to emerge. Among the various schools of thought, many sages have yet to appear. Half an hour later, Fengshe continued, Your Majesty, here lies the main hall of our Supreme Divine Temple, and over there is the accommodation for the various factions attending the myriad realms talented ranking. For the next few days, Your Majesty shall rest here. Under Fengshe's guidance, Xiao Tian and the others arrived at a pavilion, evidently prepared as their temporary residence by the Supreme Divine Temple. A glance around revealed over 100 guest houses, most of which were already occupied. Upon their arrival, numerous martial artists turned their gazes toward Xiao Tian and his companions. Each of these individuals possessed a cultivation level above sovereign, all under a century old, representing the youthful geniuses of the human race. Truly, there are many talents among our people, Xiao Tian sighed. However, these individuals are merely from less formidable factions under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Divine Temple. There are many other human factions in the myriad heavens that have come independently to participate in the myriad realms talented ranking. Although they may not be as strong as the Supreme Divine Temple, the disparity is not vast. Hence, they do not heed the commands of the Supreme Divine Temple. Your Majesty, please make yourself comfortable here for the next few days. I shall return to attend to other matters. Fengshe bid farewell. Thank you, Elder, Xiao Tian nodded. Over the next 3 days, Xiao Tian and his companions settled in. Your Majesty, most of the factions present here are from celestial dynasties, sacred grounds, and ancient families. Elbu respectfully addressed Xiao Tian. During these 3 days, Elbu had gained a comprehensive understanding of these factions. The stronger factions harbored immortals among their ranks, while the weaker ones possessed only celestial sovereigns. Do you know how the myriad realms talented ranking is conducted? Xiao Tian inquired. That remains uncertain. Elbu shook his head. Then we shall await the arrangements of the Supreme Divine Temple, Xiao Tian concluded. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had followed Xiao Tian, found himself in a state of profound confusion as he realized that among their group of 10, 4 names were strikingly familiar to him. Elbu, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and Jing Ke. Heavens, where exactly am I? He mused, for these names were not only familiar but identical to those in his memories. At that moment, Yi Fan was utterly bewildered. Thankfully, he had never watched Death God. Otherwise, he could only imagine the implications. Is that where the Great Xia's people are? In the distance, a female figure gazed at the location of the Great Xia's group, murmuring softly. Chapter 127. The Endless Cycle of Reincarnation. Only the Heavenly Emperor endures. Inside the guest house, Xiao Tian suddenly felt a gaze upon him. He turned slightly to look outside, and their eyes met. The woman, upon seeing Xiao Tian, momentarily froze. Who is this person? Why does he evoke such a sense of familiarity within me? Gong Yunxi mused. Who is this woman? Why does she feel so familiar, almost endearing? Xiao Tian pondered, perplexed, as he had never experienced such a sensation before. Suddenly, a vivid image surfaced in his mind. Within the vision, 2 figures stood in opposition in the void, their faces indistinguishable. Yet one silhouette resonated with an uncanny familiarity. One clad in white, the other in green, moved gracefully with the wind. Below them, countless structures stood tall, now reduced to ruins, evidence of a fierce battle. In one of the buildings, 2 figures were present. One male and one female. These individuals exuded a sense of familiarity for Xiao Tian, yet their features remained elusive. The woman suddenly cried out to one of the figures in the void, Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing her voice, the man in green turned his gaze downward, a fleeting expression of reluctance crossing his face. Empress, enter the cycle of reincarnation, the man in green spoke softly. Taken aback, the woman stared blankly. Must it truly come to this? She replied with a sorrowful smile. The man in green fell silent momentarily before responding. This universe can no longer sustain itself. Apart from those who have perished in battle, I have already sent everyone else into reincarnation. Empress, enter the cycle. And you? The woman inquired. The man in green gazed at her with a gentle smile. Do not worry, I am the Heavenly Emperor. At this, the woman also revealed a faint smile. Very well. I shall enter reincarnation. Heavenly Emperor, you must find me. The man in green nodded, and then turned to the man beside the Empress. Xiang Tian, I entrust the Empress to you. The man, with a serious expression, knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor, even in death, Xiang Tian will protect the Empress. Very well, let us depart, the Heavenly Emperor softly urged. Empress, let us go. Xiang Tian rose, looking at the Empress. Heavenly Emperor, you will be safe, and you will find me, will you not? The cycle of reincarnation is endless. Only the heavenly emperor endures. Upon hearing this, the empress revealed a semblance of joy and then vanished alongside Xiao Tian, emerging beyond the universe. Before them lay a chaotic vortex. After casting one last glance at the universe below, the empress and Xiao Tian leaped into the chaotic whirlpool. In the universe, the heavenly emperor gazed at the man in white across from him. Is this what you desire? He inquired. Heavenly emperor, it is your turn. The man in white replied with a smile. Huh, do you truly believe I will perish? The heavenly emperor laughed heartily, his green attire billowing in the wind. At his words, the man in white fell silent, knowing that the heavenly emperor had reached the pinnacle of this universe. Death, though he was stronger than the heavenly emperor, he could not slay him. Thus, he contemplated annihilating this universe to force the heavenly emperor's hand. In this universe, countless beings had perished, entering reincarnation. He could not believe the heavenly emperor would remain unmoved. Void of filth, this time you have won. But next time, you shall not. The heavenly emperor declared as he turned toward the cosmos beyond. A voice reverberated through the void. The cycle of reincarnation is endless. Only the heavenly emperor endures. Void of filth, I shall not die, and you shall inevitably perish. With that, the image faded, and Xiao Tian awakened from his reverie. Void of filth, heavenly emperor, empress, Xiao Tian? Who are these four individuals, and why do they seem so familiar? Xiao Tian was perplexed, with no one able to provide him with an explanation. Yet, why did this scene manifest in his mind? System, is this your doing? He inquired. Host, it is not, came the reply. Then why does this scene appear in my mind? Xiao Tian pressed. The system fell silent. After a moment, it replied, perhaps it is a scene you have encountered before. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian lost the inclination to inquire further. It was evident that either the system was withholding information or genuinely did not know. At that moment, Xiao Tian noticed a woman approaching him. Soon, she stood beside Xiao Tian and his companions. Are you from the Great Xiao? Gong Yunxi asked, gazing at them. Indeed. And may I inquire your name, fair maiden? Xiao Tian nodded in response. I am a member of the Supreme Divine Hall, and I was the one who requested the Supreme Divine Hall to invite you to participate. Gong Yunxi replied with a gentle smile. You are the esteemed princess of the Supreme Divine Hall. Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that this noble figure would be a woman, and a formidable one at that. Xiao Tian could sense that she was more powerful than he, likely an immortal of royal stature. Indeed, that is I, Gong Yunxi acknowledged, her heart stirred. She recalled that years ago, apart from that elder, the rest seemed merely to be a group of martial saints and martial emperors. Yet now, among the 10 appearing before her, aside from Xiao Tian, whom she could not see through, the other 9 were all above the supreme level, including one at the pinnacle of Earth Supreme and another at Upper Heaven Supreme. Such strength. Even if this edition of the 10,000 Realms Talents list proved different from previous ones, the Upper Heaven Supreme alone should secure the top position. May I ask how you came to know of our Great Xia? I believe we have had no prior contact. Xiao Tian expressed his curiosity. He mused that there should be no prior interaction between their Great Xia and this woman. You are the Emperor of Great Xia? Upon hearing Xiao Tian refer to himself as I, Gong Yunxi was taken aback. She had initially thought these 10 were merely prodigies of Great Xia, never imagining the Emperor himself would be present. Indeed, I am the Emperor of Great Xia, Xiao Tian affirmed. I have a connection with your Great Xia, having spent 2 years within your territory a few years ago. You were in our Great Xia a few years ago? Gong Yunxi questioned, surprised. At that time, our Great Xia had yet to unify even the Xianxian continent. How did you come to be in Great Xia? Though curious, Xiao Tian had no intention of probing deeper. So that's how it is. That is indeed quite a coincidence, he smiled faintly. Has that elder from your Great Xia not come? Gong Yunxi suddenly inquired. Huh, which elder? Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback before realizing she must be referring to King Yu. With a wry smile, he replied, I would indeed like him to come. But the issue is whether he can. My lady, it is merely a talents list. King Yu would not personally attend. Is that elder named King Yu? Indeed. He is the King Yu of our Great Xia. This edition of the 10,000 Realms Talents list may not be so simple. It would be prudent for the Xia Emperor to notify Elder Yu to come, Gong Yunxi advised. Huh, will something happen? Xiao Tian asked, puzzled. Gong Yunxi turned to the nearby Dong Shilang and explained, currently, the dominant forces in the myriad heavens lack young talents of the Heaven Supreme level. If your Great Xia does not have a strong figure to support him, this Heaven Supreme may be rejected by the major forces and unable to participate in the 10,000 Realms Talents list. Unable to participate in the 10,000 Realms Talents list? Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, the major forces would not agree to let Dong Shilang participate when their Great Xia produced a Heaven Supreme. If Dong Shilang were to participate, the top spot on the talents list would be out of their reach. No force would willingly allow that. However, Participation is not for you to decide. Xiao Tian retorted with a cold smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, but my great Xia has its own strategies for this matter. In that case, I wish the Xia Emperor good fortune, Gong Yunxi said before turning to leave. As he watched her depart, Xiao Tian pondered deeply. This woman felt strikingly familiar. Yet he could not ascertain her identity. The following day, Xiao Tian and his companions, under the guidance of Feng Shi, made their way to a grand plaza. Today marked their journey to the battlefield of the 10,000 Realms Talents list. According to Feng Shi, this event would be held in the Heavenly Domain. However, Xiao Tian was unaware of the location of the Heavenly Domain. After all, the myriad worlds were vast beyond comprehension. There were at least 3,000 known great thousand worlds alone, not to mention the countless middle thousand and small thousand worlds. The entire celestial realm was divided into 6 major regions: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, Qian, and Kuan. The human race resided within the mysterious domain, alongside the celestial race. Meanwhile, other dominant forces, such as the demon race, the netherworld race, and the sacred race, occupied their own territories. The remaining regions were typically shared between 2 dominant forces, often resulting in conflicts. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Upon arriving at the plaza, Xiao Tian noted that it was already teeming with people. A quick glance revealed no less than tens of thousands present. These were merely a fraction of those attending from the Supreme Divine Hall. One could only imagine how many would participate in the 10,000 Realms Talents list. Likely no fewer than 1 million. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's gaze shifted to the center of the plaza, where a dozen individuals were orchestrating the orderly entry of participants into the teleportation array. These individuals were all at least of the Heaven Supreme level, presumably elders of the Supreme Divine Hall. Among them, the foremost figure was inscrutable to Xiao Tian, likely a royal immortal. Xia Emperor. These individuals are all elders of our Supreme Divine Hall. The one leading them is our ancestor, a royal immortal. He will be guiding us to the heavenly domain. Feng Shi explained to Xiao Tian. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Tian listened as the elder declared, "Everyone, listen well. I am the ancestor of the Supreme Divine Hall, Emperor Xing. I will be responsible for leading you to the battlefield of the 10,000 Realms Talents list. Everyone, proceed into the teleportation array." With a calm gaze, Emperor Xing issued the command, nodding in satisfaction at the multitude of young prodigies around him. These individuals represented the future of the human race. Although they were not all from the Supreme Divine Hall, they were ultimately talents of the human race. Among the tens of thousands present, it remained uncertain whether any would earn a place on the 10,000 Realms Talents list. Emperor Xing mused inwardly. This edition of the Talents list had undergone significant changes. In previous years, it was relatively easy to etch one's name on the list upon reaching the Supreme Realm. However, this time, without being at least at the 5th level of Supreme, entering the Talents list would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Most of those present were at the 1st to 4th levels of Supreme, with very few exceeding the 5th. At Emperor Xing's command, everyone made their way toward the teleportation array. This teleportation array could not reach the heavenly domain directly. Multiple transfers were necessary to arrive there. 2 days later, under Emperor Xing's guidance, they arrived at a vast, empty platform, surrounded by an endless expanse of void. Hovering above the center of the platform were 10 formidable figures, each surrounded by a terrifying aura that flowed ominously, evoking the impression of celestial sovereignty. Xiao Tian surveyed the surroundings of the platform and discovered it was already occupied by countless silhouettes, undoubtedly young prodigies from various realms gathered to participate in the Celestial Talents ranking. Each of these individuals possessed a cultivation level above the sovereign rank, and even Xiao Tian had spotted numerous earth sovereigns among them. However, he discerned not a single celestial sovereign. It appeared to align with what the Prince of the Sovereign Temple had mentioned. No celestial sovereigns had emerged from these factions. At that moment, all present on the platform were engaged in fervent discussions. The Emperors of the Void. Each of these 10 figures embodies the essence of the undying sovereign, said Dong Shirlang gravely. These individuals, even post their transformations, would not be his match. The undying sovereign. Xiao Tian's gaze flickered with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a plethora of powerful beings to be summoned for a mere celestial talents ranking. These 10 must represent the leaders of the 10 supreme powers across the realms. With the commencement of this celestial talents ranking, countless hidden clans and prodigies were emerging into the light. After this event, the tranquility of the myriad realms would undoubtedly be irrevocably altered. Beside him, Feng Shi spoke gravely to Xiao Tian, expressing that he could sense the immense importance placed on this ranking by the major factions, indicating that this year's event was far more significant than those of yore. In previous iterations, the factions would typically dispatch only a single undying sovereign. Yet now even emperors had taken to the stage. No one could predict what might transpire this time around. Let this contest establish the great Xia's renown throughout the realms. Xiao Tian declared with a focused expression. Just then, one of the figures in the void unleashed a formidable aura that swept over everyone. Silence. I am the monarch of the demon clan, Mo. I shall preside over this celestial talents ranking. His voice resonated throughout the assembly. The demon clan. Xiao Tian felt a profound tremor within. Among the countless factions vying for supremacy in the myriad realms, the demon clan was universally acknowledged as the foremost power. Indisputably the first among equals. Demons are born warriors, endowed with strength surpassing that of a martial sage from birth, and attaining planetary-level capabilities upon maturation. If the great Xia aspires to rise and dominate the realms, the demon clan undoubtedly stands as its most formidable adversary. This contest would consist of only 2 stages. With Mo's declaration, a colossal tower, as imposing as a mountain, materialized from the void and descended into the center of the platform, towering at 10,000 meters. This 9-tiered edifice radiated a dazzling brilliance, emanating an ancient and profound aura that enveloped everyone present. What is this? Xiao Tian exclaimed, sensing the extraordinary nature of the tower before him, though it surely paled in comparison to his own time-space tower, divine demon tower, and the primordial tower. This is the ancestral artifact of my demon clan, the Sovereign Tower. With 9 tiers, the first 3 represent the 9 ranks of the Undying Sovereign. The 4th to 6th tiers correspond to the 4 realms of Earth Sovereigns, while the 7th to 9th tiers embody the 4 realms of Celestial Sovereigns. Each tier is guarded by corresponding sentinels. Your task is to reach the summit of this tower. Those who rank in the top 100,000 shall advance to the final stage. Those who manage to reach the apex shall be deemed invincible prodigies, destined to ascend to the realm of kings and attain the status of emperors. However, for now, this is not your primary goal. The calm voice of Mo reverberated, causing the young talents to breathe with anticipation. Chapter 129, entering the 7th layer of the Sovereign Tower. The Sovereign Tower, the path to becoming an emperor. Invincible prodigies. With each proclamation, the eyes of all present gleamed brighter. As they gazed upon the Sovereign Tower, their expressions radiated intense fervor. Each participant in this celestial talents ranking was a paragon within their respective factions, a formidable force among the younger generation. Who among them did not harbor aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of invincibility? However, to ascend the Sovereign Tower, one must possess at least the cultivation level of a celestial sovereign, and presently, they were far from qualifying. The rules of the celestial talents ranking were as follows. The first stage required one to reach the 3rd tier of the Sovereign Tower to be considered successful, with only the top 100,000 being accepted, determined by the order of arrival among those of the same level. Mo spoke again, his voice not loud, yet resonating in every ear. As he finished, he waved his hand, and the door to the 1st layer of the Sovereign Tower swung open. All of you, enter the tower. Mo commanded once more. The 3rd layer corresponds to the realms of sovereigns ranked 6 to 9. Many young prodigies found themselves momentarily stunned. Was the first stage truly this challenging? Many among them were sovereigns of ranks 1 to 5. What were they to do? Were they merely here for a fleeting experience? Yet, no one paid heed to their thoughts. Numerous self-assured prodigies surged into the Sovereign Tower in an instant. Let us proceed as well, Xiao Tian said to his companions before advancing towards the Sovereign Tower. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Tian felt a momentary blur before finding himself in a grand hall. The hall was devoid of any other presence, clearly indicating that each individual was traversing the tower independently. Is this the 1st layer of the Sovereign Tower? Xiao Tian murmured. Suddenly, a puppet sentinel appeared before him. Sovereign rank 1. Xiao Tian casually waved his hand, and the Sovereign rank 1 puppet vanished without a trace. Given his status as a high celestial sovereign, did a mere rank 1 sentinel dare to obstruct him? After dispatching the rank 1 puppet sentinel, Xiao Tian proceeded deeper into the hall. Not long after, he encountered another puppet, this time of Sovereign rank 2. The 1st layer likely comprised sovereigns ranked 1 to 3, while the 2nd layer encompassed those of ranks 4 to 6. To surpass this stage, one must ascend to the 3rd layer. Given this, the number of prodigies eliminated at this stage was bound to be substantial. Xiao Tian lamented, observing that among the over 1 million prodigies who had come to participate, many were of sovereign ranks 1 to 5. It seemed that the purpose of this stage was to weed out those lacking in strength. With over 1 million participants, only the top 100,000 would advance, suggesting a staggering elimination rate of 1 in 10. Furthermore, of those 100,000, only the top 10,000 would succeed. Although the benefits of being listed in the Celestial Talents ranking were immense, those who failed to secure a position would undoubtedly face significant emotional repercussions, potentially becoming a lifelong source of inner turmoil. Soon, Xiao Tian arrived at the 3rd layer. The puppet sentinel that appeared now wielded the strength of a sovereign ranked 7. He wondered if Yi Qingshan and Zhang Taiyu would manage to reach this third layer. Presently, Yi Qingshan and Zhang Taiyu were merely at sovereign rank 4, yet they should find it manageable to contend against those of ranks 5 and 6. Moreover, after consuming the sacred body pill bestowed by Xiao Tian, both had awakened one of the 10 ancient sacred bodies, the 5 elements chaotic body and the ultimate cycle body. They could certainly hold their own against sovereign rank 6, if not even 7. As for Yi Fan, Xiao Tian harbored no concerns. With Yi Fan's rank 6 sovereign strength combined with the ancient sacred body, he would face no difficulties against those of ranks 8 or 9. While Xiao Tian pondered these matters, the sovereign rank 7 puppet was already charging at him. With a flick of his finger, the puppet was sent sprawling backward, its form disintegrating completely. With a startling exclamation, Xiao Tian observed the scattered puppet reassembling itself autonomously, returning to its original form in an instant and once again charging towards him. How intriguing! Is it akin to an indestructible cockroach? Xiao Tian chuckled lightly. Subsequently, he dispatched the puppet dozens of times, each instance resulting in its obliteration and subsequent reconstruction. It was truly reminiscent of a resilient creature that refuses to perish. Is the third level truly this arduous? Xiao Tian felt a twinge of helplessness. This relentless cycle of regeneration was quite vexing. Were it not for his formidable strength, he might have succumbed to exhaustion at the hands of this puppet. A sudden wave of sympathy washed over him for those at the supreme level between ranks 6 to 9. How would they contend with such an adversary? They would undoubtedly be worn down by these puppets. After yet another defeat of the encroaching puppet, Xiao Tian's irritation began to surface. Then, he noticed a glimmer emanating from a specific part of the puppet. Could this be the switch controlling these puppets? Without further contemplation, Xiao Tian directed his assault towards the luminous point. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the puppet collapsed once more. A minute passed, then 2. This time, the puppet did not reassemble, indicating that the glowing point was indeed the weak spot of these sentinels. Having identified the puppet's vulnerability, the ensuing challenges became considerably simpler for Xiao Tian, who began to advance with ease. An hour later, he ascended to the 7th level, where he encountered puppets of a celestial supreme caliber. Xiao Tian pondered whether others had reached this juncture, although he suspected that Dong Shilang and Elbu would not encounter any surprises. Outside the Supreme Tower, numerous prodigies had already been eliminated. Within the tower, if one could not overcome the puppets, they had the option to withdraw, as fatalities were virtually unheard of unless one recklessly persisted despite clear defeat, in which case their demise would be of their own making. This first level is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, for those of us at the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd rank of the Supreme level, there appears to be no hope whatsoever. Alas, how could this year's prodigious ranking be so formidable? The initial level is already so challenging. How shall we navigate the subsequent trials? Countless eliminated prodigies engaged in fervent discussions. They felt a profound sense of injustice. In previous years, their abilities would have sufficed to secure a place on the prodigy ranking, yet this year brought forth an abundance of unexpected challenges. How could they accept this? Let us return. It seems we have no hope in this year's prodigy ranking. Subsequently, the eliminated prodigies departed in their respective directions. In the void, 10 figures stood resolute. They did not cast their gaze upon the eliminated prodigies, but instead focused intently on the Supreme Tower. Is there truly someone who has reached the 7th level? At that moment, one figure gazed at the Supreme Tower, his expression one of astonishment. This individual was a monarch of the Celestial Clan. The others, upon hearing his words, turned their attention to the 7th level, each displaying a hint of surprise. Within the 7th level, a light flickered, unmistakably indicating the presence of a challenger. Who could this individual be, capable of breaching the 7th level? Another figure exclaimed in astonishment. This was a sovereign of the ancient god clan. The demon clan's Mo Gu revealed a trace of a smile. Their clan's prodigy was a fully realized Earth Supreme. Who other than him could possibly reach the 7th level? It seemed this challenger must be their own prodigy, Mo Ku. Chapter 130. The Shock of the 10 Dominant Powers. Suddenly, the light within the 7th level of the Supreme Tower flickered and vanished. The figures were taken aback. Has he been eliminated? The Holy Clan monarch inquired, perplexed. No. Look at the 8th level. This individual has passed through the 7th level and entered the 8th. The War Clan monarch interjected suddenly. Hearing this, the others promptly turned their gaze towards the 8th level, where the light continued to shimmer. Is Mo Gu truly that formidable? He has managed to penetrate the 8th level? Mo Gu murmured in astonishment. How is this possible? Another individual has entered the 7th level? The ancient god clan monarch exclaimed. The group looked again, their shock intensifying. How could this be? Each of them was well acquainted with the prodigious talents within their respective clans. Currently, they believed it impossible for anyone to surpass the 6th level. Yet now 2 challengers had entered the 7th level. with one even advancing to the 8th, utterly shattering their preconceived notions. It is important to note that to enter the 7th level, one must possess at least the strength of a lower celestial supreme, and they must be a prodigy of exceptional caliber. Otherwise, even an ordinary lower celestial supreme would find it impossible to breach the 7th level. The final challenge of the 6th level is guarded by a lower celestial supreme puppet. Thus, only prodigious celestial supreme talents could possibly succeed. Mo Gu's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the individual within the 7th level is indeed Mo Gu? Then who is in the 8th level? Mo Gu glanced towards the 8th level, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was quite familiar with Mo Gu. He knew he could not breach the 8th level, meaning the challenger there must belong to another faction. But who could it be? Mo Gu scrutinized the expressions of the others, hoping to glean some insight. But they all appeared equally astonished. Could it not be someone from their own factions? Mo Gu pondered. When his gaze fell upon the Supreme Temple Monarch, Shi Yuanlong, Mo Gu hesitated. He detected no signs of shock or surprise in this individual's demeanor. Could it be someone from the Supreme Temple? But how could that be? The Supreme Temple could produce such a prodigy? Even my demon clan has yet to achieve that. Mo Gu thought to himself. Just as he was musing, a new development occurred within the Supreme Tower. The light that had been residing in the 8th level vanished, and the spectators witnessed the 9th level illuminating once more. This is truly unprecedented. The figures were instantly filled with dread. Someone has entered the 9th level? Only those of upper celestial supreme caliber could possibly penetrate the 9th level. How could any of this year's prodigies, all under 100 years of age, manage such a feat? Is it possible that among this batch of prodigies, there exists one who has already attained upper celestial supreme status? Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the prodigy ranking, it was impossible for them to ascertain each individual's cultivation level. Mo Gu, could this challenger be one of your demon clan prodigies? Yu Heng inquired, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yu Heng, the monarch of the Netherworld clan, was the second among the 10 dominant powers. The demon clan has produced such a terrifying prodigy. Could their foundation truly be this formidable? Among the 10 dominant powers, only the Netherworld clan possessed the strength to contend with the demon clan. Even the Holy Clan, ranked 3rd, lags behind somewhat. I would indeed welcome the prospect of this individual from the 9th level being one of my demon clan, but alas, it is not. Upon hearing Yu Heng's words, Mo Gu chuckled coldly, and then turned his attention to the individuals from the Supreme Temple. Shi Yuanlong. Our factions are all astounded by this unexpected prodigy who has breached the 9th level. Why does it seem that your Supreme Temple is utterly unfazed? Could it be that this individual hails from your Supreme Temple? His voice was chilling, evoking a sense of falling into an abyss. Mo Gu, what jest is this? As if the Supreme Temple could cultivate such a prodigy. The others exchanged glances filled with incredulity. In their view, it was impossible for the Supreme Temple to produce such a talent. Shi Yuanlong, upon hearing these remarks, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the demonic clan would suspect this prodigy to be a member of his Supreme Temple. His Supreme Temple indeed hoped that this individual was one of theirs, but it was evidently impossible. As for why Shi Yuanlong was not surprised, did it even need to be asked? After all, this was a distinguished prodigy from the Great Xia, invited by his Supreme Temple. He had long been aware of this matter, and thus was unsurprised. Mo Gu, you are overthinking. This person does not belong to my Supreme Temple, Shi Yuanlong stated, shaking his head slightly. I told you so. How could the Supreme Temple possibly possess such a prodigy? The crowd sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, Mo Gu's expression darkened slightly. If this individual did not belong to any of the 10 dominant powers, then from which faction did he hail? Where did this dark horse come from? The crowd once again turned their gaze towards the Supreme Tower, and upon doing so, they froze in astonishment. What did they behold? Another individual had appeared on the 9th level, and even the 8th level now had an additional person, while the 7th level boasted 4 individuals. Mo Gu, is there something wrong with your Supreme Tower? Yu Heng suddenly inquired. At that moment, they began to suspect that there was indeed an issue with the Supreme Tower, for this was utterly shocking. Otherwise, the appearance of 2 individuals on the 9th level indicated what? Could it be that 2 people had broken through to the upper echelon of the celestial sovereign realm before reaching the age of 100? They found it hard to believe that any prodigy could achieve such a feat before their centenary, especially ascending to the upper celestial sovereign realm. It must be noted that the fastest known breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm across all realms had already surpassed a millennium in age. Impossible. My clan's ancestral artifact cannot possibly be malfunctioning, Mo Gu stated darkly. Although he was reluctant to accept the reality, he understood that the ancestral artifact could not be at fault, thus confirming that these 2 individuals were indeed upper celestial sovereigns. And the one on the 8th level was also a celestial sovereign. To have 3 celestial sovereign prodigies emerge from a singular celestial prodigy list, none of whom belonged to his demonic clan, was a heavy blow to Mo Gu's people. The crowd fell silent upon hearing Mo Gu's words, their hearts thoroughly shaken. 3 celestial sovereigns under the age of 100, and none of them hailed from the 10 dominant powers. Who then were these 3 individuals? At that moment, even Shi Yuanlong was taken aback. For as far as he knew, was there not only one upper celestial sovereign from the Great Xiao? Aside from this upper celestial sovereign, the strongest among them was merely a perfected earth sovereign. So who could the other 2 celestial sovereigns be? Could one of them be the Emperor of Great Xiao? He found this emperor inscrutable, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery. It seemed likely that the other individual was indeed the Emperor of Great Xiao. Given that all of his subordinates were celestial sovereigns, it was improbable that the emperor himself was any weaker. Shi Yuanlong pondered. They should emerge soon. I wish to know who these individuals are. We shall find out once they appear. Mo Gu's expression was cold, filled with murderous intent as he spoke. At that moment, he had conceived a notion in his heart, one he believed others would surely concur with. After all, these individuals were not part of their faction. Chapter 131, The Demonic Clan's Outrage. On the 9th level of the Supreme Tower, tap tap, a puppet-like youth, standing 8 feet tall and wielding a long sword, approached from a distance, his face expressionless, emanating an aura of unparalleled sharpness, unmistakably revealing his perfected celestial sovereign strength. A perfected celestial sovereign puppet? Is this the guardian of the final trial? Swish. The puppet youth vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Xiao Tian, a chilling intent of murder manifesting behind him. Xiao Tian squinted slightly, but did not move. As the puppet youth brandished his sword and approached, suddenly, an infinite radiance erupted from Xiao Tian, enveloping the puppet youth. A figure materialized, pointing a finger like a sword towards the puppet youth. Instantly, a sword light soared into the heavens. Bang! With no capacity for resistance, the puppet youth shattered under the power of this single strike. Just as the puppet youth prepared to reassemble, the ethereal figure pointed again. Boom! The puppet youth's fragments completely dissipated into the cosmos. Was this the power of a perfected celestial sovereign? Xiao Tian wondered. I haven't even exerted my full strength. And you've already fallen? In truth, Xiao Tian merely harbored a misunderstanding regarding his own strength. Each time his war generals passed their power to him, they also transmitted their talents and combat capabilities, accumulated over time, although Xiao Tian was merely an upper celestial sovereign. Even a typical king of immortality would find it challenging to contend with him. After the puppet youth vanished entirely, a glimmering point of light emerged, charging towards Xiao Tian. Before he could react, it directly merged into his body. What is this? Xiao Tian exclaimed in shock, as he was unaware of what this entity was that had integrated into him. In an instant, his realm surged upwards, and before long, he broke through to the perfected celestial sovereign realm, subsequently advancing towards the king of immortality. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from within Xiao Tian, as if something had detonated. With the sound of the explosion, Xiao Tian's aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the king of immortality. Is this the reward for surpassing the 9th level of the Supreme Tower? After attaining the king of immortality status, Xiao Tian understood. This must be the benefit of overcoming the 9th level, an unexpected surprise indeed. In that case, Winter Lion should have also advanced to the king of immortality. Outside, as Xiao Tian surpassed the 9th level of the Supreme Tower erupted in divine light, signaling that it had been conquered. At that moment, within the Supreme Tower, aside from Xiao Tian and Winter Lion, there were no other individuals present. Lu Bu, after reaching the 8th level, found himself unable to progress further and opted to retreat. Originally, entering the 8th level should have garnered significant attention, but once 2 individuals emerged from the 9th level, no one paid heed to Lu Bu's achievement in the 8th level. What? They even managed to conquer the 9th level? Mo Gu gazed at the scene, utterly astonished. Why? It is merely a celestial prodigy list, yet such terrifying prodigies have emerged? Mo Gu's heart trembled, his gaze filled with unrestrained murderous intent. Since such prodigies did not belong to his demonic clan, they must be eliminated. Otherwise, should this individual grow stronger, they would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to his clan. The other members of the 10 dominant powers fell into silence, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of these prodigious talents. Swish! Just as the crowd was taken aback, Xiao Tian, having conquered the 9th level of the Supreme Tower, was promptly teleported before them. Upon his appearance, all eyes turned towards him, whether from the 10 dominant powers or the eliminated prodigies who had not yet departed. Is this the one who surpassed the 9th level of the Supreme Tower? In an instant, these prodigies gazed at Xiao Tian with both astonishment and envy. They were all young prodigies, gathered to participate in the celestial prodigy list. Why was he so exceptional? His brilliance made their own efforts seem trivial. Beside him, the elder from the Supreme Temple, Shi Yuanlong, regarded the emerging Xiao Tian with an expression of realization. Indeed, it is the emperor of Great Xia. Then the other must be that upper celestial sovereign of Great Xia? Shi Yuanlong mused inwardly. Who is this individual? Why can I not discern his realm? The ancient demon and several other sovereigns gazed at Xiao Tian, their expressions grave. They realized they could not penetrate the depths of his realm, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. At that moment, a divine light illuminated the 9th level of the Supreme Tower once again, causing the crowd to fall into a state of shock and paralysis. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Xiao Tian. It was Dongshalong, the Undying King. The ancient demon's visage darkened as he observed Dongshalong's cultivation. Indeed, as Xiao Tian had anticipated, Dongshalong had also transcended to the realm of the Undying King upon overcoming the 9th level of the Supreme Tower. Who are you two to dare disrupt the rules of the 10,000 realms ranking of prodigies? The ancient demon inquired gravely, directing his gaze at both Xiao Tian and Dongshalong. Xiao Tian, appearing bewildered, replied, "How have we violated any rules? You both are Undying Kings, are you not? The 10,000 realms ranking of prodigies is reserved solely for those of the Supreme Realm. Since you have reached the realm of kings, does that not constitute a breach of the rules?" The ancient demon retorted fiercely, "Undying Kings?" The gathered prodigies below were struck with disbelief, glancing at Xiao Tian and Dongshalong in astonishment. These two are Undying Kings under a century old? What kind of monstrous genius is this? Is it forbidden for Undying Kings to participate in the ranking of prodigies? Both of us are yet to exceed a century. Are we not considered prodigies? Moreover, we entered as supreme beings. Our breakthrough came only after conquering the 9th level of the Supreme Tower, Xiao Tian countered. At this, the ancient demon fell silent. But he still huffed coldly, saying, "Undying Kings are not permitted to partake in the 10,000 realms ranking of prodigies. This is a rule universally acknowledged by all factions. Indeed, this is a rule collectively accepted by our major factions. Anyone surpassing the Supreme Realm, regardless of their age, is barred from the ranking of prodigies." Echoed representatives from various factions. They were unwilling to see these two continue in the ranking, for their presence would undoubtedly preclude them from securing a position in the top 3, which was an outcome they dreaded. However, while most factions sided with the ancient demon, two sovereign powers stood in opposition. One was the Supreme Temple, which Xiao Tian had anticipated. The other was a surprise, Yuheng of the Nether clan. Ancient demon. It seems we do not have such a rule among our factions, do we? The ranking of prodigies is for those under a century old, is it not? When did this rule you speak of come into effect? Yuheng sneered at the ancient demon, fully aware of the demon clan's desire to secure the top position in this ranking. Yet, given the unexpected turn of events, he thought, regardless, the Nether clan will certainly not claim first place, so neither shall your demon clan. What do you mean, Yuheng? The ancient demon's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Yuheng would rise to challenge him. Nothing of consequence, merely stating the facts. Yuheng replied nonchalantly. Yuheng is correct, ancient demon. Our 10 major factions do not adhere to this rule you mentioned, chimed in Zai Yuanlong. The Supreme Temple, are these two not of the human race? Could they possibly be from your Supreme Temple? The ancient demon interrogated Zai Yuanlong, who had also stepped forward. While they are of the human race, they are not affiliated with my Supreme Temple. As for their true allegiance, I believe you are all quite familiar with it. Zai Yuanlong chuckled lightly. The crowd fell into a momentary silence. Suddenly, the ancient demon's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Xiao Tian. You are from the suddenly emerged Great Xia, are you not? The only faction that could possibly catch their attention, apart from the 10 sovereign powers, was indeed this newfound Great Xia. Indeed, I am the Emperor of Great Xia. Xiao Tian affirmed, nodding lightly. With Xiao Tian's confirmation, the ancient demon and the other sovereigns were taken aback. They had not expected these two to hail from Great Xia, a power so formidable. First, an ancient emperor had awed the realms, and now, two Undying Kings under a century had appeared. Humph, what a Great Xia. Do not presume that the presence of an ancient emperor allows you to violate the rules of the ranking of prodigies, the ancient demon scoffed, recovering from his initial shock. An ancient emperor is merely that. While formidable, my demon clan harbors no fear of him. The other sovereigns remained silent, aware that while the demon clan could afford to disregard Great Xia, they could not afford to overlook the existence of an ancient emperor. Rules? It seems these were merely your clan's sudden decrees. Furthermore, the ranking of prodigies is not hosted by your clan. Can you simply alter the rules as you wish? Xiao Tian's countenance grew cold as he regarded the ancient demon. Indeed, the words of the prince of the Supreme Temple rang true. These factions were disgracefully attempting to arbitrarily amend the rules to target Great Xia. The ranking of prodigies has historically been presided over by our major factions, and we certainly have the authority to alter the rules for participation, the ancient demon asserted coldly. And what of you all? Do you share this sentiment? Xiao Tian inquired, directing his gaze at the other sovereigns. I, the Holy Clan, support the ancient demon's stance. I, of the ancient divine clan, also concur with the ancient demon's words. I, of the battle clan, agree. In an instant, all the major sovereign powers, save for the Nether clan, voiced their support for the ancient demon's position. I, of the Nether clan, do not agree. Neither do I, of the Supreme Temple. Yuheng and Ziyuanlong declared in opposition to the demon clan's actions. Xiao Tian turned his gaze once more to the remaining factions that had yet to speak. Seeing Xiao Tian's look, they fell silent. They wished to avoid conflict with Great Xia, yet could not afford to offend the demon clan, leaving them with no choice but to remain mute. Now that 4 major factions support my demon clan's perspective, your protests from the Nether clan and the Supreme Temple are in vain. As for the final challenge, you too shall not participate. The ancient demon declared with a cold smile, surveying the situation. What if we insist on participating? Xiao Tian's words elicited a flicker of murderous intent across the ancient demon's face. To defy the rules is to invite death. Ancient demon, do not overstep your bounds, Ziyuanlong rebuked in anger. Although the individuals from Great Xia were not part of his Supreme Temple, they had come at the invitation of the Supreme Temple and were, after all, of the human race. It was intolerable that the demon clan would target them so brazenly. The ranking of prodigies is meant for prodigies across all realms. When did it become a private competition for your factions? Such behavior will deter future contestants from participating in this so-called ranking of prodigies. Perhaps you should simply pit your own clan's prodigies against each other. Ziyuanlong, that argument is flawed. Those in the realm of kings no longer belong to the category of prodigies. This does not constitute a violation of the rules, one sovereign from the Holy Clan countered. In his view, Xiao Tian and his companions, despite being under a century old, could not contend in the ranking of prodigies since none of the participants were even of the supreme realm, rendering their participation inconsequential. At this moment, the heart of Xiao Tian was engulfed in an unparalleled fury. Throughout his journey, he had never endured such humiliation and targeting. These individuals truly deserved their fate. Did they genuinely believe that the Great Xia could be easily bullied? It seemed that the deterrence of the Great Xia was still insufficient. Demon Clan, are you truly seeking your own demise? Xiao Tian bellowed, his gaze sharp, looking at Mogul as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Mogul was taken aback, clearly not expecting this person to dare speak to him in such a manner. Who was he? The Demon Clan's Mogul, an ancient sovereign. How audacious for a mere junior to raise his voice against him. It appears that you are the one courting death. Regaining his composure, Mogul was instantly enraged, launching a palm strike toward Xiao Tian. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color, and a fierce wind howled. A colossal palm imprint materialized in the void, descending upon Xiao Tian with the intent to suppress him. Impudent. At that moment, Dong Shilang let out a furious roar and charged into the void. Dong Shilang bellowed. Seated in the frost sky, Ice Will Sphere. Release. A terrifying aura erupted from within Dong Shilang. Under this might, Mogul's attack dissipated into thin air. What is this? Everyone was taken aback by this sudden display of power. Sovereign. How could it be? This individual was merely 100 ancient king. How did he suddenly transform into a sovereign? Although he was just 100 ancient sovereign, it was essential to realize that he had previously been a mere 100 ancient king, and in an instant, he had ascended to sovereign status. What kind of secret technique was this? All eyes turned towards Dong Shilang, astonishment etched on their faces. At this moment, Dong Shilang had undergone a significant transformation. 2 enormous frost wings enveloped him entirely, and his feet had become as sharp as dragon claws, wielding his fated weapon, the Ice Wheel Sphere. Dong Shilang raised his head, gazing at Mogul. To strike against the Emperor is unforgivable. Ice Heaven, 100 Flowers Burial. With a mighty shout, Dong Shilang brandished the Ice Wheel Sphere and unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Heaven 100 Flowers Burial. A towering ice pillar materialized, hurtling towards Mogul. The entire void seemed to freeze in place. Mogul chuckled coldly. Even if you have used a secret technique to elevate yourself to a sovereign, you are but 100 ancient sovereign. Though surprised by your ability to elevate a great realm, you are still merely 100 ancient sovereign. I am 1,000 ancient sovereign. How could I possibly regard you highly? In an instant, Mogul retaliated with an attack of his own. Boom. When the two forces collided, a thunderous sound erupted, and Mogul's assault was immediately frozen into ice flowers. What? How could this be so powerful? Mogul was taken aback, hastily preparing to retreat as the ice pillar surged towards him once more. 1,000-year ice prison. As Mogul attempted to withdraw, Dong Shilang shouted again. 100-foot-high ice prison descended from the heavens, trapping him within, leaving Mogul with no avenue of escape. Boom. The ice pillar collided with Mogul, and at the moment of contact, he was completely encased in ice flowers. Die. Dong Shilang advanced, striking down upon the frozen Mogul with a single sword swing. Bang. Mogul's entire form shattered, a akin to ice fragments scattering. He was obliterated. Instant kill. From Dong Shilong's release to the annihilation of Mogul. It all transpired in the blink of an eye, dispatching 1,000 ancient sovereign in just 2 moves. Before anyone could react, Mogul had already fallen at the hands of Dong Shilong. Our great Xia has participated in the young hero rankings. Is there anyone who dares to dissent? Dong Shilong turned to the Holy Clan and other sovereigns, asking nonchalantly. Upon hearing Dong Shilong's inquiry, all were rendered mute, their expressions grave as they gazed at him. At this moment, they were all profoundly astonished. Mogul could be considered the strongest among them, 1,000 ancient sovereign, yet he had been dispatched in an instant. What about them? Shi Yuanlong looked at Dong Shilong, recalling the words of his prince. If you wish to restore the glory of the emperor's palace and avenge your father, this great Xia is your only hope. Initially dismissive, he now had to marvel at the prince's foresight. While uncertain if the great Xia could truly contend with the demon clan, it seemed plausible, given their audacity, to openly slay Mogul. Humph. Noticing the silence from the others, Dong Shilong coldly snorted and returned to Xiao Tian's side. This individual is formidable. Are we to join him in the young hero rankings? What a farce. We are not even on the same level. The crowd of young prodigies below murmured among themselves, unable to believe that Dong Shilong was under 100 years old. Under 100 years to slay 1,000 ancient sovereign? What a terrifying prodigy. Damn it, daring to slay a sovereign of our demon clan. Among the crowd, a young prodigy of the demon clan, Imoku, looked at Dong Shilong with a dark expression. To kill a sovereign of our demon clan and still wish to participate in the young hero rankings? Imoku shot a cold glance at Dong Shilong before sending a message to his clan, clearly notifying them of the situation. Everyone, what is the next challenge? Let us proceed quickly. After participating in the young hero rankings, I must return to the great Xia to handle state affairs, Xiao Tian remarked lightly to the various sovereigns. He had not anticipated Dong Shilong's overwhelming strength post-release, as he had been prepared to use a royal summoning card, but Dong Shilong had surprised him greatly. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the crowd exchanged glances. At this moment, Yu Heng stepped forward, saying, the final challenge will take place at the Emperor Mountain. The top 100,000 in the Supreme Tower will remain, the rest may return. He then turned to the Holy Clan members, remarking, what? Do you still not wish to allow these great Xia individuals to participate? Would you like to meet the same fate as Mogul? Upon hearing this, the members of the Holy Clan exchanged glances. Eventually, a Holy Clan sovereign sighed. Very well, let them from the great Xia participate. After all, we have no hope of contending for the title of top prodigy. Since Mogul is deceased, I shall preside over this final challenge, Yu Heng declared, looking at the participants with indifference. All competitors entered the central teleportation array heading towards the Emperor Mountain. As Yu Heng's words fell, all participants moved towards the array at the platform center. Soon, all had entered the teleportation array, leaving only Xiao Tian and the sovereigns of various factions. As Xiao Tian prepared to step into the teleportation array with Dong Shilong and the others, a sudden voice rang out. Having slain a sovereign of my demon clan, do you still wish to participate in the young hero rankings without consequence? A booming voice echoed, accompanied by a terrifying oppressive force sweeping through the heavens and earth. Instantly, the void trembled, as if it would collapse at any moment. What is this? The sovereigns were immediately alarmed, their faces filled with dread. The emperor, the demon clan's emperor, has personally arrived. A Holy Clan sovereign trembled in fear. Shi Yuanlong appeared before Xiao Tian in an instant, gravely advising, Summer Emperor, flee quickly. The demon clan's emperor has come, and he will not let you escape. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression darkened slightly. The demon clan had dispatched an emperor to deal with him. They truly regarded him highly. Just as the words fell, a figure emerged from the distant void. It was indeed the emperor of the demon clan. I dare to slay even the sovereign of the demon race. You possess quite the audacity. The demon emperor cast a glance at Xiao Tian and his companions, speaking with a tone of indifference. As his words fell, a wave of imperial might surged forth, pressing down upon Xiao Tian and his comrades. System, what realm does this individual belong to? Xiao Tian's expression darkened. The demon race truly was tenacious. In that case, today I shall instill fear in your kind, and let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again. Should you provoke me, your demon race will vanish from the myriad realms. The ancient emperor, you say? If that is the case, not even a royal-level summoning card would suffice to deal with him. Perhaps even 2 would not be adequate. Then what must I do? System, how much fortune value is required to exchange for an imperial-level summoning card? 500 million fortune value. 500 million? Indeed, that is rather substantial. Yet Xiao Tian can still acquiesce. After all, he currently possesses a staggering 1 billion fortune value. With an imperial-level summon, following that with a diamond-level summoning card, the myriad realms shall indeed be within his grasp. Exchange, summon immediately. In an instant, Xiao Tian made his decision. Exchange successful, 500 million fortune value consumed. Congratulations to the host for summoning the legendary figure, He Wuchang Fan Wujiao. He Wuchang, the emissary of the underworld, the reaper of souls. This is a mythological being. I did not anticipate that an imperial-level summoning card would yield the emergence of such a legendary figure. Name, He Wuchang Fan Wujiao. Dynasty, mythological era. Physique, Yin God body. Technique, Yin God canon. Talent, immortal grade. Realm, ancient emperor, sealed. Potential, unknown. From the moment the demon emperor appeared until Xiao Tian summoned He Wuchang, only a few breaths had passed. A swarm of ants dares to slay my sovereign. They are utterly ignorant, the demon emperor declared, launching a palm strike towards Xiao Tian and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. Under this palm strike, the void trembled violently, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of shattering. Everyone felt as though they were mere ants beneath this attack, utterly defenseless. Just as despair enveloped them, a rift in space suddenly appeared before Xiao Tian, from which a figure emerged. With a gentle wave of the figure's hand, the demon emperor's assault dissipated effortlessly. The figure then turned, kneeling on one knee before Xiao Tian with utmost respect. Fan Wujiao pays respects to the emperor. Rise, Xiao Tian replied, casting a glance at He Wuchang. Clad in black, He Wuchang was ensnared by a chain of soul reaping. Thank you, Emperor. He Wuchang stood, directing his gaze towards the demon emperor. Emperor, how shall we deal with this individual? His tone was placid, showing no regard for the demon emperor. But then again, who was He Wuchang? One of the top 10 generals of the underworld, a trusted subordinate of the king of hell. How could he regard this being with any seriousness? Moreover, He Wuchang was an ancient emperor, albeit sealed. What was a millennia-old emperor to him? Contemplating He Wuchang's sealed state, Xiao Tian inquired of the system, why is He Wuchang sealed? Moreover, shouldn't an imperial-level summoning card yield beings 3 realms higher? He Wuchang should not be at this realm, should he? Xiao Tian, now an immortal king, believed that beings summoned should be above the ancient emperor realm. Yet here was He Wuchang, albeit a formidable one. Host, the limit of the myriad realms is the ancient emperor. Under the laws of the heavenly Tao, the host currently cannot breach this limit. What? The limit is the ancient emperor? Then does that mean all future summoned beings will also be at this realm? Xiao Tian questioned. Indeed, until the host can break the laws of the heavenly Tao, all future summoned beings will be of the ancient emperor realm. Of course, they will all be sealed. Once the host breaches the laws of the heavenly Tao, they will be unsealed and return to their rightful realms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded slightly. An ancient emperor is sufficient. This power is more than adequate for me to dominate the myriad realms. Once He Wuchang emerged, Xiao Tian had already attained the status of an ancient emperor. With this power, along with He Wuchang, he could scarcely conceive of any adversary within the myriad realms who could pose a threat to his Xia. However, system. How does one break the laws of the heavenly Tao? The system currently does not possess this knowledge. The host must explore this on their own. Or perhaps the next system update will provide insight. What? The system can update? Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Since the task function was removed, he had presumed that the system was in its most perfected state. He had not anticipated its capacity for updates. Indeed, the next update will occur after the host unifies the myriad realms. Unify the myriad realms? That sounds manageable for me now. During Xiao Tian's conversation with the system, only a few breaths had elapsed. Meanwhile, the demon emperor glared frostily at the suddenly appearing He Wuchang. The fact that this individual had effortlessly dispelled his attack made him suspect whether this was indeed the ancient sovereign of Xia. Yet he could not fathom this being's realm. Kill him. A cold voice emanated from Xiao Tian, responding to He Wuchang. Understood, Emperor. He Wuchang replied, then waved towards the demon emperor once more, and the chains coiling around him surged forth, attacking the demon emperor. Upon hearing Xiao Tian and He Wuchang's exchange, the demon emperor erupted in fury. How dare these two disregard him? He was the demon emperor, a millennia-old sovereign. To be so blatantly ignored was infuriating. You seek death. The demon emperor bellowed, launching another attack. However, at that moment, He Wuchang's assault had already arrived, before the demon emperor could react. He was ensnared by He Wuchang's soul-reaping chains. Damn it, what is this thing? The captured demon emperor struggled, only to find himself unable to break free, his rage intensifying. Soul binding, He Wuchang uttered softly. The demon emperor let out a wretched scream, feeling as if his head were about to explode. Ancestor, save me. As the demon emperor uttered these words, he fell silent, his vitality extinguished. Clearly, his soul had been utterly obliterated. He Wuchang retracted his hand, and the soul-reaping chains returned to him. Impudent. A thunderous voice rang out as a colossal hand descended upon He Wuchang. Observing this, He Wuchang pointed once more. sending a beam of light crashing toward the giant palm. Boom. The two attacks collided, and the giant palm was obliterated into nothingness. What? An ancient emperor? How can you be an ancient emperor? The voice echoed again, laced with shock. An ancient emperor? Who grants you the audacity to be so arrogant? He Wuchang gazed into the void, declaring, "De Xiao, my demon race shall remember you." With those words, the voice vanished entirely. Remember De Xiao? Does your demon race even have the right? He Wuchang scoffed, sending the soul-reaping chains hurtling toward the source of the voice. Emperor, shall I go and eradicate this demon race? He Wuchang inquired of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian shook his head, saying, "Let it be. We will settle accounts with this demon race another time. As you wish. He Wuchang shall return to De Xiao. There is no one to oversee it at present. And your emergence is timely." Xiao Tian commanded. "Very well, Emperor." He Wuchang takes his leave. Hiachang finished speaking and vanished in an instant. At that moment, the rulers of the various great powers, including Yoheng, remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Good heavens, what had they seen? The demon race had dispatched an ancient emperor, and it was presumed that the individuals from Daxiao were doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, a terrifying powerhouse from Daxiao emerged and effortlessly vanquished this demon emperor. Subsequently, another emperor from the demon race made an appearance, albeit from a distance rather than in person. However, from his words, they learned that the individual who had appeared from Daxiao was actually an ancient emperor. What does it signify to be an ancient emperor? The demon race may have knowledge of such beings, but within their own factions, they could scarcely claim even a single ancient emperor, let alone an ancient one. Of course, the Yuming clan, the Holy Clan, and the Ancient God clan might possess ancient emperors, but outside of these few factions, the others could at most boast a few timeless emperors. Esteemed ones, let us proceed with the celestial talents ranking. Xiao Tian turned to Yoheng and the others, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ah, very well. Emperor Xiao, please proceed. The others, regaining their composure, responded respectfully to Xiao Tian. At that moment, they no longer treated Xiao Tian with their previous casualness or indifference. After all, they had witnessed the ancient emperor from Daxia showing utmost reverence towards Xiao Tian. Although they did not comprehend why an ancient emperor would exhibit such respect to Xiao Tian, shouldn't an ancient emperor typically be regarded as a patriarch within their faction? And shouldn't the overt leader merely be a junior? In the vast world of the demon realm, this locale served as the stronghold of the demon race. It was not far from the venue of the celestial talents ranking where Xiao Tian resided. Otherwise, the ancient emperor of the demon race would not have been able to strike from afar, given that the demon race was situated within the heavenly domain. Damn it, what is the true origin of Daxia? To possess an ancient emperor. In a hidden chamber, a middle-aged man with a grim expression was none other than the ancient emperor of the demon race who had previously intervened. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted within the demon realm, and a chain pierced through the void, hurtling towards the man in the chamber. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered, and the chamber where the man stood was instantly obliterated. Ah, Daxia, you seek death. A furious voice erupted from the middle-aged man. Chapter 135. The Tomb of the Qingyan Emperor. Is this the Mountain of Emperors? Upon emerging from the teleportation array, Xiao Tian and his companions found themselves in an endless expanse of mountains, with a towering range rising into the clouds ahead, standing at least 10,000 meters high. Indeed, this is the Mountain of Emperors, Yoheng explained upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry. The Mountain of Emperors is a naturally formed mountain, said to have been intentionally created by the heavenly Tao to serve as the burial site for deceased emperors. It also exists for the sake of the celestial talents ranking. At this moment, the area was already populated by 100,000 individuals, comprising those who had successfully passed the first trial. Esteemed ones, this final trial is to venture to the Mountain of Emperors and obtain the legacy of the emperors. At the summit, there exists an ancient emperor and 9 ancient emperors. Those who acquire this legacy will rank among the top 10 on the celestial talents ranking. The remaining emperors are timeless and eternal emperors, each holding their own rank. Whoever obtains the legacy of a specific emperor will secure that rank on the celestial talents ranking, Yoheng proclaimed to the gathered talents. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the faces of all present. They had not anticipated that the celestial talents ranking would entail such a contest. 100,000 individuals vying for the legacies of a mere 10,000 emperors? It was likely that this competition would claim the lives of countless talents. After all, no one would relinquish the so-called legacy of the emperors. The struggle would surely be relentless until the very last moment. However, Xiao Tian and his companions remained unperturbed. Who among them could rival Daxia? Not to mention that Xiao Tian was currently an ancient emperor, and even the likes of Dong Shilong and Elbu were formidable opponents. Very well, everyone may enter. There is no time limit for this contest. Simply emerge once you have acquired the legacy, Yoheng announced with a wave of his hand. Immediately, as soon as Yoheng's words fell, everyone surged into the mountain of emperors in search of the emperor's legacy. Let us proceed as well, Xiao Tian said casually to El Bu and the others before making his way towards the mountain of emperors. It seemed likely that this iteration of the celestial talents ranking would be entirely monopolized by Daxia. Observing the throngs entering the mountain of emperors, representatives of the major hegemonic powers could only sigh in resignation. There is no other option. They possess 2 heavenly supremes and 1 fully realized earth supreme. Who among us can contend with them? Everyone wore expressions of lamentation, having never anticipated such upheaval in the celestial talents ranking due to the emergence of Daxia. Even the emperor of the demon race had been slain by Daxia. Within the mountain of emperors, beyond the legacies of the emperors, dangers lurked everywhere, such as demonic beasts and monsters. These creatures were naturally formed inhabitants of this realm. Naturally, most were beings of the supreme level, with some reaching the earth supreme level. However, should one be unfortunate enough, they might encounter a heavenly supreme beast, in which case they could only resign themselves to their misfortune. As for the undying monarchs, they had yet to be discovered. After all, these were deliberately formed by the heavenly Tao, intended solely for the talents of the celestial talents ranking, and thus the presence of undying monarch beasts was improbable. Dongshalong, El Bu, we shall make our way to the summit. Zhao Yun, assess the situation as it unfolds. Obtaining the legacy is of lesser importance. Daxia does not lack for this emperor's legacy. Safety comes first. With Yami and Zhao Yun by his side, Xiao Tian was not overly concerned for their safety, knowing that as long as they did not encounter the fully realized Earth Supremes from the various factions, they would be relatively safe. These fully realized Earth Supremes would undoubtedly head towards the summit, making it unlikely for Zhao Yun and the others to cross paths with them. Yes, Your Majesty, everyone replied in unison. Subsequently, Xiao Tian led El Bu and Dongshalong directly towards the summit. Every demonic beast they encountered along the way was swiftly dispatched. With no time wasted, an hour later, the trio arrived at the summit. The area was incredibly vast, resembling an endless plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. Let us split up and search, Xiao Tian instructed before heading in a specific direction. El Bu and Dongshalong also went their separate ways. This mountaintop seemed to stretch infinitely, even with Xiao Yan's cultivation level. He felt as though he could traverse the entirety of the myriad realms, yet here he felt as if he could not find his way out. After advancing for half an hour, Xiao Tian had found nothing, not even a trace of the legacy. Thus, he continued to wander aimlessly. It was not until 3 hours later that Xiao Tian finally stumbled upon a cave. Could this be the so-called legacy of the emperors? Xiao Tian murmured to himself. Stepping into the cave, the interior was pitch black, but for Xiao Tian, it posed no hindrance. After walking several hundred meters into the cave, he finally reached its end. To his astonishment, he discovered a bronze ice coffin resting there, etched with 6 grand characters, Tomb of the Qingyun Emperor. The Qingyun Emperor? Xiao Tian had never heard of him. After all, Daxia had only recently entered the myriad realms, and he remained woefully ignorant of the history within the vast expanse of the realms. However, if the leaders of the 10 paramount powers were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The Azure Cloud Emperor was the sovereign of a dominant force from 1,000,000 years ago, the sole power capable of contending with the demon race. Are you among those participating in this year's 10 talents of the myriad realms? Suddenly, a voice reverberated within the cave. Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards the ice coffin, where a phantasmal figure materialized, clearly the speaker. Are you the Azure Cloud Emperor? Xiao Tian inquired softly, gazing at the apparition. Indeed, I am the Azure Cloud Emperor. The figure affirmed with a nod. Young one, if you wish to inherit my legacy, you must assist me in accomplishing a task. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. Merely an emperor's legacy held little allure for him, were it not for the fortune associated with the rankings of the talents. He would not have come to participate in this so-called Myriad Realms talents competition. What is it you require? Xiao Tian asked. The Azure Cloud Emperor observed the expression on Xiao Yan's face, sensing a hint of displeasure. You desire my legacy yet are unwilling to assist me in a simple task? Young one, are you hesitant? The Azure Cloud Emperor questioned, visibly displeased. Tell me what it is. If it is straightforward, I may assist. If it is overly difficult, I must decline, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. You are a sovereign of an empire? The Azure Cloud Emperor expressed surprise at Xiao Yan's self-identification. To be a leader at such a young age is indeed remarkable. This individual, having arrived here, must be a prodigy. Such prodigies typically hail from empires or celestial realms. And since this person is a sovereign, it is undoubtedly an empire, for in his era, every celestial realm was a top-tier power, and their leaders were all above the immortal kings. Thus, this individual could not possibly be a celestial realm sovereign. Chapter 136, 32 billion fortune points. Indeed, I am the emperor of the great Xia. Xiao Tian nodded. Now, would you kindly reveal what I must assist you with? After a moment of contemplation, the Azure Cloud Emperor spoke. My daughter should have awakened by now. I hope that after you inherit my legacy, you will care for her to the best of your abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell into deep thought. It was unexpected that even after his demise, the emperor still harbored concerns for his daughter, marking him as a commendable father. What say you? Noticing Xiao Tian's silence, the Azure Cloud Emperor pressed. Very well. This does not seem too difficult. I can agree to assist. However, it is contingent upon my ability to locate your daughter, Xiao Tian responded. Even considering the emperor's deep concern for his daughter, Xiao Tian felt compelled to acquiesce. Haha, splendid. Young one, remember my name, Gong Qingyun, and my daughter's name, Gong Yunqi. Upon Xiao Tian's agreement, the Azure Cloud Emperor laughed heartily. Gong Qingyun, Gong Yunqi. Thus my wish is fulfilled. Young one, open your mind. I shall bestow my legacy upon you. Hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded lightly. Immediately, the Azure Cloud Emperor surged into Xiao Tian's consciousness. This was merely a remnant of his will. So Xiao Tian bore no concern that the emperor would pose any threat to him. Upon entering Xiao Tian's consciousness, the Azure Cloud Emperor was struck with astonishment. The vastness of this consciousness exceeded even what he had possessed in life. Young man, what is your realm? Why can I not perceive your true nature? The Azure Cloud Emperor inquired within Xiao Tian's mind. Initially, he had given little thought to Xiao Tian's realm, as he was merely a prodigy participating in the Myriad Realms Talents competition. And how high could his realm truly be? Yet upon witnessing the expanse of Xiao Tian's consciousness, he was astonished to find himself unable to discern Xiao Tian's realm. I am of the same realm as you, an ancient emperor, Xiao Tian replied with a faint smile, his words leaving the Azure Cloud Emperor in utter shock. Ancient emperor? The Azure Cloud Emperor murmured, then erupted into laughter. Haha, now I can finally depart with peace of mind. Young man, you must ensure you find my daughter and care for her well. With that, the Azure Cloud Emperor dissipated within Xiao Tian's consciousness, and countless pieces of knowledge flooded into Xiao Tian's mind. After a long moment, Xiao Tian murmured, rest assured, Azure Cloud Emperor, I shall fulfill my promise. He then exited the cave. As Xiao Tian stepped outside, he vanished from his original location, only to reappear at the foot of the Emperor's mountain, precisely where they had entered. Upon seeing Xiao Tian's sudden appearance, Yoheng and the others were startled and hurried over. Xia Emperor, have you acquired the legacy? They inquired in unison. Yes, Xiao Tian nodded. Their expressions grew complex. They understood that having obtained the legacy meant he must have received the unique ancient emperor's inheritance. By this time, most prodigies had emerged from the emperor's mountain, with some having obtained legacies while others were eliminated in the competition. Indeed, many prodigies had perished during these contests, and those who were eliminated had willingly chosen to forfeit rather than face the odds. As time passed, a day swiftly went by. At this point, all who had entered the emperor's mountain had exited, originally numbering 100,000, but now only over 20,000 remained. Among them, 10,000 were the prodigies ranked on the Myriad Realms Talents list, while the rest were those who had been eliminated. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the Emperor's mountain. Everyone looked up to see a list materializing in the void, the Myriad Realms Talents list. First on the Myriad Realms Talents list, Xiao Tian, Emperor of the Great Xia. Second, Dong Shilang from the Great Xia. Third, Elbu from the Great Xia. Fourth, Yami from the Great Xia. Fifth, Mo Ku from the Demon Race. Sixth, Yu Xian from the Nether Race. Seventh, Sheng Ka from the Holy Race. Eighth, Gu Yuan from the Ancient God Race. Ninth, Mo Han from the Demon Race. 10th, Zhan Tian from the War Race. 30th, Zhao Yun from the Great Xia. 31st, Guan Yu from the Great Xia. 32nd, Jing Ku from the Great Xia. 55th, Yi Fan from the Great Xia. 85th, Yi Qingshan from the Great Xia. 86th, Jiang Tai Su from the Great Xia. All gazed at the list in silence. The top 4 positions of the Myriad Realms Talents list were occupied entirely by the Great Xia dynasty, with 10 individuals from the Great Xia, all making it into the top 100. This display of power left everyone utterly astonished. Since these prodigies had entered the Emperor's mountain early, they were unaware of the subsequent events regarding the Great Xia slaying the Demon Race Emperor. Otherwise, their reactions would have been quite different. Xia Emperor, congratulations to your Great Xia dynasty. The representatives from various factions approached Xiao Tian to offer their congratulations. You are too kind. Now that this matter is settled, I must return to the Great Xia, Xiao Tian replied courteously. With that, he turned and departed with Elbu and the others. In their wake, the crowd began to disperse, each heading back with their respective factions. A day later, 2 pieces of news spread from various powerful factions, subsequently permeating the entirety of the Myriad Realms, astonishing the populace. The first piece of news revealed that the participants from the Great Xia Empire in the Myriad Realms Talents list were targeted by the demon race's sovereign, only to be ruthlessly annihilated by the contenders from the Great Xia. The demon race dispatched an emperor, presuming that the Great Xia participants would be vanquished. However, to their astonishment, the Great Xia also unveiled a terrifying emperor who swiftly eliminated the demon race's emperor. The origins of how this news disseminated remain shrouded in mystery. The second piece of news announced the unveiling of the Myriad Realms Talents list. The Great Xia Empire monopolized the top 4 positions, with a total of 10 individuals securing places within the top 100. In an instant, the entire Myriad Realms were engulfed in fervor over the achievements of the Great Xia Empire. This was the first time the Great Xia had captured the attention of the celestial powers, emerging with an ancient emperor and now revealing an even more formidable emperor, dominating the top 4 of the talents list, each event resonating profoundly with the hearts of many. No one could fathom the true strength or profound heritage of the Great Xia. After departing from the Emperor's mountain and following a day's journey, Xiao Tian and his companions returned to the Great Xia, following the incident involving King Yu. During Xiao Tian's brief absence, no faction dared to provoke chaos within the Great Xia. Thus, the entire realm flourished in robust development. Congratulations, host, for claiming the first position on the Myriad Realms Talents list, earning 1 billion fortune points. Congratulations, host, for 9 individuals within your faction entering the top 100 of the talents list, acquiring 2 billion fortune points. Upon returning to the Nine Heavens Palace, the voice of the system echoed in Xiao Tian's mind. This was not merely a reward from the system. Rather, it was a manifestation of the fortune power bestowed by the Myriad Realms Heavenly Tao in response to the rankings. Others might only comprehend the acquisition of fortune power, but due to the existence of the system, Xiao Tian was privy to the precise numerical values. The following day, within the Great Xia Empire's court, civil and military officials stood in respectful formation. The emperor has arrived. The voice of Chao Zhengshun resonated from outside the hall. Upon hearing this, all officials knelt in reverence. Then, clad in a dragon robe, Xiao Tian entered the court and made his way toward the imperial throne. Greetings, Emperor. May the Emperor reign eternally, undying through the ages. The officials chorused in unison. All ministers, rise. Xiao Tian commanded graciously. Thank you, Emperor. The officials stood, expressing their respect. Prime Ministers, in my absence these past few days, has anything of note transpired within the Great Xia? Xiao Tian inquired, directing his gaze toward Li Si and Xiao He. Reporting to the Emperor, all is well, and nothing of significance has occurred. Your Majesty, the Great Xia is currently experiencing a peak period of development, with the realm thriving. Both responded simultaneously. Hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. The Great Xia had indeed gained renown throughout the Myriad Realms, and he believed no faction would dare to trouble them. However, the demon race would likely seek to create disturbances, especially after the Great Xia had eliminated one of their sovereigns and an emperor. Given the demon race's modus operandi, they would not easily overlook the Great Xia, even with the knowledge of their ancient emperor. Well, for now, the Great Xia faces no immediate threats. There is no need for action. Generals, those of you who require seclusion should take your leave, and those who wish to cultivate should do so, Xiao Tian instructed the assembly. Yes, Your Majesty, they responded in unison. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Suddenly, Huo Qubing, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. Oh, what is it? Xiao Tian looked at Huo Qubing, a hint of curiosity crossing his features. Huo Qubing, being an ancient emperor, surely had something significant to share. Your Majesty, upon my return to the Great Xia, I traversed a mid-thousand world located near our Xiantian realm, where I discovered the presence of 8 ancient sovereigns, Huo Qubing replied. 8 ancient sovereigns? Xiao Tian was taken aback. There were only 4 mid-thousand worlds surrounding the Xiantian realm, Donghua realm, Jiugong realm, Tianmu realm, and Zhuzhou realm. The revelation that one of these realms harbored 8 ancient sovereigns was astonishing. Which realm is it? He inquired. The Jiugong realm. The Jiugong realm? Could it possibly be affiliated with the Jiugong pavilion? But why would they choose to conceal themselves within a mid-thousand world? Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before commanding. Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Dian Wei, Wang Jian, heed my orders. At your service. The 4 responded respectfully. You shall each proceed to the Donghua realm, Tianmu realm, Zhuzhou realm, and Jiugong realm to subjugate them. Should any refuse to yield, eliminate them without hesitation, Xiao Tian commanded, originally intending to stabilize and develop for a while. The unexpected emergence of the Jiugong realm necessitated immediate action to subdue the surrounding realms, lest the Jiugong realm stir up trouble. Understood, the 4 replied. Huo Qubing, you will secretly accompany the expedition to the Jiugong realm to ascertain the nature of their forces and their hidden intentions. Your subordinate obeys. In the demon domain. the heart of the demon race. One could find no other races among the inhabitants, save for demons themselves. The demon race, apart from humanity, is the most populous faction among the myriad realms. Their exceptional unity starkly contrasts with the fragmented nature of humanity, which has enabled them to rise as the foremost hegemonic power of the myriad realms. However, beneath such overwhelming numbers, humanity undoubtedly harbors formidable hidden strengths. None could ascertain the extent of these concealed powers among humans, as most of them remain engrossed in their own cultivation, indifferent to the fate of their race. This is why humanity appears so inconspicuous among the dominant powers of the myriad realms, were it not for the support of a supreme divine temple. Who would concern themselves with a mere human? Today, however, a young human approached the demon race. Within a grand city of the demon race in a vast world, this youth strode confidently toward the city center, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar gazes of the surrounding demons. Before long, he arrived at the city lord's mansion. A human? The demon guards at the entrance regarded the approaching human with astonishment. You possess quite the audacity to enter our domain, one guard sneered coldly. I come seeking an audience with your city lord. It is a matter of great importance, the youth replied calmly. What could a human possibly have that concerns our demon race? The guard scoffed. I assure you it is of utmost importance. If this matter is delayed, the responsibility will fall upon you should the demon race seek retribution, the youth stated with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression shifted slightly, contemplating the implications. Very well, wait here while I inform the city lord, he finally conceded, retreating into the mansion. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the guard returned. Come with me. The city lord has agreed to meet you. Subsequently, the youth was escorted to meet the city lord of this demon race territory. He was taken aback to find that even the lord of a mere city was an unfading monarch. Such was the might of the demon race. The youth mused inwardly, recognizing that in his own faction, an unfading monarch could easily hold the esteemed position of a supreme elder, whereas here, they merely ruled a common city. He had chosen this city precisely because of its relatively weaker strength. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he could easily retreat unscathed with his own prowess as an unfading monarch. However, at this moment, it was suddenly revealed that this city lord was, in fact, an immortal of the king class, causing a surge of anxiety within the young man's heart. Human, what significant matter compels you to seek an audience with this city lord? The demon, Imozwa, inquired curiously. For there was no prior interaction between the demon and human races, and in fact, a deep-seated enmity existed between them. Let me convey a message that your high-ranking demonic leaders are sure to find intriguing, the youth replied softly, gazing at Imozwa. What message? Imozwa questioned, bewildered. The daughter of the emperor of the imperial palace has awakened, residing within the supreme divine palace. Upon finishing his words, the youth turned to leave. Stop. What do you mean by that? Imozwa shouted in anger. What does the awakening of the emperor's daughter have to do with my demon race? Simply relay this message to your higher-ups. Your lowly status prevents you from comprehending its significance. Rest assured, once your leaders are informed, they will undoubtedly reward you generously. Well then, my message has been delivered. I bid you farewell, the youth remarked before departing without further obstruction. Imozwa lingered in thought for a considerable time. Gongyunshi, your good days have come to an end. Let us see how you manage to maintain your position as this esteemed lord. The youth departed from the vast world of the demon race with a cold chuckle. Chapter 138. The Mysterious Nine Palaces Pavilion. In the Jiuzhou realm. Within the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty, a booming voice echoed, I am Dian Wei, the Grand General of the 5th Legion of the Great Xia. Those who refuse to submit to the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty shall be annihilated. This sudden declaration reverberated across the expanse of the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty, leaving its inhabitants in sheer astonishment. The Great Xia? How could such a formidable power dare to assault our Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty? How shall we withstand such an onslaught? Within the court of the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty, the emperor, engaged in morning court, was rendered momentarily disoriented upon hearing Dian Wei's thunderous pronouncement. The Great Xia has finally turned its hand against our Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty, he lamented. My esteemed ministers, how shall we respond to this Great Xia? The Jiuzhou emperor gazed helplessly at his officials, a look of despair etched across his face. Given the Great Xia's overwhelming might, the outcome appeared all but predetermined. How could the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dynasty possibly resist? Silence enveloped the court, with none daring to voice their thoughts. They all understood the grim reality. In the face of the Great Xia, there were but two paths, submission or annihilation. Sigh, Chancellor, what does the Supreme Divine Palace advise? The Jiuzhou Emperor sighed, turning to the Chancellor for guidance. Your Majesty, the Chancellor replied, the Supreme Divine Palace has stated that if the Great Xia is lenient, we may yet survive. Otherwise, we must fend for ourselves. Upon hearing this, the Zhuozhou emperor managed a sorrowful smile, clearly understanding that the supreme divine palace had forsaken them. After all, with the great Xia's currently revealed strength, how could the supreme divine palace risk incurring their wrath for the sake of the Zhuozhou heavenly dynasty? Then we shall submit to the great Xia, he declared, striding directly out of the court. In the void above, Dian Wei stood in regal defiance. General, the Zhuozhou heavenly dynasty is willing to submit to the great Xia. I implore you to show mercy, the Zhuozhou emperor called out to Dian Wei. That would be for the best, Dian Wei replied, marking the Zhuozhou realm as the first vassal of the great Xia among the myriad worlds. In the Tianwu realm, within the Tianwu sect, Wang Jian's arrival elicited no surprise. The entire Tianwu sect chose to submit to the great Xia without hesitation. The might of the great Xia was well known, and aside from the top 10 hegemonic powers, no other faction posed a threat to them. Even those lower-ranked hegemonic forces paled in comparison to the great Xia. In the Donghua realm, following the death of its realm lord, the Supreme Divine Palace dispatched a new lord to take office. Today, Guan Yu arrived at the Donghua realm lord's residence. I am Guan Yu, Grand General of the 8th Legion of the Great Xia. From today onwards, this Donghua realm is under our control. All personnel of the Supreme Divine Palace are to evacuate immediately, Guan Yu proclaimed, standing tall in the void. Due to the Supreme Divine Palace's invitation, Xiao Tian had previously missed the opportunity to participate in the myriad realm's talented rankings. Thus, he had no intention of creating complications for the Supreme Divine Palace. As long as they withdrew, he would have no objections. Instantly, the Donghua realm was thrown into turmoil. How audacious was the great Xia to invade even the territories governed by the Supreme Divine Palace? What arrogance! What does this mean, great Xia? A figure suddenly materialized before Guan Yu, the newly appointed realm lord of Donghua. All personnel of the Supreme Divine Palace are to evacuate this realm. If they fail to leave within a day, they shall face death, Guan Yu commanded, refusing to engage in further dialogue. The realm lord's expression shifted constantly. Although he felt anger, he recognized that he was no match for Guan Yu, and the Supreme Divine Palace was equally powerless against the great Xia. Though filled with fury, he could only suppress it within. Very well, I shall order the Supreme Divine Palace to withdraw, the realm lord replied begrudgingly, before instructing all personnel to evacuate the area. In a city within the Donghua realm, several individuals gathered within a pavilion. Ancestor, this great Xia. Yu Hua gazed at his ancestor, his expression grave. Alas, who would have thought that the great Xia could grow so powerful in such a short time? Our grievances with the Yu Hua sacred land shall remain unavenged. Yu Hua Tsang sighed. These individuals were the elders of the Yu Hua sacred land. Following its destruction, they had learned of the news but, bound by the rules of the Supreme Divine Palace, dared not venture to the Xiantian realm for revenge. Now, hearing of the great Xia's emergence, they found themselves in awe of its might. Let us depart from here. The farther, the better. If the great Xia discovers our existence, we may not survive, they resolved. Making their way towards the teleportation array in the city. In the Nine Palaces realm, Zhao Yun, the marshal of the 8th Legion of the Great Xia, approached the Nine Palaces pavilion. His voice resonated through the air, demanding attention. Instantaneously, 8 figures appeared before him, the 8 masters of the 9 palaces. The great Xia? What business do you have with my 9 palaces? Inquired the master of the Qian Palace, eyeing Zhao Yun with suspicion. By order of the emperor, all realms within the vicinity of the Xiantian realm shall belong to the great Xia. Do you choose to submit, or shall you face annihilation? Zhao Yun declared with authority. Upon hearing this, the Qian Palace master and his peers wore grim expressions, taken aback by the audacity of the great Xia in approaching them. Great Xia, we have no quarrel with you. Why must you resort to such measures? The Qian Palace master lamented. In truth, the great Xia was shrouded in mystery, and they had no desire to become adversaries. Yet, it was clear that the great Xia harbored ambitions. They feared not only the powerful forces, but also those with both strength and ambition, for they would wage wars across the lands, inevitably affecting others. Given their proximity to the great Xia, they found themselves with no alternatives, submission or obliteration. Zhao Yun's voice turned cold. I am aware that you are ancient sovereigns, but in the face of the great Xia, you are insignificant. I recognize the formidable strength of your great Xia, yet we are not without our own capabilities. We do not wish for enmity with your empire. I implore you not to force our hand, the Qian Palace master pleaded. The Lord of the Dry Palace wore a grim expression. Were it not for his apprehension towards the ancient emperor of the great Xia, he would not have regarded Zhao Yun, the supreme of the 9 ranks, with any respect. The remoteness of this location meant that the news of the great Xia slaying the demon emperor had yet to reach them, and they remained unaware that the great Xia possessed an ancient emperor. Nevertheless, the edict of the emperor was clear. Those who refuse to submit shall be annihilated. Leaving no alternative path, Xiao Yun maintained an impassive demeanor, unfazed by the unsightly expressions of the others, for he knew that the black Wuchang lurked in the shadows, rendering their disdain inconsequential. Xiao Yun, do not overstep your bounds. We are not afraid of your great Xia. We simply wish to avoid mutual destruction, retorted the lord of the Jin Palace, his anger palpable. The other figures displayed similar indignation, feeling that the great Xia was exceedingly arrogant, mistakenly believing that the Nine Palaces Pavilion feared them. Were it not for certain matters that warranted discretion, they would not have lowered themselves in such a manner. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Man. The great Xia has always acted in this manner, Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. I am aware that you all stand at the realm of ancient emperors, yet your strength is insufficient to contend with the might of the great Xia. What? The expressions of the others turned pale at his words. Could it be that the great Xia had discerned their true power? Was that ancient emperor truly so formidable? Although the lord of the Dry Palace had previously suspected their presence had been revealed, the stark realization of their exposure to the gaze of the great Xia was indeed shocking. Since you are aware of our strength, how can you still be so arrogant? The lord of the Dry Palace questioned darkly. With their cover blown, there was no longer a need for subterfuge. However, it seemed they would have to vacate this place. I have stated that your power is of no concern to the great Xia. It appears the Nine Palaces Pavilion has grown blindly confident. In light of this, Xiao Yun turned his gaze to an empty space and respectfully declared, Lord of the Yin Gods, I entrust this matter to you. At Xiao Yun's words, the lords of the Dry Palace quickly turned to regard the direction of his gaze. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped them, causing a shiver to course through their bodies. And they beheld a figure clad in black materialize from the void. Who are you? The lord of the Dry Palace asked gravely, his expression tense as he regarded the suddenly appeared black Wuchang. The great Xia, black Wuchang, came the calm reply, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that bore down on the lords of the Dry Palace and their companions. Puffed, as black Wuchang's might descended upon them. All 8 individuals coughed blood in unison. Ancient Emperor? Their faces registered sheer horror. How could it be that the great Xia possessed an ancient emperor? What was the true origin of this great Xia? The revelation of one ancient emperor was already enough to astonish them. And now the emergence of an ancient emperor left them grappling with despair. Were they truly to submit to the great Xia or face annihilation at its hands? The emperor wishes to know why you 8 ancient emperors find yourselves in this middle thousand worlds, for with your strength, you could easily become one of the hegemonic powers among the myriad realms, Black Wuchang inquired, his tone eerily calm. The fact that an ancient emperor would express such deference towards the emperor of the great Xia left them baffled. What manner of being was this great Xia emperor? It was well known that ancient emperors stood at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, yet here was one who bowed in respect to a mere individual, leaving them at a loss regarding his true identity. Esteemed elder, we have our own mission, the lord of the Dry Palace responded. Faced with Black Wuchang, they felt no inclination to resist, for the ancient emperor was far too powerful, belonging to a realm beyond their reach. What mission? The elder inquired. Esteemed elder, we assure you our mission poses no threat to the great Xia or the human race. Clearly, they were reluctant to disclose their mission. Even in the presence of Black Wuchang, the ancient emperor, I advise you to reveal it. You must understand that before me, you possess no options, he warned. The countenance of the lords of the Dry Palace darkened at this admonition. They realized that without divulging their mission, they could not hope to escape his clutches. After a prolonged silence, they exchanged glances and resolved to speak. After all, their mission would only benefit the great Xia and the human race. Surely, the great Xia would not complicate matters for them. Esteemed elder, just as they were about to disclose their intentions, a voice suddenly resonated through the air. My friend, it is rather inappropriate for an ancient emperor to bully a few subordinates of mine, don't you think? Who? Black Wuchang was taken aback. Someone had appeared without his knowledge. Who could this individual be? My friend, we harbor no ill will towards your great Xia or the human race. We take our leave. As the voice faded, a fierce gale surged forth, and soon after, all members of the Nine Palaces Pavilion vanished, evidently whisked away by the mysterious figure's master. Black Wuchang's expression darkened. He could not sense the presence of this individual, who had managed to rescue the members of the Nine Palaces Pavilion without his awareness. Who could this person be? Did such a powerful being truly exist in the myriad realms? He was a sealed ancient emperor, his power already surpassing that of ordinary ancient emperors. Yet he had encountered one even stronger. Black Wuchang struggled to comprehend the true extent of this individual's might. As for surpassing the realm of the ancient emperor, such a notion had never crossed his mind, for it was understood that the pinnacle of this realm was the ancient emperor. If one were to exceed that, they would not be confined to such a state. Lord of the Yin Gods, who is this? Xiao Yun, having regained his composure from the shock, looked to Black Wuchang for answers. I do not know, but it is undoubtedly a terrifying ancient emperor. At the very least, I am no match for him. Black Wuchang lamented. He had thought himself to be at the apex of this realm, yet now a figure of such caliber had emerged, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. He had never imagined that this universe still harbored beings of such immense power, and it seemed he had greatly underestimated the inhabitants of this world. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun fell into astonishment once more. Someone even mightier than Black Wuchang? He could not fathom how powerful this individual could be, given that even Black Wuchang was no match for him. You handle matters in this realm. I shall report to the emperor, Black Wuchang instructed Xiao Yun before vanishing. Understood. In the Great Xia, at the Hall of the Nine Heavens. I pay my respects to the emperor, Black Wuchang said respectfully upon his arrival before Xiao Tian. No need for formalities. Xiao Tian regarded Black Wuchang and inquired, "What is the origin of the Nine Palaces Pavilion?" Emperor, I have failed in my duty and could not ascertain the origins of the Nine Palaces Pavilion. Black Wuchang knelt on one knee, expressing his contrition. Xiao Tian's expression turned astonished upon hearing this. Black Wuchang had been unable to uncover the lineage of the Nine Palaces Pavilion? Was it truly that enigmatic? Rise and speak. What transpired? Xiao Tian commanded. Emperor, I was in the process of questioning the ancient emperors of the Nine Palaces Pavilion, and they were about to divulge their information when suddenly, the voice of a mysterious man interrupted them. Before I could react, he whisked them away, Black Wuchang explained, his face darkened by the humiliation of the incident. What? Hearing Black Wuchang's account, Xiao Tian was left speechless. Even you could not perceive it? Black Wuchang, who was he? In the realm of the underworld, where the shadows of ancient deities linger, an extraordinary ancient emperor stood. Yet, to his disbelief, someone had managed to rescue a soul right beneath his very eyes. So stealthily that even the spectral envoy, Hai Wuchang, failed to perceive it, remaining oblivious to the identity of the savior. How could Xiao Tian not be astonished? Hai Wuchang shook his head, a look of shame adorning his countenance. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian fell into a deep silence. Who could it be? Wasn't he, the ancient emperor, the pinnacle of this universe? How could there exist a being so vastly superior, even surpassing Hai Wuchang himself? Chapter 140, The Crisis of Gong Yunxi. After Hai Wuchang departed, Xiao Tian found himself absorbed in contemplation. The enigmatic ancient emperor, the mysterious Jiugong Pavilion. It appeared that the myriad realms concealed a plethora of formidable entities, far more complex than they appeared. If such strength resided within an unknown Jiugong Pavilion, how many powerful beings could possibly exist within the demon clan, the proclaimed overlords of the realms? Xiao Tian realized he had underestimated this demon clan. Initially, he believed that with Hai Wuchang's presence, the demon clan posed no threat, yet it now seemed he had been quite naive. To be recognized as the supreme overlord of all realms, how could it be as simple as it appeared? System, is the pinnacle of the myriad realms truly just the ancient emperor? Xiao Tian inquired mentally. Although Hai Wuchang was not merely at the apex of the ancient emperor's power, he certainly qualified as one of its mightiest champions. Yet now, he encountered a mysterious figure far more powerful than Hai Wuchang. Xiao Tian began to doubt the veracity of the system's claims. If suddenly a singular entity, or even a cohort of beings, emerged that vastly surpassed the ancient emperor, while his own subordinates could only reach that level, then calamity awaited. Indeed, the pinnacle of the myriad realms is the ancient emperor, the system replied. Then why is it that the mysterious man encountered by Hai Wuchang is so immensely stronger? Xiao Tian pressed for clarification. While the peak is the ancient emperor, those who tread further within this realm, endowed with greater talent, inevitably grow more formidable. The individual Hai Wuchang encountered may be such a one, the system elucidated. Xiao Tian's expression turned to one of astonishment. Could there truly exist such a being within the myriad realms? One whose talent eclipsed even that of Hai Wuchang? What manner of existence could this be? System, utilize a diamond summoning card. After much contemplation, Xiao Tian resolved to summon another remarkable individual. With a mysterious figure of such strength suddenly appearing, one could only speculate about the potential might of the demon clan. After all, the Daxia had already made enemies of the demon clan. Relying solely on Hai Wuchang might prove utterly insufficient. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the illustrious Xianxia. Xianxia, the Sword Saint Xianxia. A smile graced Xiao Tian's face. Finally, someone worthy to lead the Daxia Sword Palace had emerged. In the domain of the demons, within a grand hall of imposing stature, 5 figures were seated. At the helm was the ancient emperor, Moe, who had been pursued to his lair by Hai Wuchang using the soul chain. Lord Moe, shall we allow the Daxia to remain unpunished for slaying one of our ancient emperors? One of the 4 ancient emperors seated beside him inquired. Allow it? How could we let this slide? However, our demon emperor has yet to emerge from seclusion, and for now, we are not a match for that ancient emperor from Daxia. Moe retorted with a cold snort. Clearly, the demon emperor Moe referred to was an ancient emperor. Otherwise, he would not possess such confidence in dealing with Huo Qubing. This Daxia, it seemed, had surfaced from obscurity, surprising them all with the presence of an ancient emperor. This Daxia is a force we have never heard of. Yet it appears at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, shocking all the overlord powers, another remarked. The others fell silent, recognizing that Daxia had indeed caught them off guard. It must be a hidden force among the human race that had only now revealed itself. Lord, there is a disciple outside who claims to have an important report. A long-standing elder of the demon clan entered the hall. What is it? Any trivial matters should be handled by you, Moe asked, perplexed at why a mere disciple would require their attention. The disciple reports that the daughter of the Emperor's Hall has awakened and resides within the Supreme Divine Hall. The subordinate is uncertain of its significance, hence the report, the elder conveyed. Upon hearing this, Moe's expression shifted dramatically. From where did this news originate? He demanded, his voice low and authoritative. The disciple stated it was conveyed by a human. The elder replied, surprised by the gravity of the reaction from the lords. Human news? What purpose could they have in informing us? Moe mused, momentarily taken aback. Understood. You may leave, he waved dismissively. Yes, Lord Moe, could this Emperor's Hall be? After the elder departed, one of the ancient emperors turned to Moe, questioning with intrigue. No other force has borne the name Emperor's Hall in the last 1,000,000 years. Moe pondered, deep in thought. What could the sudden communication from the humans signify? Lord Moe, if the remnants of the Emperor's Hall have appeared in the Supreme Divine Hall, and given that the Supreme Divine Hall lies within the Emperor's domain, could it not be that this Supreme Divine Hall is the predecessor of the Emperor's Hall? Moe was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, but then began to connect the dots. It appeared that this Supreme Divine Hall might indeed be established by those of the Emperor's Hall, indicating that this group had hidden themselves rather effectively. With a piercing gaze, Moe commanded, Mo Feng, Mo Qing. You two shall journey to the Supreme Divine Hall and deal with this so-called daughter of the Emperor's Hall. Should the Supreme Divine Hall attempt to obstruct you, annihilate them without mercy. Understood. The two replied in unison, promptly departing. Supreme Divine Hall, I hope you are not remnants of the Emperor's Hall, otherwise my demon clan would not hesitate to eradicate you once more, Moe murmured as he watched them leave. A day later, a portal within the Emperor's domain glowed with radiant light, and two figures emerged, Mo Feng and Mo Qing, having traversed from the demon clan. Is this the Emperor's domain? Mo Feng surveyed the surroundings, speaking softly. The last time I came here was 1,000,000 years ago due to matters concerning the Emperor's Hall. Who would have thought I'd return for the same reason? Mo Qing remarked, gazing around in astonishment. Let us proceed directly to the Supreme Divine Hall. With that, the two soared towards their destination. Meanwhile, within the Supreme Divine Hall, all remained as usual, utterly unaware of the impending danger. In a loft of the Supreme Divine Hall, Di Xing looked at Gong Yunxi, excitement brimming in his voice. How did you come to know of Daxia? They are remarkable. I never imagined they would even possess an ancient emperor. Having witnessed the ancient emperor of Daxia effortlessly slay a millennia-old ancient emperor of the demon clan, the weight of the moment was not lost on him. I cannot say we are acquainted. I merely know that my place of slumber coincided with the territory of Daxia. Hence my awareness of them, Gong Yunxi replied with a smile. She had suspected that Daxia was far from ordinary, and it seemed her instincts had proven correct. It appeared that Daxia had no fear of the demon clan. Chapter 141. Despair of the Supreme Temple. Surrender the remnants of the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the Supreme Temple, startling all its inhabitants. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Supreme Temple? This presence feels overwhelmingly powerful. Could it be an adversary of our temple? Remnants of the Imperial Palace? What faction is this? All within the Supreme Temple were taken aback by this proclamation, bewildered by the unfolding events. In the attic, both Di Xing and Gong Yunxi, who were lamenting the affairs of the great Xiao, were equally startled by the mighty shout. Is this a member of the demon clan, Your Highness? Di Xing's expression darkened. The remnants of the Imperial Palace? Could it be that the demon clan has discovered Your Highness? The demon clan. Gong Yunxi turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, a flicker of hatred crossing her face. Her father fell at the hands of the demon clan. The Imperial Palace, established by her father, was also destroyed by them. How could she not harbor resentment upon seeing one of their kind? Your Highness, could it be that the demon clan has indeed discovered you? Di Xing voiced his concerns. Your Highness is the sole daughter of the Emperor. If the demon clan finds you, they will surely not spare you. I do not know, Gong Yunxi replied, shaking her head. At that moment, as the thunderous voice faded, several figures emerged from the void within the Supreme Temple. These were the esteemed ancestors and the grand elders of the Supreme Temple. Demon clan, What business do you have in my supreme temple? An elder at the forefront, with a grave expression, inquired. This was none other than Zhuge Qing, the sole eternal monarch of the supreme temple. Zhuge Qing gazed at the two figures of the demon clan, his heart plummeting. Two emperors. Although he could not ascertain their precise realm, even a mere ancient emperor was beyond the capacity of the supreme temple to withstand. The supreme temple, surrender the remnants of the imperial palace, and the demon clan shall not pursue matters concerning your temple. Otherwise, Mo Feng glared at Zhuge Qing, speaking without restraint. The supreme temple was hardly worthy of his regard. Had he not wished to avoid becoming a target for all realms, he would have obliterated the supreme temple long ago. If the demon clan were to annihilate the supreme temple without provocation, how would the other dominant factions perceive it? They would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation, potentially leading to a coalition against the demon clan, a scenario he wished to avoid. Remnants of the imperial palace? Surely, esteemed elders, you must be mistaken. My supreme temple harbors no such remnants. Zhuge Qing's complexion shifted slightly, yet he feigned calmness. Do not hide it any longer. We have already obtained precise information that the daughter of the emperor of the imperial palace resides within your supreme temple. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing and Shi Yuanlong's expressions drastically changed. How could the demon clan possibly know of your highness's presence in the supreme temple? Since your highness's return, she had never left the supreme temple. Not to mention the demon clan. Even within the supreme temple, there were but a few who were aware of her identity. How then did this demon clan come to know of her existence? Supreme temple, if you do not surrender the remnants of the imperial palace, today shall mark the end of your existence. Observing the change in Zhuge Qing and the others' expressions, Mo Feng and his companion were now certain that the daughter of the emperor of the imperial palace was indeed within the confines of the supreme temple. Behind Zhuge Qing, a young man, upon hearing the words of the demon clan, paled and turned to Shi Yuanlong, expressing his concerns. Grandfather, perhaps we should surrender your highness. Otherwise, our supreme temple stands no chance against the demon clan. Silence. Shi Yuanlong hissed softly at the young man, his face etched with discontent. At that moment, Shi Yuanlong had begun to comprehend why the demon clan was aware of your highness's existence. Ever since she arrived at the supreme temple, the most vocal opponent had been his grandson, Shi Tianhua, who felt that her presence overshadowed the entire temple, with all treating her with utmost reverence. He had thought that his grandson would merely voice some objections, yet he never anticipated such treachery, to discreetly notify the demon clan of her return. Is this the consequence of your actions? Shi Yuanlong glared at Shi Tianhua, fury etched across his face. Grandfather, faced with Shi Yuanlong's expression, Shi Tianhua's face turned pale with alarm. He had assumed that when the demon clan came seeking someone, the supreme temple would yield Gong Yunxi. However, what was this situation? It appeared that the ancestors and his grandfather had no intention of surrendering Gong Yunxi. Was she truly that significant? From your demeanor, it seems you are not prepared to relinquish the remnants of the imperial palace? Could it be that your supreme temple is the predecessor of the imperial palace? Mo Feng's expression grew slightly colder as he interrogated Zhuge Qing and the others. Esteemed elder, you are mistaken. My supreme temple has no connection to the imperial palace. Zhuge Qing replied cautiously. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not admit to such a relation. To do so would provide the demon clan with justification to strike against them. By denying it, the demon clan would lack a legitimate reason to attack. Should they insist on doing so, they would risk facing a united front from the other dominant factions. Unless the demon clan had grown powerful enough to disregard the other dominant factions, they would have to weigh their actions carefully. And what of the daughter of the emperor of the imperial palace? Will you not surrender her? Mo Feng demanded. Esteemed elder, I am unaware of how your demon clan obtained this information, but I assure you, it is a fabrication. We are being falsely accused. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng's anger turned to mockery. A false accusation, you say? What a marvelous claim from the supreme temple. Do you truly believe that my demon clan would shy away from taking action against you? Since you refuse to admit it, prepare to face annihilation. With that, Mo Feng unleashed a devastating attack towards the people of the supreme temple. Boom. The void erupted with a resounding blast, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Demon clan, your actions will surely incite the wrath of all the great factions. Zhuge Qing shouted in fury upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Under the oppressive force of Mo Feng, everyone was forced to spit blood, utterly unable to resist. Stop. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out from a distance. It was Gong Yunxi rushing to the scene. Your Highness, why have you come? You must leave at once. Zhuge Qing exclaimed, his face contorted with alarm upon seeing Gong Yunxi. Mo Feng's gaze shifted slightly as he turned to look at Gong Yunxi. Your Highness, could it be that you are the daughter of the emperor of the imperial palace? Indeed I am, she declared. You seek me, do you not? I have come forth. Now spare the people of the Supreme Temple. Haha. It seems that your Supreme Temple truly consists of the remnants of the Imperial Palace. In that case, how could I possibly let you go? Mo Feng laughed heartily, declaring, the Supreme Temple is but a remnant of the Imperial Palace. Today shall witness its destruction. With that, Mo Feng launched an attack directly at the members of the Supreme Temple. Under this onslaught, the entire void shifted ominously, and the crowd gazed upon the incoming attack with faces filled with despair. Are we to perish? Gong Yunxi murmured. Chapter 142, The War Monarch of the Nine Heavens. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the members of the Supreme Temple, striking out with a single palm against the incoming attack. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the void, dissipating the attack into nothingness. Who dares? The two figures of Mo Feng were taken aback, their gazes drawn to the sudden appearance of a silhouette. Dressed in a flowing white palace gown, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. She appeared to be in her 30s, yet she was undeniably a woman. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign? It is you. How is it that you are alive? As they recognized her, the expressions of Mo Feng and his companion shifted dramatically, their astonishment palpable. The demon clan remains as audacious as ever. The woman, the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign, asserted sharply, directing her gaze at Mo Feng and his companion. They were astonished to discover that the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign not only survived, but had also ascended to the realm of the ancient emperors. The Imperial Palace has indeed concealed its depths well, Mo Feng remarked, his countenance darkening as he regarded her. The ancient emperor's realm was a pinnacle they could barely aspire to. They were merely ancient emperors of the past. Today, it seemed that they were incapable of dealing with the remnants of the Imperial Palace. Is it so surprising that I, too, have reached the ancient emperor realm while you have ascended to the ancient emperors? The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign replied with a light chuckle. In her past, she had already been at the level of the ancient emperor, while these two were merely ancient emperors of the bygone era. At her words, Mo Feng and his companion fell into silence. Indeed, in terms of innate talent, how could they possibly compare to the 8 great battle sovereigns under the command of the Imperial Palace? The 8 great battle sovereigns had all been beings beyond the ancient emperors, with the Western Sky Battle Sovereign among them being a figure of the primordial emperor level. They were, after all, just ordinary ancient emperors. 1,000,000 years ago, within the myriad realms, the number of emperor-level powerhouses could be counted on one hand, and even monarchs were a rare sight. The myriad realms had only recently come into existence, having barely surpassed 2,000,000 years, and even now, they remained in their infancy. 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly Tao of the myriad realms was incomplete, and the very existence of the heavenly Tao was still unknown. Thus, to reach the ancient or primordial emperor levels during that era spoke volumes about one's extraordinary talent. Humph, Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign. Don't presume that just because you have ascended to the ancient emperor realm, you can contend with my demon clan. Once the demon emperor emerges from his seclusion, your supreme divine palace shall surely be annihilated. We shall take our leave. With that, Mo Feng turned and departed alongside Mo Qing. As she watched them retreat, the expression of the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign grew cold. She understood that the demon emperor was the very same demon sovereign who had once been grievously injured by the imperial master and had managed to escape. Back then, he had already been at the ancient emperor level, and now he likely stood at the pinnacle of the primordial emperor realm, possibly having even transcended to the unknown heights beyond. Although the pinnacle of the myriad realms was considered to be the primordial emperor, she knew that such limitations did not apply to the demon clan, as they were not native beings of the myriad realms. Xianyi, at this moment, the dazed Gong Yunxi turned her gaze towards the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign, her voice filled with joy. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign turned to her and smiled faintly. Yunxi, and Xian. Gong Yunxi's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed into the embrace of the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign. Within her arms, she wept softly, a mixture of joy and sorrow. Fear not, Yunxi, all is well now. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign gently patted Gong Yunxi's back in comfort. Gong Yunxi lifted her head slightly, gazing at the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign with sorrowful eyes. Aunt Xian, my father, he is dead. At those words, the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign paused momentarily, her voice softening. We shall avenge the Imperial Master. Battle Sovereign. At that moment, Zhuge Qing and others approached, bowing respectfully to the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign. Aside from Zhuge Qing and Shi Yuanlong, who recognized her, the others were unaware of her identity. However, it was evident that she was a formidable emperor capable of repelling 2 demon emperors, and they dared not show any disrespect. You have done commendably. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign praised, her gaze resting on Zhuge Qing and Shi Yuanlong. You have not brought shame to the Imperial Palace. The two were taken aback by her commendation, hastily replying, Thank you, Battle Sovereign. We are all members of the Imperial Palace. It is our duty to do so. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign nodded slightly before turning her cold gaze towards Shi Tianhua. Were you the one who informed the demon clan? Please spare me, my lord. I was merely confused for a moment. Shi Tianhua's face turned pale as he knelt in supplication. He had been present when Gong Yunqi returned, and his grandfather had explained the events of 1,000,000 years prior, so he was well aware of her identity. Moreover, she was a terrifying emperor, and facing her wrath filled him with dread. Grandfather, save me. I was just momentarily foolish. Shi Yuanlong turned away, unable to look at him, though he was his grandson. The gravity of his actions left him uncertain of how to forgive him. For those who had once belonged to the imperial palace, they harbored deep emotions tied to it. The imperial palace had been their former home, while the demon clan was their sworn enemy. Now, to see his grandson act out of selfishness in such a manner made forgiveness seem impossible. This matter shall be decided by the battle sovereign. Shi Yuanlong offered a slight bow to the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign. Yuanlong, I know how you feel about the imperial palace. Though I have not been present for many years, I have been aware of your actions alongside Zhuge Qing. Regardless, he is still your grandson. For this once, I shall let it pass, but it shall not happen again. However, while his life may be spared, confinement for 10,000 years is in order. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign spoke nonchalantly. Her leniency towards Shi Tianhua was solely due to her respect for Shi Yuanlong and the fact that no significant harm had been caused. In truth, she had foreseen the arrival of the two demon figures the moment they stepped into the imperial palace realm, thus predicting that no calamity would befall the supreme divine palace. Thank you, Battle Sovereign. I promise never to commit such an act again. Shi Tianhua wept tears of joy. Yuanlong, express your gratitude to the Battle Sovereign. The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign said. Aunt Xian, what of my father? At that moment, the nearby Di Xing suddenly inquired. Di Xing, your father is safe. He will come to see you in due time, the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign assured him with a smile. Fine. He hasn't visited me in all these years. What a failure of a father he is, Di Xing complained, nodding slightly. By the way, Aunt Xian, do you know of the Great Xia? Gong Yunqi suddenly asked. The Great Xia? I am unfamiliar with it. It seems to have emerged out of nowhere, the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign replied, shaking her head slightly. The Great Xia harbors considerable ambition. Its emergence in the Xian domain may not bode well. At her words, the group fell into contemplative silence. They were aware of the Great Xia's aggressive maneuvers against the surrounding 4 great central thousand realms, even driving out their people from the Donghua realm. If the Great Xia were to expand outward, how would they confront such a formidable force? Battle Sovereign, should the Great Xia choose to expand, what course of action should we take? Zhuge Qing inquired, looking towards the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign. We shall handle this matter ourselves. You need not concern yourselves with it for now. Understood. Chapter 143. The Fusion of Worlds. After departing from the Imperial Palace realm, Mo Feng and his companion returned directly to the Demon Clan to report to Moe. Have the remnants of the Imperial Palace been dealt with? Moe inquired casually, observing the two with interest. In his view, with the involvement of 2 ancient emperors, what could the Supreme Divine Palace possibly do to resist? My lord, we are inept and have failed to resolve the matter, the two replied, their heads bowed in shame. What? Moe's expression shifted to one of surprise. You two could not handle a mere remnant of the Imperial Palace? My lord, the Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign has returned, Mo Feng murmured softly. However, these words struck Moe like a thunderclap. What? Who has returned? The Nine Heavens Battle Sovereign. Upon hearing this, Moe's expression darkened slightly. The Nine Heavens Battle Emperor? She is still alive? What is her current realm? Moe inquired. My lord, she has reached the Ancient Emperor realm, just like you, replied Mo Feng. The Ancient Emperor. Moe was not surprised. After all, this individual was once more formidable than him. If he has now attained the Ancient Emperor realm, how could she possibly be weak? I understand. This is not your fault. You may leave now. Yes, thank you, my lord. With that, both of them withdrew. The Nine Heavens Battle Emperor. Since you have not perished, does this imply that the Western Battle Emperor is also alive? The Imperial Palace. You truly are resilient against death. A chilling glint flickered in Moe's eyes. Initially, the Imperial Palace had posed the greatest obstacle to his demon clan. Could it still be the same after a millennium? And what of the so-called Great Xia? In the Xiantian realm, within the Nine Heavens Palace system, do you know how to elevate the Xiantian realm to the Great Thousand World? By now, it had been over a month since Xiao Tian returned from participating in the 10,000 Realms Talents ranking. During this month, the progress of Great Xia had been nothing short of rapid. Domain Lord level and even Realm Lord level powerhouses had begun to emerge among the populace. Therefore, Xiao Tian was no longer satisfied with the current status of the Xiantian realm as a middle thousand world. He aspired to elevate the Xiantian realm to a great thousand world, for only then would it be worthy of its standing. To elevate to the celestial dynasty, one must integrate more than 10 middle thousand worlds. Elevating to the celestial dynasty? Merging worlds? He understood the concept of ascending to the celestial dynasty, but what did world merging entail? Could two distinct worlds truly be combined? System. How does one merge worlds? Since he lacked understanding, he had no choice but to consult the system. Extract the world's essence and integrate it into the Xian Tian realm. World merging? Xiao Tian was astonished. To merge a middle thousand world, was that within the realm of human capability? It is. Is that so? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in realization. He had not anticipated such a possibility. Why had he never witnessed other factions undertaking such actions? They could effortlessly amalgamate smaller worlds or middle thousand worlds into a great thousand world. Xiao Tian inquired once more. For merging smaller worlds into middle thousand worlds and middle thousand worlds into great thousand worlds would undeniably confer immense benefits for future development. However, among the myriad of small and middle thousand worlds within the myriad realms, it was evident that no faction had ever attempted such a feat. The myriad realms belonged to a nascent universe, having existed for less than 2 million years, akin to an infant. Thus, no one was aware of this secret method. What? A newly birthed universe? Xiao Tian was rendered speechless. Such an expansive realm as the myriad realms was merely a nascent universe, not even 2 million years old. Furthermore, if the system was to be believed, did that mean there also existed medium and large universes? Yu Chang and Gai. Now that he understood how to ascend to the great thousand world, Xiao Tian was prepared to act immediately. After all, elevating the Xiantian realm to a great thousand world would accelerate the development of Great Xia. I pay my respects to the Emperor. A ripple of energy surged through the void as Yu Chang and Gai appeared before Xiao Tian. You two shall immediately proceed to the Donghua realm, Zhogong realm, Tianwu realm, and Zhozhou realm, extracting their world's essence to merge into the Xiantian realm, Xiao Tian commanded, gazing at the two. Yes, Emperor. They responded in unison before departing. In Xiao Tian's view, Gai might struggle to grasp the concept, but Yu Chang would certainly comprehend, as he was a deity of the underworld, well-versed in matters of worlds and thus requiring little explanation from Xiao Tian. There were only 4 middle thousand worlds surrounding the Xiantian realm, indicating that expansion was necessary. After the two departed, Xiao Tian murmured to himself. The strength of Great Xia had already reached a point where it was no longer inferior to any hegemonic force. There was no need for them to quietly develop any longer. An hour later, four resounding booms echoed throughout the Xiantian realm. Boom, 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 boom. Following this was a tremendous tremor. The inhabitants of the Xiantian realm fell into shock once again. What has transpired now? This situation mirrored that of the last world elevation. Could it be that the Xiantian realm has elevated once more? Is my Xiantian realm on the brink of becoming a great thousand world? In an instant, all the people of Great Xia began to discuss fervently. Yet, they bore little concern, for they were no strangers to such occurrences and remained remarkably composed. However, while they felt little trepidation, the beings from the 4 middle thousand worlds merging into the Xiantian realm were utterly terrified. They had never encountered such a situation and were clueless about what was happening, each one gripped by panic. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice resonated in everyone's ears. I am the Emperor of Great Xia. Today, I shall merge your 4 middle thousand worlds into my Great Xia domain. From this day forth, you shall all be citizens of my Great Xia. There is no need for alarm. As long as you refrain from causing chaos within the Great Xia territory and adhere to my laws, you shall be protected as citizens of Great Xia. When Xiao Tian's voice echoed in every ear, the crowd was left in astonishment. Merging worlds? What manner of sorcery is this? Such an event had never happened in the myriad realms before. No one had ever fathomed that worlds could indeed merge. Yet today, Great Xia was merging 4 middle thousand worlds into the Xiantian realm, a revelation that was nothing short of astonishing. A day later, the world merging was fully completed. The 4 vast middle thousand worlds had entirely integrated into the Xiantian realm, expanding it several dozen times over. The spiritual energy of the entire Xiantian realm surged exponentially, now exceeding the standards of a great thousand world. Li Si, immediately arrange for our troops to be stationed in the newly added territories. Any who incite rebellion shall be dealt with swiftly. At present, the soldiers of Great Xia possessed cultivation levels ranging from domain lord to sovereign, with many generals having already attained the realm of Earth Sovereign, more than sufficient to guard these newly acquired territories. Chapter 144. The Ascension of Great Xia to the Celestial Dynasty in the Great Thousand World, Great Xia. 3 days later, Yu Chang and Gai arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace. Emperor, the 4 middle thousand worlds have all been merged into our Great Xia territory, Yu Chang reported respectfully. Indeed, to elevate the Xiantian realm to a great thousand world, We require 6 more middle thousand worlds. You shall venture into the starry skies to locate the nearest middle thousand worlds and merge them into the Great Xia territory. It will be a time of ascension for our Great Xia, Xiao Tian commanded. The elevation to the celestial dynasty and the advancement of the Xiantian realm to a great thousand world was an endeavor Xiao Tian was determined to achieve. At that time, it would mark the era when Great Xia would reign supreme over the myriad realms. Yes, Emperor, the two replied, and then set off into the cosmos. The land of Great Xia was situated within the Xian domain, which harbored over 100 great thousand worlds alongside 2 dominant factions, the Supreme Divine Palace and the Celestial Clan. Each of these 2 forces occupied more than 50 great thousand worlds. Now that world merging was possible, Xiao Tian envisioned these realms becoming part of his Great Xia territory. As for the 2 dominant factions, it would be best if they submitted to Great Xia. If they refused, Xiao Tian would not hesitate to erase them from existence in the myriad realms. Before long, a month had passed. Under the actions of Huo Qubing and Xianxia, the entire Xiantian realm has amalgamated 10 middle thousand worlds, reaching the pinnacle of the middle thousand worlds. Now, it awaits the Great Xia's ascension to the heavenly dynasty. With the return of fortune, Xiantian realm shall be elevated to the Great Thousand World. On the 1st day of July in the 4th year of the Great Xia calendar, a resounding and exhilarating dragon's roar emanated from the capital of the Great Xia, Yudu, reverberating throughout the realm of the Great Xia and even reaching the surrounding areas of Xiantian realm. Subsequently, a colossal golden dragon, measuring an astounding 360 zhang, burst forth from the skies above Yudu, unleashing a series of triumphant roars that echoed with uncontainable excitement. Anyone present could sense the exuberance radiating from this magnificent creature. Suddenly, several towering figures appeared outside the Xiantian realm, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. These individuals, drawn by the commotion in the Great Xia, included both the undying kings and the undying emperors. What is this? Is the Great Xia ascending to the heavenly dynasty? They murmured, gazing at the Xiantian realm with astonishment. How could this middle thousand world be so vast? Observers realized that the Xiantian realm was at least 10 times larger than an ordinary middle thousand world. Within the Great Xia court, Xiao Tian's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the boundless void filled with these figures, his expression impassive, exuding an aura of immense authority. Just a few undying kings and emperors. Our Great Xia has no fear of these beings, he thought, a surge of pride swelling within him as he beheld the expansive territories of the Great Xia below and the endless void above, along with the figures in the distance. In just over 4 years, he had risen from a humble city to establish a heavenly dynasty. In a mere 4 years, from nothingness to greatness, he had built the Great Xia, now boasting millions of subjects and formidable generals, alongside wise ministers. The name of the Great Xia resonated across the heavens as illustrious figures of the Huaxia civilization descended upon this world. Emperor, the time has come. Li Si stepped forward, speaking solemnly. Indeed, Xiao Tian nodded slightly, proceeding towards the plaza beyond the court. Shortly thereafter, he ascended a grand altar, towering 1,000 zhang high. Standing upon the altar, he surveyed the surroundings of the Great Xia, an overwhelming sense of grandeur enveloping him. Today, the Great Xia dynasty shall ascend to the heavenly dynasty. Henceforth, I shall be the holy sovereign of the Great Xia heavenly dynasty, aligned with the heavens. Xiao Tian's authoritative voice resonated across billions of miles, echoing in the ears of countless subjects throughout the Xiantian realm. Today, I shall rename the Xiantian realm to the Great Xia realm, a world belonging solely to my Great Xia. With his proclamation, a deafening roar erupted across the entirety of the Great Xia world, as if to affirm his words. The territories of the Great Xia expanded once more, and in the void, auspicious multicolored clouds emerged, veiling the sky and enveloping the entire realm. The laws of heaven and earth rejoiced, and the will of the universe emanated boundless joy. Ascending to the heavenly dynasty, our Great Xia has indeed ascended, came the jubilant cries of the citizens. Long live the emperor, eternal and indestructible. Throughout the Great Xia, the jubilant cheers of countless subjects resonated. They rejoiced and took pride in their nation, for they were the children of the Great Xia, and the ascension to the heavenly dynasty was a shared glory. Across the Great Xia territories, whether commoners or noble families or sect members, all knelt towards the direction of Yudu, chanting, "Long live the emperor, eternal and indestructible." Even those newly integrated into the Great Xia, under the pervasive atmosphere, bowed towards Yudu. Thus, the Great Xia officially ascended to the heavenly dynasty. Beyond the realm of the Great Xia, in the starry expanse, figures gazed in awe at the ever-expanding Great Xia realm. What is this? The world has also ascended? They marveled. Our Xian domain will gain yet another great thousand world. They exclaimed, astounded. The birth of a great thousand world was no trivial matter. Over 200 millennia. Only 3,000 great thousand worlds had emerged across the myriad realms. Now, witnessing the birth of another was indeed a momentous occasion. Let us depart. We must not allow the great Xia to perceive us as enemies. One figure declared before vanishing, prompting the others to follow suit. Enter the court, Xiao Tian bellowed, striding into the hall, followed by the civil and military officials. I pay my respects to the emperor. Upon Xiao Tian ascending the imperial throne, all officials knelt in reverence. My dear ministers, no need for formalities. Today, our great Xia ascends to the heavenly dynasty, and it is time to stride forth into the heavens. Xiao Tian addressed the gathered officials with authority. Lu Bu, heed my command. Lu Bu, having recently ascended to the realm of the ancient kings, stepped forward respectfully. Your servant is here. I command you to lead the 5th Legion northward towards the great Xia realm, conquering all worlds above the middle thousand level. I shall carry out my orders. Lu Bu's eyes gleamed with resolve as he accepted the decree. Xiao Yan, heed my command. Xiao Tian called again. Your servant is here. Xiao Yan stepped forward. I command you to lead the 8th Legion eastward towards the great Xia realm, conquering all worlds. I shall carry out my orders. Subsequently, Xiao Tian dispatched several generals to lead their forces towards the periphery of the great Xia realm. The myriad realms of the Xian domain would undoubtedly tremble at the rise of the great Xia. Huo, you shall visit the celestial clan and bring them under submission. Those who refuse shall be exterminated. Xianxia, you shall go to the supreme divine temple and do the same. Show no mercy to those who resist. Xiao Tian commanded Huo and Xianxia. The celestial clan and the supreme divine temple were the two dominant powers within the Xian domain. Subjugating them would essentially unify the realm, facilitating the great Xia's control over the remaining worlds. Chapter 145. The celestial clan submits as the great Xia ascended to the heavenly dynasty and the world transformed into a great thousand world. The celestial clan and the supreme divine temple, located thousands of miles away from the great Xia, became aware of this monumental event. The commotion surrounding the ascension to a great thousand world was too significant for them to remain oblivious. As the various armies of the great Xia advanced, both major powers fell into a state of silence. In the celestial realm, within a grand hall, the clan leader and several elders convened. Leader, it seems the great Xia intends to unify the Xian domain. Indeed, their actions show utter disregard for us. Several elders expressed their outrage. Yet none dared to confront the great Xia for retribution. What a joke. The great Xia has revealed the strength of an ancient emperor and an ancient king. What can we possibly do to hold them accountable? It would be a miracle if we aren't annihilated ourselves. Do you think the great Xia has any reason to regard us? The clan leader remarked helplessly, casting a self-deprecating glance at one of the elders. Hearing this, the elder fell silent, pondering. Indeed, what right does the celestial clan have to demand the great Xia's respect? The two sides are simply not on the same level. Leader, what should the celestial clan do now? The ambitions of the great Xia are vast. They surely aim to unify the Xian domain. Another elder turned to the leader of the celestial clan, inquiring, Tianqi. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the hall, followed by a figure materializing in the grand chamber. Ancestor. Upon seeing this individual, the leader of the celestial clan, Tianqi, felt a surge of joy. The arrival of the ancestor meant that he no longer had to bear the weight of all the pressure alone. After all, everyone was looking to him for guidance on what to do next, and how could he possibly know the answer? Ancestor, how shall we confront the great Xia? Tianqi asked his esteemed ancestor. Sighing, the ancestor replied, Alas, we stand no chance against great Xia. We hold no position in any other domain either. Our only option now is to submit to great Xia, lest we risk the annihilation of the celestial clan amidst the myriad realms. This decision to submit to great Xia had been a collective conclusion among the elders, as they realized their utter inability to resist such a formidable force. Submit to great Xia? Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Tianqi's expression shifted slightly. The celestial clan, once one of the sovereign powers among the realms, now found itself in the position of having to yield to another force for survival. What a lamentable fate. Boom. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth, sweeping across the celestial realm, accompanied by a thunderous voice that echoed throughout. I am Huo of Great Xia, sent by the Emperor. The choice for the celestial clan was clear, to submit or face destruction. The members of the celestial clan within the hall were taken aback by this proclamation, astonished by the swiftness of Great Xia's arrival. Furthermore, this individual was none other than the terrifying ancient emperor of Great Xia. Swish. 5 figures abruptly appeared in the void, standing before Huo. They were Tian Leishan, Tian Yongning, Tian Minghui, Tian Wenshuang, and Tian Wendan, all esteemed elders of the celestial clan. As they materialized, they immediately bowed to Huo. You are the elders of the celestial clan? Hai Wuchang inquired indifferently, directing his gaze at the five. Indeed, they nodded in unison. It seems you have reached a decision? Hai Wuchang observed, noticing their exchanged glances before they reluctantly spoke. The celestial clan is willing to submit to Great Xia. We seek to understand how Great Xia intends to treat us. Those of royal rank and above from your clan shall serve in my Great Xia's worship hall, fighting for us across the myriad realms, Hai Wuchang stated impassively. Upon hearing this, the five elders exhibited expressions of shock. To wage war across the realms? Did Great Xia intend to incite a grand conflict throughout the cosmos? Could it be that a mere celestial domain was insufficient for Great Xia's ambitions? The notion of unifying the myriad realms seemed utterly absurd to them. Even the demonic race had failed to achieve such dominance. Could Great Xia truly accomplish the impossible? Celestial clan, heed the command. After a prolonged silence, one elder responded respectfully. The five royal figures comprised 2 from the eternal realm and 3 from the ancient realm. Subsequently, under the guidance of one of the eternal realm elders, the celestial clan selected 10 immortal kings, 2 ancient realm elders, and 1 eternal realm elder to accompany Hai Wuchang back to Great Xia. With the addition of these mid to high-tier combatants, Great Xia's endeavors to conquer the myriad realms would undoubtedly become significantly easier. In the imperial realm, within the Supreme Divine Hall, Lord Battle Emperor, Great Xia has begun its expansion and may soon arrive at our Supreme Divine Hall, reported Zhuge Qing, his expression grave as he addressed the esteemed Ninth Heaven Battle Emperor. Great Xia had finally revealed its sharp fangs. Hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Xian Minglan, the Ninth Heaven Battle Emperor, fell into deep contemplation. The power of Great Xia warranted her utmost attention. The ancient emperor was not someone she could contend with at present. What would happen if Great Xia descended upon the Supreme Divine Hall? Should she summon her elder brother, Emperor Tian, for assistance? Despite the fact that the Supreme Divine Hall belonged to the human race and shared a kinship with Great Xia, would they truly refrain from acting against them? Yet, Great Xia's intentions to unify the celestial domains were glaringly apparent. How should the Supreme Divine Hall respond? Swish! Just as the members of the Supreme Divine Hall deliberated, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above. It was Gainia. An ancient emperor? Upon his arrival, Gainia quickly discerned that the Supreme Divine Hall harbored an ancient emperor as well. To his surprise, how could a force regarded as a lesser sovereign possess such strength? Gainia was puzzled but brushed it off. One ancient emperor was hardly a concern for Great Xia. With that thought, Gainia unleashed a commanding shout that reverberated throughout the imperial realm. I, Gainia of Great Xia, come at the behest of the emperor to subdue the Supreme Divine Hall. Will the Supreme Divine Hall submit or face annihilation? His overwhelming presence engulfed the hall, leaving many gasping for breath, while the weaker individuals coughed up blood, unable to withstand the pressure. In the Supreme Divine Hall, Xian Minglan and the others were taken aback. An ancient emperor? They had not anticipated such a forceful arrival from Great Xia. Xian Minglan's expression turned serious. How could they possibly withstand the might of an ancient emperor? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they had to confront this challenge. With a determined stride, Xian Minglan vanished from the hall, appearing in the void surrounding the Supreme Divine Hall. You are from Great Xia? She questioned Gainia, her heart racing. At this moment, she was deeply unsettled, for was not the ancient emperor of Great Xia the one known as Hai Wuchang? Who, then, was this young man bearing a sword upon his back? Great Xia, master of the Sword Palace, Gainia declared softly. Chapter 146, The Battle Emperor of the West, Emperor Tian. Upon hearing this, Xian Minglan's heart sank into bitterness. How could the Supreme Divine Hall contend against 2 ancient emperors of Great Xia, while her brother, Emperor Tian, was indeed an ancient emperor? Could he truly face off against both of Great Xia's ancient emperors? She was uncertain. What is it that you Great Xia truly desire? Xian Minglan inquired, her voice steady yet filled with trepidation. The emperor has decreed that there can only be one voice in the myriad realms, and that is the voice of Great Xia. Acknowledging the past assistance of your Supreme Divine Hall, the emperor permits your autonomy, yet you must submit to Great Xia and obey our commands. This was a directive specially entrusted by Xiao Tian, as he recognized that without the Supreme Divine Hall, Great Xia might have missed out on the opportunity presented by the Celestial Heroes ranking, thereby forfeiting a vast amount of fortune. However, this was the greatest concession Xiao Tian could offer. Autonomy was allowed, but submission to Great Xia was non-negotiable. You Great Xia seek to unify the myriad realms? Xian Minglan gasped in shock upon hearing Gainia's words. Wasn't this ambition of Great Xia excessively ambitious? Since the dawn of the myriad realms, no force had ever successfully unified them. Not even her imperial hall had achieved such a feat 1,000,000 years ago. What right did Great Xia have to aspire to such dominance? Moreover, the demonic race, the preeminent sovereign of the myriad realms, still existed. How could Great Xia possibly unify the realms? Did they truly believe the demonic race was a mere shadow? For 1,000,000 years, they had been covertly investigating the demonic race, and even during Emperor Tian's ascension to the ancient emperor rank, he had refrained from confronting them, fully aware that the demonic race was far from simple. Indeed, how does your supreme temple make its decisions? We are all of the human race. Must your daxia pursue this matter to an absolute conclusion? Xianming Lan's expression darkened. Initially, she had felt a sense of joy at the emergence of such a formidable force for the human race, believing that with this power, they would no longer be looked down upon by the other great factions. However, she was taken aback by daxia's overwhelming ambition to unify the heavens. Such ambition often heralds an inevitable state of conflict. Since your supreme temple lacks the means to unify the human race, allow my daxia to take on this mantle. In the meantime, any dissenters need not fear annihilation at our hands. Countless years hence, the human race shall rise due to daxia, becoming the paramount overlord of the heavens. Xianxia proclaimed with great fervor. His voice brimmed with boundless ambition, inspiring those who heard him to gaze upon him with admiration. If the human race could ascend to the position of the supreme overlord in the heavens, perhaps yielding to daxia would not be such a poor choice after all. Suddenly, a sigh resonated through the air. Why must the human race engage in such internecine strife? As the voice faded, a figure materialized beside Xianming Lan. Were He Wuchang present, he would surely be astonished, for this voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the one who rescued the members of the Nine Palace Pavilion from him. Clearly, this individual was the one behind the scenes at the Nine Palace Pavilion. Brother Di Tian. Upon seeing this figure, Xianming Lan softly called out. Below, Zhu Guqing and the others looked upon this figure with expressions of delight, exclaiming, Lord Battle Emperor. Father, Uncle Di Tian. Nearby, Di Xing and Gong Yunxi also called out in unison. Di Tian turned to the crowd and offered them a gentle smile. He then directed his gaze back at Xianxia, saying, Esteemed sir, our true enemy is the demon race. Why must we turn our blades upon one another? It was unexpected that the Supreme Temple still harbored an ancient emperor. Xianxia's expression turned grave as he observed the sudden appearance of Di Tian. Sensing the strength that radiated from him, realizing he was no match for this individual, I did not anticipate that besides that your daxia would have your presence. To be frank, your daxia has indeed left me greatly astonished. Di Tian sighed. When he rescued the 8 members of the Nine Palace Pavilion from He Wuchang, he had already discerned that He was not to be underestimated. Although he was not a match for him, he could perceive that He was far stronger than the average ancient emperor. And now, this Xianxia was certainly not a typical ancient emperor. The powerful figures from daxia seemed to be boundless. For the human race to become powerful, unification is imperative. If your supreme temple cannot accomplish this, then my daxia shall. As for the demon race, my daxia shall naturally contend with them. However, prior to that, the human race must unite. Upon hearing this, Di Tian was momentarily taken aback. In Xianxia's eyes, he perceived an unwavering confidence, as if the demon race, or perhaps daxia itself, was hardly worth considering. Was it that daxia underestimated the might of the demon race? Or were they genuinely this confident? You must understand that you are not my match. Thus your supreme temple shall not act against me today. Di Tian spoke solemnly to Xianxia. What my daxia wishes to accomplish shall not remain unfulfilled. I have come alone this time, but next time it may be 5, or even 10 of us. What will your supreme temple have to counter this? If the members of your supreme temple perish, it shall be due to the decisions made today. Having spoken, Xianxia turned to leave, for he knew that in the face of Di Tian alone, he could accomplish little. Wait, Di Tian called out to him. Does your daxia still possess ancient emperors? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Di Tian's heart surged with shock. The implication was clear. His daxia still had ancient emperors among its ranks. 5 or 10 coming. Could they all be ancient emperors? What my daxia lacks least is powerful individuals. Xianxia scoffed dismissively. Take care of yourselves. With that, Xianxia departed without further ado. As he watched Xianxia leave, Di Tian's expression darkened slightly. Could it be that daxia is truly this formidable? Are ancient emperors emerging in such numbers? If what he claims is true, and 5 or 10 ancient emperors arrive next time, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would find it impossible to rescue the Supreme Temple. Brother Di Tian, could daxia truly be as terrifying as that? Xianming Lan, who had been listening to Xianxia's words, stared at Di Tian in disbelief. I do not know. This daxia is utterly inscrutable. Even the demon race has never given me this sense of foreboding. Di Tian shook his head gravely. Subsequently, the two approached Zhu Guqing and the others. Father. Di Xing came before Di Tian, calling out, After so many years, you've only reached the level of a king of eternity. You truly bring shame upon your father. Di Tian reprimanded, a stern look crossing his face as he regarded Di Xing. After all these years, you have never come to guide me. It is already commendable that I have managed to reach this level on my own. How can you still have the audacity to criticize me? Dixing protested, his tone filled with grievance. Indeed, any son would feel wronged if their father, so powerful, never appeared to offer guidance. Upon hearing Dixing's words, a flicker of guilt appeared in Di Tian's expression. Uncle Di Tian. At that moment, Gong Yunqi approached Di Tian as well. Your Highness. Di Tian offered a slight bow. Uncle Di Tian, this Daxiao is truly extraordinary. A few years ago, my awakening occurred right within its borders. Back then, the individuals of Daxiao were merely at the martial saint and martial emperor levels, and now they have produced two ancient emperors. Gong Yunqi's face bore a grave expression as she explained to Di Tian. Chapter 147, The Origins of the Demon Race. Upon hearing Gong Yunqi's words, Di Tian's expression grew serious. Just a few years ago, they were merely at the martial saint and martial emperor levels, yet now they have given rise to ancient emperors? What can be achieved in just a few years? A single period of seclusion is not sufficient. It passes in the blink of an eye. Yet during these years, Daxiao has developed at such a rapid pace. It seems I must seek an audience with this Daxiao emperor. Di Tian was curious about the identity of this Daxiao emperor, under whose command even ancient emperors served. In other factions, ancient emperors are typically revered as ancestral figures, yet in Daxiao, they are merely subjects. Zhuge. Summon all members of the Supreme Temple to return to the Imperial Realm. During this period, none are to leave. Di Tian instructed Zhuge. The demon race is also experiencing unrest. It is likely that the heavens will soon be thrown into chaos. Yes, Lord Battle Emperor. In the realm of the heavens. Within the demon race's territory. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the demon race's domain, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping across the entirety of the demon race. What is happening? Has the demon emperor emerged from seclusion? In a grand hall, Moe's face displayed an expression of astonishment, followed by joy. The demon emperor's emergence from seclusion meant that the demon race would no longer have to tread so cautiously. 1,000,000 years ago, the demon emperor was already an ancient emperor. Now that he has emerged, how formidable will he be? Regardless, Moe felt confident that he could handle the ancient emperor from Daxia effortlessly. Just as Moe was lost in thought, a figure appeared before him in an instant. This was a young man who appeared to be merely in his 30s, exuding an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. Demon Emperor. Upon the appearance of this individual, Moe hastily bowed in respect. The individual in question is none other than the Demon Emperor, Mo Haoshuan. During my years of seclusion, have there been any significant events across the realms? Mo Haoshuan inquired as he took his seat at the foremost position. Casting a calm gaze upon Moe. 1,000,000 years prior, Mo Haoshuan had suffered severe injuries at the hands of the Emperor of the Imperial Palace, nearly facing death. Thus, he had remained in seclusion for a millennium, remaining oblivious to the happenings in the myriad realms. My lord, since the fall of the Imperial Palace and the demise of Gong Qingyun, our demon clan has been the supreme dominator of the realms for the past 1,000,000 years. Moe respectfully elucidated upon hearing Mo Haoshuan's query. However, recently, a mysterious force has emerged among the human race, known as the Great Xia, which boasts an ancient emperor and has slain one of our ancient emperors. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mo Haoshuan displayed a hint of astonishment. The human race has given birth to another ancient emperor? It is worth noting that 1,000,000 years ago, among all the myriad realms, only I, Mo Haoshuan, and the emperor of the Imperial Palace were ancient emperors. The strongest among the other factions were merely ancient lords. Thus, the difficulty of breaking through to the realm of ancient emperors is evident. Yet, to think that the human race has produced another ancient emperor is truly astonishing. Yes, furthermore, the Imperial Palace has been revitalized, and the once surviving Xiao Tian War Emperor has now broken through to the realm of ancient lord. Additionally, the Xiao Tian War Emperor, who also did not perish, has yet to make an appearance, Moe solemnly stated. Contemplating these developments, Moe's heart tightened slightly, realizing that the human race had grown remarkably powerful unbeknownst to them. Upon hearing Moe's words, Mo Haoshuan's expression grew somewhat grave. I did not anticipate that after Gong Qingyun's demise, the human race could still achieve such strength. Mo Haoshuan sighed softly. Though somewhat surprised by the current power of the human race, he did not place excessive importance on it. Over the past 1,000,000 years, aside from fully recovering from his injuries, he had also taken a step into the realm of ancient emperors, albeit only half a step, but this was not something that mere ancient emperors could compare to. Now that I have stepped half a step into the realm of the emperor, I can summon the powerful within our clan, he asserted confidently, his eyes glimmering with determination. It is time for our demon clan to reclaim control over the myriad realms. Upon hearing Mo Haoshuan's declaration, Moe's expression shifted to one of astonishment. My lord, have you truly crossed that threshold? Mo Haoshuan nodded slightly and immediately commanded, Mo, summon our clan's strongest individuals to seize the true dragon and true phoenix tribes. Those who refuse to submit shall be executed without mercy. The region in question was indeed the dwelling place of the true dragon and true phoenix tribes. Yes, my lord. Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that the demon emperor had taken that step signified the possibility of summoning powerful allies from within the clan, who in the myriad realms could stand against the might of the demon clan. Subsequently, Moe set off to gather all the powerful demon clan members present. With the emperor's orders given, it was evident that preparations were underway for an assault on the myriad realms. Having traversed this universe for over 1,000,000 years, the demon clan was finally poised to unify the myriad realms and claim it as their territory. After Moe departed, Mo Haoshuan also vanished from his location. Within a certain forbidden area of the demon clan's territory, Mo Haoshuan appeared. This space was isolated, measuring only a few hundred square feet. At the center of this space was a vortex resembling a wormhole. 1,000,000 years have passed, and I can finally reconnect with my clan, Mo Haoshuan exclaimed, his expression filled with anticipation. 1,000,000 years ago, his clan had inadvertently discovered this spatial wormhole, recognizing it as a passage to another universe. To ascertain what lay beyond the wormhole, they had sent numerous experts into it. However, none returned, prompting the clan to abandon further exploration. The demon clan in the myriad realms had been dispatched from the Tianma clan. Upon arriving in the myriad realms, Mo Haoshuan realized that he could no longer communicate with the Tianma clan, as the wormhole was entirely obstructed by a spatial barrier, which could only be shattered by someone above the emperor level. Though he had only taken a half step into that realm, he could still fragment a small portion of the barrier, allowing him to establish contact with the Tianma clan. Resolved, Mo Haoshuan approached the spatial barrier. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed an aura that far exceeded that of an ancient emperor, condensing it into a palm strike aimed at the barrier. Boom! At the moment of contact, the entire space reverberated with a thunderous roar, followed by a resounding explosion as a corner of the spatial barrier shattered. Seeing this, a smile graced Mo Haoshuan's lips. He then swiftly surged into the wormhole. In the Great Xia, within the Jiuxiao Palace, Your Majesty, I have failed in capturing the Supreme Temple due to my inadequacy. Gai Nye reported to Xiao Tian upon returning from the Supreme Temple. Indeed, Xiao Tian responded with mild surprise. The ancient Emperor Gai Nye was unable to subdue the Supreme Temple? What transpired? It was evident that something unexpected had occurred at the Supreme Temple. Otherwise, Gai Nye would not have returned defeated. Your Majesty, the Supreme Temple possesses an ancient emperor, one far more formidable than myself, Gai Nye replied gravely. Recalling the might of Emperor Tian, Gai Nye felt a shiver run through him. Upon hearing Gai Nye's words, Xiao Tian was once again engulfed in astonishment. Another ancient emperor? And one even stronger than Gai Nye? How could a faction that is merely the lowest among the myriad dominators possess such power? The Supreme Temple is indeed deeply concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian declared, in that case, we shall temporarily set aside the Supreme Temple and focus on unifying the other territories within the Xian domain first. Yes, Your Majesty, Gai Nye replied. Before departing, in the following days, all the generals of the Great Xia advanced toward the Xian domain, subduing both the Central Thousand Worlds and the Great Thousand Worlds under the might of the Great Xia. A month later, the entire Xian domain, with the exception of the Imperial Realm, was brought under the control of the Great Xia, becoming its territory. Your Majesty, the generals report that apart from the Imperial Realm, the entire Xian domain is now under the governance of our Great Xia, Li Si announced respectfully to Xiao Tian within the Great Xia court. At that moment, every official in the court displayed expressions of elation. The Xian domain was one of the 6 great domains of the myriad realms. To think that the Great Xia had unified the entire Xian domain, becoming its sole sovereign. Although the Supreme Temple had yet to submit to the Great Xia, it was now confined within the Imperial Palace. Inform the generals to seek out a girl named Gong Yunxi throughout the Xian domain, Xiao Tian declared. Having promised the great Emperor Qing Yun to look after his daughter, as a sovereign, he could not go back on his word. With the entirety of the Xian domain unified, save for the Supreme Temple in the Imperial Realm, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. If they could find her, it would be splendid. If not, he would not be overly concerned, for he had at least made the effort. Understood, Li Si replied respectfully. Although puzzled as to why the Emperor sought a girl, they would carry out his orders without question. Gai Nye, after giving instructions to Li Si, Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward Gai Nye. Here, Your Majesty. Gai Nye stepped forward. If you were to join forces with the Black Wuchang, could you contend with that ancient emperor of the Supreme Divine Temple? Xiao Tian inquired. The Supreme Divine Temple stands alone within the Imperial Palace, and Xiao Tian could not shake off an unsettling feeling. This, I cannot say for certain, Xianxia responded after a moment's hesitation. After all, he had never clashed with Emperor Tian and was unaware of his true strength. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Xiao Tian fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, he found himself perplexed. The ancient emperor was already at the pinnacle of the myriad realms. So why was there still such a formidable ancient emperor appearing, even stronger than the heroes of Huaxia he had summoned? System, is there truly no other way to transcend the peak of the myriad realms? Indeed there is. Xiao Tian's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly inquired, what is this method? Subjugate the spirit of the heavenly Tao. The spirit of the heavenly Tao? What is that? It is the consciousness of the heavenly Tao in the myriad realms. Xiao Tian was taken aback. The heavenly Tao has a consciousness? Even if it does, how am I to subjugate it? How does one even capture this spirit of the heavenly Tao? The system does not know. The host must explore it on their own. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell silent. It was akin to saying nothing at all, leaving him with nothing but confusion. Xianxia, Black Wuchang. You two shall journey to the Supreme Divine Temple and inform them that if they do not submit, I shall annihilate the Supreme Divine Temple next time. Xiao Tian had resolved that since he could not surpass the ancient emperor, he would instead seek victory through numbers. He could not believe that one or two ancient emperors could not deal with the individual from the Supreme Divine Temple. Surely, 5 or 10 could manage it. Yes, your humble servant obeys. In the vast world, within the Phoenix realm, several ethereal figures suddenly appeared in the skies above. Abruptly, a demonic blade materialized within the Phoenix realm and cleaved downward upon the entire realm. Boom! Instantly, the entire Phoenix realm shattered into fragments, resonating with deafening thunderclaps. Under the assault of this demonic blade, countless members of the Phoenix tribe perished. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures appeared in the heavens above the Phoenix realm. Demon Clan, what are your intentions? The ancestral elder of the Phoenix tribe, a timeless emperor, gazed in horror at the terrifying phantoms in the void, his expression paling dramatically. They could not fathom why the Demon Clan would suddenly assault the true Phoenix tribe. Today, you true Phoenix tribe shall either submit to my Demon Clan or face annihilation. Moe declared, gazing at the ancestral elder of the true Phoenix tribe with indifference, showing no regard for him. Hearing this, the elder's expression darkened. Has the Demon Clan finally revealed its claws? Every major force in the myriad realms is well aware of the Demon Clan's ambitions. Yet they have refrained from speaking against them due to their overwhelming power. Previously, the Demon Clan had been wary of a united front from the major forces against them, which is why they had remained patient until now. But why had they suddenly chosen to strike against the true Phoenix tribe today? Did they not fear a coalition of the major forces? The ancestral elder of the true Phoenix tribe was bewildered. He would never grasp that the current Demon Clan had completely shed any fear of a united front from the myriad realms. To demand the submission of my true Phoenix tribe is utterly impossible. The ancestral elder of the true Phoenix tribe glared at Moe, his voice resolute. In that case, prepare to meet your end. Moe replied coldly. Behind him, numerous demonic blades appeared, with demonic energy surging like a tide, obscuring the sky. The terrifying might of the demons ravaged the entire Phoenix realm, and under this overwhelming force, everyone felt as insignificant as ants, unable to resist. Boom, boom, boom. Countless demonic blades rained down upon the Phoenix realm, imbued with overwhelming demonic intent, cleaving through all members of the Phoenix tribe. All the people of the Phoenix tribe looked upon the incoming demonic blades, their faces pale with fear. Demon Clan, you shall not die a good death. The ancestral elder of the true Phoenix tribe bellowed in a voice strained with rage. Subsequently, the entire Phoenix realm was reduced to dust in the cosmos under the onslaught of the Demon Clan. All members of the true Phoenix tribe met a tragic end at the hands of the demons. Let us proceed to the true Dragon tribe. With that, the members of the Demon Clan vanished as if they had never existed, while the once dominant true Phoenix tribe was utterly obliterated, with only a few surviving in other realms. In the vast world, within the Dragon realm, the elders of the true Dragon tribe sensed the arrival of the Demon Clan as they descended upon the Phoenix realm. After all, the overwhelming demonic power was too pronounced to ignore. The true Phoenix tribe has been annihilated. One elder of the true Dragon tribe declared gravely. What does the Demon Clan intend? The true Dragon and true Phoenix tribes had always coexisted harmoniously, and with the true Phoenix tribe's destruction, the true Dragon tribe was also unsettled. This is bad. Now that the true Phoenix tribe has been destroyed, the Demon Clan will likely target our true Dragon tribe next. We must quickly inform the major forces. Another elder exclaimed. Sigh, it's too late. The leading elder sighed softly. He could feel that the Demon Clan was already encroaching upon the Dragon realm. This elder was the only ancient emperor of the true Dragon tribe. You all take the disciples and swiftly leave this region, heading toward the human tribe in Daxia. Only they may stand a chance against the demon clan. Old ancestor, what about you? Upon hearing the elder's words, the others exclaimed in alarm. I will hold off these demons. You must leave swiftly. This cannot be. We must either leave together or stay and confront the demon clan. Hearing this, the elder glared fiercely. If you don't wish for the true dragon tribe to be utterly extinguished, then hurry and go. You are of no use here. It is better for you to take the disciples and leave quickly. I can at least buy you some time. With that, he ignored the others and soared toward the edge of the dragon realm. He aimed to intercept the members of the demon clan right there, even if it meant sacrificing himself to buy time for his kin to escape. The remaining elders exchanged glances, and after a resigned sigh, they hastened to arrange for the disciples' withdrawal. A quarter of an hour later, sounds of air being torn apart resonated from beyond the dragon realm, and soon the figures of Moe and his companions from the demon clan appeared before the elder of the true dragon tribe. Huh, are you true dragon tribe here to welcome my demon clan? Moe remarked with a light chuckle upon seeing the true dragon elder. Is your demon clan prepared to be enemies with the entire myriad realms? The true dragon elder retorted solemnly. The actions of the demon clan clearly indicated that they no longer regarded the other major forces with any respect. You are already aware of the fate that befell the true phoenix tribe, so what will your true dragon tribe choose? Will you submit? Or will you share the same fate as the phoenix tribe? Moe's response was evasive. To him, these forces were merely disposable. The demon clan sought dominion over the entire myriad realms and did not care whether these forces lived or died. It is best if you submit. If not, you shall be annihilated. Huh, you think my true dragon tribe will submit? You demons are not worthy of such a demand. The true dragon elder scoffed derisively. Seeking death. Moe's expression darkened as he charged directly at the true dragon elder. Annihilate. With a mighty shout, the demonic blade in his hand transformed into a colossal shadow that descended upon the elder. Roar. The true dragon elder let out a furious roar, revealing his true form. A massive true dragon, measuring over 1,000 feet in length, emerged in the void. The dragon's tail lashed out, shattering Moe's attack. And then the entire dragon body surged toward Moe, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. You possess some strength. Heavenly demon strike, all things perish. With a cold sneer, Moe unleashed a powerful slash once more. Instantly, the void was engulfed in a tempest of dark energy, shrouding the heavens and eclipsing the sun. Death. Boom, boom, boom. The true dragon ancestor was directly cleaved downwards, plummeting into the dragon realm. Bang. The entire dragon realm trembled violently, a testament to the sheer terror of that strike. All true dragons, show no mercy. Moe addressed the crowd behind him nonchalantly, then charged again towards the true dragon ancestor within the dragon realm. At this moment, the true dragon ancestor was grievously wounded, utterly immobilized. As he gazed at the approaching Moe, a trace of a tragic smile crossed his face. Demon clan, you shall not have a good ending. The true dragon ancestor murmured softly, just before the fatal attack descended, extinguishing his life. Half an hour later, the entire true dragon clan was annihilated, and even the dragon realm was laid to waste by Moe and his cohorts. My lord Moe, it appears that the numerous powerful figures of the true dragon clan have long since evacuated. This true dragon ancestor must have come specifically to delay us, reported a demon clan eternal emperor who had approached Moe. Upon hearing this, Moe's expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by the true dragon clan. He had assumed the true dragon ancestor believed himself to be an ancient emperor capable of contending with his demon clan, only to find out he was merely a decoy. Do not concern yourselves with this. The regional overlord has been vanquished. You must swiftly secure this area. I shall report to the demon emperor. After a lengthy pause, Moe instructed the others before departing. Understood. In the Xian domain, within the emperor's realm, at the supreme divine hall, Xianxia once again arrived, accompanied by He Wuchang. Upon their arrival, the two exuded an overwhelming aura that swept towards the supreme divine hall. Instantly, those of lower cultivation within the hall found themselves rendered immobile under the immense pressure. Who are these formidable beings that dare to assault our supreme divine hall? Is this a season of calamity? Why have so many events transpired recently? The members of the supreme divine hall were astonished and bewildered. Was their hall truly so cursed? First, they repelled 2 demon emperors, then faced an attack from an ancient emperor of the great Xia, and now, yet another assailant appeared? In a certain loft, Tian opened his eyes and gazed into the void. Great Xia, he murmured, before vanishing from his spot and reappearing before Xianxia and He Wuchang. What do you great Xia intend to do? Tian glared at the two, his expression severe. He had not anticipated another visit from the great Xia. Were they truly intent on waging war against the supreme divine hall? At this moment, The members of the Supreme Divine Hall also gathered around Di Tian, Xin Minglan, Gong Yunxi, Di Xing, Zhu Geqing, and others were present, all bearing expressions of grave concern as they regarded Gai Nie and He Wuchang. Two ancient emperors, Great Xia certainly held them in high esteem. The previously squinting He Wuchang suddenly froze upon hearing Di Tian's voice. Why did it sound so familiar? Confused, he turned to look at Di Tian, nearly collapsing at the sight. He Wuchang trembled uncontrollably, as though he had encountered something terrifying. Beside him, Gai Nie was utterly perplexed by He Wuchang's reaction. What on earth is happening? Even if we are not a match for this ancient emperor, you need not tremble so. Are you not deserving of your title as the god of the underworld? Di Tian and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the implications of He Wuchang's demeanor. In the midst of their confusion, He Wuchang suddenly appeared before Di Tian and, with a thud, knelt before him, leaving everyone astonished. He Wuchang, what are you doing? Gai Nie shouted in disbelief. At that moment, Gai Nie felt an intense fury. He Wuchang was one of his own from the Great Xia, highly regarded by the emperor. Now, he was kneeling before an outsider? Had He Wuchang betrayed the Great Xia? If the emperor learned of this, who knew how furious he would be? My friend, what is the meaning of this? Di Tian inquired, equally perplexed by He Wuchang's actions. This ancient emperor from the Great Xia was kneeling before him, yet he did not even recognize the man. Behind him, Gong Yunxi, Xin Minglan, and the others were equally stunned. As small god He Wuchang pays respects to the war god. Chapter 150, The Identity of Di Tian and the Movements of the Demon Clan. You, what did you just call me? Di Tian asked, his face a mask of confusion, not grasping the significance of the title. War god. He Wuchang stammered again. My lord, please rise first. I am Di Tian, not the war god you speak of. Di Tian believed the man must have mistaken him for someone else. He had no connections to the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, He Wuchang slowly stood and said, War god, it is only natural that you do not recognize me, as you have yet to awaken your memories. I implore you to accompany me back to the Great Xia. The emperor will surely have a way to help you regain your memories. What do you mean by that? He Wuchang? Gai Nie asked as he approached He Wuchang. His words sparked even more questions. Could it be that this man was a reincarnation of a powerful figure from the Great Xia? My lord, surely you have not mistaken me for someone else. Di Tian was increasingly baffled. He was clearly the Western war monarch under the emperor's command. How could he be the war god in this man's narrative? War god, you are the first war god of the emperor, Xiao Tian. I could never mistake you. You are merely reincarnated here. If you return with me to the Great Xia, everything will be clarified, He Wuchang explained. Though he had been a mere nobody back then, he had encountered war god Xiang Tian a few times and was certain he could not be mistaken. Di Tian fell silent, pondering the veracity of He Wuchang's claims. If true, did that mean he had once belonged to the Great Xia? If false, what could this person's intentions be? Very well, since you insist. I shall accompany you to the Great Xia and meet your emperor. After a prolonged silence, Di Tian finally spoke to He Wuchang. Di Tian, brother. Di Tian, uncle. Father. From their stupor, Xin Minglan and the others turned to Di Tian, unable to fathom that he could be the so-called war god Xiang Tian. After all, Di Tian had been a figure of the emperor's hall for over 1,000,000 years. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. Di Tian reassured them before turning to He Wuchang. Let us go. In the Qian domain, within the Underworld clan. At this moment, the Grand Hall of the Underworld clan was filled with numerous representatives from various major powers, including the Holy Clan, Ancient God Clan, and Battle Clan, apart from the Supreme Divine Hall and the obliterated True Dragon and True Phoenix clans. All remaining dominant forces were present. Esteemed colleagues, the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans have been annihilated by the Demon Clan. What do you believe their intentions to be? Spoke the only ancient emperor of the Underworld clan, Yu Tsang, who had summoned the various forces to this gathering. The Demon Clan had always harbored vast ambitions. Now, having suddenly struck against the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans, it was likely they no longer feared the other major powers. Among the various factions, aside from the Spectral clan possessing an ancient emperor, the mightiest within the other powers are merely the ancient and eternal emperors. Alas, with our current alliances, it seems we are hardly a match for the demonic race. Elder Yotsong, what course of action do you propose we take next? Upon hearing this, Yotsong fell into a brief contemplation. He then remarked, the demon emperor has been at the ancient emperor level for over 1,000,000 years. By now, he has likely reached the pinnacle of his power. Indeed, we are no match for him. To contend with this demonic race, we must reach out to the recently emerged human faction, the Great Xia. Precisely, the Great Xia possesses at least one ancient emperor, and they have already vanquished one of the eternal emperors of the demon race, making them adversaries of the demons. Forming an alliance with the Great Xia should not prove difficult, The others concurred with Yotzang's assessment. They believed that with one ancient emperor on their side and the ancient emperor of the Great Xia, they could instill a sense of trepidation in the demon race. However, the ambitions of the Great Xia are formidable. They have already subdued the celestial clan, and it is only a matter of time before the supreme divine hall succumbs to their influence. Regardless, the Great Xia is indispensable if we are to confront the demon race. Given this, I shall personally journey to the Great Xia, Yotzang resolved, prompting the others to express their gratitude. In the demon realm, the demon emperor's domain had been secured by the demonic race, with the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans annihilated. Returning to the clan's territory, Emily approached Mo Haoshuan and reported, Lord Demon Emperor, the territories have been seized by our demonic race, and the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans have been extinguished. Understood. Have the other territories made any moves? Mo Haoshuan inquired nonchalantly. The territories falling under their control would undoubtedly alert the others, who might be convening to strategize against the demon race. Yet, even if they allied, it mattered little, for he had already summoned 4 ancient emperors from within the clan, rendering their efforts insignificant. Reporting to Lord Demon Emperor, the Spectral Clan, the Holy Clan, and the Ancient Divine Clan have united and are likely discussing how to address our demonic race, Emily replied. Huh, do they truly believe they can challenge our demonic race? Mo Haoshuan scoffed derisively. He held the other factions in contempt, seeing them as no threat, save for the Spectral Clan with its ancient emperor, Lord Demon Emperor. The rest are inconsequential, but how should we approach the Great Xia and the Supreme Divine Hall? Mo's expression turned slightly cold at the mention of these factions. He had lost an eternal emperor to the Great Xia and had himself suffered injuries at the hands of one of their ancient emperors, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards them. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the Great Xia, as they were no match for them. However, with the Demon Emperor now having emerged and summoned 4 ancient emperors, it was time for the Great Xia to pay the price. Ah, the Great Xia, Mo Haoshuan mused, before commanding, Mo Gu, Mo Qi. With his words, 2 figures materialized within the Grand Hall. They were 2 of the 4 ancient emperors summoned by Mo Haoshuan. Young clan leader, they greeted respectfully upon their arrival. You 2 shall accompany Moe to the Great Xia and investigate the mysteries surrounding it, particularly how they could give rise to an ancient emperor, Mo Haoshuan instructed. Yes. Young clan leader. Yes, Lord Demon Emperor, Moe responded with excitement glimmering in his eyes. In the Great Xia realm, Emperor Tian arrived in Yudu alongside the 2 figures of He Wuchang. Lord God of War, this is our Great Xia Yudu, He Wuchang explained. Yudu had become the heart of the Great Xia realm, where countless citizens took pride in residing there. However, due to the overwhelming population, only the most powerful and some indigenous residents could call it home. Lord God of War, the Emperor is in the 9 Heavens Palace. Allow me to escort you there. Very well. He Wuchang and Gai Nye led Emperor Tian towards the 9 Heavens Palace. Upon arrival, He Wuchang respectfully announced, Emperor, I have an important matter to discuss. Enter. Came the voice of Xiao Tian from within the palace. Greetings, Emperor. He Wuchang and Gai Nye bowed deeply as they entered. Emperor Tian gazed at Xiao Tian, eager to discern the nature of the great Xia's emperor. Boom. The moment Emperor Tian beheld Xiao Tian's visage, he was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a thunderous sound. Congratulations, host, you have encountered a reincarnator. Will you awaken them? At that moment, a voice resonated in Xiao Tian's mind. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Reincarnator? What does that mean? Reincarnator refers to the ancient god of war, Xiang Tian, from the ancient times of Huaxia. Will the host choose to awaken him? Xiang Tian, the god of war? Is this the great witch Xiang Tian? Xiao Tian's heart raced as he grappled with the implications of Xiang Tian's presence in this universe. System, what is the meaning of this? Why is the god of war Xiang Tian here? Are there other heroes of Huaxia beyond those I summoned? The emergence of Xiang Tian left Xiao Tian thoroughly bewildered. The heroes summoned by the system were those who were in reincarnation, while some ancient heroes of Huaxia had already entered the cycle of reincarnation, like Xiang Tian. However, when the host encounters them, awakening them would restore their past memories, making them loyal warriors under the host, akin to those summoned. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Tian was only partially enlightened. Will the host awaken him? The system inquired once more. Awaken. Since awakening would align Xiang Tian's loyalty with his own, Xiao Tian felt no hesitation. Moreover, this was Xiang Tian, the god of war. He would undoubtedly be the most formidable ally he had ever had. As soon as Xiao Tian declared the awakening, a multitude of memories surged into Emperor Tian's mind. Ancient Huaxia, the battle of the gods, Yin Emperor, Yellow Emperor, Qi Yu. Countless images flashed before him, culminating in a scene where he and a woman leapt into a chaotic vortex, bringing the visions to a halt. Reincarnation? Heavenly Emperor? Empress. After absorbing all the information, Emperor Tian, now Xiang Tian, opened his eyes and murmured, "I, Xiao Tian, pay my respects to the emperor." He knelt on one knee, hands clasped in salute. "Rise. I never expected to encounter you, god of war Xiao Tian, today. Haha, what a joyous occasion for the great Xia." Xiao Tian exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Your Majesty flatters me." Xiao Tian replied respectfully as he stood. "Hey Yu Chong, I wonder how you encountered Xiao Tian?" Xiao Tian inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the two figures of He Yu Chong. He had clearly instructed them to proceed to the Supreme Divine Temple, yet they had unexpectedly returned with Xiao Tian. "Your Majesty, Lord Xiao Tian was previously an ancient emperor of the Supreme Divine Temple. I have crossed paths with him a few times in the past, which is why I recognized him." He Yu Chong replied with utmost respect. "Oh, Xiao Tian, you are a person of the Supreme Divine Temple?" Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Xiao Tian had indeed been reincarnated within the Supreme Divine Temple. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Xiao Tian responded with a wry smile. At this moment, Xiao Tian understood that the emperor's memories had yet to be restored, and in his previous life, the celestial emperor had advised him to let things unfold naturally without forcing them. Thus, Xiao Tian had no intention of revealing the matter concerning the empress to Xiao Tian. "Well, in that case, it simplifies matters. You shall handle the affairs of the Supreme Divine Temple," Xiao Tian decreed. "I shall obey your command." Xiao Tian replied with a bow. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the Daxia realm. It was Yotsong, who had come seeking an alliance with Daxia. "Is this truly the world of Daxia? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Even my Yumming realm cannot compare," Yotsong murmured to himself. "In the Zhuxiao Palace? Suddenly, Xiao Tian's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, an ancient emperor has appeared above our Daxia." At this, Xiao Tian and the others also sensed the aura of the Yumming. An ancient emperor? Could it be someone from the demon race? Xiao Tian muttered, then turned to Xianxia, instructing, "Xianxia, go investigate and ascertain the identity and purpose of this individual in our Daxia." "Yes, Your Majesty," Xianxia replied promptly. In a swift motion, Xianxia appeared before Yotsong. "Who might you be, and what brings you to our Daxia?" Xianxia inquired coolly. "I am Yotsong of the Yumming clan. May I ask who you are?" Yotsong responded, his expression grave upon encountering the unexpectedly formidable Xianxia, an ancient emperor. Yet he was not the well-known figure clad in black, He Yu Chong. So who was this individual? Could it be that Daxia possessed two ancient emperors? "I am Xianxia, the master of the Daxia Sword Palace. What brings you, Yumming clan, to our Daxia?" Xianxia pressed, causing Yotsong's heart to stir. Daxia indeed harbored secrets beyond imagination, possessing not one but two ancient emperors. Perhaps even the demon race was unaware. "Esteemed sir, the demon race is currently launching a large-scale invasion against our various factions. I have come to seek an alliance with Daxia to counter this threat," Yotsong explained, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil. The demon race has attacked you?" Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, questioning how the demon race had suddenly turned aggressive against the various factions. Indeed, the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans have already been annihilated by the demon race. It seems they are now contemplating how to deal with the rest of us. Yotsong stated, his countenance serious. Clearly, the demon race's sudden assault had caught them all off guard. Upon hearing Yotsong's words, Xianxia pondered for a moment before saying, "In that case, you shall accompany me to meet the emperor. The matter of how to address the demon race shall be left to his discretion." "Very well, then I shall trouble you to guide me," Yotsong replied. Xianxia nodded and led Yotsong to the Zhuxiao Palace. Before long, Xianxia arrived at Zhuxiao Palace with Yotsong in tow. "Your Majesty, this individual hails from the Yumming clan and wishes to form an alliance with our Daxia to combat the demon race," Xianxia reported respectfully. The Yumming clan?" Xiao Tian inquired, turning his gaze toward Yotsong. "I have met the great emperor of Daxia," Yotsong acknowledged with a slight bow. At this moment, Yotsong's heart was once again overwhelmed by Daxia's might, for he had discovered yet another ancient emperor within the Zhuxiao Palace, none other than Xiao Tian. Daxia possessed not one, not two, but three ancient emperors. Such power surely rendered even the demon race apprehensive. As far as he knew, the entire demon race had but one ancient emperor, the demon emperor, who, while significantly stronger than an average ancient emperor, was still merely one ancient emperor. Chapter 152, The Origins of the Demon Race. The demon race has launched an assault. "What brings the Yumming clan to our Daxia?" Xiao Tian asked in a detached tone. While he did not harbor a particular fondness for the Yumming clan, he felt no animosity either. After all, during the Wan Jie Tianjiao ranking, apart from the Supreme Divine Temple, the Yumming clan was the only faction that had supported Daxia. Though their motives were not solely for Daxia's benefit, their support was nonetheless appreciated. "Your Majesty, might you be aware of the recent movements of the demon race?" Yotsong inquired softly, gazing at Xiao Tian. "The movements of the demon race. Our Daxia has been ensconced within the mystical domain of late. Thus I am not well versed in the outside affairs. What has transpired with the demon race? Xiao Tian responded, his expression one of confusion. Your Majesty, just a few days ago, the demon race annihilated the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans. They are likely preparing to target our other factions next, Yotsong elucidated gravely. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yotsong's words, Xing Tian's expression subtly shifted. The demon race was a force he understood better than any other across the realms. For the past 100,000 years, he had remained in the shadows, diligently investigating the demon race. Your Majesty, the ambitions of this demon race are vast. Their sudden aggression against the various factions likely indicates that the demon emperor has emerged from seclusion, aiming to unify the realms, Xing Tian stated solemnly, directing his gaze at Xiao Tian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. He then turned to Xing Tian and asked, Xing Tian, do you have knowledge of the specific strength of this demon race? Your Majesty, the demon emperor has stood at the pinnacle of ancient emperors for 1,000,000 years. Now that he has emerged from seclusion, he has likely taken that final step. Xing Tian replied, his expression grave. Although Xing Tian himself had also reached the pinnacle of ancient emperors, he knew that even with the combined strength of He Yuchong and Gainia, they would not be able to contend with the demon emperor. If the demon emperor had indeed crossed that threshold, he would certainly surpass Xing Tian. Is not the pinnacle of the myriad realms the ancient emperor? Can this demon emperor truly surpass that? Xiao Tian questioned in astonishment. The system had clearly stated that the apex of this realm was the ancient emperor. Thus, how could the demon emperor possibly break through that barrier? Your Majesty, while it is true that the pinnacle of the myriad realms is the ancient emperor, this only applies to the native beings of the myriad realms. The demon race, however, is not a native entity of the myriad realms. What? They are not native beings of the myriad realms. Yotsong exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom this revelation. How can this be? If the demon race is not from the myriad realms, then how did they come into existence? Are there other universes beyond the myriad realms? In an instant, Yotsong's mind was engulfed in boundless shock. Xing Tian, do you know the origins of this demon race? Xiao Tian inquired, taken aback by the implications of Xing Tian's words. While he was aware of the existence of other universes beyond the myriad realms, he had not anticipated that the demon race could be from one of them. If that were the case, had they come to the myriad realms with intentions of conquest? I do not possess extensive knowledge, but I have been investigating the demon race for many years, leading me to uncover some information regarding them, Xing Tian replied. Oh, in that case, please share what you know. Xiao Tian urged, nodding in encouragement. Your Majesty, this demon clan has traversed to the myriad realms through a spatial wormhole, situated within their ancestral territory. On the opposite side of the wormhole lies the universe occupied by the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. Boom. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly resonated above Yudu, capturing the attention of Xiao Tian and his companions. Seeking death, He Wuchang and Gainie's expressions shifted dramatically, their anger palpable. They had been so engrossed in the words of Xing Tian that they failed to notice the impending enemy assault, a grievous oversight. With a fierce shout, the two materialized above Yudu. Your Majesty, 2 ancient emperors and 1 ancient demon emperor are approaching. Xing Tian reported to Xiao Tian, sensing the 3 assailants. 2 ancient emperors? The strength of this demon clan appears to be more formidable than anticipated. Xiao Tian remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Everyone had assumed that the demon clan possessed only 1 ancient emperor, yet now 2 had emerged within his great Xia, and evidently, one of the 3 was not the demon emperor mentioned by Xing Tian. After today, there shall be no great Xia. Above Yudu, 3 figures stood tall. One of them, exuding an icy demeanor, cast a disdainful gaze upon the great Xia dynasty below, declaring, Great Xia, for slaying my demon emperor, you shall face annihilation today. All citizens of Great Xia deserve death. Beside him, Moe wore a similarly stern expression. Impudent. Swish, swish. At that moment, 2 figures appeared opposite Moe and his companions. It was indeed He Wuchang and Gainia. Dare to offend my Great Xia? You are unworthy of life. He Wuchang declared, his countenance devoid of warmth, as a soul-binding chain manifested around him, regarding the 3 as mere corpses. 2 ancient emperors? Moe stared in disbelief at the 2, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Great Xia possessed 2 ancient emperors. In the entirety of the myriad realms, which force could boast 2 ancient emperors? Even his demon clan, had it not been for the demon emperor returning to the clan to escort 4 of their kin, would only have the demon emperor as their sole ancient emperor. Flash. Without uttering a word, Gainia drew the divine sword from his back and cleaved downward towards the 3. Boom. Radiant golden light erupted, filling the skies with an aura of slaughter. As a golden sword ray materialized in the void, hurtling towards Moe and his companions. In response, Mo Gu and Mo Qi swiftly conjured demonic blades, brandishing them against the sword ray. Rumbling, the very heavens seemed to shatter violently, the air trembling as if layers of space were fracturing beneath the weight of such a fearsome onslaught. Yet, when the demonic blades clashed with the sword ray, they were instantaneously shattered, the attack surging forth once more towards the three. How is this possible? Mo Gu gasped, his face a mask of shock. Their combined strike had failed to repel the foe's assault? It was utterly beyond belief. Seeing the attack nearing, the two had no time for further contemplation. Demonic blade, strike. They bellowed, launching another onslaught. Boom. An explosion resonated, and the three demons were sent flying backward, unworthy of a fight. To think such a strength would dare to assault my great Xia. Xianxia chuckled coldly, disappointed that even a single sword strike could not be withstood by them. Though it appeared Xianxia lacked resistance against Xiang Tian, that was solely due to Xiang Tian being an ancient god of war from the ancient era of Huaxia. Xianxia, after all, was a paragon of Huaxia, and faced with these ordinary ancient emperors, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Moe and his companions gazed at Xianxia, their hearts plummeting. They had not anticipated that this ancient emperor from Great Xia would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Not to mention, there was also He Wuchang lurking nearby. Damn it, how could Great Xia be so formidable? Moe cursed, regretting his decision to confront Great Xia. Today, their fate was looking grim. Chapter 153. God of War Xiang Tian, how do you wish to meet your end? Xianxia's expression was frigid as he regarded the three. Great Xia, should you dare to slay us, the demon emperor shall not let your Great Xia go unpunished. Moe threatened, locking eyes with Xianxia. Meanwhile, Mo Gu and Mo Qi exchanged glances and seized Moe, attempting to flee beyond the borders of Great Xia. Thinking to escape, Xianxia smirked coldly, preparing to pursue. I shall handle this. He Wuchang interjected softly, then gestured towards the fleeing trio. The soul-binding chains coiling around him shot forth, ensnaring the three in an instant. Damn, what is this? No. The trio gazed in despair at the chains that bound them, utterly unable to break free. Reap their souls, He Wuchang commanded with a sharp intonation. Instantly, the movements of the three diminished, until finally, their very souls were extinguished by the soul-binding chains. These demon clansmen certainly had audacity, daring to assault my Great Xia. Upon witnessing the demise of the three demons, Xianxia spoke coldly, his anger palpable, especially since the earlier attack had impacted the Great Xiaoyu. Report to the emperor. Let us see how he shall decide, He Wuchang suggested, subsequently returning to the Nine Heavens Palace. Your Majesty, the three demons have been exterminated. Upon returning to the Nine Heavens Palace, He Wuchang reported, this demon clan, I had yet to seek trouble with them, yet they dared to provoke my Great Xia. Xiao Tian's expression darkened, then he turned to Yu Tsang and inquired, does your underworld clan wish to ally with my Great Xia against the demon clan? Indeed, Summer Emperor. Not only my underworld clan, but the major forces across the realms have united to confront this demon clan. Yu Tsang had not anticipated that the demon clan possessed two ancient emperors unknown to them, and that they would assault Great Xia. However, they had vastly underestimated Great Xia's strength, resulting in their complete annihilation. Moreover, they never expected Great Xia's power to be so formidable. He was uncertain whether seeking an alliance with Great Xia was the right decision, but now that the sword was drawn, it must be wielded. Very well, in that case, gather all your strongest warriors. 1 month hence, we shall directly assault the demon clan. Summer Emperor, might this be too hasty? Yu Tsang was taken aback, not expecting the Summer Emperor to be so decisive. No, summon all those above the royal level. My Great Xia will confront the demon clan's experts. Understood. I shall return to make arrangements. Yu Tsang replied before departing. He Wuchang, Xianxia, inform all generals to lead the army against the demon clan in 1 month. This time, we shall eradicate the demon clan from the myriad realms entirely. After Yu Tsang's departure, Xiao Tian instructed He Wuchang and Xianxia, we will obey your command. Xiang Tian, the matter concerning the Supreme God Temple will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will manage the affairs of the Supreme God Temple diligently. Xiang Tian responded. You all may return to your duties. System, what level does an awakened paragon like Xiang Tian belong to? What is his realm? Once the others had departed, Xiao Tian inquired of the system. Xiang Tian is a figure from the ancient era of Huaxia. Summoning such a being would likely require at least a Zuga-level summoning card. However, Xiang Tian does not fall under the category of summoned paragons, and Xiao Tian was uncertain how to classify him or how his realm was measured. Host, to summon a being of Xiang Tian's caliber, one requires an ancestral summoning card. Xiang Tian is currently sealed, and upon the host's breaking of the heavenly rules, he will surpass the host's current 5 major realms. Indeed, it is truly of ancestral level. However, I remain uncertain about how to shatter these so-called heavenly rules or to subdue the spirit of the heavenly Tao. A day later, Xiang Tian returned to the Supreme Divine Temple. Brother Dixiang, Uncle Dixiang. Upon seeing Xiang Tian's return, everyone approached him with inquiries. Gazing at the crowd, Xiang Tian revealed a complex expression, particularly when he looked at Gong Yunxi, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to confront her. The Supreme Divine Temple, let us submit to the Great Xia. After a long pause, Xiang Tian sighed softly. What? Brother Dixiang, what has happened? Upon hearing Xiang Tian's words, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Why did Dixiang declare allegiance to the Great Xia upon returning from his visit? Brother Dixiang, could it be? Xianming Lan looked at Dixiang, disbelief evident in her eyes. Could it be true, as the Black Wuchang of the Great Xia suggested, that Dixiang is a reincarnation of a powerful figure from the Great Xia? Indeed, I am the god of war under the Great Xia's emperor. Dixiang is merely a name from this life. I am Xiang Tian, the god of war Xiang Tian. How is this possible? The others listened in astonishment. Their faces a tableau of disbelief. This revelation was utterly shocking to them. The Dixiang who had accompanied them for 1,000,000 years was actually a reincarnation of a powerful being from the Great Xia? Dad. Di Xing looked at Xiang Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. Di Xing, regardless of anything, I am still your father, and that shall not change. Xiang Tian smiled at Di Xing and continued, however, your name must be altered. How can the son of Xiang Tian not bear the surname Xiang Tian? Surname Xiang Tian? Then would I not be called Xiang Tian Xing? That sounds rather odd, does it not? Di Xing replied, rendered speechless. Xiang Tian Xing? Execution Xing? That name is rather peculiar. Haha, then let us call you Xiang Tian Di. Xiang Tian declared with a hearty laugh. At this moment, Gong Yunxi was also momentarily stunned. The Western War Emperor under her father was, in fact, the god of war under the Great Xia Emperor. Moreover, Xiang Tian had been the Western War Emperor under her father 1,000,000 years ago, while this Great Xia had only recently emerged. If that were the case, was the Great Xia not a terrifying force of reincarnated beings? Considering how the Great Xia occasionally produced formidable warriors, Gong Yunxi felt her speculation could not be incorrect. Uncle Xiang Tian, what exactly is the origin of the Great Xia? Xiang Tian looked at Gong Yunxi, uncertain of how to respond. Empress, the Great Xia is your home with the Heavenly Emperor. Xiang Tian longed to disclose everything to Gong Yunxi, but due to the Heavenly Emperor's orders, he refrained. The Heavenly Emperor had instructed all of them that matters between him and the Empress should unfold naturally, with no interference. Otherwise, it would only lead to adverse outcomes. Your Highness, the Great Xia traces back to an ancient era, existing in the cosmos long before the myriad realms were born. It only chose to reincarnate due to certain circumstances. Indeed, the Great Xia is truly formidable. The Emperor is preparing to wage war against the demon clan. You all shall return with me to the Great Xia. From this point onward, the Supreme Divine Temple shall merge with the Great Xia. Upon hearing Xiang Tian's words, the others could only nod slightly. Now that Xiang Tian had become a part of the Great Xia, it seemed rather pointless for them to cling to the Supreme Divine Temple. Chapter 154, The Assault on the Demon Clan. In the Demon Domain, within the Demon Clan's Grand Hall, 3 figures stood. Mo Haoshuan occupied the seat of honor, flanked by 2 other ancient emperors. Mo Gu and his companion have perished. Mo Haoshuan, his expression devoid of emotion, spoke gravely to the 2 below him. Young clan leader, is the Great Xia truly that powerful? One of the 2 ancient emperors hesitated before asking. We have underestimated the Great Xia. We did not foresee that 2 ancient emperors would fall at their hands. Their expressions stiffened, a shadow of gloom overtaking their countenances. The hall fell into a deathly silence once more. After a prolonged moment, one of the ancient emperors asked nervously, Young clan leader, what shall we do now? With Mog's demise at the hands of the Great Xia, it was evident that the 2 present were no match for this force. Only the young clan leader could contend with them. What is there to fear? I am still here. Does the Great Xia dare to attack my demon clan? Mo Haoshuan retorted angrily upon witnessing their demeanor. Issue the command. All demon clan members of King Realm and above shall stand by for orders. Yes, young clan leader. How many ancient emperors remain in the clan? Young clan leader, there are still 10. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination shone in Mo Haoshuan's eyes. Notify my father to send 5 more ancient emperors. This time, I shall conquer the myriad realms completely. Understood, young clan leader. The 2 exchanged glances and replied respectfully. As time passed, the day of the planned assault on the demon clan by Xiao Tian approached, now less than 5 days away. Host. Yuan Qingdu has emerged from the Divine Demon Tower. In the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiao Tian was engrossed in reading a tome. This ancient book, crafted from unknown materials, shimmered with a faint golden light, exuding an air of mystery. Secrets of the myriad realms. This book meticulously documented a multitude of extraordinary events throughout the myriad realms. Just as Xiao Tian was absorbed in reading, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Setting down the book, Xiao Tian smiled slightly. The impending battle aligns perfectly with Yuan Qingdu's emergence. System, to what realm has Yuan Qingdu ascended? The ancient sovereign realm. An ancient sovereign. While he has not yet become an emperor, he is more than capable of dealing with the ancient emperors of the demon clan. Emperor, Xiang Tian seeks an audience. At that moment, Xiang Tian's voice resonated from outside the door. Enter. Emperor, I have taken care of matters concerning the supreme divine temple. Upon entering the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiang Tian reported respectfully. It is now time to engage in battle with the demon clan. Xiao Tian nodded, speaking softly. Emperor, have you been searching for a girl named Gong Yunxi recently? Xiang Tian inquired, looking at Xiao Tian. Indeed, do you know her? Xiang Tian's expression grew complex as he replied. The princess of the Supreme Divine Temple is named Gong Yunxi. Is it she? Upon hearing Xiang Tian's words, Xiao Tian was taken aback, the image of the princess of the Supreme Divine Temple resurfacing in his mind. It was unexpected that the person he sought was so close yet so far. Xiao Tian shook his head with a smile. May I ask what business the emperor has with her? Xiang Tian queried, puzzled, as Xiao Tian had not awakened his memories and thus should not be familiar with Gong Yunxi. I have been entrusted to look after his daughter. Since this girl is the princess of the Supreme Divine Temple, you shall ensure her well-being. Ah, now I understand. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Xiang Tian felt a sense of relief. Yes, Emperor. 3 days later, Yuzong and various forces, leading all their royal-level experts, arrived in the Great Xiao realm, totaling over 40 individuals, all of whom were at least royal level. An ancient emperor, known as Yuzong, stands alongside 3 other primordial emperors, representing the Yuming clan, the Holy Clan, and the Ancient God clan respectively. Within the Grand Xia's imperial court, the civil and military officials are present. In this campaign against the demon clan, numerous martial generals including Xing Tian, He Wuchang, Gainya, Yuan Qingdu, Elbu, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu will accompany me. From the imperial throne, Xiao Tian issued his orders with a calm demeanor. This conflict against the demon clan is a pivotal battle that will determine the future of the myriad realms. Thus Xiao Tian is prepared to lead personally. Elbu and the other martial generals have all attained realms above that of emperors. I shall obey the command. Everyone responded with utmost respect. Subsequently, a contingent of over 100 powerful beings, all of imperial stature and beyond, advanced towards the realm of the demon clan. Among them were representatives from various celestial forces, including the esteemed Xianmeng Lan from the Supreme Divine Temple, as well as the 9 members of the Jiugong Pavilion under Xing Tian's command. Clearly, these pavilion leaders were the remnants of the 10 kings from 1,000,000 years ago, having survived the great battle and cultivated into ancient emperors under Xing Tian's guidance. The leader of the Central Palace has even transcended to become a great emperor of the ages. After 3 days of travel, the assembly finally arrived at the world of the demon clan, known as the Demon Realm. Upon entering, the likes of Mo Haoshuan and his associates noticed their arrival. How audacious! These natives dare to invade my demon clan. Mo Haoshuan seethed with rage. He had not anticipated that the denizens of the myriad realms would conspire to assault his clan, believing them to be easy prey. All those of imperial stature prepared for battle. Mo Haoshuan bellowed, charging into the void to confront Xiao Tian and his entourage. You of the Yuming clan, the Holy Clan, and the Ancient God clan, who gave you the audacity to attack my demon clan? Mo Haoshuan's expression darkened as he glared at Yuzong and the others behind Xiao Tian. You have unjustly annihilated the True Dragon and True Phoenix clans. Today, we shall eradicate your demon clan to prevent further calamity across the myriad realms. Yuzong stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. Haha, eradicate my demon clan. You think yourselves worthy? Mo Haoshuan retorted with rage disguised as laughter. Mo Emperor, after 1,000,000 years, you remain as arrogant as ever. Xing Tian suddenly interjected from behind Xiao Tian. You are D Tian? Mo Haoshuan's expression shifted upon recognizing Xing Tian. I did not expect you to have ascended to the realm of an ancient emperor. No wonder you are regarded as the foremost battle emperor under Gong Qingyun. At that moment, hundreds of figures appeared behind Mo Haoshuan. These were all the powerful beings of the demon clan above the emperor level. Seeing this sudden emergence, Xiao Tian and his companions felt a grave weight upon their hearts. 7 primordial emperors. They had not anticipated the demon clan's profound depth. Despite having lost 2 ancient emperors in the Grand Xia, they still possessed 7, and including Mo Haoshuan, that made 8. I am truly astonished that your demon clan still has 7 ancient emperors, Xiao Tian remarked, gazing at the newly appeared figures of the demon clan. On their side, they counted only 5 ancient emperors at most. Who are you? Initially indifferent to Xiao Tian, Mo Haoshuan now turned his attention sharply towards him, realizing that Xiao Tian stood at the forefront, evidently regarded as their leader. Yet, he could not see through this person's realm. How could that be? He had already stepped into the half-step realm of the Emperor. How could someone elude his perception? Was this individual truly above the Emperor's realm? Such a notion seemed impossible, as the myriad realms would not permit the existence of beings beyond emperors. Otherwise, he would not have only summoned ancient emperors from his clan. Chapter 155, The Fierce Battle. I am the Emperor of the Grand Xia, Xiao Tian stated calmly. You are the Emperor of the Grand Xia? Mo Haoshuan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Two of his ancient emperors had perished at the hands of this Grand Xia. Since you have all come, then today, you shall all perish in the myriad realms. Only my demon clan shall reign supreme. He commanded fiercely. Charge! Mo Haoshuan shouted, and in an instant, hundreds of his followers surged toward Xiao Tian and his companions. Battle! The powerful beings of the demon clan roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying aura that transformed the very void. Xiao Tian's expression turned cold as he shouted, Kill! Let not a single one of the demon clan escape. Boom, boom, boom. The members of Xiao Tian's side erupted with immense power, their unparalleled might sweeping across the myriad realms, causing countless beings to tremble and gaze anxiously towards the direction of the demon clan. Is this still the myriad realms we know? Why are there so many terrifying powers? The myriad beings of the realms knelt in reverence, murmuring in disbelief. In an instant, the two factions clashed fiercely in the void. 100 birds fly toward the phoenix. Zhao Yan swept his spear, taking the lives of several demon clan warriors. Qinglong Yinwe slash. Guan Yu cried out, his green dragon crescent blade cleaving into an ancient emperor of the demon clan, instantly annihilating him. Demon might ascends to the heavens. The ancient and eternal emperors of the demon clan unleashed terrifying attacks upon the Grand Xia and the Yuming clan. Puff! Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and the others were sent flying thousands of meters, spitting blood from the onslaught. Fang Tianhua Zhan. Elbu brandished his Fang Tianhua halberd, descending like a demon god upon the demon clan. Both sides of ancient emperors refrained from joining the fray, observing the chaos from afar. Mo Haoshuan smirked coldly. The demon clan possesses 10 ancient emperors, while the opposing force barely has 5 or 6, and as for the eternal and ancient emperors, they are even fewer than his own clan. What could they possibly use to contend with the demon clan? Haha, Yuming clan, Holy clan, and Human clan. Once you are all dead, every living being in the myriad realms shall become slaves to my demon clan, living lives worse than death. Mo Haoshuan laughed maniacally from the heavens, his voice echoing thunderously. The sound waves resonated, causing the entire void to tremble as if it would split apart at any moment. Gainia, Yu Tsong, He Wuchang, you three shall deal with the ancient emperors of the demon clan. Xiao Tian observed the battle below and spoke solemnly. If He Wuchang and the others do not engage, their side would indeed be no match for the demon clan. Understood. The three responded in unison, instantly charging into the battlefield to confront the ancient emperors of the demon clan. Xing Tian, can you handle this demon emperor? Xiao Tian turned to Xing Tian and inquired. Among the entire demon clan, only this emperor eluded his comprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Tian replied, this individual has likely broken through to the half-step earth immortal realm. In the myriad realms, I can only exert the power of an ancient emperor, but I should be able to restrain him. As long as you can restrain him. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. As long as this demon emperor is held at bay, the remaining members of the demon clan are merely insignificant in his eyes. At this moment, He Wuchang and the others had already entered the battlefield against the ancient emperors of the demon clan. Sword annihilates the firmament. Soul chain of the underworld. Yuming slash. Upon entering the fray, the three unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the ancient emperors of the demon clan. Boom, boom, boom. Under their combined assault, the demon clan instantly lost 3 ancient emperors, seeking death. Upon witnessing He Wuchang and the 3 ancient emperors join the battle, Mo Haoshuan erupted in fury. Go! Eliminate these 3 for me. Without hesitation, Mo Haoshuan commanded the 7 ancient emperors behind him. Yes, the 7 individuals responded in unison and immediately launched an assault against the 3 figures of He Wuchang. Death! In an instant, all the ancient emperors from both sides clashed together, unleashing a ferocious wave of attacks. Upon witnessing the 7 demonic emperors advancing, He Wuchang coldly smiled and remarked to Gai Nye, 1 against 3, is that acceptable? Absolutely. Gai Nye replied with a slight smile, dismissing the 7 demons entirely. As for the 1 remaining, he would undoubtedly be dealt with by Yu Tsong. Seeing this, He Wuchang nodded slightly, and in an instant, he charged towards the others. Immediately, the ancient emperors from both sides erupted into a terrifying battle within the void, embroiled in a chaotic melee. The dreadful aftershocks ravaged the entire demon realm, causing it to tremble violently like a small boat amidst a raging storm. "Retreat!" shouted Yu Wencheng and Lu Bu, urging everyone to distance themselves from this peak battlefield. In the midst of the battlefield, Xianxia wielded his sword, and with a fierce strike, a surge of supreme sword intent manifested. Bang! The sword aura descended, and in an instant, one of the three ancient emperors engaged with Xianxia was obliterated, blood splattering as he met a gruesome end. The remaining two demons trembled at the sight of their comrade's swift demise, their faces etched with gravity as they regarded Xianxia. This individual was astonishingly powerful. Although they were all ancient emperors, their combined might had been swiftly dismantled by Xianxia. Unfazed by the thoughts of the two, Xianxia, after dispatching one ancient emperor, charged once more at the remaining two. Meanwhile, the three combatants facing He Wucheng were also steadily retreating. Confronted with He Wucheng's enigmatic attacks, they were utterly at a loss as to how to defend themselves. One moment of inattention left their very souls trembling. Cursed be it, this man excels at soul attacks. The three wore grim expressions, unable to approach He Wucheng, while constantly on guard against his soul assaults, feeling utterly constrained. 1,000 corpses and 10,000 souls palm. In an instant, He Wucheng appeared behind one of the individuals, delivering a palm strike. Bang! The unfortunate soul was immediately sent flying, his features contorted in agony, clearly enduring some unknown torment. A breath later, he lay still, his soul extinguished. Cursed be it, how can these two be so formidable? Mo Haoshuan watched in fury as He Wucheng and his companion effortlessly dispatched two ancient emperors from his demonic clan. His rage surged. With a tremor of his body, he surged towards He Wucheng like a specter, evidently intent on personally eliminating these two, lest all of his ancient emperors succumb to their hands. Seeing Mo Haoshuan charge towards He Wucheng, Xiang Tian instantly vanished, appearing directly in front of Mo Haoshuan. "Demon Emperor, your opponent is me," Xiang Tian declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon Mo Haoshuan. "Emperor Tian, do you believe you stand a chance against me?" Mo Haoshuan retorted, seething with rage, as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, far surpassing that of an ancient emperor. Feeling this pressure, Xiang Tian's expression became grave. "You have indeed broken through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Humph. Knowing that I have ascended to the half-step Earth Immortal, do you still think you can contend with me?" Mo Haoshuan mocked. "Haha, and what of the half-step Earth Immortal? Do you think I am still the Emperor Tian you once knew?" Xiang Tian laughed heartily, unleashing a terrifying aura of his own. Although still at the ancient emperor level, he radiated immense power and battle intent. Chapter 156, Mo Haoshuan's Retreat. With a roar of laughter, Xiang Tian swung his arms, conjuring a massive axe and a colossal shield, his fated weapons. "Let us battle," Xiang Tian shouted, wielding the giant axe as he struck down towards Mo Haoshuan. A terrifying force manifested, shattering the void as it surged towards Mo Haoshuan. Celestial demons in chaos. Mo Haoshuan bellowed, launching a counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided, erupting in the void with a series of thunderous explosions that echoed deafeningly. Within the battlefield, Xiang Tian and Mo Haoshuan engaged in an intense duel. The clash of the giant axe against the chaos of celestial demons created a cacophony of explosions and violent tremors. Xiang Tian laughed triumphantly, exuding confidence. As he wielded the axe with unparalleled authority, he unleashed a relentless series of strikes, each imbued with destructive power. After several exchanges, Mo Haoshuan grew increasingly alarmed. "Who are you? Emperor Tian cannot be this strong." Following a fierce blow, Mo Haoshuan glared at Xiang Tian, demanding answers. "Under the command of the Emperor, I am the war god Xiang Tian. Mo Haoshuan, today marks the end of your demonic clan." 10 directions, fear extinguished. A terrifying offensive surged from Xiang Tian's hands, its blinding brilliance illuminating the entire myriad realms, shaking the very heavens. It seemed that even the universe could not withstand this strike. Wrath of the demon, Mo Haoshuan roared, enveloped in a myriad of demonic energies, forming a terrifying phantom that charged towards Xiang Tian. Boom, boom, boom. The two were simultaneously sent flying, clearly neither gaining the upper hand in this encounter. Cursed be it, how can this individual be so strong? Mo Haoshuan's face darkened as he surveyed the battlefield. With the intervention of He Wucheng and Xianxia, the entire demon clan was in a state of retreat, for ancient emperors had already fallen, leaving only 3 to struggle and support. The situation had completely deviated from his expectations. Could it be that the demonic clan was truly facing utter defeat today? Mo Haoshuan's heart sank in despair. He had never anticipated that, despite having reached the half-step Earth Immortal realm, he would still be unable to dominate this vast world. This Emperor Tian was able to match him blow for blow at the ancient emperor level. while the rest of his clan were no match for this individual from Great Xia. Mo Haoshuan's gaze turned again towards the distant void where the Emperor of Great Xia had yet to make a move, suspecting that he too was a formidable powerhouse. Mo Haoshuan wrestled internally. If this continued, his clan would surely be vanquished, yet retreating was an unbearable thought. Suddenly, a series of anguished cries echoed through the arena. Mo Haoshuan quickly turned to find that the last 3 ancient emperors of his clan had all been eliminated by He Wuchang and the others. With the absence of the ancient emperors to restrain them, He Wuchang, Xianxia, and Yutsong commenced a merciless slaughter against the demonic clan. Halt! You seek death. Mo Haoshuan bellowed in fury upon witnessing this scene. However, as he attempted to act, Xiang Tian once again obstructed his path. I have stated, your opponent is me. Emperor Tian, Great Xia. Today marks the defeat of my demonic clan. But do not take pride in it. One day, my clan shall return with vengeance, and the myriad realms shall ultimately become slaves to my demonic lineage. All members of the demon clan, retreat to our ancestral land. Mo Haoshuan declared coldly, then dashed towards the heart of his clan's territory. Watching Mo Haoshuan's departing figure, Xiang Tian's expression turned somber. He understood that this individual had likely returned through a spatial wormhole to their universe. On the battlefield, all surviving members of the demonic clan were momentarily stunned by Mo Haoshuan's words, but soon they reacted and rushed towards their ancestral land. They understood that their clan had been defeated. Even the demon emperor had been compelled to retreat, and remaining would only lead to their demise. The individuals from Great Xia would surely not let them escape unscathed. Kill them all, leave not a single member of the demon race. Upon witnessing the demons attempting to flee, Xiao Tian's voice rang out with a cold command. At once, He Wuchang and his companions surged forward in pursuit of the fleeing demons. The spatial wormhole of the demon race was of limited size, permitting only one to pass at a time. Thus, it was impossible for so many demons to escape in a short span. An hour later, all the demons who had failed to escape met a grim fate at the hands of He Wuchang and the others. Is this truly the spatial wormhole of the demon race? After the annihilation of the demons, Xiao Tian approached the location of the wormhole and gazed at it, momentarily lost in thought. Your Majesty, beyond this spatial wormhole lies the stronghold of the demon race. It is likely a universe unified under their dominion, which explains their intent to conquer the myriad realms, Xiang Tian remarked, standing nearby. Moreover, the level of this universe undoubtedly surpasses that of the myriad realms, possibly housing beings beyond the earth immortal level. Upon hearing Xiang Tian's words, Xiao Tian nodded slightly before posing a question. Xiang Tian, if you were to enter this universe, would you be able to unseal your cultivation? Due to the constraints of the myriad realms, Xiang Tian and his companions were all limited to the realm of the ancient emperors. Yet the peak realm of the demon's universe surely exceeded that. Xiao Tian was curious whether Xiang Tian and the others could ascend beyond the ancient emperor level upon crossing over. I am uncertain about that, Xiang Tian replied, shaking his head slightly. Let us set aside thoughts of the demon race for now. We must return to Daxia. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian issued his command. He then turned to Yutsong and the leaders of various factions. Yutsong, you should be well aware of Daxiao's ambitions. The myriad realms shall fall under Daxiao's control. Will you submit or resist? Upon hearing this, Yutsong and the others displayed expressions of complexity. After witnessing Daxiao's might, they understood that Daxiao would undoubtedly conquer the myriad realms. However, in comparison to the demon race, they would prefer Daxiao's rule over the myriad realms rather than allowing the demons to prevail. The demons treated all beings of the myriad realms as slaves, whereas Daxia, as they understood it, regarded all its subjects equally, provided they did not act against Daxiao's interests. Thus, they found Daxia to be a favorable option. Having come to a mutual understanding, the group exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Yutsong stepped forward and respectfully addressed Xiao Tian. Your Majesty, all of our factions are willing to submit to Daxia. We hope for your gracious acceptance. Xiao Tian smiled faintly in response. Very well, henceforth, you shall all be considered subjects of Daxia. Your humble servant pays respects to the emperor. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yutsong immediately bowed before him as a vassal. Your humble servant pays respects to the emperor. The elders of the various factions behind Yutsong also bowed simultaneously in reverence. Rise, Yutsong. You are to return to your respective domains immediately and inform all beings of the great thousand worlds. From this day forth, all factions and beings within the myriad realms shall fall under Daxia's jurisdiction. Any who dare to resist shall be met with severe punishment. Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances before respectfully responding. Your humble servants obey. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, and then turned to Elbu and Yuan Chang. Elbu, you are to head to all the great thousand worlds in the celestial domain and eradicate the remaining demons. Xiang Tian and He Wuchang. You two shall be responsible for extracting the essence of all worlds and integrating it into Daxia. Your humble servant obeys. The group replied in unison. Now, I shall return to Daxia, Xiao Tian declared, having given his orders. Farewell, your majesty. 3 days later, upon his return to Daxia, Xiao Tian summoned Li Si. Your humble servant pays respects to the emperor. Li Si entered the Jiuxiao palace and bowed. Li Si, the demon race has been annihilated, and all major factions have submitted to Daxia. Proclaim to the myriad realms. From this day forth, the myriad realms shall be renamed the Daxia universe, and all worlds shall fall under Daxia's governance. Li Si was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Yan's proclamation, only to be filled with excitement shortly thereafter. The vast myriad realms had finally been unified under Daxia's banner. Your humble servant will carry out the order. Li Si responded eagerly, before promptly departing to relay the news. Proclaiming to the myriad realms was no small feat, given the vastness of the myriad realms. Informing every world would evidently not be accomplished in a single day. System. Do you know what kind of universe lies beyond the demon race's spatial wormhole? After Li Si's departure, Xiao Tian inquired of the system regarding the matter of the spatial wormhole. It is a mid-tier universe, the system replied. A mid-tier universe? What is the peak realm of that universe? The pinnacle of that universe is the perfect Earth Immortal. Perfect Earth Immortal? Xiao Tian was unfamiliar with this realm, but it was certainly above that of the ancient emperor. He pondered whether Xiang Tian and the others could unseal their cultivation upon entering this universe. Although the demon race within the myriad realms had been eradicated, these were merely lesser members. The true powers of the demon race resided within their own universe. Xiao Tian was determined to resolve the demon threat once and for all. For who could predict when they might return to wreak havoc in the Daxia universe? With the myriad realms now belonging to Daxia, he could not allow any potential threats to linger. They can unseal their cultivation, the system confirmed. Really? A smile spread across Xiao Yan's face at this revelation. If they could indeed unseal their cultivation, then the demon race would pose little threat. However, he was still uncertain as to what level they could be unsealed. System. To what realm could they ascend if they ventured into the demon's universe? Lacking knowledge regarding the realms above the emperor, Xiao Tian was unsure of what the perfect Earth Immortal entailed. If they could not reach that level, they might fall short against the demon race. He Wuchang can unseal to the initial stage of Earth Immortal, Gai Nye to the peak Earth Immortal, and Xiang Tian to the perfect Earth Immortal. He Wuchang at the initial stage of Earth Immortal? He Wuchang was summoned by Xiao Tian during his time as the king of antiquity. Thus, he was already several realms above him, implying that the level above the emperor was indeed the Earth Immortal. This would suggest that Gai Nye's level was based on He Wuchang's initial stage, elevated by 3 minor realms. As for Xiang Tian, he likely remained sealed, based on his awakening. He should be several realms above the peak Earth Immortal, given his status as an ancestral figure. With Xiang Tian alone reaching the perfect Earth Immortal, it was likely that he would not be outmatched even in the demon realm. Xiao Tian frowned slightly. No one knew the extent of the powers within the demon stronghold or how many perfect Earth Immortals they had. Given Xiang Tian's strength, he could likely handle 2 or 3 perfect Earth Immortals without issue, while Gai Nye, being at the peak Earth Immortal level, should be able to contend with 1. However, if the demon race possessed over 10 perfect Earth Immortals, Xiang Tian and Gai Nye might struggle to cope. System. What realms exist above the emperor? Xiao Tian already had a sense of the answer within him. Since the Earth Immortal realm had been revealed, it was probable that the realms above the emperor were those of the immortal beings. Immortal beings. Since ancient times, legends of immortal beings had circulated throughout the myriad realms, yet none had ever achieved such a level. The first realm above the emperor was the Earth Immortal, followed by the Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, and so forth. Indeed, it appears to be so. From this perspective, if Xiang Tian were to be fully unsealed, he would reach the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, since these celestial beings undoubtedly exist in reality, it stands to reason that the legendary celestial realm must also be real. However, the means of accessing this celestial realm remains a mystery. Nonetheless, the pressing matter at hand is to address the formidable demon race. Just as Xiao Tian was inquiring with the system, a tremendous upheaval occurred throughout the myriad realms. The demon race, the foremost tyrant of the realms, was utterly annihilated by the Great Xia and various other factions. All demons in the heavenly domain, except for those who fled back to the demon universe, were eradicated. The 6 major domains of the myriad realms capitulated to the Great Xia under the might of these factions. All beings were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the Great Xia, which, in less than a year, demonstrated such overwhelming strength that it unified the entirety of the myriad realms with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Various factions began to speculate. Pondering how the Great Xia achieved such a feat, some believed that the Great Xia possessed a formidable power that naturally warranted its dominion over the myriad realms. Others conjectured that the Great Xia was a revival of an ancient force, allowing it to swiftly unify the myriad realms. There were also those who suspected that the Great Xia might possess some ultimate treasure capable of wielding the power of the myriad realms. Numerous theories circulated, yet the truth remained elusive. What was indisputable, however, was that the Great Xia had become the most potent force across the myriad realms, which were now renamed as the Great Xia Universe. Within the Great Xia Universe, a tempest of change ensued as beings from various factions hurriedly returned to their respective domains to declare allegiance to the Great Xia. The dominion of the Great Xia was now unassailable. A new era had dawned. As this epoch commenced, dreams and opportunities began to unfold within the Great Xia Universe. Whether among the forces of the myriad realms or the inhabitants of the Great Xia Universe, all awaited the promise of a new future. When Li Si and others relayed this news throughout the Great Xia Universe, more than a month had already passed. During this time, Youcong and others had been disseminating Xiao Tian's words within their respective territories. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer to accomplish. Thus, after a month, the myriad realms were definitively unified under the Great Xia, and the name of the Great Xia Universe spread across countless worlds, known by myriad beings. Xiao Tian believed that, with the passage of time, all beings would gradually adapt to becoming subjects of the Great Xia. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Xiao Tian's ears. Great Xia Emperor. Startled by the voice, Xiao Tian's heart raced. Was there a hidden power within the Great Xia Universe? In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a young girl before him. Who are you? Xiao Tian inquired, his expression grave, though she appeared as an innocent little girl. Xiao Tian was not naive enough to think she was merely an ordinary child. How could an ordinary girl silently materialize within the Great Xia's Nine Heavens Palace? Great Xia Emperor. The girl's melodious voice rang out, and one might easily mistake her for a typical child. I am the Great Xia Emperor. Who might you be? Xiao Tian retorted coldly. The girl blinked and replied, You may call me Tiandao. What? Xiao Tian was taken aback. Tiandao? Could this child truly be the manifestation of the Great Xia Universe's Tao of Heaven? Xiao Tian could not help but scrutinize the girl. She appeared merely 6 or 7 years old, with a lovely and delicate face, her eyes exuding an enigmatic aura. At that moment, she gazed intently at Xiao Tian, as if she could see right through him. You are the Tao of Heaven in this universe? Xiao Tian asked in astonishment. The system had informed him that to break the seal of the Tao of Heaven's rules, one must either possess strength far exceeding this realm or subdue the Tao itself. Yet, Xiao Tian had always been unaware of what the Tao of Heaven truly was. Was it a being or merely a consciousness? He never anticipated that a little girl would suddenly appear before him, claiming to be the Tao of Heaven. Xiao Tian could hardly contain his surprise. The girl smiled faintly and said mysteriously, I am the Tao of Heaven, yet I may also say that I am not the Tao of Heaven. Xiao Tian was perplexed. What did this mean? If it is, then it is. If it is not, then it is not. What exactly is your statement? The girl chuckled, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mystery. The Tao of Heaven is a complex existence. It is not as simple as you might imagine. I am but an incarnation of the Tao of Heaven, here to communicate with you. Her words evoked a sense of astonishment and curiosity. The brilliance in her eyes suggested an extraordinary wisdom. She continued, the Tao of Heaven is not easily comprehensible. It transcends the worlds and rules we know. It embodies wisdom and is the source of all life. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression turned to one of shock. Indeed, who among the Great Xia Universe could genuinely grasp the essence of the Tao of Heaven? Then, what brings you to seek me? Xiao Tian questioned, puzzled. My consciousness informs me that following you will enable me to grow stronger, hence my arrival. What does this mean? Initially, the Tao of Heaven was merely a consciousness, and when you unified the myriad realms into the Great Xia Universe, my consciousness intensified, allowing for the manifestation of this incarnation. My consciousness reveals that accompanying you will facilitate my continued empowerment. The girl explained, her smile enigmatic. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian began to understand why no one had encountered the Tao of Heaven before. Previously, the Tao was merely a nebulous consciousness existing within the myriad realms. Under such circumstances, how could one ever encounter the Tao? With his unification of the myriad realms into the Great Xia Universe, it was tantamount to amalgamating countless consciousnesses, thereby creating a brand new Tao of Heaven. And within the consciousness of the Tao, he had enabled its independence, which is why the Tao felt that following him would allow it to grow stronger. Are you implying that you wish to accompany me? Having pieced together the meaning, Xiao Tian grasped the girl's intentions. Indeed, the girl nodded affirmatively. Accompanying me would equate to submitting to my rule. Are you certain? Xiao Tian inquired once more. Submit? What does that mean? The girl asked, perplexed. At this moment, the consciousness of the Tao, though now independent, was akin to that of a newborn. It means you must obey my commands. Whatever I say, you must do. Without defiance, Xiao Tian clarified. Oh, that? No problem. As long as I can grow stronger with you. The girl readily agreed. In that case, you shall accompany me from henceforth. By the way, do you have a name? A name? I am Tian Dao. Xiao Tian sighed, slightly exasperated. Tian Dao does not sound appealing. From now on, you shall be called Linger. All right, I shall heed your wishes, she replied. Linger, where do you usually reside? I merely drift throughout the universe. Are you aware of the demon race? The demon race? Yes. Haven't you driven them back to the demon universe? Demon universe? Xiao Tian paused, realizing this was indeed the realm of the demon race. Linger, do you know the strength of this demon universe? Xiao Tian inquired. If he could ascertain the demon race's power through Linger, it would significantly simplify the matter of how to deal with them. They seem rather feeble. Perhaps only possessing 8 perfected earth immortals. Linger pondered momentarily before speaking. 8 perfected earth immortals? Weak? Xiao Tian was rendered speechless. If such power could be deemed weak, what then constituted strength? In that instant, Xiao Tian suddenly realized he could not fathom Linger, as if she existed beyond his comprehension, likely due to her connection with the heavenly Tao. Is a perfected earth immortal truly weak? Then, what is your level of strength, Linger? I am currently a perfected celestial immortal. Linger replied with a gentle smile, her pride evident. A perfected celestial immortal? In this day and age, that signifies the mastery over the essence of the heavenly Tao. Does that imply that the realms of Xing Tian and the others can now be unsealed? As he mused, Xiao Tian abruptly felt his own power rapidly escalating. Initial stage of Earth Immortal. Pinnacle of Earth Immortal. Perfected Earth Immortal. Boom. Initial stage of Celestial Immortal. Perfected Celestial Immortal. True Immortal. Mysterious Immortal. Pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Thus, Xiao Tian's cultivation officially broke through to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Is this the state of Golden Immortal? Xiao Tian was astounded, feeling an inexhaustible power within him, as if a mere flick of his hand could obliterate the entire Daxia universe. This breakthrough to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal raised his strength to an unprecedented height. He felt as though he stood atop a peak, gazing down upon the vast cosmos. A sensation that exhilarated him immensely. The realm of Golden Immortal is one of the highest aspirations for all immortals, representing an invincible power amidst heaven and earth. He understood that his strength had reached an unmatched level, with none capable of contesting him. Xiao Tian extended his hand and gently clapped, instantly unleashing an invisible force that rippled through the surrounding air. He could sense this power encompassed the ability to annihilate everything, with just a light strike. All could be rendered to nothingness. His gaze fixed forward, determination glimmered in his eyes. He knew that the Golden Immortal realm was merely a new beginning, for he had grander ambitions to pursue. In the Celestial Realm, Chapter 159, Empress of Daxia, Gong Yunqi. The following day, in the Daxia capital, Yudu, within the imperial court, civil and military officials had gathered. The emperor has arrived. A resounding call from Chao Zhengchun echoed from the back of the hall. Soon after, Xiao Tian strode into the court, making his way towards the throne. I pay my respects to the emperor. Upon his arrival, all officials bowed respectfully. Esteemed ministers, no need for formalities. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Thank you, your majesty. Now that the Daxia universe is unified, do both prime ministers ensure that all realms adhere to the laws of Daxia? Xiao Tian inquired, directing his question towards Li Si and Xiao He. Reporting to your majesty, after a month's time, all the myriad worlds have acknowledged Daxia as their sovereign, and each world is now garrisoned by our Daxia legions, with none daring to defy our laws. Li Si and Xiao He responded respectfully. Currently, the Daxia legions consist of individuals at least of the Supreme Realm, with countless at the Earth Supreme and Heaven Supreme levels, and numerous immortals among them. All the generals have now attained the status of immortal emperors. With such a force stationed across the myriad worlds, who would dare to disregard the laws of Daxia? Excellent. In the future, these beings shall take great pride in becoming citizens of Daxia. Xiao Tian nodded confidently. Presently, the Daxia realm has evidently become the epicenter of the Daxia universe, with the spiritual energy within gradually transforming into celestial spirit energy, for there exists a celestial-grade spiritual vein within Daxia. In the future, Daxia will undoubtedly become the core of the Daxia universe, with countless beings clamoring to enter and thrive within it. Initially, Xiao Tian thought a celestial-grade spiritual vein was merely a notch above a top-tier spiritual vein, not giving it much thought. However, upon his breakthrough to the Golden Immortal realm, he was greatly astonished by the changes in the spiritual energy of Daxia. Celestial spirit energy is a form of cosmic energy essential for immortals' cultivation. For those at the Emperor level, breaking through to Earth Immortal and beyond is an arduous task. However, With the aid of celestial spirit energy, it becomes immensely easier. Thus, it is easy to envision that in the future, Daxia will attract countless beings eager to reside there. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian would not easily permit their entry into Daxia. To live in Daxia, one must join the Daxia legions and become a soldier of Daxia, and those who join will have their families allowed to reside in Daxia. Of course, this excludes the original inhabitants of Daxia. As for those unwilling to enter the official ranks of Daxia, they shall never set foot in Daxia. Esteemed ministers, today I have an important announcement to make. Xiao Tian's expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, all officials wore solemn expressions, waiting for Xiao Tian's proclamation. Such seriousness from the emperor likely indicates a matter of great significance. In 1 month's time, I shall journey to the celestial realm. A stir rippled through the assembly at Xiao Tian's words. The celestial realm. The legendary celestial realm. The realm all mortals yearn to reach. No one knows what the celestial realm is truly like, but all are aware that the immortals within possess eternal life, free from the constraints of mortality. In the Daxia universe, even the ancient emperors merely enjoy long lifespans, yet inevitably, they too will face the end of their lifetimes. This is the very reason why all aspire to reach the celestial realm. Today, the emperor has declared his intent to journey there. Could it be that he has discovered a way to ascend to the celestial realm? Indeed, when Xiao Tian broke through to the golden, immortal realm, a message surfaced in his mind: ascend to the celestial realm in 1 month. Alongside him, Xiang Tian would do the same. From Linger's words, Xiao Tian also learned that the highest realm permissible in this world cannot exceed her own. Anyone surpassing the celestial immortal level would receive an invitation to the celestial realm, and failure to ascend would result in the descent of the divine retribution to obliterate them. This is because the Daxia universe belongs to the mortal realms, and the highest attainable level cannot exceed the realm of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, one would face the wrath of the celestial realm's heavenly Tao. This is to prevent those exceeding the heavenly Tao from causing irreparable damage to their respective universes. Of course, this does not pose an issue for Xiao Tian, as the system can completely shield him from all heavenly Tao perceptions. Even the heavenly Tao of the celestial realm cannot detect him. However, Xiao Tian is resolute in his ambition to reach the celestial realm. Your Majesty, if you were to ascend to the celestial realm, what shall become of Daxia? Daxia cannot exist without your sovereign presence. Li Si gazed at Xiao Tian, his eyes filled with uncertainty. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. With the emperor set to ascend to the celestial realm, what shall happen to Daxia? Without the emperor to maintain order, who among the many ministers and generals could command their loyalty? The entire Daxia might face disintegration. Indeed, Your Majesty, if you ascend to the celestial realm, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in the Daxia universe. The officials echoed in concern. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Tian paused momentarily. This was a consideration he had not anticipated. Every notable figure among the Huaxia has been summoned by him. It is likely that, apart from him, no one can command their respect. What will become of Daxia in his absence? Prime Minister Li, Prime Minister Xiao, I must embark on this journey to the celestial realm. However, you raise valid points. How do you suggest we best address this situation? Xiao Tian turned to Li Si and Xiao He, seeking their counsel. Li Si and his companion exchanged a glance. Then both knelt on one knee, simultaneously proclaiming, since the emperor must inevitably journey to the celestial realm, we humbly beseech your Majesty to establish a successor. The empress shall oversee the governance of the court and the officials, who will undoubtedly lend their earnest support. The notion of appointing a successor had never crossed Xiao Tian's mind until this moment, yet it was now put forth by Li Si and his companion. Among the martial generals, Xiang Tian's eyes sparkled upon hearing their words. Establishing a successor might indeed present a fortuitous opportunity. Your Majesty, both prime ministers speak with wisdom. A nation cannot remain without a sovereign for even a day. Since your Majesty is to embark for the celestial realm, the matter of appointing a successor must be expedited. Xiang Tian stepped forward, clasping his fists together in reverence. We earnestly implore your Majesty to establish a successor. We earnestly implore your Majesty to establish a successor. We earnestly implore your Majesty to establish a successor. Instantly, all the officials knelt, raising their voices in unison. Enough, enough. Please rise, the emperor declared. The matter of appointing a successor is of utmost significance, and I currently have no candidates in mind. One cannot simply appoint anyone at whim. Faced with the officials' insistence, Xiao Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Your Majesty, I believe that Xue Lingxi from the Xue family would be a commendable choice. She has dedicated herself to assisting your Majesty with the affairs of the Jiuxiao commerce over the past few years. Your Majesty might consider her. Xiao He suggested, knowing that Xue Lingxi was the woman with whom the emperor had the most interaction. Your Majesty, I believe that it would be most fitting to appoint Gong Yunxi as empress, especially since your majesty had promised her father to take care of her. To make her empress would be entirely appropriate. Xiao Tian interjected eagerly, fearing that the emperor might choose another. The empress is none other than Gong Yunxi. How could anyone else possibly be appointed?